Chapter 1. I was called to the hospital to sign papers right after the breakup. Shanghai Normal University. Lin Chen, let's break up from now on. Wang Bingbing's cold voice rang out in the classroom. The surrounding classmates erupted in an uproar. What's going on? Is there some juicy gossip to be had? Oh. Lin Chen nodded. If you want to break up, then go ahead. You. Lin Chen's indifferent attitude made Wang Bingbing very unhappy. Don't you want to know the reason? Wang Bingbing frowned and said coldly, because you keep making empty promises. Last month you said you'd buy me a Hermes bag, and what happened? I've completely seen through you. Lu Bo is so much better. On the second day we got together, he gave me a pair of shoes that cost over 10,000 yuan. You can't even compare to a hair on Lu Bo's head, you stingy bastard. The words were spoken. The students were immediately astonished. Who is Lu Bo? That name sounds familiar. What a coincidence, I know Lu Bo. He's quite ugly and only about 1.6 meters tall. How could Wang Bingbing be interested in him? Are you kidding? Lu Bo's family owns Lao Feng Xiang Gold Shop. They're very rich, what do you think? I get it, it means multiple fortunes. The students started discussing it and couldn't help but sigh, it's so good to be rich. Just then, a graceful figure rushed into the classroom, looking very anxious, and her appearance attracted everyone's attention. The girl was wearing a black and white JK skirt, and her long, slender, and fair legs, paired with lace stockings, made many boys' imaginations run wild. Vivian Chow. A social media influencer from Shanghai Normal University has over 5 million followers on Douyin, so many people know her. Lin Chen. Vivian Chow's gaze swept across the classroom and settled on Lin Chen. Then she rushed towards Lin Chen in a hurry. Quickly. Come with me. Is there something you need? Lin Chen looked completely bewildered. Without saying a word, you just pulled me away? What does that mean? There's no time to explain. I'll tell you slowly on the way, Vivian Chow said in a low voice. If you don't come with me, you'll definitely regret it later. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent. Then, in full view of everyone, Vivian Chow pulled Lin Chen away from the classroom. At this moment, Wang Bingbing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This guy. At the school gate. Now you can finally tell me, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Vivian Chow pursed her lips and asked, do you still remember Li Ziren? Li Ziren? Lin Chen felt that the name sounded familiar. But I can't remember. I don't know him. Lin Chen said. You Vivian Chow was speechless, you slept with her and got her pregnant, and now you're saying you don't know her? You're such a scumbag. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Then he remembered something and asked, was she tall, about 1.68 meters, and did she usually wear her hair in a bun like a dancer, and did she wear a Swarovski black swan necklace? That's right, you finally remembered? Vivian Chow said excitedly. Lin Chen nodded, he did indeed remember. Around last winter, Lin Chen went to a bar with some friends and got drunk. In a daze, he went to a hotel with a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was Li Ziren. Lin Chen only learned her name later. That night was unforgettable for Lin Chen, because it was incredibly exciting. She's pregnant? Could it be my child? The moment this thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Dad's system, binding in progress. Host, you have no doubt that the children Li Ziren is carrying are yours, and they are quadruplets. Option 1, go to the hospital with Vivian Chow and receive a cash reward of 500,000 yuan, a 4-piece baby bedding set, and a villa on the Bund in Shanghai. Option 2, refuse to go to the hospital with Vivian Chow, and you will be rewarded with a King of Glory account with all skins and 10 yuan in cash. Lin Chen. I actually got the system from the online novel? Holy crap! Could it be that I, Lin Chen, am the legendary chosen one? $10 versus a big villa, even a primary school student would know which to choose, right? Lin Chen, get in the car quickly. At this moment, the Didi taxi that Zhou Huiman had hailed arrived. Lin Chen came to his senses and immediately got into the car with Zhou Huiman. The car then drove towards the Municipal People's Hospital. Inside the hospital. When Lin Chen and Zhou Huiman arrived, Li Ziren was just being wheeled into the delivery room. However, the moment Li Ziren entered the delivery room, she saw Lin Chen. His expression shifted drastically. Chapter 2, First Meeting with the Baby. God bless us, God must bless us. Outside the delivery room, Vivian Chow prayed incessantly, while Lin Chen was equally flustered and anxious. He's still a student himself, and to be honest, he wasn't mentally prepared at all to be a father. About half an hour later, the red light in the delivery room turned green, and a female nurse pushed out a baby crib. His gaze fell on Lin Chen, and he smiled. You're the child's father, right? Congratulations. After saying that, he pointed to the stroller. This is the eldest, a girl, weighing 5 pounds and 3 ounces. This is the second child, a girl, weighing 5 pounds and 2 ounces. This is the third child, a boy, weighing 5 pounds and 3 ounces. This is the fourth one, a girl, weighing 5 pounds and 1 ounce. Oh my God. Vivian Chow, standing to the side, couldn't contain her excitement. Quadruplets. This is the first time I've ever seen this in real life. Most importantly, these quadruplets were born to her best friend, and at that moment, Vivian Chow felt like she had become a godmother. Only a little over 5 pounds? Vivian Chow gazed at the babies, saying, I remember when my cousin's baby was born, it weighed over 7 pounds. Generally speaking, a newborn baby's weight is considered normal if it is between 5 and 8 pounds. A baby weighing less than 5 pounds is considered a low birth weight baby, and a baby weighing more than 8 pounds is considered a high birth weight baby. As for the weight of multiple babies, it will be slightly lower than that of normal babies, which is mainly related to the nutrition provided during pregnancy. The nurse explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Vivian Chow nodded. So that's how it is. Lin Chen, I feel like the babies look a lot like you. Especially the nose, eyebrows, and eyes. The 4 babies will definitely be very beautiful when they grow up. Vivian Chow said with a smile. Lin Chen. It's only been born, what can you tell from that? To be honest, Lin Chen thought the baby was a bit ugly. Are all newborn babies this ugly? Of course, Lin Chen was definitely not being disdainful. It was just something I felt compelled to say. He thought the same as Vivian Chow, the baby will definitely be very beautiful when he grows up. After all, I'm so handsome, and Li Ziren's looks are unbeatable, how ugly could I be? Okay, I'm taking the babies for their checkup now. The nurse said. Generally, babies must undergo a comprehensive physical examination after birth. For example, measure the head circumference, weight, and length, and check for any deformities or defects. If there is any deformation or defect, notify your parents immediately and recommend corrective surgery. Ziren. After the babies were taken away for examination, Vivian Chow and Lin Chen also went into the delivery room, both eager to know Li Ziren's current condition. At this moment, Li Ziren, who had just given birth, looked extremely haggard and weak. Looking at Lin Chen as he entered, she felt incredulous. Lin Chen was also watching Li Ziren. The two of them just stared at each other, and Lin Chen felt a little flustered, unsure of what to say. Don't leave later. Nearby, a nurse reminded her, the first 2 hours after delivery are the peak period for postpartum bleeding, so you need to pay close attention to the pregnant woman's condition. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression became clear. Vivian Chow nodded in agreement. Okay, nurse. Immediately afterwards, Li Ziren was pushed into the observation room. Just then, Vivian Chow's phone rang. Okay, I'll be right there. The call has ended. Vivian Chow apologized to Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I have some urgent business to attend to at school. Please look after Ziren here, I'll be back soon. Chapter 3, What to do if there is no breast milk. Initiating lactation. Good. Lin Chen nodded. No sooner had Vivian Chow left than a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Congratulations on the birth of your babies. As a reward for the host, a special dad gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Open it. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million in childcare funds. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Nanny Knowledge Library. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, not yet able to react. A vast amount of knowledge flooded into his mind. After digesting the knowledge, Lin Chen has become an all-around nanny. Buzzing. Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that 1 million yuan had been deposited into his account. In addition to the previous 500,000. Lin Chen now has a huge sum of 1.5 million. Moreover, this does not include fixed assets such as villas on the Bund and Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This is so refreshing. although the cost of raising a child is very high these days. But with Lin Chen's current financial strength, raising 4 money-devouring beasts is no problem at all. 2 hours later. Lin Chen. Li Ziren woke up. I am here. Lin Chen, who was standing next to Li Ziren, held her hand and asked, "Are you in any pain or discomfort right now?" "No." "That's good." Lin Chen smiled, feeling relieved. After giving birth, most new mothers experience no adverse reactions within the first 2 hours, and afterwards, there are generally no major issues. Just then, a nurse pushed a stroller in. "Is it Li Ziren?" the nurse asked. "Yes," Li Ziren replied immediately. "The physical examination is complete. The babies are all normal and healthy." The nurse smiled and pushed the stroller to the bedside so that Li Ziren could see the babies. Li Ziren. This was the first time Li Ziren had seen the baby, her own flesh and blood. Her joy was beyond words. "Can I give you a hug?" Li Ziren asked the nurse. "Sure." The nurse smiled slightly. "I'll do it." Seeing the nurse bend down, Lin Chen quickly smiled and spoke. "You're a new dad, do you even know how to hold a baby?" The nurse made a joke. "Definitely." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Newborn babies are in a relatively soft state, and their cervical, lumbar, and thoracic vertebrae are not yet fully developed. Therefore, when holding a child, you should be careful to protect their cervical spine, thoracic spine, and lumbar spine." As Lin Chen spoke, he supported the child's cervical spine with his left hand and the child's bottom with his right hand, and then gently picked the child up. "Not bad, looks like you've done a lot of homework, haven't you?" The nurse was quite surprised that Lin Chen was so capable. Lin Chen laughed and said, "Holding a baby is so simple, you can learn it in no time." The nurse looked at Lin Chen with approval, then, as if remembering something, asked Li Ziren, "By the way, you haven't started breastfeeding yet, have you? When the baby wakes up, the first thing he'll want to do is drink milk. If your milk hasn't come in yet, try to get it working." Upon hearing this, Li Ziren's face turned awkward. What does starting breastfeeding mean? How do I do it?" Li Ziren asked somewhat shyly. "The so-called opening of breastfeeding is the first time you breastfeed your baby." The nurse said, "As for how to open it, it's very simple, just rub or massage it with your hands." "I see, thank you." "You're welcome." After saying that, the nurse left the ward. Wow! Wow! At this moment, Erbao, who was in Li Ziren's arms, started crying loudly. "Does it mean they want milk?" Li Ziren glanced at her chest. She didn't have any breast milk yet. "Rub it," as the nurse said. Lin Chen spoke up from the side. Li Ziren said shyly, then why don't you turn around first?" Lin Chen. He knew Li Ziren was a little shy, and Lin Chen could understand. So Lin Chen obediently turned around. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She massaged for a full 3 minutes, but Li Ziren still didn't produce any milk. She even listened to Lin Chen's advice, but the baby sucked with his mouth. But it was still to no avail. "Lin Chen, what should we do?" Li Ziren was at a loss, her 2 babies crying for milk, which made her both heartbroken and anxious. "It seems this is the only way." Lin Chen smiled and said. Seeing the mischievous smile on Lin Chen's face, Li Ziren asked curiously, "What method?" "I'll take it. From chapter 4 onwards, I'll be responsible for all 3 meals a day." Ah? Li Ziren was dumbfounded. Is this even possible? This is the only way. You don't want our baby to go hungry forever, do you? Lin Chen said. Wow. The baby's crying continued, and Li Ziren no longer hesitated. Okay, then you do it. Li Ziren thought to herself, since she had already given birth to the child for Lin Chen. What's there to be shy about? Then, a scene that defies description unfolded in the observation room. After it's over. Li Ziren finally has breast milk. Lin Chen's mouth was covered in milk stains. Li Ziren's pretty face turned bright red. Luckily, it was just her family in the observation room, otherwise she would have been so embarrassed if someone had seen them. Okay, let's start feeding. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He licked the corner of his mouth, savoring the taste of breast milk. This action made Li Ziren even more embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Li Ziren had no time to pay attention to Lin Chen. Seeing the baby crying from hunger, she immediately fed her. Immediately, the two babies began to suckle frantically, as if they were tasting the best food in the world. Xiren. Lin Chen. Just then, Vivian Chow returned. Seeing the things she was carrying, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, "What did you buy?" "Lunch, of course. Xiren hasn't eaten breakfast yet." Vivian Chow smiled as she looked at Li Xiren, who was breastfeeding her baby. "Xiren, I bought you pork rib rice and a bowl of chicken soup. I bought this from my aunt's restaurant, so the meat quality is absolutely guaranteed, unlike those shady restaurants outside. This chicken soup is made from a hen that's only the size of a grain of rice. Drink it while it's hot after you finish breastfeeding your baby." Li Xiren was deeply moved by Vivian Chow's thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Huiman. Don't mention it, we're like family," Vivian Chow said with a smile. "Pork rib rice?" At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but speak up. "What's wrong?" Vivian Chow asked. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that Ziran just gave birth and her digestive system hasn't recovered yet. It is more suitable to eat some relatively light and easy to digest foods. For example, steamed egg custard, porridge, and the like." "Oh? Is that so?" Vivian Chow was somewhat surprised. She really didn't know these little known facts until Lin Chen mentioned them. "I never knew there were such customs surrounding new mothers." "It's okay, just don't eat this kind of pork rib rice too often right now. It doesn't matter if I eat it once or twice. But this kind of chicken soup is good to drink more of often," Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Xiren felt a warmth in her heart. How could Lin Chen know so much? I must have secretly done my homework while I was asleep. Thinking of this, Li Xiren revealed a sweet smile. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the doting wife persona. Reward, God-level cooking skill. The system's voice suddenly rang in Lin Chen's mind. Immediately, a flood of memories rushed into Lin Chen's brain. In just a moment, Lin Chen transformed from someone who didn't know how to cook. He became a world-class chef. Lin Chen can cook any dish you can name, and he can make it taste absolutely delicious. Even a Michelin 5-star chef pales in comparison to Lin Chen. This system is awesome. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Xiren, what do you want to eat tonight? But it has to be something you can eat now, I'll prepare it for you, Vivian Chow said with a smile. Li Xiren looked at Zhou Weiman and thought, she truly is a great best friend from China. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen's voice rang out, Xiren, I'll take care of your 3 meals a day from now on. Postpartum recovery is very important. If you don't eat well, you'll suffer long-term health problems. Upon hearing this, Li Xiren and Zhou Weiman were both stunned. Did I hear that right? You're in charge of 3 meals a day? You don't actually know how to cook, do you? Vivian Chow questioned. It's not that I look down on Lin Chen. In her mind, humans know how to cook, and Lin Chen, at such a young age, actually knows how to cook? Li Xiren was also a little confused, because she had similar thoughts to Zhou Weiman. Of course I can cook. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Is this something to make such a fuss about? These days, it's not unusual to know how to cook. Don't you know how? One sentence made Vivian Chow feel awkward. She really can't cook when she has nothing to do, she just plays King of Glory. Lin Chen, I'd like to have Christian carp soup for dinner, is that okay? Li Xiren smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Sure, do you know how to eat fermented rice with eggs? Christian carp soup with fermented rice with eggs is very nourishing. Yes, fermented rice with eggs is so good. Okay, I'll make arrangements for you tonight. For the rest of the time, Lin Chen was busy running around the hospital, but with Zhou Weiman there, he was able to manage. Lin Chen, wanna go out with Helen's tonight? There are girls in black stockings there. I'm not going. Lin Chen refused without even thinking. In the past, Lin Chen would definitely have gone. He used to be a regular at Helen's, mainly because there were many pretty girls there. But now that he's a father himself, Li Xiren needs his care, and Lin Chen is no longer interested in that kind of place. After all, he's a good man. Damn. You're not going? That's not like you. Yiwei's best friend, was shocked. Was this really the Lin Chen he knew? Let's chat when you have time, I'm busy right now. After replying to the other party's WeChat message, Lin Chen put away his phone and went to a street behind the hospital. Confinement Meal Center. There were many shops like this behind the hospital. Lin Chen chose one and went inside. Welcome. The shop owner was a young woman with delicate features, light eyeshadow on her eyes, and a sexy and alluring figure, wearing a spaghetti strap dress. What dishes would you like to order, or a postpartum meal? Our ingredients are changed daily to ensure freshness. The young woman, Lin Meixin, had a very pleasant voice. Can I do it myself? Lin Chen explained, it means I select the ingredients, I cook them in your kitchen, and then you can pack them up and take them away. Restaurants and eateries outside the city are frequently in the news for being unsanitary. Lin Chen didn't trust anyone else to do it. With the help of godlike culinary skills, Lin Chen is confident that his cooking will be both healthy and delicious. Lin Meixin was shocked by Lin Chen's words. She has run this postpartum meal center for several years, and this is the first time she has encountered a customer making such a request. Don't worry, I'll pay you back the original price. Alright, come with me. After a slight hesitation, Lin Meixin agreed to Lin Chen's request. If Lin Chen does it herself, it will save her time. Why not? She was just skeptical that Lin Chen could cook postpartum meals. Chapter 5: The Landlady's Envy. Inside the kitchen. Lin Chen glanced around and, as expected, the place was very clean. If there were any hygiene concerns, the other party probably wouldn't dare bring me alone. What kind of ingredients do you want? There's a freezer over there, go and choose for yourself. Lin Meixin said. Lin Chen nodded and then selected a few ingredients. Crucian carp, cornmeal, scallions, ginger, garlic. Eggs, rice wine. Lin Meixin was quite surprised when she saw the ingredients Lin Chen had chosen. What kind of dish was he making? Crucian carp soup? Fermented rice wine with eggs? Aunt Wang, could you go to the front hall to greet the guests? Lin Meixin told one of her employees that her postpartum care center receives a lot of orders, and it's impossible for one person to handle it all. So Lin Meixin hired 7 or 8 employees, or more accurately, housekeepers to help with cooking. Your knife skills are impressive. Lin Meixin stood beside Lin Chen, who was scaling a crucian carp, a sight that dazzled Lin Meixin. Lin Chen removed the fish scales in just a few quick movements, his movements incredibly smooth. Lin Meixin. Why does his method of removing fish scales seem different from his own? How did you do that? What? You're scaling the fish, why did you scale it all in less than 3 seconds? Lin Meixin voiced her doubts. Lin Chen smiled and said, didn't you see that I added vinegar just now? Vinegar? Yes, wipe the fish with vinegar first. Then scrape off the fish scales in the opposite direction with a scraper. It's easy and effortless. Alternatively, you can pour boiling water over the fish and then gently scrape it with a small spoon. The scales will come off easily. Lin Meixin was slightly taken aback. So that's how it is. She's quite the chef. I've killed hundreds, if not thousands, of fish. This is the first time I've learned such a little-known fact about removing fish scales. This handsome guy's got something. Lin Meixin's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her gaze towards Lin Chen held a hint of admiration. Next, after cleaning the fish's internal organs, Lin Chen moved on to the next step, removing the slime from the fish. Which bottle contains the vegetable oil? Lin Chen glanced at the bottles and jars and asked Lin Meixin. This bottle. Lin Meixin pointed, then asked, didn't we already clean out the internal organs? Why is there still vegetable oil? Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Of course, it's to remove the fish's mucus. The mucus in fish helps prevent it from losing moisture too quickly, but this mucus indirectly affects the taste of the dish. So before you start, be sure to add a few drops of vegetable oil to the water, and then rub the fish with your hands to wash away the slime. Lin Meixin. Is that even a claim? She never used to care about these things. Isn't this too much trouble? Lin Meixin said that if it were her, she would have skipped these steps altogether. It has to be said that Lin Chen is incredibly meticulous. Trouble? Of course not. Besides, the postpartum meals I prepare for my wife definitely need to be more detailed. Lin Chen spoke with a faint smile. Hearing this, for some reason, Lin Meixin felt like she had been fed a mouthful of dog food. While she was in postpartum confinement, her husband played video games every day. I've never received such treatment before. Moreover, because my husband sits for long periods playing video games, his kidney function is also deteriorating. In short, Lin Meixin was very dissatisfied with her husband in every way. She used to comfort herself by saying that all men in the world are like that, but now Lin Chen has made her look at him in a completely different light. Next, Lin Chen cut the fish, which had been discarded, into pieces, then added a little salt and shredded ginger, and simmered it in a clay pot over low heat. Afterwards, Lin Chen began preparing to make fermented rice wine with eggs. That's right, this fermented rice wine with eggs has the effect of promoting blood circulation and warming the stomach, so it's very good to eat this during postpartum confinement. Lin Meixin said with a smile from the side. Lin Chen thought to himself, do I really need to tell you that? Actually, fermented rice with eggs has another benefit that many people may not know, Lin Chen said. What? To plump up the breasts and prevent sagging. Lin Chen's words caused two blushes to rise on Lin Meixin's delicate face. She couldn't help but look down at herself. Phew. Luckily, I don't need it. Although she is 35 years old, she maintains her figure very well, as if she has never had a child. Little brother, I didn't expect you to know so much. Lin Meixin rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. She never imagined that she would be taught a lesson by a younger brother. If Lin Chen hadn't told her, she really wouldn't have known that fermented rice with eggs had that kind of effect. No, I don't think so. Lin Chen was just joking. He had no intention of flirting with the young woman in front of him. Not long after, the crucian carp soup and fermented rice with eggs are ready. Lin Chen opened the clay pot, and an intoxicating aroma immediately wafted out. It smells so good. Lin Meixin looked at the crucian carp soup and the casserole. The soup was golden yellow, fragrant, and very delicious. What's wrong? Want some? Seeing Lin Meixin's hungry look, Lin Chen asked with a smile. Lin Meixin made no attempt to hide her craving for the fish soup. Then take a look. This is for my wife, I can't share it with you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Meixin's face darkened. Ah! It's my wife again. I'm so envious. Lin Meixin was truly envious. 1.8 meters tall. Handsome. And he can cook. How can there be such a perfect man? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Meixin's mind, startling her. The thought was, how wonderful it would be if I were Lin Chen's wife. How much? After packing everything up, Lin Chen asked a question. Why? Lin Meixin sighed, her thoughts returning to reality. I brought my dinner back to the hospital. At this moment, Li Ziren was breastfeeding Sanbao. As for Dabao and the other three, they lay neatly in the stroller next to them, sleeping like a pig. After all, they've just been born. Newborn babies do nothing but sleep and eat. Lin Chen. When Li Ziren saw Lin Chen return, a smile appeared on her face. Yes, I brought you some postpartum meals. Eat them while they're hot. Did you make it yourself? Yes. Lin Chen opened the lunchbox. The three babies, having eaten and drunk their fill, were sleeping peacefully in Li Ziren's arms. Let me. Lin Chen knew that Li Ziren wanted to put the three babies in the crib, so he quickly got up. Okay, be gentle, don't wake him up. Good. Then, Lin Chen gently placed the three babies into the crib so they could sleep with their older and younger sisters. After Sanbao lay down, he did not wake up, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Ziren finally had the chance to have dinner. Lin Chen, this fish soup tastes amazing. Li Ziren took a sip of the crucian carp soup and was greatly alarmed. Even the ones she makes herself don't taste this good. Lin Chen is really amazing. Is it good? If it is, drink more. If you like it, I will make it for you often in the future. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Okay. Li Ziren was very happy. She felt very lucky to have such a good man by her side. Immediately, Li Ziren seemed to realize something and said to Lin Chen. The babies don't have names yet, how about we give them some names? Chapter 6, Modified Luxury Cars. Give it a name? Great. Lin Chen immediately perked up. Ideally, choosing a name should be something the whole family should do together, sitting down and discussing it with elders. Unfortunately, Lin Chen is an orphan. He has no family. To be precise, Lin Chen didn't even know who his family was. Because he grew up in an orphanage. Of course, for more than 20 years, Lin Chen has never felt inferior because of his background, due to his optimistic personality. It's mainly because Lin Chen is too handsome. He's always been pursued by beautiful female classmates since he was a child, so it's no wonder he feels inferior. What names would you like to give your babies? Li Ziren directly handed over the decision-making power to Lin Chen. After all, he was the child's father. Let me think about it. To be honest, Lin Chen was completely unprepared for becoming a father so suddenly. Therefore, we are currently at a complete loss. It's okay, we'll think about it slowly, there's no rush. Seeing that Lin Chen couldn't think of anything for the time being, Li Ziren smiled and said, Lin Chen nodded. It was true that naming a child could be a long-term decision, but he didn't want to be too casual about it. Wah-ah. Just then, the fourth baby in the crib woke up. It was bad enough that she woke up on her own, but she cried so loudly that she woke up all her older siblings next to her. Wow! Wow! For babies were crying together, and the sound was quite loud. Luckily, Vivian Chow came over at that moment. Don't cry, let Godmother give you a hug. Vivian Chow held her second child and patiently comforted him. After a while, Erbao gradually fell silent. At the same time, the baby that Lin Chen and Li Ziren were holding was gradually soothed to sleep. Host, get close to the babies, reward 10,000 yuan in cash. Host, get close to the babies, reward 10,000 yuan in cash. Host, get close to the babies, reward 10,000 yuan in cash. The system's voice kept ringing in Lin Chen's mind. Seriously? You get a reward just for hugging a child? Lin Chen was completely shocked. This is so awesome. The dad system is awesome. Hey, why is the diaper so heavy? Did it poop? Vivian Chow suddenly spoke up. At that moment, she was supporting Erbao's bottom, but the feeling was clearly wrong. You guessed right, there's a diaper near your feet. Could you grab one and help change the baby's diaper? Lin Chen said with a smile. Ah. Vivian Chow was taken aback, then picked up a diaper from a bag at her feet. After receiving the diapers, Vivian Chow realized a problem. How do I change a diaper? Vivian Chow asked awkwardly, I've never changed diapers before. I don't know either. Li Ziren was equally embarrassed. After all, it was her first time being a mother and she had no experience whatsoever. Why don't you just slip it on like you're wearing pants? Li Ziren suggested. Hearing their conversation, Lin Chen felt helpless. Alright, I'll demonstrate it for you. Lin Chen spoke, and then he used both hands to grab the baby's feet, lifted the buttocks, and cleaned off the diaper. Then, Lin Chen used a tissue to wipe the baby's bottom clean. After cleaning the baby, Lin Chen laid the baby down on the bed and quickly placed a new diaper under the baby's bottom, changing the diaper to a clean one. See? It's that simple. Lin Chen smiled. Just be gentle. The babies are still small, and their bones haven't grown yet. As he spoke, Lin Chen gently lifted Erbao's bottom with his hand to make the diaper more comfortable. Vivian Chow and Li Ziren were completely shocked. Lin Chen's movements seemed to have been repeated hundreds of times. Lin Chen, were you a father before? Vivian Chow asked, looking intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen? I just saw someone else change it, don't misunderstand. Without giving it much thought, Vivian Chow looked at Lin Chen with admiration and said, I feel you have a real talent for being a stay-at-home dad. You won't need to hire a nanny or anything, you can take good care of the baby yourself. I think so too. Lin Chen smiled and said. 3 days later. Today is the day Li Ziren is discharged from the hospital. If it's a vaginal delivery, you can usually be discharged from the hospital 48 hours after giving birth. However, Li Ziren had a natural birth, so she could only be discharged from the hospital in 3 or 4 days. During postpartum confinement, you must take good care of your health. After returning home, avoid being exposed to too much cold wind, do not take a cold shower, and do not eat spicy food. It's normal to experience uterine contractions and pain these past few days. However, if the pain is particularly intense, you should return to the hospital for a checkup. You need to bring your wife and child back to the hospital for a follow-up checkup in a month. Another important point is that you must wait at least 1 month before having sex again. The head of the gynecology department patiently explained that the people sitting opposite her were Lin Chen and Li Ziren. The two of them were listening very attentively, and when they heard the last part, Li Ziren blushed. Lin Chen was also extremely upset. It's so painful to be unable to touch Li Ziren again for at least a month. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Chen thanked the doctor and then completed the discharge procedures for Li Ziren. You've rented a place outside, right? Come on, let's go to your place. Lin Chen said that although the system had rewarded him with a villa, he hadn't gone to see it yet. He would go and take a look when he had some free time in a while. Okay. Lee Ziren nodded, then took out her phone to call Aditi. What are you doing? Noticing Lee Ziren's actions, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Take a taxi, otherwise how are we going to get to the rented place? Lee Ziren said. Vivian Chow chimed in, even one car wouldn't be enough, there are 4 babies here. Don't worry, I was prepared. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out his car keys and walked towards a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked not far away. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Chen drove the car over. Luckily, Lin Chen had just passed his driving test last month, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to drive the luxury car that the system had rewarded him with. Wow, he's so rich. My uncle also drives this car, but Lin Chen's is obviously much better equipped than my uncle's. It must cost at least 4 million. Vivian Chow was shocked. She even rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. At this moment, Lee Ziren was equally surprised. The two seemed to be very close. She even had a child with Lin Chen. But at this moment, Lee Ziren suddenly realized that she knew too little about Lin Chen. Ultimately, the two only met for one night. While Lee Ziren and Zhou Huiman were in a daze, Lin Chen pressed a button on the driver's seat, and the back seat immediately transformed into a soft and comfortable stroller. Lee Ziren and Zhou Huiman, who were already shocked, were dumbfounded once again. That's impressive. Vivian Chow gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. The back seat of a car can be modified like this? That's amazing. Chapter 7 Naming. In fact, this is a system modification, it's a function that was already present. But Lin Chen couldn't very well say that it was a system modification, could he? So he could only say that he modified it himself. This modification makes things so much more convenient. Lee Ziren exclaimed with admiration, Lin Chen, you're so smart. With this baby pad, it will be convenient to take 4 babies out together in the future. There's no other way, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough room, Lin Chen said. The 3 of them then gently lifted the baby into the car. After settling the baby in, Vivian Chow and Lee Ziren sat on either side of the baby pad. Lin Chen asked Lee Ziren for her current address and then stepped on the gas. A short while later, the car slowly drove into a resettlement area. Lin Chen, I have to go back to school for class, I'm leaving now. After gently placing the sleeping Sanbao on the bed, Zhou Huiman glanced at the time and said to Lin Chen and Lee Ziren. If there's anything urgent, or if you need anything, just give me a call. Vivian Chow looked at Lee Ziren and said, Ziren, I'll come see you again next time. Okay, be careful. After Vivian Chow left, the sound of a baby crying could be heard in the room. Upon hearing the crying, Lin Chen and Lee Ziren immediately went to the room. The baby on the bed had already woken up and was crying incessantly. They're probably hungry. Lee Ziren picked up Erbao, lifted her shirt, and began to breastfeed Erbao. Ziren, I've thought of names for the babies, Lin Chen said with a smile. Tell me about it, Lee Ziren said expectantly. Lin Chen laughed and said, let's call the boss Lin Qingyue. The second child's name is Lin Kersen. The third brother's name is Lin Yi. The fourth one is called Lin Yue. After listening, Lee Ziren was very satisfied, that's good. At that moment, a voice rang in Lin Chen's mind, name the child, and the reward will be unparalleled medical skills. Before Lin Chen could react, a flood of memories related to medicine rushed into his brain. This system is amazing. Lin Chen exclaimed inwardly once again. Next, Lin Chen continued to take care of the children at home. Newborn babies are relatively easy to take care of, they mostly eat, sleep, or have their diapers changed. Buzzing. Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his roommate, Huang Chang. Lin Chen, where the hell have you been? As soon as the call connected, Huang Chang's anxious voice rang out. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Huang Chang said anxiously, you haven't been to class for 3 days. I sent you WeChat messages but you didn't reply. Now the class teacher knows you've been skipping class. Then what? Lin Chen asked calmly. And he's been looking for you all day. By the way, where have you been these past few days? You haven't replied to my messages, I thought you'd disappeared. Huang Chang was somewhat speechless. Lin Chen smiled and said, I must have something to do outside. Could you tell my class advisor that I'll go back to school to see him tomorrow? Good. After finishing the call, Lin Chen noticed that his phone indeed had several missed calls, all from his class advisor. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Who called? Li Ziren came out of the room carrying Sibao, whom she had just coaxed to sleep. Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's nothing, it was my roommate calling. I haven't been back to class these past few days." "Are you going back to class?" Li Ziren asked. "Yes. I plan to go back to school tomorrow." Lin Chen said, "While we're at it, let's talk to our class advisor about taking a leave of absence." "What? You're going to take a leave of absence from school?" Li Ziren was stunned. Lin Chen actually wanted to drop out of school? "Yes, if I go back to school, you won't be able to manage everything here by yourself." Lin Chen said, "So I decided to take a break from school and stay home with you to take care of our child." Hearing this, Li Ziren was overjoyed and longed for this kind of life. "But won't this delay your graduation?" Lin Chen patted her head, "You're not saying that, of course not." "It's decided then, don't say anything more." "Aha." Li Ziren nodded, agreeing that she would silently support Lin Chen's decision. The next day, after telling Li Ziren, Lin Chen drove towards Shanghai Normal University. At the same time, at the entrance of Shanghai Normal University. Wow! A Porsche 918. Ah, Porsche sports cars are so cool. I'm so envious. I wonder if I'll ever be able to drive a Porsche in my lifetime. The car owner got out. He looks familiar, Lubo? A large group of students, both male and female, were whispering to each other over a Porsche 918 parked not far away. The car door opened, and a man who was only a little over 1.6 meters tall and had a rather unattractive appearance got out. He was wearing sunglasses and looked pretty pretentious. "Bobo, I have to say, the experience of driving the 918 is much better than your previous Audi Q6. A sweet, delicate voice rang out. The speaker was a rather pretty girl, none other than Lin Chan's ex-girlfriend, Wang Bingbing. Lubo chuckled and said, "Of course. How much does that beat-up Audi cost?" "My 918 costs over $1 million. "Over $1 million? That's a lot." Wang Bingbing feigned surprise, but in reality, she already knew the prices of some luxury cars very well. "Lubo, you're really capable." Wang Bingbing, linking arms with Lubo, said coquettishly, "Your 918 must be the best car in our school. It's better than all the school leaders' cars." "Of course. Buick? Volkswagen? Look at the junk cars those school leaders drive, their prices aren't even as high as my vehicle purchase tax," Lubo said with a disdainful look. At that moment, he felt like the most awesome person in the whole school. Wang Bingbing became even more excited upon hearing this. As Lubo's current girlfriend, she naturally felt honored to be associated with him. Just as the two of them were chatting and laughing, Lin Chen appeared in his limited edition Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Chapter 8 Wang Bingbing, did you rent this car? Lin Chen arrived in his G-Wagon, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Holy crap! A Mercedes G-Class, what a cool car! Is it really that serious? It's just a G-Class, why are you all getting so excited? You obviously don't know anything about cars. This G-Class is top of the line and a limited edition. Its price will definitely not be lower than a Rolls-Royce. Am I the only one who noticed that the G-Wagon's license plate number is 8888? Damn it, this license plate number could cost me my life. In an instant, all the students were shocked. But that's not the most crucial point. The most crucial point is that, through the car window, they actually saw an incredibly handsome profile. Holy crap! At that moment, all the female students were captivated. A man who is only rich. It's fair to say it's quite dazzling. Because women these days are so obsessed with looks. Beauty is everything. Even if you have money, they might not pay attention to you. But being handsome and rich is different. Which girl could resist the charm of a domineering CEO like man? Isn't this just indiscriminate slaughter? When did our school produce such a handsome big shot? Does anyone know him? Which department or faculty member is he in? Just when many people were curious about Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen. After Lin Chen stopped the car and got out, he suddenly heard a questioning voice behind him. He turned around and found that the person who called him was his ex-girlfriend, Wang Bingbing. At this moment, Wang Bingbing was still holding Lubo's arm. If it were before, Lin Chen might have felt a little embarrassed. But Lin Chen is very calm now. Lin Chen. It really is you. Wang Bingbing thought she was seeing things, but it really was Lin Chen. This is your ex-boyfriend? Didn't you say he was a poor bastard? Lu Bo's face was extremely ugly. If driving a G-Wagon means you're poor, then I'm not even as good as a beggar. Furthermore, Lu Bo also noticed the license plate number 8888 on the G-Wagon. These kinds of license plates are usually auctioned off, and even if you have money, you might not be able to buy one. It's no exaggeration to say that this license plate is more valuable than the G-Class itself. Wang Bingbing was also unwilling to accept this fact. After all, she had been with Lin Chen and knew a little about his abilities. Lin Chen, you're disgusting. How come I never noticed how vain you were before? Wang Bingbing said coldly, you actually rented a luxury car just to embarrass me? Is that really necessary? Indeed, in Wang Bingbing's opinion, Lin Chen's G-Wagon was definitely rented. It's all just to show off in front of yourself. It was rented. I was terrified. Lu Bo patted his chest and said, how could there possibly be anyone more capable than me in this school? Renting a luxury car like this must cost several thousand a day, right? Lu Bo said with a faint smile, I advise you to be careful when you open it. If you scratch even a little bit of paint, you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you go bankrupt. That is. See this Porsche 918? My boyfriend just bought it. That's real skill. What kind of skill is renting a car? Loser. Wang Bingbing retorted dismissively. Are you all done talking? Lin Chen glanced at the two of them indifferently, too lazy to even pay them any attention, and walked straight toward the school gate. Damn it, what are you pretending for? Lin Chen's attitude greatly displeased Lu Bo. Wang Bingbing quickly smiled apologetically, Brother Bo, don't be angry. People who are so vain will probably only live like this for the rest of their lives. After entering the campus, Lin Chen went straight to find his counselor. Knock knock. Please come in. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen walked in confidently. The counselor, Li Qiuxing, adjusted his glasses and looked at Lin Chen as he returned, his face displeased. Where have you been these past few days? If you had something to do, you should have asked me for leave. Why did you skip class? The counselor was a pretty good person, although he was very angry. He didn't criticize Lin Chen harshly. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Directly, I had an urgent matter to attend to and didn't have time to ask for leave from you. What's the emergency? Li Qiuxing picked up the teacup and took a sip. I'm a dad. Lin Chen told the truth. Puff. Li Qiuxing sprayed his tea out, almost choking him to death. Did I hear that right? You're a dad? Li Qiuxing was completely bewildered. Lin Chen nodded. You're really a dad? You're not lying to me? What good would it do me to lie to you? Looking at Lin Chen's serious expression, Li Qiuxing knew that the kid wasn't lying to him. Moreover, Lin Chen is not usually a person who likes to joke around. You're something else. Li Qiuxing patted Lin Chen on the shoulder approvingly. He was 28 years old and didn't even have a girlfriend yet. But my student actually had a child. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Lin Chen is amazing. Sigh, I guess I'm getting old. These young people these days are really something. At this moment, Li Qiuxing was filled with emotion. Director Li, I have something I'd like to ask you. What's the procedure for applying for a leave of absence from school? Lin Chen spoke, pulling Li Qiuxing back to reality. You're going to take a leave of absence from school? Li Qiuxing raised an eyebrow. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's right, the baby was just born, so I don't have the time or energy to go to school anymore. Li Qiuxing nodded in agreement with this explanation. Just write an application, and fill out this form as well. Li Qiuxing took a form out of the drawer and handed it to Lin Chen to fill out. Taking a leave of absence is common for college students, so it's not a big deal. After spending about 10 minutes filling out the leave of absence application form, Lin Chen left the counselor's office. Buzzing. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. The call was made by Li Ziren. Lin Chen, where are you right now? Bo is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly asked, what's going on? I don't know either. Bo's complexion is very yellow right now, and he also resists breastfeeding me. Li Ziren said anxiously. Your complexion is very yellow? Okay, I understand. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen ran to the parking lot, drove his G-Wagon towards the school gate. Just then, Lin Chen's two roommates returned with their takeout. Holy crap, isn't that Lin Chen? This kid's driving a G-Wagon? Am I seeing things? Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Huang Chang shouted, but Lin Chen's mind was entirely on the baby, and he was completely unaware. A dozen minutes later, Lin Chen returned to his rented room. Lin Chen, you're finally back. What's the situation with Erbao? Lin Chen quickly went to the bedroom where the baby was. At this moment, the second baby's complexion was yellowish, not actually too yellow, but it was quite obvious compared to the other three babies. Reaching out, Lin Chen touched Erbao's forehead and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding no fever. Fortunately, it's not a serious problem. Lin Chen, should we take Erbao to the hospital? Li Ziren asked with a worried expression. Chapter 9, Taking Care of the Child Every Day. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Erbao has physiological jaundice. If it were pathological jaundice, we would have to take him to the hospital. Physiological jaundice? Li Ziren was taken aback. What kind of illness is this? Is it really not serious? It's not serious. It's physiological jaundice in infants, which is a characteristic of bilirubin metabolism and a normal physiological phenomenon in the growth process of normal infants. After Lin Chen finished explaining, Li Ziren breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out it's the second baby. This is a normal physiological phenomenon. That almost scared her to death. How long will it take for Erbao to get better? Does he need to take medicine? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, physiological jaundice is a natural physiological phenomenon that can subside on its own. There is no need to treat it or take any medicine. Just focus on breastfeeding. Hearing this, Li Ziren completely relaxed. However, Li Ziren immediately looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. Why do you know so much? Did you study medicine? No. Lin Chen smiled and said, I did some research online beforehand. Li Ziren did not question this explanation. Over the past few days, Li Ziren had already realized that Lin Chen was better at taking care of children than she was. If Li Ziren hadn't studied it beforehand, she couldn't think of any other reason. After all, Lin Chen couldn't possibly have actually taken care of children before, could he? By the way, have you completed your leave of absence procedures? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's done. From now on, I'll stay home with you and take care of the child. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren smiled broadly, clearly delighted. Over the next few days, Lin Chen hardly left his rented apartment, except to buy groceries and other necessities. She stayed by the side of the four babies every step of the way. Changing diapers. Putting the baby to sleep. I prepared postpartum meals for Li Ziren. Do housework. A perfect image of a good man. Under the meticulous care of Lin Chen and Li Ziren, Erbao's jaundice completely healed, and his skin returned to its normal color. Knock knock knock. Lin Chen was taking care of the child in the living room when there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Is it Vivian Chow? Lin Chen walked over curiously and opened the door. A stylishly dressed woman was standing outside the door. He was probably in his early 40s. She has a very elegant demeanor, looks like a wealthy person, and still retains her charm. She takes very good care of herself. Who are you? When their eyes met, Lin Chen and Wu Yanfang were both stunned. Just then, Li Ziren's voice rang out from behind. Mom! Hearing Li Ziren call the other party mom, Lin Chen was stunned once again. She's actually my daughter-in-law's mother. She's so young. No wonder the two look somewhat alike. They are mother and daughter. Hello, Auntie. After realizing what was happening, Lin Chen smiled slightly and spoke to Wu Yanfang. Then he stepped aside to let Wu Yanfang in. Young man, who are you? Wu Yanfang looked Lin Chen up and down, her gaze full of doubt. Mom, his name is Lin Chen, and he's my friend. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, Li Ziren spoke first. Oh. Wu Yanfang nodded thoughtfully, then looked at her daughter. Ziren, you have already given birth? Yes. She was born a week ago. Li Ziren said somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanfang felt immense regret. She calculated that Li Ziren might be giving birth soon. I didn't expect that by the time I arrived, I was still a few days too late. Ziren, may I see my grandson? Mom, what are you saying? Of course you can. Immediately afterwards, Li Ziren led Wu Yanfang into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, a baby crib. The 4 babies were lying neatly together, fast asleep. Looking at the babies, Wu Yanfang was overwhelmed with emotion. This is my beloved daughter's child. I'm a grandmother now. Ziren, how many boys and how many girls are there? Wu Yanfang asked. Because she was wearing a diaper, she couldn't tell the difference between men and women. 3 girls and 1 boy. Li Ziren said, the eldest, second, and fourth are girls, and the third is a boy. Chapter 10, the future mother-in-law arrives, and the baby spits up. Okay. Wu Yanfang smiled from ear to ear. This is the best, having both a son and a daughter. Li Ziren couldn't help but smile, but Wu Yanfang suddenly changed the subject. That guy outside, is he the child's father? Li Ziren was silent for a moment, then nodded. Wu Yanfang sighed, then began asking all sorts of questions, just like she was checking Lin Chen's household registration. However, to be fair, Wu Yanfang had a pretty good first impression of Lin Chen, given his good looks. An hour later, Lin Chen had already prepared the meal. Sweet and sour pork ribs, hairy crab, stir-fried bullfrog, tomato and egg soup, diced chicken with mushrooms. The ingredients were ordinary, but Lin Chen made a very lavish meal. It's done so quickly. It tastes good. When Wu Yanfang came out of the room, she was amazed by Lin Chen's culinary skills as she looked at the sumptuous lunch. I originally thought that although Lin Chen could cook, his cooking skills were mediocre and barely edible. Who knew it would look so exquisite? Just one look is enough to whet your appetite and fill your stomach. Ziren, come out for dinner too. Lin Chen said at the door. Okay, I'll be right there. Li Ziren busied herself in the room for a while, and then they all sat down at the dining table. Ziren, this is your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Auntie, come and try this shiitake mushroom and chicken stir-fry. The meat is very tender. Lin Chen took the initiative to serve food to the 2 of them, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Delicious. Wu Yanfang's eyes lit up. It seemed her daughter had found a good man. His cooking skills were even better than hers. In Wu Yanfang's opinion, Lin Chen's looks and height are already a big plus. I never knew you were such a good cook. In an instant, Lin Chen gradually formed a perfect image in her mind. What's most remarkable is that Lin Chen is so young, only in his early 20s. Really? Then auntie, have some more. Lin Chen smiled faintly, humble and polite. After finishing her meal, Wu Yanfang stayed for a while before preparing to leave. Lin Chen, do you have time during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Bring Ran over to my place for a visit. Wu Yanfang invited him with a smile. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. This is the prelude to meeting the future father-in-law. Hearing this, Li Ziren was overjoyed. Because she knew that her mother's words meant that she approved of Lin Chen. The fact that her favored man has gained her mother's approval is undoubtedly a happy thing for her. She looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes, eager to see how he would respond. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Okay, auntie. I'll bring Ran over to your place for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Okay, then it's settled. Wu Yanfang smiled and nodded. Lin Chen, auntie, let me drive you home. No need, I drove here myself. After Wu Yanfang left, the sound of crying came from the bedroom again. Li Ziren immediately went to the room and picked up the crying Sibo Lin Yue. Lin Yue, one of the 4 treasures, opened and closed her little mouth, clearly indicating that she was hungry. Don't cry, baby, mommy will feed you now. So, Li Ziren lifted her shirt and began to breastfeed Lin Yue, the 4th child. Watching the 4 babies suckle so eagerly, Li Ziren's eyes softened, and a sense of maternal satisfaction appeared on her pretty face. Suddenly, Sibao's mouth left the breast, and milk kept flowing out of her mouth, as if she were vomiting. Li Ziren had never encountered this situation before, and it terrified her. Chapter 11 Father's love is like a mountain. Vivian Chow arrives. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Li Ziren quickly called out. What's wrong? Lin Chen, who was drinking water outside, walked in. He immediately saw the baby spitting up milk. Lin Chen, the baby spit up milk for some reason, Li Ziren said anxiously. Give me the baby. Lin Chen reached out and took the 4 treasures from Li Ziren's arms. Immediately, Lin Chen gently patted Si Bao's back and hugged Si Bao at a 45 angle. This way of holding the baby allows the milk to flow naturally into the body, reducing the likelihood of spitting up. It's normal for babies to spit up milk because their digestive system isn't fully developed yet. Remember not to breastfeed too frequently, nor to feed too much at once. You can give your baby some warm water. Lin Chen instructed Li Ziren. Li Ziren nodded, as if she had indeed been feeding him too frequently. Ding! Fatherly love is as steadfast as a mountain. Host rewarded with God-level painting skill. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. God-level drawing skills? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, as if no matter what he did, there was a chance of triggering a system reward. Immediately, a surge of knowledge about painting flooded into Lin Chen's mind and was immediately absorbed by him. In an instant, Lin Chen became one of the world's top painting masters. Lin Chen is proficient in all kinds of painting, including sketching, traditional Chinese painting, gouache, oil painting, watercolor, and printmaking. At this moment, perhaps due to the influence of the system, Lin Chen felt a strong urge to paint. Ziren, you stay home and look after the child. I'm going out for a bit. After gently placing the 4 babies, who had stopped spitting up, into Li Ziren's hands, Lin Chen went out. A few minutes later, Lin Chen returned, carrying a black bag containing the pens and paper he had bought downstairs. Lin Chen, what are you buying these things for? Are you going to paint? Lin Chen's actions puzzled Li Ziren. Yeah, I suddenly felt like drawing. Lin Chen said with a smile. He then spread the paper out on the table and unscrewed the ink bottle. After dipping the brush in ink, Lin Chen paused slightly with his hand holding the brush before starting to draw on the white paper. Li Ziren, who was standing to the side, didn't say anything and just watched Lin Chen draw. Li Ziren was increasingly alarmed as she looked at it. Lin Chen looked so elegant and handsome while painting, quite like a master painter. This. Li Ziren originally thought that Lin Chen had just drawn something on a whim. I never expected it to be drawn so well. I thought Lin Chen was already very capable, as he could cook and take care of children. I never expected they had this trick up their sleeve. Lin Chen, what are you painting? Is it a landscape painting? After watching for a while, Li Ziren asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, it's just an ordinary landscape painting. Before long, Lin Chen finished his brushstrokes, and a lifelike and vivid landscape painting was displayed in front of Li Ziren. This painting is absolutely amazing. Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, full of praise. His eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Chen. Now, after finishing the drawing, Lin Chen's strong desire to draw finally subsided. He looked at the painting in front of him and could hardly believe that it was his own work. This system is awesome. Lin Chen was quite aware of his original drawing skills. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them scribbles. But I'm just drawing casually now, probably only using about 30% of my strength, and it's already drawn so well. Lin Chen, you still haven't told me why you suddenly want to draw? Li Ziren asked with a smile, but she felt something was off. Lin Chen explained with a smile, it's been a long time since I've drawn, so I'm getting back into the swing of things. When the babies are older, I'll teach them to draw. Wait until the babies grow up? Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and teased, it'll be a long time before the babies grow up and can draw. However, imagining Lin Chen teaching the babies to draw, Li Ziren felt a little excited. Thump thump thump. Then there was another knock on the door. I'll go drive it. Li Ziren said something and went over to open the door. Lin Chen, Ziran, have you had lunch yet? The person who arrived was Vivian Chow. Today, she was wearing a JK skirt, paired with black leather shoes and lace stockings, and her legs were very white. In her hand, she was carrying a pretty box. I ate it. What's this? A mooncake? Li Ziren looked at the mooncake box in Zhou Huiman's hand and asked. Yes, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, so I specially sent you a mooncake to eat. Vivian Chow spoke graciously, then placed the mooncakes on the table. Huiman, thank you so much. It's so good to have you. Li Ziren was very touched. From the time she became pregnant until now, Zhou Huiman had not only helped her, but also often brought her all kinds of food. In Li Ziren's opinion, Vivian Chow is simply the best friend in the world. You're welcome, it's just a box of mooncakes. Vivian Chow looked at Lin Chen, who was tidying up his writing materials, and walked over. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Then, Vivian Chow's gaze fell upon the painting Lin Chen had drawn, and she was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen, did you draw this? An expression of disbelief appeared on Vivian Chow's pretty face. Her grandfather was a famous painter in China, and Zhou Huimin was exposed to painting from a young age. Because her grandfather was a painter, Vivian Chao followed him from a young age and participated in countless art exhibitions. Although Vivian Chao cannot paint, she has a strong ability to appreciate paintings due to her grandfather's influence. Yes, I drew it. So what? Lin Chen smiled and said. Vivian Chao exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Chen, you draw so well. This painting would be worth at least $1 million on the market. 1 million? Huimin, you're not joking, are you? Li Ziren found it hard to believe, but to be fair, she also thought Lin Chen's painting was very good. If it's really worth $1 million, then Lin Chen is incredibly amazing. Ziren, I really didn't lie to you. Have you forgotten that my grandfather was a painter? I've attended many art exhibitions, and in my opinion, many of the paintings are not as good as Lin Chen's. However, it is worth at least several hundred thousand, so in my opinion, Lin Chen's painting is worth at least 1 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, who was standing to the side, was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Vivian Chao to have such good taste. Although this was just a casual drawing, it only used about 30% of my skill. But as she said, it's more than worth $1 million. This is without the added benefit of a title. If Lin Chen had the title of Master of Traditional Chinese Painting, the value of this painting would be immeasurable. Good eye. Was your grandfather a painter? Lin Chen looked at Zhou Huimin and asked. Yes. At that moment, Vivian Chao suddenly had an idea and said to Lin Chen in a pleading tone, Lin Chen, I need your help with something, is that alright? Chapter 12, Being a Scumbag, Driving a G-Wagon. My roommate was so envious, she cried. Help? What kind of help? Lin Chen became curious. Li Ziren also stared at Zhou Huimin with curiosity. Vivian Chao said somewhat shyly, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. I want to prepare a Mid-Autumn Festival gift for my grandfather. He really enjoys painting. If we give him a fine painting, he'll be very happy. Vivian Chao said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Li Ziren immediately understood. Great! What kind of artwork does your grandfather like? I'll paint one and you can give it to him. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. After all, she was his wife's best friend. Fortunately, she took care of Li Ziren during the days he was away. Can you do copying? I'd like you to help me copy a painting by Tang Bowo called Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. As she spoke, Vivian Chao searched for a picture online and handed it to Lin Chen. It's this painting, Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. My grandfather's favorite work was by Tang Bowo. Okay, I'll make a copy for you. Lin Chen glanced at it and indicated that this was not a problem. Really? Thank you, Lin Chen. Vivian Chao was overjoyed. I won't let you help me for nothing. You'll be paid after the painting is finished. She's a wealthy young woman, and if Lin Chen really finishes the painting for her, she'll definitely repay him. Forget about paying me, just come and pick it up from me a couple of days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Chen smiled. Okay. Vivian Chao nodded. Next, Vivian Chao followed Li Ziren to the bedroom to see the children. After seeing the child, Vivian Chao left. Lin Chen, come and take a look. This washing machine seems to be broken. At this moment, Li Ziren stood in front of the washing machine with a stack of clothes she had changed out of. Lin Chen went over to check and found that it wouldn't start no matter what he did, it really was broken. Lin Chen, how about I call a repairman to come and fix it? Li Ziren said. Lin Chen shook his head, forget it, there's no need to fix it. Let's move to the new house. New home? Where did you get your new home? Li Ziren was slightly taken aback and asked. I have a villa on the Bund in Shanghai that has been vacant for a long time. Now we're moving there. Lin Chen smiled. Huh? No, the villa. Li Ziren was shocked. A villa on the Bund in Shanghai? Each one costs at least tens of millions. Where did Lin Chen get the money to buy a villa? It couldn't have been his family who bought it for him, could it? Li Ziren remembered that a few nights ago, when she was having a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Chen mentioned that he was an orphan. Then it's absolutely impossible that it was bought by his family. Li Ziren realized once again that she knew nothing about Lin Chen's financial strength. Just as he was about to ask Lin Chen made a phone call. Xianzi, are you free this afternoon? Yes, what's wrong? Huang Chang was extremely surprised that Lin Chen had actually contacted him. Lin Chen smiled and said, then come over this afternoon and help me with my move. Afternoon. Following the address given by Lin Chen, Huang Chang found the rented apartment. Lin Chen, it seems like your classmate has arrived. Upon hearing the knock, Li Ziren immediately went to open the door. Hello, sister-in-law. As soon as the door opened, Huang Chang gave Li Ziren a silly smile, and at the same time was amazed by Li Ziren's beauty. This is so beautiful. I look much better in person than in the videos, mainly because I have such a great presence. Her noble and elegant temperament made Huang Chang afraid to meet Li Ziren's eyes. Good heavens! Could you also grant me a wife as beautiful as this? Xiangzi, you're here. Come help me move these things. Lin Chen shouted at Huang Chang, who immediately reacted and went to help. Actually, there wasn't much to move, but Lin Chen definitely couldn't manage it all by himself, because Li Ziren had to take care of 4 babies. Brother Chen, you're fucking awesome. Huang Chang looked at the 4 babies in the bedroom and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. I believe you can do it too. What if you have quintuplets someday? Lin Chen said with a smile. Huang Chang curled his lip and said, then forget it. I'm from Xizang, do you know how high the bride price is here? If I have so many children, I won't be able to afford the bride price in the future. I also need to buy a house and a car. 1 son is fine, but if I have 2 or 3, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow money to help my sons get married. Lin Chen said helplessly, can't you be a little more ambitious? Who knows what the future holds? What if you strike it rich? That's true, haha. The two chatted as they tidied up their things. The things were quickly packed, and then Li Ziren asked, Lin Chen, how are we going to get there? It seems like one trip isn't enough. Lin Chen nodded and said, we'll move our things over first, and then we'll come back to pick you and the babies up. Okay. Drive carefully then, Li Ziren instructed. Immediately, Lin Chen and Huang Chang left with large and small bags. Because there are quite a lot of things. The two even brought it up several times. Brother Chen, is this G-Wagon really yours? I thought I saw you when you came to school that day. Sitting in the passenger seat of the G-Class, Huang Chang kept looking at the interior, a look of envy appearing in his eyes. Everyone online says that to be a scumbag, you have to drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. If only I had a G-Class, I wouldn't have to worry about not having girls. However, despite his envy, he still understands reality. I studied physical education at a teacher training college, and I'll most likely become a high school PE teacher after graduation, earning a few thousand yuan a month and just coasting along. As for such a luxury car, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to own one in my lifetime. Fasten your seatbelt. Lin Chen smiled slightly and started the car. While fastening his seatbelt, Huang Chang grinned mischievously and said, Brother Chen, the back seat of the G-Class is so spacious, do you and your wife have enough space? Looking at the meaningful smile on Huang Chang's face, Lin Chen knew what this guy was thinking. No. What a pity, such a spacious back seat is not being utilized. Lin Chen's heart stirred. After Li Ziren finished her postpartum confinement, perhaps he could give it a try with her. The Bund in Shanghai, a villa district. Young Master Lu brought us to see villas, does that mean he's going to buy one? I'm so envious. I'm so busy with job hunting after graduation, and even if I find a job, the internship salary will only be 4,000 or 5,000 a month at most. I never imagined that young Master Lu was actually planning to buy a villa. Sigh, the gap between us and young Master Lu will probably only widen from now on. That's right. Young Master Lu, if you ever find a way to make money, give your old classmates a hand and help us out. A group of young people, probably about to graduate from university, were constantly fawning over a rich second-generation heir. This rich second generation is none other than Lu Bo. Today he had a reunion with his old classmates. After the reunion, Lu Bo remembered that he had a key card for the Bund Villa area. So I thought I'd bring my classmates here for a walk. Of course, having a gate pass to the villa area doesn't mean he owns a villa there. In fact, each villa here costs at least 50 million. His family simply couldn't afford it. He obtained the access card through other means. He said he was just coming to visit, but actually he just wanted to show off. Chapter 13. Moving to a new house, Lin Chen is mocked by everyone, and the villa gate opens. Don't worry, if I find a way to make money in the future, I'll definitely help you. Lu Bo laughed heartily. Lu Bo, are you really going to buy a villa? Wang Bingbing spoke up from the side. Lu Bo gave an awkward smile, of course not. The villas here cost at least 50 million, and villa number 9 is worth over 100 million. How could I afford a villa here? I just brought everyone here for a walk, since we're all bored anyway, right? Upon hearing this, several old classmates began to flatter him again. Young Master Lu, you're too modest. I understand. Young Master Lu must have come to see the house in advance. If he doesn't buy it now, he'll definitely buy it later. Exactly. Young Master Lu can't afford a villa here? How is that possible? I refuse to believe it even if you beat me to death. Lu Bo was overjoyed and extremely pleased by his old classmates' groveling praise. We've had enough of shopping, how about we go out for coffee? Just then, Wang Bingbing, who was standing nearby, made a suggestion. Everyone nodded in agreement with Wang Bingbing's idea. Indeed, no matter how beautiful or nice a villa is, it belongs to someone else. There's no point in wandering around any further. Just as they were walking back, Lin Chen and Huang Chang came over carrying some things. Lin Chen? Wang Bingbing was extremely surprised, never expecting to run into Lin Chen here again. Lin Chen was also surprised and couldn't help but marvel at how small the world is. I've run into those two scoundrels again. Lin Chen, don't you need a key card to get in? How did you sneak in? Wang Bingbing asked curiously. Lu Bo, who was standing to the side, was also a little surprised. How did Lin Chen manage to sneak in? Are you kidding? Brother Chen lives here. Do you think we need to sneak in? Huang Chang sneered. Xiangzi, ignore them, let's go. Lin Chen said something and walked past Lu Bo and his group. Watching the two figures walk away, Lu Bo said incredulously, did I hear that right? This guy said he lives here? That goes without saying, it's definitely bragging. Wang Bingbing looked incredulous. A villa here costs at least 50 million. Lu Bo's family couldn't afford a villa here. Lin Chen is an orphan, how could he possibly afford it? Why don't we go and take a look? That's right. Whether he's bragging or not, we'll find out by going over there. Lu Bo, an old classmate standing nearby, made the suggestion. Lu Bo nodded, okay, let's go take a look together. Because Wang Bingbing was Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Bo had long disliked Lin Chen. If he gets the chance, he'll definitely humiliate Lin Chen properly. Next, Lu Bo and his group secretly followed Lin Chen from behind. Not long after. Villa number 9. When Lu Bo saw that Lin Chen had actually come to villa number 9, he was completely dumbfounded. This is the most expensive villa in the villa district. Other villas cost at most 50 or 60 million each. Only villa number 9 is worth over 100 million. Brother Chen, they're following us. Huang Chang noticed someone behind him and quickly reminded them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen turned around, stared at Lu Bo and the others, and frowned, saying, why did you follow us? Lin Chen, how long are you going to keep up this act? Wang Bingbing said speechlessly, do you know how much villa number 9 is worth? Don't tell me you bought this villa. Goodness, aren't you afraid of getting scolded? Lu Bo sneered, when the homeowner comes out and sees you two acting suspiciously, he'll probably think you're stealing something. Ha ha ha. Lu Bo's old classmates burst into laughter. That's so interesting. Do you think it's possible that they're just here to record a video? It doesn't feel like it's impossible. Record a video and then post it to WeChat Moments or other social media platforms. They want others to mistakenly believe the villa belongs to them in order to satisfy their vanity. Believe it or not, they actually did such a thing. Especially when it comes to picking up girls, once they see you live in a villa, won't they be all over you? Are these people out of their minds? Huang Chang muttered a complaint. He knew Wang Bingbing, but he never expected that this woman would become so disgusting. Ignore them. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out the villa key issued by the system from his pocket. When Lin Chen actually took out the key, Lu Bo and the others' expressions immediately turned serious. A thought suddenly occurred to him, could this villa really belong to this guy? Lin Chen inserted the key into the lock and turned it slightly, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Not this key. Lin Chen quickly pulled out the key. Seeing that Lin Chen did not open the door, Wang Bingbing and the others burst into laughter. I knew it. Someone who's so stingy when it comes to dating, how could this villa possibly be his? That scared me to death. This guy acted like it was real. Brother, come out quickly. If you break someone's lock, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell yourself. Yeah, stop pretending, I'm embarrassed for you. Even Lu Bo's old classmates couldn't help but start to persuade him. Brother Chen, what happened? Seeing Lin Chen pull out the key, Huang Chang was slightly taken aback. It's nothing, just a mix-up of keys, I'll get a new one. Because it was Lin Chen's first time here, but the system had given him many keys. Lin Chen didn't know which key was used to open the door. And naturally, the first attempt resulted in a mistake. Give this one a try. Lin Chen changed the key and inserted it into the lock. It still didn't open. This one isn't it either. Lin Chen switched to the next weapon. Lin Chen failed to open the door twice. Wang Bingbing felt that he was completely beyond saving. How pathetic. For some reason, Wang Bingbing suddenly felt a pang of pity for Lin Chen. Just because he wanted to show off in front of himself and didn't want to lose to Lu Bo, he ended up playing this self-deceiving trick. This guy is completely hopeless. The villa isn't yours. Even if you open the door 10,000 times, it's impossible to get it open. Hey, let's go. What if this guy breaks the lock and people mistake us for his accomplices? That's hilarious, is this guy an idiot? Lu Bo and his old classmates all laughed mockingly. Clearly, none of them believed that Lin Chen was the owner of the villa. If Lin Chen really is the owner of the villa, how could he not even know which key to use? At this moment, even Huang Chang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. What's going on? Could it be that this villa really doesn't belong to Lin Chen? But Huang Chang quickly shook his head, believing that Lin Chen was not that kind of person. At this point, Lin Chen had already switched to the fourth key. Drive slowly, we're leaving. Ha, I hope you can open other people's doors. Hilarious. I've never seen such a weirdo before. After laughing and making sarcastic remarks, Lu Bo and his group turned and left. But, at that moment, click. The villa gates are open. Chapter 14 Friend, Ziran, your husband is so handsome. At that moment, Lu Bo, Wang Bingbing, and the others felt their brains explode. They all turned around and looked at the villa door that Lin Chen had opened, their hearts trembling. It's opened? The villa really is his? At this moment, the person who is most emotional is undoubtedly Wang Bingbing. She broke up with Lin Chen because she thought he was poor, and then turned to Lu Bo. But it's only been a week since I broke up with Lin Chen. First it was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and now it's the villa on the Bund. How could a person change so much in just a few days? How is that possible? Could it be that all the poverty they experienced in the past was an act? Lu Bo's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten feces. The clown was me. The other classmates of Lu Bo who were watching Lin Chen make a fool of himself were also speechless, as if they had been choked. Is this the Bund Villa? It's incredibly luxurious. Follow Lin Chen into the villa's lobby. Huang Chang was like a curious child, constantly looking around. He never expected that the villa's lobby would be so luxurious. Poverty truly limits one's imagination. Brother Chen, buying such a luxurious villa must cost a lot of money, right? Huang Chang asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. He certainly couldn't say it was a system reward. Next, the two put their things down and went out. Once outside, Lu Bo, Wang Bingbing, and the others had already left in shame. Let me take you back to school, thank you for your trouble. Lin Chen patted Huang Chang on the shoulder and smiled. Huang Chang chuckled and said, it's not hard work, what's so hard about it? Brother Chen, you and your wife haven't had your wedding banquet yet, have you? Not yet, what's wrong? Huang Chang laughed and said, when we finally set a date for the wedding, you must invite me to the banquet. Don't worry, I'll definitely invite you. Just prepare your gift money. Lin Chen said with a smile. The two chatted and laughed all the way, and Lin Chen drove Huang Chang back to school. After dropping him off at school, Lin Chen drove back to his rented apartment to pick up Li Ziran and the baby. Ziran, is he your husband? Upon seeing Lin Chen return, a very pretty girl with her hair in a bun asked Li Ziran in surprise. Yes. Li Ziran smiled and nodded. That's so cool. Luo Yuding's eyes seemed to sparkle like stars. She had many friends, and Li Ziran was just one of them. However, the boyfriends of all the girls around her were not very good looking. So she often feels that the men are not good enough for her friends. But Lin Chen is the only one she has seen whose looks are on par with the woman's. The two of them look so much like a married couple, they're such a perfect match. Ziran, your husband is very handsome. Luo Yuding praised him directly in front of Lin Chen, and Li Ziren was very happy to hear her good friend's praise. Ziren, take good care of yourself during your postpartum period. I'll come visit you again after you're done. Luo Yuding stood up and said, I won't disturb your move any longer, I'll head back now. Good. As Luo Yuding walked past him, Lin Chen smiled politely, and Luo Yuding smiled back in response. Ziren, is she your friend? After closing the door, Lin Chen asked Li Ziren. Li Ziren said, yes, it was my college friend. She knew I had a baby, so she came to see me. Lin Chen nodded and changed the subject, saying, we've already taken the things over there, let's go now. But how will we take 4 babies with us? Li Ziren looked troubled. If we carry them one by one, then someone has to stay here and watch over them. But once the baby is brought into the car, someone inside the car must stay with the baby. Although leaving the baby alone in the car for a short time should be fine. But what if? What if there are human traffickers? In short, the baby is still so young, we absolutely cannot be careless. At this moment, Li Ziren felt somewhat helpless. She wished she had asked Luo Yuding to stay and help out, so that they would have just enough manpower. That's easy, we can just bring the stroller along too. Lin Chen spoke up. That works too. Li Ziren thought about it and felt that Lin Chen's method was feasible. Immediately afterwards, Li Ziren pushed the 4 babies out of the room. Lin Chen then negotiated with the landlord, who came inside to inspect the place and found that nothing was damaged. So they agreed to terminate the lease. Furthermore, they refunded the deposit to Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen has plenty of money now, he wouldn't waste it by not even asking for a deposit of a few thousand yuan. Be gentle, don't wake the baby. No. Lin Chen gently placed the babies one by one on the baby mats in the back row. The baby pad is very soft. It's even softer than lying on a sofa bed. After the baby lay down, he was not awakened by discomfort. But suddenly. Wow! Lin Kursen woke up and started crying loudly. That's just how babies are even when they're asleep, they can wake up anytime, anywhere. Baby, don't cry. Mommy's taking you to your new home, don't cry. Li Ziren held her bow in her arms and gently coaxed him. Lin Chen folded up the stroller, as it was one of the 4 items awarded by the system and had a foldable function. After folding it up, Lin Chen put the stroller into the trunk. Immediately, Lin Chen went to the driver's seat, where, under Li Ziren's patient comforting, the second child, Lin Kursen, fell asleep again. Off to our new home. Shanghai, Bund Villas. Even though she was mentally prepared, Li Ziren was still extremely surprised when she was brought here. Lin Chen, I have a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Li Ziren asked timidly, where did you get so much money to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a villa? When Li Ziren asked this question, Lin Chen showed no surprise. She knew Li Ziren would ask this sooner or later. If I told you that the villa and the G-Wagon were gifts from someone else, would you believe me? Lin Chen asked with a smile. I believe it. Li Ziren said with certainty that she believed Lin Chen would not lie to her. Why don't you play by the rules? Then tell me, who sent it to you? Li Ziren joked, you're not some rich woman, are you? Were you ever kept by a rich woman before? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face immediately darkened. Of course not. If I were being kept, it would definitely be you, the rich woman. I'm not a rich woman. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, feeling a little embarrassed. Her family's assets, even if not the exact amount, were still worth tens of millions. Strictly speaking, she should be considered a moderately wealthy woman, right? Okay, seriously, the money I have comes from investments. Lin Chen made a flimsy excuse without batting an eye. There's no way I can just admit the system exists, can I? Invest? Li Ziren was a little surprised when she heard this reason, but she did not question it. After all, she couldn't think of any other reason. Surely you can't expect something for nothing, right? Anyway, Lin Chen earned the money through his own abilities. Thinking of this, Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen with deep admiration. She discovered another shining point in Lin Chen. At that moment, Li Ziren felt incredibly lucky. Chapter 15: The Uses of Daddy Value. For the next few days, Lin Chen and Li Ziren stayed in the villa, taking care of the 4 babies. Before we knew it, our baby was already 10 days old. Congratulations, host, on your 10th day of taking care of the baby. Dad value plus 99. Congratulations, host, on your 10th day of taking care of the baby. Dad value plus 99. Congratulations, host, on your 10th day of taking care of the baby. Dad value plus 99. Lin Chen had just finished changing the baby's diaper when the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lin Chen had gotten used to the system's occasional reminders. The so-called dad value is a score given by the system to dads based on their performance in taking care of the baby each day. Having dad value has many benefits. It can be used for lucky draws. System, check my dad's stats. Lin Chen communicated with the system. Immediately, an information panel appeared in front of Lin Chen. Host, Lin Chen. Skills, top-notch nanny, god-level cooking skills, god-level medical skills, god-level painting skills. Character relationships, father? Mother? Fiancé Li Ziren, eldest daughter Lin Xingyue, second daughter Lin Kersen, third son Lin Yi, fourth daughter Lin Yue. Dad rating, 4,396. Host's dadliness value is detected to be sufficient for one lottery draw. Do you wish to start the lottery draw immediately? Smoke. Lin Chen recited this in his mind. Congratulations on winning the Antica Luminous Pearl. Then, a bright green bead, about the size of a potato, appeared in Lin Chen's hand. At first glance, this bead seems ordinary. But if you look closely at it, you can clearly feel the wonder of this luminous pearl. Good heavens, could this be the bead that Empress Dowager Cixi put in her mouth before she died? Lin Chen thought to himself. He then stored the luminous pearl in his system inventory. The luminous pearl is precious, but unfortunately it's of little use to him at the moment. Ziren, aren't you home right now? Outside, Li Ziren suddenly received a phone call from Vivian Chow. Ah, Huiman. I forgot to tell you, I've moved now. Moving? Where did you move to? Are you coming over now? I'll send you an address. After saying that, Li Ziren sent her current residential address to Zhou Huiman. Lin Chen, Vivian Chow is coming soon. Seeing Lin Chen come out of the house, Li Ziren quickly said. Okay, speaking of Vivian Chow, I suddenly remembered the painting I promised her, which I haven't started yet, Lin Chen said. Not long after, Vivian Chow arrived at the Bund Villa area, following the address where Li Zi dyed her hair. Since he didn't have a gate pass, Lin Chen went to the gate himself to wait for her. Lin Chen, you really live here? Vivian Chow thought her navigation was wrong until she saw Lin Chen at the door. Yes, Lin Chen said with a smile. Wow, I've looked at these villas before, but I thought they were a bit too expensive, so I didn't buy one. Lin Chen, you're really rich. Zhou Huiman exclaimed. Of course, she didn't directly ask Lin Chen where he got so much money, because that would seem like a sign of low emotional intelligence. It's nothing, just a villa. Lin Chen smiled and said. Lin Chen then brought Vivian Chow to his home. As soon as they got home, Li Ziren said helplessly to Lin Chen, we're out of diapers. Let's go buy some next time. Next time? How about we go now? Vivian Chow is here, we can ask her to watch the kids for us temporarily, Lin Chen said. Vivian Chow? Good heavens! I was put to look after the baby as soon as I arrived. Isn't this just treating me like a tool? Have you been out for too long and really want to get some fresh air? Lin Chen asked Li Ziren. Li Ziren nodded and said, yes, but I'm still in my postpartum period. Is it okay for me to go out? Of course. Lin Chen said, generally, the body recovers in about 10 days postpartum. If the weather is warm, it's perfectly fine to go out, as long as you don't catch a cold. But now that it's short-sleeve season, it's almost impossible to catch a cold. Hearing this, Li Ziren felt even more eager to go out. She said to Zhou Huiman, could you stay here and watch the baby? We're just going out for a bit, we'll be back in 20 minutes at most. But what if you leave and the baby wakes up wanting milk? What if the baby cries and wants mommy to comfort him? Vivian Chow doesn't mind taking care of the children, but the thought of it gives her a headache. I just finished feeding them, and they just fell asleep. They won't wake up so soon, Li Ziren said. Okay, then I'll look after the baby for you, but please come back soon, Vivian Chow said. Don't worry, we will. Afterwards, Li Ziren changed her clothes and went out with Lin Chen. A few minutes later. Runda Shopping Mall. When Lin Chen and Li Ziren appeared in the mall, they immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. There's no way around it, that's what happens when you're good-looking. You're always the center of attention wherever you go, and it's hard to stay low-key. Hey handsome, Suddenly, an outdoor female live streamer caught up with Lin Chen from behind. What? Lin Chen turned around and saw the female anchor holding a microphone, seemingly wanting to interview him. Excuse me, sir, could I have a minute of your time to ask you a few questions? The female anchor spoke, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, then glancing at Li Ziren beside her, amazed by their stunning looks. Interviewing such a good-looking couple will definitely get a lot of views on the video. This. Lin Chen was about to refuse when Li Ziren asked, "What questions do you want to ask?" At that moment, the female anchor didn't hold back. Would you be willing to add your girlfriend's name to your property deed in the future? The female anchor began the interview, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. We are already married. After saying that, Lin Chen took Li Ziren's hand and walked inside. The remaining female anchor was completely bewildered. Did I hear that right? This young and handsome guy is already married? Such an early marriage. Lin Chen, when are we getting married? Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, but couldn't hide the smile on her lips. We have 4 children now. In my heart, we are already married. Lin Chen laughed and said, "Don't tell me you don't want to marry me?" Of course I want to. Li Ziren hugged Lin Chen's arm, tilted her head and looked at Lin Chen, but we haven't registered our marriage yet. It's nothing. We'll get our marriage certificate on a meaningful day, Lin Chen promised Li Ziren. Okay. It's clear that Li Ziren is very happy at this moment. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at the shopping hall. The place to buy diapers is over there. Li Ziren pointed in a direction, then pulled Lin Chen and headed in that direction. Hello, would you like to buy diapers? The sales assistant greeted us politely. Lin Chen looked at the shelves, then picked up a brand and asked, "How much does this brand cost?" This one is a foreign brand, so it's relatively more expensive, 78 yuan a pack. The saleswoman explained, however, this is a pack of 40, which is 10 more than the usual brands. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen then said, "Okay, give me 100 packs then." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the female sales assistant was completely stunned. Chapter 16 Buying a bag for Li Ziren. Did I hear that right? You want to buy 100 packs? The saleswoman was incredulous and asked Lin Chen for confirmation again. Lin Chen laughed and said, "That's right, surely there's more than that much stock?" Lin Chen, didn't we buy too much? Beside her, Li Ziren, holding Lin Chen's arm, asked a question timidly. Lin Chen laughed and said, "Stock up at home, then you won't have to go out to buy things so often in the future." We don't need to buy 100 packs at once, would that be too much? Li Ziren said. Lin Chen said, "No way, do the math yourself. A pack contains 40 tablets, and a baby usually needs about 10 tablets a day. With 4 babies, that's about 40 tablets a day. That means 1 pack of diapers is only enough for the babies to use for 1 day. 100 packs of diapers may seem like a lot, but they are only enough for 3 months. Hearing Lin Chen's analysis, Li Ziren felt it made a lot of sense. That's true, stocking up at home means we won't have to go out to buy them so often in the future. Besides, diapers don't have a short shelf life like milk, they have a very long shelf life. Hello, then give us 100 packs. Li Ziren said to the saleswoman with a smile. Are you serious? The saleswoman still thought the two were joking, mainly because 100 packs was too outrageous, it felt like they were buying in bulk. It's true, because we have 4 children, the daily consumption of diapers is very high. Li Ziren smiled helplessly. 4 children? My goodness. The sales assistant was genuinely surprised. The beautiful woman in front of me looks younger than me, yet she already has 4 children? At what age did you become a mother? Moreover, Li Ziren's figure can only be described as perfect. She hasn't changed at all, she doesn't look like a woman who has given birth at all. Okay, please come this way to pay. The saleswoman recovered and smiled slightly. Immediately, Lin Chen followed the saleswoman to the counter to pay. Sir, that's 8,000 yuan in total. Because your purchase of 5,000 yuan this time has automatically upgraded you to a premium member of our store, you will enjoy a 30% discount on your next purchase, the saleswoman said with a smile. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, then showed his payment code, and with a beep, the payment was successful. The last thing he lacks right now is money, so a mere 8,000 yuan didn't faze Lin Chen at all. After paying, Lin Chen realized another problem and asked the saleswoman, "You should be able to deliver to my door, right?" "Sure, sir." Please leave us an address, and I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you this afternoon, the saleswoman said. Okay. Lin Chen left an address for the other party, and then left with Li Ziren. There are a few luxury stores over there, want to go take a look? Lin Chen held Li Ziren's hand and looked at her face as he asked. Lin Chen was thinking that since he had finally managed to bring his wife out for a trip, he should buy her something. Besides, he has plenty of money now. Oh, a luxury store? Li Ziren looked at the shops not far away. There were shops selling bags, cosmetics, and necklaces. However, Li Ziren shook her head and laughed, forget it. I just gave birth, I don't need these luxuries. Even if she could use them, Li Ziren wasn't interested in those luxury goods. She is a girl who is very simple about material things. Although her family is very well off, Li Ziren is different from those socialites. She never pursued luxury goods out of vanity. It's okay, we don't need it now, but we'll need it later. Without giving Li Ziren a chance to refuse, Lin Chen took her hand and led her into a bag shop. Hello, welcome. Several pretty female sales assistants immediately stepped forward to greet us, all dressed in uniforms and wearing black stockings and showing off their beautiful legs. Ziren, pick whatever you like. Just tell me which bag you like. Lin Chen was wealthy and arrogant. Li Ziren had no choice but to obediently listen to Lin Chen and start choosing from a variety of brand name bags. However, she completely ignored those bags that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. In Li Ziren's opinion, those bags that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan are simply a waste of money. And there's no need to buy such an expensive bag. Li Ziren was thinking of buying one that cost a few thousand yuan. However, after walking around the store, I found that even the cheapest bag cost tens of thousands of yuan. Beautiful lady, this is the latest Chanel collection, and I think it suits your style perfectly. This latest LV model suits you very well. I've worked here for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a classy customer like you. At the same time, the female sales assistant was also promoting and introducing products to Li Ziren. While promoting the product, they complimented Li Ziren on her appearance, making her a little shy. Lin Chen, which of these 3 bags do you think suits me best? After making her selections, Li Ziren, carrying 3 bags, asked Lin Chen for advice. I think they all look good. Lin Chen was telling the truth. Li Ziren is so beautiful. Even if a beautiful person is carrying a tattered sack, they will still look good. No. You have to say one. If you like them, then buy them all. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and his words of wealth and arrogance left the female sales assistants dumbfounded. Please pack these 3 bags for me, and tell me how much they cost? Lin Chen said to the female sales assistants. This. Before Li Ziren could react, the sales assistant had already taken her bag to pay for it. Hello? That's 150,000 in total. Beep. Payment successful. Let's go. After paying, Lin Chen picked up his bag, took the hand of a somewhat bewildered Li Ziren, and walked out of the store. As the 2 men walked away, the female sales assistant's eyes were filled with envy. Good heavens! Can't we have a boyfriend like that too? This handsome guy is way too good to his girlfriend. I was almost moved to tears by envy. Who told me that handsome and rich men are all scumbags? Being loved is like winning the lottery. I'm so envious of that girl. Wow, I'm so envious. Hey, tell me, why can't we meet men like that? Immediately, all the female sales assistants became somewhat depressed. Li Ziren was surprised that Lin Chen bought all 3 bags without saying a word. I should have just brought a bag. However, despite feeling somewhat helpless, Li Ziren still felt very happy. High heels, want to buy some? Lin Chen spoke up. No, I have plenty of high heels. Then wear it for me next time. Let's talk about it after I finish my postpartum confinement. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, knowing exactly what he was thinking. However, because she loved Lin Chen very much, she was willing to cooperate and obey. Let's go back now, the baby's about to wake up. Li Ziren said. Lin Chen nodded, okay. Let's go back then. Chapter 17, Preparing to give the luminous pearl to my father-in-law. Bund Villas. When Lin Chen and Li Ziren returned, as expected, the baby had already woken up. Lin Qingyue Debao and Lin Sanbao woke up, while the other 2 were still fast asleep. Wah, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have called and urged you to come back. At this moment, Vivian Chao was in a complete fluster. When both babies woke up at the same time, and she had no experience taking care of them, it was quite a challenge for her. Come here, let daddy give you a hug. Lin Chen quickly picked up the crying Sanbao and gently comforted him. She must be hungry, Wayman, thank you for your hard work. After Li Ziren finished speaking, she lifted her shirt and began to breastfeed Dubao. It's nothing, it's nothing. By the way, Lin Chen, have you finished the painting I asked for? Vivian Chow looked at Lin Chen and asked. Not yet, are you in a hurry? No, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days. Then I'll draw it for you tomorrow, and you can come and pick it up tomorrow. Lin Chen said that it was just a copy of a painting and didn't need to waste too much of his time. Okay. Once she received the exact time, Vivian Chow was relieved. Then I'll come again tomorrow. Huiman, won't you stay for lunch? Seeing that Vivian Chow was about to leave, Li Ziren quickly called her back. No need, I have some things to do when I get back to school. Okay, take care then. After Vivian Chow left, Li Ziren suddenly remembered something. She looked at Lin Chen and asked, Lin Chen, do you still stand by what you promised my mother? What is it? Lin Chen asked. It's just about coming to my house for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Ziren said. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, of course it counts. Come to think of it, I've never met your father before. To be honest, he was also a little curious about what his father-in-law looked like. Sigh, my dad has a very bad temper. Li Ziren said, to be honest, I'm a little afraid to go back. Immediately, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something that Vivian Chow had told him. Because Li Ziren became pregnant unexpectedly. Li Ziren's father almost severed ties with her. I suppose this is why Li Ziren is afraid to go back? It's alright. With me here, your dad shouldn't do anything to you. Lin Chen reassured him. Puff. Li Ziren was amused, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about you, you silly goose. Worried about me? Lin Chen suddenly realized that the reason Li Ziren was unexpectedly pregnant was because of him. To put it bluntly, wasn't it something I did myself? Let's try to put ourselves in their shoes. This future father-in-law's attitude towards me was undoubtedly terrible. Thinking about this, Lin Chen became thoughtful. What's wrong? Scared? Trying to back down? Seeing that Lin Chen remained silent, Li Ziren made a joke. No, what am I afraid of? Lin Chen said, no matter what, I am the father of 4 children and his future son-in-law. I believe he won't do anything to me. Lin Chen said optimistically. I hope so. After Li Ziren finished speaking, she thought of something else. However, since we're planning to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at my house, shouldn't we prepare some gifts to take back with us? Lin Chen nodded and said, we definitely need this. When you go to meet your future father-in-law for the first time, how can you go empty-handed? What's more, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, so it would be really inexcusable not to prepare something. What are your father's hobbies? Lin Chen was thinking of giving his future father-in-law a gift, and decided to start with his hobbies. Let me think. Li Ziren said, does liking antiques count as a hobby? Antique? Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered the luminous pearl he had drawn from the system shop. Even a luminous pearl can be considered an antique. Moreover, it is an extremely precious antique, a treasure that Empress Dowager Cixi cherished during her lifetime. Or we could just give the luminous pearl to my father-in-law. Lin Chen thought to himself. Okay, I'll take care of the gifts. The next day. After changing the baby's diaper, Lin Chen remembered that she hadn't finished the painting she promised to Zhou Weiman. So, Lin Chen spent about 10 minutes copying Tang Bohua's spring trees and autumn frost. Because he possesses godlike painting skills. Lin Chen's copy of this painting is incredibly lifelike. Overall, Lin Chen was fairly satisfied. Not long after. The doorbell rang in the villa's courtyard. It's Vivian Chow. I'm breastfeeding my baby. Could you go open the door for her? Li Ziren's voice rang out from inside the bedroom. Good. Lin Chen knew that Vivian Chow had come to pick up the painting, so he simply took it downstairs. You're here so early. Lin Chen, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you finished the painting you promised to copy for me? It's finished. Lin Chen handed the painting to Vivian Chow, who immediately opened it and took a look. Wow! That's amazing. Vivian Chow thought to herself, Grandpa will be very happy to see this painting. Lin Chen, thank you so much. Vivian Chow looked at Lin Chen with admiration and said gratefully, "You're welcome." Lin Chen waved his hand, saying it was just a painting. "Would you like to come in and have a seat?" "No need, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, I need to pack up the painting and send it to my grandfather." Vivian Chow laughed and said, "Lin Chen, I'll come visit you again next time." Okay. Inside a luxurious villa in Shanghai, the two old men were having a lively conversation, laughing heartily from time to time. In front of the two people was a mahogany tea table, on which two teacups were steaming. "Old Joe, have you heard? Last month, Gukaiji Xiaoxiang 2 was later authenticated as a genuine work and sold for a sky-high price of over 300 million. When Lu Nanru spoke, he wore gold-rimmed glasses and his smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum, giving people a sense of friendliness. "Oh? Is that so? If it really is a genuine work by Gukaiji, then over 300 million isn't actually that much." Zhou Daoji said that Gukaiji was a great painter in the Eastern Jin dynasty and an absolute big name in the history of Chinese art. His works such as Admonitions of the Instructress to the Court Ladies and Nymph of the Luo River are considered masterpieces of figure painting. "Yes, but for a painting to sell for over 300 million, I'm afraid I'll never be able to catch up with that kind of ability in my entire life," Lu Nanru said with a touch of sadness. He is also a well-known painter in China. Even the best works have been snapped up by millionaires who spent millions. However, tens of millions is still far from being 100 million. "Old Joe, I've always believed in you. You have the potential to become the next Gukaiji." Lu Nanru took a sip of tea and looked at Zhou Daoji with a smile. Zhou Daoji shook his head and said helplessly, "Old Lu, please don't belittle me. I have a good understanding of my own abilities." No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a door being pushed open came from outside. A graceful young woman walked in, holding a scroll in her hand. It was Vivian Chow. "Grandpa, I'm back." Chapter 18: The Shock of Two Master Painters. "Grandpa Lu, so you're here too." As soon as she entered, Vivian Chow saw Lu Nanru sitting to the side and greeted her. "Oh, isn't this Huiman?" Lu Nanru had known Zhou Huiman for a long time because she often visited Zhou Daoji. "Hee, Huiman, come over and have a cup of tea with Grandpa." "Hey, what are you holding in your hand?" Seeing that Vivian Chow was holding something that looked like a scroll, Zhou Daoji couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Grandpa, this is my Mid-Autumn Festival gift for you." Vivian Chow smiled sweetly, handed the scroll to Zhou Daoji, and said, "Grandpa, happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Zhou Daoji was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, my beloved granddaughter gives me a gift. This year is no exception." "Great. Ah, Huiman, that's so thoughtful of you. Grandpa also wishes you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Zhou Daoji reached out and took the painting, adding a happy stroke. "Huiman is so sensible and filial." Lu Nanru, who was standing to the side, praised him, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. His granddaughter isn't as good as Vivian Chow. She went abroad to study and hasn't come back for several years. During holidays and other occasions, at most it's just a brief greeting. There wasn't even a single red envelope. Why? It's true what they say, there's no harm in comparison. "Grandpa, would you like to open it now and take a look? I guarantee you'll love this gift," Vivian Chow said with a smile. "Really? Let's open it and take a look." Zhou Daoji said he was also very curious about what gift his granddaughter had given him. "Okay." Then, under the watchful eyes of the two, Vivian Chow unrolled the scroll. A breathtakingly beautiful scene unfolded before their eyes. In the painting, in a valley where spring mountains are verdant and springs are cascading, two scholars sit cross-legged on a rock by the stream, reciting poems and composing verses. The bare tree sprouts new branches and tender buds, revealing the breath of spring. A spring hangs like a ribbon at the mouth of the valley, flowing into the stream, its droplets leaping and splashing, making a cool, clear sound. The elegant and refined environment, coupled with the eloquent conversation of the two scholars, added a touch of poetic charm to the scene. Spring trees and autumn frost. Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were both deeply shocked. This is the original painting, Spring Trees and Autumn Frost? Lu Nanru's eyes widened, and she said incredulously. Zhou Daoji was also dumbfounded. At first glance, it really looks like the original Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. Could this painting really be by Tang Bohu? Zhou Daoji couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, Vivian Chow laughed. "Grandpa, this isn't an original work by Tang Bohu. It's a copy that I had a friend who can paint make. Copying. Upon hearing those two words, the two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That startled them. I thought it was a genuine work by Tang Bohu. Wow, this copy is just too realistic. If Huiman hadn't pointed it out, I really wouldn't have known that this painting was a copy. Lu Nanru began to speak, his gaze never leaving the painting. Me too. Whose masterpiece is this? The imitation is just too amazing. Zhou Dao carefully examined the entire painting, becoming increasingly alarmed with each glance. This is an excellent copy. Without 50 years of experience in traditional Chinese painting, it's absolutely impossible to imitate this level. I think so too. Huiman, what's the name of your friend who copied this painting? How old is he? Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru looked at Zhou Huiman and said. You might not believe it, but my friend is 22 years old. As for his name, it's Lin Chen. You've definitely never heard of him. Vivian Chao told the truth. W.H. What? 22 years old? Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were dumbfounded. They never expected that the master of traditional Chinese painting they had imagined was so young. But then I thought about it again, and it's true. Vivian Chao is only in her early 20s, so how old could her friends be? At only 22 years old, to be able to paint to such a lifelike degree is simply a genius in traditional Chinese painting. As expected, he will definitely have a place in the future Chinese art scene. Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were full of praise. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Daoji asked Zhou Huiman, Huiman, would it be convenient for you to introduce your friend to us sometime? Ah. Vivian Chao was taken aback. Grandpa, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Zhou Daoji, as you know, my only hobby in my life is painting. The number of people in the entire art world whom I, your grandfather, can admire can be counted on one hand. Your friend is no ordinary person. I'd like to get to know him. Vivian Chao was completely stunned upon hearing this. Just how amazing is Lin Chen's painting? It actually made my grandfather want to befriend her? Grandpa, you can do it. Vivian Chao nodded and said, if there's a chance in the future, I can introduce you to him. At this moment, Lin Chen and Li Ziren were packing their things because they were about to go to Lin Chen's father-in-law's house. Chapter 19. Have you been sleeping poorly lately? Lin Chen, is the gift you said you were going to prepare for my dad ready? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, of course it's ready, it's in that box. Box? Li Ziren immediately opened it and, sure enough, found a luminous pearl inside. Is this an antique? Li Ziren asked, examining the luminous pearl. Yes, let me tell you, this bead is no ordinary object. It was a treasure that Empress Dowager Cixi wanted to put in her mouth and be buried with her before she died. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Ah. That's incredibly precious. But how do you come to have a luminous pearl? Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. She knew without a doubt that this kind of antique must be priceless. It was a gift from a friend. Friend? Male or female? It should be a guy. Lin Chen recalled the system's electronic voice, but he couldn't tell whether it was male or female. Should be? Okay, then it must be a woman. Li Ziren said angrily, looking a little jealous. Without saying a word, Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren directly. What should I do if my wife is jealous? Don't offer any explanations, because any explanation would be futile. Just kiss her. More than an hour later, in a townhouse in a district of Shanghai. This is Li Ziren's parents' home. At this moment, Lin Chen drove his wife and babies here. Wu Yanfang came out to greet them, because without a key card, one cannot enter the villa. Upon entering the villa, Li Ziren glanced around the living room and asked Wu Yanfang in surprise, isn't Dad home? Wu Yanfang said awkwardly, he's here, he's in the room. Hearing this, Li Ziren felt very wronged. He only went home once in a long while, but his father didn't like him and hid in his room. Wah! Just then, Erbo Lin Kursen burst into tears, interrupting Li Ziren's thoughts. Wu Yanfang asked, what's wrong? Is the baby hungry? Lin Chen glanced at Lin Kursen and said, it's probably not because she's hungry, but because she's pooped. We need to change her diaper. Then Lin Chen picked up Lin Kursen to check and found that the diaper was indeed heavy and full. So Lin Chen quickly took a new diaper from the bag and put it on the little guy. The door to Li Tianhong's room was ajar, and through the gap, Li Tianhong caught a glimpse of Lin Chen changing his diaper. Li Tianhong thought to herself, this guy is so skilled at changing diapers, he must often help take care of the child. A man who frequently helps his wife take care of the children is unlikely to be a bad person. This is the life experience that Li Tianhong has summarized after living for more than 40 years. Not long after, Lin Chen changed the diaper, and the second child, Lin Kersen, stopped crying. Xiao Chen, what do you want to eat for lunch? Mom will go buy it for you. Wu Yanfang looked at Lin Chen and said. Lin Chen was taken aback, because Wu Yanfang referred to herself not as aunt, but as mother. Lin Chen was immediately delighted. I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky about food. Wu Yanfang casually asked with a smile, do you know how to eat pig intestines? Yes, I can. Lin Chen nodded. Stir-fried pig intestines are a delicious treat. Okay, then Mom will go out and buy some later. What other dishes would you like to eat? Wu Yanfang continued to ask Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen said he wasn't picky about food and could eat anything, Wu Yanfang insisted that Lin Chen tell her what he wanted to eat, showing great consideration for his taste buds and demonstrating how much she valued him. Then let's have some braised pork belly and lobster. Lin Chen said helplessly. He felt that his mother-in-law was really nice, but his father-in-law. Next, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang went out to buy groceries, while Lin Chen stayed home to take care of the children. After Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang left, Li Tianhong slowly came out of the room. He glanced at Lin Chen sitting on the living room sofa, said nothing, and remained indifferent. Lin Chen looked at Li Tianhong, his father-in-law. Although he only glanced at him, his expression changed slightly. Because he's now considered a miracle doctor, he noticed that Li Tianhong's health wasn't very good. So, Lin Chen took the initiative to walk towards Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong was making tea when she saw Lin Chen walking towards her, and she was taken aback. What? Li Tianhong frowned and said unhappily. Uncle, you don't look well. You don't seem to be in good health. Li Tianhong was immediately displeased. He ran and exercised every day and had regular checkups. He knew better than anyone how healthy he was. How could Lin Chen say that he wasn't very healthy? Just as Li Tianhong was about to lose her temper, Lin Chen suddenly asked, Uncle, have you been sleeping poorly lately? Chapter 20 My father-in-law extends an olive branch to me. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong's expression turned serious, and she asked suspiciously. How did you know? Do I look like I have dark circles under my eyes? Lin Chen said, No, it's because your complexion is dull, you lack energy and spirit, and you look tired. This is a typical sign of sleep deprivation. Have you been experiencing any discomfort or health issues lately? Li Tianhong was startled and thought back carefully. Actually, it's nothing, just that my cervical spine is uncomfortable, especially at night, the pain is severe, and I haven't slept well for several nights. Didn't you see a doctor before? Lin Chen asked. Li Tianhong said, Of course I've seen them, and I've seen more than one hospital. What did the doctor say? The doctor said I have cervical spondylosis and can only be treated conservatively. He prescribed some plasters and then told me to leave. But to be honest, these plasters aren't very effective, the pain will still be there. Li Tianhong said with a pout, he's a millionaire, yet he can't cure a cervical spondylosis no matter how much money he spends. It's really frustrating for him. Lin Chen stood up. Let me take a look at your cervical spine. Li Tianhong? What do you want to do? Li Tianhong stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen with a cautious expression. Lin Chen said, I have some medical knowledge, which may be of some help to your cervical spine problem. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong hesitated for a few seconds before saying, Then take a look at me. Li Tianhong thought to himself, I'd like to see what you're capable of. If you dare to fool me, you're finished. Lin Chen came up behind Li Tianhong. Just as Li Tianhong was about to turn his head, Lin Chen immediately used his hand to hold his head down. Don't move. Will it hurt if I press here? Suddenly, Lin Chen reached out and pressed his fingers on a joint at the back of Li Tianhong's neck, then asked Li Tianhong a question. Ouch. Ouch. You brat, let go. Li Tianhong winced in pain, her face contorted in agony. And what about here? Lin Chen gently pressed on one of the joints above, and unexpectedly, the pain made Li Tianhong stand up immediately. Damn it, you little brat. You trying to murder me? Li Tianhong grimaced in pain, speaking in a harsh tone. He even suspected that Lin Chen was deliberately trying to mess with him. Your condition is cervical spondylosis compressing a nerve. It's quite serious. Lin Chen shook his head and said helplessly. Li Tianhong said speechlessly, isn't it just common cervical spondylosis? Lin Shen said, this is not common. If your condition continues to worsen, you may experience numbness in your hands and feet, and even require high-level amputation. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong nearly wet herself in fear. High-level amputation? Li Tianhong's face twitched slightly. You brat, are you trying to scare me? You think I don't know anything about my illness? It's not as exaggerated as you're making it out to be. Hearing this, Lin Shen sighed, Uncle, you are Zirant's father, how could I possibly scare you? The cervical spine is a very important part of the body because it is connected to the head. If the nerves are compressed, there will be insufficient blood supply, which will lead to brain hypoxia and numbness in the hands and feet. Furthermore, I also felt some nodules on the back of your neck. Although the nodules themselves are nothing to worry about, they can certainly worsen your condition to some extent. Lin Shen patiently explained to Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong fell silent after hearing this. This kid talks a good game, does he really know medicine? Thinking of this, Li Tianhong couldn't help but think more highly of Lin Shen. I have a massage technique that can relieve your neck pain to some extent. Maybe you won't feel pain tonight. Would you like to try it? Lin Shen said with a smile. After all, he was his father-in-law, so Lin Shen didn't mind helping Li Tianhong. Massage techniques? Li Tianhong's mind stirred, and her gaze immediately became cautious. Don't you believe me? Lin Shen said with a half-smile. Then give it a try. Since you don't have to pay anything and can enjoy a massage, why not? And it would also be a good opportunity to verify whether Lin Shen was really as he said. Sit up straight. Lin Shen placed his hands on his father-in-law's shoulders and began to massage them. Ouch! Li Tianhong's eyes widened, and he instantly bristled, You brat, can't you go a little lighter? Lin Shen looked helpless and could only immediately reduce his strength. Won't it hurt now? Lin Shen smiled slightly. The massage technique he was using was actually a massage technique created by Hua Tuo. When Hua Tuo was still alive, he used this massage technique to massage Cao Cao. He cured Cao Cao's cervical spondylosis and subsequently gained Cao Cao's trust and praise. As for why Lin Shen knew this massage technique, of course, it's because of the god-level medical skills he acquired before. Kid, your massage technique is pretty good. Li Tianhong's expression softened considerably, and she began to enjoy it. There is no other reason. Lin Shen's massage felt so good. It's 100 times more comfortable than the massage Wu Yanfang gave me at night. Of course, I studied medicine. Lin Shen smiled and said. Li Tianhong asked, What kind of work are you doing now? When his father-in-law asked about his job, Lin Shen thought for a moment and realized he didn't have a job at all. Unemployed, temporarily staying at home to take care of the children. Lin Shen said with composure and grace. Unemployed? Li Tianhong's expression remained calm upon hearing those 4 words. If it were any other father-in-law, upon hearing that you are unemployed, he would probably give you a hard time. I happen to have a management position available at my company. Would you like to give it a try? Li Tianhong asked the question. What? Lin Shen wondered if he had misheard. Was his father-in-law extending an olive branch to him? How much does it cost per month? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Li Tianhong. 50,000. 50,000? Lin Shen frowned and said, That's a bit too little. As long as you have close contact with the 4 babies, you can receive tens of thousands of yuan in rewards from the system every day. 50,000 is still not enough? Li Tianhong's expression changed, and she lectured, Young man, don't be too ambitious. Didn't you hear the news that a stable monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan already puts you ahead of more than 90% of the people in the country? Besides, the monthly salary I'm offering you is still 50,000. Lin Shen laughed after hearing this. A monthly salary of 50,000 is quite a lot, but I want to earn more money to give the children the best in the world. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong's brows relaxed, so that's what Lin Shen was thinking. Indeed. If you want to give your babies the best of everything, then a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan is really just barely enough. After all, the most expensive can of milk powder costs tens of thousands of yuan. Just as Li Tianhong was pondering whether to offer Lin Shen better treatment, Li Ziran and Wu Yanfang returned home. Chapter 21 Mother-in-law films TikTok videos for the babies. Seeing Li Ziren return, and taking advantage of the fact that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were not around, Lin Chen quietly said to Li Ziren, "By the way, did you give the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts we brought to your parents?" Li Ziren shook her head and said, "Not yet, why don't you go give it to them now?" "Okay, I'll go." Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen came into the hall carrying a bag. "Auntie, this is a Mid-Autumn Festival gift that Ziren prepared for you." Lin Chen handed a delicate little box to Wu Yanfang. Wu Yanfang immediately opened it and found a beautiful watch inside. "Xiao Chun, we're so happy you could come. Why did you bring a gift?" A glint of excitement shone in Wu Yanfang's eyes. It was clear she really liked the watch. Lin Chen smiled slightly. "One thing at a time, Auntie, do you like it?" "Like. If you like it, then accept it. Don't be shy about it." After saying that, Lin Chen picked up the bag and walked towards Li Tianhong, who was drinking tea. "Uncle." Li Tianhong's heart skipped a beat. "Could it be that I also have a share of the gift?" "Uncle, this is a Mid-Autumn Festival gift I prepared for you." Lin Chen handed the other box to Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong looked puzzled and blurted out, "What is this?" "You'll see when you open it." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Tianhong immediately opened the box. Inside was a luminous pearl. Upon seeing the luminous pearl inside the box, Li Tianhong couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, Li Tianhong picked up the luminous pearl and examined it carefully in his hand. "Not bad. Although it's just a replica, it's quite good that it's been replicated to this extent." Li Tianhong's face was full of smiles. He had always enjoyed collecting antiques, and Lin Chen's luminous pearl was exactly what he wanted. "Lin Chen? Did I hear that right? My father-in-law said it's a counterfeit?" Lin Chen was immediately confused. Could it be that he had drawn a fake item from the system? Holy crap! Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly communicated with the system in his mind. "Dogecoin system, come out here." "System, what is it?" "Lin Chen, was the luminous pearl I drew last time a lie, as my father-in-law said?" "System, it's true, it's just that your father-in-law doesn't know its value." "Lin Chen." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle, this luminous pearl is real," Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong immediately glared and bristled. "I've been in the antique business for over a decade. Do you really think I don't even have this much expertise? Or do you think I'm easy to fool?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was speechless. "Fine, if you think it's fake, then it's fake." Lin Chen offered no further explanation. Anyway, Li Tianhong seemed to like the gift quite a bit, even though he thought it was a high-quality fake. Lin Chen returned to his bedroom. At this moment, Wu Yanfang and Li Ziren are making the babies happy. "By the way, have you named the babies yet?" Wu Yanfang suddenly asked. "Take it." Li Ziren said, "The eldest is called Lin Xingyue, the second is called Lin Kersen, and the third is called Lin Yi." "What about the fourth brother?" "Lin Yue." Li Ziren said to Wu Yanfang with a smile. "Lin Yue, Lin Yue. Okay, these are all good names." Wu Yanfang had a smile on her face. "Yeah." Suddenly, De Bao, who was being held in Wu Yanfang's arms, smiled. Look. De Bao's smile is so sweet." De Bao's smile made Lin Chen, Wu Yanfang, and Li Ziren smile involuntarily. That smile is so healing. De Bao will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Those eyes and that nose are just so beautiful. Suddenly, Wu Yanfang remembered something and said, "That's right, I need to make a Douyin video for the babies." Chapter 22 Drinking with my father-in-law, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The mother-in-law wants to film videos of the babies on Douyin TikTok. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't say anything. Li Ziren had no objections whatsoever. Wu Yanfang pointed her phone at the 4 babies and quickly recorded a video. Subsequently, Wu Yanfang added background music and uploaded the video to Douyin. "Uncle, what are you doing hiding by the door?" Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed Li Tianhong at the door. "They're acting suspiciously. Are they eavesdropping on our conversation?" Upon being noticed by Lin Chen, Li Tianhong's expression immediately turned serious. "What's wrong?" "This is my home, it's none of your business where I stay." With that, Li Tianhong turned to leave. "Dad." The next second, Li Ziren called him to a stop. "Dad, come in and let's chat for a while," Li Ziren said with a moved expression. Wu Yanfang said helplessly, "Old man, your daughter wants you to come in." I. Li Tianhong was about to say something when Lin Chen pulled her in. "Uncle, you've already held your grandson, don't you want to hold your granddaughter?" Lin Chen said with a smile. He was holding Sibo Lin Yue in his arms. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, Sibo Lin Yue gave Li Tianhong a healing smile. Suddenly, Li Tianhong felt as if a beam of light pierced through her body. "Yes. Of course I want to." Li Tianhong has laid her cards on the table, she's not pretending anymore. Then, Lin Chen gently handed the 4 treasures, Lin Yue, to Li Tianhong. Sibao didn't cry either, her bright, large eyes stared straight at Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong felt her heart melting, and she couldn't help but smile. Upon seeing this, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang exchanged a glance, then shook their heads with smiles. "Uncle, Auntie is here now, and Ziren is here too. Let me sincerely apologize to you." Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, saying that he would leave aside the incident with Li Ziren for the moment. It did indeed cause harm to Li Ziren's parents. Therefore, Lin Chen felt that it was necessary to apologize. Although it's a bit embarrassing. But so what if you lose face? This is my future father-in-law. Li Tianhong was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Chen to apologize to her. At this moment, any remaining resentment I had towards Lin Chen vanished completely. "Dad, I also want to apologize to you. My attitude wasn't good before." Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a certain point, Li Ziren also lowered her head and apologized to Li Tianhong. It's okay. This put Li Tianhong in an awkward position. Because in his heart, he had already forgiven Li Ziren and accepted Lin Chen. "Old woman, have you made lunch yet? Hurry up and make lunch." Li Tianhong quickly changed the subject, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Ziren, I'm going to make lunch. You can hold the baby." Wu Yanfang gently handed the baby she was holding to Li Ziren, and then went to cook. Before long, Wu Yanfang had prepared the meal. Braised pork trotters, hairy crabs, stir-fried squid, spicy diced chicken, boiled fish with pickled cabbage, mapo tofu. Lunch was quite lavish. "Everyone, come out for dinner." Wu Yanfang called out into the room. Inside the room, Lin Chen, Li Tianhong, and Li Ziren were chatting and laughing. Upon hearing that Wu Yanfang had prepared lunch, Li Tianhong stood up and said, "Let's go eat." "Okay, coming right away." Lin Chen gently put Bao, who was being coaxed to sleep, down in his arms. Then, after Li Ziren finished with her things, the two of them went out together. At the dining table, Li Tianhong sat down gracefully, glanced at the food on the table, and frowned, saying, "Why isn't there any wine? Haven't you been having neck pain lately? And you still dare to drink alcohol?" Wu Yanfang was speechless and rolled her eyes at him. "Old woman, have you ever heard anyone say that you can't drink alcohol if you have neck pain?" Li Tianhong looked at her and said, "I'm in a good mood now, so I'm going to have a few drinks. Go to the wine cabinet and get out my treasured wine." Wu Yanfang had no choice but to go and get the wine. "Do you drink alcohol?" Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen beside her and asked with a smile. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Of course. Since my father-in-law wants to drink, I have to have a few drinks with him no matter what." However, Lin Chen regretted it the next second. Because the liquor Wu Yanfang brought out was mutai, which is baijiu. Although Lin Chen drinks alcohol, he only drinks beer and red wine. He doesn't know how to drink baijiu. "Xiao Chen, this is a bottle of mutai worth 60,000 yuan, a collector's edition. I wouldn't even take it out to drink when ordinary people come to my house." As Li Tianhong spoke, he opened the cap of the golden bottle mutai. Then he poured wine into the glass in front of Lin Chen. All right, uncle, that's enough. Hey, this isn't even full yet. When I'm your age, I can down this whole glass in one go." Ignoring Lin Chen's attempt to stop her, Li Tianhong insisted on filling Lin Chen's glass to the brim. Lin Chen looked at the full glass of mutai liquor and inwardly groaned. He had tried drinking baijiu before. But how should I put it, drinking baijiu feels like fire burning my chest and throat. It was almost impossible to swallow. More importantly, he gets dizzy after drinking just a little bit of baijiu Chinese liquor. In short, Lin Chen doesn't drink baijiu Chinese liquor. However, looking at his smiling father-in-law, Lin Chen felt embarrassed to spoil his father-in-law's enjoyment. "Come on, cheers." Li Tianhong raised his glass, and Lin Chen immediately picked up his own glass and clinked it with his father-in-law's. Then, Lin Chen took a small sip. In an instant, Lin Chen put on a mask of pain. Goodness! This mutai is way too strong. What's wrong? Is my mutai not good enough? Seeing Lin Chen's unnatural expression, Li Tianhong couldn't help but frown. No, no. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Host's alcohol tolerance is detected. Do you wish to immediately spend 500 nanny points to purchase the skill, unfazed by 1,000 cups? Wow, you can even cheat like that? Without any hesitation, Lin Chen immediately replied silently, yes. Deducting 500 points of nursing dad value, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, unfazed by drinking. In an instant, Lin Chen transformed into a wine connoisseur, able to drink any kind of wine. Moreover, his alcohol tolerance increased by hundreds of levels. There's no way he could get drunk. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's possessed by a wine connoisseur. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Chen smiled. He then raised his glass and toasted his father-in-law. Uncle, let me return the favor with a drink. Ha ha ha, great. Li Tianhong was naturally overjoyed. After the two clinked glasses, Lin Chen tilted his head back and drank the liquor in his glass in one gulp. What fine wine! Uncle, your mutai in a golden bottle is really good. Lin Chen smacked his lips, his expression one of lingering enjoyment. Seeing Lin Chen's astonishing alcohol tolerance, Li Tianhong was dumbfounded. Chapter 23, Drinking the Father-in-Law Under the Attention. Goodness, that's an incredible alcohol tolerance. Li Tianhong was dumbfounded, because this was Baijiu Chinese liquor. It is said that Baijiu Chinese white liquor should be savored carefully to truly appreciate its flavor. Actually, there's another very important reason: you can't drink Baijiu Chinese liquor that quickly. Drinking too fast, like Lin Chen who downed his drink in one gulp, can easily lead to drunkenness. Lin Chen, drink less. Li Ziren, who was standing to the side, spoke up with concern. Lin Chen downed a 2-ounce glass of baijiu in one gulp, which really startled her. Okay, honey, I'll drink less. Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing Lin Chen call her wife in front of her parents, Li Ziren blushed instantly. Mom, what are you looking at? Li Ziren then noticed Wu Yanfang standing to the side, her eyes fixed on her phone screen. Wu Yanfang said with a smile, didn't I film a Douyin video for the babies? Now this video has attracted a lot of comments. Really? Let me see. Li Ziren leaned over and looked through the netizens' comments with Wu Yanfang. A wave, wow, what adorable quadruplets. Flowers. Happy life, was this Ziren's baby? Ziren became a mother so quickly. Flowers. Welder Lu, congratulations. Flowers, flowers, flowers. If heaven has feelings, first time seeing quadruplets, so amazing. Thumbs up. Forget each other in the rivers and lakes, little sister, I just finished feeding the pigs and saw your Douyin post. Where have you been making money lately? Flowers. Meng Fei Xiang, quadruplets? The babies are so cute. Thumbs up. The masculine spirit of a Northwestern man, you're so young and already a grandmother. The baby looks just like Ziren Flowers. Yun, wow. Quadruplets. Congratulations. Thumbs up. Chow Yun Fat, second sister, is the baby a month old yet? When are you having the full month celebration? Invite me for a drink. Smirk. A woman who has been hurt by love, having given birth to 4 at once, Ziren will be blessed from now on. Heart. Looking at these comments, Li Ziren, like Wu Yanfang, couldn't help but smile. These comments are hilarious. Li Ziren said. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, yes, I never expected that I would become a grandmother at only 41 years old. Hey, I suddenly feel old. Wu Yanfang sighed, the word grandmother always gives people a feeling of being very old. Li Ziren comforted her, Mom, you don't look old at all. You look like you're 30. Don't try to make Mom happy. Wu Yanfang said that, but she was actually very happy inside. After all, she takes very good care of herself, and whenever she goes out with Li Ziren, she is often mistaken for Li Ziren's older sister. Forget it, let's not watch anymore, let's just eat. Wu Yanfang said with a smile. However, when she and Li Ziren looked up, they found that Li Tianhong's face was very red and he looked somewhat smug. Dad isn't drunk, is he? Li Ziren was taken aback. Come on, have another drink. I'm so happy today. Xiao Chun, you must take good care of my daughter from now on. You mustn't bully her, you must protect her. Did you hear that? Li Tianhong put one hand on Lin Chen's shoulder and started rambling incoherently. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It seemed his father-in-law couldn't hold his liquor. At first, he even boasted that he would drink himself into a stupor. As a result, I got drunk first. Of course, the main reason is that I'm too strong because I have that I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk skill. Otherwise, I might be the one spouting nonsense now. Uncle, you've had too much to drink. Who's had too much to drink? Come on, let's have some more. Li Tianhong is very stubborn. He would feel very embarrassed if he couldn't even outdrink his own son-in-law. You shouldn't drink anymore, Wu Yanfang said, immediately trying to persuade Li Tianhong. Dad, stop drinking, you're already drunk, Li Ziren also advised. Who said I'm drunk? I'm not drunk. As soon as Li Tianhong finished speaking, she swayed and leaned against the dining table. Lin Chen nudged Li Tianhong and found that he had fallen asleep. Congratulations, host, for getting your father-in-law drunk on your first meeting. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Buzz. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. If all goes well, the text message should indicate that 500,000 has been deposited into the account. Is Dad asleep? Li Ziren was taken aback. He always brags about his drinking capacity, but he didn't expect to be outdone by someone who can really hold his liquor. Wu Yanfang said helplessly, "Oh, Xiao Chun, why don't you help him to his room to sleep?" Good. Afterwards, Lin Chen helped his father-in-law back to his room. After helping his father-in-law lie down, Lin Chen returned to the dining table and had lunch with Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang. Soon, a day had passed. Night falls. After taking a shower, Lin Chen lay down on Li Ziren's bed. I have to say, the first time I came to my girlfriend's house and slept in her bed was a really strange feeling. Inside the stroller next to them, 4 babies were sleeping like logs, without making a sound. Just then, Li Ziren came in after taking a shower. She was wearing a nightgown, her delicate and beautiful face revealed a fair and slender neck like a swan, and she was wearing slippers, her white feet were nimble and cute. Is the baby asleep? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen nodded and said, they're all asleep. Then, before landing, Li Ziren dried her hair with a dry towel. She originally wanted to use a hairdryer. But the noise from the hairdryer would wake the baby, so I decided against it. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt something, hugged Li Ziren from behind, and said lazily, baby. What? What do you think? Lin Chen rested his chin on Li Ziren's shoulder. From this angle, Li Ziren's profile was incredibly beautiful. Then, Lin Chen's hands began to wander. My parents are still outside. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and shyly reminded him. After being reminded, Lin Chen quickly locked the door and then hugged Li Ziren again. Okay, now we're safe. Li Ziren. Then, guided by Lin Chen, Li Ziren squatted down in front of Lin Chen, tucked her hair behind her ears, and tilted her head slightly. A dozen minutes later. The erotic scene had just ended. Then a knock came at the door. Ziren, Wu Yanfang said from outside. Hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he had locked the door from the inside. Otherwise, what if my mother-in-law saw what just happened? Coming. Li Ziren immediately went to open the door. When the door opened, Wu Yanfang smiled and said, Xiao Chen, Ziran, come out and eat pomelos and mooncakes. After all, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there's a custom of eating pomelos and mooncakes in the evening. Okay, Mom. Li Ziren's expression was a little unnatural. At this moment, Wu Yanfang noticed something and couldn't help but ask curiously. Ziren, what did you eat just now? Why are your lips a little red? Chapter 24 The Man Who Saved the Galaxy in His Past Life. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard his mother-in-law's words. What can you possibly glean from this? Li Ziren was also stunned for a moment, but she quickly composed herself and tried to calm down. Really? I didn't eat anything. Li Ziren touched her lips, looking curious. Okay, let's go out for mooncakes and pomelos later. After saying that, Wu Yanfang left. Lin Chen, do you see my lips are congested? Li Ziren walked towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at it carefully and smiled, there really is a little bit. It's all your fault. Not only did you use so much force, but you also had to press my head down. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment, because it was indeed his fault. Baby, don't be angry. Lin Chen hugged Li Ziren, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, Bao, I don't think I've talked to your dad about the bride price yet." Bride price? Li Ziren was taken aback. Lin Chen laughed and said, "That's right, if I marry you, I have to give you a dowry." Hearing this, Li Ziren smiled, feeling very sweet inside. Because she was really looking forward to the day Lin Chen would marry her. Marrying Lin Chen could be considered one of her recent ideals. Then don't just talk about it, go talk to my dad about it. Li Ziren said, "By the way, you haven't said how much dowry you would accept?" Li Ziren recalls seeing news stories online about couples where the bride's parents demanded too much dowry, which the groom found unacceptable, ultimately forcing them to break up. Therefore, Li Ziren was very curious to know how much dowry Lin Chen could accept. "I'm fine with anything," Lin Chen said, indifferently, since he had plenty of money anyway. However, judging from the current market rate for bride price, it should be at least tens of thousands, Lin Chen said casually. Upon hearing this number, Li Ziren quickly shook her head and said, "Over 10,000? That's too much. I think that a dowry of 10 or 20,000 yuan is enough as a token. Or you could give me 8888, that number sounds more auspicious. What do you think, Lin Chen?" Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered upon hearing Li Ziren's words. Other people's wives, especially the kind who are obsessed with supporting their brothers, always want to ask for more dowry. In this day and age, a bride price of over 100,000 yuan is actually quite normal. However, Li Ziren's consideration for him made Lin Chen want to shout, "What a treasure of a wife!" "Honey, I think we should listen to your dad's opinion." Lin Chen said firmly, "No matter how much dowry he asks for, I will give it to him." A short while later, Lin Chen and Li Ziren came out of the room together. Inside the lobby, Li Tianhong had just woken up, and there was a pot of tea brewing in front of him, which was a hangover remedy. "Uncle, you're awake." Lin Chen walked over with a smile. "Yeah, you've got an amazing capacity for alcohol." Li Tianhong felt inferior and joked, "Looks like I won't be able to drink with you anymore." "Xiao Chen, Ziran, come on, have some pomelo." Wu Yanfang, standing to the side, said enthusiastically, holding a freshly peeled red pomelo in her hand. "Okay, Mom, I can do it myself," Li Ziren said with a smile. "Uncle, I want to discuss something with you." At this moment, Lin Chen spoke up. "Oh?" Li Tianhong asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Lin Chen said seriously, "I want to marry Ziran, so I want to talk to you and Auntie about the dowry." "Bride price?" Upon hearing these two words, both Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were taken aback. Then I thought to myself, indeed, now that the child has been born, then it's definitely time to consider marriage. It's quite normal for unmarried women to get pregnant nowadays, but they usually hold a wedding ceremony later. Wu Yanfang looked at Li Tianhong and gave him a look, seemingly telling him to make up his mind, as she didn't care. Lin Tianhong paused for a moment, then said, "Do you genuinely want to marry Ziren, or is it just for the sake of the child?" "Of course not. I truly love Ziren. Marrying her is my lifelong wish," Lin Chen said sincerely. Li Ziren, who was eating a pomelo nearby, blushed when she heard this. "This guy. Even in front of your own parents, you're being so cheesy." Li Tianhong nodded, "It's good that you're sincere. Then I can rest assured that I can entrust Ziren to you. What about the bride price?" Lin Chen still wanted to know his father-in-law's opinion on the bride price. Li Tianhong smiled and said, "Let's forget about the bride price. Our Li family doesn't have the custom of accepting bride prices." "No bride price?" Lin Chen was stunned. "My goodness, am I dreaming?" Even Li Ziren was somewhat surprised. She figured her dad probably wouldn't ask Lin Chen how much money he wanted. But to my surprise, they didn't want a single penny. "However, it's fine if I don't get a single penny. Anyway, Dad isn't short of money." "Uncle, are you serious?" Lin Chen swallowed hard. In all his years of life, this was the first time he had ever heard of a father-in-law not asking for a single penny of dowry when getting married. "How about this, when you marry Ziren, I will give you a dowry of 2 million yuan, plus 2 shops on the main street. Consider it Ziren's dowry," Li Tianhong said with a smile. Lin Chen. Holy crap! Not only did she not ask for a single penny of bride price, but she also provided a dowry of 2 million yuan, plus 2 shops on the main street? What an amazing father-in-law! if all fathers-in-law in the world were as good as Xiren's father. Do single men still exist in this world? Old woman, what do you think? Li Tianhong asked Wu Yanfang. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, I have no objection. You can make the decision. I'll listen to you. Alright, let's decide on this then. Li Tianhong said to Lin Chen, when we have time another day, we'll meet with your parents to discuss the wedding banquet and hear their opinions. Upon hearing this, Li Xiren's expression immediately hardened. Because she was the only one present who knew about Lin Chen's family situation. Dad Li Xiren began, but hesitated. What's wrong? Li Tianhong looked at Li Xiren with curiosity. At this moment, Lin Chen said frankly, Uncle, I don't have parents. I am an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. I don't know who my parents are, whether they are dead or alive. I have no relatives. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were extremely surprised to hear Lin Chen's words. They never expected that Lin Chen's background was so tragic. This child is so pitiful. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang are both kind people. At this moment, instead of looking down on Lin Chen's family background, they both began to sympathize with him. Xiao Chen, it's all right. A real man can live well without relying on his parents. Li Tianhong said. Yes, from now on, Auntie's house is your home. Wu Yanfang comforted her. Lin Chen, how can you not have family? You have 4 children, and I am your family. Li Xiren said, her expression moved. Hearing the 3 people's words, Lin Chen was almost moved to tears. He felt that he must have saved the galaxy in his past life to have met such a wonderful wife, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. Chapter 25 agrees to manage the branch factory for his father-in-law. Xiao Chen, since that's the case, then I'll decide on the wedding date for you and Xiren. Li Tianhong said, I'll ask my friend who knows about feng shui another day to see what auspicious and suitable date for my wedding this year. Sure. Lin Chen naturally had no objections. Li Xiren nodded upon hearing this. By the way, are you really not going to consider helping me run the company? Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen. He really wanted Lin Chen to follow him. The thought intensified, especially after learning that Lin Chen was an orphan. He mainly has only one daughter, Li Xiren. No matter how much money you earn, you can never spend it all in this lifetime, and you can't take it with you to the grave when you die. All the money from now on will be left to my daughter. So he really wanted Lin Chen to help him, which was actually a win-win solution. If Lin Chen performs well, it wouldn't be unreasonable to leave all my assets to him in the future. Wu Yanfang, yes, Xiao Chen, do you want to consider it? As for the treatment, it's all negotiable. You're one of us, would we ever mistreat you? Li Tianhong said generously, come to my company, and I'll hand over the management of the branch factory to you. Wu Yanfang continued to persuade her, even if you go out to work, it won't be easy to earn money. Society is different now. Even with a bachelor's degree, it's not easy to find a job. But I don't need to work. Lin Chen shook his head and said helplessly. No need to work? Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. At this moment, Li Xiren explained, looking at Li Tianhong and his wife, Dad, Mom, Lin Chen is investing on his own now, so he really doesn't need to go to work. And we recently moved to a new house, a villa on the Bund. Bund villas? Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were somewhat surprised, knowing that a villa on the Bund would cost at least 50 million yuan. Xiao Chen, is this true? Wu Yanfang looked very surprised. Yes. Lin Chen was actually a little guilty, because the investment was just an excuse. The real reason was the daddy system. Wow, that explains why you always drive a G-Class. At this moment, Wu Yanfang's doubts were answered. Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen approvingly. I didn't expect you to make so much money from investing. You're amazing. No wonder I told you before that you wouldn't be interested in a monthly salary of 50,000. At this moment, Li Tianhong's previous confusion was also explained. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's nothing, just good luck. Li Tianhong still didn't want to give up and persuaded Lin Chen, since you have such keen business acumen for investment, why don't you help me manage the branch factory? Moreover, my branch factory is very close to the Bund, so I don't really need to do anything. I just need to go and take a look occasionally. That way, I won't have to transfer someone over to manage it. Li Tianhong's words made it difficult for Lin Chen to refuse her hospitality. In fact, Lin Chen has always been a laid-back person, especially now that the daddy system generates income every day. It's no exaggeration to say that Lin Chen no longer has any pursuit of money. Anyway, I can't spend all the money. This made Lin Chen even more indifferent to worldly affairs, wanting to stay at home and relax. Imagine someone who stays home every day taking care of the children, and also has a gentle, beautiful, and well-built wife. Isn't this kind of relaxed lifestyle great? However, at that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! A choice has been detected for the host. Option 1, refuse your father-in-law's management of the branch factory, cash reward, 500,000 yuan. Option 2, agree to let your father-in-law manage the branch factory. Reward, design blueprints for a god-level sports car. Lin Chen's expression was one of astonishment. A design blueprint for a god-level sports car? What is this thing? Lin Chen read the introduction and realized that this was a sports car that was 50 years ahead of the world and could be called a cutting-edge technology. Once this high-tech sports car is developed, Ferrari, McLaren, Lamborghini are all inferior. In this situation, Lin Chen chose option 2 without hesitation. Okay, I promise you. Lin Chen said with a smile. Real? Li Tianhong's eyes lit up with joy. Then I'll tell the assistant at the branch factory that you can visit my branch factory sometime and let the employees there get to know you. Good. Lin Chen nodded. Seeing that Lin Chen had agreed, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang were very happy. The next day, after spending one night at his father-in-law's house, Lin Chen and Li Ziren planned to take their baby back to their villa on the Bund. Because they needed to get the baby's birth certificate, and considering some inconveniences, Wu Yanfang came along. With Wu Yanfang taking care of the child, Lin Chen and Li Ziren will have more personal freedom. As for Li Tianhong, they had originally planned to go to the Bund villa together. But the head office suddenly called to say there was an emergency, so we couldn't come together for the time being. Bund villas. Wu Yanfang gently placed the baby on the sofa, but unexpectedly, the baby was still startled awake and burst into tears. Ziren, Erbo must be hungry. Why don't you feed her some milk? Good. Li Ziren took the second baby from Wu Yanfang, then lifted her shirt and began breastfeeding. As for Lin Chen, he was also there with the baby. After Li Ziren finished feeding the babies, they fell asleep again. Babies are all about eating, drinking, pooping, sleeping, and crying. By the way, weren't you going to get the baby's birth certificate? You can go now, and then we can have lunch right after you're done, Wu Yanfang said. Lin Chen nodded. Mom, you stay home and take care of the babies. Ziran and I will go out for a bit. Wu Yanfang has experience in taking care of children, so Lin Chen can rest assured that she is taking care of the babies. After that, Lin Chen and Li Ziren went out. To obtain a child's birth certificate, you must go to the hospital where the child was born. Furthermore, the application process must be timely, following the hospital's stipulated processing time, which in some cases requires application to be submitted within 1 month of the child's or adult's discharge from the hospital. Some may take a little longer, but you must pay attention to the processing time and not be too slow or lazy, otherwise it will delay things. Inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, just as Li Ziren closed the car door, Lin Chen said to her, by the way, give me your ID card, we'll need it to get the baby's birth certificate later. Huh? ID card? Yeah, you don't have an ID card, do you? Yes, I do, but Li Ziren took out her ID card from her bag and held it tightly in her hand. Then, helplessly, he said to Lin Chen, but you have to promise me you won't look at the photo on my ID card. Okay, I promise you. Lin Chen smiled and said. Then, Li Ziren handed her ID card to Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Chen received his ID card, he began to carefully examine Li Ziren's photo on it. The photo should be of Li Ziren when she was 16 years old. At that time, she had 2 small braids, her facial features had not yet fully developed, and her temperament was very much like that of a wild girl from the countryside. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen immediately burst into laughter without holding back. This photo is probably one of my wife's embarrassing moments, right? Ah. Don't look. You bad person, you said you wouldn't look. Li Ziren immediately tried to grab her ID card, but the shameless Lin Chen grabbed her by the back of the neck under his arm. Then, he pinched Li Ziren's lips and kissed her deeply. Baby, give me a kiss. Ugh, you bad guy. You just like to bully me. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, still feeling resentful, and said playfully to him. You've seen my ID photo, so I want to see yours too. Chapter 26, A Deadly Question. How many exes have you dated? Looking at a photo of my ID card? Lin Chen smiled and said, "Sure, my ID card is in the glove box in front of you." Li Ziren opened the glove box in front of her and, sure enough, saw Lin Chen's ID card. "Why did you leave your ID card in a place like this?" As Li Ziren spoke, her gaze fell on the side with the photo, and her expression immediately turned to surprise. Lin Chen in the photo is a typical sunny young man with incredibly handsome features. Despite her young age, she is incredibly good looking. This was the first time Li Ziren had ever seen such a handsome ID photo. It's generally known that the photos taken for ID cards are less attractive than the actual person. "When was this taken?" Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, "It seems to be around the time I graduated from junior high school, or maybe high school." "How about it? Isn't it handsome?" "Humph, narcissistic." Li Ziren said, though her words contradicted her true feelings. "Actually, it's just so-so." "Okay, then go find an even more handsome husband." "Li Ziren?" Lin Chen patted her head. "Just kidding, you little rascal." "Humph, you're just talking nonsense, I'll beat you up." Li Ziren lightly punched Lin Chen's chest with her small fist. Not long after, Lin Chen drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the city's central hospital. Obtaining a birth certificate is not a difficult task, but it requires waiting in a long line. "Lin Chen?" Suddenly, a passing female nurse noticed Lin Chen, who was queuing up. Lin Chen looked at the female nurse. She was very pretty, and her face looked somewhat familiar. But for a moment, Lin Chen couldn't remember who the other person was. "It's me, Zhang Xinyi." Zhang Xinyi's smile was somewhat bitter, reminding Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen had some recollection. "Oh, it's you." Lin Chen smiled slightly at Zhang Xinyi. This Zhang Xinyi is Lin Chen's junior high school classmate. And he even spent a whole semester sitting next to me. Back then, Zhang Xinyi even wrote him a love letter and confessed her feelings to him. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was naive about love at that time and rejected the other person. "I felt like I recognized you from afar, but I never expected it to actually be you." Zhang Xinyi smiled happily and said, "Lin Chen, it's been so many years since we last met." "It's been about 5 or 6 years." Lin Chen smiled. Actually, he hadn't seen Zhang Xinyi since graduating from junior high school. Yes. At this moment, looking at the male god she had a crush on in junior high school, Zhang Xinyi was in a daze. "Are you in line to get your baby's birth certificate?" Zhang Xinyi's tone suddenly revealed surprise. She had only noticed Lin Chen queuing up, but hadn't noticed the queue window. "Does this mean Lin Chen has become a father?" "Yes, to get a certificate for the child." "When did you get married?" "I didn't hear anything about it." "Didn't you get into university? You graduated so quickly?" "We're not married yet, but the baby has already been born." "So that's how it is." For some reason, Zhang Xinyi suddenly felt very lost after hearing that Lin Chen had become a father. "Yes, I really liked Lin Chen when I was in junior high school. But so many years have passed." But at this moment, Zhang Xinyi still felt very sad. If it were nighttime, she would probably be in a state of emotional distress. "Fine." Zhang Xinyi forced a smile, then, remembering something, added, "By the way, Lin Chen, are you coming to the junior high school reunion next month?" "A class reunion?" "I don't know, it depends on whether I have time then." Lin Chen's heart is now only for his wife and children. "I'm not very interested in any parties. However, if you have time on the day of the gathering and are in a good mood, you might consider going." "Okay, I hope you can come." The two chatted for a little while longer before Zhang Xinyi left. Little did he know that Li Ziren would witness this scene. Seeing Lin Chen chatting and laughing with a beautiful nurse, Li Ziren felt a little depressed. Before long, Lin Chen had obtained birth certificates for the 4 babies. As soon as they got back to the car, Li Ziren immediately questioned, "Lin Chen, who was that beautiful nurse? Did you two know each other before? Which beautiful nurse is it?" "Stop pretending, I saw it all," Li Ziren said angrily. Seeing Li Ziren's jealous expression, Lin Chen found her adorable and smiled, saying, "She was my classmate in junior high school and also one of my former suitors." "Suitors?" Upon hearing those 3 words, Li Ziren smiled and stared at Lin Chen. "Great, you still remember your suitor of so many years. It seems you like her a lot too." No, Lin Chen quickly explained. "Tell me, how many exes have you dated in total?" Li Ziren stared intently at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen was helpless. The topic of exes was a death trap. If I don't answer well, I'll probably have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Actually, I haven't talked about it. Lin Chen looked serious. Lee Ziren? How is that possible? I don't believe it. If you've never been in a relationship, how would you know so many tricks? I'm the one who's never been in a relationship, okay? Lee Ziren said somewhat speechlessly that she had never been in a relationship before, and Lin Chen was her first man. We've never talked about it. Lin Chen said, I only heard about those tricks from my college roommate. I don't understand any of them. Shaw. Do you think I'd believe that? But I'm telling the truth. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. Just focus on driving. Back at the villa on the Bund. As soon as they got home, Lin Chen and Lee Ziren heard the baby crying. Mom, we're back. The two walked in and saw Wu Yanfang changing Sibao's diaper, while Sibo was crying loudly in Wu Yanfang's arms. Mom, let me do it. Lee Ziren walked over. Wu Yanfang asked, is the baby's birth certificate all ready? It's done. Lin Chen spoke, then went back to the bedroom and saw that the other babies were fast asleep. Xiaochen, Ziran, do you remember the Douyin video I sent to the babies before? Wu Yanfang suddenly asked, her voice trembling with excitement. I remember, what's wrong? Lee Ziren asked. That video is now viral, with over 1 million likes, and several advertisers have messaged me privately asking for collaborations. It's incredible. Wu Yanfang said excitedly. Lin Chen, who was not far away, spoke up, really? Let me see that video. Lin Chen remembered that his mother-in-law had indeed filmed a video of babies on Douyin. But I didn't expect it to get over 1 million likes. See for yourselves. Wu Yanfang handed the phone to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the video his mother-in-law had taken. On the right side of the video, 3 strings of data were displayed. 1.55 million likes, 80,000 comments, and 120,000 shares. This video is really going viral. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. It's worth noting that many videos posted by top online influencers don't even get this many likes. Then, Lin Chen opened the comments section to see what netizens were saying. Chapter 27 Lin Chen wants to build a sports car. Lin Chen, come sit over here with me, I want to watch too. Lee Ziren said. Lin Chen nodded, then sat down next to Lee Ziren, and the two looked at the comments from netizens together. Both she and Raven have short hair, holy crap. Quadruplets. Awesome. I'm really not a simp, goodness, even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to give birth like that. Lucky star, they're incredibly prolific. This is the first time I've ever seen quadruplets. She's snow leopard, I'm not very cultured, I just want to say awesome. Little bear is 3 years old this year, baby is so cute, he'll definitely be handsome when he grows up. So sleepy every day, wah, could you please send me a baby? Weekly money to spend, even harder than winning the lottery, wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Don't be fierce fish, at Jiangxi Luifei don't eat cilantro at Shoujian soft candy, come and see the quadruplets, they're so amazing. The hundreds of thousands of comments almost all expressed their shock. Wu Yanfang, Xiaochen, Ziren, do you think I should delete this video? Now that the video has gone viral, Wu Yanfang is worried that it might affect her baby, so she wants to delete it. There's no need. Lin Chen said, this video has already been saved tens of thousands of times, so deleting it now is useless. So what if he's famous? It's okay, Mom. Anyway, the baby's appearance will completely change as he grows up, Lee Ziren said, seeing through Wu Yanfang's worries. Wu Yanfang nodded and ultimately decided not to delete the video. Since it received so many likes, she figured the netizens probably didn't mean any harm. Just then, Lin Chen received a phone call from his father-in-law. Lin Chen, do you have time now? Li Tianhong asked on the other end of the phone. Lin Chen asked, what's wrong? If you have some time now, go to the branch factory. A batch of orders just arrived. Could you sign them for me and let my assistant get to know you while you're at it? Li Tianhong said with a smile. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Chen said he had time and finished speaking with Li Tianhong. He said to Lee Ziren and Wu Yanfang, you two stay home and take care of the baby. I'm going to check on the branch factory. Okay, go ahead. Lee Ziren nodded. Then, Lin Chen picked up his car keys and went out. Meanwhile, Tianhong Technology Company. At the company entrance, a group of employees were discussing the matter, expressing their curiosity about the so-called branch manager. At that moment, a tall, voluptuous young woman in a sexy black office lady uniform appeared, carrying documents. She addressed the employees, saying, "I'm sorry everyone, this is supposed to be a break time, but I just received a last-minute notification from headquarters that the factory manager will be coming soon. Everyone, please be alert and give him a warm welcome." Xia Yuli said softly. Upon hearing Xia Yuli's words, the employees perked up and waited expectantly. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove into the company and stopped at the company entrance in full view of everyone. Lin Chen got out of the car and found that there were so many people standing at the door. "What are you doing?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and walked confidently toward the crowd. At this moment, Xia Yuli quickly reminded, "Quick! Welcome President Lin." "What? He's actually President Lin?" At this moment, all the employees were a little stunned, because Lin Chen looked to be no more than 20 years old. That's way too young. How could they not be surprised that someone younger than them had become their boss? "Welcome, Mr. Lin." Then, enthusiastic voices rang out from all the employees, who bowed slightly to Lin Chen, who was standing not far away. Lin Chen was a little confused, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, please take care of me in the future." Put. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Xia Yuli couldn't help but laugh. Who expects employees to take care of their boss? This new boss seems a bit dim-witted. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuli dismissed the employees and accompanied Lin Chen to the office. Xia Yuli is very beautiful. Her looks and figure are comparable to those of Vivian Chao, the school beauty. My father-in-law actually assigned me such a good-looking assistant? At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder if his father-in-law was testing him. This is a 3 million yuan order from Chongqing Technology. Please sign your name on it. Xia Yuli handed a document to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced through the documents and discovered something unexpected. Wait a minute, is this a car manufacturing company? Lin Chen asked. Since Li Tianhong had not told him beforehand, Lin Chen did not know what kind of business the company was involved in. But now, Lin Chen was surprised to find that his father-in-law actually ran a car manufacturing company. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered the supercar design blueprint that the system had rewarded him with in his system inventory. Xia Yuli was surprised that her boss would ask such a question. After a moment of stunned silence, she replied, "Yes." "What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Can you build sports cars?" Lin Chen asked. "A sports car?" Xia Yuli smiled wryly and said, "Most sports car manufacturers are located overseas. Our company isn't that capable. We've never tried making sports cars before. We do have some experience in making ordinary cars, though." "I see, then why don't we try building sports cars?" Lin Chen smiled, eager to try. "Ah? Mr. Lin, are you serious? You're not joking, are you?" Xia Yuli was surprised by Lin Chen's words. She hadn't expected the new boss to be so assertive. They want to build sports cars right away? Is our company really up to the task? It wasn't that Xia Yuli looked down on Tianhong Company, but rather that she had been working there for a year. The company has absolutely no precedent of building sports cars. To be precise, there are no sports car manufacturers in the entire country of China. Sports cars like Porsche, Lamborghini, and Ferrari are all shipped from overseas. Of course I'm not joking. I'll give you a document in a bit, Lin Chen said. Okay. Xia Yuli didn't say anything more. Shortly after receiving the document from Lin Chen, Xia Yuli was suddenly stunned. Chapter 28, helping Vivian Chao film a Douyin video. So handsome. Xia Yuli had seen sports cars before, but this was the first time she had ever seen one so cool and attractive. She was certain that if this sports car were ever built, it would become a sensation across the country, and even the world. Immediately afterward, Xia Yuli notified the purchasing manager to prepare to purchase the parts needed for the production of this sports car. After leaving the company, Lin Chen returned to his villa on the Bund. You little rascal, you can even laugh. In the living room, Li Ziren was trying to make Erbo happy. She pinched Erbo's cheeks, and Erbo laughed and giggled. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly reminded her, "Wife, you can't pinch the baby's cheeks too often, otherwise the baby will drool." "Ha? Is that a saying?" Li Ziren quickly withdrew her hand. She had just thought the baby was so cute that she couldn't help but pinch it. She never expected that pinching the baby's cheek would be harmful. Lin Chen explained, yes, because a baby's facial skin is quite delicate, so it's best not to pinch the child's face or get too close to them. Frequently pinching a baby's face can easily cause the baby to drool, which is generally not good for the baby's health. Hearing these words, Li Ziren was startled. It seems that she really can't pinch the baby's cheeks so often anymore. Even though the baby is so cute, I still need to control myself. Yeah. Suddenly, Erbao, who was being held in Li Ziren's arms, seemed very happy and couldn't help but smile. Erbao seems very happy today, Lin Chen couldn't help but say. Li Ziren said, yes, Erbao is like he's been injected with chicken blood today. He's not only very energetic, but he's also been laughing the whole time. I have no idea what she's laughing about. Li Ziren looked at her second child, Lin Kersen, in her arms. The baby grinned again, a smile that was incredibly heartwarming. Lin Chen was touched by Erbao's smile and picked up his phone to capture the moment. Honey, hold on tight, I'm going to take a picture of the baby. As he spoke, Lin Chen opened the camera and pointed the lens at Erbao. Click. As the sound rang out, Lin Chen successfully took a picture of Erbao. Host took a picture of the baby. Reward, Photography Master. Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling a chill run down his spine as he sensed the new memories appearing in his mind. This skill improved his photography skills by hundreds of times. It's incredibly impressive. The water temperature is just right, let's bring the baby in for a bath. At this moment, Wu Yanfang came out of the bathroom with a smile. Xiao Chen, you're back too. How was your visit to the company? It feels great, the company is quite large. Lin Chen spoke the truth. That's good. Wu Yanfang nodded. Afterwards, Li Ziren took Erbao to the bathroom to take a bath, but just then, Lin Chen heard the doorbell ring outside. Lin Chen immediately went to the balcony and saw that the person standing at the front door was none other than Vivian Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Vivian Xiao immediately smiled and waved, pointing to the door to indicate that Lin Chen should come down and open it. Lin Chen, who's here? Li Ziren also heard the doorbell ring and couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen, it's Vivian Xiao. I'll go down and open the door for her. Good. Today, Vivian Xiao was still wearing a JK uniform, with white stockings and black leather shoes. Her long, slender, anime-style legs were white and straight. However, she didn't seem to be in a good mood today, and seemed a bit sullen. Li Ziren immediately noticed that her best friend was acting strangely today, and asked with concern, what's wrong, Huiman? Are you in a bad mood today? Just a little bit. Vivian Xiao sat down on the sofa, with Lin Chen and Li Ziren in front of her. As for Wu Yanfang, she was giving Sanbao a bath in the bathroom. What happened? Li Ziren teased, did you break up with your boyfriend? No, I don't even have a boyfriend, how could I be heartbroken? Vivian Xiao was both amused and exasperated. She then revealed the real reason. It turns out that Vivian Xiao is an internet celebrity with over 5 million followers on Douyin TikTok. With her sexy transformation videos and innocent face, she gained millions of followers overnight. She's even been dubbed by many netizens as the pinnacle of pure and innocent beauty on Douyin. After that, Vivian Xiao became increasingly popular, gaining 5 million followers in just 2 months. In short, Vivian Xiao was once very popular on Douyin. Why say in the past? Because she's not very popular anymore. That's right, Vivian Xiao's recent works have been unremarkable and haven't generated much buzz. The number of likes is only a few tens of thousands, which is nothing compared to before. Seeing her fan base dwindling and her popularity declining, Vivian Xiao became somewhat anxious. You should know that the reason she was able to achieve financial freedom during college was because she monetized her Douyin account. Most importantly, Vivian Xiao has already made Douyin TikTok her future path. To put it bluntly, she sees Douyin as her future livelihood. This is why she gets anxious when her popularity declines. If she loses her job on Douyin, she will be forced to go home and inherit the family fortune. So that's how it is. Li Ziren indicated that she understood. Lin Chen said, if the videos keep repeating, fans will naturally get tired of them and find them boring. Then why don't you try a different style of cross-dressing? Maybe it will become popular again. Vivian Xiao exclaimed in surprise, wow, Lin Chen. You're so smart, you're thinking the same thing as me. Actually, the reason I came here today is to ask Ziren to help me film a video. I'm not going for the cross-dressing route anymore, I'm going for the dance route. Dancing, can you dance? Lin Chen couldn't help but joke. Vivian Chow said haughtily, "Hey, Lin Chen, you actually asked a professional dance student this kind of question?" Lin Chen, Huiman is a dance student, and she has been learning dance since elementary school. After saying that, Li Ziren looked at Vivian Chow and said, "I think you can give this idea a try. Do you want to film here? How about we go to the balcony? Here's your phone, please take a good picture for me." However, no sooner had Vivian Chow finished speaking than the sound of a baby crying came from the bedroom. "The baby is awake, Lin Chen, why don't you pat Huiman's back?" After Li Ziren finished speaking, she immediately ran towards the bedroom. Lin Chen was about to follow ran back to her room to take a look. But Vivian Chow called out to him, "Lin Chen, don't go, can you help me film a video? I'll just dance a short dance, it'll be over quickly." "All right." Although Lin Chen was somewhat reluctant, he still reluctantly agreed. Afterwards, Lin Chen took Zhou Huiman's phone, and the two went to the villa's balcony together. The balcony is quite large, a full 30 square meters, so it won't hinder Vivian Chow's dancing at all. "Vivian Chow, are you ready? I'm about to start dancing." At this moment, looking at Vivian Chow who was about to dance, Lin Chen felt a little awkward. So Lin Chen said, "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Vivian Chow looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen suggested, "Why don't you take off your shoes and jump?" Chapter 29. Zhou Huiman's grandfather invites Lin Chen to dinner. Ah? Vivian Chow looked completely bewildered, taking off her leather shoes and dancing in white stockings? Yes. Lin Chen said seriously, "Wearing white stockings and walking on the floor will better accentuate your temperament." Vivian Chow looked at Lin Chen cautiously and tentatively asked, "You don't want to see my feet, do you? Are you a foot fetishist? Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in you." Lin Chen shook his head. "That's good, otherwise Ziren will be jealous." Vivian Chow had a smile on her face. "Lin Chen." Vivian Chow took off her leather shoes and stepped onto the floor wearing white socks. "All right, I'm going to start." Vivian Chow said this, and then background music started playing, and she began to dance gracefully to the music. The moment Vivian Chow began to dance, Lin Chen quickly selected the best angle and continuously moved the camera, appearing incredibly professional. A short video of about 10 seconds was recorded very quickly. "Lin Chen, show me the video." Vivian Chow reached out her hand to Lin Chen. Lin Chen returned the phone to her, and Zhou Huiman opened the video and watched it carefully. "Lin Chen, that's a great shot. This is much better than the one Ziren took for me last time. You even know how to use camera movement? That's amazing. Did you study photography formally?" Suddenly, Vivian Chow began to admire Lin Chen. Once a Douyin video is recorded, it usually needs to be processed in post-production before it can be posted. However, Lin Chen's photos didn't require any post-production processing. It's a perfect work of art, with not a single superfluous shot. "I haven't studied it," Lin Chen said. Vivian Chow gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. "You're so professional without any formal training? Impressive. Photography is very simple, why do you need to learn it?" Lin Chen smiled and said. Vivian Chow rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. She always felt that this guy was in Versailles. "Huiman, have you finished filming your Douyin video?" At this moment, Li Ziren came out of the bedroom carrying Sibao. "We're done filming," Vivian Chow said, putting on her little leather shoes. Then she said to Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, my grandfather really likes the painting you drew for me. He said he'd like to get to know you if there's a chance. Is that all right with you?" Li Ziren was somewhat surprised to hear what Vivian Chow said. Vivian Chow's grandfather is a famous master of traditional Chinese painting in Shanghai. The fact that he wanted to meet Lin Chen means that Lin Chen's painting has won his approval. Thinking of this, Li Ziren also felt proud her husband was simply amazing. "Sure." Lin Chen smiled and said, "If there's a chance, you can have your grandfather treat me to a meal, that way we can get to know each other." Puff. Vivian Chow laughed. "Lin Chen, you really don't hold back at all. But your suggestion is good. I'll go back and talk to my grandfather about it." Afterwards, Vivian Chow stayed at the villa for a while before leaving because she had other things to do. At the same time, Li Tianhong was invited to participate in an antique exchange event, and the antique he brought was the luminous pearl that Lin Chen had given him. "Brother Li, your luminous pearl seems to be something special. Let me take a look." A man wearing glasses, who looked somewhat like Ma Huateng, said this, and then Li Tianhong handed him the luminous pearl in her hand. Li Tianhong chuckled and said, "There's nothing to see here. It's just a high-quality replica, not a real luminous pearl. Even though it's a high-quality replica, it should still be worth some money. This is why Li Tianhong changed his mind and brought the luminous pearl to the event, because it was a luminous pearl. Even if it was just a high-quality replica, it was still extremely valuable. My goodness. I don't think this is a high-quality replica, it looks more like the real thing. After observing for a while, Lu Sun said with some shock. Li Tianhong shook his head. You must be joking. Look closely, it's clearly a high-quality fake. No, I feel like it's the real thing. Chairman Su, come and take a look at this luminous pearl. Lu Sun shouted, and instantly all the big shots present turned to look in his direction. Immediately afterward, Su Ao walked over slowly, smiling broadly, and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Ao, visiting professor at Shanghai University. Museum history expert. Of course, he's also the president of the Antique Association. It's safe to say that when it comes to antique appraisal skills, Su Ao is better than everyone here. President Su, take a look at this luminous pearl. Lu Sun handed the luminous pearl to Su Ao. Su Ao quickly examined it carefully, and then his pupils gradually dilated, followed by an expression of disbelief. This is a real luminous pearl, Su Ao said decisively. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, the many bigwigs present were shocked. A luminous pearl? A treasure that Empress Dowager Cixi cherished during her lifetime? Wasn't it supposed to have ended up abroad and been collected by an American oil tycoon? How could it be here? That's impossible. The most bewildered person at this moment was undoubtedly Li Tianhong. Is this really a luminous pearl? Lu Sun, tell me quickly, where did you get this luminous pearl? Su Ao asked excitedly. It's not mine, it's his. Lu Sun pointed at Li Tianhong. Su Ao looked at Li Tianhong excitedly and asked, Brotherly, where did you get this luminous pearl? This was given to me by my son-in-law. Li Tianhong told the truth. Son-in-law? Hearing this, Su Ao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Brotherly, your son-in-law is quite something. If the luminous pearl had remained in China and had not been lost overseas, it would definitely be a national treasure. But even so, it's priceless. Yes, if this were auctioned off, it would be worth at least several hundred million, a bigwig next to him chimed in. Be bold, I think it's worth at least $1 billion. Passerby number 1, Brotherly, your son-in-law actually gave you a luminous pearl. I'm so envious. Passerby number 2, my son-in-law gave me 2 caddies of tea for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the kind that costs 200 yuan. Your son-in-law is really something. Passerby number 3, Brotherly, can you sell this luminous pearl to me? I'll offer 300 million. I'll offer 400 million. Immediately, many wealthy antique dealers wanted to buy the luminous pearl from Li Tianhong at a high price. If he were really short of money, Li Tianhong might hesitate. However, Li Tianhong is not short of money at all, he is a big shot himself. No. Not for sale. Li Tianhong said speechlessly, this is a gift from my son-in-law, how can you resell it? For a moment, everyone fell silent, but their eyes remained burning with envy. After the exchange meeting, Li Tianhong immediately called Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, the luminous pearl you gave me is actually genuine? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and replied, didn't I tell you when I gave it to you that it's genuine? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Tianhong immediately remembered that Lin Chen had indeed said that day. It's just that my own appraisal skills are not good enough, so I think it's a high-quality fake and I don't believe it. After ending the call with my father-in-law, another call came in. Lin Chen looked at the note, Vivian Chow. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Vivian Chow smiled and said, Lin Chen, my grandfather would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Do you have time? No, I was just saying it offhand. You actually had your grandpa treat me to a meal? Lin Chen said helplessly that he was just joking with Vivian Chow last time. Vivian Chow said, it's just a meal, what's the big deal? The important thing is that my grandfather really wants to meet you. I won't say any more. Tonight, at the Tianyue Hotel, Grandpa and I will be waiting for you there. After saying that, Zhou Huiman hung up the phone without giving Lin Chen any chance to refuse. Lin Chen was even more helpless. At this moment, Li Ziren, who was standing next to him, asked, what's wrong? Who called? It's Vivian Chow. She said her grandfather is inviting me to dinner tonight, Lin Chen said truthfully. Then go ahead. Li Ziren smiled and said, with my mom and me at home taking care of the child, you have plenty of time to go out. But I don't want to go. To be honest, Lin Chen wasn't very interested in getting to know Vivian Chao's grandfather. Because he felt that everyone was quite complicated. Who knows if he wants to get to know me, or if he has some other purpose. It wasn't that Lin Chen was maliciously speculating about others. People should be more cautious in all things in today's society. Why don't you want to go? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, because I want to stay home with you and the baby. In my heart, you and the baby are the most important people. You're so glib, all you know how to do is make me happy. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, saying this, but she was secretly very happy. I'm telling the truth, how is that being glib? Lin Chen said with a mischievous smile. But seriously, if Grandpa Vivian Chao really wants to get to know you, you should go have a meal with him. Li Ziren said, just consider it giving Huiman face. Lin Chen nodded. 6 o'clock in the evening. After Lin Chen put Sanbao to sleep, he told his mother-in-law and Li Ziren, then took his car keys and went out. Tianyue Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel in Shanghai. Only the wealthy and powerful can afford to dine here. As soon as Lin Chen parked his car and arrived at the door, his phone rang. It was Vivian Chao calling again. Lin Chen, have you arrived yet? Zhou Huiman asked. Lin Chen said, I just arrived. How about you? My grandfather and I are stuck in traffic here. Lin Chen, why don't you go to the private room and wait for us? I'll probably be here in about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhou Huiman said. Lin Chen said, sure, what's the room number? 9527. After saying that, Vivian Chao said, I'll stop here for now, Lin Chen. I'm hanging up. After the call ended, Lin Chen walked into the hotel lobby. Welcome. Several beautiful women in uniforms bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen? As Lin Chen was walking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. He then turned around and saw a familiar face. Zhang Tao? Lin Chen, it's been a long time. Zhang Tao was very happy to see that Lin Chen remembered him. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting to run into his high school classmate Zhang Tao here. He remembered that when Zhang Tao was in his second year of high school, he was expelled from school for fighting. After that, the two only liked each other's posts on social media and rarely chatted. However, when Zhang Tao was still in school, he had a good relationship with Lin Chen. Are you eating here? Zhang Tao asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then, the two began to reminisce. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen learned that Zhang Tao was doing quite well now. He is the manager of this restaurant. Monthly salary of 50,000. By the way, Lin Chen, you should have graduated from university by now, right? Zhang Tao changed the subject and asked. Lin Chen nodded. Although he had temporarily suspended his studies, he had no intention of going back to school. So what kind of work are you doing now? Zhang Tao asked gently. I don't have a job. Huh? Zhang Tao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and said, I stay at home full-time to take care of the kids. No way. You're married? Zhang Tao was even more surprised. Lin Chen said, no, the baby has been born, but we haven't held a banquet yet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately understood it turned out she was pregnant out of wedlock. However, these days it's normal for unmarried women to get pregnant, so he naturally wouldn't say anything more about it. So you're just staying home with the kids every day now? Zhang Tao asked. Lin Chen nodded and said, yes. Brother, you can't do this. Zhang Tao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said helplessly, we're men, you know. A real man should go out and earn money to support his family. As for taking care of children, that's a woman's job. Tell me the truth, are you unable to find a job? No, that's not it. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Zhang Tao had really misunderstood him. Do I need to go out to work? Absolutely not. Okay, bro, stop explaining, I understand. Seeing Lin Chen's helpless expression, Zhang Tao knew he had guessed correctly. Back when I first entered the workforce, didn't I also encounter setbacks everywhere, which made me feel very inferior? When I run into a classmate who was doing well in the past and they ask me what kind of job I do, I'm too embarrassed to say it directly. But now things are better. Through his own efforts, Zhang Tao has achieved a turnaround in his life and now earns an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Hey bro, why don't you come work for me? This restaurant is short of a front of house manager. You come and be the front office manager. As for the benefits, I'll take care of you. The monthly salary is 12,000 yuan, with meals and accommodation included, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. How about it, bro? This is definitely better than you staying home taking care of the kids. Zhang Tao spoke to Lin Chen from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't trying to show off in front of Lin Chen. Rather, it was out of consideration for their old classmate relationship that he genuinely wanted to help Lin Chen. Chapter 30. Vivian Chao's grandfather is infected with a virus. Lin Chen shook his head. Never mind, I don't need to work. This. Zhang Tao sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed in Lin Chen. He felt that Lin Chen probably didn't think much of this treatment. In other words, Lin Chen is all talk and no action. Maybe this is what recent college graduates are like, they don't realize how hard it is to get a job. Zhang Tao sighed inwardly and stopped trying to persuade Lin Chen. The two chatted as they rode the elevator and unknowingly arrived at the 9th floor. I'm going to eat now, we'll talk later. Lin Chen said something to Zhang Tao and then walked towards the 9527 private room not far away. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Suddenly, Zhang Tao ran up from behind and called out to Lin Chen. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Zhang Tao said helplessly, Lin Chen, you've come to the wrong place. That's the Diamond members' private room. The regular private rooms are on the other side. Zhang Tao kindly pointed Lin Chen in a direction. Lin Chen looked at the room number 9527, checked it carefully, and then said, I didn't make a mistake, this is the right room. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Tao was speechless. Do you know how much a meal costs in a diamond-studded private room? It would cost at least 30,000 to 40,000 yuan to start. If you add a few bottles of slightly better wine, it could cost over 100,000 yuan. However, how could a stay-at-home dad like you, who doesn't even have a job, possibly afford to spend money in the diamond suite? Of course, it wasn't that Zhang Tao looked down on Lin Chen, but rather that as the person in charge, he already knew that this private room had been reserved by a big shot. And he also knew who this big shot was. Therefore, he was 100% certain that Lin Chen had gone to the wrong place. Lin Chen, this private room has already been reserved, and the person hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Tao said speechlessly, think carefully, did you go to the wrong place? No, you've come to the right place, this is the place. Lin Chen glanced at the number above his head again, confirming that he had not gone to the wrong place. Zhang Tao felt that Lin Chen was completely beyond saving. Some even wondered if Lin Chen had delusions or was hallucinating. But just then, Vivian Chao and her grandfather, Zhou Daoji, finally arrived late. Upon seeing the two arrive, Zhang Tao quickly said to Lin Chen, make way. The owner of the private room has arrived. After saying that, Zhang Tao walked towards Zhou Daoji with utmost respect and a smile on his face. Old Master Zhou, you've arrived. Zhou Daoji nodded slightly. Zhou Huiman, who was beside him, saw Lin Chen and immediately called out, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. After saying that, Vivian Chao ran towards Lin Chen with an excited expression. What? Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. Lin Chen actually knows Master Zhou's granddaughter? Could Lin Chen be Master Zhou's son-in-law? Seeing how close Vivian Chao was to Lin Chen, Zhang Tao felt that it wasn't impossible. How ridiculous. At this moment, a deep self-mockery welled up on Zhang Tao's face. Recalling what he had just said to Lin Chen, he felt even more embarrassed. Young friend Lin Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Inside the private room, Zhou Daoji smiled and extended his hand to Lin Chen. His excited expression was like that of a fan who had met their idol. Hello, I'm also very happy. Lin Chen smiled slightly and shook hands with Zhou Daoji. However, at the moment of shaking hands, Lin Chen suddenly frowned. He sensed something was wrong. Zhou Daoji seems to have some health problems. However, the two quickly let go, and Lin Chen was no longer able to sense Zhou Daoji's condition. Waiter, please serve the food. Vivian Chao said something to the waiter outside, and then the waiter went to serve the food. Young friend Lin Chen, you are indeed, as Huiman said, a man of great talent. Zhou Daoji looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Unfortunately, he already knew from Vivian Chao that Lin Chen already had a wife. Otherwise, he really wanted to matchmake Vivian Chao and Lin Chen. Hearing this, Vivian Chao couldn't help but blush. As for Lin Chen, he remained calm, mainly because he had heard similar praise too many times. Young friend Lin Chen, I really like the painting Spring Trees and Autumn Frost that you painted for Huiman. After saying that, Zhou Daoji changed the subject and asked, May I ask where young friend Lin Chen's master is? From whom did you learn your teacher? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and said, I don't have a master. Zhou Daoji was extremely surprised to hear this. He believed that Lin Chen was able to paint such a good picture because he had a famous teacher guiding him. After all, it's quite normal in China, people usually find a renowned and skilled teacher to teach them to draw. But he never expected that Lin Chen would not have a master. Self-taught? This talent for drawing is absolutely terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhou Daoji's appreciation for Lin Chen deepened even further. Excuse me, could you please serve the dishes? Just then, a waiter pulled in a food cart, and then plates of delicious food were served to the table. Black abalone, steamed king crab, braised pork knuckle, braised duck with broad bean paste, stir-fried squid with chicken slices. It has everything, things that fly in the sky, swim in the sea, and walk on the ground. Lin Chen, my grandfather is treating us today, so please feel free to eat whatever you like. Zhou Huiman said with a smile to Lin Chen. Okay. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Old Zhou, you should also pick up your chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoji had just picked up his chopsticks when his expression suddenly froze. The next second, Zhou Daoji collapsed to the ground, his face pale and his breathing rapid. Grandfather. Vivian Chao's expression changed drastically, and she immediately knelt down to help Zhou Daoji up. Lin Chen also squatted down and looked at Zhou Daoji's twitching face. He was also somewhat stunned. What happens? Oh no! Old Master Zhou has fainted. Quickly! Call an ambulance! The waiter standing at the door was terrified, but he reacted quickly and immediately dialed the emergency number. What happened? When Zhang Tao came in, he saw Zhou Daoji lying unconscious on the ground and was equally frightened. This is a viral infection? At this moment, Lin Chen frowned deeply. Because he saw that Zhou Daoji had a patch of red rash on his hand. These are clearly symptoms of a viral infection. Not long after, the ambulance finally arrived. Zhou Daoji was lifted into an ambulance and then taken away. Lin Chen, you should go back now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. After saying something to Lin Chen, Vivian Chao got into the ambulance and followed him. Ding! A virus infection has been detected in the host. Would you like to spend 5,000 nanny points to purchase 100 poison pill? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 31 Jianglin and Charles's cooperation. Holy crap! Lin Chen was startled. He knew the virus was contagious, but he never expected it to spread so quickly. I only shook hands with Zhou Daoji. Thankfully, there's a dad career system, otherwise I would have brought the virus back with me and infected my baby and child. System. I want to purchase. 100 poison pill, can eliminate all viruses in the human body. After taking the poison, Lin Chen felt relieved and drove his G-Wagon home. Back at the villa on the Bund. It was 8 p.m. Weren't you supposed to be having dinner? Why are you back so early? Upon seeing Lin Chen return, Li Ziren couldn't help but ask curiously. Ziren, Mom, please don't go out during this period of time. Lin Chen said earnestly. Wu Yanfang, who was standing to the side, was taken aback. Why can't we go out? Just as Lin Chen was about to explain, the television screen nearby suddenly changed, and the female host's voice rang out. We have an urgent news briefing. This afternoon, a virus that causes immunity suddenly broke out on a large scale in various parts of Shanghai. Infected individuals will develop hemorrhagic fever in a short period of time, with symptoms including stroke, difficulty breathing, hallucinations, confusion, a rash all over the body, and multiple organ failure. The transmission mechanism is currently unknown, but it may be transmitted through the air. Although the virus is terrible, I hope everyone will not panic. Medical experts across China are currently working tirelessly to study this virus, and we believe it will be conquered soon. But until effective treatments and solutions are available, we hope everyone will try to avoid going out, or wear a mask when going out. That concludes this breaking news report. My God, how could this happen? Li Ziren was shocked. She never expected that a virus would break out in Shanghai. Wu Yanfang's expression also changed. No, I have to call your dad. Lin Chen, you just told us not to go out, is that because of this? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen nodded and said, yes. I was having dinner with Vivian Chao's grandfather when he suddenly collapsed to the ground and started convulsing. Her grandfather was probably infected with this virus. Then what? Li Ziren asked with a worried expression. Lin Chen said, then the ambulance arrived, and Vivian Chow went with it. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren silently prayed in her heart, hoping that everything would be alright. After all, Vivian Chow is her best friend, and she certainly doesn't want anything to happen to her grandfather. Mom, what's wrong? I can't get through to your dad on the phone. Wu Yanfang was very anxious at this moment and dialed the number again, but no one answered. Just then, Wu Yanfang's phone rang. She glanced at the note, Zhang Kaifeng. Zhang Kaifeng is the company's secretary. Wu Yanfang naturally recognized her. Sister Wu, something terrible has happened. After the call connected, Zhang Kaifeng's anxious voice came through. What's wrong? Wu Yanfang had a bad feeling. Zhang Kaifeng, just now. President Li suddenly fainted, and then my colleagues and I took him to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanfang's heart skipped a beat. Because Wu Yanfang played the loudspeaker. Therefore, Lin Chen and Li Ziren heard Zhang Kaifeng's words clearly. What happened? Why did she suddenly faint? Wu Yanfang asked excitedly. The doctor said Mr. Li may have been infected with an immune-like virus. Zhang Kaifeng replied. Immune viruses. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen and Li Ziren felt completely disoriented. Wu Yanfang almost lost her balance, and her phone fell to the ground. Mom! Fortunately, Lin Chen managed to stop her in time. Mom, don't worry, trust me, Dad will be alright, Lin Chen comforted her. After all, he had acquired God-level medical skills, even if he didn't understand the so-called immune virus. But Lin Chen was still confident he could overcome it. To Lin Chen's surprise, even his father-in-law was infected. It is clear that the speed at which this virus spreads is indeed frightening. Ziren, Xiaochen, please take good care of the baby. I'm going to the hospital. Seeing that his mother-in-law was going to the hospital, Lin Chen quickly said, I'll go instead. There's a virus outside. Lin Chen, Li Ziren said worriedly. Lin Chen smiled and said, I will wear a mask properly. It's okay, don't worry. Just stay home and take good care of the children. Meanwhile, in Shanghai. Inside a secret biological laboratory. Ha ha ha. Destroy everything, destroy all of it. A young man laughed heartily. His name was Zhang Lin, and he was a chemistry enthusiast. Buzz. Just then, Zhang Lin's phone vibrated. After glancing at the caller's name, Zhang Lin quickly and happily answered the call. Before the other party could speak, Zhang Lin excitedly blurted out. Charles, did you see that? The entire city of Shanghai has practically fallen. I believe that it won't be long before the virus spreads throughout the country. Your plan to enslave China is about to be realized. Upon hearing this, Charles praised him with satisfaction. Zhang Lin, I saw the reports from China. You did a great job this time. However, this is not enough. You must spread the word to other cities as well for better results. Of course I know. Zhang Lin chuckled and said, after this is done, you can't go back on your promise. I want to become a US citizen, and I'll get $1 billion. Not a single dollar less. Of course, we Americans have always valued integrity. Charles laughed and said, Zhang Lin, after the successful completion of this cooperation, the United States welcomes you to join us. Chapter 32 Virus Outbreak, Li Tianhong recovers. After the call ended, Zhang Lin was too excited to speak. Oh, America, my dearest America. A blonde bombshell, a villa on an island, and $1 billion. Ah, the breath of freedom. I'm about to join my beloved United States. Just as Zhang Lin was immersed in his fantasy. The internet is absolutely in an uproar. The outbreak of the immune virus has caused unprecedented fear among netizens across the country. It's terrifying. My neighbor was just taken away, his whole body is covered in red rashes. I also saw the pictures of infected people, it's terrifying. Why did such a terrifying virus break out? What exactly is going on? Is it a biohazard crisis? My 2 daughters have also been infected, and I just want to die. Oh no, is the end of the world coming? The end of the world? Don't scare me. My dad owns a leather factory, my family is rolling in money, and I'm still a virgin. Please don't do this. This has sparked heated discussions among countless netizens. At this time, Lin Chen has arrived at the hospital. Due to the virus, everyone in the hospital, whether doctors, patients, or their families, is wearing a mask. After all, this virus is transmitted through the air, so wearing a mask is the best solution. After making a phone call, Lin Chen found the ward where Li Tianhong was located. Seeing his father-in-law's lifeless appearance, Lin Chen's heart jumped into his throat. In his judgment, Li Tianhong might not last more than 2 days. What to do? An idea popped into Lin Chen's mind, and he immediately went to find Li Tianhong's attending physician. The other party's surname was Su, a middle-aged man who was a little bald and looked very honest and kind. I have a way to eliminate this immune virus. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Su thought he had misheard. Young man, you're not kidding, are you? Lin Chen shook his head and said seriously, I'll give you a formula. You go and develop this medicine. By the way, do you know who the person lying in the hospital bed is to me? Dr. Su asked in confusion, who are you? He's my dad. Lin Chen said in a serious tone, if you don't believe me, you can use my dad as a test subject after the medicine is made. Dr. Su? Is this what people online call carrying a filial son? He has been a doctor for 20 years and has tested many mice, but this is the first time he has encountered someone using his own father as a lab rat. But, that being said, since he dared to use his father as a guinea pig, he must have been very confident and certain, because no one would joke about their own family. And it's a matter of life and death. Seeing that Dr. Su remained silent, Lin Chen knew that she was wavering, so he pressed his advantage. After Lin Chen's earnest persuasion, the kind-hearted Dr. Su finally agreed to Lin Chen's request. Thank you, you definitely won't regret your choice. Lin Chen smiled. Dr. Su pursed her lips, thinking to herself, I hope so. Actually, this was a very risky thing. The main reason why Dr. Su agreed to Lin Chen's suggestion was that she first looked at the prescription written by Lin Chen. Dr. Su was a doctor after all, and although Lin Chen's method was incredibly profound, he could still understand some of it. They knew it wouldn't endanger the patient's life. Only under these circumstances did Dr. Su agree to prescribe this medicine to Li Tianhong. After a while. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It actually works. The immune virus has been completely eradicated. Inside the ward, several medical experts, including Dr. Su, stood in front of Li Tianhong, utterly shocked. Less than half an hour after taking the medication, the virus in Li Tianhong's body was completely eradicated. The red rashes that covered my body have all disappeared. Everything is back to normal. Completely cured. Dr. Su, you're awesome. The whole nation should thank you this time. Dr. Su easily resolved such a dangerous virus, which is truly a meritorious deed. Could Dr. Su be a reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Dr. Su felt very guilty as his colleagues flattered him one after another. Because only he himself knows the truth. The fight against viruses has nothing to do with oneself. The person the entire nation should thank is Lin Chen. Next, the People's Hospital of Shanghai immediately collaborated with a pharmaceutical factory to process and develop the 100 poison pill. After all, based on the data we have so far, more than 100,000 people have been infected with the virus this time. And this number is still rising wildly. Therefore, it is necessary to develop enough poison pills. Subsequently, the hospital also posted an announcement online. Thanks to the efforts of Dr. Su Hongji of our hospital, we have made a major breakthrough in our fight against this immune virus. Currently, a patient infected with an immune virus is about to be discharged from the hospital after taking the special medicine developed by Dr. Su Hongji. Currently, our hospital is collaborating with Cathay Pharmaceutical Factory to process and produce this antiviral drug. I believe the virus will completely disappear within the next 10 days. The moment this announcement was released, the entire internet went wild. Chapter 33 The host interviews Su Hongji. Countless netizens seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and relaxed from their tense and anxious state. Dr. Su is awesome. Wow, my grandpa's saved. My husband is saved. Everyone should kowtow to Dr. Su, he's so great. Can anyone with a big head tell me if this announcement is real or fake? Or is it just to comfort us? It's true. My mom was quarantined at the hospital where Dr. Su worked, but she's already been discharged. Amazing. Dr. Su Hongji is truly a savior of China. Immediately, countless netizens began praising Su Hongji online. Another day passed, and both Li Tianhong and Zhou Huiman's grandfather recovered and were discharged from the hospital, and society further stabilized. With the advent of the antidote pill, the number of infected patients is steadily decreasing. Most importantly, patients who take the 100 poison pill will develop antibodies after recovery, preventing reinfection. Bund villas. Wow, this virus is really powerful. I felt like I was about to die, but after taking that medicine, my body recovered immediately. That Dr. Surname Su is really amazing, Li Tianhong said with lingering fear. Beside him, Wu Yanfang, Li Ziren, and Lin Chen were listening attentively to him. By the way, Xiao Chun, when I was discharged from the hospital, did you thank Dr. Su properly for me? Li Tianhong asked Lin Chen. Thank him? Lin Chen thought to himself, that guy surnamed Su should be thanking me properly. No, I forgot. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong didn't say anything. It's all right. I'll thank Dr. Su properly in person later. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the courtyard. Lin Chen went to the balcony and saw that it was Zhou Huimin again. I'll go downstairs and open the door. It's Vivian Chow. He said something and went to open the door, bringing Vivian Chow up. It turns out that Vivian Chow was worried that Li Ziren had also been infected with the virus, so she came to see her. You said you got infected after taking your grandfather to the hospital? Lin Chen asked after hearing Zhou Huimin's words. Yes, this virus is really scary. Less than an hour after I took my grandfather to the hospital, I started getting red rashes all over my body. Then I had difficulty breathing and fainted. When I woke up, the nurse immediately gave me a special medicine, and then I was fine. At this point, Vivian Chow exclaimed with admiration, Dr. Su, who developed the special medicine, is amazing. He not only saved my grandfather's life, but also my life. I wonder if Dr. Su is single, otherwise, I'd love to marry him. Lin Chen. Haha, have you even met Dr. Su? How can you say something like that? Li Ziren teased. No, Vivian Chow fantasized, but he saved my life. If he were handsome and single, I would definitely pursue him. As everyone chatted and laughed, the television screen suddenly changed, broadcasting an urgent news report. Hello everyone, I am Chen Li, a host from Hunan TV. Holding the microphone, Chen Li smiled and said, yesterday, Dr. Su from Shanghai Central Hospital developed a treatment for immune viruses, which has received a lot of attention online. Many female netizens even said they wanted to marry Dr. Su. Next, on behalf of the general public, I will conduct an interview with this wildly popular online doctor and listen to his journey in developing the 100 poison pill. Upon hearing Chen Li's words, everyone in front of the television immediately perked up, including Vivian Chow and Li Ziren, whose attention was instantly drawn to the television screen. The scene then shifts, and Chen Li appears in the People's Hospital office. This is our Dr. Su. Chen Li smiled at Su Hongji and said, Dr. Su, please say hello to everyone first. Hello everyone, I am Su Hongji, a cardiologist at Shanghai Central Hospital. Su Hongji smiled as he faced the camera. Since masks are no longer required, everyone can clearly see Su Hongji's appearance. So, do you still want to marry him? Li Ziren asked with a smile. Su Hongji appears to be in his 30s and has a very ordinary appearance. Vivian Chow, M. I don't think she's ugly. Of course, she can't compare to Lin Chen. However, his medical skills are superior, a quality that Lin Chen lacks. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, how did this get dragged into this again? Ha, that's what happens when you're handsome. Lin Chen felt even more helpless. Does being handsome mean he has to be compared to others? At this moment, Chen Li in the video asks Su Hongji, Dr. Su, can you tell us about the situation in the hospital when the virus first broke out? Su Hongji said, when the virus first broke out, the hospital received more than 5,000 infected people in just one afternoon. The hospital doesn't have enough beds, and every infected patient's life is in danger. The turning point happened at 9 o'clock the next morning, when we gave the first infected person a detox pill. As a result, the virus in the infected person's body disappeared completely within just half an hour. 3 hours later, they were completely cured. Even Su Hongji himself found it unbelievable when he said this. Chen Li then asked, Dr. Su, now that Baidu pill is being hailed as a miracle drug by netizens, do you agree with this view? I agree. Su Hongji said, because I discovered today that the 100 poison pill not only has a miraculous effect on outbreaks of immune-related viruses, but also has a curative effect on other viral infections. For example, a person infected with viral hepatitis, which is a type of viral infection, may have their viral hepatitis cured after taking the Baidu pill. Therefore, I believe that the 100 poisons pill can cure all viral diseases. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to call it a miracle drug. Chapter 34 TikTok blogger smears Lin Chen. Chenli nodded, quite satisfied with the answer. One last question, Dr. Su, could you share your thought process when you were developing the 100 poison pill? Chenli asked with a smile. Upon hearing this question, Su Hongji paused for a few seconds. Actually, I wasn't the one who developed the 100 poison pill. Ah? This answer shocked everyone. Dr. Su, did I hear that right? You didn't develop the 100 poison pill? Chenli asked, somewhat bewildered. Su Hongji shook his head, no. He is a patient's family member, a miracle doctor surnamed Lin. These words caused quite a stir among the audience. After the interview, almost everyone had the same question in their minds. So who exactly is this young man surnamed Lin? Sigh, this generation of netizens is not helpful. They still haven't dug up any information about this Dr. Lin. It must be because Dr. Lin is too low-key. Do you know why we can't find him? It's because Dr. Lin is from our great Han Ming kingdom. Get out, everything belongs to your great Korean kingdom. Koreans are disgusting and shameless. What's with that Korean guy on the third floor stirring up trouble? Has he gone mad from eating too much kimchi? At this moment, inside a secluded laboratory in Shanghai. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhang Lin looked at the online reports with a frenzied expression. Damn it! Zhang Lin gritted his teeth. He never imagined that the virus he had spread could be overcome overnight. Who exactly is this person surnamed Lin? And why does he have such great abilities? Just then, Zhang Lin's phone rang. I glanced at the caller's name. It was Charles. Charles, please give me another chance. Zhang Lin pleaded humbly, we can develop even more powerful viral variants. Please give me another chance. Forget it. Charles was very disappointed. From this moment on, our cooperation is officially null and void. You won't get a single penny. After saying that, Charles hung up the phone. Zhang Lin tried calling back, unwilling to give up, only to find that Charles had blocked him. I hate it. Zhang Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his heart filled with boundless hatred. They're all because of this guy surnamed Lin. Because of him, my dream of becoming a US citizen was shattered. Zhang Lin vowed to take revenge on Lin Chen, and soon he had a plan in mind. Inside an ordinary apartment. Okay, this is my specialty. Don't worry, I'll definitely ruin his reputation, a young man said with a loud laugh. His name is Lu Yun, and he is a blogger on Douyin with millions of followers. Just now, Zhang Lin contacted him, offering him 500,000 yuan for posting a video that smears Lin Chen. Lu Yun, who was greedy for money, was naturally overjoyed to accept the deal. The outbreak of the immune virus a couple of days ago was actually a huge conspiracy. So Lu Yun started recording a video, and her voice was very captivating. Why do I say it's a huge conspiracy? Think about it carefully, isn't a cure for the virus coming out too quickly? The development of any new drug often requires clinical trials that can last for months or even years before it can be used on patients. But a specific drug to treat the virus appeared overnight? This is completely illogical. Therefore, I believe that the 100 poison pill, this highly effective medicine, was very likely developed long ago. And the immune virus was also created by this miracle doctor surnamed Lin. The purpose is to sell poison pills and profit from the national crisis. The video quickly rose to the top of the trending searches after it was posted. The comments section exploded with countless netizens leaving messages. Holy crap, profiting from the national crisis? That can't be right. Dr. Lin is actually this kind of person? My God. Am I too naive? This is all a conspiracy? I agree with what the blogger said. This miracle drug came out too quickly, it's completely illogical. What kind of rubbish is this Dr. Lin? I've suspected him for a long time. I support the police investigating this man surnamed Lin. Yes, we must investigate. I also think this matter is too suspicious. Soon, the video became increasingly popular due to the widespread discussion it sparked. Ultimately, it attracted the attention of the Shanghai police. Similarly, the Shanghai police also felt that the miracle drug had come out too quickly and was too outrageous, so they decided to investigate. On the one hand, it can also be considered as giving an explanation to the majority of netizens. Because the police didn't know who the miracle doctor surnamed Lin was, they contacted Su Hongji immediately. Gao Tianliang, Dr. Su, I remember you said in an interview that the 100 poisons pill was not made by you, but by a doctor surnamed Lin? Su Hongji, yes, Officer Gao. Gao Tianliang then asked, how much do you know about this miracle doctor surnamed Lin? Upon hearing this, Su Hongji fell silent. He knew that the police were using him to investigate Lin Chen layer by layer. He also saw the Douyin video posted by Lu Yun last night. Officer Gao, do you also believe that the immune virus was developed by Dr. Lin? Su Hongji asked. Gao Tianliang said, we'll have to investigate this thoroughly before we know. Officer Gao, I can't guarantee anything else, but the creator of the immune virus could absolutely not be Dr. Lin. Su Hongji said firmly. Chapter 35 Capturing Zhang Lin. Why? Officer Gao couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Why are you so sure? Su Hongji said, because the blogger in the video said that Dr. Lin was profiting from the national crisis by selling the 100 poisons pill. But in fact, after Dr. Lin gave me the prescription, he never contacted me again. In other words, we manufactured the medicine and sold it to the infected people, and Dr. Lin did not receive a single penny from it. Therefore, the blogger of that short video is completely framing me. It's utter nonsense. Gao Tianliang was slightly taken aback after hearing Su Hongji's words. It seems it really was all a misunderstanding. Dr. Su, I understand. Thank you for the information. Fine. Su Hongji waved his hand. Afterwards, Gao Tianliang left with a large number of police officers. The next day, Gao Tianliang located Wang Yun based on the IP address. Excuse me, you are suspected of deliberately spreading rumors online. Please come with us. Wang Yun was completely dumbfounded. He never expected things to turn out this way. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Officer, I'm innocent. This wasn't my intention. Someone bribed me to do it. Who bribed you? Gao Tianliang asked coldly. Wang Yun, it was a stranger online. Subsequently, Wang Yun directly implicated Zhang Lin. He even produced his chat history with Zhang Lin on the spot. After reviewing the records, Gao Tianliang spent 2 days and 2 nights investigating and finally found Zhang Lin's address. We're about to succeed. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Lin is studying variants of the immune virus, preparing to continue his plan to enslave China. But just then, the door to his laboratory was pushed open, and a large group of police officers rushed in. Don't move! Zhang Lin was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Good heavens, you created the virus, didn't you? And you still dare to slander others? Gao Tianliang looked at the various experimental instruments, his face turning cold. Take these people away from me. Bund Villas. Before we knew it, the 4 babies were already a month old, and Li Ziren had also finished her postpartum confinement. That day, Li Tianhong and his wife returned home, and Lin Chen went out to buy groceries. Li Ziren was left alone at home to take care of the child. Li Ziren was breastfeeding her baby when the doorbell rang outside the yard. When Li Ziren went to the balcony, she saw several policemen standing outside the yard. Suddenly, Li Ziren had a bad feeling. Because when the police come knocking on your door, it's usually nothing good. Ding ding. When no one came out, the police rang the doorbell again. At this moment, Li Ziren snapped out of her thoughts and gently placed the sleeping baby in her arms on the sofa. Then they went downstairs and opened the door for the police. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen's home? Gao Tianliang was first amazed by Li Ziren's appearance, and then politely spoke. Yes. Li Ziren nodded, then asked in confusion, what's wrong? Is Mr. Lin not home right now? Not here. Upon hearing this answer, Gao Tianliang felt a pang of disappointment. They thought they would be able to meet Lin Chen and get to know this miracle doctor up close. I didn't expect her to be not home. It is like this, on behalf of the Shanghai Police Department, I am here to present a banner to Mr. Lin Chen. Thank you for his great contribution to the immune virus event. Gao Tianliang handed the banner to Li Ziren. Since Mr. Lin Chen is not home, please accept it on his behalf. At this moment, Li Ziren was somewhat bewildered. Contribute? When did Lin Chen contribute to this matter? She lay next to Lin Chen every day and had no idea what was going on. Okay, thank you. After realizing what had happened, Li Ziren accepted the banner with a smile. You're welcome. After saying that, Gao Tianliang left with the police officers. Upon returning, Gao Tianliang immediately instructed his subordinates to post a news item on the Weibo account of Shanghai Police. An investigation has revealed that the short video posted by Douyin blogger Wang Yun's viewpoint was a deliberate fabrication and defamation, and he has been placed under administrative detention. The real creator of the immune virus is a 28-year-old male named Zhang Lin. A mutated strain of the virus was found in his laboratory, and the evidence is conclusive. Zhang Lin has now been arrested. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that the developer of the 100 Poisons pill is indeed the divine physician Lin. This news immediately topped the Weibo hot search list upon its release. Numerous people flocked to comment and share their opinions. Holy crap! A mutated virus strain. Luckily, we caught Zhang Lin. That guy was a complete madman. Making a virus for no reason? Could this madman be a spy? I hope the police will thoroughly investigate Zhang Lin. He seems very much like the 500,000 guy. Where are those who questioned Dr. Lin before? Come out and apologize now. Dr. Lin, I'm so sorry. Dr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I was wrong. Looks like I need to be more rational when following gossip in the future. I almost wronged Dr. Lin. Wah, I feel so sorry for Dr. Lin, he's clearly the hero who saved us. In an instant, public opinion on the internet reversed dramatically, and the defamatory video posted by Wang Yun was deleted by the police. Lin Chen was unaware of the commotion online at that moment. He was carrying a large bag of groceries home. As soon as Lin Chen put down the dishes, Li Ziren asked impatiently, "Honey, tell me the truth, are you hiding something from me?" No. Lin Chen was taken aback. Why would you ask that? The police just delivered a banner to you, thanking you for your contributions during the virus outbreak. Li Ziren pointed to the banner not far away and looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Upon seeing the banner, Lin Chen immediately realized that the police must have discovered his identity as the developer of the 100 Poison pill. He wasn't surprised at all. He patted Li Ziren's little head and said with a smile, "Baby, didn't I tell you? I developed the 100 Poison pill." WH. What? Li Ziren was stunned, feeling somewhat incredulous. At first, she thought Lin Chen was joking. Therefore, I didn't take it too seriously. To my utter surprise, this is actually true. Honey, you're amazing. Instantly, Li Ziren's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Chen. It's nothing. By the way, honey, your aunt has left, right? Lin Chen said with a mischievous smile. Ha! They're gone. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and pouted, "You bad guy, what are you planning to do now?" Chapter 36. Boss, the sports car is finished. Half an hour later. A thrilling and exhilarating battle has come to an end. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, while Li Ziren nestled in his arms, a satisfied expression on her face. Honey, let's give the babies a bath later. Li Ziren said, "It's been several days since I bathed the babies." Okay, I'll go run the hot water first. Then, Lin Chen got up from the sofa and went into the bathroom. He turned on the water heater and filled the bathtub with hot water. At the same time, Lin Chen turned on the air conditioner in the bathroom. Although it's the middle of summer now, there's absolutely no need to turn on the air conditioning. However, babies are very weak, and it would be bad if they caught a cold from bathing. Of course, Lin Chen didn't set the temperature too high, keeping it at a comfortable level. Yeah. Inside a stroller, 4 babies lay in it as Li Ziren pushed them into the bathroom. That's right, we use strollers to bring them in for baths, so it's not as troublesome to carry them one by one. Honey, mommy and daddy gave you a bath. Aren't you happy? Li Ziren smiled and teased the babies. The babies were initially very happy, but after seeing the bathtub, they suddenly developed a psychological aversion to it. They all had pouting lips and fearful expressions. Who wants to wash first? Lin Chen said with a smile. Just then, Sibao Lin Yue burst into tears. Sibao, you go first. Lin Chen said with a smile. Sibao? Dad, are you a devil? I cried. They even let me go first. Wah-ah. Sibao, your tricks aren't working anymore. You didn't shed a single tear. You little drama queen. Li Ziren couldn't help but smile. Sibao is a little drama queen. She especially loves to fake cry. Her superb acting skills fooled her and Lin Chen several times. This time they actually tried to use the same trick again, but she and Lin Chen were naturally not going to fall for it. The next moment, Lin Chen gently placed Sibao, who had been stripped naked, into the bathtub. 4 treasures, oh oh. The water is terrifying. Why do people need to take baths? That's scary. See that? My little sister even dares to take a bath. Lin Chen smiled and said to the other babies in the stroller, "Alright, it's your turn now." Afterwards, De Bao, Er Bao, and San Bao were all stripped naked by Lin Chen and Li Ziren and gently placed into the bathtub. The water in the bathtub wasn't deep. It only reaches about the size of the baby's bellies. Therefore, even if the baby suddenly falls in the bathtub, there is no risk of drowning. Even so, Lin Chen and Li Ziren remained very careful to prevent the babies from choking on the water. Ding! Congratulations, host, for giving the babies a bath. Reward, great scientist. The system's voice suddenly rang out. A great scientist? Just as Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered, a flood of scientific knowledge entered his mind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen became the world's most powerful scientist. No matter what the scientific problem is, Lin Chen has a way to solve it. If Lin Chen wanted to, he could break through technological problems in no time and then win the Nobel Prize. This reward is amazing. Lin Chen sighed with admiration, but despite acquiring this skill, he had no interest in becoming a scientist. Lost in thought, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. "Honey, can you check who called me?" Lin Chen spoke, his phone placed to the side near Li Ziren. Li Ziren glanced at the caller's name and blurted out, "It's Xia Yuli. Your dad's branch office assistant, something might have happened." As Lin Chen spoke, he wiped his hands clean and took the phone. "Boss, the sports car you ordered has been manufactured." After the call connected, Xia Yuli sounded excited. So fast? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by the speed at which it was manufactured. Because he had only given Xia Yuli the sports car design drawings a little over half a month ago. "Okay, I'll come to the company later." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the company." Lin Chen then hung up the phone. "Honey, I need to go to the company after I take a shower," Lin Chen said. "Good." Li Ziren nodded. Since Lin Chen was going to the company, she naturally couldn't stop him. After all, his father's branch company is now managed by Lin Chen. Tianhan Auto Trading Company. A black and purple sports car, incredibly stylish and cool, was parked at the entrance. This is the supercar that the company manufactured according to the sports car blueprints provided by Lin Chen. "Great job, very handsome." Lin Chen circled the sports car, looking fairly satisfied. "President Lin, if this sports car is to be launched, how much should we sell it for?" Xia Yuli asked. Lin Chen said calmly, "Of course, the price is based on manufacturing costs." "What is the cost of manufacturing this car?" 500,000. Xia Yuli said. "It costs 500,000? To be honest, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The cost of 500,000 yuan per unit is not low. Keep in mind that even the manufacturing cost of a Ferrari is only 300,000 or 400,000. Of course, a Ferrari can't compare to the sports car in front of you in any way. Therefore, it seems normal for the cost to be a bit higher. Let's sell it for 1 million. Lin Chen made a startling statement. Xia Yuli and the 2 staff members next to her were stunned when they heard the price. A profit of only 500,000? Boss, did I hear that right? Selling for 1 million? Xia Yuli asked in surprise, "Do you know how much a Ferrari costs?" Lin Chen, "Of course I know, it's several million. Our manufacturing costs are higher than Ferrari's, and we are superior to Ferrari in every aspect, yet we only sell it for 1 million? Xia Yuli looked completely bewildered. This price is too low. In her opinion, it would be more appropriate to sell it for at least 3 million. It's not that she's ambitious or obsessed with money. In her opinion, the sports car was absolutely worth the price. Lin Chen smiled and said, 1 million may seem like less profit, but do you know what I mean? Take Ferrari for example, how many can they sell in our country in a year? Only a few hundred units. There aren't as many truly wealthy people as we imagine. If we sell 1 million, it may seem like we make less money, but we will definitely sell more than Ferrari. Most importantly, we can build a better reputation and become a conscientious company, which will bring endless benefits in the long run. Remember our slogan, make it possible for every Chinese person to afford a sports car." After Lin Chen finished speaking, Xia Yuli and the other employees present were stunned. What is a broad perspective? That's what you call vision. Xia Yuli never expected that Lin Chen, at such a young age, would have such depth of thought and foresight. Okay, boss, let's sell it for 1 million. Chapter 37, Taking Li Ziren to get the marriage certificate. After the price was finalized, Lin Chen said to Xia Yuli, "Give me the car keys, I'll take a test drive." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuli handed the car keys to Lin Chen. After receiving the keys, Lin Chen got into the sports car. Boom boom. The sports car roared loudly as Lin Chen drove it away. Central Commercial Street. A super cool sports car drove by, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Holy crap! Everyone, look! What a cool sports car! Wow, which rich kid is causing trouble again? What brand is this sports car? I don't think I've ever seen it before. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen this sports car. It looks cooler than a Ferrari, Porsche, or McLaren. If you don't understand, just ask, does this sports car cost tens of millions? Passers-by were talking amongst themselves as they watched Lin Chen drive his sports car. At the entrance of a research institute in Shanghai. As Lin Chen drove his sports car past, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Zhou Jie? Hearing someone call his name, Zhou Jie turned around and saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Zhou Jie was quite surprised to see Lin Chen in the sports car. Lin Chen then parked the sports car to the side and walked towards Zhou Jie, who was sitting on the steps. Zhou Jie is Lin Chen's childhood friend. The two have known each other since elementary school. We've kept in touch over the years, and our relationship has always been quite good. Wow, bro, not long ago you've been driving a sports car. Zhou Jie patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, his envy evident in his eyes. Nothing. Lin Chen chuckled and said, "What are you doing sitting by the door? Judging from your expression, you haven't just broken up with your boyfriend, have you?" Lin Chen noticed that Zhou Jie looked very unwell, as if he hadn't slept for days and nights. Therefore, he concluded that something must have happened to Zhou Jie, otherwise he wouldn't be so listless. No, it's just work-related. Zhou Jie smiled helplessly. Work? Lin Chen noticed the Shanghai Research Institute behind him. You're working at a research institute now? Yes. Yes, congratulations. Lin Chen clearly remembers that Zhou Jie's dream when he was in elementary school was to become a scientist. It seems that Jie Chou's dream has come true. Therefore, he was genuinely happy for Jie Chou. Thanks. Zhou Jie smiled slightly, although I don't know how much longer I can stay here. If I can't make it here anymore, I'll stick with you from now on. Zhou Jie said with a hint of self-deprecation. Lin Chen was puzzled. What are you saying? Isn't a scientist's job a secure one? How can they possibly lose their job? Hey bro, you don't know, I'm in a real problem right now. Afterwards, Zhou Jie confided in Lin Chen. After listening to Zhou Jie's words, Lin Chen finally understood why Zhou Jie was so listless. It turns out he's recently made a breakthrough in a scientific experiment. Once the experiment is successful, we will overcome a scientific challenge, the law of quantum entanglement. But the result was obvious, the experiment failed. All the hard work of more than 6 months has gone down the drain. This failure caused Zhou Jie to have a mental breakdown and become withdrawn. The law of quantum entanglement may never be proven in this lifetime. Since it can't be proven, what's the point of me staying here any longer? Zhou Jie gritted his teeth and said. However, Lin Chen's expression turned strange. Quantum entanglement? I know how to do that. Because Lin Chen acquired the skill of a great scientist, it was confirmed that quantum entanglement was incredibly simple for him, just like solving an elementary school math problem. Thinking of this, Lin Chen said to Zhou Jie, "Brother, believe me, this law will definitely be broken through by you." Zhou Jie knew Lin Chen was trying to comfort him, so he couldn't help but force a smile. "I'll send you a document when we get back, it should be helpful," Lin Chen added. Zhou Jie didn't take those words to heart. I thought Lin Chen was sending some kind of supporting materials. When he got back and opened the file Lin Chen had sent, he was completely dumbfounded. It turns out to be a way to prove quantum entanglement? Zhou Jie was increasingly alarmed as he looked at the document, and he kept expressing his feelings with emotion. If games have cheats, then the document Lin Chen sent out is a cheat of quantum entanglement. Although the results need to be tested, his intuition tells him that as long as he follows the detailed steps above, he has a very high success rate. Lin Chen is awesome. Jie Chou was deeply shocked. At the same time, he was also very curious as to why Lin Chen knew these things. Is he a scientist? Or did he obtain this document from elsewhere? Without a second thought, Zhou Jia immediately contacted the professor above and planned to begin the experiment. At the same time, Lin Chen was at home taking care of his child when his father-in-law suddenly called. Xiao Chen, I just asked around, and October 3rd is an auspicious day for marriage. Why don't you and Ziran hold your wedding banquet on that day? Li Tianhong said with a hearty laugh. Lin Chen nodded, okay, Dad, let's do it that day. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Li Tianhong exchanged a few words before Lin Chen hung up the phone. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. He was about to get married, but he and Li Ziran hadn't registered their marriage yet. One day later. Lin Chen, didn't you say you'd take me to a fun place? In the car, Li Ziran looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen pointed in a direction, look, it's over there. Civil Affairs Bureau? Li Ziran was taken aback, never expecting that Lin Chen would bring her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Chen smiled and said, Wife, we're getting married soon, why don't we go and get our marriage certificate today? Huh? Li Ziran suddenly panicked. What's wrong? You don't want to? Lin Chen was taken aback by Li Ziran's reaction. Of course not. I wasn't wearing makeup. Li Ziran rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Ugh, this guy, he didn't even tell me he was bringing me to get our marriage certificate beforehand, so I went out without putting on makeup. What? What if the photos I take turn out ugly? Girls, no matter how pretty or how good their figure, all have some degree of appearance anxiety, and Li Ziran is no exception. Honey, you're already beautiful enough, you don't need any makeup at all. Lin Chen smiled. No, I need to put on some lipstick. Fortunately, there was a lipstick that Li Ziran had left behind in the car. Li Ziran immediately took out the lipstick and started applying it in front of the car mirror. While applying the ointment, Li Ziran said, Honey, I think we should go back first. Both parties need their household registration books to get a marriage certificate. I didn't bring my household registration booklet. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen put his hand on Li Ziran's shoulder and said with a smile, It's all right, wife. I brought the household registration book out for you. As he spoke, Lin Chen magically produced 2 household registration books and waved them in front of Li Ziran. Li Ziran? Chapter 38 Why don't you post something on your WeChat moments too? Li Ziran asked curiously, Honey, how did you get my family's household registration booklet? Your dad gave it to me last time, but I forgot to tell you about it, Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziran nodded. It turned out that her father had already given the household registration book to Lin Chen. The key point is that I didn't even know it. Wah! My dad really wants me to get married. Lost in thought, Li Ziran finished applying her lipstick and then got out of the car with Lin Chen. Civil Affairs Bureau. Hello, we want to register our marriage. Lin Chen, holding Li Ziran's hand, spoke to the staff in the lobby. The waitress was a pretty young woman. When she looked up and saw Lin Chen and Li Ziran, my first thought was, they're such a perfect match. Absolutely. She has worked here for 3 years and has processed marriage certificates for countless couples. However, those couples either had men who were incompetent or women who were unattractive. She has even seen quite a few bald men in their 40s bringing beautiful women in their 20s to register for marriage. In short, couples who are equally good-looking are very, very rare. But Lin Chen and Li Ziran immediately amazed her. Especially Lin Chen. If she hadn't rubbed her eyes, she would have thought she'd run into Daniel Wu. Hello, did you bring your ID card and household registration booklet? The young woman, having regained her composure, asked with a smile. Lin Chen said, I brought it. Young woman, is the man over 22 years old and the woman over 20 years old? Lin Chen said, it's full. The young lady then asked, do you have 3 2-inch color photos of the two of you, front-facing and without head coverings? The photos must be of the same color. Ah. Li Ziran said, do we need to prepare photos first? We didn't bring any. It's okay if you didn't bring it. The young woman smiled and said, we have a photographer here, you can have him take a few pictures. After speaking, the young lady pointed in a direction, and Lin Chen looked over and saw some people queuing up to take photos. Okay, thank you. So, Lin Chen had no choice but to drag Li Ziran to take photos first. After taking the photos, Lin Chen and Li Ziran returned to the counter. Hello, please fill out this application form. The young woman handed a marriage application form to the two of them. Lin Chen and Li Ziren spent a few minutes filling out the marriage application form. After checking that the registration information was correct, the young lady smiled at the two of them and said, "This is the medical examination form. You can go to the local maternal and child health hospital for a premarital checkup. Of course, the premarital checkup is optional. If you don't go, you can just take a couple photo here and get your marriage certificate." The young woman held up the medical examination report and said with a smile, "Premarital checkup?" Lin Chen and Li Ziren exchanged a glance. To be honest, now that the child has already been born, there is absolutely no need for a premarital checkup. Premarital checkups are usually conducted to check if the other person has infectious diseases or hereditary diseases. For example, infertility, viral hepatitis, etc. However, neither Lin Chen nor Li Ziren possessed either of these. Especially Li Ziren. That time with Lin Chen was her first time. You could say he had a completely clean body. Therefore, Lin Chen felt that there was absolutely no need for a premarital checkup. Li Ziren and Lin Chen shared the same thought. Since the child had already been born, there was no need for another premarital checkup. Li Ziren, we choose not to have a premarital medical examination. Lin Chen, yes, let's take the picture. The two had just finished speaking. A conversation between a couple could be heard nearby. An ordinary-looking, honest man and a glamorous woman with heavy makeup. The heavily made-up woman said, "Honey, let's just do the same as them and skip the premarital checkup. It's a waste of time." The honest man hesitated for 2 seconds. "Maybe we should just do it." Unexpectedly, the heavily made-up woman immediately broke down. "Fine. You don't love me? You don't believe me? No, don't misunderstand. Forget it, if we have to do a premarital checkup, then we're not getting married." The heavily made-up woman glared at the honest man and left angrily. The honest man was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what he had done wrong. "Honey, let's go take some pictures." Lin Chen silently felt sorry for this guy, then pulled Li Ziren, who was watching the show, away. "Honey, why are they all wearing white shirts? Is it a rule to wear white shirts when we get our marriage certificate?" Li Ziren asked a question, noticing that almost everyone queuing for photos was wearing a white shirt. "There's no such rule. It's just that a white shirt might look better in the background image. But it's okay, we can dress the same in casual clothes." Lin Chen smiled slightly. Li Ziren nodded. Although she wasn't wearing makeup today, her clothes weren't outdated. She wore her hair in a bun, a pale yellow long dress, and a pair of black leather shoes. Her outfit was simple, but it couldn't hide Li Ziren's cool and aloof temperament. Before long, it was Lin Chen and Li Ziren's turn to take pictures. "That guy's wife is really beautiful. Why are all the beautiful wives other people's wives? Am I not good enough for them? If my wife were that beautiful and had that figure, I'd slap myself every time we argued." Some of the men queuing behind them were amazed by Li Ziren's beauty and thought to themselves. They were all standing next to their girlfriends, but suddenly their girlfriends didn't seem so appealing anymore. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. This couple is so good-looking. Even the photographer was amazed. But soon enough, he raised his camera and started taking pictures. The photo was taken in just 1 minute. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen handed the photo to the saleswoman at the counter. "Congratulations." The young woman stamped the marriage certificate and said with a smile, "Wishing you a long and happy marriage, and a lifetime of love and devotion." "Thanks." Lin Chen and Li Ziren said almost simultaneously. "You're welcome." As the young woman watched the two figures disappear into the distance, she couldn't help but feel a longing in her heart, wondering when she would meet the one. Chapter 39 Quantum Entanglement Proven. Shanghai Research Institute. After receiving the document from Lin Chen, Zhou Jia immediately went to the laboratory and began experiments with Professor Yang Xianqing. "We did it. We finally succeeded." Standing before various instruments and equipment, Yang Xianqing looked at the experimental results and was so excited that tears streamed down his face. 10 years. We've been studying quantum entanglement for a full decade. Do you know how he has spent the past 10 years? Every night I dream that I am conducting experiments on the law of quantum entanglement. He longs to one day prove the law of quantum entanglement. It's not just about benefiting humanity. I also want the whole world to know that Chinese scientists are no less capable than those of any other country. And so, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and he devoted himself to the research. Over the past decade, Yang Xianqing has failed countless times, eventually becoming numb and desperate. But today, thanks to the method provided by Zhou Jia, he finally succeeded. Zhou Jia, we did it! Did you see that? Yang Xianqing was thrilled and said to Zhou Jia, from this day forward, your name will resound throughout the scientific community, making you one of the most famous scientists in the world, leaving a lasting legacy and being remembered in history. Zhou Jia was so engrossed in the joy of the successful experiment that he didn't hear a word Yang Xianqing said. Subsequently, Yang Xianqing immediately published the news confirming the law of quantum entanglement on his official account. The news quickly gained widespread attention from social media platforms. Subsequently, it was repeatedly reposted and commented on by netizens. Immediately, major online platforms rushed to report on it. Weibo, Shanghai Research Institute confirms the law of quantum entanglement. Jihu, the law of quantum entanglement has been proven. What impact will it have on the world order? Bilibili, the verification process of quantum entanglement. This video will absolutely overturn your imagination. You see, my God. After quantum entanglement was proven, a group of crazy scientists actually did this in the lab? At this time, Lin Chen and Li Ziren had already returned home. Mom, have the babies still not woken up? Li Ziren asked Wu Yanfang. She woke up, but I just coaxed her back to sleep. Wu Yanfang glanced at the crib not far away and said softly. Li Ziren nodded. She had to admit that having her mother take care of her made taking care of the baby much easier. Afterwards, with nothing to do, Li Ziren sat on the sofa and started scrolling through Douyin TikTok. Suddenly, Li Ziren came across a video and exclaimed in shock to Lin Chen, honey, come here right now. What's wrong? Lin Chen was drinking water and walked towards Li Ziren with his water cup in hand. Honey, look, am I seeing things? The law of quantum entanglement has been proven? Li Ziren handed a Douyin video to Lin Chen to watch. Lin Chen took a look and saw that it was indeed news that the law of quantum entanglement had been proven. Moreover, it was released by official media. It undoubtedly represents authenticity and authority. Then, Lin Chen noticed the words Shanghai Research Institute in the video. It's obvious that Zhou Jia solved this scientific problem by following his own method. Honey, you didn't see wrong. Lin Chen smiled and said. Very good. Li Ziren was genuinely happy for the progress of science. The fact that quantum entanglement has been proven means that God does not roll the dice randomly, and life is not predetermined. We can live our lives the way we want, and what we believe will happen. Li Ziren said happily. Not bad, it seems you know quite a bit about physics, Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziren raised her chin. Of course, I was a physics genius in high school, after all. Wow, really? Lin Chen patted Li Ziren's head, then suddenly pounced on her and knocked her down onto the sofa. Their eyes met, and instantly they felt something for each other. However, Li Ziren suddenly realized that her mother was still in the bedroom. Honey, let's go to the room downstairs. Lin Chen saw through Li Ziren's thoughts and quickly offered his advice. Li Ziren's face was flushed, and she suddenly felt her legs go weak. Half an hour later. A great battle has ended. Li Ziren went to the restroom to clean up. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly received a call from his assistant, Xia Yuli. Boss, great news. Xia Yuli exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen smiled and asked, what good news? Our Tianhong sports car, which we developed, has only been on the market for a few days, and it has already been ordered by more than a dozen supercar clubs. In addition, there are many sports car enthusiasts who are very interested in our Tianhong sports cars. Our current orders have already exceeded 10,000. If this trend continues, the company's future is immeasurable. Xia Yuli said very happily. That's great. Lin Chen said calmly, to be honest, this result was within my expectations. This sports car design was, after all, produced by the system. Moreover, its appearance, performance, cost-effectiveness, and other aspects are all excellent. Any discerning merchant or customer will definitely be drawn to Tianhong sports cars. Boss, may I make a suggestion? Xia Yuli said. Lin Chen said, tell me about it. Actually, we can invite popular celebrities to endorse our sports cars, which would have a better promotional effect. Currently, Tianhong sports cars are at a disadvantage in this regard. There are simply too few people who know about this car. With celebrity endorsements, we will undoubtedly have a very high profile. At that time, we can even build Tianhong sports cars into a well-known brand and take it to the world. Xia Yuli earnestly offered her suggestions. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and said, "Your suggestion is good, it is indeed worth promoting, but let's forget about hiring a popular celebrity to endorse it." Chapter 40 begins filming of the endorsement advertisement. It's not that Lin Chen has any prejudice against popular celebrities. Instead, it's the current popular celebrities in the entertainment industry who are experiencing their scandals fall apart faster than the last. Today this one's out of business, tomorrow that one's going to be working on a sewing machine. Given this prevailing trend, Lin Chen believes that hiring celebrities as brand ambassadors is not a good choice. Throwing in a large sum of money for endorsements could very well end up being a losing proposition. Well, boss, this is just a suggestion. The final decision is still yours, Xia Yuli said. Lin Chen said, "Okay, I will carefully consider the potential partners regarding the endorsement." Xia Yuli, Then, the call with Xia Yuli ended. "Honey, Huimin is here." "I'll go open the door for a bit," Li Ziren suddenly said. When Lin Chen arrived at the gate, he saw Zhou Huimin outside the courtyard. Vivian Xiao seemed to be in a good mood today. With a beaming smile, he followed Li Ziren into the villa's lobby. "Lin Chen, Ziran, are you free tonight?" Vivian Xiao asked with a smile. Li Ziren asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to treat you to a meal and thank you properly, Lin Chen." Vivian Xiao looked at Lin Chen with a smile. "Thank me?" Lin Chen asked curiously, "What do you want to thank me for?" "Lin Chen, do you remember that Douyin video you filmed for me last time?" Vivian Xiao asked. "I remember." Lin Chen's memory isn't that bad. That video went viral, it's got over 100 million views now. I've gained almost 3 million followers recently, all thanks to that viral video. And I now have nearly 10 million followers on Douyin. Really? Congratulations! You're going to be a big internet celebrity now. Li Ziren was genuinely happy for Zhou Huimin. This is all thanks to Lin Chen, he filmed it so well. Vivian Xiao got back to the main topic. "By the way, are you guys free tonight?" "Ziren, it's been so long since we went out for hot pot, boo-hoo. I have to take care of the child, so I'm afraid I won't have time," Li Ziren said helplessly. "Vivian Xiao, if you really want to thank me, how about you do me a favor?" Lin Chen suddenly spoke. "What kind of help is it?" "I'll definitely help you if I can," Vivian Xiao said. "It's nothing really. We just want you to endorse and promote our company's new sports car. Consider it a little advertising opportunity." Lin Chen smiled and said, "The online popularity of internet celebrities is now comparable to that of top stars. Some incredibly popular internet celebrities have an influence that is even greater than that of traditional stars. It's worth noting that many former big stars are now using Douyin TikTok for things like live streaming e-commerce. In terms of product promotion, online celebrities are definitely not much worse than stars." Therefore, Lin Chen felt, instead of spending a lot of money to hire celebrities to endorse the product, why not have Vivian Xiao as the spokesperson? It just so happens that Vivian Xiao is currently popular on Douyin again, with her fan base exceeding 10 million. Endorsing a sports car? Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin were both taken aback. "Yes, so what? If you feel you've lost out, I can make up the advertising fee." Lin Chen looked at Zhou Huimin and said, No, that's not what I meant. It's just an advertisement, of course I'll help you film it." Vivian Xiao agreed without any hesitation. "Honey, what kind of sports cars does the company have?" "My dad's company has sports cars?" Li Ziren asked suspiciously. "There wasn't one originally, but I had my employees build one last time I went," Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziren was immediately surprised when she heard this. So the sports car was designed by Lin Chen? "When is a convenient time for you to take the photo?" Lin Chen looked at Zhou Huimin and asked. Vivian Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we go now? I happen to have some time now." "Okay, let's go now." Lin Chen nodded. "Honey, I want to go too." "I want to see what your sports car design looks like," Li Ziren said. Tianhan Auto Trading Company. Lin Chen drove his G-Wagon and brought Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin here. "Yuli." Upon seeing Xia Yuli, Li Ziren quickly called out to her. "Ziren. Why, it's been so long since I've seen you." It's obvious that Xia Yuli and Li Ziren knew each other long ago. After all, Li Ziren is the boss's daughter. "And this is?" Xia Yuli looked at Vivian Xiao. Although she had some interaction with Li Ziren, this was the first time she had met Vivian Chao. She is my good friend, my best friend. Li Ziren quickly explained. Xia Yuli immediately understood and smiled slightly at Zhou Huimin. Hello, my name is Xia Yuli. Vivian Chao. Vivian Chao smiled. The two greeted each other and thus became acquainted. Honey, is this the sports car you designed? It's so cool. Li Ziren noticed the Tianhong sports car parked not far away and quickly went over to take a look. She has often ridden in sports cars since she was a child. Li Tianhong's family owns a Porsche. However, the sports car designed by Lin Chen is too good looking. The car's lines are flawless, like a meticulously crafted work of art, something Porsche simply cannot match. My husband is so amazing. Li Ziren's admiration for Lin Chen reached its peak once again. Wow, this sports car is amazing. Vivian Chao's eyes were also drawn to the Tianhong sports car, and she asked Lin Chen, how much does this sports car cost? I want to buy one. How about this, you endorse me and shoot an ad, and I'll give you one for free, Lin Chen said. It's not that he's showing off. As long as the advertisement shoot is successful, he wouldn't lose money even if he gave Vivian Chao a car. Great. You said it yourself. Vivian Chao was surprised and delighted that Lin Chen was so generous. Boss, is she the spokesperson you hired? While Vivian Chao was admiring the sports cars, Xia Yuli whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, she's a huge internet celebrity with millions of followers on Douyin. What do you think about her being the spokesperson? I think it's a good idea. Xia Yuli answered without hesitation. She is also very aware of the influence of online celebrities nowadays. Moreover, Vivian Chao's looks and figure are truly exceptional. She could easily be the spokesperson for Tianhong Auto. More importantly, hiring a popular celebrity to endorse a product or service would cost at least tens of millions of yuan in endorsement fees. However, Lin Chen's decision to have Vivian Chao endorse the company directly saved the company a large sum of money. Lin Chen, shall we start filming now? Vivian Chao walked towards Lin Chen. By the way, you still haven't told me how to film it? As a major online influencer, she has taken on many advertising deals. However, this was the first time she had filmed a sports car advertisement. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, let's film a video of you driving a sports car and then getting out of the car to introduce it. Oh, right, I almost asked you, do you know how to drive? Lin Chen suddenly realized this was a crucial issue. If Vivian Chao can't drive, then they'll have to change their advertising strategy. Of course I can. I've had my driver's license for 3 years now, and besides, it's not like I've never driven a sports car before. That's good. Lin Chen nodded and tossed the car keys to Vivian Chao. Let's start filming now. Chapter 41. The father-in-law wants to hand over the company to Lin Chen. Boss, should we have the company's photographer come over? Xia Yuli asked. Lin Chen said, no need, I'll take the pictures myself. In terms of cinematography skills, only a director of Zhang Yimou's caliber could probably rival Lin Chen. Therefore, Lin Chen plans to personally oversee the process to ensure the endorsement video achieves the best possible result. Huimin, be careful when you open it. Li Ziren reminded her that she knew Vivian Chao's personality. She was a bit careless. Don't worry, Ziren, it's not like I can't drive. As she spoke, Vivian Chao opened the sports car door and plopped down in the driver's seat. Inserting the car key and starting the engine, Vivian Chao's series of actions were remarkably practiced. The Tianhong sports car immediately emitted a loud roar. At this moment, Lin Chen also started filming from the side. You drive for a while first, keep the speed at 20 miles per hour, so that I can keep up. Good. Vivian Chao lightly pressed the accelerator, and the Tianhong sports car slowly started moving. Xia Yuli, Li Ziren, and some company executives watched from a distance. Okay, slow down. Lin Chen followed and filmed for a while. The next scene should be the sports car slowing down and then Vivian Chao getting out of the car. However, at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Vivian Chao mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, and the sports car suddenly sped forward, reaching a speed of 80 miles per hour. Xia Yuli was stunned. Li Ziren was stunned. At this moment, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Huimin, stop. Brake. Li Ziren spoke up loudly, reminding Zhou Huimin. However, at this moment, even Vivian Chao was stunned. Her mind went completely blank. She felt as if her legs weighed thousands of pounds and were completely out of her control. A few seconds later. Bang! With a loud bang, Vivian Chao's sports car crashed into the wall, creating a large crater in the thick wall. Oh my god! Lin Chen, Li Ziren, Xia Yuli, and other staff members immediately ran over from behind. I'm actually alright? In the car, Vivian Chao had an incredulous expression on her face. Looking down, I saw a blue airbag surrounding me. This airbag saved my life. Vivian Chao looked up at the wall that had been smashed through and thought, how terrifying. If it weren't for the airbags, I would definitely be dead. Huiman, are you alright? When everyone went over to take a look, they saw that Vivian Chao was completely unharmed, and they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness for the airbags. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Sorry, I accidentally pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Vivian Chao felt somewhat guilty, blaming herself for being too careless. It's good that everyone is alright, Lin Chen reassured him. He was probably the only one among everyone present who wasn't too worried about Vivian Chao. After all, he knows the sports cars he designed best. With airbags, Vivian Chao would never have been harmed in the slightest. I'd better get down first, Vivian Chao said with lingering fear. However, at that moment, a company employee suddenly exclaimed, "The front of the car isn't damaged?" What? Li Ziren, Xia Yuli, and the others immediately looked towards the front of the car. Surprisingly, the front of the Tianhong sports car wasn't totaled, it was only slightly dented. The entire audience was shocked. How is that possible? At that speed, the sports car crashed into the wall. The car smashed a huge dent into the wall, yet it was barely damaged? Is this really a sports car? Are you sure it's not an armored vehicle? Holy crap! Even the company's automotive engineers were somewhat shocked. If this were any other sports car, it would be totaled on the spot if it hit a wall at that speed. Honey, what is this sports car made of? Why can't it be smashed? Li Ziren touched the hood of the sports car and felt that it was very hard, and she didn't know what material it was made of. Lin Chen explained, the exterior of this sports car is made of heavy metal materials such as steel plates and cast iron. It's definitely not your average sports car. Its resistance to impact should be 10 times that of other sports cars. Lin Chen shared the information he had obtained from the system with everyone. 10 times? My goodness. Everyone present was completely convinced this sports car was truly amazing. This sports car is sure to become a huge hit. This was the thought of everyone present. Putting aside its other superior performance features, what car on the market can compare to its safety? Can you still film? There shouldn't be any problems, right? Lin Chen asked Zhou Huiman. Can. Vivian Chao nodded, she was perfectly fine. Okay, go and bring a new car over. Take this one over and get it repaired, Lin Chen said to his subordinates. Half an hour later. The promotional video for Tianhong Auto has finally been filmed. After adding some subtitles, Vivian Chao immediately posted the video on Douyin. Just one night later, thanks to the account's massive built-in traffic, the video went viral. Over 1 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Holy crap, that sports car is so cool. How much does it cost? The headlights, the lines, the overall look, it completely blows Ferrari out of the water. It's said that this car only costs 1 million, and it's even a domestic Chinese brand. No way? 1 million? Such a cool sports car only costs 1 million? What a conscientious brand. Support domestic products. The McLaren I was driving suddenly doesn't seem so appealing anymore. 1 million? I'd definitely buy my husband one. 666, the woman upstairs is rich. Do rich women need a husband? I'm 1.8 meters tall, good in bed, and have 8-pack abs. I originally wanted to buy a Porsche 911, but after seeing how good this car looks, I'm thinking of reconsidering. After reading through all the comments, I just want to ask, does anyone know where I can buy this car in person? Following this promotion, orders for Tianhong sports cars continued to rise, and in just 1 week, total sales exceeded 10,000 units. Lin Chen's net worth also soared, and the profits of Tianhong's branch even exceeded those of the head office. I knew that entrusting the management of the branch office to you was the right choice. At the villa on the Bund, Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen with admiration in her eyes. This son-in-law is truly a constant source of surprises. He was incredibly proud and honored to have Lin Chen as his son-in-law. He even believed that under Lin Chen's leadership, Tianhong Company could become one of the world's top 500 companies. Therefore, Li Tianhong made a major decision. Xiao Chen, Tianhong sports cars are selling like hotcakes right now, how about we expand our business? Merge the two companies together, and then register a new company. You will be the company's president, holding the largest share, and I will be your deputy. What do you think of my suggestion? Li Tianhong spoke with delight, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen's reply. Lin Chen was flattered when he heard this. Does my father-in-law mean he wants to hand over the company he founded and worked so hard for half his life to me? Chapter 42 Xia Yuli's admiration. Lin Chen said helplessly, Dad, are you sure? Tianhong is the culmination of most of your life's work. It is precisely because it is my hard work that I want it to become better. Li Tianhong said sincerely, all right, it's decided then. From now on, you will be the person in charge of Tianhong. Lin Chen felt helpless, but he couldn't refuse such a kind invitation. In the end, I had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen took Li Ziren to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. A checkup 1 month after childbirth is essential, mainly to check the recovery of the uterus. Furthermore, since Li Ziren had a cesarean section, it is necessary to check the wound healing, lochia, and milk secretion to see if they have returned to normal. The moment he received the results, the doctor told Lin Chen that there was nothing wrong, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he took Li Ziren back home. After returning home, Lin Chen took care of the child for a while before receiving a call from Xia Yuli. President Lin, today is the founding day of Tianhong Group. You need to attend a meeting at the company, Xia Yuli said. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen said to Si Bao, whom he was holding in his arms, Baby, Daddy's going out for a bit. You play with Grandma for a while. Yeah. Si Bao made a sound, but it was unclear what he was saying. However, judging from Si Bao's expression, she was somewhat reluctant to part with him. Afterwards, Lin Chen handed the 4 treasures to Wu Yanfang to take care of, and then left. Tianhong Group. Xia Yuli was greeting Lin Chen at the door when a large number of reporters suddenly appeared after Lin Chen arrived. The reporters swarmed in like madmen, and the security guards at the entrance couldn't stop them. Hello, we are reporters from Shanghai New Weekly. May we ask you a few questions? A female reporter spoke up, asking Xia Yuli a question. Sorry, I have something urgent to attend to right now. Xia Yuli didn't want to pay them any attention. We'll only have 1 minute for the interview. Are all the employees of Tianhong Group so superior? Yeah, we've come all this way, can't you cooperate with us a little? These reporters began to use moral blackmail, surrounding Xia Yuli and refusing to back down. Considering the company's image, Xia Yuli hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Having achieved her goal, the female reporter immediately beamed and asked directly, What is your opinion on the online reports yesterday regarding the brake failure of the Tianhong sports car? Brake failure? Our sports cars undergo rigorous quality control at every stage of production. How could the brakes possibly fail? Xia Yuli initially thought these reporters were genuinely interested in interviewing her, but upon hearing this question, she finally realized that they were clearly there to cause trouble. Seeing that Xia Yuli had been successfully steered into the conversation, the female reporter continued, The relevant news has already been reported, we are not making things up. Isn't this just baseless gossip? Which news report is this? Show it to me, Xia Yuli said. At this point, the other party deliberately gave an irrelevant answer. As a senior executive within the company, what are your thoughts on this matter? Xia Yuli was immediately stumped. Because no matter what she answers next, it will be tantamount to her admitting that the sports car has safety issues. The best way is not to answer. Just as Xia Yuli was feeling awkward, a figure suddenly walked over, and Xia Yuli turned her head and saw Lin Chen's face. Sorry, we're about to have a meeting and can't give interviews right now. Lin Chen said coldly, then subconsciously grabbed Xia Yuli's hand and quickly left. Hey! Hey! A large group of reporters chased after them, but were quickly stopped by the company's security guards. Next time you encounter an interview like this, just ignore it. Lin Chen led Xia Yuli to the company lobby. He looked at Xia Yuli and said, It's no use talking to these unscrupulous reporters. It'll only make things worse. Xia Yuli expressed her concerns, but if we ignore it, won't it affect our company's image? Netizens will say we're putting on airs. Lin Chen said calmly, It's all right. We just need to focus on running our company. Why should we pay attention to what others are saying? That's true. Xia Yuli thought it made sense. Oh dear. How could I have been so stupid just now? Fortunately, Lin Chen pulled him away immediately, otherwise things would have been very difficult to handle. In fact, Xia Yuli has a gentle personality. She is not a strong woman and believes that if she has accepted an interview, she should finish what she has to say before leaving. Just then, Xia Yuli suddenly realized something. She looked down and her pretty face instantly turned crimson. Because Lin Chen's hand was still holding hers. Where are you taking me? Xia Yuli was quite embarrassed to be led by a man like this for the first time, especially with so many company employees watching. Excuse me. Lin Chen immediately released Xia Yuli's hand, his expression unusually unnatural. My first thought was, thank goodness my wife isn't here, otherwise if she saw me. Fine. Xia Yuli smiled beautifully, as if nothing had happened. If another man were to hold her hand, she might feel disgusted or even resistant. For some reason, she felt unconsciously happy when Lin Chen held her hand. Oh my god. I don't think I'm going to fall for Lin Chen, am I? Xia Yuli suddenly felt her face burning and her heart pounding. Oh dear, he's her boss, and more importantly, he's a married woman. Xia Yuli, can you please stop overthinking this? Xia Yuli took a small breath, trying her best to suppress her inner thoughts. Lin Chen's attention was focused on what was in front of him, otherwise he would have noticed that the latter's pretty face was extremely flushed. By the way, when does the meeting start? At this point, Lin Chen changed the subject, because the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xia Yuli said, oh, they'll be here soon. I've already notified the company's senior management, and they should all be arriving by now. Okay. Lin Chen didn't say anything, and the two walked side by side until they arrived at the conference room. A dozen minutes later, the meeting proceeded normally without any major disruptions. After explaining some matters, Lin Chen directly announced the end of the meeting. I followed closely behind and drove home. Chapter 43 Young Master, please come back to the Lin family with us. Back home. As soon as Lin Chen saw Li Ziren, she rushed over with a joyful expression. Honey, do you know that the big star Han Jian just posted a Weibo message to thank you? Han Jian? Lin Chen chuckled and said, why would he thank me on Weibo? Lin Chen had heard of Han Jian, one of the most popular stars in Taiwan in the past. He once played Duan Yu in Demigods and Semi-Devils. They have also released several hit songs. In addition, Han Jian is also a famous young race car driver who has won a world championship. In short, Han Jian is famous in various fields. Even Lin Chen, who doesn't pay much attention to celebrities, has heard of him. Li Ziren said with a smile, honey, you can tell by looking at his Weibo posts. Let me show you. As she spoke, Li Ziren took out her phone and found the Weibo post that Han Jian had made. Han Jian, today I was driving my Tianhong sports car to the mall with my son when we were rear-ended by a truck. Fortunately, the airbags worked well, and my son and I were both unharmed. The rear of the car was only slightly dented. Having driven so many sports cars, the Tianhong sports car not only has the best driving experience, but its safety is also the most impressive. Here I want to give the Tianhong sports car a thumbs up, and a thumbs up to the designer of this sports car. It's fantastic. Below the caption was a picture of the rear of a Tianhong sports car that had been hit. Holy crap, are you sure it was a truck that hit it? This shell is incredibly tough. How come it wasn't totaled on the spot after being rear-ended by a large truck? Awesome. Thumbs up for Tianhong sports cars. The quality is simply unbeatable. This morning I saw the media trying to smear Tianhong, saying that their sports cars have safety hazards. I just want to ask, are there any sports cars that are safer than Tianhong's? It feels like the Tianhong sports car saved Han Jian's life. After seeing this Weibo post, I quietly opened a car buying app and ordered a Tianhong sports car. Tens of thousands of comments from fans were posted under the Weibo post. Because Han Jian posted this Weibo post, Tianhong sports cars also topped the Weibo hot search list and were discussed by many netizens. In an instant, Tianhong sports cars became popular again, and sales continued to rise. I've finished reading it. Lin Chen handed the phone back to Li Ziren. This Weibo post is great, it's like giving us free publicity. Aha! Li Ziren nodded and said, honey, did you buy hairy crabs? I'm going to make lunch. Good. In their daily lives, Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and Li Ziren's mother-in-law Wu Yanfang are all involved in cooking, with Wu Yanfang being the one who cooks the most. Secondly, there's Li Ziren. Lin Chen originally wanted to cook lunch himself, but since Li Ziren wanted to cook, he let her do it. Afterwards, Lin Chen, having nothing else to do, returned to his room and played with the baby with his mother-in-law. The baby is now over a month old. In just 1 month, your baby will learn a lot, such as being able to control their head movements to some extent. When lying down, you can also slightly raise your head and turn it from one side to the other. Furthermore, babies will begin to notice their amazing little hands. He would raise his hand from time to time, and also bring his hand to his mouth. "Debao, come here, let daddy give you a hug." Debao Lin Xinhua seemed very happy, lying on the bed, her big, bright eyes darting around, seemingly looking at something. Then, Lin Chen picked her up. Debao, who was being held, opened and closed his little mouth, and then a heartwarming smile appeared on his face. She even raised her magical little hand to touch Lin Chen's face. "Ha, Xiao Chun, if the baby gets a little older, he'll probably start grabbing people." Wu Yanfang, the mother-in-law who was playing with the 3 children nearby, made a joke. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this. He gently tapped Debao's nose with his finger and said affectionately, "Baby, grow up quickly so that daddy can take you out to play." Ding! Host's fatherly love is as solid as a mountain. You are rewarded with a martial arts card. The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Mom, here's the baby, I'm going out for a drink of water." "Good." Lin Chen handed Debao to Wu Yanfang and then walked outside. "System, I want to use the martial arts card." Lin Chen silently recited it to himself. Immediately, Lin Chen felt a strange energy surging through his limbs and bones, warm and very comfortable. However, this feeling quickly disappeared. Lin Chen felt his whole body brimming with power. Even dozens of adults would be no match for him. This reward is great. Lin Chen showed a satisfied expression. The reason is simple, I am now more than 100 times stronger. If anything really happens in the future, I can protect my family. After lunch, Li Ziren breastfed the babies. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the preparations for his wedding. According to the customs of Shanghai, it is customary to buy 3 gold pieces for the bride when getting married. Bracelets, necklaces, and rings. Although Li Ziren has already given birth to her own child. But that doesn't mean Lin Chen looks down on Li Ziren. You should still buy what you need to buy. Whatever other women have, Li Ziren must have too. So, after the baby fell asleep, Lin Chen took Li Ziren to the mall. "Honey, what are you going to buy me?" Li Ziren hugged Lin Chen's arm and asked curiously. Lin Chen simply said he was bringing her to buy things. But it didn't say what to buy. "Sanjin, we're getting married soon, let me buy you some gold and silver jewelry," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Honey, but I don't like wearing gold and silver." Li Ziren shook her head and said with a helpless expression. Many women are probably interested in gold and silver jewelry. But Li Ziren didn't like it. They even find it troublesome to wear these things. "How about we just buy a ring, and nothing else?" Li Ziren said this. Chapter 44 The Eternal Heart. Seeing that Li Ziren really didn't like those things, Lin Chen didn't insist anymore and went along with Li Ziren's wishes. "Okay, then let's buy the ring." "Munhum." Li Ziren nodded cutely, revealing a sweet smile. She then affectionately put her arm around Lin Chen's arm, and the two went together to the ring section of the mall. However, as soon as the two arrived, they saw a large crowd gathered in front of them, seemingly watching an argument. "Someone's stealing. Everyone, please help." A pretty saleswoman was seen tightly gripping a man's clothes. The man was very tall, probably close to 2 meters, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was clearly a foreigner. The foreigner was holding a diamond, which, according to the sales assistant, he must have stolen. "Hey, how could you steal my things?" At this moment, a kind-hearted young man stepped forward. The foreigner retorted dismissively, "None of your business." These words immediately enraged the well-meaning young man. Damn it, so arrogant? He stopped arguing and went straight to the foreigner, trying to help him get the diamonds back. "Get lost." The foreigner shoved the young man hard, and the young man fell flat on his back, completely outmatched by him. After all, this foreigner was nearly 2 meters tall, while the young man was only a little over 1.7 meters tall. He was at a great disadvantage in terms of height and naturally couldn't beat him. "You get out of here too." When the foreigner pushed the saleswoman, she cried out and fell to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, the foreigner took the precious diamonds he had stolen and left arrogantly. The bystanders were mostly middle-aged women. Aside from verbally condemning the behavior and calling the police, they couldn't offer any real help. Ugh, how disgusting. How can there be such people? Li Ziren complained, grabbing the items and leaving. How is this any different from being a robber? Husband. Just as Li Ziren realized what was happening, she discovered that Lin Chen had already walked towards the foreigner. Stop. Lin Chen said coldly, directly blocking the foreigner's path. The foreigner glared arrogantly at Lin Chen, speaking fluent Chinese. You little brat, you want to meddle in other people's business too? Lin Chen said coldly, leave your things behind. China is not a place where you can run wild. Act recklessly. After saying that, the foreigner attacked Lin Chen directly. He had studied boxing and was very muscular. Although Lin Chen was also 1.8 meters tall, he still looked very thin next to him, who was nearly 2 meters tall. If Lin Chen hadn't obtained the martial arts entry card, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat this fierce foreigner. But now, Lin Chen dodged the foreigner's attack and slapped him across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Diamond. Lin Chen walked towards the other person step by step and spoke calmly. The foreigners were genuinely frightened. They never imagined that Lin Chen, at such a young age, would be so formidable. He immediately held the diamond up to Lin Chen. Lin Chen snatched the diamond away and released his grip on the man, who then took the opportunity to flee. Lin Chen thought about it and decided not to pursue the matter, since someone had already called the police. Thank you. He handed the diamond to the sales assistant, who quickly thanked him. She was almost in tears. She was just a sales assistant. If such a precious diamond were stolen, her boss might hold her responsible for the loss. Chapter 45. Buying a wedding ring for my wife. You're welcome. Lin Chen smiled slightly. At this moment, Li Ziren came over and hugged Lin Chen's arm. Husband, you are so amazing. This was the first time Li Ziren had ever seen Lin Chen fight someone. She hadn't expected him to be so powerful, and her sense of security immediately surged. By the way, you're not injured, are you? As is typical of his wife's reactions, Li Ziren immediately checked Lin Chen's entire body with concern. I'm fine, it's just dealing with a foreigner. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said to Li Ziren, Wife, let's pick out a ring. As he spoke, he pulled Li Ziren to the counter full of rings. Take a look and see which one you like. Li Ziren's eyes darted around the glass display case, and her gaze was quickly drawn to a ring. Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. This ring is called the Heart of Eternity. The crystal on the ring is made of the finest South African diamonds, which have been a favorite of Western royalty for centuries. And the eternal heart, there is only one in the whole world, representing the purest and only love in the world. Seeing that Li Ziren's gaze lingered on the eternal heart, the sales assistant immediately began to introduce it. Li Ziren asked, how much is this diamond ring? 57 million. When this number came out, Li Ziren was immediately startled. That's way too expensive. Beautiful lady, this diamond ring is indeed quite expensive. It's the most expensive diamond ring ever in Shanghai. But please believe me, it's absolutely worth the price. Seeing Li Ziren hesitate, the sales assistant quickly spoke up. And what she said was indeed the truth. The Heart of Eternity is of extraordinary significance and is made with the finest materials, so it is worth the price. I'll look at other options. Li Ziren gave an awkward smile and quickly looked away. Just then, Lin Chen's voice rang out softly. We want the Heart of Eternity. As he spoke, Lin Chen took a card out of his pocket. No, honey, this is too expensive. Li Ziren felt a little distressed. Although Tianhong sports cars were selling very well, Tianhong Group had just been established and had invested a lot of money. Li Ziren felt the diamond ring was too expensive, and she had seen many news reports online about diamond rings being a waste of money, so she thought it was unnecessary to buy such an expensive one. Lin Chen looked at Li Ziren with affection and said, It's okay, as long as you like it. Isn't the point of making money to spend on your family? Let alone a diamond ring. As long as Lin Chen can afford it, and as long as Li Ziren likes it, no matter how expensive it is, he will buy it for Li Ziren without hesitation. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the saleswoman standing next to him was incredibly envious. As long as you're happy, what a romantic statement. What an amazing husband. Moreover, she could sense that Lin Chen's words came from the heart and were not just empty words. But Li Ziren wanted to say something, but Lin Chen said directly to the sales assistant, Hello, I'll take this diamond ring. Please put it in a box for me. Okay. The sales assistant nodded repeatedly. She immediately packed the diamond ring, handed it to Lin Chen, and said, "Sir, please swipe your card here." Beep beep. After paying, Lin Chen handed the diamond ring to Li Ziren. "Honey, let's go." Looking at the diamond ring her husband bought for her, it would be a lie to say that Li Ziren wasn't happy. Sometimes women are like that, they say they don't want something, but when you insist on buying it for them, they'll really like it and feel very happy. Chapter 46. Handsome younger brother, why didn't he invite his older sister to his wedding? The couple spent more than an hour in the mall, where they basically finished preparing for their wedding. During this time, Li Ziren also tried on several wedding dresses. Lin Chen also chose a white suit for himself. Getting married requires all these things. In short, the preparations for a wedding are very complicated, and the couple hasn't even taken wedding photos yet. However, Lin Chen plans to take wedding photos later, since the location for the wedding photos might be in another city, and the child is still young and needs to be taken care of, so he can't leave home too much. Li Ziren had no objection to this. Although every woman dreams of taking wedding photos, she could understand the current predicament. Well, she could make up for it later. As for the banquet, Li Tianhong will take care of the arrangements, so Lin Chen doesn't need to worry about it. The two sat in the car, preparing to go back. Li Ziren opened a box of strawberries she had casually bought at the mall earlier. Li Ziren ate one and exclaimed, "This strawberry is so sweet." Lin Chen laughed and said, "If they're so sweet, have a few more." Li Ziren didn't like eating alone. She held a strawberry between her slender white fingers and offered it to Lin Chen's lips. "Honey, give me a mouth." Lin Chen didn't speak immediately. He looked at Li Ziren's pretty face and said seriously, "But, honey, I don't want to eat strawberries right now." Li Ziren tilted her head and said, "What do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." Lin Chen remained silent, simply gazing at Li Ziren. "What?" Seeing Lin Chen looking at her like that, Li Ziren seemed to understand what he meant, and a blush rose on her pretty face. The next second, without saying a word, Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren. Wa'ada. Some time later, the Bund villas. Lin Chen and Li Ziren went home, and Li Tianhong also came over to discuss the banquet with Lin Chen. Normally, marriage should be something that Lin Chen's family should take care of and be responsible for, but unfortunately, Lin Chen is an orphan and has no family, so Li Tianhong has to take charge of it. Just as the two were discussing wedding arrangements, at the most luxurious manor in Shanghai. "Miss, according to the latest news, the young master is getting married in 5 days. A guard approached a beautiful woman and cautiously reported the news. The beautiful woman turned her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that was breathtaking. Her long, black hair cascaded down, held back by a colorful ribbon, and her figure could only be described as perfect. "Okay, you can go now, I understand." The beautiful woman's voice was clear and melodious. "Yes." The guard then immediately left the hall. My handsome younger brother didn't even invite his older sister to his wedding. This makes me so sad. The beautiful woman was a little annoyed, but she couldn't blame the handsome younger brother, he probably didn't even know she existed. Then she muttered to herself, "Since that's the case, then I guess I'll have to come uninvited." 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This day is the wedding day of Lin Chen and Li Ziren. Inside the villa on the Bund, there were quite a few people, and the best man and maid of honor had already arrived. The best men were some of Lin Chen's close old classmates, while Li Ziren's bridesmaids were naturally her best friends, including Vivian Chao. The 4 babies were being cared for by Wu Yanfang at the moment. Lin Chen and Li Ziren were too busy to take care of them for the time being. There was no other way. The babies weren't the main characters today, but their parents. Chapter 47. Lin Chen and Li Ziren get married. "Alright, it's about time. Let's head to the hotel now," one of Lin Chen's best men said. Vivian Chao interrupted with a laugh, "Wait a minute, you think you can just take our bride away like this? Lin Chen, haven't you forgotten something?" Lin Chen was a little confused. It was his first time getting married and he had absolutely no experience. "Are there any procedures that haven't been completed yet? Brother Chen, kiss your feet. You haven't kissed the bride's insteps yet." Lin Chen's best man, Wang Chang, immediately reminded him. Lin Chen immediately realized, right, I almost forgot about that." As he spoke, Lin Chen knelt down on one knee. On the sofa in front of him, Li Ziren sat happily, her pretty face full of love for Lin Chen. Li Ziren even took the initiative to lift her foot to accommodate Lin Chen. A pair of flawless jade feet were right in front of Lin Chen, wearing silver white high heels and fleshy stockings. Without saying a word, Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren's instep. Lin Chen didn't think his wife's feet smelled dirty at all. They even felt that this process was a complete reward for themselves. After the kiss, the room was filled with the sounds of clapping and cheering from the bridesmaids and groomsmen. "Honey, come on, I'll carry you on my back." Lin Chen squatted down with his back to Li Ziren, as the bride was to be carried out of the house according to custom. Without saying a word, Li Ziren immediately climbed onto Lin Chen's back. Then, Lin Chen stood up with Li Ziren on his back and lifted her bottom. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Li Ziren arrived at the hotel in their wedding car. By this time, many of Lin Chen and Li Ziren's classmates and friends had arrived. Inside the hotel lobby, at the place where the money for gifts was collected, the person helping to write the gift list was Li Tianhong's elder brother, Li Changfeng. "Brother Tianhong, congratulations." A middle-aged man who looked somewhat like Jack Ma spoke up with a smile. He was a good friend of Li Tianhong, and after exchanging pleasantries with Li Tianhong, he pulled a thick wad of banknotes from his pocket and said to Li Changfeng, who was writing the gift, "Wang Defa, 10,000. Wang Defa spoke up and gently placed 10,000 yuan on the table. Li Changfeng immediately picked up a pen and wrote down the gift money and names on the gift list. Nowadays, Lin Chen and Li Tianhong are considered to be in the upper class, and the guests they invite are all big shots with a net worth of at least several million. Of course, this excludes most of Lin Chen and Li Ziren's classmates, since they are all students and cannot be very rich, so their gift money is basically a few hundred yuan. But these guests were different. The minimum gift they gave was 5 figures. Some gave 10, 20, or even 30,000. The guest who gave the most money even gave 88,000 yuan. He was a business partner of Tianhong Group and also the company's CEO. Lin Xiener, 100 million. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, exuding an imposing aura, spoke up. "How much did you say?" Li Changfeng was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, could I have heard correctly? The surrounding guests, along with Li Tianhong, were equally dumbfounded. Had they just been hallucinating? Lin Xiener, 100 million. The man in the tang suit spoke again, repeating his words. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 tall, burly bodyguards walked in carrying a large leather suitcase. The bodyguards placed the briefcase in front of Li Changfeng, and then the man in the tang suit nodded. Immediately afterwards, the bodyguards opened the briefcases, and inside each briefcase were stacks of 100 yuan bills. 9 large suitcases in total, 100 million. Li Changfeng was dumbfounded. Li Tianhong was dumbfounded. The guests who noticed this scene were all dumbfounded. Chapter 48, 100 million yuan wedding gift. My God! So much money! 100 million? 100 million just for a wedding gift? How much must that person be worth? 100 billion, or even 1 trillion? Holy crap, even Ma Huateng Pony Ma might not be this generous. Who is this person? Who is this Lin Xiener? This name sounds like it belongs to a woman. Could she be a wealthy female businesswoman from China? And a reclusive one at that. Otherwise, how could I have never heard of her? Some of the guests immediately began to whisper among themselves. Li Tianhong stared in shock at the 100 million yuan in the suitcase, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Changfeng was also slow to recover from the shock. Hello? Could you please write down Lin Xiener's name and the amount of money I'd like to give as a gift? The man in the tang suit smiled and spoke. Li Changfeng finally came to his senses, picked up his pen and began to write, his hand trembling. Li Tianhong was trying to guess the other party's identity, because he had never heard of the name Lin Xiener before. Then there's only one possibility left. This guest named Lin Xiener was invited by Lin Chen. Could it be Xiao Chen's friend? But how could Xiao Chen know such a rich friend? Giving away 100 million yuan as a wedding gift so casually, that's an unimaginable level of wealth. It's estimated to be at least hundreds of billions. Tianhong sports cars are indeed selling well now, and Lin Chen's net worth should exceed 1 billion. But compared to hundreds of billions, it's still not on the same level. Thinking of this, Li Tianhong immediately went up to the second floor and found Lin Chen chatting and laughing with his classmates. Xiao Chen, come here for a second. Li Tianhong waved to Lin Chen and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said something to his classmates before walking towards Li Tianhong. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Tianhong asked directly, Xiao Chen, who is Lin Xiener to you? What Lin Xiener? Lin Chen smiled strangely, I don't know this person. Lin Chen's answer surprised Li Tianhong, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Don't you know Lin Xiener? How could that be? If you don't know someone, would they casually write down a gift of 100 million yuan? Dad, what's wrong? Seeing that Li Tianhong's expression was a bit strange, Lin Chen became even more curious. Xiao Chen, just now a person named Lin Xiener wrote you a gift of 100 million yuan. Li Tianhong did not hide anything and told Lin Chen about it. Upon hearing the amount of money to be given as a gift, Lin Chen's smile froze instantly. Gift money? 100 million? Holy crap! Lin Chen was incredulous, really? This is too exaggerated. Li Tianhong said, it's true. If you don't believe me, come downstairs with me and see. There are 9 large suitcases, all filled with cash. Okay, let's go. Afterwards, Lin Chen followed Li Tianhong downstairs. When Lin Chen arrived at the place where the gifts were written, he indeed saw 9 large leather suitcases. Each suitcase was filled with bundles of 100 yuan bills, which was quite conspicuous. At this moment, Li Changfeng was having someone close the suitcase. Opening it would be too outrageous. People who didn't know better would think he had just robbed a bank. Li Tianhong glanced around and asked Li Changfeng, brother, where is that person in the tang suit from earlier? Li Changfeng said, let's go. They've left? Li Tianhong was immediately puzzled, isn't he going to finish the banquet before leaving? Li Changfeng shook his head helplessly. He said that he brought the money as a wedding gift for Lin Xiener, not that he was attending the wedding banquet himself. Chapter 49 Lin Chen and Li Xiren, happy wedding, may you be safe and joyful. Lin Chen, who was listening to the conversation between the two, smiled bitterly. He had a rough idea of Lin Xiener's identity. The Lin family. This Lin Xiener must be from the Lin family. First of all, this Lin Xiener happens to have the surname Lin. Secondly, looking at the whole of China, it is estimated that only a top-tier family like the Lin family can casually give 100 million yuan as a gift, as if it were a joke. Etc. Suddenly, Lin Chen realized something and asked Li Changfeng, Uncle, what did you just say? Li Changfeng repeated what he said. Before that person left, he said that he was bringing the money as a wedding gift for Lin Xiener, not that he was attending the wedding banquet himself. Lin Chen said, okay, I understand. Then, Lin Chen's gaze searched among the guests at each table, and he had a premonition that Lin Xiener was among them. However, Lin Chen searched for a long time but still couldn't find Lin Xiener. Because there were simply too many guests. There were a total of 60 tables occupied. Moreover, there are several layers on top. It is completely impossible to find it in a short period of time. More importantly, he is the main character here today. What kind of behavior is it to not drink and chat with the guests, but instead look for people everywhere? Lin Chen, what are you looking for? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. It was Huang Chang, my college roommate. Holy crap, Lin Chen looks absolutely gorgeous today. Lin Chen, what are you looking for? Come over and have a couple of drinks with us. The other 2 roommates chimed in. Hearing his roommates calling him, Lin Chen smiled helplessly and had no choice but to give up for the time being. At the same time, on the 4th floor of the hotel, in a quiet hall with very few people. Inside a large stroller, for babies lay, being looked after by Wu Yanfang. Before long, a group of beautifully dressed girls walked over. One of them had a completely different temperament, noble, aloof, and breathtakingly beautiful. You're all Xiren's classmates, right? Wu Yanfang asked with a smile. Yeah. Several girls answered in unison, then squatted down in front of the crib, held the baby's little hands, and teased them. So cute. Its little hands are grabbing me. She'll definitely be very good looking when she grows up. It's the first time I've seen quadruplets, it feels so amazing. I'm getting engaged soon, and I hope to share in the joy of this wedding. I'm not hoping for quadruplets, just give me twins. The girls all spoke up, their pretty faces filled with love for the babies. One of them even took out her phone to take a picture with the babies, she was so excited. Wu Yanfang smiled broadly. After all, Li Xiren was a good friend and classmate, so she naturally couldn't say anything. Auntie, is this a boy? At that moment, the prettiest girl suddenly spoke up. Wu Yanfang nodded and said, yes, this is the 3rd child, the only boy. The pretty girl asked, Auntie, can I hug the 3rd child? Wu Yanfang laughed and said, of course you can, but the 3rd one is a crybaby and very shy. He might cry if you pick him up. As she spoke, Lin Xianer gently lifted the third child out of the stroller. Surprisingly, the third brother, Lin Yi, did not cry. Not only did he not cry, but he also stared at Lin Xianer without blinking, seemingly somewhat curious. "You silly goose." Lin Xianer gently tapped the tip of the third son's nose, then thought to herself, "Grow up quickly, so he'll call me auntie." Seemingly sensing Lin Xianer's curiosity, the third brother raised his magical little hand, wanting to grab Lin Xianer. However, the third child's magical little hands couldn't reach it at all, so Lin Xianer lowered her head on her own initiative. The third child scratched his face with his little hands, which tickled Lin Xianer and made her smile. "It's about time, isn't it?" Lin Xianer held her third son, Lin Yi, and turned her head to look out the window. Outside, the weather was fine and the autumn air was crisp. Today is a really nice day. However, suddenly, bang! 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 One after another, dazzling fireworks shot into the sky, causing all the passers-by below to look up. These fireworks are titled Symphony Fireworks, and they were launched into the sky by Royal Salute cannons costing 100,000 yuan per shot. As the fireworks dissipated, the sky was breathtakingly beautiful. Any picture you take could be used as your phone wallpaper. Immediately afterwards, the drifting fireworks formed a sentence in the air, a sentence that made all the onlookers gasp in amazement. "Lin Chen and Li Ziren, happy marriage. May you have a peaceful and joyful life together." The appearance of the subtitles made many hotel guests and passers-by within a 500-meter radius extremely envious. How romantic. Wow, this girl named Li Ziren must be so lucky. No wonder I've been carrying such a heavy burden. It turns out someone is making my life peaceful and carefree. From the bottom of my heart, I wish this wealthy couple all the best. Honey, let's have some fireworks with these kinds of subtitles when we get married, it's so romantic. It's too expensive. These kinds of fireworks that can create nighttime visual effects in broad daylight would cost at least several million. Sigh, others are born in Rome, while I was born to be a beast of burden. I'm so envious I could cry. Many passers-by filmed the scene and happily posted it on Douyin, Weibo, and WeChat Moments. Honey, are you also a surprise you prepared for me? It's so beautiful. Li Ziren was almost in tears, leaning happily against Lin Chen's chest. At that moment, Li Ziren felt like the happiest woman in the whole world. Lin Chen had one arm around Li Ziren, even though he hadn't prepared the fireworks display. He didn't know who prepared it. But at this moment, Lin Chen didn't foolishly say it out loud. He didn't want to ruin the warm atmosphere between the two of them, and even less did he want to destroy the sweetness in Li Ziren's heart. An hour later. The wedding banquet is over. Lin Chen drank a lot of alcohol, but because he had obtained the skill unfazed by drinking from the system, he did not get drunk. Immediately after the banquet, Lin Chen began helping to send Li Ziren's relatives back home. Buzzing. On the way back to the Seaman Hotel, Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at his phone. It was a text message from a stranger. "See you at the entrance of Tianyuet Hotel later." Lin Chen ignored it, assuming someone had sent the wrong text message, and continued driving. But soon, the other party sent another text message. "By the way, Lin Chen, when you come to the hotel later, could you please bring me a pack of sanitary napkins?" Holy crap! Lin Chen was completely speechless and couldn't help but reply, "Who are you?" The other party knew my name, so they must know me. Do I have to bring my own sanitary napkins? You're overthinking it. Lin Chen immediately showed a look of disgust. He doesn't even plan to go see her. Are you kidding me? Today is my wedding day, and I'm going to go to a hotel to see another woman in the middle of it? But it seemed as if the other party had read Lin Chen's mind. She sent another text message, "You absolutely have to come. You'll definitely regret it if you don't." Chapter 50 Heman's Own Business. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Who the hell is this? Driven by a strong sense of curiosity, Lin Chen decided to meet the other party. 10 minutes later, at the Tianyue Hotel. Lin Chen parked the car to the side and then walked directly towards the gate. Lin Chen. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement rang out, and then Lin Chen felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Lin Chen immediately turned around and looked at the unfamiliar beautiful woman in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little stunned. The other person is absolutely stunning. Of all the beautiful women Lin Chen has ever seen in his life, she definitely ranks in the top 2. Who are you? Did you send this text message? Lin Chen took 2 steps back, looking at the other person with some caution. he thought it was an acquaintance. But she turned out to be a beautiful woman I had never seen before. Since you're so smart, why don't you guess who I am? Lin Xianer said with a smile. Lin Chen is so handsome up close. No wonder he's my younger brother. You wouldn't happen to be Lin Xianer, would you? The name immediately came to Lin Chen's mind. Yes, call me sister. Lin Xianer said with a look of joy and anticipation. A question mark slowly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. What are you thinking? Call me sister? Why don't you call me brother? But I really am your sister. Lin Xianer looked helpless. Old Mo has already told you your true identity, right? Did he tell you that you have a biological older sister in the Lin family? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. Could she really be his biological sister? Lin Chen asked suspiciously, so, the 100 million yuan gift money and the fireworks with the subtitles were all prepared by you? Lin Xianer laughed and said, yes. Women all love romance. Fireworks with subtitles are so romantic. I bet Ziran will be very touched when she sees them, right? By the way, little brother, you don't think your sister gave too little money as a wedding gift, do you? Lin Xianer said helplessly that she only learned about Lin Chen's upcoming marriage yesterday, and she only had 100 million yuan in cash on hand. After all, mobile payments are common nowadays, and Lin Xianer doesn't have the habit of hoarding cash. Otherwise, she would even have considered donating 10 billion. After all, money is just a number to the Lin family and to her. No, that won't happen. Lin Chen shook his head, then asked curiously, so you got into the hotel for the banquet? How did you get in? I told the security guards that no one can come in without an invitation. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Lin Xianer found it amusing. Little brother, it's because Shiman is a property of our Lin family. The security guards are also the Lin family's protectors. What? Do I have to be restricted when I go back to my own family's hotel? Lin Chen. Okay, Lin Chen was completely speechless. It's the Lin family again. It seems the Lin family is truly powerful. Even the best hotel in Shanghai, the Shiman Hotel, is owned by the Lin family. Handsome little brother, where are the sanitary napkins I asked you to bring? I didn't bring it. Why didn't you bring it? You're not my wife, why should I bring it for you? Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. Lin Xianer was speechless, not knowing how to refute. Lin Chen asked calmly, did you call me here because you want to say something? Lin Xianer said seriously, the new year is coming soon. Why don't you take Ziran and the children back to the Lin family for the annual party? Both your father and grandfather really want you to come back. Lin Chen fell silent. To be honest, he didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Lin family and didn't really want to go back, but he did want to see his relatives in this world. After considering it for a few seconds, he said, I'll think about it and we'll talk about it later. Okay, then think it over carefully. By the way, add me on WeChat so we can contact each other easily if needed. Lin Xianer showed her WeChat QR code, and Lin Chen didn't hesitate to take out his phone and scan it. Little brother. Bye-bye, your sister is leaving now, you should go back too. Although Lin Xianer was a little reluctant to leave, she was actually quite satisfied to have seen Lin Chen this time, and she had other things to do before leaving Shanghai. Okay, bye-bye, be careful. Lin Chen waved his hand, and then Lin Xianer drove a black Maybach and quickly disappeared from Lin Chen's sight. Chapter 51 Clothing Design Skills. Back at the villa on the Bund. Li Ziran was unaware that Lin Chen had gone to see Lin Xianer, assuming he was simply seeing off a friend or relative. Wow! As soon as he got home, he heard his child crying loudly. Lin Chen went into the bedroom and found his mother-in-law picking up their third child, Lin Yi, from the crib. Seeing that Lin Yi's diaper was bulging, Lin Chen said to his mother-in-law, it should be time to change the diaper. Wu Yanfang touched it and said, yes. Without saying a word, Lin Chen took a new diaper from the bag next to him and helped his mother-in-law put it on. At this moment, Li Ziran came in carrying their second child, Lin Kersen. Lin Chen looked at Lin Kersen sleeping in his wife's arms and couldn't help but ask, is Kersen asleep again? Li Ziran looked helplessly at the little one in her arms. Yes, Kersen has been sleeping for a long time. She slept for more than 10 hours last night. She has slept a lot. Honey, do you think Kersen might have narcolepsy? Hearing his wife's worries, Lin Chen smiled and explained to Li Ziran, no, babies over a month old are like this, in a semi-sleep state. Some babies can even sleep for 20 hours a day, which is very normal. Honey, don't worry, it's not narcolepsy. Mum. Hearing this, Li Ziren felt much more at ease. Lin Chen didn't go anywhere for the rest of the time, staying home to take care of the child until night slowly fell. At 11 p.m., the children had all been put to sleep by Lin Chen. Lin Chen said to Li Ziren, "Wife, how about changing into a JK uniform?" Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a shy glare. "I'm already in my 20s, and you still make me wear JK uniforms every day. It's so annoying." However, while they complain, their actions are quite genuine. Li Ziren opened a wardrobe, which was full of JK skirts and various white and black stockings. Because, a few years ago, probably during her freshman year of college, Li Ziren also got into the JK high school girl fandom and bought a lot of JK uniforms. She rarely wears them now because she feels she's too old and thinks JK uniforms are for 18 or 19-year-old girls. But ever since she started living with Lin Chen, she has been frequently forced to wear his clothes again. Subsequently, under Lin Chen's selection, Li Ziren changed into a JK uniform that she had never worn in front of Lin Chen before. The thin white stockings, just reaching her thighs, were incredibly alluring. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Lin Chen was woken up by the baby's crying. There's nothing you can do about it. It's almost impossible to sleep until you naturally wake up when you have a baby. Li Ziren was also woken up by the noise. She immediately picked up her second child and went to the living room to breastfeed him. In the days that followed, Lin Chen and Li Ziren lived a relatively peaceful life. Before we knew it, the babies were almost 2 months old. That day, Lin Chen was changing the baby's clothes in the room. Ding! Congratulations, host, for changing the baby's clothes. Reward, fashion design skill. A flood of information rushed into Lin Chen's brain, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen became the world's most outstanding fashion designer. Honey, the baby's clothes seem a bit short. Let's go buy them new clothes in a couple of days. At that moment, Li Ziren's voice came from behind. The baby is only 2 months old. But its size increases extremely rapidly. The clothes I wore a month ago are now a bit too small for me. Therefore, I have to buy clothes for my baby every now and then. Li Ziren's words reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought for a moment and realized that it would be too much trouble to go out and buy clothes for the babies, and he would have to buy clothes for all 4 of them. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. Why not start a company that specializes in producing clothes for babies? Lin Chen certainly didn't have this idea before, but things are different now. He can design clothes himself and then dress the babies in them. Lin Chen can guarantee that the children's clothing he designs is not only of higher quality, but also much more stylish than those sold elsewhere. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly perked up. Honey, I'm busy for a bit, you take care of the baby first. After saying that, Lin Chen went directly to the next bedroom and turned on the desktop computer. Chapter 52 Teacher, I have something to tell you. Afterwards, Lin Chen downloaded a software that a fashion designer would need. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen designed dozens of baby outfits, available for all 4 seasons, all very beautiful, with novel and fashionable styles. Go and set up a branch company to produce clothes for these babies. Lin Chen contacted his assistant Xia Yuli via WeChat. I also compiled the designed children's clothing into a document and sent it to her. Within seconds, Xia Yuli saw the WeChat message. She was quite surprised when she read Lin Chen's words. President Lin, are we going to venture into other industries so soon? Xia Yuli asked. It's normal for a company to develop multiple industries after it grows big. For example, Seven Wolves sells both belts and clothes. It's not about venturing into other industries. I want you to help me make these children's clothes so I can dress my babies. Lin Chen replied. Xia Yuli was even more surprised. My God! Should we set up a branch company specifically to make children's clothing for babies? What an amazing dad! That's incredibly extravagant. It's hard to imagine how lucky babies are to have dads like that. If Lin Chen hadn't gotten married, she would have wanted to have his child. Unfortunately, Lin Chen is a devoted and good man, and his heart is entirely with his family. It's such a pity. She has no chance now. Xia Yuli thought with great regret. Xia Yuli shook her head immediately and asked, President Lin, how long will it take to complete the design? Whatever, but as soon as possible. Although the babies weren't in a hurry to wear the clothes, Lin Chen was eager to see the results of her design as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Lin. Upon seeing this message, Lin Chen ignored Xia Yuli, left the bedroom, and went back next door to take care of the child with Li Ziren. Shanghai Research Institute. At this moment, Yang Qingxian was extremely excited because he had received an email from the United States that day. The law of quantum entanglement won the 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. The Nobel Prize in Physics. Upon hearing the news, Yang Xianqing almost jumped for joy. For every scientific researcher, winning the Nobel Prize is an absolute lifelong pursuit. This is also the highest honor, bringing glory to one's ancestors. Although quantum entanglement was not proven by himself, but by his student Zhou Jie. But Yang Xianqing was equally proud and very happy. After all, he was Zhou Jie's mentor. What will people say about me then? Look, look. He's the mentor of a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. How amazing! A mentor who can train a student to win a Nobel Prize must be incredibly talented. Therefore, this was also an extremely glorious thing for Yang Xianqing. Teacher, why did you call me here? The laboratory door opened, and Zhou Jie walked in, looking puzzled. Did you know that you won the Nobel Prize in Physics? Yang Xianqing got straight to the point and said with great satisfaction. What? Zhou Jie was taken aback. He had won the Nobel Prize? Was he really that amazing? Quantum entanglement. You've proven the law of quantum entanglement. This year's Nobel Prize is definitely for you. Seeing that Zhou Jie seemed a little confused, Yang Xianqing quickly explained. So that's how it is. Zhou Jie immediately understood, but the problem was. Before he could say anything, Yang Xianqing interrupted. The award ceremony is at the end of next month. I'll go with you to the UK to receive the award. Although the prize money isn't much, only 6 million. But the status and influence brought by this award cannot be compared to any amount of money. To put it bluntly, what is this prize money? Your name, Zhou Jie, will resound throughout the world, making you a great scientist comparable to Einstein. Yang Xianqing spoke with great enthusiasm, mainly because he was too excited. Well. However, Zhou Jie did not show the expected smile on his face. He hesitated for a moment, then said seriously to Yang Xianqing, Teacher, I have something to tell you, and I hope you won't be too disappointed. What? Yang Xianqing frowned. What is it? Actually, I wasn't the one who proved the law of quantum entanglement. Chapter 53. Vivian Chao has a boyfriend. Who wouldn't want to win such a big prize? Jay Cho wanted to too. But if I were to claim this credit, I would be a deceitful and treacherous person, since Lin Chen is the one who truly proved this law. So after hesitating for a few seconds, Zhou Jie told Yang Xianqing the truth. Upon hearing this, Yang Xianqing was momentarily stunned. He had always thought that Zhou Jie was responsible for proving the law of quantum entanglement, but he never expected that there was someone else behind it. Who is it? Yang Xianqing asked hurriedly. A good friend of mine. Zhou Jie truthfully stated, the way to prove this law was given to me by him, so the award should belong to him, and I don't want to accept it. Why? Yang Xianqing sighed heavily, feeling quite regretful. But then he asked, your friend must be Chinese, right? Yes. Zhou Jie said. That's good. Yang Xianqing breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was Chinese. If he had been a foreigner, he probably would have had a mental breakdown on the spot. If Yang Xianqing remembers correctly, no scientist from China has ever won the Nobel Prize in Physics before, but now one has finally appeared. Then you should tell your friend about this, Yang Xianqing said. Zhou Jie nodded, took out his phone, and immediately contacted Lin Chen. On the other side, Lin Chen was also very surprised to learn that he had won the award. It was an unintentional move of his, and he never expected to receive such a big prize. After much persuasion from Zhou Jie, Lin Chen reluctantly agreed to go and claim the big prize. At this moment, Lin Chen was in the bedroom taking care of the babies when Li Ziren suddenly patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Honey, let's go out for hot pot tonight. Vivian Chao is treating. Lin Chen chuckled and said, Why is this girl suddenly inviting us to hot pot? Have no idea. However, she said she would also bring her boyfriend, probably because she wants us to meet him. Li Ziren said with a smile that she was quite surprised when Zhou Huiman first told her that she was in a relationship. Therefore, she knew that Vivian Chao had very high standards for her boyfriend. He not only had to be handsome and 1.8 meters tall, but also financially well off. There's no way around it. Vivian Chao's own qualities are what they are, and she's unlikely to find a boyfriend who isn't good in any way. She has a boyfriend? That's great. Lin Chen said with a smile, to be honest, it's been a while since I've seen Vivian Chao. I never expected this girl to be in a relationship. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious. What kind of boyfriend would a campus beauty like Vivian Chow choose? Night. Lin Chen left his 4 babies with his mother-in-law, Wu Yanfang, and drove his G-Wagon to Haidilao with Li Ziren. Vivian Chow and a man had been waiting for quite some time. Vivian Chow wore a pretty little dress, leather shoes, and white socks with calf-length socks today, looking very innocent and alluring. Aside from being 1.8 meters tall, this man wasn't particularly good-looking and didn't look good standing next to Vivian Chow. The key point is that he has a kind of energetic young man vibe, and he's wearing a pair of poorly made Air Jordans that look like high-quality replicas bought from Pinduoduo. Holy crap, that woman is gorgeous. Is that her boyfriend? He doesn't even look as handsome as me. Sigh, another good cabbage has been eaten by a pig. Damn it, I smoked a whole pack of cigarettes and still can't figure out where I went wrong? Many passers-by glanced at the two of them as they walked past Vivian Chow, looking rather annoyed. What a silly girl. This guy doesn't deserve you. However, these passers-by only thought it to themselves and certainly wouldn't say it to their faces. Huiman, why haven't your friends arrived yet? Niu Junsheng said impatiently, we've been waiting for half an hour, and the 2 friends Zhou Huiman mentioned still haven't arrived. Here it comes, don't rush. Suddenly, Vivian Chow saw Lin Chen and Li Ziren walking towards them, grabbed Niu Junsheng's arm, and went to greet them. Huiman. When Li Ziren saw Zhou Huiman, she greeted her sweetly. And so, the 4 of them met at the door. Then, Niu Junsheng's gaze fell on Li Ziren, and his eyes immediately widened. Wow, this girl is gorgeous. Chapter 54 Vivian Chow, did you give it to him? The key is that Li Ziren's figure is more charming than Zhou Huiman's. Niu Junsheng already knew from Zhou Huiman that Li Ziren was a mother. Sure enough, this beautiful woman who has given birth is different. Especially since Li Ziren was wearing a floral dress and flat shoes, with alluring stockings covering her beautiful legs, tsk. Although Vivian Chow would also wear stockings for him to see. But Li Ziren's figure is better. In short, Niu Junsheng was stunned and looked like a lecher. Feeling Niu Junsheng's lewd gaze, Li Ziren frowned. Her first impression of Niu Junsheng was extremely bad. Lin Chen, Ziran, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Niu Junsheng. Vivian Chow linked arms with Niu Junsheng and introduced him with delight. She seemed to like Niu Junsheng quite a bit, and there was a hint of admiration in her words when she introduced him. Lin Chen. Li Ziren. Lin Chen was even more surprised than Li Ziren. This guy was actually Vivian Chow's boyfriend? To be honest, this guy isn't very good looking. With his pointed face and monkey-like features, he doesn't look like a good person. Besides being quite tall, probably around 1.85 meters, he's also quite tall. Lin Chen never expected that Vivian Chow would have such poor taste. However, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't say anything. After all, everyone has their own preferences, and perhaps he had other exceptional qualities that allowed him to win over Vivian Chow. Hello. Like Li Ziren, Lin Chen also smiled politely at Niu Junsheng. Let's go in and have hot pot. I've been waiting for you for so long, I'm getting a little hungry. Vivian Chow touched her belly, and then the 4 of them went into the store together and found a place to sit down. Because it was Vivian Chow who treated us. She had barely sat down when she very consciously took out her phone to scan the QR code to order food. Lin Chen, Ziran, Junsheng, what would you like to eat? Vivian Chow ordered a hot pot with 2 broths, 1 hot pot base and 2 broths, and then asked everyone for their opinions. Li Ziren, beef tripe and mutton rolls, anything else is fine. Lin Chen, whatever, it's fine with me. I'm easygoing. Niu Junsheng is not picky about food at all for him, it's good enough if there's anything to eat. Alright. Seeing that everyone was so casual, Vivian Chow had to order for herself. Being a wealthy woman, Vivian Chow ordered a lot of food without even looking at the prices. She ordered almost every side dish, and for example, she ordered 7 or 8 plates of lamb rolls, which Li Ziren loves. Hey bro, where are you working? The atmosphere made Niu Junsheng a little awkward, so he took the initiative to start a conversation with Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, I stay home to take care of the kids. Taking care of children? Suddenly, Niu Junsheng looked down on Lin Chen. It's ridiculous that a grown man would stay home and take care of children. However, although he looked down on her, he didn't show it. Instead, she hypocritically praised, it's great to stay home and take care of the kids, I'm so envious. Unlike us office workers, who work outside every day but don't earn much money. Niu Junsheng's words prompted Zhou Huiman to roll her eyes at him, you should just shut up. Vivian Chow wasn't angry, because in her opinion, Nyo Junsheng was just being modest. After dating for a week, she had a fairly good understanding of Nyo Junsheng's work. So what do you do? Lin Chen asked a question in return. Me? Nyo Junsheng replied without hesitation, it's nothing, I work at a research institute in Shanghai. Research institute? So, you're a scientist? Li Ziren was surprised. This Nyo Junsheng looked like a scoundrel, but she didn't expect him to work at a research institute. With such a great job, no wonder he was able to win over Vivian Chow. Scientist? I'm not qualified. I'm just an ordinary research enthusiast. Nyo Junsheng then added a self-deprecating remark. Lin Chen, Ziran, do you know who won this year's Nobel Prize in Physics? Vivian Chow suddenly smiled and spoke, appearing mysterious. Li Ziren glanced at Nyo Junsheng's expression and boldly guessed, could it be your boyfriend? Yes. Vivian Chow smiled, feeling incredibly proud. Actually, Nyo Jun's appearance is not her ideal type. The main reason he accepted her advances was because she had won the Nobel Prize. Because Vivian Chow's maternal grandfather was a scientist. Vivian Chow has admired scientists since she was a child. Because she thinks scientists are amazing and cool. Now her wish has come true, she has found a scientist boyfriend. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt like laughing. He finally understood how Nyo Junsheng had won over Vivian Chow. Vivian Chow wasn't very bright, and she actually got fooled by Nyo Junsheng. Hey, Huiman, why did you say that? It's nothing. At this moment, Nyo Junsheng's helpless voice rang out. He said that, but he was secretly very pleased. Because he tricked me. He really enjoyed the feeling of showing off. Using this trick, Nyo Junsheng slept with countless girls. Vivian Chow is about to be slept with by him, because Vivian Chow has agreed to go to a hotel with him this weekend. Thinking of this, Nyo Junsheng couldn't contain himself. He glanced at the beautiful Zhou Huiman next to him and began to make his move. Hey. Just wait and see how I'll mess with you this weekend. As a somewhat perverted old pervert, he was already prepared with uniforms and whips. He will then put a lot of effort into disciplining Vivian Chow. Just then, Nyo Junsheng received a phone call. Hello, what? Okay, I'll be right there. Seeing this, Vivian Chow couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? I'm sorry, the research institute called me, and I have to go back now. Nyo Junsheng made up a reason on the spot, but in reality, he was in arrears with 2 months' rent. The landlord just threatened to throw all his belongings out if he didn't pay the rent. Therefore, Nyo Junsheng needs to rush back now. Never mind, you can go back first. Seeing that Nyo Junsheng was in a hurry, Vivian Chow said she could understand. Excuse me, let's have dinner together again next time. After saying that, Nyo Junsheng picked up his phone and left. After Nyo Junsheng left, only Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and Zhou Huiman remained at the scene. I'm sorry, he recently won the Nobel Prize, and many important people are trying to meet with him every day. Vivian Chow said to the two of them somewhat apologetically. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Vivian Chow is really love-struck. Maybe one day she'll be sold out by Nyo Junsheng and still be counting the money for him. Li Ziren also felt something was amiss and asked, Huiman, how long have you been dating your boyfriend? Not long. Vivian Chow calculated the days, it's been almost 10 days. Only 10 days. Do you really know him well? Li Ziren asked worriedly, fine, I'll be frank. Did he really win the Nobel Prize? Have you been to his workplace? Li Ziren asked a rather direct question, perhaps because Nyo Junsheng had been sizing her up earlier, which made her feel disgusted with him. That's what he said, but I've seen his credentials, and he does work at a research institute, so he probably isn't lying to me. Vivian Chow laughed and said, and he told me that he's going to the United Kingdom next month to receive the Nobel Prize, and he's going to take me with him to receive the prize. I see. Li Ziren seemed lost in thought, her expression somewhat helpless. She could tell that her best friend was truly in love. As a close friend, I really don't want to see this happen, since there are so many scumbags out there these days, and it's easy to get scammed. Just then, Lin Chen's voice rang out calmly. Vivian Chow, did you give it to him? What? Vivian Chow was taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. I'm asking you, did you give it to him? Lin Chen repeated it. Upon hearing this, Vivian Chow's pretty face immediately turned red. She glared at Lin Chen, thinking, this guy actually asked me such a private question. Chapter 55, Shall I Give It to You? Even Li Ziren was stunned. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen suddenly asked Vivian Chao such a private question, and she immediately rolled her eyes at him. Is this something I can ask? However, to be fair, Li Ziren was also curious whether her best friend had given it to her. If I don't give it to him, am I supposed to give it to you? Vivian Chao stared at Lin Chen with a smile. She was actually quite experienced in such matters, often engaging in suggestive conversations with Li Ziren in private. Therefore, I don't have any particular aversion to this kind of private matter. No, you really gave it to him? Lin Chen asked in shock. Of course not. Vivian Chao rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and said irritably, We've only been talking for 10 days, how can you give it to me so quickly? In fact, on the third day of being with Niu Junsheng had already suggested having sex. And they even wanted Vivian Chao to wear a bunny girl outfit for sex. Vivian Chao is actually an insecure woman. She felt things were moving too fast and planned to date for a while before giving herself to someone. After all, she was still a virgin and didn't want to give herself away too easily. That's good, it's good that you didn't give it to me, otherwise I really would have scolded you. Hearing Vivian Chao's answer, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Vivian Chao looked completely bewildered. Nothing. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then remained silent. Actually, he's not someone who likes to meddle in other people's relationships. The truth will eventually come out, and Lin Chen had reason to believe that Zhou Huiman would discover the truth sooner or later, so Lin Chen chose to remain silent. After returning home from Hot Pot, Wu Yanfang was playing with her babies, who are now almost 3 months old and can already roll over. Xiao Chen, you're back. Wu Yanfang smiled slightly when she saw Lin Chen walking over. Mom, go and rest for a while, I'll take care of things for a bit. Lin Chen spoke up, showing his thoughtfulness. He could tell Wu Yanfang was a little tired. Okay, I'll go get a glass of water. As Wu Yanfang spoke, she stood up, but her expression suddenly turned strange. Achoo! Wu Yanfang sneezed loudly, touched her nose, and looked at Lin Chen with a bit of embarrassment. Mom, do you have allergic rhinitis? Lin Chen noticed it at a glance. Wu Yanfang touched her nose and said helplessly, Yes, it's allergic rhinitis. I've had it for 7 or 8 years. Every time this season comes around, I sneeze like crazy. Allergic rhinitis is indeed quite uncomfortable, Lin Chen said. Wu Yanfang said, It's more than just uncomfortable, it can even cause nosebleeds in severe cases. By the way, Xiao Chen, you don't have rhinitis, do you? Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, Of course I didn't. It's good that you don't have it. This disease is really torturous, and the worst part is that it can't be cured. Wu Yanfang sighed, then leisurely went to get some water to drink. Allergic rhinitis is an immune-related disease, and there is indeed a lack of effective treatments available in the medical market. Many medications, such as various nasal sprays, only provide temporary relief and the condition is prone to relapse. However, this was not a problem for Lin Chen. Afternoon. Lin Chen went out and bought some Chinese medicinal herbs. Seeing Lin Chen bring back a bunch of medicinal herbs, Li Ziren couldn't help but ask curiously, Honey, why did you buy Chinese medicine? Are you sick? His tone was full of concern. Lin Chen smiled and said, No, this is for your mother. For my mom? Li Ziren was taken aback. What happened to my mom? She has allergic rhinitis. I happen to know a prescription that is very effective for allergic rhinitis, Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziren nodded, I see. Not long after, Wu Yanfang came downstairs. Lin Chen told her about buying her the Chinese medicine and instructed her to start decocting it and drinking it that evening. However, Wu Yanfang sighed and said, Xiao Chen, it's no use. I don't know how much Chinese medicine I've drunk, but it hasn't worked at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, this is a traditional Chinese medicine remedy. A friend of mine had allergic rhinitis just like you, and this remedy cured him. Chapter 56 My mother-in-law's rhinitis went on. Really? He's cured? Wu Yanfang found it hard to believe. She still remembers a doctor telling her that allergic rhinitis can only be controlled, not cured. But since we've already bought all the Chinese medicine, we can't let it go to waste, so let's give it a try. That evening, Wu Yanfang, with a try-it-out mentality, drank the traditional Chinese medicine prescribed by Lin Chen. The next morning, Wu Yanfang found that her nose was no longer stuffy. I used to sneeze 7 or 8 times in a row every time I woke up, but this time I didn't. Is this medicine really that miraculous? Wu Yanfang was slightly startled. The fresh air rushed into her nostrils, making her realize for the first time how refreshing the morning air was. Mom, how are you feeling? Does your nose feel more comfortable? When Wu Yanfang entered the living room, Lin Chen, who was playing with Erbao on the sofa, immediately asked. Much better. Xiao Chen, your traditional Chinese medicine remedy is amazing. Wu Yanfang looked at her son-in-law with admiration. Lin Chen smiled and said, your allergic rhinitis will be cured in 3 days at most. Real? Wu Yanfang was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Could it be that she could finally get rid of the torment of rhinitis? Lin Chen stayed home with the child all day and didn't go anywhere. That evening, Lin Chen suddenly received a call from his college roommate, Yue. Lin Chen, are you free tonight? Let's go out for some barbecue. Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but then he thought that he hadn't really hung out with his college roommates since leaving campus. So he nodded and said, okay, which spot? Meilin Ancient Town, around 7 o'clock. You absolutely have to come. It won't be fun if you don't. Yi Wei chuckled. Okay, I'll definitely come. After the call ended, Lin Chen told Li Ziren that he was going out to a barbecue with his friends that night. Li Ziren didn't say anything, only telling Lin Chen to come back soon. Night. Victoria Barbecue. Lin Chen, over here. Lin Chen waved to his roommate Huang Chang, and Lin Chen walked over with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Because when he left, Sibao, Lin Yue, had been crying loudly, so Lin Chen had to coax Sibao to sleep before coming over, which delayed him by 20 minutes. It's alright, it's good that you're here. I thought you were going to stand us up. Everyone laughed and said this, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed a girl wearing JK uniform and black stockings sitting next to Yue. She was very beautiful, scoring 90 out of 100 in looks, and her figure was also very good. Of course, Lin Chen glanced at it and then looked away. He wasn't that kind of person. Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Jingjing. Yue spoke with a smile, his tone tinged with pride. You could tell he was very happy with his new girlfriend. Lin Chen now seriously suspects that this guy's invitation to barbecue is a pretense. His real intention is to show off his new girlfriend. So handsome, he looks like Daniel Wu. At this moment, Li Jingjing looked at Lin Chen's handsome face, and a deep sense of amazement welled up in her eyes. She'd seen plenty of handsome men, but someone as handsome as Lin Chen was truly rare. Of course, she simply thought Lin Chen was handsome and had no other ulterior motives. After all, there are so many handsome men in the world, she couldn't possibly like every single one she met, could she? Boss, a whole roasted lamb, a few kidneys and bull penis, and I want the biggest lamb. Yi Wei spoke to the boss not far away. The boss smiled and said, alright. Lin Chen, how have you been lately? Not bad, right? Lin Chen smiled slightly, and then everyone began to happily reminisce. We talked about our recent lives and our old classmates. Enjoying an ice-cold beer while feeling the autumn evening breeze, it just doesn't feel good. Lin Chen, Huang Chang, Yue? Suddenly, a surprised female voice rang out. Chapter 57. Zhao Mengyue. All eyes turned to her, and there stood a stylish and sophisticated woman, carrying a Chanel bag, wearing stockings and boots, exuding the air of a modern urban beauty. Zhao Mengyue? Huang Chang sounded surprised. He immediately recognized the beautiful woman as Zhao Mengyue, his college classmate. After Huang Chang's reminder, Lin Chen instantly remembered Zhao Mengyue. Back in their freshman year, Zhao Mengyue, Lin Chen, and Yue were all in the same major in the same class. However, Zhao Mengyue transferred to another major in her sophomore year. They didn't have much interaction, but the reason why Yue and Huang Chang had such a deep impression of her was because Zhao Mengyue was the prettiest girl in the whole class during their freshman year. She also often wore black stockings to class, which made all the boys in the class swoon. What's worse, Lin Chen had pursued Zhao Mengyue when he was a freshman in college. She was also the first girl Lin Chen had ever actively pursued. However, Zhao Mengyue disliked Lin Chen because he was poor and an orphan, and did not accept his advances. In Zhao Mengyue's opinion, so what if Lin Chen is handsome? He can't even afford to buy her a Chanel bag. What's the point of dating a boyfriend like that? There aren't many truly materialistic girls in college, and Zhao Mengyue is definitely a clear-headed person. You guys are having barbecue? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here. After all, they were old classmates, so Zhao Mengyue just smiled slightly and didn't put on any arrogant airs. Yes, what a coincidence. Goddess Xiao, how about we sit down and have a few drinks together? Huang Chang, that show off, invited him with a grin. Zhao Mengyue smiled, glanced at her watch, and since it wasn't too late, she said with a smile, then let's have a few drinks together. After she finished speaking, she sat down next to Huang Chang, which was right opposite Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen in front of her, Zhao Mengyue couldn't help but sigh. Lin Chen seemed even more handsome after not seeing him for a while. I just don't know how he's doing now. Lin Chen, I heard from my former classmates that you've dropped out of school. Where are you working now? Zhao Mengyue stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm not working, I'm at home taking care of the kids. Taking care of children? Zhao Mengyue blurted out, are you a stay-at-home dad? No, no. Zhao Mengyue shook her head, then exclaimed in surprise, a child? You're married now? After rejecting Lin Chen's advances years ago, she deleted him from her WeChat contacts. Therefore, she was unaware of the things Lin Chen posted about his child and wife on his WeChat moments. I didn't even know Lin Chen was married now. Goddess Xiao, your information isn't up to par. Lin Chen already has 4 kids. Huang Chan laughed. Zhao Mengyue? 4 children. OMG. Lin Chen is actually a father of 4. The handsome guy who used to pursue her is now married with children. Although she doesn't have much feeling for Lin Chen, she can't help but feel a little sad. Lin Chen, is what Huang Chang said true? You now. Zhao Mengyue looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, I'm already married and have children. He doesn't have any feelings for Zhao Mengyue now. Yes, he did actively pursue Zhao Mengyue. But that was 3 years ago. Therefore, when facing Zhao Mengyue again, Lin Chen was calm and composed. Congratulations. That's great. Zhao Mengyue smiled and said, then changed the subject and asked, Lin Chen, I heard that raising a child is very expensive these days. If you stay home to take care of the child, who will earn money to support the family? So, your wife goes out to work and earns money, while you stay home full-time to take care of the kids? Zhao Mengyue's tone revealed a hint of surprise. If that's the case, then Lin Chen is really useless. Chapter 58 More than 50 missed calls. No, that's not it. Lin Chen said, neither my wife nor I need to work. Zhao Mengyue was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Neither of the couple needed to go to work? That means they're all living off their parents. Yes, they'll definitely be sponging off their parents together. There are so many people living off their parents these days, and she knows that Lin Chen is an orphan who has no parents. What does that mean? If it really is about the woman living off her parents, then it's about them living off the woman's parents. OMG. Zhao Mengyue felt like her worldview was about to shatter. I never expected Lin Chen to be such a terrible, lazy man. A grown man with hands and feet doesn't go to work and lives off his parents with his wife. How tragic. The most pitiful are undoubtedly the 4 children. Having parents like that is truly tragic. She feels so sorry for them just thinking about it. In an instant, her impression of Lin Chen became extremely negative. It seemed that refusing Lin Chen's advances was the best thing she had ever done in her life. If I marry Lin Chen, how am I supposed to live after marriage? Lin Chen had no idea what Zhao Mengyue was thinking at that moment, otherwise he would definitely be confused. Goddess Xiao, tell me about yourself. Huang Chang asked curiously, you should be doing an internship now, right? Where are you working? Me? I just resigned last week and haven't started working yet. Zhao Mengyue smiled and said, however, I have received an invitation for a deputy manager position at a large company. If nothing unexpected happens, I should go for the interview tomorrow. Wow, the deputy manager. Yes, yes. Goddess Xiao, I'll follow you then, I'll cling to your coattails. Everyone started flattering him. That's how it is when friends chat, they like to flatter each other. A large company? Which large company? In response to Yue's question, Zhao Mengyue smiled and said, I'll keep the company name a secret for now, you'll find out eventually. After all, it's hard to say whether I'll get the interview, even though I'm pretty confident. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Alright, I'm about to go back to sleep too. You guys chat. Zhao Mengyue stood up. She glanced at the time, it was already 9:30, and it was almost time to go back. Okay, Goddess Xiao, please be careful on your way. Huang Chang said something, and then continued eating barbecue and chatting with Yi Weilin and the others. Around 10 p.m., Lin Chen said he had to go home, since Li Ziren was probably waiting for him in bed. Hey bro, drive carefully. Okay, let's meet up next time. Back in the car. Lin Chen glanced at his phone and gasped slightly. There were over 50 missed calls. And all of them were calls from my wife. I glanced at the time again, and it was already 11:30 p.m. Holy crap! Without hesitation, Lin Chen started the car and sped off towards home. 11:30 is not too late, but since he started living with Li Ziren, even if he goes out for a while at night, I will definitely be home before 10 o'clock. Because Li Ziren needed Lin Chen's caresses and kisses every night before going to bed, Lin Chen would usually be lying next to her before 11 o'clock. But now. My wife called me so many times, but I didn't answer a single one, and I'm still not home this late. She must be very anxious. Chapter 59 Zhaoming U.S. Confidence 4,000 words. At home. Li Ziren was extremely anxious because it was almost midnight and Lin Chen still hadn't come home, which made her very worried. Ziren, hasn't Xiaochen come back yet? The mother-in-law carried the 3 babies, who had just finished their bath, into the bedroom and asked a question at the same time. Not yet. Li Ziren asked with a worried look, Mom, do you think Lin Chen might have encountered some danger outside? Probably not. After Li Ziren said that, Wu Yanfang also became a little worried. Because Lin Chen had always been the perfect family man. I rarely go out at night. I'm fully focused on staying home and taking care of the kids. It's almost midnight now, and Lin Chen is still out eating barbecue. Did you make a phone call? I called, but the call didn't go through and no one answered. Ah. Wu Yanfang's expression immediately hardened. I'll give it a try. I can't get through to Mom. I've tried dozens of times. I think I'll go out and go find him. Li Ziren was very worried, fearing that Lin Chen might encounter some danger outside. As the two were talking, the door to the villa's hall suddenly clicked open, and Lin Chen returned. Honey, Mom, I'm sorry I'm a little late. Lin Chen said somewhat embarrassedly, knowing from the expressions on Li Ziren's and his mother-in-law's faces that he had worried them. Why are you only coming back now? Li Ziren walked over and punched Lin Chen's chest with her little fist. With that smug little expression, she was actually quite cute. However, she was genuinely angry. She had called Lin Chen more than 50 times, but he didn't answer. Anyone would be angry in that situation. Xiaochen, why are you so late? What were you doing? I asked my mother-in-law, Wu Yanfang, with great curiosity. Because something happened on the way back. Lin Chen confessed directly. What's up? Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang questioned each other almost simultaneously. It's Vivian Chao. Then, Lin Chen recounted in detail how he encountered Zhou Huiman being kidnapped on his way home. When Li Ziren heard that her best friend had almost been raped, she was very angry, but not particularly surprised. She still remembers the look in Niu Juanqing's eyes when he first saw her. He had a lecherous look in his eyes and didn't seem like a good person at all. This is outrageous. Wu Yanfang was equally heartbroken. Of course she knew her daughter's best friend. In fact, she had a very good impression of Vivian Chao. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very sensible and polite. Every time I see her, I call her auntie, which is very endearing. But she never expected that Vivian Chao would have such an experience. Sigh, it's so hard for pretty girls to be in this society these days. Wu Yanfang couldn't help but sigh. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely protect Ziren. Lin Chen seized the opportunity and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. This guy really knows how to make a fuss over nothing. However, she was still very happy inside. After all, what girl doesn't like to hear sweet words? And you'll never get tired of listening to it. And what about me? Wu Yanfang blurted out, her expression seemingly saying, don't I need protection? I'm an 18-year-old girl too. Lin Chen. Lin Chen said he knew the answer to this question, since women are always 18. Of course I need to protect my mom too, and I need to protect my family. Lin Chen said with a smile. That's more like it. Wu Yanfang smiled broadly and said, Xiao Chun, go take a shower. It's already midnight. Take a shower and go to bed early. Good. 7 or 8 minutes later. Lin Chen finished taking a shower. Seeing Lin Chen return to the bedroom so quickly, Li Ziren was already used to it. She only realized how fast men could shower after moving in with Lin Chen. It usually only takes a few minutes. It won't take longer than 10 minutes. According to Lin Shen himself, he usually washes his hair first, then applies shower gel all over his body, rinses off, and that's how he finishes his shower. Honey, are the babies asleep? See for yourself. Li Ziren said something indifferently. Lin Chen. What's wrong, baby? Are you angry? Sensing Li Ziren's slightly cold demeanor, Lin Chen immediately smiled and sat down next to her, putting his arms around her. Don't call me baby. Li Ziren said angrily, you're back so late, I'm angry. Ah? Lin Chen chuckled and said, are you really angry? Yes, you're just trying to coax me. A sly glint flashed in Li Ziren's beautiful eyes. If you don't try to comfort me, you can sleep on the sofa tonight. Lin Chen? Then, baby, how do you want me to comfort you? Lin Chen said with a doting expression. Li Ziren thought for a moment, tilted her head, and said, tell me a bedtime story, okay? A bedtime story? Can. Lin Chen nodded. He had thought it was something else, but it turned out to be nothing. Okay, then you can start now. Li Ziren sat up straight, staring intently at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen said with a smile, once upon a time, there was a grassland called Green Grassland. There was a wolf named Cousin Wolf. Stop. I grew up watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, tell me a different story. Li Ziren was speechless. You can even tell the story of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Do you really think I didn't have a childhood? Baby, it's not the cartoon you're thinking of. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, let me continue. Then continue. Li Ziren said she wanted to see what tricks Lin Chen could come up with. Lin Chen said, in order to eat a big fat sheep, Cousin Wolf dieted every day. Finally, after 3 months, he went from 100 pounds to 50 pounds. His thin body passed right through the iron gate of the sheep village. Then what? Li Ziren asked curiously. Lin Chen laughed and said, and then we were able to eat the lamb without any problems. Li Ziren? And then you got to eat lamb? Li Ziren was a little confused, it's that simple? Yes, Lin Chen said. How did you manage to eat it? Li Ziren was curious, but Lin Chen didn't explain what happened. You eat it like this? As Lin Chen spoke, his wolf claws reached towards Li Ziren's forbidden area. Li Ziren's pretty face immediately turned red, belatedly realizing that she had been tricked by Lin Chen again. Then, various poses were performed in turn. The next day. Lin Chen was so tired last night that he didn't wake up until almost 10 a.m. The thoughtful Li Ziren moved the baby to the living room when he woke up so that Lin Chen could get a good night's sleep. Anyway, babies sleep in cribs, so it doesn't matter where they sleep. Lin Chen didn't rush to get up from the bed, but instead checked his phone. Only then did Lin Chen see that his assistant, Xia Yuli, had sent him several messages the night before. Mr. Lin, the baby clothes you asked me to make are finished now. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised when he saw the message. So fast? I must say, this assistant is incredibly efficient. It hasn't been long since the branch office opened and the baby clothes were finished. However, Lin Chen also knew that this was the allure of money. Tianhong Group currently had billions of yuan in liquid funds lying in its accounts. With money, anything can be done quickly. Okay, I'll come over now. Just as Lin Chen was about to get out of bed, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know where the branch office was located. Although he is the nominal CEO of Tianhong Group. But because Xia Yuli did most of the work, he was left to do nothing. This resulted in Lin Chen being unaware of many things about Tianhong. Send me the location of the branch office. Lin Chen sent a message to Xia Yuli. Xia Yuli quickly sent over the address. Afterwards, Lin Chen told Li Ziren that he was going to the company, and then drove there. Tianhong Apparel Company. Zhao Mengyue was a little nervous at this moment. She was here today to interview for the position of deputy manager at this newly opened company. Once you pass the interview, the monthly salary is 50,000. 50,000. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan is enough to beat 99% of the working class in the country. In the past 2 years, when various industries have been struggling, a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan is incredibly enviable. And Zhao Mengyue would absolutely not let this opportunity slip by. After entering the company, Zhao Mengyue stood at the building entrance, constantly adjusting her mindset. After all, a good mindset is very important and may be the key to passing the interview. Just then, Lin Chen parked his car and walked towards the entrance of the company building. Lin Chen? Suddenly, Zhao Mangyue saw Lin Chen walking towards her and was momentarily stunned. How did Lin Chen end up here? Similarly, Lin Chen was also very surprised to see Zhao Mangyue. How could Zhao Mangyue be here? However, Zhao Mangyue's next words left Lin Chen completely bewildered. You were following me? Zhao Mangyue made a bold guess. Aren't you overthinking this? Lin Chen was speechless. Stalk her yourself? What a joke. But Zhao Mangyue was convinced that Lin Chen was following her. If he wasn't following her, why would he be here? Could it be that they, like me, are here for an interview at this company? But isn't he a stay-at-home dad, sponging off his parents? Would someone like that even be willing to work? So that's definitely not the reason. Zhao Mangyue boldly guessed that it was very likely that they had drunk 2 glasses together last night, and Lin Chen still had feelings for her. So I want to find an opportunity to confess my feelings to myself again. Thinking of this, Zhao Mangyue couldn't help but sigh and asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you know you've been following me? Lin Chen? Zhao Mangyue looked at Lin Chen with some disdain. Lin Chen, there's absolutely no way we can be together. Even if you were single, let alone now that you have a wife, I would never be with you. Because I look down on people who have no ambition and just sponge off their parents at home. In my opinion, the most important thing for a man is to have a career. Success in one's career is more important than anything else. You may be handsome, but can you make a living off your looks? You can't. Forget it. I'll pretend that you stalked me never happened. If your wife knew that you still like me after you married her, she would be very upset. Go back now and stop following me. Zhao Mangyue said earnestly. Are you crazy? Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Was this the kind of naive, fairy-like girl you see online? She was incredibly confident. Why are you swearing? Zhao Mangyue's expression changed, but Lin Chen ignored her and strode towards the company building. Seeing this, Zhao Mangyue quickly composed herself, realizing that her immediate priority was the interview. After Lin Chen arrived at the office, Xia Yuli, dressed in an office lady uniform, walked in carrying a bag. Mr. Lin, what do you think of these baby clothes? They were all made according to your designs. Xia Yuli took out sets of baby clothes from the bag. They were very fashionable and came in various styles. Not bad. Lin Chen was very satisfied. He couldn't wait to see the babies wearing these clothes. Because it would definitely look very beautiful and cute on you. By the way, Mr. Lin, a few beautiful women have come to the company for interviews for the deputy manager position. Could you go and hand over the responsibilities to them? Xia Yuli said with a smile. Lin Chen shook his head. You can handle this. I'm going home soon. But Mr. Lin, my stomach hurts, and I need to go to the toilet. Xia Yuli touched her belly, looking helpless. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lin Chen reluctantly stood up and went to the interview hall. Upon arriving at the interview hall, Lin Chen indeed saw several interviewees who had been waiting for a long time, 3 women and 1 man. Come on over, everyone, line up and come in one by one. Lin Chen addressed the crowd and then sat down in the office next door. Soon, the first interviewee came in. It's a man. Hello, I graduated from Shanghai Industrial Vocational and Technical College with a major in engineering technology. During my university years, I served as the head of the street dance club, so I am confident that I can handle this job. Lin Chen. Soon, the next one. 2 minutes later. Lin Chen eliminated all 4 interviewees. Because either their major is unrelated to the job or they have no work experience whatsoever. If it were a regular position, Lin Chen might give them a chance. But this is a deputy manager position, a senior management position in the company. If just anyone becomes a senior executive, how can the company continue to operate? So this is where they interviewed. I've finally found the right place. At this moment, Zhao Mangyue finally arrived late. She walked into the interview room, panting, but when she saw Lin Chen sitting in the chair, she was immediately dumbfounded. Lin Chen, it's you? Lin Chen was also extremely surprised that Zhao Mangyue was here for an interview. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that when they were having barbecue last night, Zhao Mangyue said that she was going to have a job interview at a large company today. So the large company she was talking about was the company she owned. It has to be said, it was quite a coincidence. An interview? Please have a seat. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed. It was as if he were seeing Zhao Mengyue for the first time. Are you the interviewer for this company? Zhao Mengyue could hardly believe it. Aren't you a stay-at-home dad, taking care of the kids? Yes, but did I say I didn't have a job? Lin Chen found it funny. It was all just the woman's imagination, he couldn't be bothered to explain. After hearing Lin Chen say this, Zhao Mengyue belatedly realized that she had indeed misunderstood. Staying at home with the kids doesn't mean you can't work. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be the interviewer for this company. In an instant, Zhao Mengyue gained 10 times the confidence to secure the position. With a fawning smile, she said to Lin Chen, since you're the interviewer, I don't think I need to do an interview, right? Just make me the assistant manager. P.S. I've seen many readers asking about this, so I'll explain now. This book has only one female lead. Only one female lead. As for why the story involves the romantic relationships of other female characters, that's perfectly normal. A handsome, capable, and devoted family man like the author is a perfect match. Which girl wouldn't be attracted to him? However, the author will only ever have one wife. Chapter 60, The Mother-in-Law's Advice, 4,300 words. In Zhao Mengyue's opinion, Lin Chen liked her so much in the past, and they were old classmates, so he would definitely give her special treatment. Excuse me, let's proceed with the normal interview process. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said that, out of a sense of responsibility to the company, he did not want to give Zhao Mengyue any special treatment. You. Lin Chen's answer surprised Zhao Mengyue. Why not give yourself a back door? Does Lin Chen not like me anymore? Thinking about this made Zhao Mengyue feel very uncomfortable. Okay, let's proceed with the normal interview process then. Zhao Mengyue gritted her teeth and said that she had made some preparations and was very confident in getting the position. As long as Lin Chen wasn't deliberately making things difficult for her, she felt confident she could pass. Then, Lin Chen asked directly, are you familiar with garment manufacturing techniques? Zhao Mengyue was taken aback. What garment craftsmanship? Lin Chen said calmly, it's just textile materials, knitting, weft knitting, and the like. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyue's expression changed almost imperceptibly, and she thought to herself, what the hell is this? But clinging to a sliver of hope, she forced a smile and said, I definitely know about knitting and weft knitting. What kind of question is that? If I didn't understand these things, would I be here for a job interview at a clothing company? Zhao Mengyue even turned around and questioned Lin Chen, as if Lin Chen was looking down on her. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Okay, good that you understand. Then I'll test you. Lin Chen casually opened the computer in front of him and found a picture of a weft knitted sweater. Then he asked Zhao Mengyue, do you think this sweater is knitted or weft knitted? Zhao Mengyue was completely bewildered when she saw it. Knitting? Weft knitting? She can't tell the difference at all. However, she boldly guessed, it must be knitted. Since it's a sweater, most people would probably think of it as being made of knitted fabric, and that's what Zhao Mengyue thought too. You're wrong. This is a weft knitted sweater. It seems you know absolutely nothing about the clothing industry. Lin Chen smiled faintly, then said, I'm sorry, Ms. Zhao, I don't think you are qualified for this job. I apologize. What? Zhao Mengyue couldn't believe it, she had just been aborted like that? Suddenly, an unnamed rage surged into Zhao Mengyue's heart, making her face turn extremely ugly. She felt that Lin Chen was deliberately making things difficult for her. She came to interview for the assistant manager position, but he was testing her knowledge of clothing? Lin Chen. All I did was reject your advances, didn't I? Zhao Mengyue said disgustedly, do you really need to deliberately make things difficult for me like this? You're just a lowly interviewer, what gives you the right to put on airs in front of me? Forget it, it's not worth getting angry with someone like you. I'll despise people like you for the rest of my life. After saying that, Zhao Mengyue stormed off in a huff, though of course, she didn't actually leave. She ran into Xia Yuli, who had just finished using the restroom, while she was in the hallway outside. Judging from Xia Yuli's office lady uniform, she knew that this beautiful woman must be a senior executive in the company. So Zhao Mengyue walked over and politely asked, hello, excuse me, is your boss in the company? That's right, Zhao Mengyue felt that her failure in the interview was purely because Lin Chen, the interviewer, was deliberately making things difficult for her. With my talent, I'm sure I'll pass the interview. So she plans to find the company's boss and ask him to give her another chance. In the end, Lin Chen was just a small-time interviewer and couldn't make any decisions at all. As long as you can find the company owner, you still have a chance to get an interview. A job with a monthly salary of 50,000. Zhao Mengyue was determined to do everything in her power to win this prize. You're looking for our boss? Yes, I'll have him interviewed. Just then, Xia Yuli saw a figure appear downstairs. It was Lin Chen, who was preparing to go home. Sorry, our boss has already left. As they were talking, Xia Yuli's phone suddenly rang, and she immediately answered the call. Okay, I'm coming right away. Xia Yuli quickly left. Zhao Mengyue was left completely bewildered. What? They're gone? Zhao Mengyue never expected that the boss would just happen to leave. Zhao Mengyue looked down and saw Lin Chen's figure. However, she didn't take it seriously. After all, the boss Xia Yuli mentioned couldn't possibly be Lin Chen, could he? Oh well, I'll come back tomorrow. Zhao Mengyue was somewhat discouraged, and then left the building helplessly. Looking at Lin Chen, who was walking dozens of meters ahead of her, Zhao Mengyue became angrier and angrier. She quickened her pace, wanting to catch up with Lin Chen and give him a piece of her mind. However, Lin Chen had already arrived at the security hall. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the two security guards immediately bowed slightly and exclaimed in unison, "President Lin." Upon hearing this title, Zhao Mengyue was completely dumbfounded. The security guard actually called out to Lin Chen, the CEO? Could Lin Chen be the owner of Tianhong Apparel Company? No, security guard, was the person who just went out the company's boss? Zhao Mengyue walked over quickly and asked the security guard in great surprise. One of the security guards spoke up, "Yeah, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing." Zhao Mengyue forced a smile. She found it hard to accept this fact. Then, she came out of the main gate, just as Lin Chen drove past her in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Zhao Mengyue looked at Lin Chen's profile through the car window, and her expression changed again. This car must cost at least several million. The G-Class is a well-known high-end model in the Mercedes-Benz lineup. If you're born without this kind of car, you probably won't have it in your lifetime. Zhao Mengyue stood there, watching the G-Wagon drive away, her heart filled with regret. Back home. Seeing Lin Chen return carrying a bag, Li Ziren, who was breastfeeding her baby, was incredibly curious. "Honey, what are you carrying?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "These are clothes for the babies. Didn't you say last time that the clothes we bought for the babies last month are a bit too small for them? So you went out to buy clothes just now?" Li Ziren asked curiously. "No, this was done by the branch office." Lin Chen smiled and said frankly, "I designed it, and then had the company make it." "No way. You can design clothes?" Li Ziren was a little dumbfounded. "I hope the design isn't too bad." Li Ziren immediately became interested. "Quick. Honey, let me see these clothes." Then, Lin Chen handed the bag to Li Ziren. Li Ziren took out one piece of baby clothes after another, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. "Wow, these clothes are absolutely gorgeous." Li Ziren could almost picture how adorable the babies would look in these clothes. "Honey, you're amazing. You can even design clothes." Li Ziren hugged Lin Chen with adoration and said in a very cute and innocent way, "But honey, how come you know fashion design?" Li Ziren realized a problem because she knew that Lin Chen's major in college was not this. Lin Chen couldn't possibly confess it was all thanks to the system. So he tried to fool me by saying, "I learned it online. Fashion design is very simple. Don't think of it as too difficult. Besides, I only drew a diagram. The clothing was manufactured by the company's employees." "Then you're really amazing." In Li Ziren's eyes, Lin Chen was simply the most talented man in the world. Lin Chen is particularly outstanding in design. It's worth noting that Lin Chen also designed the Tianhong sports car, and now he's designed such fashionable children's clothing. Lin Chen changed the subject, saying, "Wife, why don't we try them on the babies and see if they fit?" Li Ziren said, "I think it should fit." Afterwards, the two went to the bedroom and picked up Bao Lin Xingyue, who seemed to be in a pretty good mood. "Do you like the clothes Dad made for you?" Li Ziren held up a yellow children's outfit in front of the children and waved it around. "Iya! Iya, iya!" The babies all made sounds, especially the eldest, second, and fourth babies, who showed incredibly heartwarming smiles. "She looks really happy with this outfit." Seeing this, Li Ziren and Lin Chen smiled knowingly and began to change the babies into new clothes one by one. Of course, this is just a trial to see if it suits you. The new clothes will be given to the babies next time after their bath. Xiao Chen. What's wrong, Mom? As soon as the mother-in-law, Wu Yanfang, entered the room, she had a smile on her face and looked very happy. Wu Yanfang said, Xiao Chen, do you know? After drinking your Chinese medicine, I feel that my allergic rhinitis is completely cured. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, Really? That's great. Lin Chen was quite happy that his mother-in-law was finally free from the torment of rhinitis. Li Ziren also said, Really? Mom! Your allergic rhinitis is really cured. She knew her mother had rhinitis and often needed to blow her nose. She would also sneeze uncontrollably whenever she smelled willow catkins or dust. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's folk remedy actually cured her. Wu Yanfang smiled broadly and said, Yes, I finally feel like my nose is back to normal. My right nostril was blocked for years, but now it's finally clear. Xiao Chen, your folk remedy is amazing. I have a bold idea, why don't we turn this folk remedy into a pharmaceutical product? Pharmaceutical products? Li Ziren was taken aback and asked, Mom, do you mean to make them into pills or something and then sell them on the market? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, If this rhinitis medicine is launched, it will definitely sell very well and benefit the people. After all, I saw a statistical survey before, which showed that there are more than 300 million rhinitis patients in China. I think it's worth a try. Lin Chen thought his mother-in-law's idea was good. Not only can it make a lot of money, but it can also benefit the people. This is a win-win situation. Of course, Lin Chen said this entirely because he agreed that his mother-in-law's idea was feasible. After all, he had already achieved financial freedom. Personally, Lin Chen wasn't particularly interested in making more money. The key is that it can benefit the people and allow Tianhong Group to expand into more fields, becoming a company with greater scale and influence. This is what Lin Chen would like to see. Wu Yanfang said, If that's the case, I guess we'll have to set up a pharmaceutical subsidiary, which seems a bit troublesome. I don't think it's troublesome. Li Ziren smiled and said, When the baby is older, I can help manage these branch offices. Okay, then it's decided. Wu Yanfang immediately made the decision. She was actually a successful businesswoman before Lin Chen took over Tianhong. Tianhong's empire was built by her and Li Tianhong together. Afterwards, Lin Chen wrote down the medicinal ingredients for the folk remedy on a piece of paper. After Wu Yanfang took it, she immediately contacted Li Tianhong. For the next few days, Lin Chen stayed home taking care of the child. In the evening, I went out to the mall with Li Ziren to enjoy some time alone together. When I'm bored, I just play video games at home. When he's in a good mood, he'll cook lunch. When the feeling came, Li Ziren was always by my side. In short, he lived a very homebody and leisurely life. He felt lucky that he didn't have to rush off to work every day as soon as the alarm clock rang, like many other people in the world. Lin Chen can sleep in whenever he wants at home. How free! No need to get up early at all. They don't even need to go out to work and earn money. You don't need to worry about anyone's opinion. I spend every day with my 4 babies, watching them grow up little by little. This was the kind of life Lin Chen had always longed for, and of course, he got his wish. Ding! Congratulations, host, for playing music for the babies. Reward, Music Master. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, not expecting that playing I Have a Little Donkey for the babies would trigger the system. Immediately afterwards, a surge of information flooded into Lin Chen's brain. In the blink of an eye, he became a master in the field of music. Lyricist. Compose. Singing. Lin Chen is an all-rounder. And he's a master at everything. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a strong urge to create original songs. Lin Chen immediately ran to the next bedroom, turned on his computer, and started composing original songs. Less than 10 minutes. Lin Chen composed an original song, which he titled Extraterrestrial Object. He sang it himself first, felt it was pretty good, then recorded it and casually posted the song Extraterrestrial on a music streaming app. Of course, Lin Chen just released it out of boredom and didn't expect the song to become popular. After releasing the song, Lin Chen returned to her bedroom to continue taking care of her child. 3 hours later. Many users on music streaming apps have discovered Lin Chen's song Extraterrestrial Being. Extraterrestrial Object? This name is a bit lame. The song title itself doesn't sound very appealing. This was the users' first impression. They all thought the song wasn't very good. However, after trying it out, their impressions all changed. Holy crap! What an amazing song! It's just too good. What a romantic song. I was almost fooled by the song title. These lyrics are absolutely beautiful. The creator is incredibly talented. It sounds so good. I listened to it on repeat more than 10 times, it felt like I was addicted. At first listen, one does not understand the meaning of the song. Upon second listen, one becomes a character in the song. Why, hearing this song suddenly makes me miss my ex-boyfriend. Me too. I miss my ex-girlfriend. Jo Shuyi, you are the salty taste I've ever experienced. What a coincidence, my wife's name is also Jo Shuyi. Why is everyone posting about their exes? Am I the only one in the comments section who doesn't have an ex? I'm 22 years old and I've never even held a girl's hand. Where did all the big shots upstairs find their partners? It's so good. I'm voting for this song as Song of the Year. Soon, the song Alien soared into the top 10 of the trending charts with its skyrocketing popularity. At the same time, Manhwa's assistant, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong Island, noticed this song on a music streaming app. Chen Feng was very curious, is there a bug in the software? How can a song with such a title make it into the top 10 of the trending charts? Filled with curiosity and confusion, Chen Feng clicked on the song Extraterrestrial Being. Then, the beautiful prelude began, and Chen Feng's expression gradually turned to shock. P.S. Thank you to all the handsome readers who sent gifts. Chapter 61. Li Tianhong asked Lin Chen to go fishing. This song is so good. The beautiful melody and the magnetic voice immediately drew Chen Feng in, making him completely captivated. Chen Feng was incredibly curious about whose work this was. So he clicked on the page and looked at the creator's name. For Treasures in the Family. Without a doubt, this is not the original singer's real name, but more like a nickname chosen arbitrarily. However, Chen Feng, as the superstar's assistant, is known to almost every singer in China, but this singer called For Treasures in the Family is someone he has never heard of before. Chen Feng then searched online, but found absolutely no information about For Treasures in the Family. Is he a rising singer? New singers are those who have just entered the industry and are unknown. Thinking about this, Chen Feng suddenly had an idea to buy the copyright of this song. Then he sang for the heavenly king manhwa. Because manhwa is going to hold a concert in mainland China in the next few days, and he just happens to be missing a good song. Chen Feng immediately called manhwa and told him about the matter. Manhwa was also extremely puzzled when he heard his assistant praise a song as a divine hit. So I went to the music app my assistant mentioned and listened to the song Extraterrestrial Being. After listening to it, I felt an urge to worship it. Calling it a divine song is no exaggeration. Manhwa has been in the entertainment industry for decades, and he is known to almost everyone in China. He won the Best Actor award. She has won a Golden Melody award. Moreover, he is currently the only one of the 4 heavenly kings who is still active. They're coming to mainland China for a concert soon. Unfortunately, I'm currently missing a good song. Although his old songs were very good and classic, his fans were already tired of hearing them so often. Now that they've discovered such a great song, manhwa and his assistant Chen Feng share the same thought, to buy the copyright for this song. When I sing it at the concert, the fans will definitely love it. Brother Ma, what do you think? How about we buy the copyright to this song? Can. Manhwa said, let's send a private message to the original singer first and see if he wants to sell. If he does, we have to buy the copyright to this song no matter how much it costs. Good. At home. At this moment, Lin Chen was playing with the 4 babies on the sofa. Suddenly, Sanbao burst into tears, looking truly pitiful. Li Ziren, standing to the side, felt extremely distressed. Sanbao, what's wrong? Lin Chen guessed, it's probably because he was lying with the naughty Erbo and his eyes were accidentally rubbed by Erbao. Because he saw that Sanbao Lin he kept blinking, and his helpless expression seemed to say, baby's eyes hurt so much. It's alright, Sanbao, let daddy blow on your eyes. Lin Chen picked up Sanbao and blew on his eyes, like blowing sand. Because the baby is still small, she cannot rub her eyes, so this is the only way to relieve the discomfort in her eyes. In fact, it was indeed the second child, Lin Kersen, who moved around and rubbed her foot against the third child's eye. Of course, the scuff wasn't serious. Kids are like that, they're very afraid of pain and will cry if they feel even the slightest discomfort. Okay, baby, don't cry. Lin Chen gently comforted Sanbao, and Sanbao quickly stopped crying, but he still looked a little aggrieved, his mouth opening and closing. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Li Ziren smiled helplessly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for blowing on the baby's eyes. Reward, Fishing Master. The system's reward was suddenly triggered. A fishing master? Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, what a useless skill. However, the next second, as a wave of memories flooded his brain, Lin Chen's seriousness was overturned. Fishing is such an ordinary activity, but there are actually so many intricacies involved. You can fish like this? Although he couldn't use this skill for the time being, Lin Chen felt that he might need it in the future. Coming to her senses, Li Ziren asked with a smile, "Honey, do you think the babies will fight when they grow up?" Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Of course. Haven't you seen how other families with 2 kids often fight? With 4 kids like us, when they get a little older, they'll probably turn the house upside down. It's inevitable that kids will fight." Upon hearing this, Li Ziren nodded and asked with interest, "Honey, let me ask you, if the babies fight when they grow up, who will you protect more?" "I definitely won't protect anyone." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Whoever is at fault, I will criticize them. I won't show any favoritism." The education of children from childhood to adulthood is very important. Lin Chen treats both sons and daughters equally. If there are things you're not doing right, you should teach them so that they can develop the right values. What if our son falls in love too early? Li Ziren changed the subject and asked again. Is my son in a relationship too early? Lin Chen smiled. If his son were to fall in love early, wouldn't he be just like him back in the day? So Lin Chen said, "Of course we'll let him have it." These days, it's not uncommon for people to date young. Li Ziren then asked, "What if my daughter falls in love too early?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's smile immediately vanished. That would definitely mean his legs are broken and he's forbidden from leaving the house. What's with dating at such a young age? Don't he need to study? Lin Chen's answer made Li Ziren burst into laughter. She rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and said, "Humph, you say you're not biased? You're just a doting father, admit it." Lin Chen was helpless. In this respect, could his mischievous son and his sweet little daughter be the same thing? But a doting father to his daughter? I guess I really am. Li Tianhong came over today. He's been very busy lately because Tianhong sports cars are selling so well, with orders coming in constantly. Lin Chen is a hands-off manager. Although he is the CEO of Tianhong Group on the surface, he still handles most of the group's affairs. Lin Chen rarely even visits the company headquarters. Of course, Li Tianhong wouldn't say anything, because he knew that the child was the most important thing to Lin Chen. "Come here, let Grandpa give you a hug. You seem to have grown quite a bit in just a few days." Li Tianhong picked up the 3 babies, her face full of doting affection. However, Sanbao didn't seem to want his grandfather to hold him and kept struggling in his arms. Suddenly, Sanbao raised his magical little hand, just as Li Tianhong was wondering what Sanbao meant. Snap! Sanbao slapped a big shovel across Li Tianhong's face. Ouch! Li Tianhong was a little dumbfounded, not expecting Sanbao to hit her. Suddenly, his heart ached terribly. What happened? Was his grandfather really that unlikable? Sanbao, how could you hit your grandfather? Li Ziren was speechless. She hadn't expected Sanbao to suddenly hit someone, leaving her completely bewildered. If Sanbao were a little older, Li Ziren would definitely spank him. Old man, have you been drinking again? At this moment, Wu Yanfang smelled something and looked at Li Tianhong with disgust. No wonder Sanbao hit you, you smell like alcohol. Do I have one? Li Tianhong lowered his head and sniffed. He really did smell of alcohol on himself. On his way here, Li Tianhong had a few drinks with his business partners. Unexpectedly, this laid the groundwork for something. No wonder Sanbao hit himself. He reeked of alcohol, which most people couldn't stand, let alone a child. So Li Tianhong handed the 3 treasures to Li Ziren and said helplessly, "Ziren, you can hold them." Li Ziren nodded and took the 3 treasures. Just then, Lin Chen walked into the bedroom. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Tianhong immediately smiled and said to him, "Little Chen, the weather is so nice today, and I happen to be free. How about we go out for a stroll? Or maybe go fishing or something?" Chapter 62 Fishing Competition. The father-in-law is going to lose. Fishing? Lin Chen smiled and said, "Sure, by the way, do you have a fishing rod at home?" "Yes, I have 2 fishing rods in the trunk of my car, and I also have canned bait and other things." As a seasoned angler, Li Tianhong keeps his fishing rod in the trunk of his car because he often goes fishing with friends whenever he has free time. As long as we have a fishing rod, shall we go now? Yes, let's go now. Let Xiren and your mother take care of the child. The two went fishing, and Li Xiren and Wu Yanfang naturally didn't say anything. In fact, Wu Yanfang even told Li Tianhong to catch a few more fish so they could have a whole fish feast that night. Lin Chen and Li Tianhong then set off. While in the car, Li Tianhong made a phone call to his fishing buddy, who was also the CEO of a company. He was usually very free and didn't have much to do every day. Li Tianhong called him over with just one phone call. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Chen and Li Tianhong arrived at an artificial lake. The environment here is excellent, with a dedicated pier for fishing, and quite a few people were already fishing there. Brotherly! A voice rang out, and a guy who looked a bit like Jack Ma appeared, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a fish basket in the other. His name is Luo Duong, and he is the fishing buddy that Li Tianhong invited. Brotherly, is this the son-in-law you mentioned last time? He is indeed a handsome man. Rodwan looked at Lin Chen and exclaimed in admiration. Back in the day, I was just as handsome as Lin Chen when I was young, and I had a group of female fans following me wherever I went. But now that he's 50, seeing such a handsome Lin Chen reminds him of his carefree self from back then. Alas, time waits for no one. Li Tianhong smiled and said, "Yes, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you were going to stand me up. Brotherly, how about a match?" Rodwang suddenly smiled and made a suggestion. He and Li Tianhong used to compete to see who could catch more fish, but there were wins and losses, and their fishing skills were evenly matched. Okay, what should we bet on? Li Tianhong was not intimidated and immediately agreed. Rodwang immediately perked up and chuckled, "If you lose, you have to treat me to a massage parlor this weekend?" Hearing the words massage parlor, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy and looked at his father-in-law. Sensing Lin Chen's ambiguous smile, Li Tianhong immediately explained. Ahem. Xiao Chen, don't misunderstand. The massage your Uncle Luo was talking about is the legitimate kind, not what you're thinking. Lin Chen was a little confused. I didn't say anything. Rodwang laughed and said, yes, it's all proper. Don't misunderstand, your father and I are both respectable people. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, as he also preferred a legitimate massage parlor. After all, my mother-in-law is still so young and beautiful, and she takes such good care of herself. Surely my father-in-law wouldn't go out and do that with someone else, would he? At this moment, Li Tianhong said to Luo Duong, "What if you lose?" Are you kidding me? I'll lose? Rodwang chuckled and said, "How about this? Haven't you been eyeing my landscape painting for a long time? If I lose, I'll give it to you." Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong instantly lost her composure. Is this really true? Of course, given our relationship, would I lie to you? Okay. It's settled then. You can't back out if you lose. Li Tianhong was overjoyed, as if the landscape painting was already his for the taking. Rodwang chuckled, his expression seeming to say, "Are you kidding? How could I possibly lose to you? Just wait and you'll be treated to a lavish massage. Xiao Chen, your dad's fishing skills are top-notch. Watch closely and learn from me." On the dock, Li Tianhong spoke smugly, putting on an act in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. He had just received a system reward not long ago. In the whole world, who could compare to him in fishing skills? This father-in-law is actually putting on an act in front of me. However, since he was his father-in-law, Lin Chen didn't say anything and gave him some face. Hee, big fat fish, come on, take the bait. Rodwan was just 2 meters away, staring intently at the water, rubbing his hands together with great anticipation. At this moment, Li Tianhong also opened the bait can, hooked the bait onto the hook of the telescopic fishing rod, and immediately cast it into the water. After doing all that, he began to wait patiently, occasionally chatting with Lin Chen beside him. Suddenly, they've taken the bait. Rodwang suddenly pulled up his fishing rod, and a plump grass carp burst out of the water, which he successfully caught. Wow! Li Tianhong thought to himself, you caught one so quickly? However, he appeared very calm and composed. There's no way around it, we can't lose our class, we can't lose our momentum. Ha ha! Rodwang smiled happily. The grass carp he caught was very small, probably only weighing 5 ounces, but it still counted as one. In the end, it was all about the number, and he was already 1 fish ahead. Afterward, Rodwang relayed the line and then waited happily. Time passed by, minute by minute. They've taken the bait. Rodwan lifted his fishing rod, and another small grass carp took the bait. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless at this moment. Luo Duong had already caught 2 fish, but his father-in-law hadn't seen a single one. Sigh, my father-in-law's fishing skills are a bit lacking. At this moment, Li Tianhong was also getting a little anxious. He stared at the calm water, speechless. Little fish, why don't you take the bait? A dozen minutes later. Rodwang had a great catch, catching 7 or 8 small fish. Li Tianhong finally caught 2 small fish, but only 2, still far behind Luo Diwang's catch. Brotherly, I feel like I'm going to win. Rodwang said smugly, get ready to treat me to a full-service massage this weekend. I'll book a private room for 100,000 and have a few pretty young girls give us massages, ha. Don't get cocky, there are still 40 minutes left, it's not certain who will lose. Li Tianhong was angry when she saw Luo Diwang's smug look, but she was also helpless, as she was indeed far behind. Ugh, my luck is so bad today, looks like I'm really going to lose. At the same time, Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore and said helplessly, Dad, let me do it, otherwise you'll lose. You? Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong nodded, okay, then you can do it. Since we're going to lose anyway, let him come. Of course, Li Tianhong didn't have any expectations for Lin Chen. Although she didn't know how good Lin Chen's fishing skills were, she figured they wouldn't be better than hers. After all, I'm a seasoned veteran in the fishing world, having been passionate about fishing for 5 or 6 years. How can young people compare to me? Rod Wang, standing to the side, had no objections when he saw Lin Chen enter the arena. He was already confident of victory and felt that it wouldn't matter who went on. Young man, have you ever fished before? Rod Wang asked casually. Lin Chen chuckled as he let out the line, very rarely, I only fished like that when I was a kid. Rod Wang nodded. Indeed, these days, there aren't many young people who go fishing regularly, they're mostly dating and playing video games. More than a minute passed like this. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed the fishing rod was shaking, so he immediately and quickly lifted it up. A large grass carp, weighing at least 2 kilograms, burst out of the water. Seeing this, Li Tianhong was stunned. My son-in-law seems to have some skills. Chapter 63 Ma Dehua contacts Lin Chen. Holy crap! Seeing this, Rod Wang narrowed his eyes. This young man has some skills. However, he believed that Lin Chen was just lucky. After all, he caught a fish in just over a minute. What else could it be but good luck? But then, Rod Wang learned what it meant to be proven wrong. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen caught another big bream. 3 minutes later, another bass. Li Tianhong, who was standing to the side, was stunned. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Chen actually caught 3 fish. With the same fishing rod and the same hook, why is Lin Chen able to keep catching fish? Looking at myself, I'm not good enough. Isn't that a bit too discouraging? Good job, young man. Rod Wang praised him, but his expression finally turned serious. Once or twice could be attributed to luck. But Lin Chen had already caught 3 fish in a row, which couldn't be explained by luck, but simply by skill. Then, like Li Tianhong, Luo Duong stared intently at the fishhook in front of Lin Chen, just as the two were wondering about it. The fishing rod began to tremble violently again. Another fish has taken the bait. Li Tianhong and Luo Duong exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Chen, hurry up and reel in the line. Don't let the big fish get away. Li Tianhong hurriedly called out. No rush. Lin Chen spoke, and he could sense that this time it was a big one. It's even bigger than that 2-pound grass carp. When you catch a big fish, never rush to reel in the line. Don't underestimate the struggling power of a big fish, it can easily break the fishing line. Of course, if your fishing line is really good, that's another story. Lin Chen calmly reeled in the fishing line, and soon a plump, struggling yellow croaker broke out of the water. My God! Wild yellow croaker. Rod Wang was dumbfounded. Li Tianhong was also dumbfounded. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen caught a wild yellow croaker this time. Wild yellow croaker has tender flesh and is rich in nutrients. It sells for at least several hundred yuan per kilogram in the market. Holy crap, what luck! I actually caught a wild big yellow croaker. Rod Wang was completely convinced, and his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with admiration. I heard someone over there catch a big yellow croaker. Really? That's amazing. Let's go check it out. Instantly, the surrounding fishermen were all alarmed. Then they came over to Lin Chen's side and watched the big yellow croaker that Lin Chen had caught. Damn, it really is a big yellow croaker. You're awesome, kid. This head probably weighs about 3 pounds, right? It could sell for several thousand yuan. Young man, do you sell these big yellow croakers? I want to buy some to help my sister-in-law recover. A chubby man wearing glasses approached Lin Chen, wanting to buy the large yellow croaker. Okay, take it. Lin Chen smiled faintly. But Li Tianhong got anxious. Hey, Xiao Chun, don't sell it. We finally caught a big yellow croaker, why would we sell it to someone else? It's nothing, it's just a big yellow croaker, you can still catch it. Lin Chen said confidently. See, here we go again. Noticing the fishing rod tremble, Lin Chen smiled faintly and immediately began to slowly reel in the line. It really was another big yellow croaker. Holy crap! Everyone watching was shocked once again, and they all had an urge to worship Lin Chen. I've seen skilled fishermen, but I've never seen anyone this skilled. Wow, this guy is awesome. I'm kneeling. Young man, do you have any fishing tips? Share them with everyone. Hey bro, can you teach me how to fish? I'm willing to pay for the lessons. One by one, the onlookers spoke up, all wanting to learn Lin Chen's amazing fishing skills. However, Lin Chen just smiled and said, there's no secret to it. Just watch me fish. Time passed second by second. In the end, Lin Chen caught 4 large yellow croakers, 3 or 4 grass carp, and some bass. Rodwang looked at the fish in Lin Chen's fish basket, all of them were big, and then looked at the fish he had caught, which were so small that he wanted to cry. Brother, you lost. Get ready to give me the landscape map, huh? Li Tianhong laughed heartily, extremely excited. Luckily, his son-in-law was so capable, otherwise he would have lost. Although Rodwan was unconvinced, he had nothing to say, since the bet between the two did not stipulate that the person could not be changed. Don't be so smug, you still beat me because of your son-in-law, didn't you? Rodwang rolled his eyes. Li Tianhong, however, retorted smugly, then why don't you have such a capable son-in-law? One sentence left Rodwang speechless. Holy crap, how shameless. Li Tianhong was naturally delighted to have won a landscape painting, and with so many fish caught, it was a truly fruitful haul. Afterwards, he and Lin Chen returned home together. Wow, we caught so many fish. There's even a big yellow croaker. Wu Yanfang was completely shocked. Li Tianhong chuckled and said, how about it, wife? Aren't I amazing? Amazing. Suddenly, Wu Yanfang realized something was wrong. In the past, when Li Tianhong went fishing, he would only catch 1 or 2 fish. He had never caught so many fish before. Old man, you didn't catch this fish, did you? Did Xiaochen catch it? Faced with Wu Yanfang's sharp gaze, Li Tianhong immediately felt guilty and coughed. Well, I guess I deserve half the credit too. Half the credit? I bet you caught those 2 smallest fish, didn't you? Wu Yanfang rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and said to Lin Chen beside her, Little Chen, you're really amazing, you caught so many fish. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. He then went up to the 2nd floor of the villa, intending to check on the children in their room, when his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? I am Ma Dahua. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately hung up on the other party. What kind of idiot is this, pretending to be Ma Dahua and acting like a fool? Do you think I've never heard of Ma Dahua, such a big star? But a short while later, the other party called again. Lin Chen ignored him and simply blocked the other party. Honey, what's wrong? Who called you? Li Ziren, who was changing Sibao's diaper, asked a question out of curiosity. It's okay, it's probably just a scam call. Lin Chen said calmly, put away his phone, and went over to help. Honey, you watch the kids for a bit, I'm going to hang up the laundry. Li Ziren stood up and said, and Lin Chen nodded and said, okay, go ahead. After Li Ziren left, Lin Chen made the 4 babies in his arms laugh, while the other 3 babies slept like little pigs. But just then, Lin Chen's phone rang again. It was another call from a stranger. In fact, it was Ma Dahua who made the call using his assistant Chen Feng's phone after discovering that Lin Chen had blocked him. Hello, are you Mr. Lin? Ma Dahua spoke politely. Lin Chen said calmly, yes, what's wrong? Mr. Lin, I am Ma Dahua. You may find this unbelievable, but I can swear that I am not lying to you. Don't hang up yet, I have something important I want to discuss with you. Ma Dehua adopted an extremely humble posture, fearing that Lin Chen would hang up the phone again. Lin Chen frowned. I want to know, where did you get my phone number? Ma Dehua showed his most sincere side and spoke the truth. It's a music streaming app. Didn't you post a song called Extraterrestrial Object on it? My assistant messaged you, but you didn't reply. So, I contacted a staff member of the platform and got your phone number from him. I hope you don't mind. Lin Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. He did indeed upload a song called Extraterrestrial Object to a certain platform a couple of days ago. As for why the platform staff knew my number, presumably, I registered an account on the platform, which is why I left a record. Disclosing users' personal information without authorization is illegal. However, Ma Dehua is a big star after all, so it's normal for the platform staff to sell him out. Lin Chen didn't want to say anything about it. He is now certain that the other person is Ma Dehua, and the voice is very similar. So Lin Chen asked, "What do you want from contacting me?" Upon hearing this, Ma Dehua said seriously, "Mr. Lin, I would like to know if you can sell me the copyright to your song Extraterrestrial Being? P.S. Given the presence of a superstar, do you think the lead actor will sell the role? Chapter 64 will probably have to wait until next year." As expected. Lin Chen's face showed an expression of expectation. As expected, they wanted to buy the copyright. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Ma Dehua immediately said, "Mr. Lin, how about this, 50 million, you sell me the copyright to this song." He didn't know that Lin Chen was the CEO of Tianhong Group, whose net worth was no less than his own. As a superstar, he thought Lin Chen was just an ordinary person. 50 million is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. Therefore, in Ma Dehua's view, Lin Chen would never refuse. However, the next second, Lin Chen directly refused. "I'm sorry, I don't want to sell the copyright to this song." Upon hearing this, Ma Dehua was immediately surprised and embarrassed. They don't want to sell? Is it because they think the money isn't enough? So Ma Dehua quickly said, "Mr. Lin, 100 million. How about selling me the copyright to this song for 100 million? This song is very important to me. I'm having a concert next week, and I hope Mr. Lin can do me a favor." Ma Dehua pleaded somewhat humbly. After all, even big stars are human. They'll put aside their pride for what they want, so it's normal. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved. 100 million? He wouldn't even consider 100 million. This isn't about having a lot of money or a little money. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "You said you're having a concert next week?" Yes. Ma Dehua quickly replied. Lin Chen said, "How about this, I won't sell you the copyright to this song, but I will allow you to sing it once at your concert for commercial purposes." "Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth?" Ma Dehua was so excited that he even thought he might have misheard. Lin Chen said, "Yes, you heard me right." Instantly, Ma Dehua was deeply moved. Mr. Lin was such a kind person. "Mr. Lin, thank you. From now on, I, Ma Dehua, owe you a favor." "Unnecessary." Lin Chen said calmly, "If there's nothing else, let's leave it at that." "Okay, it's all right, thank you, Mr. Lin." Afterwards, Lin Chen hung up the phone and continued to take good care of the 4 children. Ma Dehua, whose call was disconnected, felt extremely frustrated. What kind of person is Mr. Lin? This was the first time he had ever felt that his fame was worthless. After taking care of the child for a while, it got dark before I knew it. 7 p.m. The family enjoyed a happy dinner together. The meal was very plentiful, including hairy crabs, pickled fish, steamed sea bass, and delicious sweet and sour pork ribs. While eating, Li Tianhong suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Xiren, tomorrow is your uncle's birthday. Let's go to his house tomorrow night to celebrate." Li Xiren said, "Oh," and then asked, "Is our whole family going?" "Yes, we'll bring the kids along too. We'll just have a simple dinner and come back." Everyone agreed with Li Tianhong's statement, and Lin Chen had even less objection. In fact, Lin Chen had a good impression of Li Changfeng. When he and Li Xiren held their wedding, it was Li Changfeng who wrote the wedding gift. After lunch, Li Xiren and Wu Yanfang washed the dishes in the kitchen. Li Tianhong and Lin Chen watched TV while playing with the babies on the sofa. 11 p.m. After their intense battle, Lin Chen and Li Xiren fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, in the afternoon, arrived. Today is the birthday of Li Xiren's uncle, Li Changfeng. Around 4 o'clock, Lin Chen and the others arrived at Li Changfeng's house. Yuding, your sister is here. Go out and greet her. Li Changfeng's wife, Zheng Xiuhong, said this at a doorway. Okay. Upon hearing this, Li Yuding got out of bed. Beside her sat a trendy young man scrolling through Douyin TikTok. He was Li Yuding's newly brought back boyfriend, named Lu Haowen. Haowen, my sister's family is here. Let's go outside and play. When Li Yuding spoke, Lu Haowen, who was enthusiastically chatting on Douyin, looked somewhat impatient. But he put away his phone and nodded, saying, okay, let's go out. It'll be a good opportunity to meet your sister who's pregnant out of wedlock. When Lu Haowen and Li Yuding went outside, he immediately noticed Li Ziren sitting on the sofa. Wow, she's so pretty. Much prettier than Li Yuding. It's a pity she's already married, huh? Is that her husband next to her? That guy is quite handsome. Yuding, is this your boyfriend? Wu Yanfang spoke with delight, and immediately everyone's eyes were on Lu Haowen. Yes, that's right. Li Yuding was a little embarrassed. Hello, auntie. Lu Haowen smiled slightly and greeted Wu Yanfang, giving off a very gentlemanly and polite feeling. Wu Yanfang responded with a smile, and then Li Yuding and Lu Haowen sat down on the sofa next to them. Lin Chen and Li Ziren remained silent, their attention primarily focused on the stroller in front of them, watching the baby's movements. At this moment, Li Changfeng brought over some fruit. Yuding, you haven't found a job yet, right? Why don't you ask your uncle's company if they have any suitable positions for you? Zhang Xiuhong casually remarked something next to Li Changfeng. Upon hearing this, Li Yuding immediately looked at Li Tianhong beside her and asked with a smile, Uncle, if I come to work for Tianhong Group, how much salary can you offer me? The question was very direct, which made Li Tianhong a little embarrassed. Ahem. The company is currently short of a financial accountant. I think you majored in accounting in college, right? Li Yuding nodded, yes, uncle. How about this, if you really want to work at Tianhong, I'll offer you a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, how about that? Li Tianhong said that the usual accountant at Tianhong Company earns only 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. However, he was only offering Li Yuding a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan because they were family. But Li Yuding showed a look of disdain, huh? Only a monthly salary of 30,000? I have a bachelor's degree. Is a bachelor's degree only worth this little money? She was very unhappy, thinking that Li Tianhong looked down on her. Only 30,000 yuan a month? Who would want to work for you? I'd rather stay home and play. This. Li Tianhong was also speechless. Suddenly, the scene became extremely awkward. You think 30,000 is too little? Do you even know the national average wage? Zhang Xiuhong was speechless. Her daughter was immature, but she was sensible. It's all my fault for being spoiled and pampered, which led to Li Yuding's arrogant and disdainful personality. 30,000 is definitely too little. I'd rather work at Haowen's family company. Li Yuding said smugly, Haowen told me last time that he wanted me to work at his house and he would give me 200,000 yuan a month. 200,000. When the monthly salary was announced, Li Tianhong, Wu Yanfang, and others were quite surprised. Looking at Lu Haowen, I wondered, could this young man be a rich second generation? Lu Haowen was extremely embarrassed at this moment. It's true that he's from a wealthy family, and it's also true that he said those things to Li Yuding. But he's not stupid. What 200,000? That was just something I said to make Li Yuding happy. His only purpose was to sleep with Li Yuding. Li Yuding was very happy with his flattery, and that night the two went to a love hotel. Yes, that's what I said. Lu Haowen recovered from his daze and said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he deliberately changed the subject, saying, By the way, did you guys know? manhwa is coming to Shanghai for a concert next week. What? Upon hearing this news, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were immediately thrown into a panic. The reason is simple, they are both fans of manhwa. Especially Li Tianhong. When he was young, he not only imitated manhwa's hairstyle, but also his clothing. In short, he greatly admires manhwa and has liked him for over 20 years. Is it true? Are you really going to hold a concert in Shanghai? Li Tianhong was extremely excited. Lu Haowen smiled and said, Yes, I even managed to snag 2 tickets. I'm planning to take Yuding to the concert. Hearing this, Li Yuding felt very happy. Li Tianhong was filled with envy and quickly asked, "Is it still possible to grab tickets now? I also want to go to his concert." "Me too. Me too." Wu Yanfang also expressed her desire to go. But then, Lu Haowen's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on them. Tickets for Ma Dehua's concert were sold out yesterday. All ticket sales channels have also been closed. If you want to see his concert, you'll probably have to wait until next year. Chapter 65. Lin Chen's family goes to attend the Heavenly King's concert. Ha! All the tickets are sold out? Upon hearing these words, Li Tianhong felt a deep sense of regret. Wu Yanfang also felt very regretful. After all, it's not easy for Ma Dehua to come to Shanghai to hold a concert. If we miss this opportunity, it might really be as Lu Haowen said, we'll have to wait until next year. Dad, Mom, do you want to go to Ma Dehua's concert? Just then, Lin Chen's voice rang out softly. Li Tianhong smiled and said, "Yes, Xiaochen, do you have a way?" "Yes, I'll take you there then." Lin Chen nodded. He has Ma Dehua's phone number, and Ma Dehua owes him a favor, so getting a few tickets shouldn't be a problem. However, Lu Haowen found Lin Chen's words quite amusing. "Dude, were you not listening to me? All the tickets are sold out. How are you going to take your aunt and uncle to the concert?" Li Yuting was also speechless, thinking that Lin Chen was just bragging. Originally, she had a pretty good impression of Lin Chen, after all, he was very handsome. But Lin Chen's words made her feel very disgusted with him. "You don't need to worry about that, I have my own way of handling it," Lin Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Haowen shook his head helplessly. In any other situation, he would definitely have given Lin Chen a hard time. But with so many elders here, he certainly can't appear too narrow-minded. That's so rude. Then he said meaningfully, "It's good that there's a way. Now your uncle and aunt can hear the concert as they wish." Li Yuting then said sarcastically, "Lin Chen, I hope I can see you at the concert next week." Immediately, Li Tianhong and the other elders felt an awkward atmosphere. Zhang Xiuhong quickly changed the subject, saying that it would be bad if such a nice day turned into an unpleasant one, especially since the two families already had a good relationship. 8 p.m. Li Changfeng's birthday party finally came to an end. Lin Chen had wanted to leave for a long time, but he had no choice but to finish eating the birthday cake before he could go. Afterwards, Lin Chen drove his car home with his wife and children. As soon as they got home, Li Ziran asked Lin Chen, "Honey, do you really have a way to get tickets to Ma Dehua's concert?" "It should be possible." "That's good." Li Ziran breathed a sigh of relief. She felt very uncomfortable listening to Li Yuting's sarcastic remarks about Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen was her husband. She didn't say anything at the time, only out of respect for her elders. "Okay, don't worry, let's feed Debao, she seems a little hungry." Lin Chen gently stroked Li Ziran's face and said softly, "Good." Afterwards, Li Ziran obediently went to breastfeed her child. At the same time, Lin Chen went to the villa's balcony and dialed Ma Dehua's number. It was only a little past 8 o'clock, so Ma Dehua naturally couldn't have gone to sleep that early. When he saw that it was Lin Chen calling, he perked up immediately. "Mr. Lin? It's me." Lin Chen said calmly, "Didn't you say you owed me a favor? Could you give me 4 tickets to your concert next week?" Ma Dehua couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. "Mr. Lin, you actually want to come to my concert? 4 tickets, does that mean they brought their family along?" Ma Dehua suddenly became quite excited. "Mr. Lin, it's like this, all the tickets for my concert are sold out, there are no extra tickets. However, just come directly then. No tickets are needed, I'll personally take you in," Ma Dehua said with great generosity. "Okay, then let's do it this way." After the call ended, the ticket issue was resolved easily. Time flies, and the concert is just around the corner. That evening, Lin Chen drove his G-Wagon, taking his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Li Ziran to the concert venue. As for the 4 babies, Lin Chen asked Vivian Chow to help take care of things. The concert would only last an hour at most, and they would all go back afterward. "Xiao Chen, how do we get in?" As the group stood at the gate, Wu Yanfang asked anxiously. There were many ticket inspectors standing at the main entrance who had to have your ticket checked before you could go inside to listen to the concert. "Uncle, Auntie." Just then, a voice rang out. It was Lu Haowen and Li Yuting. Lu Haowen was surprised that Lin Chen actually came, and even brought Li Tianhong's family with him. Li Yuting was also very surprised. Could it be that Lin Chen really got the tickets? It's Yuding. Upon seeing the two, Li Tianhong smiled gracefully. Li Yuding asked in confusion, "Uncle, do you have tickets?" "Oh, no." Li Tianhong looked embarrassed. They really didn't have tickets. Lin Chen said he knew someone there, so they came along. Upon hearing this, Li Yuding and Lu Haowen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Coming here without a ticket, are you planning to listen from outside? Li Haowen and Li Yuding exchanged a glance, realizing they were thinking the same thing, and a smile appeared on their lips. They knew Lin Chen was just bragging the tickets weren't even being sold anymore, so how could he possibly still get tickets? Who do you think you are? Lu Haowen stared at Lin Chen, saying nothing, but the mockery in his eyes was obvious. Uncle, don't worry, I will record more videos of the scene and then post them in the group. Li Yuding's sudden remark made Li Tianhong and his wife even more embarrassed. The concert is about to start, let's go in first. Li Yuding was very smug, affectionately linking arms with Lu Haowen, and the two of them went into the checkpoint together. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. Lin Chen answered the call immediately. Chen Feng's voice rang out, "Mr. Lin, have you arrived at the door yet? Brother Ma has some urgent business to attend to and asked me to come and bring you in. I'm here now, come over here." "Okay, please wait a minute or two." The call has ended. "Xiao Chun, was that call from someone you know?" Wu Yanfang asked. Lin Chen nodded, "Yes, he'll be here soon to take us inside." "Very good." Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang laughed excitedly. They had no doubt about Lin Chen's impressive connections. After all, Lin Chen was the president of Tianhong Group. It's perfectly normal to know the staff at the concert venue. "Honey, are you cold?" Lin Chen put his arm around Li Ziren's waist and asked her a question with affection. Today, Li Ziren is wearing a floral dress and sheer stockings, paired with a pair of small leather shoes. The stockings are very thin, so Lin Chen is worried that she will be cold. "It's gotten a bit colder today." "Honey, I'm not cold." Li Ziren shook her head blankly and snuggled tightly into Lin Chen's arms. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin?" Just then, a man in a suit, who looked to be in his 30s, walked up to Lin Chen. He was Chen Feng. However, since I don't know Lin Chen, I can only ask him first. "Yes." Lin Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's face suddenly broke into a warm smile. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, I've kept you waiting." "I'm so sorry." Chen Feng said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, please come with me, I will take you inside." The four then followed Chen Feng and arrived at the museum without any obstacles. At this moment, Li Yuding and Lu Haowen were taking a selfie, planning to post it on their WeChat moments to show off that they had come to see the King of Pop's concert. But suddenly, Lu Haowen's smile vanished because he actually saw Li Tianhong's family. He rubbed his eyes, feeling incredulous. Am I fucking seeing things? Before singing this song in chapter 66, I would like to thank Mr. Lin. Look, baby, your uncle's family is coming in. Lu Haowen spoke in surprise, pointing towards Li Tianhong. Li Yuding looked in the direction Lu Haowen pointed and was immediately utterly astonished. What happened? Don't they not have tickets? How did you get in without a ticket? Lu Haowen felt humiliated. Wasn't entry based on tickets? How could they let him in without a ticket? Could it have sneaked in? Li Yuding thought of a possibility. Yes, that must be it. Because there were so many people, I took advantage of a moment of inattention from the ticket inspectors and managed to sneak in. That's disgusting. Instantly, Li Yuding's face turned ugly, and a surge of jealous anger welled up in her heart. Just then, a security guard walked by, and Li Yuding immediately grabbed him and said something to him. After bringing Lin Chen's family into the museum, a staff member hurriedly found Chen Feng. After listening to the staff member's words, Chen Feng said to Lin Chen with a slight apology, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I have to take care of something urgent, I'll be right back." After saying that, Chen Feng walked away with the staff. Lin Chen and the others were preparing to find an empty seat to sit down. But just then, a tall, burly security guard in uniform appeared before them. "Excuse me, we received a report from someone. Please show your admission tickets." The security guard said sternly. "Ah." In an instant, Li Tianhong and his wife, along with Li Ziren, were all stunned. "Show your ticket? Do I need to show my ticket after I get in?" Seeing that none of them spoke, the security guard's face showed an expression of expectation. "As expected, you guys really did sneak in." The security guard said coldly, "Sorry, you don't have tickets. Please leave." Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong and the others all turned their gazes toward Lin Chen. "Xiao Chun, what exactly happened?" The mother-in-law was completely baffled. What was going on? Are they going to kick us out now that we're in? "It's okay, Mom, please sit down." Lin Chen calmly took out his phone, dialed Chen Feng's number, and explained the situation to Chen Feng. Upon seeing this, the security guard suddenly felt a bad premonition. Could this kid have some connections? Sure enough, just seconds after Lin Chen hung up the phone, Chen Feng came running over in a huff. "Manager Chen." The security guard's expression changed. "Who told you to make things difficult for them?" Chen Feng's face was extremely ugly as he berated the security guards. I also received a report from someone saying that they didn't have tickets, so..." The security guard said, sounding aggrieved. "Mr. Lin and his family are VIPs invited by King Ma. What do they need tickets for? Apologize right now." Chen Feng was genuinely angry. Luckily, he arrived in time, otherwise he would have truly offended Lin Chen. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I apologize." The security guard hurriedly bowed and apologized. He has a mortgage of 3,500 yuan a month and 2 children to support. He really can't afford to lose this job. "Fine." Lin Chen waved his hand, not bothering to argue with the other party. "Mr. Lin, please take your seats now. Please follow me." Afterwards, Chen Feng led Lin Chen and the others to the first row. "Xiao Chen, do you know King Ma?" As soon as he sat down, Wu Yanfang asked a question timidly, and Li Tianhong and Li Ziren both looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. At first, they thought they were able to get in because of Lin Chen's relationship with Chen Feng. But Chen Feng's reprimand of the security guard just now clearly had nothing to do with Chen Feng. "Yes." Lin Chen nodded, not hiding anything. "It was indeed because of King Ma that we were able to get in here." In an instant, all three of them showed expressions of surprise. Mr. and Mrs. Li Tianhong were utterly shocked. Good heavens! Their son-in-law actually had connections with Ma Tianwang. That's incredible. Although her son-in-law, as the CEO of Tianhong Group, has some social standing, Ma Tianwang is, after all, in the entertainment industry two completely different circles. "Honey, how do you know Ma Tianwang?" Li Ziren asked in confusion. Li Tianhong and his wife also looked at Lin Chen, expecting his explanation. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Well, that's a long story." At that time, seeing that Li Tianhong's family had not only not been kicked out, but had instead been led to sit in the first row, Lu Haowen and Li Yuting were extremely confused. What's going on? They looked completely bewildered, extremely frustrated, and deeply distressed. Soon, all the stage lights came on, and the audience erupted in cheers because manhwa had appeared. Ah! Screams erupted throughout the scene, mostly from women, though there were men as well. Everyone was holding up lightboards and glowsticks. King of Heaven! King of Heaven! The atmosphere at the scene was extremely enthusiastic, and as the background music started, Manhwa smiled slightly, picked up the microphone, and began to sing. He sang several classic songs in a row. The fans listened with rapt attention. Finally, it's time for the closing song. The last song I'm going to sing is called Extraterrestrial Being, and many of you may have already heard it online. Manhwa smiled at the audience. "Before singing this song, I would like to thank the original singer and composer, Mr. Lin Chen." The words fell. Chen Feng, who was behind the scenes, quickly asked the photographer to give Lin Chen a shot. Suddenly, Lin Chen's handsome face appeared on the LED screen at the concert venue. Ah! Countless girls at the scene immediately screamed, some covering their mouths in disbelief. That guy is so handsome. Holy crap, is the original singer of this song really that handsome? Not only is he younger and more handsome than me, but he's also more talented than me. I'm so annoyed. I've listened to Alien Object over a dozen times, and this guy is actually the original singer of this song? No way. This young man is so handsome. Suddenly I don't think Ma Tianwang is so appealing anymore. At this moment, the most bewildered person was undoubtedly Li Yuting. She had also heard the song Alien Object, which was very popular on a certain music streaming app. But she never expected that Lin Chen was actually the original singer of this song. No wonder their family was able to get in without tickets and were even seated in the front row. At that moment, Li Yuting remembered what she had said at the door and felt incredibly ridiculous. Lu Haowen also felt a burning pain on his face. It turns out that Lin Chen wasn't bragging that day. I was simply too ignorant of Lin Chen's abilities. They not only wrote a hit song, he also knew Ma Tianwan for a long time. How ridiculous. Lu Haowen gave a self-deprecating laugh, recalling his contempt for Lin Chen, and felt like a clown. A few minutes later, after Ma Dehua finished singing Extraterrestrial Being, the concert officially came to an end. All the fans began to leave one after another. Xiao Chen, you're amazing. This song you wrote is really good. Wu Yanfang praised him with lingering enthusiasm. Honey, you actually wrote such a beautiful song behind my back. Wah? I'm punishing you by making you sing it to me when we get home. Li Ziren playfully punched Lin Chen with her little fist and affectionately linked arms with him. Li Tianhong was also incredibly proud that her idol was singing a song written by her son-in-law. Ha, this feels so good. Just as the family was leaving, laughing, and walking away, Ma Dehua suddenly chased after him from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Chapter 67 Zhang Meiqi. What's wrong? Lin Chen turned around curiously and looked at the heavenly king who had caught up with him. Meanwhile, Li Tianhong and his wife, standing to the side, had stars in their eyes. No. It's nothing, Mr. Lin, I just wanted to thank you in person. Ma Dehua smiled slightly and spoke. On stage, he is a superstar bathed in spotlight. Off stage, he is approachable, especially when he smiles, which gives people a sense of warmth. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you're too kind. At this moment, Li Tianhong excitedly asked, King Ma, I've been your fan for 20 years. Can I take a picture with you? Wu Yanfang exclaimed with delight, I want one too. Can I? Ma Dehua could tell that Li Tianhong and his wife were Lin Chen's parents. He naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, he generally does not refuse any fan's request for a photo. Let's take a picture together then. Ma De smiled slightly. And so, Li Tianhong and his wife successfully met their idol and took a photo with him, which made them extremely excited. Of course, Li Tianhong and his wife also knew that the reason they were able to successfully meet their idol was entirely because of their son-in-law, Lin Chen. They grew to like their son-in-law more and more, feeling that Lin Chen was a treasure who kept bringing them surprises. For the next few days, Lin Chen stayed home taking care of the child and hardly went out. But one day at noon, Lin Chen suddenly received a call from Zhou Jie. Lin Chen, tomorrow is the day we go abroad to receive the Nobel Prize in Physics. Get ready. My flight is at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, my teacher and I will pick you up from your house. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned immediately. I don't think I agreed to go to accept the award, did I? Damn it, bro. Don't do this. This is the Nobel Prize in Physics. Zhou Jie paused for a moment, then asked, You don't really not want to go and accept the award, do you? Well, I'll think about it some more. Lin Chen looked troubled. If I go abroad, I won't see my wife and kids for several days. This would make him feel incredibly uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable than being stabbed. Don't think about it anymore. That's settled, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Beep beep beep. Zhou Jie didn't give Lin Chen a chance to refuse and hung up the phone immediately. Lin Chen was about to say something when he realized the call had been hung up, leaving him even more helpless. Husband. At this moment, Li Ziren ran out of the bedroom, happily hugged Lin Chen, and pressed her whole body tightly against him. Honey, can you do me a favor? Li Ziren tilted her head, looking at Lin Chen's profile. Lin Chen smiled and asked, What kind of help? Li Ziren smiled and said, A friend of mine who I've known since childhood is about to arrive at Shanghai Airport. Could you pick her up for me? Lin Chen asked, Is it the one you mentioned before, the one who studied in Australia? Right. Li Ziren asked hesitantly, Honey, she might have just returned to Shanghai and has nowhere to stay. She might want to stay at our place for a few days. Do you agree? Li Ziren sought Lin Chen's opinion. If Lin Chen doesn't agree, no matter how good their relationship is, Li Ziren won't bring him home to stay overnight. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't have any objections to this. The villa is so big, there are plenty of rooms, he wouldn't be so stingy, especially since it's his wife's good friend. Sure, it's only for a few days anyway. Lin Chen agreed immediately. Afterwards, Li Ziren showed Lin Chen a photo of her friend, and then Lin Chen went to pick her up. Shanghai Airport. The place is packed with people, coming and going. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in fashionable clothes and exuding exceptional charm, slowly walked out of the airport carrying her suitcase. Her name is Zhang Meiqi, and she is 1.7 meters tall. Her long, slender, fair legs were clad in fishnet stockings and boots, giving her a figure comparable to a world-class model. The lecherous men around her kept glancing at her, and you can't blame them for that, because Zhang Meiqi was indeed too beautiful. Her looks were no less than any female celebrity. "You're Zhang Meiqi?" A handsome man walked towards Zhang Meiqi. It was Lin Chen. "Yes." Zhang Meiqi had a cold and aloof appearance, and her voice was equally cold. "You must be Xiren's husband. Here, take your suitcase." As she spoke, Zhang Meiqi handed the suitcase in her hand directly to Lin Chen, as if giving an order. At this point, Lin Chen formed his first impression of her: arrogant. Of course, Lin Chen didn't say anything and silently took the suitcase. "Since you've come to the airport to pick them up, it's no big deal to help with their luggage. Where did you park your car?" Zhang Meiqi asked. Lin Chen said, "It's not far ahead." This time, Lin Chen didn't drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but rather a Tianhong sports car produced by his own company. After putting the suitcases in the trunk, Lin Chen and Zhang Meiqi sat in the car together. Then, Lin Chen started the engine and began driving the sports car. On the way, Zhang Meiqi frowned and asked, "This sports car should be made by my best friend's company, right?" "Yes," Lin Chen said. Zhang Meiqi then asked, "I heard from my best friend that you are now the president of Tianhong Group?" "Nominally, yes," Lin Chen responded calmly. "Oh." Zhang Meiqi sneered inwardly. She had seen plenty of men like Lin Chen, who had risen from humble beginnings to achieve success in real life. He himself was in very poor condition, but because the woman he was with was in good condition, he was given the opportunity to change his fate. I have no idea what kind of spell he cast on his best friend's family. It's incredible that they managed to get my uncle and aunt to hand over Tianhong, a business they've worked so hard to build. Thinking about this made her so angry. In her opinion, given her best friend's circumstances, she should find a rich second-generation heir. Not to mention how wealthy the second generation of rich kids are. At the very least, your family must own a company, right? That's how you make a good match. What does Lin Chen have? Besides being handsome, what other outstanding qualities does he possess? Zhang Meiqi is very realistic, especially after being brainwashed by capitalism abroad. She has become even more realistic. Because she had been living abroad, she was completely unaware of Lin Chen's achievements and felt that Lin Chen was marrying above her station. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Lin Chen slammed on the brakes, startling Zhang Meiqi, who was standing next to him. "It's my younger brother. Quick, stop the car." Lin Xianer didn't expect to run into her younger brother on the road, so she quickly asked the butler to stop the car. This allowed Lin Chen to brake suddenly, otherwise there would have been a rear-end collision. "Little brother, what a coincidence. Where have you been?" Lin Xianer stepped out of her top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce and skipped over to Lin Chen, looking very lively and happy. Lin Chen was also surprised to run into his sister on the way. "I went to the airport to pick up a friend." Lin Chen told the truth. However, Lin Xianer didn't even glance at Zhang Meiqi. She wasn't interested in Zhang Meiqi at all. A pair of beautiful, large eyes stared straight at Lin Chen. "Little brother. Long time no see. How have you been?" Lin Xianer affectionately ruffled Lin Chen's hair. This scene was particularly jarring to Zhang Meiqi's eyes. She remembered that a long time ago, Li Xiren had told her that Lin Chen seemed to be an orphan. There are no close family members. So where did this pretty lady come from? Zhang Meiqi thought of a possibility: role-playing. For example, many men nowadays like their girlfriends to call them dad. This Lin Chen probably has some kind of sister complex. Lin Xianer is obviously not Lin Chen's biological sister. The two are very likely to have an unusual relationship. My God, that's disgusting. Thinking of this, Zhang Meiqi felt sorry for her best friend. If my best friend saw this, what would she think? She would definitely be very sad, right? Chapter 68. You think your husband is unreliable. Meeting Lin Xianer was purely accidental. After exchanging a few words with Lin Chen, Lin Xianer quickly left because she had other things to do. After Lin Xianer left, Lin Chen restarted the Tianhong sports car. They remained silent the entire way. Bund Villas. Xiren. As soon as Zhang Meiqi got out of the sports car, she excitedly walked towards Li Xiren. The weather is nice today. Li Ziren took the baby out of the bedroom and let him sunbathe in the villa's courtyard. Li Ziren was also very happy to see Zhang Meiqi. After all, the two were good friends who had grown up together and had not seen each other for a long time. Meiqi, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. What, Ziren, you've maintained such a great figure even after having a baby. The two women were catching up, while Lin Chen, carrying Zhang Meiqi's suitcase, quietly entered the living room. Ziren, are these your babies? My goodness, this is the first time I've ever seen quadruplets, they're so amazing and so cute. Zhang Meiqi squatted down in front of the stroller, reached out and held the baby's little hand, her expression revealing surprise and affection. At this moment, the four babies stared intently at Zhang Meiqi with their big, bright eyes, as if they found it very novel. Especially San Baolini. That curious expression seemed to ask, who is this pretty young lady? She seems so well behaved, it makes me want to get married and have kids. Zhang Meiqi looked at the babies with gentle eyes and sighed with emotion. Li Ziren smiled upon hearing this. Go ahead and have a baby. You have so many suitors, are you afraid of not finding a husband to have a child with? No rush, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Zhang Meiqi smiled and said. She says she doesn't want to be in a relationship, but actually, she just can't find her ideal boyfriend right now. Her ideal type is a super handsome, rich man who treats her very well. So far, she hasn't met a man like that. Of course, Zhang Meiqi believed that she would meet him sooner or later. After all, her own qualities are undeniable. She's a wealthy woman and a returned student, possessing looks and figure that rival any female celebrity. Okay. Li Ziren didn't say anything about it. Her best friend probably has her own reasons for not wanting to be in a relationship. Honey, you take the babies upstairs. Meiqi and I need to chat. Seeing Lin Chen come out of the villa's lobby, Li Ziren said with a smile. Good. Lin Chen walked to the stroller and pushed it away. At this point, only Zhang Meiqi and Li Ziren remained at the entrance of the compound. Ziren, what kind of person do you think your husband is? Zhang Meiqi suddenly asked this question. Li Ziren was taken aback. She sensed something else from those words. Why do you ask that? Li Ziren asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Meiqi recalled the intimate scene between Lin Xianer and Lin Chen, and blurted out, Ziren, do you want to hear the truth? I think your husband is quite unreliable. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren was taken aback once again. Is Lin Chen unreliable? Li Ziren felt that she knew her husband best, and if Lin Chen was unreliable, then there are no reliable men in the world. Meiqi, don't talk nonsense. My husband is a good person. Li Ziren said with a happy expression. Why? Zhang Meiqi sighed inwardly. It seemed her best friend had really fallen in love. She couldn't understand what was so appealing about Lin Chen, a man from a poor background who had achieved success. If Lin Chen is devoted to her, she has nothing to say. The crucial point is that on the way, she clearly saw a beautiful woman being intimate with Lin Chen. Could what I'm seeing be false? Next, Li Ziren prepared a room for Zhang Meiqi, and Zhang Meiqi settled into the villa on the Bund. Evening. It's almost dinner time. Zhang Meiqi suggested going out to eat, but Lin Chen felt it was unnecessary. Why don't we just eat at home? The food outside is all the same anyway. I'll cook dinner. Hearing this, Zhang Meiqi was immediately displeased. You cook? How good can your cooking be? I've given you the entire Tianhong group, are you really going to be reluctant to spend money on a meal out? Let's eat out, I want to go out and eat, it's on me. Zhang Meiqi emphasized the words it's on me as if she were retorting to Lin Chen's stinginess. Never mind, honey, let's eat out tonight. Li Ziren said helplessly. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. If his wife said so, then let's go. Subsequently, the four babies were left to be cared for by Li Tianhong and his wife. Lin Chen drove the two to a restaurant in Shanghai. The restaurant is extremely luxurious. A meal here will easily cost several $1,000s. Hello, welcome. A beautiful hostess in black stockings bowed slightly and then led Lin Chen and his two companions to a private room to sit down. Hello, what would you like to order? A waitress came over with a menu, and Zhang Meiqi said directly, I won't look at the menu, just bring me all the specialties of your restaurant. That's how extravagant rich women are. Okay. The waiter immediately left. Lin Chen and Li Ziren sat opposite Zhang Meiqi, neither of them speaking, and the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. At this moment, Lin Chen looked down at his shoes, a sight that Zhang Meiqi found repulsive. Ha, is this what men are like? His wife is sitting right there, and he's still looking at my legs. Zhang Meiqi thought to herself, and unconsciously shrank her legs. She was wearing fishnet stockings today, and her legs were indeed very beautiful and alluring. The dishes were served quickly. At this moment, Li Ziren and Zhang Meiqi also started chatting. As for Lin Chen, he seemed more like an unnecessary addition. After eating for about 10 minutes, suddenly, a surprised voice rang out, "Zhang Meiqi." Everyone looked towards the door of the private room and saw a tall, thin man standing there. His face was a little swollen and sallow. Although he was not bad looking, Lin Chen could tell at a glance that this man had long been ruined by alcohol and women. Su Jiqiang? Zhang Meiqi was extremely surprised, never expecting to run into her high school deskmate, Su Jiqiang, here. She immediately beamed with joy and exclaimed, "You eat here too?" Su Jiqiang smiled and said, "Yes, it's the private room right next to yours." "What a coincidence! You've returned from abroad?" "Yes, I just got back today." "Sure, long time no see. Come over to my private room and we'll have a few drinks together?" "Okay." Zhang Meiqi immediately stood up and smiled at Li Ziren. "Ziren, I'm going to the next private room to have a few drinks with them. You guys go back first after you finish eating, and I'll take a taxi back." This. Li Ziren didn't know what to say, while Zhang Meiqi had already arrived at the next private room. "Alright, let's go back after we finish eating." Lin Chen didn't care. Li Ziren nodded, "MHM." After eating. On her way back, Li Ziren called out to Zhang Meiqi from the next private room. However, Zhang Meiqi, Su Jiqiang, and several other men were having a great time drinking and said they would go home later. Seeing this, Li Ziren and Lin Chen had no choice but to return to the Bund Villa. It's 11 p.m. Zhang Meiqi hasn't returned yet, and for some reason, Li Ziren has a bad feeling. "Honey, could you go pick up Meiqi? I'm a little worried about her. P.S. The main character is going abroad to receive an award tomorrow." Chapter 69 The Real Dream. "Honey, could you go pick up Meiqi? I'm a little worried about her." Hearing his wife's anxious words, Lin Chen nodded, "Okay, then you go to sleep first, I'll go to the restaurant to check on her." After saying that, Lin Chen went outside, got in his car, and drove off. At the same time, inside the private room, a group of men were laughing loudly, spewing vulgarities, their eyes all fixed on a beautiful woman who was sleeping on a chair. This beautiful woman is Zhang Meiqi. She just drank a glass of wine and then passed out. Because Su Jiqiang added something to the wine. "Young Master Su, this woman is absolutely gorgeous. We're in for a treat tonight." A man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, standing over 1.6 meters tall, and with a mouthful of yellow teeth, chuckled lewdly. "Close the door to the private room." Su Jiqiang gave a reminder, and someone immediately closed the door. Then everyone's eyes were greedily fixed on Zhang Meiqi. "We'll take turns doing them one by one." But just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? A man went to open the door, and the moment the door opened, Lin Chen sensed what was happening inside and kicked the door hard. Ouch! The man was hit hard, and a large bump immediately swelled up on his forehead. "What do you want to do?" Su Jiqiang and the others all looked at Lin Chen cautiously. However, Lin Chen didn't waste any words with them. He knocked down Su Jiqiang and his gang one punch each. Realizing Lin Chen's exceptional skills, the group immediately fled in panic. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Meiqi, Lin Chen could tell from the air that she had been drugged. It was a potent aphrodisiac, and it was also mixed with sleeping pills. Zhang Meiqi will first fall into a coma, and after waking up, she will become a slut whose mind is only focused on mating. No, we absolutely can't bring her home. It would be bad if she scared our family. Lin Chen thought to himself. A dozen minutes later. A hotel in Shanghai. Lin Chen used his own ID card to book a room for Zhang Meiqi. Then he went downstairs and bought a box of silver needles, and gave Zhang Meiqi a few acupuncture treatments. Because using silver needles is the best way to remove the effects of the medicine. After doing all this, Lin Chen decisively left, leaving Zhang Meiqi to sleep alone. However, Lin Chen did not notice that Zhang Meiqi woke up groggily once while he was giving her acupuncture. That night, Zhang Meiqi had an incredibly vivid dream. "I dreamt that I had sex with Lin Chen and felt a satisfaction I had never experienced before." When she woke up, she immediately realized that the dream was real. Because she had a vague feeling somewhere, and her fishnet stockings were torn. Lin Chen. Zhang Meiqi gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes seeming to spit fire. She believes that Lin Chen raped her last night. Because she vaguely remembered that she was drinking last night, and then she got drunk and was taken away by Lin Chen. While at the hotel, she woke up groggily and just happened to see Lin Chen's face. Zhang Meiqi is devastated. She never imagined that her best friend's husband would do such a thing to her. Lin Chen, you beast. Bund Villas. When Lin Chen woke up, he received a call from Zhou Jie, and only then did Lin Chen remember that he needed to go to receive the award. So she told her wife about it, and when she heard the news, Li Ziren was completely stunned. I never imagined that my husband would receive such a dazzling honor. So Lin Chen tidied up and then left home. The day after Lin Chen left, Zhang Meiqi returned to the Bund Villa. Chapter 70 Still Trust Lin Chen. It took Zhang Meiqi a whole day and night to finally accept this painful truth. The next day, she resolutely decided to go back. She wanted to pull her best friend out of the abyss and let her see Lin Chen's true colors. Meiqi, why didn't you answer my calls yesterday? Also, where did you go yesterday? Didn't Lin Chen come to pick you up? Li Ziren asked curiously. At this time, Zhang Meiqi was not in good spirits. She immediately changed the subject, asking, "Where's Lin Chen?" Li Ziren told Zhang Meiqi the truth, and Zhang Meiqi's expression immediately froze upon hearing it. How could such a hypocritical and treacherous person win such a big prize? Zhang Meiqi blurted out. She couldn't stand it anymore. She never expected that Lin Chen, that beast, would brag like this to her best friend. What an absurd lie. Only her best friend would believe it. Why are you yelling at my husband? Li Ziren's expression immediately changed, and she glared angrily at Zhang Meiqi. Zhang Meiqi subconsciously wanted to reveal that she had been raped by Lin Chen. But after hesitating for a moment, I still didn't choose to say it. Because she could sense that Li Ziren loved Lin Chen so much that if she just said it directly, she definitely won't be able to accept this fact, she'll have a mental breakdown, and might even contemplate suicide. What will happen to the 4 adorable babies then? Therefore, Zhang Meiqi hesitated for a second and chose not to say it directly. Ziren, he lied to you. There's no way he could have won such a prestigious award. Zhang Meiqi said confidently. Lying to me? Impossible, he would never lie to me. Li Ziren shook her head. Meiqi, do you have some prejudice or misunderstanding about my husband? Ziren, if you don't believe Lin Chen lied to you, I can prove it to you. Zhang Meiqi tried to calm herself down. It just so happens that my cousin used to work at a research institute. Whether Lin Chen confirmed this law or not, I'll just make a phone call and find out. Then you hit him. Anyway, Li Ziren believed that Lin Chen would never lie to her. Then, Zhang Meiqi took out her phone and found a name in the list. Then I dialed his voicemail number. Soon, under Li Ziren's watchful gaze, the voice call was connected. Zhang Meiqi immediately spoke up. Brother Yun, I want to ask you something. What's wrong? Didn't you just leave the research institute last month? Do you know the name of the person who proved the law of quantum entanglement? Of course I know that, it's Jay Cho. Without hesitation, Brother Yun replied that although he was no longer a member of the research institute, he had worked there and knew everything about its internal affairs. Moreover, Zhou Jie was also his former colleague. However, because he resigned, he didn't know what happened afterward. Okay, Brother Yun, thank you. Zhang Meiqi hung up the phone and immediately said to Li Ziren, did you hear that? The person who proved the law of quantum entanglement is named Zhou Jie. It's not Lin Chen at all, he lied to you. He lied to you. These 4 words exploded in Li Ziren's heart like a thunderclap. Did he really lie to me? At this moment, Li Ziren frowned deeply, constantly asking herself questions in her heart. But soon, Li Ziren shook her head and said firmly, impossible. I personally saw people from the research institute take him away yesterday. And last night he sent me pictures of nighttime views from abroad, so he couldn't possibly be lying to me. Hearing this, Zhang Meiqi found it ridiculous. Ziren, are you really stupid or just pretending? There are tons of pictures of night views from abroad online, they're everywhere. However, Li Ziren still shook her head. I don't believe my husband would lie to me. As she always said, she knows her own husband best. Although she hasn't known Lin Chen for very long, Li Ziren believes she understands him very well. Why? What do I have to say for you to believe me? Zhang Meiqi felt that Li Ziren was completely beyond saving. Lin Chen, you beast. What kind of spell did you cast on my best friend to make her trust you so much? Xiren, since you still don't believe me, then I can only show you this. Zhang Meiqi opened her phone and logged into a website. What's this? Li Xiren leaned closer. Zhang Meiqi explained, this is a live streaming website that will broadcast the Nobel Prize Awards ceremony live. Upon hearing this, Li Xiren immediately became interested. At the awards ceremony? Wouldn't that mean we could see Lin Chen go up to receive the award? But the live stream doesn't seem to have started yet. Almost there. And so, the two of them kept their eyes glued to the screen, watching the awards ceremony unfold. The scene showed a grand hall filled with foreigners, including Americans, but no Chinese were seen. Zhang Meiqi was certain that Lin Chen was definitely not among them. She firmly believed that someone like Lin Chen, a wolf in sheep's clothing, could never possibly obtain such a supreme honor. She wanted Li Xiren to see for herself that Lin Chen had really lied to her. When the camera panned across the room, all that could be seen were foreigners. Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen, and Li Xiren's expression became somewhat ambiguous. What happened? Why are they all foreigners? Could it be that Lin Chen really wasn't there? Did he really lie to himself? But why are there no shots of Lin Chen? For a moment, Li Xiren was flustered. The two watched quietly for more than 10 minutes, when suddenly the scene changed. An elderly man from the United States, dressed in a suit, stood on the stage and began to speak. The already quiet scene became even quieter. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was flooded with comments. Who exactly is it? Old man, hurry up and announce it. Damn it, I've been watching for 2 hours, and you're still keeping me in suspense. The comments section kept urging them on. Meanwhile, the old man from the United States opened the document in his hand on the stage and glanced at it a few times. He then began to announce in a serious tone. Even though he was speaking in English, both Li Xiren and Zhang Meiqi heard the name Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen suddenly appeared, and a camera focused on him. Lin Chen's face also appeared in the live stream. Zhang Meiqi almost dropped her phone on the ground, completely stunned. Chapter 71 Buying Tickets Home Overnight. Zhang Meiqi pinched her thigh hard. Am I dreaming? The winner of the physics prize is indeed Lin Chen. How is that possible? How is that possible? Li Xiren, who was standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Chen go up to accept the award in a suit. Sure enough, I was right to trust my husband. Meiqi, can you tell me the truth? Why do you harbor such resentment towards Lin Chen? Li Xiren asked with great curiosity. I can sense Zhang Meiqi's resentment. She seems to particularly dislike her husband. Did Lin Chen offend her at some point? Fine. Zhang Meiqi couldn't quite accept this fact. Besides, so what if she was proven wrong? Isn't it true that Lin Chen raped me last night? Just because he won this award, should I forgive him and look at him with new respect? That's impossible. She gritted her teeth and said, Xiren, I'm going out for a bit. Meiqi. At the same time. Meanwhile, overseas, Lin Chen is delivering his acceptance speech according to procedure. Of course, Lin Chen only said a few words casually before stepping down from the stage. Mr. Lin Chen, may I take a photo with you? A fairly handsome American man, around 50 years old, approached Lin Chen and politely made a request. His name is Musk. Tesla is one of his many companies. And he is currently the world's richest man. Sure. Lin Chen nodded. Then, Musk opened the camera, stood happily next to Lin Chen, and the two looked at the lens together, smiling slightly. Click. A photo of the world's richest man with a great scientist has just surfaced. After taking the photo, Musk immediately shared it on Twitter, attracting countless likes from netizens. After taking a photo with Musk, more foreigners kept asking Lin Chen for photos with them. Lin Chen agreed to most of them because he could tell that these foreigners really admired him. 1 hour later. Lin Chen, exhausted, returned to the hotel with the trophy in his hand. The thought of seeing his wife and children soon filled him with joy. I wasn't even this excited when I went on stage to receive an award. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen opened the door and saw Zhou Jie and Yang Xinqing standing outside. You've come at the right time. I was just about to ask you when we're going back. Lin Chen spoke up. It was 2:30 p.m., and he was eager to return to China. Yang Xinqing smiled and said, My flight is tomorrow morning, so of course I'll be going back tomorrow morning. Lin Chen asked, Is there anything else? No. Yang Xinqing said. Okay, then I'll buy a ticket for tonight and go back by myself. As he spoke, Lin Chen opened his phone and started checking out tonight's flight tickets. Hey Mr. Lin, are you in such a hurry to go back? Is there some urgent matter at home? Yang Xianqing asked, puzzled, as he sensed that Lin Chen seemed particularly eager to go home. Lin Chen said, no. Yang Xianqing smiled and said, that's settled then. I thought you had something urgent to attend to. You finally got to go abroad, so you definitely wanted to experience the local customs and culture. Yeah, Lin Chen, I know a little bar nearby with lots of beautiful Russian girls. How about we go there for a few drinks later? Zhou Jie said with a smile that he and Yang Xianqing thought the same thing, play around for a while and go back tomorrow morning. Not interested. Lin Chen had long heard that the girls from the Russian people were beautiful, but in his heart, Li Ziren would always be the most beautiful. You guys go have fun, I'll buy tickets and go back tonight. Lin Chen insisted that he had just checked and found a flight at 5 p.m. that would take him back to China by midnight, so he booked a ticket without hesitation. This. Zhou Jie was even more puzzled. Lin Chen, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Because I have to go back to take care of the baby, Lin Chen explained. Taking care of a child? Yang Xianqing and Zhou Jie exchanged a glance, both feeling that Lin Chen was a freak. What kind of man is he? How can his heart always be only for his wife and children? Midnight. A plane slowly landed at Shanghai Airport. After leaving the airport, Lin Chen immediately hailed a taxi and went home. Bund Villas. At this moment, Li Ziren was having trouble sleeping. Although it was already midnight, she still couldn't fall asleep at all. Because of what happened with Zhang Meiqi today, although she didn't know that Zhang Meiqi hated her husband so much, she knew that Zhang Meiqi must have misunderstood Lin Chen. Click. Just then, Li Ziren heard the sound of the door opening outside, accompanied by footsteps. You see, Li Tianhong and his wife had gone back to their hometown today and were spending the night there. Could it be a thief who broke in? Thinking of a possibility, Li Ziren's heart suddenly jumped. She glanced at the sleeping babies in the stroller next to her, and her expression became serious and cautious. Honey, are you asleep? Lin Chen knocked on the door and called out, but his voice wasn't loud. He knew the babies were probably asleep by now and didn't want to wake them. It's Lin Chen. My husband is back. Upon hearing the sound, Li Ziren was so excited that she quickly went over and opened the bedroom door. Husband. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak outside the door, Li Ziren threw herself into his arms. Lin Chen affectionately patted Li Ziren's head, surprised that his wife was still awake so late. Honey, didn't you say you'd be back tomorrow? Why did you come back so late? Nestled in Lin Chen's arms, Li Ziren looked up and asked a question. Lin Chen's sudden return had given her a big surprise. Because I miss you so much, my darling. Lin Chen pinched Li Ziren's cheek, and Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, thinking, how cheesy. But she likes to listen to it. Have you taken a shower? No. Then go take a shower now. It's so late. Take a shower and go to bed. Li Ziren stepped out of Lin Chen's arms, having completely forgotten the unpleasant events of the day. Bath? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He put his arm around Li Ziren's waist and said with a smile, Wife, will you help me wash? Upon hearing this, Li Ziren playfully punched Lin Chen with her small fist, gave him a coquettish look, and then the two of them went into the bathroom together. The next day. The sun is shining brightly, and the sky is cloudless. The weather is excellent today. Lin Chen woke up at 8 o'clock, but instead of getting up immediately, he lay in bed and scrolled through Douyin for a while. Suddenly, Lin Chen came across a video clip of himself receiving an award on stage abroad. The video received over 3 million likes and over 10,000 comments. Lin Chen glanced at the comments and saw that they were mostly praising him. Sigh, it looks like going out will be a hassle from now on. Lin Chen was having a headache. He didn't want to be famous, but his appearance had already been exposed online. It's easy to imagine that whenever I go out, some passers-by will recognize me, which will be very troublesome. Honey, wake up and have breakfast. Outside, Li Ziren's voice rang out. Today, she had simply tied her hair in a ponytail and was wearing a loose-fitting sundress, looking very gentle and beautiful. Suddenly, Li Ziren remembered what happened yesterday and was extremely confused. When Lin Chen came out of the room, Li Ziren asked him directly. Honey, did something unpleasant happen between you and my best friend? Chapter 72 Zhang Meiqi gives Lin Chen a choice. Lin Chen was curious when he heard Li Ziren ask this question. Nothing unpleasant happened. Honey, why would you ask that? Lin Chen looked at Li Ziren suspiciously. Had something happened at home while he was abroad for the past 2 days? Really? Li Ziren recalled what Zhang Meiqi had said yesterday. It was clear that she disliked Lin Chen, and after leaving, she never came back and didn't reply to her messages. Honey, did she say something bad about me to you? Lin Chen frowned and asked. Why? Li Ziren sighed and told Lin Chen about what had happened when Zhang Meiqi came to her house yesterday. Lin Chen was completely confused after hearing this. Logically speaking, shouldn't she thank herself for saving her? Why are you having a problem with yourself? Or perhaps, deep down, Zhang Meiqi also longed to be taken advantage of by Su Jiqiang and his group in the private room? If I save her, it would mean ruining her plans. If that's the case, then I definitely made a mistake. I shouldn't have tried to save her. Forget it, honey, who cares about her? I haven't offended her anyway. Lin Chen didn't care. Li Ziren nodded. She naturally trusted her husband, but she really found this matter very strange. Inside a hotel, Zhang Meiqi took out a photo from her bag. The photo showed two little girls, about 7 or 8 years old, who were very cute and charming. Upon closer inspection, it's not hard to see that one of the two young girls looks like Li Ziren, and the other looks like herself. Looking at the photos, Zhang Meiqi quietly drifted into memories of that year. When she was about 7 years old, Zhang Meiqi was playing by the river and accidentally fell into it. Just as she was about to drown, a pair of hands pulled her ashore. Her savior was none other than Li Ziren. From then on, the two became very good friends, going to and from school together every day, walking home together, sharing their secrets, and growing up together. In the blink of an eye, more than a decade has passed. Zhang Meiqi still remembers Li Ziren's wish from back then, which was to be happy and joyful for the rest of her life. Are you happy? Perhaps they do appear to be living a happy life. But Zhang Meiqi knew that if Li Ziren married a man like Lin Chen, her life would be completely ruined. She is not truly happy. She was just being deceived by Lin Chen, living under his hypocritical facade. Thinking about what Lin Chen did to her, what he did to her like a beast, she realized he didn't deserve to be her best friend's husband at all. Finally, after much internal struggle, Zhang Meiqi made a decision that left everyone speechless. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Ziren, Ziren, come pick me up from the hospital. At that moment, Li Ziren was cleaning at home when her phone rang. It was a message from her best friend Zhang Meiqi, Ziren, come pick me up from the hospital. Below is the location of a certain hospital. It's not too far from my home. What's wrong? Why did you go to the hospital? Li Ziren sent the message, but Zhang Meiqi did not reply. Honey, I'm going out for a bit. Li Ziren was a little worried and said to Lin Chen, who was coaxing Debao to sleep. Lin Chen asked, what are you doing out there? Li Ziren said, I need to pick up Meiqi. She said she's at the hospital and asked me to go pick her up. Why don't I go? Never mind, I'll go. Li Ziren knew that her best friend had a prejudice against Lin Chen and didn't really want Lin Chen to go. Okay, then drive carefully. Lin Chen didn't think much of it and gave a brief instruction. Okay, husband. Then Li Ziren picked up her car keys and went out. On the way, Li Ziren was still thinking that now that Lin Chen was back, if she really had any misunderstandings about Lin Chen, she could find out right away. Unexpectedly, Li Ziren had only been away from home for a short time. A figure arrived at the villa's entrance. The gate to the yard wasn't closed, and she walked in easily. At this moment, Lin Chen had just put Debao to sleep and came downstairs for tea. Lin Chen was also extremely surprised to see the figure that appeared in front of him. You deliberately sent Ziren away? Lin Chen was taken aback. Looking at Zhang Meiqi in front of him, he immediately realized this. Yes, because there are some things that she shouldn't hear. Zhang Meiqi walked over step by step, finally stopping about 2 meters away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked calmly, what is your purpose? Zhang Meiqi didn't keep him in suspense, you should divorce Ziren. Don't you like me a lot? If you leave Ziren, I'll stay with you. As she spoke, Zhang Meiqi unbuttoned her shirt. In her opinion, Lin Chen, a beast whose mind was only filled with that kind of thing, would definitely agree happily, right? However, Lin Chen's answer left her momentarily stunned. Are you sick in the head? Lin Chen had never been so speechless in his life. How could such a ridiculous thing happen to him? Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Lin Chen. Zhang Meiqi suddenly became agitated, how long are you going to keep pretending? No, what was I pretending for? Lin Chen frowned, somewhat bewildered. 2 nights ago, you took me back to the hotel while I was drunk and raped me. Now you're afraid to admit it? Do you even consider yourself a man? Zhang Meiqi's eyes were incredibly terrifying, as if she wanted to tear Lin Chen to pieces. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Lin Chen was speechless. He did bring Zhang Meiqi back to the hotel that night, but only to remove the drug from her body. He left after doing that, but he didn't expect her to mistakenly think that he had raped her. If I had known this would happen, I really shouldn't have saved her. It's a classic case of the farmer and the snake. You should leave now. I think you really need to go to the hospital to get your brain checked. Lin Chen was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person. Lin Chen, I've already given you the choice. Are you really going to force me to call the police? Go ahead and report it, and see who gets arrested in the end. Fine, you forced me to do this. Enraged, Zhang Meiqi immediately called the police. After hearing Zhang Meiqi's reason for calling the police took it very seriously and immediately launched an investigation. At that moment, Li Ziren had just returned home. On the way, she received a phone call from Zhang Meiqi, who said that Lin Chen had raped her. Li Ziren felt as if the sky was about to fall, and she had only one thought in her mind: how could this be? How could Lin Chen possibly do such a thing? Back home, just as he was about to ask Lin Chen for clarification, a police car arrived at the villa. Several police officers got out of the police car, walked into the villa's courtyard, and came to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, we have received a report from someone. Please cooperate with our investigation. Chapter 73. Zhang Meiqi cried. Mr. Lin Chen, we have received a report from someone. Please cooperate with our investigation. The lead police officer said expressionlessly. Can. Lin Chen remained calm and composed, willing to cooperate with the investigation. As the saying goes, a straight body casts a straight shadow, so what was there to be afraid of? Husband. At this moment, Li Ziren jogged over. Lin Chen guessed what she wanted to ask and smiled reassuringly. Wife, you have to believe me, I didn't do that kind of thing. Yes. I believe you. Li Ziren nodded solemnly. She had always believed in Lin Chen, but she didn't understand why Zhang Meiqi would slander her husband. Thinking of this, Li Ziren suddenly became very angry and kept sending messages to question Zhang Meiqi. She didn't understand why her best friend had suddenly changed. The courage Zhang Meiqi frightened her. Lin Chen was taken away to the police station for investigation. But after only about an hour at the police station, the police sent Lin Chen home because he was innocent. Why did you let him go? Inside the police station, watching Lin Chen leave like that, Zhang Meiqi couldn't hold back any longer and questioned the police. Miss, based on the surveillance footage from the private room and the hotel you provided, including even the hidden cameras in the hotel, we found that you have misunderstood Mr. Lin. A police officer said in a calm tone. Misunderstand? I misunderstood him? How could that be? Are you all protecting him because he's rich? Zhang Meiqi's expression changed. She clearly saw that the person in the room was Lin Chen, and when she woke up, her fishnet stockings were torn to shreds. Miss, if you don't believe me, you can come over here and check the surveillance footage. A policeman on the other side spoke up. There was a computer in front of him. Without wasting any words, Zhang Meiqi went straight to his side. The policeman clicked the mouse lightly, and the video slowly started. Inside a private room, Zhang Meiqi and a group of men were playing drinking games and having a lively time. Suddenly, Zhang Meiqi's expression changed, because from the perspective of the surveillance camera, it was clear that Su Jiqiang took out a bag from his pocket. Then, while Zhang Meiqi was playing a drinking game with others, Su Jiqiang poured something into Zhang Meiqi's wineglass. How could this be? How could this be? Zhang Meiqi couldn't believe her eyes. Her long-lost classmate had drugged her. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Meiqi, unaware of the situation, drank the wine and soon fell asleep, having been drugged. Instantly, lewd laughter and all sorts of vulgar language filled the private room. Zhang Meiqi clearly heard Su Jiqiang suggest that everyone take turns. Su Jiqiang then roughly tore open her fishnet stockings. Oh my god! Zhang Meiqi couldn't help but cover her mouth. At this moment, she realized that she might have misunderstood Lin Chen. Zhang Meiqi couldn't help but continue watching. There was a knocking sound outside. Someone went to open the door, but it was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Chen came in. Lin Chen punched each of them, beating them until they were scrambling for their lives, and then took him away while he was still unconscious. This is the surveillance footage from the private room. I'll also show you the surveillance footage from the hidden cameras inside the hotel. The police officer said that they showed Zhang Meiqi another video. The scene shifts, and for some unknown reason, Lin Chen takes her to a hotel. Lin Chen put her on the hotel bed and then went out. He came back a little while later, carrying a box of silver needles. Upon seeing this, Zhang Meiqi was surprised. Lin Chen actually knew about traditional Chinese medicine? Could it be that Lin Chen wanted to save her? Lin Chen then gave himself a few acupuncture needles, which took less than 10 seconds. Then, something unbelievable happened to Zhang Meiqi. After giving him the acupuncture, Lin Chen left. They didn't even touch me, they just left. Mr. Lin never came back, and you slept alone in the hotel until the next day. So, you misunderstood Mr. Lin. On the contrary, I think you should thank him, because he saved you. The police shook their heads and sighed. Yes, I should thank him properly. Zhang Meiqi seemed to lose all her strength in an instant, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips. How ridiculous. Lin Chen not only didn't rape her, but he also saved her. But how did I repay him? Not only did she misunderstand him, she also went to Li Ziren to slander Lin Chen, trying to make Li Ziren see Lin Chen's true colors. It can only be described as utterly insane. She even stubbornly believed that Lin Chen was not good enough for her best friend, but is that really the case? Lin Chen is handsome, skilled in martial arts, knowledgeable in medicine, and low-key. Previously, Li Ziren had praised Lin Chen in front of her more than once, saying that he could cook, do housework, and take care of children. He is an all-around good family man. She felt lucky to have married a man like Lin Chen. Even when she offered to satisfy his desires, Lin Chen remained unmoved. This shows how devoted he was to Li Ziren. Moreover, Lin Chen's achievements are so dazzling that he won the Nobel Prize at such a young age. It's hard to imagine what a perfect man he is. She suddenly remembered the first time she met Lin Chen at the Shanghai airport. At that time, she arrogantly asked Lin Chen to help her carry her luggage. Lin Chen didn't say a word and silently helped her carry it. Looking back now, it wasn't that Lin Chen was cowardly, but rather that he was just a really nice person and too lazy to argue with her. Zhang Meiqi felt that if she knew Lin Chen a little better, she would definitely fall madly in love with this man. But because of my own prejudice and misunderstanding, we can't even be friends anymore. Thinking about this, Zhang Meiqi felt as if she had lost something very important in her life, and she cried. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. P.S. Do you guys think this plot is melodramatic? Actually, I think it's okay, because it's normal to be misunderstood in life. Sometimes you might glance at a pretty girl a couple of times and she'll think you like her. Regarding the update schedule, I'm currently updating about 2 chapters a day, which is roughly 4,000 to 5,000 words. However, the update frequency will increase next month, as I'll have more time to update. Chapter 74, Taking Li Ziren Shopping. At home at the moment. After Li Ziren understood everything, she felt very sorry for Lin Chen. She never expected that asking Lin Chen to pick up her best friend would result in her being unfairly blamed. It's alright, honey. Don't blame yourself. Let's just let this go. Lin Chen said indifferently, although he was somewhat annoyed, he did not show it. Because he didn't want to bring any negative emotions to his wife, Lin Chen believed that his wife should be happy every day, eating, drinking, and having fun. Eating, drinking, and having fun? Suddenly, Lin Chen realized that it had been a while since he and his wife had gone shopping together. So Lin Chen said, honey, let's go out for a walk tonight after mom and dad arrive. Okay. Li Ziren immediately cheered up. Girls like to go out shopping, especially with their loved ones, after dinner. Next, Lin Chen led the 4 of them to play on the sofa in the living room. The babies are now over 3 months old and have started to crawl a little. Lin Chen casually turned on the LCD TV, and an animated film, Super Beast Force, automatically started playing. Lin Chen's original intention was to make the living room more lively. However, to his surprise, the babies stared intently at the TV, whether they found the TV novel or were attracted by the content of the cartoon. Ding! Host has given the babies TV, reward skill, beast language. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Animal language, as the name suggests, is the language of animals. In an instant, Lin Chen could understand the language of any animal in the world. Outside the window, 2 little birds were chirping. Lin Chen knew from their conversation that they were courting each other. The male bird said to the female bird, I have lots of insects to eat at my nest. Let's go back to my nest tonight. The mother bird said shyly, okay, I don't care about insects, I just want to sleep at your house. This reward is quite interesting. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. It would be quite interesting if he could understand what animals were saying in the future. Before long, Mr. and Mrs. Li Tianhong arrived, bringing good news. The rhinitis pills had been developed and successfully launched on the market. Xiao Chen, Ziran, look at these comments from netizens, they're all praising our rhinitis pills. Wu Yanfang clicked on a Douyin video and saw many comments from netizens below. Wah, I'm allergic to cold air and cotton wool, but my allergic rhinitis is finally cured. Haven't bought it yet. Has any experienced user used nasal pills? Can you share your experience and say if they work? Upstairs, I've personally tested this, and it definitely works. I've had rhinitis for 7 or 8 years, and I've taken countless medications, both Chinese and Western medicine. I almost considered having surgery, but thankfully I didn't. Now, after taking these rhinitis pills, I'm cured. Holy crap, is this for real? It's amazing. I bought a box yesterday and ate it last night. I feel much better today. I didn't sneeze when I woke up this morning, and there was no blood in my snot. I feel like I'm completely cured after taking it for 2 days. I highly recommend this medicine, and it's only 19 yuan a box, the price is incredibly reasonable. This medicine saved my life. People who haven't had rhinitis really don't know how torturous this disease is. The reviews were all full of praise and were incredibly positive. There wasn't a single negative review, which shows that this medicine has indeed helped rhinitis patients. Lin Chen smiled at this. Although he wasn't a saint, he still felt a sense of accomplishment seeing so many rhinitis patients cheering for the medicine. After all, he was the one who formulated this medicine. After dinner, Lin Chen and Li Ziran arrived at a large shopping mall, while the 4 babies were naturally left to be cared for by Li Tianhong and his wife. Hey, miss. Hey, miss. Suddenly, a woman with a microphone came up to the two of them, accompanied by a photographer. Lin Chen could tell at a glance that this was another blogger making videos for Douyin. What's wrong? The other person was older than her and called her little sister, which made Li Ziran feel a little awkward. Are you a couple? Can I ask you a few questions? The female blogger asked. No, we are husband and wife. Li Ziran corrected. The female blogger was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Li Ziran and Lin Chen to look so young, like college students. They're already married. She got married at a young age. The female blogger couldn't help but sigh, but quickly asked, hello, would you mind if your husband didn't put your name on the deed when he bought the house? Well. The question made them both a little embarrassed, because they already owned a house, and a large villa at that. Of course I don't mind. Li Ziran shook her head. The female blogger then asked, when was the last time you two kissed? Lin Chen. Upon hearing this question, Lin Chen instinctively wanted to pull Li Ziran away, feeling that this kind of interview was too boring. But Li Ziran smiled and said, right now. After saying that, Li Ziran stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Chen on the lips. Wow. Upon seeing this, the female blogger immediately showed a look of surprise, while the passers-by were also stunned. Damn, I can't believe I'm being fed dog food just by going out for a walk. What did I do to deserve this? I'm so envious. Especially some men, who have never been kissed by a girl, are extremely envious. She's pretty, proactive, and even wears silk. It's true what they say, the best partners are always someone else's. Lin Chen was also caught off guard. He didn't expect Li Ziran to suddenly kiss him, which made him smile unconsciously. Honey, let's go. Li Ziran was about to leave, holding Lin Chen's hand, when the female blogger called out, wait a minute. Thank you for accepting our interview. You can choose any of these one-piece figures. Really? Li Ziran glanced at them and saw that the figurines included Luffy, Zoro, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and others. In the end, Li Ziran chose a Nami figure, which she thought was quite pretty. Lin Chen didn't say anything as long as his wife was happy, that was enough. Next, Li Ziran took Lin Chen's hand, and the two happily strolled around the mall. Honey, I want to eat stinky tofu. Honey, I want to drink taro bubble tea. Honey, I haven't had grilled sausages in ages. Can you buy me a few? These sausages are made entirely of starch. It's okay, I just love grilled sausages made from starch. Okay, my darling, I'll buy them all. The two strolled around the mall, bought some snacks, and then bought some daily necessities, such as sanitary napkins. Honey, there's a pet store here. Let's go in and check it out. Li Ziren led Lin Chen to a pet store. Hello, welcome. The female shop owner smiled slightly at the two of them, her smile very friendly. Lin Chen glanced around the store and saw many small pets, mostly cats and dogs. Honey, let's get a dog at home too. That way, we can walk the dog when we go for a walk in the evening. Li Ziren asked Lin Chen, honey, what do you think? P.S. This book will not be a fantasy novel. It's all about fighting and killing, just the daily life of my wife and kids, with a bit of showing off. Chapter 75. This dog is becoming a spirit. Okay. Lin Chen thought this was a good suggestion. The villa happened to have dog kennels and cat kennels, but they hadn't been used. Miss, come and see this purebred golden retriever. It's imported from abroad, and it's very good looking. Plus, its pupils are sapphire blue. Upon hearing their conversation, the female shop owner immediately began to introduce the products. Li Ziren squatted down in front of the golden retriever, stroked its fur, and felt it was quite nice. Buy me. Buy me. Buy me and take me home, I'll be easy to feed. You're too ugly, how could I possibly buy you? Master, please buy me instead. As Lin Chen's gaze swept over the different breeds of dogs, they all began to speak, in animal language, which only Lin Chen could understand. Humans, submit to me. Suddenly, just as Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a husky, the husky made such outrageous remarks. This dog is a bit arrogant. Lin Chen squatted down in front of the husky, and the husky became even more arrogant upon seeing this. What are you looking at, you foolish human? Do you even deserve to look at me, the king? The husky spoke arrogantly, its head held high, its dog eyes glaring at Lin Chen. Holy crap! Has this dog never been disciplined before? This was the first time Lin Chen had ever seen such a pretentious dog, which immediately piqued his interest. Honey, what do you think of this husky? Lin Chen said something, and Li Ziren immediately came over and squatted down in front of the husky with Lin Chen. The Siberian husky is also known as the Siberian husky. They don't look very smart, and these dogs are prone to acting crazy, destroying things, or spinning in circles. Because of this, many people don't like to keep them. Li Ziren stroked the husky's fur and smiled, not bad, this husky is quite good looking. To be honest, I thought about raising a husky when I was in college. As if it could understand Li Ziren's words, the husky said smugly, you have good taste. I am the most superior dog in the world. Having understood what the husky was saying, Lin Chen found the dog even more amusing. Why don't we buy it? I think it's a good idea. Lin Chen nodded and asked the female shop owner, how much is this husky? The female shop owner said, this husky is a Siberian husky breed. The price is 13,000 yuan. Since it is a puppy, the price will be higher. However, we will give you a dog crate, a leash, and 3 months' worth of dog food for free. Lin Chen replied without hesitation, okay, I'll buy it. Hello, please scan the QR code to pay here. The female shop owner pointed to the QR code on the wall. Lin Chen opened WeChat, scanned it, and transferred 13,000 yuan to her. Here's the invoice, please take care. At this moment, a shop assistant put a leash on the husky. The husky looked unwilling and even tried to struggle and resist, but in the end it still succumbed to the shop assistant's tyranny. After securing the leash, the shop assistant pulled the husky out of its cage and gave the other end of the leash to Li Ziren. Huskies like to run around, so always make sure to keep them on a leash when you take them out. The shop assistant smiled and gave a word of advice. Yes, it will. Li Ziren was walking this husky, and it was her first time encountering this kind of dog. She found it quite novel and fun. She and Lin Chen then left the pet store together. Honey, let's name our husky. Li Ziren happily led the husky on its leash and suddenly made this suggestion. Give him a name? We really should give him a name. Lin Chen nodded and asked, wife, what name do you want to give it? Lin Chen handed over the decision of naming the child to his wife. Let me think, what name should I choose? Li Ziren stared at the husky, scrutinizing it. The more she looked, the more she felt the dog wasn't very bright. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up. Honey, how about we call it Benben? What do you think of that name? You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Ugh, you're making me so angry. Before Lin Chen could speak, the husky showed great dissatisfaction, immediately stopping and glaring at Li Ziren with a haughty look of resistance. Upon seeing this, Li Ziren was slightly taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "It seems that Era doesn't really like this name. How about we name it Moi?" Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of a name. Sure enough, the husky loved the name and immediately started jumping around. Moca? That's a good name. This is more in line with my royal demeanor. It seems to really like this name. Seeing the husky's reaction, Li Ziren was both amused and exasperated, thinking to herself that this dog was too sensitive, almost like it had become a spirit. But since it likes this name so much, let's call it Moi. Back home. Moi, this is your home from now on. Li Ziren led Moca to the doghouse. The doghouse was at least 10 square meters in size. Not only was it beautifully decorated, but it also had soft blankets. A villa is a villa, even the doghouse is so high class. What a beautiful house. Will this be my home from now on? When Moca saw such a beautiful house for the first time, she was immediately captivated. It had always lived in a cold iron cage in the pet store before. Where had it ever lived in such a warm nest? It immediately crawled into the doghouse, enjoying the warmth of its new home, and even rolled around inside. Seeing this, Li Ziren smiled knowingly and poured some dog food for Moxie at the entrance of the doghouse. Moxie, who was already starving, immediately crawled out to eat. This homeowner is too kind. I'm almost moved. Moca ate the dog food with gusto. Although he ate this dog food every day, it seemed to taste even better in the doghouse of the big villa. Moi, you have to be good at home from now on. Don't destroy the house, don't bite people, don't. Li Ziren stroked Moca's head and gave it some instructions. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Lin Chen checked his phone and found that his college advisor had sent him several messages. Lin Chen, Principal Lu suddenly came to see me just now. He asked me for your phone number. Principal Lu might need to speak with you about something. Keep an eye on your phone later. After reading the message, Lin Chen felt very puzzled. Principal Lu is the president of Shanghai Normal University. The problem is that I've already dropped out of school and haven't been going back for a long time, so what could he possibly want from me? Lost in thought, Lin Chen's phone rang. Is that Lin Chen? A middle-aged man's voice rang out. Lin Chen said, "Yes, you are Principal Lu?" Yes. Lin Chen, congratulations on winning the Nobel Prize in Physics. I only found out about this yesterday from the news. You're amazing. You truly are the pride of Shanghai Normal University. Principal Lu came up with a beaming smile and started fawning over Lin Chen, making Lin Chen extremely embarrassed. Principal Lu, is there something you need from me? Lin Chen got straight to the point and asked, puzzled. Chapter 76, returning to my alma mater to give an open physics lesson. Of course something's wrong. At that moment, Principal Lu skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Lin Chen, I would like to invite you to become a visiting professor at our alma mater, and to return to the school the day after tomorrow to give a public physics lecture to some of the teachers and students. In Lu Ziyuan's view, although Lin Chen is a Nobel laureate and now has a certain status in the world. However, Lin Chen is, after all, a student at Shanghai Normal University, and still a student who has not yet graduated. If we let him come back as a visiting professor and give a public lecture, Lin Chen shouldn't refuse, right? However, Lin Chen's answer surprised him greatly. I'm sorry, Principal Lu, I may not have time. What are you going to do? I need to take care of the baby. Principal Lu was momentarily confused, but immediately laughed and said, this is a small matter, just have your wife take care of it. No, I can't bring my wife. How about I bring it to you? Then let's forget about it. Hey Lin Chen, you really don't have time? Despite Lin Chen's polite refusal, Lu Ziyuan was still somewhat unwilling. Lin Chen was silent for a moment. He definitely wasn't really without time. Lin Chen simply didn't want to go. Visiting professor? Perhaps the title is very attractive to others. But Lin Chen didn't think it was anything special. As for lecturing, Lin Chen was even less willing. He was never one to enjoy being in the public eye. Lin Chen, how about this? From what I understand, you haven't received your graduation certificate from the school yet because you've taken a leave of absence, right? Lu Ziyuan spoke up, intending to invite Lin Chen over in another way. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked casually. Lu Ziyuan laughed and said, taking a leave of absence is not the same as dropping out of school. If you still want to get this diploma, you will need to come back to school for another year. I bet you don't want to come back to school now, right? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Lu Ziyuan was right. He definitely wouldn't go back to study for another year of his senior year. He would never go back, not even if you beat him to death. Okay, as long as you promise to come back and teach a 40-minute open physics class, I'll give you your graduation certificate directly, and you won't need to come back to study anymore. Lu Ziyuan risked being reported and went to great lengths to get Lin Chen to come over, even going so far as to use connections. Really? Lin Chen's mind stirred. Lu Ziyuan said seriously, of course. I am the principal, and I personally stamped the graduation certificates. Do you think I don't even have this much authority? To be honest, Lin Chen was a little tempted. After all, I studied for more than 3 years to get this diploma. Moreover, Lin Chen's university tuition was earned through hard work. Back then, to pay the 5,000 yuan tuition fee for the year, Lin Chen spent most of his summer vacations working in an electronics factory, fixing screws. He worked 2 shifts, the food was terrible, and all his colleagues were middle-aged women. It was practically a place no human being could live in. But Lin Chen still insisted on staying for 2 months. Why? Isn't it all so that we can afford to study? Indeed, I'm not short of money now, and I'll be financially free for life. However, this graduation certificate held great significance for Lin Chen in the past. It would indeed be a bit of a shame to just discard it. So, after considering it for a few seconds, Lin Chen said, okay, I agree. However, I will not be a visiting professor. I will only teach one 40-minute open class. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan smiled and said, okay, then let's just have open classes. The call then ended. Honey, who's calling you? Li Ziren's voice rang out from behind. In fact, she had been listening for quite a while, but she didn't disturb Lin Chen. He is the president of Shanghai Normal University. Lin Chen truthfully recounted the entire conversation to Li Ziren. Then why don't you go back and teach a public lesson? It's only 40 minutes anyway. After listening, Li Ziren said this. Lin Chen nodded and said, that's what I think too. Anyway, it won't take up much of my time. Honey, could you get me a diaper? It looks like Si Bao peed again. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Today is the day Lin Chen promised Lu Ziyuan that he would return to his alma mater to give a public lecture. So Lin Chen got up at 8 o'clock that day, ate the breakfast Li Ziren prepared, and then drove to Shanghai Normal University. After Lin Chen left home, Li Ziren suddenly remembered something very important. She sent this message to her WeChat group of girlfriends. Ladies, my husband's birthday is next month. What kind of surprise and gift do you think I should prepare for him? Do you have any good suggestions? That's right, Lin Chen's birthday is coming soon. Li Ziren had never given a gift to a man before, and this was the first time she had prepared a birthday gift for Lin Chen. She was a little unsure what to give him. Of course, she certainly had her own ideas, but she also wanted to hear her best friend's opinions. Vivian Chow, holy crap, Lin Chen's birthday is coming up? Luo Yuding, clothes? Shoes? Belt? Yi Zihan, does your husband have any hobbies? You can prepare a gift based on his hobbies. Fang Yuan, how about we give him a 5th child? Li Ziren, do you want me to die? My quadruplets are only 3 months along, how dare I have a 5th child? Vivian Chow, haha, why don't you make him a birthday cake yourself? It's obvious that Lin Chen is a rather simple man. Yi Zihan, Huiman, that's good. Fang Yuan, I think this is a good idea too. Li Ziren had already considered Zhou Huiman's suggestion. Make a birthday cake for Lin Chen by hand, and then prepare a gift. As for a gift, she hasn't decided yet, but making a cake. Looks like I need to find a cake shop to learn from first. Yes, that's the decision. Thinking of this, Li Ziren was in a great mood and happily began cleaning. At the same time, Lin Chen drove back to his alma mater, Shanghai Normal University. After parking his car, Lin Chen walked along the campus road and saw that he was surrounded by girls, all with pure and beautiful faces in great outfits. As a normal university, the male-to-female ratio is 2:8, making it a paradise for boys. It's easy for men to find partners, but it's much harder for women to find a boyfriend, since there are very few men around. Lin Chen. Suddenly, as Lin Chen was walking, a voice rang out. Turning around, I saw a girl with a very nice figure and face, and standing next to her was a man wearing glasses. Li Shuyun? Teacher Wang? Lin Chen was extremely surprised. Li Shuyun was her classmate in high school. After graduation, she, like Lin Chen, was admitted to Shanghai Normal University. Teacher Wang's full name is Wang Zitao. He was Lin Chen's physics teacher in high school. P.S. I only realized today from reading the book reviews that so many of the readers of this book are girls. Chapter 77. A student who used to be at the bottom of the physics class. Lin Chen, it's been a long time. Wang Zitao naturally had some impression of Lin Chen, a student from his high school days. Because back in his first year of high school, Lin Chen's physics grades were the worst in the class. Later, because he was too bad at physics, Lin Chen felt that he couldn't learn science subjects, so when it came time to choose between arts and sciences, Lin Chen decisively chose arts. Yes, Teacher Wang, what are you doing here? Lin Chen was quite surprised Wang Zitao was his high school physics teacher. How did I end up here? Lin Chen, don't you know? Teacher Wang later obtained a master's degree through self-study and is now a physics teacher here. Li Shuyun explained, and Wang Zitao's face showed a hint of joy upon hearing this. From a high school physics teacher, through hard work and self-study, I have now become a physics teacher at a 211 university. What an inspiring story. Lin Chen, I heard you've dropped out of school and gotten married? Is that true or not? Suddenly, Wang Zitao remembered something and asked Lin Chen this question. Lin Chen replied, yes, I am indeed married now. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Wang Zitao comforted him, it's good to get married early. Look at me, I'm already 30 years old and I'm still not married. Of course, while he said that, he secretly felt that Lin Chen was somewhat pathetic. How foolish it is to temporarily abandon one's studies to get married for the sake of so-called love. When I was in my 20s, I was a warrior who charged forward for love. But what was the result? When it came time to discuss marriage, his mother-in-law asked him for a dowry of 500,000 yuan and a new house in the city center. Because he had no money, Wang Zitao had no choice but to break up with his girlfriend. Of course, Wang Zitao did not give up after the breakup, but instead continued to work hard to improve himself. He went from being a physics teacher in a small city to becoming a physics teacher at a 211 university through self-study. His views changed. He now believed that a man must be wealthy before getting married. However, everyone has different ideas, so he naturally wouldn't say anything about Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen is already married. He can't very well tell Lin Chen to get a divorce and then tell him that making money is the most important thing at his age, can he? So, Lin Chen, are you just staying home taking care of the kids every day now? At this moment, Li Shuyun also asked a question. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes. Why? Li Shuyun also sighed with regret. So young, only in her early 20s, and she's already staying home taking care of the kids every day. Don't they have to work? Could it be that Lin Chen's wife has gone out to work? In any marriage, one of the spouses has to go out and earn money, right? It's impossible for both of them to stay home and take care of the children. If both parents stay home to take care of the children, where will they get the income to support them? Did they rely on their parents for money? That would be such a failure. In Li Shuyun's mind, she had already silently labeled Lin Chen as a failed man. Of course, she would never say anything to Lin Chen in person, as that would embarrass him. It's good to stay home with the kids every day. After all, babies need a lot of companionship, which is good for their physical and mental health. Li Shuyun also offered words of comfort. Lin Chen nodded, yes. By the way, Lin Chen, are you going to attend a public physics lecture? Li Shuyun thought Lin Chen didn't know about this, and excitedly told him, did you know that Professor Lin, this year's Nobel laureate, is coming to our school to give a public physics lecture? Lin Chen, would you like to come with us to listen to Professor Lin's open physics lecture? This is a rare opportunity. Wang Zitao also said, it just so happens that your physics grades are quite poor, so listening to this might be helpful for you. Lin Chen smiled after hearing what the two said. If they knew that the Professor Lin they were talking about was him, how interesting would their expressions be? Of course, Lin Chen didn't say it out loud, because even if he did, neither of them would believe him. Let's go take a look together. It just so happens that Lin Chen is also going there to give a public lecture. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a multimedia classroom. At this moment, every seat in the classroom was filled with people, including physics students and teachers from the entire school. Just to listen to Professor Lin, a Nobel Prize laureate in physics, give a public physics lecture. They thought the same as Li Shuyun. It was a rare and precious opportunity for a big shot of that caliber to condescend to come here and teach. What's more, it's free. You get to listen to a Nobel laureate's lecture for free, which leads to the venue being packed. I heard that Professor Lin is still very young, only in his 20s. Holy crap, really? If you say that, I'm definitely going to touch up my makeup. Upon hearing her best friend Fong Yuan's words, Yi Zihan immediately took out a small mirror and a lipstick from her bag and began to touch up her lips with a beautiful color in front of the mirror. Since I'm sitting so close to the front, I definitely want to make a good impression on Professor Lin. Of course, she also had a little scheme in mind. What if Professor Lin took a liking to her? With Yi Zihan's beauty, which is on par with school beauties, it's not impossible. Lin Chen. As Lin Chen, Li Shuyun, and Wang Zitao were walking, Principal Lu Ziyuan's voice suddenly rang out. Principal Lu. Upon seeing the principal approach, both Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao flashed ingratiating smiles. However, Lu Ziyuan didn't even glance at the two of them and excitedly smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "I've been waiting for you for so long, I thought you weren't coming." Principal Lu, how could I not come after I promised? Lin Chen smiled slightly. The open class won't start for a while, why don't you come to my office for a cup of tea first? Lu Ziyuan extended a warm invitation. Can. Lin Chen nodded, and then Lu Ziyuan invited him to have tea. Watching the two figures walk away, Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on? The principal is actually being so polite to Lin Chen? Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, the two did not think much of it, assuming that Principal Lu had something else to discuss with Lin Chen, and then the two went into the multimedia classroom. When is Professor Lin arriving? Class starts in 10 minutes, let's wait a bit longer. There were many voices of discussion around them, and Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao found a seat in the second row. Finally, 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of everyone, and with the anticipation of hundreds of people in the classroom, a handsome figure entered from outside and walked towards the podium at the front. He walked with a calm and composed demeanor, as if nothing had happened. It was Lin Chen. In an instant, Yi Zihan and Fong Yuan were both stunned. Holy crap! Isn't that Lin Chen, the husband of their best friend Li Ziran? On the day Li Ziran and Lin Chen got married, Yi Zihan and Fong Yuan were Li Ziran's bridesmaids, so they naturally knew Lin Chen. Wow! Ziran's husband is actually Professor Lin. Wow, that's amazing. I'm so envious. Yi Zihan couldn't help but sigh. It seems her makeup was all for nothing, because Lin Chen is already married, and the person she married is none other than her best friend. Fong Yuan was also very envious. Why could her best friend find such a perfect husband, but she couldn't? Why? At this moment, the most shocked people were undoubtedly Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao. When they saw Lin Chen go on stage, the two of them were almost speechless, especially Li Shuyun, whose mouth was so wide open that it could almost fit an egg. Chapter 78. Li Ziran learns to make cakes for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's you? Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were both stunned. But then, Li Shuyun quickly recovered and shouted to Lin Chen on the stage. Lin Chen, come down quickly, Professor Lin will be here soon. Wang Zitao also spoke up. Lin Chen, what are you doing? You're standing on the podium, where will Professor Lin stand when he arrives? Professor Lin will be angry, come down quickly. Although it's unclear why Lin Chen went up to the podium. But at this moment, both Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were worried about Lin Chen. I am Professor Lin, the one you were talking about. Since Lin Chen spoke like that, it's possible that some students in the classroom had already seen Lin Chen's photos online. I know he is the winner of this year's physics prize. But the students who knew nothing about this year's Nobel laureates were all shocked when they heard Lin Chen's words. Is this this year's physics prize winner? He's so young and handsome. Why do they look so familiar? Are they also students at this university? I'm in love. Such a handsome guy, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. In an instant, many girls were smitten, since Lin Chen looked to be about the same age as them. There are already few male students at normal universities, and handsome guys like Lin Chen are even rarer. Lin Chen, what are you talking about? Li Shuyun was speechless, and even wondered if Lin Chen had taken the wrong medicine today. Just then, another figure appeared at the door. It was Principal Lu Ziyuan. Seeing the principal enter, Li Shuyun thought helplessly, oh no, I'm so embarrassed now. The principal must have come to kick Lin Chen out. Wang Zitao thought the same thing. He could almost picture what would happen next. Lu Ziyuan, holding a microphone, said apologetically to Lin Chen, "Professor Lin, I almost forgot about the microphone in this classroom. I took it last time." As he spoke, he placed the microphone in front of Lin Chen's device, then smiled and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Professor Lin, please continue the lecture, please continue." After saying that, Lu Ziyuan immediately withdrew. Whoosh! Upon hearing the principal's address to Lin Chen, Li Shuyun was immediately dumbfounded. How is that possible? How is that possible? Lin Chen is actually Professor Lin, the physics Nobel laureate whom countless people admire, who is here to give them a public lecture. At this moment, Wang Zitao was also dumbfounded. If Lin Chen is indeed Professor Lin who came to give the class, doesn't that mean that Lin Chen won China's first physics prize? The student with the worst physics grades in the entire class won a physics prize that caused a sensation in China? My goodness, this is just too surreal. Teacher Wang, I checked, and it's true. Lin Chen is this year's physics prize winner. You can find his information online. Looking at the search results on her phone, Li Shuyun said to Wang Zitao with a bitter smile. Wang Zitao glanced at it and felt his brain explode. He was still somewhat incredulous. At this moment, both of them felt a little regretful. Why did they look down on Lin Chen? If only I had checked online a little earlier, this blunder wouldn't have happened. At this moment, on the podium, Lin Chen naturally couldn't possibly know what Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were thinking. He first greeted the students with a smile, and then asked, "Dear students, if you have any questions about physics, please feel free to ask me." After all, Lin Chen had obtained the skill of great scientist from the system. It's no exaggeration to say that Lin Chen knows everything about physics. "Professor Lin, hello. I'd like to know, if our spaceship could exceed the speed of light, would it be possible to travel back in time? Professor Lin, do you think light is a wave or a particle? Professor Lin, what is your opinion on the concept of Schrödinger's quantum cat? Professor Lin." Soon, many physics enthusiasts, and even science enthusiasts, began asking Lin Chen questions. Lin Chen answered these questions with ease. All the students who asked questions were completely satisfied and began to admire Lin Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Even Wang Zitao realized the gap between himself and Lin Chen. No wonder he's a Nobel Prize winner in physics. Wang Zitao couldn't help but sigh. Lin Chen's expertise in physics far surpasses that of this university physics teacher. Ironically, Lin Chen was the student he used to teach who had the worst physics grades. Ring ring. Soon the bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. Hearing the bell, Lin Chen faced all the students and smiled slightly, saying, "All right, students, get out of class dismissed." Then, Lin Chen walked straight to the door, eager to get home. At the same time, Li Ziren wasn't at home. She was spotted at a cake shop near her house. The cake shop is not big, about 50 square meters, with about 4 or 5 employees. "Hello, is the boss here?" Li Ziren approached the shop assistant at the front desk and asked a question timidly. "There it is." The shop assistant pointed Li Ziren in a direction and called out, "Aunt Wang, someone is looking for you." The woman named Aunt Wang is a middle-aged woman with a very beautiful appearance. At this moment, she is making a cake by hand. "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Wang Jiawei looked at Li Ziren with a puzzled expression and asked, "Hello? May I learn how to make cakes here?" Li Ziren said somewhat embarrassedly, "After all, people come to the store to order cakes, but she wanted to come here to learn." Upon hearing Li Ziren's words, Wang Jiawei was also slightly taken aback. Before she could react, Li Ziren said again, I won't let you teach me for nothing. I can pay the tuition." Wang Jiawei immediately recovered and smiled, "Of course. Are you telling the truth?" Li Ziren's face lit up with joy. "Great. Of course, but judging from your expression, you probably don't just want to learn a skill, do you?" Wang Jiawei could tell from Li Ziren's clothes and demeanor that she must be a young lady from a wealthy family. Because the t-shirt Li Ziren is wearing is a Gucci brand, which costs more than 2,000 yuan. Furthermore, wealthy young ladies wouldn't simply come to learn a skill, because it's completely unnecessary, and they don't need to rely on it for a living. I'm guessing you have a family member or friend whose birthday is coming up soon. You want to bake a cake for them yourself, but you don't know how, so you'd like to come here to learn? Wang Jiawei gazed at Li Ziren, a smile playing on her lips. Feeling a little embarrassed that her thoughts had been guessed, Li Ziren nodded and said, "Yes, you guessed right. It's my husband's birthday soon. Chapter 79, Giving the second child a toy car. It's my husband's birthday soon. Upon hearing Li Ziran's words, Wang Jiawei and the other shop assistants couldn't help but sigh. Is this love? How wonderful! It's obvious that this beautiful woman in front of you must love her husband very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to this shop specifically to learn how to make a birthday cake for her husband. You should know that learning to make cakes is very hard work. It wasn't as easy as I imagined. Moreover, birthday cakes can actually be bought ready-made from a store. But Li Ziran chose to come and learn, wanting to make a cake for her husband herself. Because in her view, this is the only way to express her feelings. I'm so envious. The only male employee in the store side. Why can't I meet such a wonderful girl? He has dated before, but all the women he's met have been materialistic. They always wanted him to buy them things and were prone to making unreasonable demands, as if his sacrifices were a given. Now he's even a little afraid to date. What exactly went wrong? Am I not good enough to meet such a wonderful girl? Okay, then come here to learn, I can teach you. At this moment, Wang Jiawei smiled slightly and said. She saw a reflection of her younger self in Li Ziran. Unfortunately, that boy ultimately let her down. Hopefully, the sincerity of this beautiful woman in front of me won't be wasted. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already returned home. Mom, why isn't Ziran home? Lin Chen asked Wu Yanfang, who was busy in the kitchen. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, Her? She must have gone to Huiman's house to play, right? I see. Lin Chen didn't think much of it and assumed that Li Ziran had really gone to Zhou Huiman's house to play. At this moment, Lin Chen thought of the husky MOCA he had bought yesterday, and he searched the doghouse and the surrounding area. Surprisingly, MOCA was nowhere to be seen. Where did that damn dog run off to? So Lin Chen began searching the entire villa area. A few minutes later, he finally found MOCA by the villa's swimming pool. But soon, Lin Chen was taken aback. Because he saw a small white female dog squatting next to Moi. How did Lin Chen know it was a female dog? Because the female dog belonged to the neighbor, Lin Chen had seen her many times before. At this moment, the female dog was nestled in MOCA's arms, and it was clear that the two dogs were courting each other. Good heavens, he's only been home for one day and he's already hooked up with the neighbor's female dog? Dogs have a very keen sense of hearing and smell. Just as Lin Chen approached, MOCA suddenly turned around and saw Lin Chen. Holy crap, that almost scared me to death. MOCA immediately felt guilty, as if he had been caught cheating. The white female dog was terrified when she saw Lin Chen and ran away as fast as she could. After all, Lin Chen was not her owner, and she was afraid that Lin Chen would hurt her. Human, you've scared away my new bride. Apologize now. Seeing this, MOCA stared at Lin Chen with its intelligent dog eyes, and even raised its front paws, looking like it wanted to fight Lin Chen. Snap. Lin Chen understood animal language after all, and he immediately gave MOCA a big slap in the face. Of course, he used very little force, he just wanted to teach this damn dog a lesson, otherwise it would become increasingly arrogant if he continued to indulge it. Woof! Human, how dare you hit me, the king? Moi immediately started barking. Of course, it was actually talking, but ordinary people couldn't understand animal language. So what if I hit you? Lin Chen gently tugged at MOCA's ear, causing MOCA to wince in pain and beg for mercy. It hurts, it hurts. Master, please let me go. Don't be so arrogant in the future. I can understand what you're saying, you know? Behave yourself from now on. Lin Chen let go of her hand and gave her a lecture. No way, it can actually understand what I'm saying? It seems my master is no ordinary person. MOCA immediately began to admire Lin Chen. It was the first time it had ever met a human who could understand it. After glancing at MOCA, Lin Chen ignored it completely. Back at the villa. At this moment, Erbo Lin Kersen was crying loudly, being held by Wu Yanfang. Mom, why is Erbao crying? Lin Chen hurried over and saw that Erbao, Lin Kersen, was crying so hard, and he felt sorry for her too. Wu Yanfang said helplessly, I don't know either. I was cooking in the kitchen when the little guy suddenly started crying. I guess she probably woke up and wanted to drink milk. Ziran, why isn't she back yet? Is she going to have lunch at Huiman's? Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, let me hold the baby, you go cook. Okay. Then, Lin Chen took the second child from his mother-in-law's arms. My little darling, don't cry. Lin Chen held his second child, Lin Kersen, and gently coaxed her as he walked around the living room, but found it was no use. Lin Kersen, the second baby, was crying pitifully. Lin Chen knew as soon as he saw her like this that the baby wanted to drink breast milk. But I don't have any breast milk. The baby was only 3 months old, and there was no formula or anything like that at home. Because Li Ziren had always had plenty of breast milk, she never thought about starting to give her babies formula. After all, formula milk is nowhere near as nutritious as breast milk. So, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Li Ziren. "Honey, where are you right now?" On the other side, Li Ziren, upon receiving the call, instinctively wanted to tell the truth. But the thought that if he told the truth, Lin Chen would definitely ask him about it when they got back was too much to bear. There won't be any surprises about making a birthday cake for Lin Chen by hand. Therefore, Li Ziren could only fabricate a white lie. She smiled and said, "I'm at Vivian Chow's house, what's up, honey? When are you coming back?" Lin Chen said, "Bao was hungry and wants to drink milk." "Okay, honey, I'll be right back." Li Ziren nodded. After finishing her call with Lin Chen, she checked the time and it was almost 11:30. She said to Wang Jiawei, "Aunt Wang, I have to go back now. I'll come again next time." "Okay, drive carefully." Wang Jiawei smiled slightly. "Good." Afterwards, Li Ziren drove home. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Kersen, the second child, was still crying. Her big, bright eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at Lin Chen, looking so wrong that it broke Lin Chen's heart. "Kersen, Mom will be back soon, don't cry." Lin Chen gently coaxed him, his gaze suddenly falling on a new toy car on the sofa. This toy car was brought home by Li Tianhong last time. "I plan to let the babies play with this when they are a little older." "Kersen, look at this car, isn't it amazing?" Lin Chen picked up the toy car and waved it in front of Lin Kersen. In an instant, Lin Kersen's expression changed drastically, and she stopped crying. A pair of big, bright eyes stared intently at the toy car, looking on with great curiosity. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen immediately placed the toy car in Lin Kersen's hand. Of course, Bao was only 3 months old and couldn't hold the toy car at all, so Lin Chen could only support her little hand with his. Lin Kersen stopped crying completely and raised her magical little hands to touch the toy car. At the same time, the system's voice also rang in my mind. Ding! Host has given the babies to play with cars, reward skill, super driving. Chapter 80 Dragon Dust. Superhuman driving? What kind of skill is this? A surge of information flooded into Lin Chen's brain. In the blink of an eye, he became a seasoned driver. To be precise, he became a racing legend. No matter what mode of transportation it is, whether it's a train or an airplane, Lin Chen can drive it with ease and with perfect skill. However, his driving skills improved the most. It's no exaggeration to say that if Lin Chen were to compete against a world-class race car driver right now, Lin Chen's strength is enough to easily defeat his opponent. This skill seems pretty good. Lin Chen nodded. Lost in thought, I heard a car horn blaring from inside the yard. Lin Chen knew that his wife had returned. Sure enough, Li Ziren came in immediately after parking the car. "Husband. Come on, let's feed Kersen some milk." Lin Chen smiled slightly, and then Li Ziren gently took her bao from Lin Chen's hands. Immediately afterwards, Li Ziren lifted her shirt and breastfed Bao in front of Lin Chen. Bao immediately started sucking, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Honey, you smell like cake." Lin Chen also had a keen sense of smell and immediately detected the scent in the air. "Oh, I just ate a piece of cake at Huiman's house." Of course, Li Ziren couldn't say that she had gone to learn how to make cakes, otherwise all the surprise would be lost. "I see." Lin Chen didn't think much of it and got up from the sofa. "Wife, I'm going to the bedroom to check on the other babies." Good. Lin Chen's life was relatively uneventful for the next few days. Li Ziren, on the other hand, would go to the cake shop to learn how to make cakes whenever she had free time. Gradually, Lin Chen also sensed something was wrong. Li Ziren was going out every day. When Lin Chen asked, Li Ziren made an excuse that she had gone to the company to help her father, Li Tianhong, with matters concerning the branch office. Lin Chen didn't think much of it because he trusted Li Ziren. 2 more days passed. One afternoon, Li Ziren, as usual, studied for more than an hour before leaving the cake shop. However, as Li Ziren walked towards the parking lot, suddenly, a group of people noticed her. "Holy crap, boss! Look, look! This is amazing. A blonde-haired henchman patted his boss on the shoulder and gave him a wink, excitedly saying, "Boss, look over there. A stunning beauty." Reminded by his younger brother, Long Chen immediately turned around, and Li Ziren came into her view. So beautiful. Instantly, Long Chen's eyes widened, and he was completely rooted to the spot. As a well-known rich young master in Shanghai, Long Chen had been with countless women, including female internet celebrities, flight attendants, and even some entertainment stars, all of whom he was already tired of. Naturally, he has high standards. He doesn't just look at any woman. But when Long Chen saw Li Ziren, he almost drooled. So beautiful. It's so rare to see such a beautiful and elegant woman. I must have her. Let's go upstairs and talk to her. Long Chen decisively walked towards Li Ziren, and his underlings immediately followed. At this time, Li Ziren was unaware that she was being targeted. She took out her car keys and opened the door of the Tianhong sports car. Then I plopped down inside. Just as she was about to drive the Tianhong sports car away, Long Chen and his group suddenly blocked her way. "Hey beautiful, let's add each other on WeChat." Long Chen chuckled, his gaze fixed on Li Ziren with a lewd expression. Li Ziren frowned immediately and refused, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm already married." They actually got married? This was something Long Chen and his underlings hadn't expected. Li Ziren looked so young, at most in her early 20s. I can't believe they're already married. Aha, it's even better if they're married. I like married people. Long Chen chuckled. He was a scoundrel who had always coveted other men's wives since childhood. He gets more excited the more someone else's wife is, because it gives him a sense of conquest. What did you say? Li Ziren was completely bewildered. What was going on? Shouldn't she have left knowing she was married? Why not play by the rules? Hey beautiful, are you going to give me your WeChat or not? Long Chen reached his hand through the car window, intending to flirt with Li Ziren. Don't touch me. Li Ziren quickly avoided him. Since she was old enough to understand, apart from Lin Shen, no other boy had ever touched her body. She naturally wouldn't let Long Chen touch her. She found it disgusting. "Oh my, beautiful lady, you're married now, why are you still pretending to be an innocent little rabbit? Can your husband satisfy you? To be honest, I'm much better than your husband in that area. Do you want to experience it?" Ha 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 ha. Long Chen and his group laughed lewdly, while Li Ziren panicked. After all, they've been well protected since childhood, so where have they ever encountered such a situation? So she quickly opened her phone and sent a voice message to Lin Chen. "Husband, save me." Then, he sent Lin Chen his current location. "Get out of my way, or I'll call the police." Li Ziren gripped her phone, attempting to threaten Long Chen. "Call the police? Go ahead and call them. In all of Shanghai, the Long family is the one who calls the shots." Long Chen said arrogantly, and in fact, he did have the right to be arrogant. Because his family, the Long family, is one of the top families in Shanghai, with assets of at least trillions of yuan. Even Ma Huateng's family isn't as wealthy as his. "Beautiful lady, I advise you not to be ungrateful. You're even texting your husband? Do you think Brother Long is afraid of your husband?" The two henchmen also spoke with a smile, but their words were rude. Upon hearing this, Long Chen chuckled and said, "It's even better that your husband is here. I'll just beat him up. I'll beat him until he submits and obediently hands you over to me, ha." You. Li Ziren was furious. She was about to call the police, but at that moment, Long Chen snatched her phone away. At the same time, Lin Shen, who was at home taking care of her child, saw the message and location sent by Li Ziren. Then Lin Shen's expression suddenly changed drastically. After saying something to Li Tianhong and his wife, he hurriedly ran to the garage. "Hey, Xiao Chen, where are you rushing off to?" Mr. and Mrs. Li Tianhong had never seen Lin Chen so flustered. All alone, Lin Chen's personality had given them the impression of being Buddhist, as if he didn't care about anything except his family. But what's going on now? Why are you so flustered? I'll tell you when I get back. Lin Chen's voice rang out, and the next second, he had already driven away. On the way, Lin Chen ran red lights all the way, and his speed reached 120 km/h. Holy crap, speeding down a commercial street, this guy's got a death wish. Damn it, you almost hit me. Driving so fast? Could it be drunk driving? Call 120 immediately. Lin Chen's excessive speed caused passers-by to curse and swear. However, Lin Chen still felt the speed was too slow. He stepped on the gas and sped up to 160 km/h. What does this mean? To put it simply, the fastest you can drive on the highway is 120 km/h, but Lin Chen was driving 160 km/h on a busy street. Speeding is a minor issue. The real problem is that at that speed in a commercial street, it would be a miracle if someone wasn't hit. However, Lin Chen didn't actually hit anyone. He gained the skill super driving from the system. At this moment, Lin Chen was like a racing god, able to remain calm and safe even while speeding excessively. Because Lin Chen drove against traffic to save time. At that moment, a large truck was coming straight at us. Beep beep. Beep beep. The truck driver immediately honked the horn and braked. At that moment, he was stunned. Oh no, he was going to crash. However, Lin Chen suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the wheel screeched loudly against the ground. Elegant. Lin Chen skillfully dodged the truck. Damn it. Inside the truck, the driver was terrified as he watched a Mercedes drive away. On the other side. You guys want my WeChat ID? Here you go. At this moment, Li Ziren, whose phone had been stolen, also came up with a plan. Isn't it just about adding your contact information? Just give it to him. Let's leave here first, and then I'll just delete him when I get back. However, upon hearing this, Longchen burst into laughter. Sorry, beautiful lady, I changed my mind. I want to take you to a hotel right now, haha. P.S. Please forgive any typos. Chapter 81 Racing Competition. Roll. Li Ziren was genuinely angry. Longchen's vulgar words were undoubtedly an insult to her. Haha, pretty girl, come out here. As he spoke, Longchen reached his arm through the car window, trying to pull Li Ziren out. But at that moment, Lin Chen, who had been speeding all the way, finally arrived just in time. He got out of the car and immediately saw a group of men surrounding a Tianhong sports car. The person inside the Tianhong sports car was his wife. At that moment, a surge of anger welled up in Lin Chen's heart. No man could tolerate his wife being sexually harassed. Husband. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Li Ziren excitedly called out. Longchen turned his head, but in the next second, a heavy fist hit him in the face, sending him flying. Lin Chen used a lot of force in that punch, especially since he had already entered the realm of martial arts. This punch caused Longchen to bleed from all 7 orifices, fall to the ground unconscious, and his life hangs in the balance. You actually dared to hit young Master Long. You're finished. The blonde-haired thug was incredulous. He had followed Longchen for so many years, relying on the Long family's power, and they had always been the ones bullying others in Shanghai. However, Longchen has now been beaten and seriously injured. Lin Chen didn't take the other person's words to heart at this moment, he only had eyes for Li Ziren. Honey, are you alright? Honey, I'm fine. Li Ziren opened the car door, got out of the car, and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, her face still shaken. Don't be afraid, honey, I'm here. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, his wife was alright, otherwise he would have utterly destroyed those people. Young Master Long. Young Master Long. At this moment, several henchmen surrounded Longchen, who had been beaten unconscious, looking extremely anxious. What the hell are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. Yes, call an ambulance. Just as one of the younger brothers took out his phone to make a call. Li Ziren and Lin Chen had already driven away separately. 10 minutes later. At home. Honey, you hit that person. I'm a little worried. Li Ziren said worriedly, that person seems to have quite a powerful background. Fine. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, don't worry, I've got everything covered. Aha! Li Ziren felt much more at ease immediately. Besides, so what if the other party has a powerful background? He was the one who harassed and provoked me first. Lin Chen acted only to protect himself, a normal reaction for a husband. Even if the police come, the other party will still be in the wrong. With that thought in mind, Li Ziren completely let go of the matter. At this moment, Li Tianhong and his wife came out looking anxious and asked the two what had happened. Lin Chen and Li Ziren did not hide anything and told the truth. That's outrageous. People like that should be arrested and imprisoned. Li Tianhong said angrily, my daughter was almost molested, so naturally I'm very angry as her father. Lin Chen said calmly, Dad, I beat that guy up, and the matter is now resolved. Good for him. People like that deserve to be beaten. Li Tianhong strongly agreed with Lin Chen's approach, and Wu Yanfang also felt that Lin Chen did the right thing. As a man, you must cherish and protect your wife. Even if I have to suffer some mistreatment myself, I can't let my wife get hurt in the slightest. Clearly, Lin Chen succeeded. Next, Lin Chen went up to the second floor of the villa to take care of the child and turned on the TV. At that moment, a racing competition was being broadcast on television. S12 Racing League Global Finals. The race between South Korean and Chinese racers is sure to be a highlight. Lin Chen, while holding Sibao, watched with great interest. He's considered a racing legend now. He naturally understands these racing shows. Soon. Then the racers representing their respective countries came out. The narrator began with an enthusiastic introduction. First, let's introduce the South Korean race car drivers. Kim Min-jun, 22 years old. He debuted at the age of 17 and won the first world championship title in South Korea's racing league. In the years that followed, he won numerous awards, both large and small, achieving remarkable results. They've won so many championships they're practically overwhelmed. He is a figure worthy of being recorded in the history of motorsports leagues. The Chinese racer is a rising star who has emerged in the last 2 years. Li Yuanhao. 3-time MSI champion. His strength is also very strong, and he can be considered the #1 racing driver in China. Unfortunately, he has never won a world championship. If he beats Kim Min-jun today. Therefore, Li Yuanhao will become the second Grand Slam winner in the history of the racing league. When the camera switched to Li Yuanhao, Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this my junior high school classmate? When Lin Chen first heard the narrator introduce Li Yuanhao, he didn't connect the two. After all, there are plenty of people in this world with the same name. But to Lin Chen's surprise, this Li Yuanhao was actually his junior high school classmate. I never imagined that after all these years, this guy would become a professional race car driver. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Speaking of which, he had a pretty good relationship with Li Yuanhao when he was in junior high school. Li Yuanhao enjoys chasing girls and often asks Lin Chen for advice. Moreover, he was one of the few old classmates Lin Chen still occasionally kept in touch with after graduating from junior high school. Therefore, Lin Chen hoped that he could win and defeat this South Korean race car driver. I hereby declare the S12 Racing League Finals officially open. At this moment, the host on the television screen shouted passionately. Afterwards, Kim Min-jun and Li Yuanhao got into their respective race cars, and the two stood in front of the same white line. Bang! With a gunshot, the two race cars shot off like arrows. Wow! As you can see, Li Yuanhao is gaining momentum very quickly and is currently in the lead. We've reached the first bend, and Kim Min-jun is still behind. Stylish. Li Yuanhao executed a beautiful drift, giving him a lead of over 10 meters over Kim Min-jun. The audience erupted in cheers, mostly from Chinese viewers. As a Chinese person, I naturally hope that Li Yuanhao can win this world championship. At this moment, Li Yuanhao's lead undoubtedly gave the Chinese audience hope of victory. However, Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly at this moment. Because he could tell that there was a difference in their driving skills. Kim Min-jun's driving skills are clearly better. The reason why Li Yuanhao was in the lead was actually intentional on Kim Min-jun's part. Really? Just a dozen seconds later, at a corner, Kim Min-jun made a cool drift and overtook Li Yuanhao. Young man, did you know that I was being told to be safe? And you actually went along with it? Kim Min-jun smirked and kept turning the steering wheel, leaving Li Yuanhao far behind. Chapter 82. Who is the owner of the Mercedes-Benz? A few minutes later, Kim Min-jun unsurprisingly won the championship. Damn it! Li Yuanhao was extremely unwilling. He had almost caught up. Although he thought he was very good at winning the runner-up title, he considered it worthless. Because only the champion will be recorded in history, no one will remember the runner-up. Lin Chen naturally felt a little sorry for his old classmate who lost the world championship. Just then, Li Tianhong rushed upstairs to the second floor and said to Lin Chen, "Xiao Chen, something's happened. Traffic police are at your house looking for you." Huh? Traffic police? Lin Chen suddenly remembered that in order to save Li Ziren, he had sped on the road and run several red lights. It's normal for the traffic police to come knocking on your door now. They're probably here to give me the ticket themselves. Lin Chen said something, then picked up Si Bao and followed Li Tianhong downstairs. At this moment, several traffic police officers are standing in the lobby on the first floor of the villa. Just as Lin Chen had guessed, they were there to issue him a ticket. Speeding in a commercial street and running a red light is a serious offense and must be severely punished. Mr. Lin. However, upon seeing Lin Chen, the leading traffic police officer was utterly shocked. You know me? Seeing the other party's reaction, Lin Chen was also somewhat puzzled. Mr. Lin, how could I not recognize you? The traffic policeman looked at Lin Chen with admiration. When you received the physics prize abroad, I watched the whole thing live. Marvelous. Mr. Lin, you are my idol. The sheriff spoke excitedly, like a fan meeting their idol. His stern aura vanished instantly, replaced by a smile as he faced Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, may I take a picture with you? Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, the sheriff hurriedly said excitedly. Well, of course. Lin Chen smiled and said that he never expected the other party to be his fan, which was also a surprise to him. Am I that famous now? Immediately afterwards, the police chief opened his phone camera, stood next to Lin Chen, and the two took a picture together. I took a photo with the Nobel Prize winner in physics. The traffic police were overjoyed and thought to themselves that they must post it on their WeChat moments later. Upon seeing this scene, Li Tianhong and his wife, along with the two other traffic police officers who had come with them, were dumbfounded. What's going on here? Aren't they here to issue a ticket? As for Li Ziren, she remained relatively calm. Because she already knew that Lin Chen was a Nobel Prize winner in physics. After taking the group photo, the sheriff returned to reality. Mr. Lin. The sheriff spoke, looking somewhat hesitant. Lin Chen noticed his predicament and smiled, saying, Follow the procedure. Punish accordingly. Lin Chen's words undoubtedly gave this police chief fan a way out. In the end, Lin Chen's driver's license was deducted 6 points and he was fined 200 yuan. The video of Lin Chen speeding was also posted on the official WeChat account of the Shanghai Police Department. The intention behind this action is to serve as a warning to everyone not to speed or run red lights. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, the video of Lin Chen speeding was uploaded to Douyin TikTok. Thanks to Douyin's intelligent algorithm recommendation, the video quickly went viral. This naturally attracted many comments from netizens. Holy crap! That's awesome! Good heavens, they actually dare to speed like that in the commercial district and even drift. Are they a professional race car driver? I must say, there are truly many hidden talents among ordinary people. Could this be the Akina Mountain Speed King? Wow, that's amazing. That drift was way too extreme. The truck driver must have been terrified. Hey, I think he's better than Li Yuanhao. I feel like his driving skills are on par with Kim Min-jun's. Upstairs, I even think he's stronger than Kim Min-jun. I also think that if we send this big shot to the S12 finals, the championship will definitely not go to South Korea. Does anyone with a brain know who owns this Mercedes? It's a pity. S12 just lost to South Korea, and it's a shame our true racing god didn't participate. The video went viral, and by the next day it had already garnered over 1 million likes. The number of comments also reached over 100,000. It even made it onto Weibo, attracting the attention of countless netizens. At this time, in the capital of China, inside a luxury hotel, Kim Min-jun had just woken up when he turned on his phone and found the video of his match against Li Yuan-ho yesterday. Look at how Chinese netizens are praising me. Kim Min-jun thought to himself, I've already won the championship. I won the game so handsomely. Chinese netizens must admire me a lot, right? If the Mercedes racing legend replaced Li Yuanhao, the championship would definitely belong to China. Kim Min-jun's expression changed. The Mercedes racing legend? Who is that? What a pity. The championship should have belonged to our China. It turns out that our country's true racing god didn't participate in the race, otherwise Kim Min-jun would definitely have lost. After watching the Mercedes owners drift, I feel that Kim Min-jun's driving skills are just so-so. I used to think Kim Min-jun was the best in the world, but now I think the Mercedes driver is even better. Wow! After reading through all the comments, Kim Min-jun was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? I just won the world championship, shouldn't everyone be praising me? And who the hell is this Mercedes owner? Confused. Utterly confused. Following the trail of netizens, Kim Min-jun found the so-called Mercedes-Benz owner's video. He watched the video carefully, and then his brows furrowed. He felt that it was just so. Where is there anything I can do that's better than myself? It's just a cool drift, isn't it? But I can drift too. This is absolutely ridiculous. Kim Min-jun couldn't help but complain, saying that in his opinion, Chinese netizens are typical sore losers. That's disgusting. To be honest, Kim Min-jun was somewhat provoked, which ignited his competitive nature. Then, an idea immediately came to mind. The idea was this: he wanted to have a race with the Mercedes owner. Prove that you are the world's best driver. By the way, let's expose the sore loser attitude of Chinese netizens. Thinking of this, Kim Min-jun immediately registered a Weibo account and then edited the content. Hello everyone, I am Kim Min-jun. First of all, I am very happy to have won the championship of the Racing League S12 finals yesterday. I was planning to go back to South Korea today, but I just saw a video online of a Mercedes driver speeding at over 100 km/h on a commercial street. I believe many netizens have also seen this video. To be honest, I really admire the other driver's skills. I believe he must be an excellent race car driver. So, if anyone knows who the owner of this Mercedes is, I hope netizens can share the information, or just send me a private message. Because I really want to have a match with him in person. Chapter 83. The reporter took things out of context. As soon as Kim Min-jun posted this Weibo post, it immediately topped the Weibo hot search list. What? Kim Min-jun actually challenged the Mercedes owner to a fight? Holy crap, why am I suddenly getting excited? Countless Chinese netizens were excited. Because in their view, the reason why the S12 Racing League Championship was won by South Korea was because of this. The racer on the Chinese side is Li Yuanhao. If the Mercedes owner were to participate, he might not necessarily lose to South Korea. Therefore, netizens in China are actually eager for a showdown between the Mercedes owner and Kim Min-jun. However, there is a problem right now. So who exactly is the owner of the Mercedes? The video only shows the license plate number and car logo. The owner's face is not visible. Unless you ask the traffic police in Shanghai, they will definitely know, but they certainly won't tell you. However, the power of netizens is still strong. After several hours of online investigation, netizens actually managed to find out who the car owner was. Tianhong Group. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class with license plate number 8888 belongs to the president of Tianhong Group. I can testify that the car with this license plate number is indeed Mr. Lin Iskar from Tianhong Group, because I used to be a security guard at Tianhong. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The former security guard's statement, in particular, almost confirmed the Mercedes owner's identity. Suddenly, all netizens knew about this person who was speeding at over 100 km/h on a commercial street and doing cool drifts. He's the president of Tianhong Group. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware of the uproar online. In fact, Lin Chen doesn't pay much attention to news online. On this day, Lin Chen visited Tianhong Group. Xia Yuli called him to come over. There was a document that required President Lin Chen's personal signature, and she, as an assistant, couldn't sign it on his behalf. Mr. Lin, were you speeding in the commercial street yesterday? After signing the documents himself, Lin Chen was preparing to go home. Xia Yuli suddenly asked, "How did you know about this?" Lin Chen was very puzzled. It was revealed by netizens. Xia Yuli smiled and said, "It's because your license plate is so eye-catching, 88s. After your speeding video went viral online, some netizens exposed you." What? My video of me speeding went viral online? Lin Chen was completely confused. How did I become famous again? Mr. Lin, don't you know? Xia Yuli was taken aback, thinking that Lin Chen already knew. Afterwards, Xia Yuli opened her Douyin account and found the video of Lin Chen speeding, which had over 2 million likes. Look, Mr. Lin, see for yourself. Lin Chen watched the video, and it was true. Speechless, how did they manage to expose my identity as the CEO? Lin Chen has witnessed the power of netizens. I've been low-key enough. The company rarely comes. Unexpectedly, the president's identity was still exposed online. Mr. Lin, please don't speed next time, please be careful. Xia Yuli asked a question out of concern. Although I don't know why Lin Chen was speeding. But Xia Yuli knew that Lin Chen must have his reasons. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Lin Chen, she knew he would never do something so dangerous. Yes, I will. After saying that, Lin Chen turned and left. Xia Yuli wanted to say something, but looking at Lin Shen's departing figure, she hesitated and stopped. At the company entrance, Lin Shen slowly drove out in his G-Wagon. Just then, a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time suddenly rushed forward. Seeing this, Lin Shen had no choice but to immediately step on the brakes. "Hello, we are reporters from Shanghai Daily. Are you General Manager Lin?" A rather cute-looking female reporter looked up and asked a question. Lin Shen leaned against the car window and asked with his head down, "Yes, it is." "What's wrong?" "Hello, may I give a direct response to Mr. Kim Min-jun's challenge?" The female reporter quickly spoke again. Lin Shen was taken aback. Kim Min-jun? Isn't he the South Korean race car driver who beat Lee Yuanhao yesterday? Is he challenging himself? Could it be that the video went viral and he wants to race against himself? Sorry, I'm not interested. After saying that, Lin Shen stepped on the gas and drove off. The reporters were also very unhappy to see Lin Shen being so aloof. "We've been waiting for you at the door for so long, and this is how you treat us?" So when they got back, they made a big fuss about it. Shocking. Mercedes owner Mr. Lin rejected Mr. Kim Min-jun's challenge, declaring that he was not worthy to compete with him. Whoosh! As soon as this news was released, Lin Shen was immediately thrust into the spotlight. Ever since he posted that challenge on Weibo, Kim Min-jun has been keeping a close eye on online news. We look forward to Lin Shen's response. But what I got in return was this kind of news. I'm not worthy? Kim Min-jun immediately lost his temper. In his 7 or 8 years in the professional career, this was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant person. So, he stopped pretending and directly started an online group buy for Lin Shen. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to directly refuse my challenge. However, Mr. Lin claimed that I am not worthy to compare with him. Can I interpret that as Mr. Lin being afraid? Well, it seems that China's racing level is just so-so. Ridicule. A blatant mockery. It not only mocked Lin Shen, but also trampled on Chinese racing. Subsequently, many South Korean fans also came to Weibo to express their support for Kim Min-jun. So it turns out he chickened out. All Chinese people do is brag all day long. The Mercedes owner was praised so highly, but he didn't dare to accept the challenge? I'm dying of laughter. To be fair, Chinese racing is indeed not as good as our South Korean racing. I'm curious, where did that Mercedes owner get the confidence to say that our Min-jun brother isn't worthy of being compared to him? Coward. Upon seeing these posts, Chinese netizens naturally couldn't remain calm. So they all retorted. The internet was abuzz with discussion about this. At this time, Lin Shen was at home changing his eldest child Lin Qingyue's diaper. Suddenly, Li Ziren walked into the room, frowning, and said, "Honey, did you give an interview to the Shanghai Daily?" Yes. Lin Shen remembered the group of reporters he had encountered at the company entrance. I'll show you a news article. Li Ziren said, I don't think you would say something like that. Afterwards, Li Ziren found a news article and showed it to Lin Shen. Shocking. Mercedes owner Mr. Lin rejected Mr. Kim Min-jun's challenge, declaring that he was not worthy to compete with him. Holy crap! Lin Shen was speechless after reading it. What I said at the time was that I had no interest in competing with him. How did it become that he's not worthy to be compared to me? Are all unscrupulous journalists these days so prone to taking things out of context? Li Ziren was speechless and said, yes, it's because of the reporter's report that you're being criticized all over the internet now. Never mind, let them be. Lin Shen said speechlessly, if you argue with netizens, you've already lost. Li Ziren suddenly laughed and said, honey, why don't you have a match with this Kim Min-jun? Lin Shen chuckled and said, wife, do you want me to compete with him? Chapter 84 Lin Shen accepts the challenge. Of course not. Li Ziren shook her head. Racing is very dangerous. What if Lin Shen gets injured? Honey, I was just saying it casually, don't compare yourself to him. Li Ziren gave her instructions. Lin Shen nodded. However, Lin Shen's thoughts quickly changed. He saw a lot of negative comments online, especially from netizens who were staring at Korean adult websites. It's not just about calling him a coward. They even attacked his family members. Lin Shen was immediately on the defensive. Because for Lin Shen, it's okay to criticize him. But Lin Shen really couldn't stand the criticism directed at his family. So, Lin Chen and Li Ziren discussed it and decided to have a match with Kim Min-jun. Lin Chen logged directly into Tianhong Group's official Weibo account and forwarded the challenge post from Kim Min-jun. I accept the challenge. Whoosh. The three-word response caused a huge uproar online. Countless netizens couldn't believe their eyes. I never expected Lin Chen to suddenly accept the challenge. At the same time, upon receiving Lin Chen's response, Kim Min-jun also smiled. Okay, very good. I was afraid you wouldn't dare to come. This time, I'm determined to expose the arrogance of all Chinese viewers. Kim Min-jun immediately posted a Weibo message. 3 days from now, Shanghai International Circuit, 4 p.m., I'll be waiting for you. She then tagged Lin Chen. After sending the message, Kim Min-jun tossed his phone aside and, smiling, pulled the woman next to him into his arms. 3 days later. Today is the day of the match against Kim Min-jun. Li Ziren accompanied Lin Chen to the gymnasium, while Wu Yanfang took care of the 4 babies at home. Honey, are you nervous? Holding Lin Chen's arm, Li Ziren asked sweetly. Lin Chen smiled and said, "What's there to be nervous about?" Lin Chen is now a man who has seen a lot, and he is very calm at this moment. He is even calmer than he was during his college entrance examination. Just don't be nervous. Li Ziren smiled sweetly and said, "Honey, if you win the game, I'll reward you properly tonight." Okay, you said it. Lin Chen pinched Li Ziren's cheek, and instantly, his motivation came. As for what the reward might be, you can use your imagination. Lin Chen? Suddenly, as the two were walking, a voice rang out. Lin Chen turned around and saw that it was his old classmate Li Yuanhao. Seeing Li Yuanhao reminded Lin Chen of the match he lost to Kim Min-jun that day. Lin Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Yuanhao was very happy. After all, Lin Chen was his good friend from junior high school. The two hadn't seen each other for almost a year, and they never expected to run into each other here. Yes, what a coincidence. Lin Chen was also somewhat surprised. But he knew without even thinking that Li Yuanhao must have come to watch the game. Lin Chen, is this your wife? Li Yuanhao glanced at Li Ziren beside him and asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "Yes, my wife." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanhao felt extremely envious of Lin Chen. I envy Lin Chen for finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Why can't I find one myself? Although, as the #1 race car driver in China, he could have countless beauties throwing themselves at him with just a snap of his fingers. But Li Yuanhao knew that these women were not truly in love with him, they were only after his money and fame. A stunning beauty like Li Ziren, who doesn't want anything from Lin Chen, is simply a pipe dream. Therefore, he greatly admired Lin Chen. Hello, I'm your husband's junior high school classmate. Li Yuanhao greeted Li Ziren, and Li Ziren responded with a smile. Then, Li Yuanhao asked Lin Chen, "You're here to watch the showdown between the Mercedes racing legend and Kim Min-jun, right? Come with me, I have a good seat in the front row." Lin Chen checked the time and realized the competition wasn't going to start anytime soon, so he took Li Ziren's hand and followed Li Yuanhao to a seat in the front row. Honey, would you like a drink? Li Ziren saw a drink stand not far away, so she asked Lin Chen. I don't want a drink, just buy me a bottle of water. Okay, husband. Then, Li Ziren got up and went to buy water. By the way, Lin Chen, you should have seen that video of that Mercedes racing legend, right? Li Yuanhao, who was standing to the side, suddenly remembered something and asked a question. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I've seen it, so what? It's nothing, I just think he's pretty amazing." Li Yuanhao is now considered a top-tier race car driver in China. The number of people in the entire country who he thinks are good at driving can be counted on one hand. And that Mercedes-Benz legend is one of them. Lin Chen laughed upon hearing this and asked with interest, "Then who do you think is better, the Mercedes racing legend or Kim Min-jun?" Li Yuanhao smiled, "Why would you ask me that question?" Lin Chen laughed and said, "Don't pretend. Don't think I don't know you're a race car driver now. I happened to see your race with Kim Min-jun on TV the other day." Damn, you saw that? Li Yuanhao was pleasantly surprised. He had originally wanted to show off in front of his old classmate, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to already know his identity. Since that's the case, I'll stop pretending. Actually, I think. Li Yuanhao drew out his words before continuing, "The Mercedes racing god is very impressive, he's clearly a professional racer. But I think it will be quite difficult for him to defeat Kim Min-jun. At this point, Li Yuanhao recalled the fear he felt that day when he was dominated by Jin Minjun. His racing skills were enough to rank him among the top 3 in China, but that day he was completely outmatched by Kim Minjun. Kim left him more than 150 meters behind, leaving him with absolutely no hope of winning. Knowing Kim Minjun's terrifying strength, Li Yuanhao believed that it would be quite difficult for the Mercedes-Benz god of cars to defeat him. "I don't think so," Lin Shen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanhao remained silent. After all, Lin Shen didn't understand racing and had never raced against Kim Minjun, so he naturally didn't know how terrifying the other party's strength was. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about that Mercedes racing legend. I wonder what he looks like. Li Yuanhao laughed and said, however, we'll soon find out that the match will start in 10 minutes. Lin Shen smiled and said, actually, you already know. That's all. Suddenly, the announcer's voice rang out from the competition stage. Mr. Kim Minjun and Mr. Lin, please come to me now. Let's do a warm-up before the match begins. As soon as these words were spoken, excited cheers erupted inside the museum. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen immediately stood up and walked towards the host. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Shen get up, Li Yuanhao looked puzzled. But he quickly realized that Lin Shen probably wanted to go to the restroom. So he kindly reminded him, Lin Shen, that's not the direction of the toilet. The toilet is on your left. Chapter 85 My first movie experience 4,000 words. Lin Shen, that's not the direction of the toilet. The toilet is on your left. Hearing Li Yuanhao's words, Lin Shen replied with a faint smile, I'm not going to the toilet, I'm going to compete with Kim Minjun. After speaking, Lin Shen continued walking towards the stage. Contest? Li Yuanhao's expression suddenly turned to surprise. Could Lin Shen be the Mercedes-Benz racing legend? Wow! When did Lin Shen learn about racing? Li Yuanhao was incredulous when, just then, Li Ziren returned with the water. Li Yuanhao quickly asked, sister-in-law, did you accompany Brother Chen here today to watch Brother Chen's match with Kim Minjun? Yes. Li Ziren smiled and said, to be precise, I'm here to cheer on my husband. By the way, where's my husband? Li Ziren looked around but didn't see Lin Shen. He's already on stage. Li Yuanhao pointed Li Ziren in a direction, his smile somewhat bitter. He never expected that Lin Shen was the Mercedes-Benz racing legend he wanted to meet. No wonder he said I had already seen it. Li Yuanhao couldn't help but find Lin Shen's words somewhat amusing. However, he quickly accepted this reality and silently cheered Lin Shen on. He hoped that Lin Shen could defeat Kim Minjun, which would be a way for him to get revenge. On stage at this moment. Inside the lounge. When Lin Shen walked in, Kim Minjun spotted him immediately and realized what the Mercedes-Benz racing legend who had gone viral online looked like, as well as his rival. Hello. Kim Minjun, holding his helmet, greeted him politely. Hello. Lin Shen responded, and at that moment, a staff member handed Lin Shen a professional racing suit and helmet. Then, pointing to the locker room, he said to Lin Shen, Mr. Lin, go and change into your racing suit. The race is about to start. No. Lin Shen shook his head. He didn't really want to wear such heavy clothes. Of course, the main reason is that it's too much trouble, and I'm too lazy to change it. Are you sure you don't want to change it? The staff member frowned. Lin Shen said calmly, is there a rule in the competition that you have to wear a racing suit? There isn't such a rule. Racing suits are not a strict requirement, the main reason is for safety. Because racing suits are usually equipped with wrist guards, knee pads, and helmets, they can protect the driver to some extent if an accident occurs. Therefore, most race car drivers would not refuse to wear racing suits. After all, while the competition is important, it is still insignificant compared to one's own life. Damn, that's impressive. Kim Minjun, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but complain. In his 7 or 8 years in the industry, this was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant opponent. They're not even wearing racing suits. Isn't he afraid of dying? Or is it that they don't even consider me a threat? Do you think your car can't catch up with him and won't hurt him? Thinking of this, Kim Minjun's face darkened. Kid, I'm going to hang you up and beat you to a pulp later. Lin Shen refused to wear racing clothes, but the staff didn't force him to. Can we begin now? Lin Shen said this because he was in a hurry to go back and take care of his child. On the other side, Kim Minjun had finished warming up and nodded to the host. Then the host stood on the stage and enthusiastically shouted, Thank you all for coming to watch the game. Good afternoon. Now, our match is about to begin. Please welcome our two racers to the track. As the host finished speaking, Lin Chen and Jin Minjun came out of the lounge and walked towards the track. Appa. Appa. Ah. My brother is so handsome. Go, my idol. Countless female fans at the scene screamed, calling him Appa repeatedly. They were clearly all fans of Kim Minjun. In contrast, the cheers for Lin Chen were pitifully few. After all, Lin Chen was just an ordinary person who usually kept a low profile, and only a few people recognized him. Holy crap, the Mercedes racing legend is a Nobel Prize winner in physics? No wonder he looks so familiar. He's this year's physics prize winner. Hey, a physicist going to race against a professional racer? I don't understand, that's just humiliating. I also feel like I'm 100% going to lose, sigh. Those viewers who recognized Lin Chen immediately lost their confidence in him. As the saying goes, everyone has their own area of expertise. As someone who works in physics, you may be unmatched by others in this field. But racing isn't physics. Moreover, Lin Chen's opponent is Kim Minjun. Kim Minjun, who recently won the S12 Racing League Championship. The most famous race car driver in South Korea. However, even if everyone is pessimistic about Lin Chen, Lee Ziren continued to silently cheer Lin Chen on. Is everything ready? After Lin Chen and Jin Minjun got into the race car, a referee came between the two cars and asked, "Okay. Ready." After hearing the two's feedback, the referee raised the Easter egg gun in his hand and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Amid cheers from a group of sexy car models, the two race cars shot off like arrows. Appa, fighting. Wow, Appa is way ahead. He's so strong and amazing. Oh no, Appa's been caught. Instantly, the expressions of Kim Minjun's female fans changed. On the track, you can see that Lin Chen, who started slowly, caught up with Kim Minjun in an instant after accelerating through the first corner. Not bad, that's fast. After being overtaken by Lin Chen, Kim Minjun remained calm and continued to accelerate using his extensive racing experience. However, Lin Chen didn't release the water because he wanted to go home early. From Kim Minjun's perspective, he was about to catch up with Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen suddenly increased his speed, widening the gap between them once again. How is this possible? Kim Minjun couldn't help but swallow hard. That was way too fast. In his 7 or 8 years in the industry, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying opponent. Lin Chen was so strong that he felt suffocated. It's the second lap now, and we can see that Mr. Lin Chen is far ahead. What methods will Mr. Kim Minjun use to catch up with Mr. Lin Chen? The commentator's passionate opening remarks on stage made Kim Minjun's female fans anxious. Appa, you can do it. Trust your brother, he can definitely do it. Yes. Appa was just letting his opponent win, he's about to overtake him. Only one lap left. At this moment, Kim Minjun was extremely anxious. There was only one lap left. If he didn't find a way to catch up, he would really lose. Suddenly, another bend appeared ahead, and Kim Minjun's eyes lit up, as if he had seen the only hope for victory. Boom boom. Kim Minjun accelerated continuously, while everyone else simply slowed down slightly when faced with the curves. However, Kim Minjun chose to speed up. Lin Chen could see Kim Minjun relentlessly chasing after him through the rearview mirror. This guy, he wouldn't be thinking of. Lin Chen's thoughts came to an abrupt halt, because Kim Minjun's race car was constantly pressing him down, trying to push him off the track. Sorry, I won. A smile crept onto Kim Minjun's lips. Minor collisions while cornering in a race car are not considered fouls, unless they result in a crash. However, Kim Minjun, with his extensive experience in major competitions, was perfectly able to strike a balance and make everything seem natural. The two cars were getting closer and closer, and it looked like they were about to collide. But suddenly, Lin Chen's race car tilted violently. Kim Minjun was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of divine operation was this? Lin Chen performed a side drift. Without giving himself a chance to make contact, the entire race car tilted and performed a cool drift. Holy crap! Kim Minjun was completely taken aback, never expecting Lin Chen to have such a trick up his sleeve. You should know that even he can't do a side drift. Besides being difficult to learn, it's extremely dangerous. You could easily crash the car and lose your life. I lost. Watching the race car disappear into the distance, Kim Min-jun's lips curled into a bitter smile. At this point, he had lost all will to live, because he knew he had already lost, and even using despicable means, he had still lost completely. Wow, Mr. Lin Chen crossed the finish line first, he won the race. On stage, the host and commentator were equally surprised and incredulous. At the same time, cheers erupted throughout the racetrack, mostly from Lin Chen's supporters. Kim Min-jun's female fans looked grim, unable to believe that their oppa had lost like this. Oh my god, Brother Chen actually won. He defeated Kim Min-jun. At this moment, Li Yuanhao was also shocked, followed by a surge of excitement. Lin Chen's victory over Kim Min-jun was equivalent to avenging him. Li Ziren was also very excited, but not very surprised, because in her heart, Lin Chen would always be the best. Finally, I can go home. At this moment, Lin Chen got off the race car. He did not enjoy the joy of victory. He glanced in the direction where Li Ziren was, and then walked towards her. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun's voice rang out from behind. What's wrong? Lin Chen turned around and looked at him. Kim Min-jun asked, somewhat unwillingly, how did you manage that sideways drift just now? Lin Chen smiled and said, what? You want to learn? I'll teach you. One sentence made Kim Min-jun's face freeze instantly. Only at that moment did he finally realize it. He not only lost in terms of driving skills, but also in terms of his character. Lin Chen's character and vision deeply moved him. Mr. Lin, I am inferior in skill and admit defeat. Thank you for teaching me a lesson. After speaking, Kim Min-jun bowed slightly to Lin Chen. This is a way for South Korea to express its respect. You're welcome. Your driving skills are pretty good too. Lin Chen retorted, then turned and left. At the same time, the results of Lin Chen and Jin Min-jun's competition immediately became a trending topic on various platforms. Countless Chinese netizens felt a surge of pride and vindication. Just a few days ago, Kim Min-jun won the S12 Racing League Championship. On home turf, they defeated the Chinese to win the championship. What a humiliation this is. But now he has managed to save face, and Lin Chen's name has spread to South Korea, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Lin Chen naturally didn't care about the online discussions. After leaving the racetrack, Lin Chen originally planned to take Li Ziren straight home. But in the end, Li Ziren dragged him to a snack street. Honey, I haven't had stinky tofu in ages, I want to eat stinky tofu. Li Ziren hugged Lin Chen's arm and said sweetly. Lin Chen. Do all girls like to eat stinky tofu? Lin Chen doesn't really like stinky tofu, but since his wife likes it, he'll definitely buy it for Li Ziren. Boss, give me a serving of stinky tofu. Alright. 10 yuan, young man, scan the code here. After paying, Lin Chen waited for about half a minute before taking the stinky tofu from the owner and handing it to Li Ziren. Here, take it. Hee hee, thank you, honey. Li Ziren smiled sweetly, looking as happy as a child, which made Lin Chen feel both helpless and fond of her. Wait a minute, your shoelaces are untied. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed something and squatted down in front of Li Ziren. Li Ziren looked down and realized that her shoelaces had come undone at some point, while Lin Chen was carefully tying them for her. Li Ziren's heart stirred, and she opened her phone's camera to record the scene of Lin Chen tying her shoelaces. Hey, look! Look at other people's boyfriends. A group of girls and a few boys happened to pass by and saw Lin Chen tying Li Ziren's shoelaces. What, other people's boyfriends are so much better, unlike mine, he's such a clueless guy, he never takes the initiative. My ex was the same. If he had been more proactive and clever, I wouldn't have broken up with him. Wow, I'm so envious. I really want to experience having my shoelaces tied by a handsome guy. Several women, their faces filled with fantasies, began to whisper among themselves. The three men standing nearby were speechless after hearing the girls' comments. Just kidding, if I had a girlfriend that good looking, I'd not only tie her shoelaces, I'd wash her socks every day. Washing socks? I'm almost embarrassed to call you out on your scheme. Really? There's no way anyone would consider washing their girlfriend's socks a form of punishment? Whether it's a punishment or not depends on the person's face and legs. I love listening to my brother Chang talk, he's so real. After tying Li Ziren's shoelaces, the two of them strolled aimlessly through the snack street. After wandering around for a while, Li Ziren found herself bored. She checked the time and suggested, honey, why don't we go see a movie? See a movie? Lin Chen thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've watched a movie. The crucial point is that I haven't even taken Li Ziren to see a movie yet. So Lin Chen nodded and said, sure, are there any good movies out lately? Yes. Peach Blossom Hero vs. Chrysanthemum Monster, Vivian Chow always recommended that I watch it, saying it's very good. Okay, let's go see this then. Afterwards, Li Ziren bought 2 movie tickets and went to a nearby cinema with Lin Chen. 20 minutes later, the two sat down in their seats at the movie theater. The movie started soon. Lin Chen glanced around and found that there weren't many people, most of them were sitting in the first few rows. There was no one else in the row where he and Li Ziren were sitting. After the movie started, the two watched it normally for half an hour, only to find that the movie was very boring. Honey, this movie is terrible. Li Ziren leaned against Lin Chen's chest, while Lin Chen had one arm around her. So what do you want to see? Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren and asked a question out of the blue. Li Ziren thought of something, and her pretty face flushed red, becoming somewhat hot. Instantly, an ambiguous atmosphere rose between the two. Chapter 86. Lin Chen wants to build mechanical guardians. 4,000 words. Just as an indescribable scene was unfolding in the movie theater. The first hospital of Shanghai. Doctor, how is Chun'er? A woman adorned with jewels asked a doctor, her voice trembling with emotion. The doctor sighed deeply, the situation is very bad. Although there are still normal vital signs, the brain injury is too severe, and he may never wake up again. To put it simply, he is most likely in a vegetative state. Boom! The doctor's words struck Chen Jingfen like a bolt from the blue. A person in a vegetative state? Upon hearing this, Long Bo turned pale, unable to believe that his son would never wake up again. Doctor! Is there really no other way? Why? The doctor sighed, shook his head, and left the ward. Who on earth beat my son like this? Long Bo was furious, and a strong killing intent emanated from him. A butler said tremblingly, Master, according to Long Chen's friend, they were chatting up a beautiful woman on the street, and then her husband showed up. At this point, the butler dared not continue. The meaning is quite clear. Long Bo roared furiously, fine. Very well. You've beaten my son like this, I'll tear you to pieces. Second brother, I'm afraid we can never avenge this. Just then, a helpless voice rang out from the doorway. A dignified-looking middle-aged man walked in. Big brother. Long Bo called out the person was none other than his older brother, Long Hua. That is, the top leader of the Long family in Shanghai. Brother, what did you mean by that just now? Do you think the Long family can't control everything in Shanghai? Long Bo frowned, puzzled. Long Hua sighed and said, I just investigated, and the person who beat Long Chen like this is no ordinary person. He is very likely from the Lin family in the capital. The Lin family of Beijing. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed a look of fear. Shanghai has 4 top families, and the Long family is one of them. However, although the Long family is powerful, they are not the most terrifying in the entire country. The most terrifying family is the Lin family of Beijing. The Lin family is an ever-present family in China. Every inch of land illuminated by the rising sun is under their influence. It's hard to imagine how powerful they were. To put it bluntly, compared to the Lin family, the Long family is nothing but a little brother, not even worth a fart. Long Bo retorted, so what if they're from the Lin family? There are so many people in the Lin family. If I kill just one of them, do you think the higher-ups can keep track of everything? Upon hearing this, Long Hua said helplessly, if it were an ordinary member of the Lin family, then killing them would be fine, but that person is a member of the Lin family. The Long family is a top-tier family after all, and even with Lin Chen's private identity, Long Hua was able to investigate it immediately. What? A descendant of the Lin family? Long Bo's expression changed, and he was immediately speechless. To everyone's surprise, the one who attacked their own son was actually a descendant of the Lin family. It seems this revenge is truly impossible. If they seek revenge, the Lin family will not stand idly by, and the Long family will find it difficult to withstand the Lin family's wrath. In a fit of rage, he might even wipe out the entire Long family. Damn it, how could he be a descendant of the Lin family? Long Bo felt a chill run down his spine and could only swallow his anger. Son, I'm sorry, Dad can't avenge you. I'm so sorry. Long Bo looked at Long Chen lying on the hospital bed and said with immense self-reproach. Why can't we take revenge? Is it just because the other party is a descendant of the Lin family? Shen Jingfen gritted her teeth and said defiantly, "No, I must avenge this." Longbow retorted, "Shut up, what do you know, you're just a woman. Do you know how powerful the Lin family is?" Seeing her husband's cowardly attitude, Shen Jingfen instantly lost her temper and shoved Longbow hard, saying, "Longbow, I really despise you. Your son has been beaten into a vegetative state, and you actually intend to tolerate it? Do you even deserve to be a father?" Shen Jingfen acted like a shrew, her face sharp and mean as she berated Longbow. "Sister-in-law, let's put this matter aside for now." Manhwa spoke up. He was the head of the Long family, and everyone had to listen to him. Shen Jingfen was extremely disappointed that Manhwa had also acted so incompetently. "If you dare not seek revenge, I will." After saying that, Shen Jingfen rushed out in a fit of emotion. "Sister-in-law," Manhwa said helplessly, "Brother, go and check on your wife. Don't let her do anything rash." Upon hearing this, Longbow immediately chased after him. After a period of time, Shen Jingfen hid in a secluded corner of a park and then made a phone call. "Cousin." After the call connected, Shen Jingfen sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "Cousin, what's wrong? Tell your cousin who bullied you." Hearing Shen Jingfen's sobbing voice, Ji Kuan felt extremely distressed. "Cousin, Shenner has been beaten into a vegetative state," Shen Jingfen said, somewhat devastated. What? Ji Kuan's face turned deathly pale. He was in immense pain and distress, and his emotional reaction was even more intense than that of Longbow. Simply because Long Chen is actually his son. That's right, he cheated on Longbow more than 20 years ago. He even had Shen Jingfen give birth to Long Chen for him. However, Longbow was kept in the dark about this whole thing. He was such a shrew, he didn't even realize he was being cuckolded. Who did this? Ji Kuan gritted his teeth and asked, "Tell me, and I'll avenge Chun'er." The next day. The weather was nice today, so Lin Chen brought all 4 babies downstairs to bask in the sun. However, Li Tianhong and his wife were not at home due to some company matters. Li Ziren also went out to buy groceries. At this moment, only Lin Chen and his 4 babies remained at home. Yeah. 4 babies were crawling around on the outdoor mat. The babies are now 4 months old. Although their hands and feet are not very flexible yet, they can crawl slowly. Congratulations, host, for taking your baby out in the sun. Reward, Mechanical Guardian. Suddenly, the dad's system beeped. Then, a blueprint appeared in the system inventory. Lin Chen took it out and looked at it, his face showing shock. Mechanical guards can be understood as robot bodyguards. But they're 100 times more awesome than bodyguards. Ordinary bodyguards are no match for the mechanical guards. The key point is that the mechanical guard also has home functions, such as washing clothes, cooking, mopping floors, and even repairing home appliances. It's like having a free, all-around nanny who knows kung fu. This reward is awesome. Lin Chen looked satisfied. This is the most satisfying reward he has received in a long time. However, developing a mechanical guard is quite costly, and the materials are very difficult to find. Therefore, Lin Chen had no choice but to put the blueprints aside for the time being. Just as Lin Chen put away the blueprints, bang! The villa's gate was suddenly kicked open with a loud thud. Immediately, a burly middle-aged man walked in. It was Ji Kuan. "These are all your cubs, aren't they? Fine, very well, I'll make you taste this kind of pain too, haha." Ji Kuan glanced at the 4 babies, then burst into maniacal laughter, which looked incredibly wicked. "Who are you?" Lin Chen watched the other person approach, his expression turning cautious. The babies were still happily crawling around and playing, not even glancing at Ji Kuan. After all, they were too young to understand anything. "Lin Chen, you beat my son into a vegetative state, and today I will avenge him." Ji Kuan held a dagger in his hand and charged towards Lin Chen after speaking. Bang! Although Lin Chen is not yet a master, he has entered the basics of martial arts. He kicked Ji Kuan backward, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. How is that possible? Ji Kuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be a martial arts expert. Ji Kuan served in the army for several years and even earned the title of King of Soldiers in the military, which is why he was exceptionally skilled. That's why he dared to swagger over to Lin Chen with a knife in hand. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several figures jumped in from outside the courtyard and blocked Lin Shen's way. "Young master, are you alright? Who are you?" Lin Shen asked. Lang Xian explained, "Young master, we are the Lin family guards that Elder Mo planted in secret to protect you." "My name is Lang Xian. So that's how it is." Lin Shen nodded, surprised that Elder Mo had secretly sent guards to protect him. "In that case, please help me throw this person out." Lin Shen pointed at Ji Kuan and said. At this moment, Ji Kuan reacted quickly, realizing that the situation was not favorable to him, and immediately turned and ran. "Stop." As soon as Ji Kuan reached the door, Lang Xian rushed up and subdued him, stomping Ji Kuan's head under his foot. "You'd better kill me now, or else, ha ha." Ji Kuan was so enraged that he laughed, completely losing his mind. "Lang Xian, you can take him away. My wife will be back from grocery shopping soon." Lin Shen spoke calmly. "Li Ziren will be back from grocery shopping soon." Lin Shen didn't want her to see such a violent scene. "Yes, young master." Lang Xian said to the other guards, "Take them away. Don't let them frighten the young master's family here." "Yes." In the blink of an eye, Ji Kuan was taken away by Lang Xian and the others, and the villa became quiet again. But Lin Shen's mind was not at peace at this moment. He was still somewhat shaken. "Luckily, I was home today. If I hadn't been home, and Ji Kuan had come for revenge with a knife, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although the Lin family's guards were secretly protecting them. But it's not 24-hour close protection. After all, the Lin family's guards don't all live in the villa together. It seems we need to develop a mechanical guard to place in our home." Lin Shen thought of the system's reward from earlier and pondered this. Having a smart robot guard at home can not only act as a nanny. More importantly, it can protect your family 24 hours a day. That way, if he has to leave home for a few days sometime, I can rest assured. Lin Shen had originally planned to put the matter aside for the time being. But Ji Kuan's appearance forced Lin Shen to prioritize the safety of his family. Thinking of this, Lin Shen immediately picked up his phone and called his assistant, Xia Yuli. "Hello, Mr. Lin?" Xia Yuli's voice came through. "Do me a favor." Lin Shen said, "I'll send you a document later. It contains some mechanical materials and parts. Please collect them for me. Some of the materials might be very expensive, so please use the money in the company account to buy them. No matter the cost, you must buy them." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuli realized that Lin Shen was likely going to do some research and development again. When Lin Shen was developing the Tianhong sports car for the first time, he also sent her a document instructing her to acquire materials and parts. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Xia Yuli replied without hesitation. "Okay, that's all for now. I'll send you the file later." Hang up the phone. Lin Shen took the 4 babies back to the second floor of the villa. Afterwards, Lin Shen moved his laptop from the room to the living room, and while taking care of the baby, he started typing on the keyboard. 10 minutes later. The materials and parts for developing the mechanical guard have been written out. Lin Shen then converted the content into a document and sent it directly to Xia Yuli. After receiving the document, Xia Yuli immediately got to work. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Shen's phone rang. Lin Shen glanced at the number. Although it hadn't been saved in his contacts, Lin Shen remembered that the number belonged to Mo Xinggu. "Young master, are you alright?" Mo Xinggu asked with concern. "I'm fine," Lin Shen said. Mo Xinggu added, "It's good that you're alright, young master. I've already investigated and found out that this matter is related to the Long family. Don't worry, young master, I will make the Long family pay the price." "The Long family?" Lin Shen asked, "Is he the rich kid I beat up last time? Is he from the Long family?" "Yes, young master." "Then the Long family should indeed pay a price," Lin Shen said calmly. "Last time, my wife was almost molested, but luckily I arrived in time. I slapped Long Chen away, thinking that I had already let him off easy. Unexpectedly, Long Chen's father actually dared to seek revenge. Although Lin Shen usually doesn't cause trouble and is low-key and easygoing, it doesn't mean he's a saint or has no temper." After finishing his call with Mr. Mo, Lin Shen tossed his phone aside and continued playing with the babies. At the same time, the Long family. What's going on? Longtung Group is facing a debt crisis? You're not kidding, are you? When Longbo heard the report from his subordinate, he was completely dumbfounded. Longting Group belongs to the Long family and is the foundation of the Long family's power. Although the Long family owns countless businesses, they are all operated through the Longtung Group. It can be said that without the Longtung Group, the Long family would be finished, completely finished. What exactly happened? Find out quickly. Longhua was equally furious. It's hard to accept this fact. The subordinate, trembling with fear, said, "My lords, we've investigated thoroughly. It was the Lin family who were behind it all. The Lin family has undermined our Long family's business system, causing all our business partners to terminate their contracts with us." Boom! Upon hearing this, Long Bo and Long Hua felt a buzzing in their heads and couldn't breathe. The Lin family? How could it be the Lin family? Long Hua was extremely aggrieved and confused. What did our Long family do to offend the Lin family? Wasn't it enough that we beat Long Chen into a vegetable? Now you want to wipe us out completely? At this moment, Long Bo realized something, suddenly turned around, and stared fiercely at Chen Jingfen with a pair of sharp eyes. Speak! Did you send someone to seek revenge on that Lin family descendant? Chapter 87. You might have been cuckolded. Tell me, did you send someone to seek revenge on that Lin family descendant? Hearing Longbo's question, Chen Jingfen smiled coldly. So what if it is? He beat my son into a vegetable, how can I let him off so easily? You bastard! Longbo roared angrily. Smack! Longbo slapped Chen Jingfen hard across the face, making her mouth bleed. Longbo, you coward, how dare you hit me? Chen Jingfen's face was contorted, and like a shrew, she pounced on Longbo and started fighting. Enough! Longhua spoke coldly. Now that things have come to this, what's the point of your arguing? The key now is to deal with the Lin family's attack. Brother, do you perhaps have a solution? Longbo pushed Chen Jingfen aside and asked Longhua. Longhua said sharply, there is only one way, and that is to apologize to the Lin family and get their forgiveness. After saying that, Longhua knew no time to lose and used all his connections to contact Mo Xingu. After all, they were a top-tier family. Although on the verge of collapse, their foundation was still strong. Not long after, they contacted Mo Xingu. However, after Mo Xingu learned that he was the head of the Long family, he retorted with a single sentence. What's the use of apologizing to me? You've offended my young master. Mo Xingu said coldly, and then hung up the phone. On the other side, the two Long brothers felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They tried every means to contact Mo Xingu, but to their surprise, he only said one sentence before hanging up the phone. Big brother, what do we do now? Longbo said anxiously. Longhua was a smart man, and he immediately realized the key issue. We should go and apologize to that Lin family descendant. After all, that old man Mo Xingu is just his servant. A descendant of the Lin family? You mean Lin Chen? Longbo had already investigated some of Lin Chen's information, including his identity as the president of Tianhong Group, but he couldn't use the information because he didn't dare to take revenge. But now, this information has come in handy. At least we know Lin Chen's address and company location. Yes, go apologize to Lin Chen. Longhua looked coldly at Chen Jingfen beside him and said in a cold voice, You're coming with us too. You want me to apologize? No way. Chen Jingfen said through gritted teeth. She couldn't bring herself to apologize to the enemy who had turned her son into a vegetable. It would be worse than being killed. You dare not go. As he spoke, Longbo slapped Chen Jingfen again, his anger blazing as he said, If you hadn't courted death, would my Long family have faced this life or death situation? At this time, Li Ziren has already bought groceries and returned home. Honey, after lunch, why don't you go to Tianhong Group? Li Ziren said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked, What's wrong? Why are you going to the company? Li Ziren said, It seems there's a big collaboration involved. My mom said she doesn't know if she'll have time to discuss it. If she doesn't have time, you can go and make the arrangements. Lin Chen nodded, so that's how it is. Okay, I'll go check it out after lunch. Before long, Li Ziren had prepared the meal. 3 dishes in 1 soup. Braised pork trotters, stir-fried clams, spicy diced chicken, and seaweed and egg soup. After lunch, Lin Chen put the babies to sleep, then told Li Ziren and went to the company. Tianhong Group. At this moment, Wu Yanfang was chatting with a major customer. The other party was the general manager of Tianrui Technology, but he was only in his early 20s, making him a promising young man. Zhou Hong's gaze swept over Wu Yanfang. Chong Sam, stockings, high heels. A hint of drooling appeared in his eyes. Zhou Hong was also a trader, and he had a taste for older young women. He had very unusual tastes. President Zhou. Feeling Zhou Hong's scrutinizing gaze, Wu Yanfang felt extremely disgusted. This week, Hong was the same age as her son-in-law, but he was staring at her lecherously, which made her feel physically uncomfortable. However, because they were business partners, she could only manage a forced smile. Oh. Zhou Hong immediately snapped out of his daze and smiled, saying, I think there's no problem with this cooperation with Tianhong Company. Okay, since there are no problems, let's sign the order now. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanfang handed the contract in her hand to the other party. Wait, I only said no problem, it doesn't mean I'm willing to cooperate with your company. Zhou Hong suddenly changed the subject, staring at Wu Yanfang and said, of course, if An Wu is willing to sleep with me for one night, I think our cooperation will be very pleasant. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanfang's expression immediately changed. You're dreaming. Wu Yanfang was furious and felt ashamed. She never expected Zhou Hong to be so perverted. Well, it seems we can't cooperate. In that case, I won't force it. Zhou Hong smiled, got up from his seat, and left. Wu Yanfang did not stop her. She was furious. In her 40 years of life, this was the first time she had encountered such a perverted customer. Zhou Hong left Tianhong Group. I happened to run into Lin Chen at the door. Zhou Hong was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this his junior high school classmate? Lin Chen? Zhou Hong called out. Lin Chen turned his head away, and then he saw Zhou Hong as well. Zhou Hong? It's me, old classmate, long time no see. Zhou Hong smiled, but his smile gave off a very hypocritical feeling. At this moment, Lin Chen's impression of Zhou Hong also surfaced in his mind. Back in junior high, Zhou Hong was the most mischievous and troublesome student in the class. Fighting, smoking, sleeping in class. Anyway, I get into trouble at school every day. In his second year of junior high school, Zhou Hong was forced to drop out of school because of a group fight. It seems he stopped going to school and went home to inherit the family business. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? Do you work at this company? Zhou Hong suddenly asked. He saw Lin Chen at the entrance of Tianhong Group and assumed that Lin Chen worked there. Yes. Lin Chen said in a very low-key manner. Zhou Hong then asked, didn't you graduate from a 211 university? Right. Lin Chen nodded. Shanghai Normal University is indeed a 211 university. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong felt a surge of secret pleasure. So what if you graduated from a 211 university? You'll still end up as a low-level employee in a company. Looking back at myself. Despite only having a junior high school education, he worked hard and received 100 million yuan in financial assistance from his family. Now I am the CEO of a large company. He's from a completely different world than Lin Chen. Lin Chen, how about you switch jobs and come work for my company? Zhou Hong smiled and said, as an old classmate, I can look after you. Of course, Zhou Hong was just being polite. It sounded like he was extending an olive branch to Lin Chen. Actually, he just wanted to show off how well he was doing. However, Lin Chen directly refused, sorry, I'm quite happy here and don't really want to switch jobs. One sentence immediately made Zhou Hong somewhat displeased. But at that moment, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance. 3 figures got out of the car, Long Bo, Long Hua, and Chen Jingfen. I saw 3 people. Zhou Hong was slightly taken aback. He then waved to the 3 men and asked, uncle, second aunt, what are you doing here? However, Long Hua only glanced at Zhou Hong indifferently. His gaze then shifted to Lin Chen, who was standing to the side. Excuse me, are you young Master Lin Chen? Approaching Lin Chen, Long Hua asked excitedly. What's wrong? And who are you? Lin Chen looked at the other person calmly, a look of doubt on his face. Thump. The next second, Long Hua knelt down, leaving Zhou Hong completely stunned. Uncle, what are you doing? Get up. Zhou Hongrun was stunned, even wondering if he was still half asleep, and kept rubbing his eyes. His uncle, Long Hua, was the dignified head of the Long family. Zhou Hong's success today is inseparable from the help of his uncle, Long Hua. However, how could his uncle, such a prominent figure, kneel before Lin Chen, a mere laborer? Young Master Lin, we're so sorry, please spare the Long family. Longhua knelt before Lin Chen, humbly pleading. Lin Chen immediately understood it turned out the other party was from the Long family. Thump! As soon as Longhua finished speaking, Long Bo also knelt down in front of Lin Chen. Young Master Lin. My son, Long Chen, has offended you unintentionally. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive him, and spare the Long family. Long Bo begged desperately, as humbly as a dog. You scoundrels, come over here and apologize to young Master Lin. Long Bo turned around and roared at Chen Jingfen, who was still in a daze. Chen Jingfen gritted her teeth. The atmosphere had already reached this point, and it would be unreasonable for her not to kneel down. Thump! The next second, Chen Jingfen also knelt down in front of Lin Chen. At that moment, Zhou Hong felt his brain buzzing and he almost fainted. Uncle, second aunt, what are you doing? Why would you kneel down to a lowly employee? Zhou Hong was extremely confused and puzzled. To use a popular internet meme, he inhaled a whole canister of gas and still couldn't figure it out. Shut up! Longhua gave a stern rebuke. Zhou Hong immediately shut up and dared not say a word. Young Master Lin, my nephew is just being immature, please don't take it to heart. Longhua smiled ingratiatingly at Lin Chen, afraid that Zhou Hong's words might upset Lin Chen again. You may all get up. Lin Chen spoke calmly. Lin Chen has already investigated Ji Koen's matter thoroughly, and it indeed has nothing to do with the Long family. Because Ji Koen was brought in by Chen Jingfen, the two Long brothers were unaware of this. Old Mo had already told him all of this. Young Master Lin, so you're saying you're willing to forgive the Long family? Longhua's face lit up with joy, and he asked. Did I say that? Lin Chen stared at Longhua, who was immediately speechless. Lin Chen then asked Long Bo, you just said that Long Chen is your son? That's right, young Master Lin, Long Chen is my son. Long Bo smiled and nodded repeatedly. That's strange. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Ji Koen had sought revenge on him before, claiming it was for the sake of his son. But now Long Bo says that Long Chen is his son. Whose son is he? You can't possibly have two fathers, can you? Lin Chen vaguely sensed something. He glanced at Chen Jingfen, then said to Long Bo. Let me give you a piece of advice, go get a paternity test done with Long Chen. You might have been cheated on. Chapter 88 Faster Than Light Spaceship. Go get a paternity test done with Long Chen. You might have been cheated on. Lin Chen said calmly. Long Bo's expression changed. Was I cheated on? Longhua and Zhou Hong were completely dumbfounded, never expecting Lin Chen to suddenly say such a thing. Long Bo, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I possibly cheat on you? Long Chen is your own son. At this moment, Chen Jingfen was most flustered and tried to explain herself. She knew better than anyone whose child Long Chen was, but she couldn't let anyone know, especially Long Bo. Otherwise, I would definitely be dead. Young Master Lin, are you kidding me? Long Bo's face twitched slightly as he looked at Lin Chen with a forced smile. His wife cheated on him? The second in command of the prestigious Long family, he's been cuckolded? He didn't believe it was true either. Whether I'm joking or not, you can find out by getting a paternity test. After saying that, Lin Chen left immediately. Long Bo did not chase after Lin Chen. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind, had he really been cheated on? Long Bo, you have to believe me. I would never betray you, don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Jingfen held Long Bo's hand with great emotion. Looking at Chen Jingfen's flustered face, Long Bo suddenly had a bad feeling. It had better be a lie that young Master Lin is saying, otherwise. Long Bo said coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Long Bo. Long Bo. Chen Jingfen hurriedly went to chase after Long Bo. Meanwhile, the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. Inside the huge conference room sat a group of authoritative experts. What are your thoughts on the failure of this faster-than-light spaceship development project? An elderly man in his 60s spoke up. His name is Li Chang. He is the president of the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. He was also a pioneer of faster-than-light spacecraft in China. Unfortunately, after 3 years of effort, the development of the faster-than-light spaceship failed. Dean, I believe that current technology is insufficient to support our development of a faster-than-light spaceship. Perhaps we should postpone this plan for now. An old man spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, all the scientists present echoed his sentiments. Yes, with current aerospace technology, developing a faster-than-light spacecraft is extremely difficult. Dean, I think we need to face reality now. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible for humans to exceed the speed of light. The fastest spacecraft in the United States currently travels at 39,897 kilometers per hour, while light travels at 1.08 billion kilometers per hour. With current technology, it seems impossible to surpass that speed. Dean. Everyone started to offer their advice, their faces filled with helplessness. Actually, 3 years ago. When Li Chang first told them about the spaceship development plan, they weren't optimistic about it. Because it seemed too far-fetched. This is simply impossible. However, driven by their spirit of scientific exploration, they could only cooperate with the work. After 3 years of effort, unsurprisingly, it failed. Dean Li. An authoritative professor spoke up. I think that if we want to develop a faster-than-light spaceship, we first need to solve the problem of unlimited energy, and that may take several more decades. Wait another few decades? Upon hearing this, Li Chang sighed inwardly. In a few decades, to put it bluntly, he'll be in his coffin. He couldn't possibly wait that long. Alas, is it truly impossible for my lifelong wish to be fulfilled? Li Chang said, disheartened. When Li Chang was 16, he began to be filled with curiosity about the vast universe. He was curious about the scenery on other planets. I'm curious whether there are aliens in the universe. I'm even more curious about what lies at the end of the universe. Because of this curiosity and passion. During his university years, Li Chang abandoned his forte, mathematics, and switched to studying physics. After graduation, he devoted himself directly to aerospace scientific research. He has been studying it for decades. He is now 65 years old. Through tireless efforts, he even rose to the position of dean. My childhood dream of traveling through the universe in a faster-than-light spaceship has yet to be fulfilled. Why? Thinking of this, Li Chang's face was filled with desolation. But at that moment, one of the scientists suddenly stood up and said, Dean, I think there might be someone who can help us in developing a faster-than-light spaceship. Upon hearing this, Li Chang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, who? Which person? This year's Nobel Prize in Physics laureate, Mr. Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen had already returned home. Li Ziren was giving the 4 babies a bath when Lin Chen went to help. Honey, I feel like you're getting more and more beautiful. Lin Chen gazed at Li Ziren's face and smiled, offering a compliment. Is there? Li Ziren laughed in surprise. I haven't always been like this. Of course, while saying this, Li Ziren was actually very happy inside. After all, what woman doesn't like to be complimented on her beauty by her husband? After bathing the babies, Li Ziren and Lin Chen changed the babies into clean clothes and then carried them into the bedroom. The baby, who had just finished his bath, seemed to be in a very good mood, babbling and laughing continuously. Suddenly, honey, look at the 3 treasures. What's wrong? Lin Chen turned around and saw Sanbao Lin Yi lying on the bed. Of course, I didn't lie completely down, I was kneeling with my hands supporting me on the bed. Honey, why is the baby doing that? Did the other baby accidentally see us last night and then copy us? Li Ziren's pretty face flushed red, and she said with some shame. Of course not. Lin Chen smiled knowingly when he saw the little brat making that gesture. Every baby who just starts crawling does this. Actually, the baby is trying to stand up, but can't, so the movement looks strange. Lin Chen explained with a smile, when a baby does this pose, it means they'll be able to stand up on their own soon. Oh, I see. Li Ziren immediately realized that she had misunderstood. Honey, you're so dirty-minded. Why do you think of that kind of thing with everything you see? Lin Chen teased, are you thinking about those kinds of things all the time? Li Ziren? She was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean by thinking about those things all day long? Isn't that you? I didn't, you bad person. Li Ziren punched Lin Chen with her little fist and said angrily. But honey, we've been apart for so long. Stop, what do you mean long time? It's only been a day. That's been a long time. Lin Chen grinned mischievously, and his hands began to wander. Today, Li Ziren wore a floral dress and a simple bun hairstyle, revealing her fair and slender neck. And Lin Chen felt that Li Ziren's figure seemed to have become more voluptuous. Not now, you should put the baby to sleep first. Li Ziren pulled Lin Chen's restless hand away and glared at him. Okay, honey. An hour later. Lin Chen sat on a chair on the balcony to rest. Li Ziren was washing the clothes the babies had changed out of after their baths. Buzz. Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was Xia Yuli calling. So the call was connected immediately. President Lin. Xia Yuli said, "The materials and parts you asked me to collect are almost complete now." So fast? Lin Chen smiled and said that his assistant's efficiency was as high as ever. Yes, but Mr. Lin, there is a very crucial material that I have checked with many vendors, but none of them sell it. A boss told me that the material is not for sale and cannot be bought on the market at all because it is a military product used for scientific research and is extremely rare. Xia Yuli said helplessly, wondering if the boss would blame her. Okay, I understand. Lin Chen nodded. He was not surprised at all. When I first listed those materials, I had a premonition that they might not be available on the market. It's okay, if we can't buy it, we'll just forget about it. Lin Chen said this. Mr. Lin, how about I take another look for you and see if I can buy it? Xia Yuli didn't want to give up. She is a very dedicated assistant. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's okay if you really can't collect them. Lin Chen said calmly. Good. The call then ended. Lin Chen shook his head and said, never mind. It seems that this mechanical guard cannot be researched for the time being. Honey, why are there two people standing outside in the yard? At this moment, Li Ziren, who was not far away, suddenly spoke up. Because she saw two figures standing outside the villa's courtyard. Lin Chen stood up and looked, and found that it really was true. Honey, are they your friends? Li Ziren asked curiously. No, I don't know them. Don't you recognize them? Then who are they looking for here? Li Ziren was puzzled because she didn't know the other person either. Honey, I'm going downstairs to take a look. After saying that, Lin Chen went downstairs. The two people standing outside the villa at this moment were Li Chang from the China Academy of Space Technology and his assistant. Hey, are you not home? Li Chang saw the doorbell above and pressed it. Ring ring. They're here. A voice rang out, and it was Lin Chen walking over. Li Chang and his assistant's eyes lit up. So young. Upon seeing Lin Chen in person, Li Chang couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't already seen Lin Chen's photo on the official website. He could hardly believe that such a handsome young man was actually a Nobel Prize laureate in physics. Who are you? Are you looking for me? Lin Chen did not open the door immediately, but asked a question. Hello Mr. Lin, I am the president of the China Academy of Space Technology. As they were talking, Li Chang slipped a business card into Lin Chen's hand through the gap in the iron gate. Lin Chen took it and glanced at it, becoming even more curious. Why would the president of the Aerospace Institute want to see me? So Lin Chen opened the iron gate and let Li Chang and the other man in. Mr. Lin, I have long admired you. Meeting you in person today, you are indeed a man of great talent and ability. Mr. Li Chang made a polite remark, which was, of course, also his true feelings. Lin Chen smiled and said, Dean Li, what brings you here? Of course. Li Chang didn't want to hide anything, so he simply said frankly, actually, I came to see Mr. Lin today because I want to ask Mr. Lin for a favor. Chapter 89 Vivian Chow accompanies Li Ziren to buy gifts. Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. He guessed it usually, things that come knocking on your door like this are never good news. What kind of help? Lin Chen asked. Mr. Lin, our Aerospace Institute is building a faster-than-light spacecraft, but we failed. We don't want to give up, and we sincerely invite Mr. Lin to join our Aerospace Institute to work together to overcome this technological challenge. Li Chang extended a sincere invitation. Lin Chen asked curiously, Dean Li, why me and not someone else? With so many scientists in China, why would they come looking for me? The key issue is that I'm not an expert in aerospace myself. Li Chang said with a smile, because our Aerospace Institute needs talents like Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is only 23 years old this year, and he has won the first Nobel Prize in physics in the history of China. This is an achievement that is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated. Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this, clearly this reason was not convincing. So he directly refused, saying, sorry, I have no interest in joining the Aerospace Academy. If Lin Chen put his mind to it, he could indeed develop a faster-than-light spaceship. But the key question is, why should I help the Aerospace Institute? Lin Chen is not a saint, he is not that great, and besides, he has no connection with this Li Chang. So he refused without hesitation. Mr. Lin, as long as you are willing to join our Aerospace Institute, please feel free to make any requests you may have. Li Chang was completely going all out. He'd do anything to win over Lin Chen. Forget it. Lin Chen shook his head, but suddenly, he thought of something. He asked, Dean Li, could you help me get some alloy chips? What? An alloy chip? Li Chang was slightly taken aback. What do you need this thing for? Lin Chen said, don't worry about what I'm doing, can you get it for me? Li Chang replied without hesitation, of course, alloy chips are extremely rare, but my Aerospace Institute happens to have a batch. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted, how about this, give me half of the alloy chip, and I'll help you develop a faster-than-light spaceship. Alloy chips are an important material for the research and development of mechanical guards. This is the same material that Xia Yuli mentioned on the phone before, which is not available on the market. With the alloy chip, Lin Chen was able to build mechanical guards. Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Li Chang's eyes lit up. Alloy chips were indeed very rare, but for scientists like them, alloy chips were the last thing they lacked. Yes, Mr. Lin, you said it yourself. Li Chang was extremely excited. Certainly. Li Chang quickly said, Mr. Lin, I'll go back and have someone send over a batch of alloy chips right away. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat first. Can. After adding Lin Chen on WeChat, Li Chang and his assistant left, both satisfied. Back in the living room, Li Ziren was breastfeeding her babies. When she saw Lin Chen come in, she immediately asked who the two people outside were. Lin Chen didn't hide anything and said that the person had come to ask him for help. Honey, I think a faster-than-light spaceship is too outrageous. It's probably impossible to develop. Li Ziren said that it was not that she looked down on the Aerospace Academy, but that the current level of technology was such that such things could not be developed just by thinking about them. Honey, what if they actually managed to develop it? Lin Chen smiled. Li Ziren said, if a faster-than-light spaceship is really developed, I want to ride in it to the moon, to Mars, and to see the whole solar system. Before Lin Chen could reply, Li Ziren said with a wry smile, however, that's probably not realistic. Lin Chen laughed and said, is it unrealistic? Maybe not. Just then, the baby's cries came from inside the bedroom. Lin Chen immediately returned to the bedroom and picked up the crying baby to comfort him. Afternoon. Lin Chen stayed home taking care of the child, while Li Ziren went to a famous shopping mall with her best friend Zhou Huimin. Because Lin Chen's birthday was coming soon, Li Ziren asked Zhou Huimin to come out and go to the mall with her to buy a birthday present. Ziren, your stockings are really high quality. I want to buy a pair too. Can you send me a link? Vivian Xiao spoke, her eyes fixed on Li Ziren's legs. She thought Li Ziren's stockings looked really good, and she thought they would look good on her too. When asked this question, Li Ziren felt a little embarrassed. My husband bought these stockings for me, but I don't have the link. Li Ziren said, however, if you really want the link, I'll go back and ask Lin Chen for it, and then I'll send it to you. Upon hearing this, Vivian Xiao's expression immediately became subtle, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Ziren, so Lin Chen also has this taste. It seems what they said online was true, conquering a woman requires good looks and money, but conquering a man only requires a pair of black stockings. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren blushed. She didn't know about other men, but Lin Chen did indeed like her wearing silk. Ziren, how's Lin Chen doing in that area? Vivian Xiao asked with a smile, don't be fooled by her pretty face and innocent appearance. Actually, she's just like most girls, she can be quite risque. What about that aspect? Hey, you mean that aspect? I don't understand what you're saying. Li Ziren blushed, her best friend asking her such a question, it was so embarrassing. She rolled her eyes at Vivian Xiao, somewhat speechless, and said, Vivian, calm down. We're in a shopping mall, not some deserted area. Okay, let's not talk about this. Look how red your face is. Vivian Xiao said with a smile that she could tell from Li Ziren's shy expression that Lin Chen must be very good in that area. Hi beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. There was a young man with a wolf tail, dressed quite fashionably, wearing jeans and a pair of high-quality replica Air Jordans. His gaze fell on Vivian Xiao, clearly indicating that he wanted to ask for her WeChat. Actually, Li Ziren is prettier than Vivian Xiao, but he thinks Vivian Xiao dresses more provocatively, and he likes provocative styles. So, after some hesitation, he decided to ask for Vivian Chao's WeChat. No, don't you have WeChat yourself? Vivian Chao refused outright and quickly left with Li Ziren. The wolf-tailed youth was a bit stunned. He never expected that someone as handsome as him would be rejected. Damn it, this is outrageous. You look like a scoundrel with that wolf tail, and you want to add me on WeChat? Vivian Chao couldn't help but complain, while Li Ziren didn't say anything. After all, every time she and Vivian Chao went shopping, they would encounter people asking for their WeChat. Ziren, didn't you say you wanted to buy Lin Chen a watch? How about we go to this store? A watch shop appeared in front of them, and Vivian Chao immediately said to Li Ziren. Li Ziren said, okay, let's go in and take a look. The young woman in black stockings at the entrance bowed slightly and greeted us with a warm smile. Hello, welcome to the best watch store in all of Shanghai. Chapter 90 Richard Mill. The two entered the watch shop, where rows of transparent glass cases were filled with a dazzling array of expensive watches, each costing at least tens of thousands of yuan. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford the watches here. Li Ziren was overwhelmed by the sights, but she was a complete novice when it came to clocks and knew nothing about them. Ziren, come over here. Vivian Chao spoke up and pulled Li Ziren to the counter selling men's watches. Hello, ladies. Are you looking to buy a watch? You might like to take a look at this newly arrived Patek Philippe. The pretty saleswoman pointed to a clock in the glass case and smiled enthusiastically. Patek Philippe? Li Ziren had heard of the brand of this watch. Yes, Patek Philippe, one of the top Swiss watch brands, and the number one of the top 10 watch brands. Founded in 1839, the brand has a history of nearly 200 years. The saleswoman smiled and gave Li Ziren a brief introduction. As she spoke, she took out the Patek Philippe and gently pushed it in front of Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin. With her discerning eye, she could naturally tell that the two women possessed an air of wealth and refinement. To put it bluntly, both Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin exuded the aura of wealthy women. Therefore, she wasn't worried that the other party would just look and not buy anything. She believed that these two beautiful women had the ability to spend money here. Ziren, what do you think? Patek Philippe is indeed a great brand, Vivian Chao said. After observing it for a while, Li Ziren was not very satisfied and said, I don't think it's suitable. The temperament doesn't quite suit Lin Chen. Anything else? Li Ziren looked at the female saleswoman and asked. The saleswoman paused for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, yes, of course. What do you think of this Rolex Submariner Hulk? As soon as the saleswoman finished speaking, Li Ziren smiled helplessly. Forget about Rolex, let me see this one instead. Li Ziren pointed to an exquisite clock and said. She wasn't prejudiced against Rolex, but she felt that Rolex was too common and too many people wore it, so she didn't really want to buy the brand. The saleswoman took out the watch that Li Zi had touched. What brand is this watch? Li Ziren asked. The saleswoman smiled and said, this is Bulgari, the best-selling watch brand in China. Big stars like Hu Ge, Li Bingbing, and Lin Junjie have all worn this brand. Li Ziren examined the watch carefully and felt that its design suited Lin Chen better than that of a Patek Philippe. Huimin, what do you think? I think Lin Chen would look great wearing it. I think so too. So, Li Ziren asked the saleswoman, hello, how much does this Bulgari cost? Miss, this Bulgari item costs 560,000. We are a boutique, so we can't offer discounts or bargaining. However, if you spend over 300,000 in a single transaction at our store, you'll receive a beautiful gift, the saleswoman said with a warm smile. 560,000. Upon hearing the price, Li Ziren thought to herself, this is way too cheap. It's too cheap, it doesn't match my husband's worth at all. It's not that she's flaunting her wealth or trying to spend money extravagantly. Her and Lin Chen's joint assets are now worth at least several billion. Because whether it's Tianhan sports cars, children's clothing, or nasal medicine, they all sell exceptionally well. Last month alone, Tianhan sports cars brought in hundreds of millions of yuan in net profit. So right now, the thing she and Lin Chen have in abundance is money. In Li Ziren's opinion, since they had the means, they had to buy the best for her husband. They couldn't be stingy. So when she heard that the watch was only 560,000 yuan, she immediately lost interest in buying it. Let me look at some other brands. Li Ziren said, and the female salesperson was taken aback. Did she think the price was too high? But the next second, she dismissed the idea. Because Li Ziren pointed to a watch worth tens of millions and asked her, what brand is this watch? Can you show it to me? Yes, of course. The saleswoman immediately bent down and took out the watch that Li Ziki pointed to. Beautiful lady, you have excellent taste. The saleswoman explained, this brand is called Richard Mille, and this particular watch is a collaboration with Ferrari. Its case is only 1.45 millimeters thick, making it the thinnest mechanical watch in the world to date. While listening to the saleswoman's introduction, Li Ziren examined the Richard Mille watch. It had a titanium alloy case, which exuded a strong metallic feel and looked very classy and sophisticated. She could already picture Lin Chen wearing this watch. He would definitely look incredibly handsome. Ziren, let's buy this Richard Mille watch. It's so cool. Your husband will definitely love it. Vivian Chow, standing to the side, spoke up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Richard Mille watch. Oh my god. It was bought for my husband. Next to the female salesperson stood a male salesperson who hadn't said a word. He was stunned after hearing Vivian Chow's words. Why can't I meet a rich woman like that? I really want to be a kept man. I wish I had a rich woman who could see through my stubbornness and say to me, don't struggle anymore, I'll take care of you. Hello, how much does this watch cost? Li Ziren asked the saleswoman and decided to buy the Richard Mille watch as a birthday gift for Lin Chen. Beautiful lady, this watch might be a bit pricey, it costs 12.6 million. The saleswoman said excitedly that she had been working there for 3 months and had not yet made any sales. If she sells this Richard Mille, she can earn hundreds of thousands in commission alone. Okay, I'll buy this watch. Now you can help me pack it up. As Li Ziren spoke, she took out a bank card from her bag. This bank card was given to her by Lin Chen. Li Ziren didn't know exactly how much money was in it, but it was definitely at least tens of millions. Hello, please swipe your card here. Beep beep. Transaction successful. At the same time, in the basement of the villa, Lin Chen was developing mechanical guards. Several tens of minutes later, Lin Chen put down the tools in his hand. Before him stood a white robot, about 1.2 meters tall, which Lin Chen had successfully developed. If I don't feel like cooking or doing housework in the future, it can act as a nanny. When a dangerous person approaches, it can intelligently identify them and enter a defensive and offensive state. With this mechanical guard, I won't have to worry about the safety of my home when I'm not there. Let me give you a name. How about we call you Shark Chili from now on? Lin Chen looked at the mechanical guard's head, which resembled a shark's head, and a name came to mind. Yes, master. Shark Chili emitted an electronic sound, and a flash of electricity appeared in its eyes. Buzzing. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly opened it and saw that it was his wife calling. Lin Chen asked, Wife, what's wrong? Li Ziren said, Honey, come quick. My car was hit on the road. Chapter 91 Lin Chen's Vision. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's smile instantly froze, and he asked worriedly, What's going on? Is it nothing serious? It's nothing serious, just rear-ended by an electric scooter. Both Vivian Chow and I are fine, but the other person fell down. The traffic police have arrived and are asking if I want to go through the insurance process. On the other side, Li Ziren's voice sounded slightly anxious. Okay, I understand. Send me your location, and I'll come right now. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there wasn't a big problem. Okay, husband. After the call ended, Li Ziren immediately sent her location to Lin Chen. At that time. Wow, that really scared me. That was close. Vivian Chow kept patting her chest, looking like she was still shaken. Just now, she and Li Ziren came out of the mall after buying watches and were planning to go home. Unexpectedly, while the two were driving peacefully, there was a sudden loud bang from behind. Li Ziren then got out of the car and found that she had been rear-ended by a food delivery driver. The key point is that the delivery guy tripped and fell, and the back of the G-Wagon was also dented. This was the first time Li Ziren had encountered such an accident. With the traffic police arriving, she didn't know what to do, so she immediately called Lin Chen. A short while later, a Tianhong sports car pulled up by the roadside. It was Lin Chen who had arrived. Husband. Li Ziren called out sweetly, and the moment she saw Lin Chen, she suddenly felt at ease. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Upon seeing that the woman's husband had arrived, the delivery man kept apologizing to Lin Chen. He is 18 years old and just graduated from high school. Because he failed to get into a university, he gave up continuing his studies and chose to work instead. My first job was delivering food. But less than 3 months later, this kind of thing happened. Hello, I just checked the surveillance footage and found that it was this electric scooter that rear-ended you. A traffic policeman approached Lin Chen and said, furthermore, the electric scooter ran a red light, therefore it bears full responsibility for this accident. Lin Chen nodded after hearing what the traffic police officer said. Since it's the electric scooter's responsibility. So, assuming neither side was seriously injured, the other party needs to bear their own car repair costs. Lin Chen took a look and saw that the rear bumper of the G-Class was dented, and one of the headlights was cracked. Repairing it would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm so sorry. The delivery driver apologized again. Although he was new to the workforce, he recognized Lin Chen's car as a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Even a simple repair on a luxury car of this caliber can cost a fortune. For a car owner like Lin Chen, tens of thousands of yuan is naturally a small problem. But he's just a food delivery man. He only has less than 10,000 yuan left, which he saved up after delivering food for 2 months. Although there are all sorts of online hype about how much money you can make delivering food, such as earning over 10,000 yuan a month and being able to easily buy a house after a few years of delivery. But in reality, delivering food is not as lucrative as people imagine. Just when all the onlookers thought Lin Chen would demand compensation from the delivery man, Lin Chen said calmly, forget it, just be more careful when you drive next time. What? The delivery driver was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. I told him, you don't need to pay for it. Just be more careful when you drive in the future. Lin Chen said calmly. The reason Lin Chen didn't want compensation wasn't because he was a saint, but because he saw a reflection of his past self in the other person. Back in his freshman year of college, Lin Chen also worked as a food delivery driver to earn living expenses. Diligent and conscientious, as if walking on thin ice. Therefore, Lin Chen was particularly understanding of the other person's feelings. Of course, the main reason is that Lin Chen is not short of money, and besides, Tianhong Group has a car repair center. Just take the G-Wagon to the auto repair shop for a quick fix, it won't cause Lin Chen any trouble. Thank you, brother, thank you. The delivery guy was almost moved to tears, repeatedly thanking Lin Chen. He never expected that Lin Chen would be so kind as to not require him to pay compensation. Meanwhile, the onlookers were also extremely surprised. I thought to myself, this young man is incredibly generous. Li Ziren naturally had no objection to Lin Chen's handling of the situation. She even expressed her agreement. Lin Chen, why don't you want their compensation? After getting into the car, Vivian Chow asked a question. Lin Chen said calmly, because it's unnecessary. Is it unnecessary? Vivian Chow pondered those words and found them quite reasonable. If the car were hers, she probably would have made the same choice as Lin Chen. The three then drove away. After Lin Chen and his two companions left, a passerby posted the video they had just recorded on Douyin TikTok. The video quickly went viral online. The headline reads, Delivery driver rear-ends Mercedes-Benz G-Class driver refuses to seek compensation from delivery driver. Holy crap, with that kind of lifestyle, it's no wonder he drives a G-Wagon. This is the noblest virtue of the rich. Wishing this G-Wagon owner continued success in his career and a lifetime of peace. Now you know why they can drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, right? They're kind-hearted and have a broad perspective. It's hard for them not to get rich. There are tens of thousands of comments like this. However, Lin Chen did not pay attention to this news. After returning home with Li Ziren, Lin Chen called Xia Yuli and asked her to come and take the car for repairs. Soon, Xia Yuli arrived at the Bund Villa. Mr. Lin, you said your G-Class was rear-ended. Were you hurt? Xia Yuli asked with concern. I'm fine. As he spoke, Lin Chen handed the car keys to Xia Yuli. Could you please take my car to the company to get it fixed? Thank you. Okay, sure. Xia Yuli took the keys, and at that moment Li Ziren saw Xia Yuli and quickly smiled. Yuli, you're here. Come in and have a seat. Okay. Xia Yuli didn't rush to leave. Instead, at Li Ziren's invitation, she went to the second floor of the villa. Yuli, have a glass of water. Li Ziren poured Xia Yuli a glass of water, and Xia Yuli said thank you. Ziren, I've only been away for a while, how come the babies have all grown up so much? Xia Yuli noticed the babies on the sofa, her eyes lit up, and she walked over. Li Ziren said with a smile, yes, the babies have grown quite a bit during this time. The babies are almost 5 months old now, and they've grown quite a bit taller, so their old clothes are starting to outgrow them. Yeah. Looking at the beautiful older sister in front of them, the 4 babies stared with wide, curious eyes. You must be the third child? Come here, let Auntie give you a hug. Xia Yuli smiled slightly and picked up the most active third brother, Lin Yi. The third child was held in Xia Yuli's arms, neither crying nor making a fuss, and even showed a happy smile. That smile instantly healed Xia Yuli. Ah, so cute. This is absolutely my dream girl. Suddenly, Xia Yuli also really wanted to find a man to have a child with. The little baby was so cute and so healing. Just as Xia Yuli was lost in her fantasies, the third brother's magical little hand climbed up her high, full breasts. Xia Yuli was momentarily stunned. Sure enough, what I read online was right, men's lustfulness knows no age. That little rascal. Xia Yuli blushed slightly, but she didn't remove the third brother's magical little hand. Because she knew that the third brother did it unintentionally. They're still so young and don't understand anything. Xia Yuli naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a baby. Wow! Just then, the fourth child's cries rang out from inside the bedroom. Li Ziren then remembered that Sibo Lin Yue was still sleeping in the bedroom. So she said to Xia Yuli, I'll go check the bedroom, the fourth brother is awake. Xia Yuli said, okay. Li Ziren entered the bedroom, just as Lin Chen came up from downstairs. Upon seeing Lin Chen come up, Xia Yuli suddenly remembered something. Lin Chen's birthday is coming soon. President Lin. Xia Yuli called out. What's wrong? Lin Chen walked towards her. Xia Yuli picked up her phone and found a saved photo in the photo library. Then, Xia Yuli showed the photos to Lin Chen and asked, Mr. Lin, what do you think of this watch? Chapter 92 Shenzhou Yacht. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this watch? The watch in the picture is a Vacheron Constantin, one of the world's most famous watch brands. However, the piece Xia Yuli chose wasn't from Vacheron Constantin's high-end luxury series, it was a very ordinary piece. Of course, even the regular series costs 200,000. If conditions permit, Xia Yuli will naturally choose the high-end luxury series. That would be worthy of Lin Chen's status. But she didn't have that option. After all, her monthly salary is only 100,000. Moreover, the salary of 100,000 was offered to her 2 months ago after Lin Chen took over Tianhong Group. Before becoming Lin Chen's assistant, Tianhong only paid her a little over 20,000 yuan a month. That's why Xia Yuli thought of buying Lin Chen a watch worth 200,000 yuan. One aspect is that it's a birthday gift for Lin Chen. On the other hand, it can also be seen as repaying Lin Chen for his kindness in recognizing and supporting him. Not bad, what's wrong? Lin Chen looked at the picture and smiled, do you want to buy it? He knew Xia Yuli's salary, and that buying this 200,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin might still be a bit difficult for her at the moment. No. Mr. Lin, I just wanted to show you. After saying that, Xia Yuli put away her phone, a smile spreading across her face. At this moment, Li Ziren came out of the room carrying Sibao, who was crying loudly. Seeing this, Xia Yuli smiled at Lin Chen and said, President Lin, I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Lin Chen said. Li Ziren quickly asked, Yuli, are you leaving so soon? Xia Yuli smiled and said, yes, there are still some things to do at the company. Okay, sure. Li Ziren didn't try to persuade her to stay any longer. Day. The high heels made a crisp sound as they hit the ground, and Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Xia Yuli's departing figure. This scene was witnessed by Li Ziren. After Xia Yuli left, Li Ziren immediately asked with a smile. Honey, does it look good? Lin Chen composed himself and asked in confusion, wife, what's interesting? Humph, an OL uniform, the work uniform that Yuli wears. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at him. A white shirt, black stockings, and high heels, and a Western-style pencil skirt. This is an office uniform, usually worn by female office workers or secretaries. Not bad. Lin Chen smiled and said frankly. What, do you want to wear it? I can buy it for you if you want. Before Li Ziren could speak, Lin Chen continued. Li Ziren? Good heavens. I was just asking you, I didn't say I wanted to wear it. Li Ziren was helpless, she knew what Lin Chen was thinking. So, are you going to wear it or not? Lin Chen asked with a smile. To be honest, he was also curious to see what Li Ziren would look like in the OL uniform. It must be incredibly beautiful and alluring. If you dare to buy it for me, I dare to wear it. Li Ziren blushed and said something. Baby, you said it yourself. Lin Chen was secretly pleased and immediately picked up his phone and opened a shopping app. Then I searched for OL uniform. There were many styles available. Lin Chen looked at them and then asked, Wife, come and take a look, which one should we buy? You can choose for yourself. Li Ziren blushed and responded, then quickly hugged Sibo and returned to the bedroom. Ah, Li Ziren. Why did you go along with this big pervert again? At the same time, the Lin family in the capital. Lin Xianer was taking a walk in the vast manor. Behind her followed an elderly man, none other than old Mo. Miss, the young master's birthday is coming soon. Old Mo suddenly spoke. Birthday? Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes lit up, and her face lit up with joy. When? Next week? Yes. Old Master Mo smiled and said, It's the young master's birthday, miss, would you like to give him a gift? Of course, he's my own brother. Lin Xianer said, however, I have something very important to do next week, so I might not be able to go to celebrate Lin Chen's birthday. Mr. Mo, why don't you help me send a birthday present to Lin Chen? I can't go to Shanghai, but the present must arrive. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo nodded and then asked, Miss, what kind of birthday gift would you like to prepare for the young master? Upon hearing this question, Lin Xianer stopped in her tracks and began to ponder. Mr. Mo, you've asked me a question. Let me think about it. Lin Xianer wanted to give Lin Chen a unique birthday gift. This gift cannot be something Lin Chen already possesses. Lin Chen already has things like companies, villas, and luxury cars. Sending it again would be pointless. As for other luxury goods, Lin Chen probably doesn't lack them either. Mr. Mo, what do you think about giving Lin Chen a yacht? Lin Xianer spoke. Yacht? Old Mo was taken aback and said, Miss, do you mean to give the Shenzhou yacht to the young master as a birthday gift? That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Xianer smiled. Shenzhou yacht is a luxury yacht built by the Lin family at a cost of 3 billion yuan. The interior is entirely made of luxurious materials and gold. Even its shape is made of top-grade diamonds and crystals. It is the most luxurious yacht in the history of China. Moreover, Shenzhou yachts are also known as unsinkable. The former head of the Lin family was sailing a Shenzhou yacht to the South China Sea when he encountered severe weather, and a nearby cruise ship was capsized by the storm. But the head of the Lin family on the Shenzhou yacht was safe and sound. This news was published in the Global Times and discussed by major Western countries. 3 years ago, the head of the Lin family gifted the Shenzhou yacht to Lin Xianer. The Shenzhou yacht is now Lin Xianer's private property. Miss, are you serious? Old Mo asked a question hesitantly. Lin Xianer smiled and said, Of course I'm serious, Mr. Mo. You should take the Shenzhou yacht to Shanghai now, park it directly at the Bund Pier, and then hand the yacht keys to Lin Chen. Oh, and please pass on a message for me, happy 23rd birthday to him. Old Master Mo nodded and said, Miss, I understand. Afterwards, Lin Xianer handed the yacht keys to Old Mo. Old Mo took the key and arrived at the Lin family's dock. There, moored, was an incredibly luxurious yacht. The level of luxury is simply indescribable. One glance is enough to leave you utterly awestruck and unforgettable. Old Mo. Several Lin family guards bowed to Elder Mo in unison. Mr. Mo nodded to them and then boarded the Shenzhou yacht. The task of these Lin family guards is to protect the yacht. No outsiders are allowed to approach the Shenzhou yacht. But since Elder Mo was the Lin family's steward, none of the guards would stop him. Following closely behind, under the watchful eyes of a group of guards, Old Mo sailed away on his Shenzhou yacht. Half an hour later. The waters off Shanghai. A huge fishing boat was slowly sailing on the sea, and several strong men were casting nets to catch deep-sea fish. But suddenly, boom boom! A deafening roar arose, growing louder as it approached, as if the sea itself was trembling. What's going on? Wow, everyone look! What an awesome yacht! A gasp of surprise rang out. Immediately, all the crew members became agitated and stopped what they were doing. Then, they stared in disbelief at a yacht not far away. Holy crap! That's amazing! Whose yacht is this? That's so awesome! Why does this yacht seem a bit reflective? Is it made of glass? What glass? It's diamond. It's crystal. European and American. The entire crew on the fishing boat stared in disbelief, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. They had never seen such a magnificent yacht before. Captain Roger immediately took out his phone and recorded a video. Captain Roger then posted the recorded video to a WeChat group. His original intention was to share it with his friends in the group. Unexpectedly, someone in the group shared the video on Douyin. Not long after, the video became the #1 trending video on Douyin. It garnered millions of likes from netizens. The video's title is, "Luxury Yacht Spotted in Shanghai Waters." Honey, I saw a diamond-encrusted yacht on TikTok, it's so beautiful and magnificent. At the same time, at home, Lee Ziren said to Lin Chen with some excitement. Chapter 93 Lee Ziren's roommates. A yacht made of diamonds? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Wife, let me take a look. To be honest, Lin Chen had seen many yachts, but he had never heard of a yacht made of diamonds. Look, honey, isn't it luxurious? Lee Ziren handed the phone to Lin Chen. In the video, a magnificent yacht slowly sails by on the waters off Shanghai. As Lee Ziren said, the yacht's exterior was made of diamonds. However, Lin Chen could tell that the yacht's exterior design used more than just diamonds and crystals. Although Lin Chen didn't know what kind of crystal it was, he knew without a doubt that it must be incredibly expensive. In Lin Chen's view, rather than calling it a yacht, it's more accurate to describe it as a priceless work of art. And, most importantly, this is just the effect after filming. As we all know, what a mobile phone captures is different from what the eye sees in reality. There is a certain difference in their visual appeal. Lin Chen believed that the actual effect of this yacht would be even more stunning than in the video. It is indeed quite imposing. Lin Chen said, building a yacht like this must cost a lot of money. I think so too, it must cost a lot of money. Lee Ziren nodded. Lin Chen laughed and said, what's wrong, honey? Do you want a yacht too? Lin Chen's current net worth is several billion. If Lee Ziren wants a yacht, then Lin Chen would buy it for her without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lee Ziren smiled with a look of flattery. Although she didn't want the yacht. But hearing Lin Chen's words, she was still very happy, feeling blissful and content. Moreover, Lee Ziren knew this. Lin Chen wasn't just saying it casually. If I really want it, Lin Chen will definitely buy it for me. Honey, you've misunderstood. Lee Ziren laughed and said, I don't want a yacht, and besides, our family doesn't need one. Why would we buy one? All right. Lin Chen didn't say much. He understands his wife well. Even though she's already quite wealthy, she rarely pursues luxury goods. Simply put, it means being easily satisfied. Moreover, they are thrifty and hardworking in managing their household. I won't spend money on anything unnecessary. Just a few days ago, Lee Ziren was showing off to Lin Chen a cheap bracelet she bought from Pinduoduo, saying it was very pretty. By the way, honey, there's something I need to tell you. Lee Ziren said with a smile, I'm going to go outside to pick up some friends later. Friend? Do I know them? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Lin Chen knew most of Lee Ziren's friends. You probably don't know my college roommate. Lee Ziren smiled and said, they said they wanted to come to our house to see me and the baby. I guess they'll stay for dinner. Can. Lin Chen nodded naturally, he had no objection to such a matter. Then you can bring your roommates over later. Half an hour later, Lee Ziren dressed up a little and then drove to pick up her roommate. At that time, Lin Chen was at home, bathing the babies with his mother-in-law, Wu Yanfang. Buzzing. Just then, Lin Chen's phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Chen quickly wiped his hands clean, then took his phone and went to the balcony. Looking at the caller ID, I realized it was Mr. Mo calling. Hello? Young master, do you have time now? Mo Xingu asked respectfully. Lin Chen asked, what's wrong? Young master, your birthday is coming up soon, and Miss asked me to bring you a birthday present. Are you free to come to the bund now? Since it was a yacht, old Mo naturally couldn't deliver it to Lin Chen's house. So we have no choice but to have Lin Chen come over. Mr. Mo, do you mean the gift my sister gave me is now on the bund? Yes, young master. Lin Chen was now completely curious. What kind of gift was it? And he had to pick it up himself? Old Mo, what is that? Young master, I can't say right now. You'll find out when you come over. Old Mo smiled, making it all mysterious. He felt that saying it over the phone wouldn't have the same surprise. Okay, I'll come over here now. Lin Chen smiled helplessly, hung up the phone immediately, and went into the bathroom. Mom, I need to go out now. Lin Chen spoke to his mother-in-law. While scrubbing Lin Kerson's back, Wu Yanfang replied with a smile, Go ahead, I'm here anyway. Yes, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Lin Chen took the car keys and went to the villa's garage. A dozen minutes later. The Bund in Shanghai. The Bund is the most bustling area in Shanghai, especially at night when it's packed with people. However, it was daytime, so it seemed much quieter. There is a river along the edge of the Bund, and the Oriental Pearl Hotel is right across the river. It is a must-visit spot for tourists in Shanghai. Wow! That yacht is awesome. This is amazing. It's made of diamonds, it's practically blinding me. Whose yacht is this? Could it be Wang Xizong's? That's incredibly wealthy. After walking for a while, Lin Chen suddenly saw a large crowd of people ahead, all taking out their phones to take pictures. Lin Chen looked closely and saw a luxurious, dreamlike yacht quietly moored at the Bund Pier. Isn't this the diamond yacht my wife saw on TikTok? Unexpectedly, it stopped at the pier on the Bund and was surrounded by a crowd of people. Young master! Young master! A voice rang out. It was none other than old Mo, who was all smiles. Mr. Mo, where's the birthday present my sister brought me? Lin Chen cut to the chase and asked. Old Mo smiled faintly, pointed to the Shenzhou yacht not far away, and said to Lin Chen, Young master, that is the gift that Miss gave you. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He never expected that his older sister would give him a diamond yacht as a birthday gift. Young master, this yacht is called Shenzhou yacht. From now on, the Shenzhou yacht will belong to you. Oh, by the way, Miss also asked me to pass on a message to you. Happy 23rd birthday, young master. As he spoke, old Mo took out the keys to the Shenzhou yacht and handed them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the keys, a smile spreading across his face. Is this what it feels like to have an older sister? It's a rather subtle feeling. Young master, let's go for a ride on the yacht. Old Master Mo suggested. Good. Afterwards, Lin Chen and elder Mo boarded the Shenzhou yacht together. After boarding the Shenzhou yacht, old Mo first had Lin Chen set up a facial recognition lock. In this way, only Lin Chen's face in the whole world can start the Shenzhou yacht. Safety and privacy are guaranteed. Following that, Mr. Mo taught Lin Chen some basic driving knowledge. Because Lin Chen had never driven a yacht before, this was his first time. A few minutes later, under Mr. Mo's guidance, Lin Chen was able to drive the yacht independently. He drove the Shenzhou yacht around the Bund. Then they returned to the dock. Young master, how is it? Do you like this gift? Old Mo asked with a smile. Lin Chen smiled slightly. I like it quite a bit, it's very nice. This was Lin Chen's first time driving a yacht, and he had a very good experience. It feels like racing on water. Young master, come and take a look at the interior. This isn't paint, it's real gold. There's also a bed and a kitchen here. It's very spacious. If the young master wants to go out to sea in the future, he can bring Xiren and the babies along. And this painting is Van Gogh's classic work, Sunflowers. The head of the family spent over 200 million yuan to buy the original back then. It's probably worth even more now. Old Mo continued to explain the interior to Lin Chen. After listening for a few minutes, Lin Chen had only one question in his mind. Mr. Mo, how much did it cost to build this Shenzhou yacht? Upon hearing this, old Master Mo smiled and said, Young master, it didn't cost much, only about 3 billion. Upon hearing this number, Lin Chen felt surprisingly calm. Indeed, 3 billion is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for any ordinary person. But for the Lin family of the capital, it was nothing more than child's play. It's not even a drop in the ocean. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mo. Lin Chen said, I'm about to head back now. Is this Shenzhou yacht just going to stay here? Yes, it's fine to stop here. My Lin family escorts are protecting us. Old Mo said. The two of them got off the yacht together. At that moment, the onlookers immediately stood on tiptoe. They all wanted to know what the owner of this luxury yacht looked like. Lin Chen currently enjoys some fame in China, and many people know him. but it hasn't reached the point of being a household name yet. Most of these people didn't know Lin Chen. Their first impression of him was that he was very handsome. Only one young man wearing a baseball cap paused for a moment after seeing Lin Chen. He then immediately ran towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen! Hearing someone call his name, Lin Chen turned around. Li Yuanhao? Lin Chen was taken aback. The person in front of him was none other than his junior high school classmate, Li Yuanhao, a nationally renowned racing driver. Lin Chen lost to Kim Min-jun in the S12 Racing League competition, and later Lin Chen avenged him. What are you doing here? Lin Chen smiled and asked. Li Yuanhao said, I just came out to buy some things and saw a lot of people talking about yachts. So, I came over to join in the fun. Lin Chen, I saw you get off the yacht. Is this diamond yacht yours? Lin Chen nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. Holy crap, Lin Chen, you're amazing. Instantly, Li Yuanhao felt a deep sense of admiration. He knew that Lin Chen was doing very well now. But I never expected it to be this good. They even have a diamond yacht. It's nothing, you can afford a yacht if you want. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Li Yuanhao is a well-known racecar driver in China with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, and he can afford to buy a yacht if he wants. However, he can only afford a regular yacht. A diamond yacht worth 3 billion is also a distant dream for him. Lin Chen, stop putting me down. How can I compare to you? Li Yuanhao smiled wryly, then, as if remembering something, said to Lin Chen. By the way, Lin Chen, there's a junior high school reunion tonight. Why don't you come over for dinner too? A junior high school reunion? Lin Chen asked curiously, who are they? If it's someone he's not very familiar with, even if they're a junior high school classmate, Lin Chen won't go. Me, Zhang Wei, Lu Kaifeng and the others, Lu Haobai might also come. Li Yuanhao said. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll see if I have time tonight, and I'll come if I do. Can. Li Yuanhao knew that Lin Chen also had to take care of the child, so he could understand. After parting ways with Li Yuanhao, Lin Chen returned home. At this moment, the house was bustling with activity because Li Xiren's roommates had arrived. Xiren, your husband is back. One of the girls said something, and immediately, the other two girls' eyes lit up, and they both looked at Lin Chen. The three of them had known Lin Chen for a long time, as they were all present at his wedding, since he was Li Xiren's good friend. Honey, come and eat some navel oranges with me. Li Xiren was holding a fruit platter, which was filled with slices of navel oranges that she had just cut. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen walked over to the group of women. Lin Chen, it's been a long time. Do you still remember me? Wang Kameng laughed and said, just a quick reminder, I was a bridesmaid at your Xiren's wedding. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I remember you, but I don't remember your name. My name is Wang Kameng. Wang Kameng was speechless. Goodness, it hasn't been that long and they've already forgotten about me, their bridesmaid? Oh, I remember now. After her reminder, Lin Chen suddenly remembered her. Then everyone started chatting, and after some casual conversation, Lin Chen learned the names of these girls. The woman with the mature and sophisticated look is named Wang Kameng. Like Vivian Chao, she is a minor internet celebrity with over 2 million followers on Douyin TikTok. The girl with the pure and innocent looks was named Chen Shaili. Lin Chen knew her because Li Xiren had mentioned her to him before. Lin Chen remembered that Chen Shaili's parents were both government officials and had a certain influence and status in Shanghai. There was also a girl with a very cute, lowly-like appearance, wearing a JK uniform. Her name was Zhou Yuan. Honey, where did you go? Why are your pants' legs wet? At this moment, Li Xiren suddenly spoke up out of curiosity. She noticed some water stains on Lin Chen's trouser legs. They weren't dry yet. Water? Is there any? Lin Chen looked down and found that his trouser leg was indeed wet. He wouldn't have known if Li Xiren hadn't pointed it out. Oh, it's possible that someone accidentally hurt you at the Bund Pier earlier. Lin Chen thought of a possibility and explained. The Bund Wharf? Li Xiren was taken aback and asked curiously, what are you doing at the Bund Pier? Lin Chen laughed and said, let's go yachting. Chapter 94. Did Lin Chen really lie? Hearing what Lin Chen said, Li Xiren was slightly taken aback. She wondered, could Lin Chen really have bought me a yacht? Seeing his wife's bewildered look, Lin Chen smiled and explained, it's that diamond yacht you saw on Douyin, it's mine now. Ah. Upon hearing this, all the women were stunned. A diamond yacht? Could it be a Shenzhou yacht? Chen Shaili couldn't help but speak up. She had heard the news before she came here that a yacht from Beijing had docked at the Bund Pier, and she also knew that the yacht was called Shenzhou yacht. Yes, it's the Shenzhou yacht. Lin Chen looked at Chen Shaili and nodded. Now, Chen Shaili was completely curious. Isn't the Shenzhou yacht owned by the Lin family in Beijing? Others may not know that Shenzhou yachts is related to the Lin family, but Chen Shaili knows very well. Because her father is the mayor of Shanghai, she often hears news that others don't know. But Lin Chen is now saying that the Shenzhou yacht belongs to him. Could it be that Lin Chen bought the Shenzhou yacht from the Lin family in Beijing? That's obviously impossible. How could the Lin family be short of money? Moreover, the Shenzhou yacht was once a symbol of the Lin family's wealth, so how could they possibly sell it? At this moment, Chen Shaili was a little confused. She boldly guessed that Lin Chen was very likely lying. Honey, are you serious? Li Ziren was incredulous. She never expected Lin Chen to actually buy the diamond yacht. She instinctively wanted to ask Lin Chen how much he had spent. But with so many friends there, she hesitated and didn't ask. Yes. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'll take you on a yacht ride another day. I just tried it out, and it was quite fun. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Kemeng and Zhou Yuanyuan were filled with envy. My goodness, Ziran is so lucky to have a husband like that. Their family is quite well off, with assets worth several million, but a yacht is still too extravagant for them. Ziran, I'm so envious of you. Wang Kemeng said with admiration, I've never even lived in a villa in my entire life, let alone a yacht. Me too. Ziran, do you know any other guys like Lin Chen? Introduce me to them. Zhou Yuanyuan immediately chimed in, and Li Ziran felt quite helpless listening to their conversation. It felt like she was trying to steal Lin Chen away, but Li Ziran could understand. After all, her husband was so outstanding. However, it's impossible for her to be taken away, because she is Lin Chen's wife. Okay, you guys chat, I'm going to cook. Lin Chen ate a piece of navel orange, then got up and walked towards the kitchen. The women continued chatting happily, and soon Wu Yanfang brought the 4 babies downstairs. Upon seeing this, Wang Kemeng and Zhou Yuanyuan immediately came to the baby's side and played with them. Only Chen Shaili pulled Li Ziran aside and asked curiously. Ziran, I remember you said that Lin Chen grew up alone? The implication was clear, they wanted to know if Lin Chen was an orphan. Li Ziran was taken aback, not expecting her good friend to suddenly ask her this. But then she thought about it again, and it didn't seem like it was anything to hide, so she nodded and said. Yes, what's wrong? It's nothing, I was just asking. Chen Shaili changed the subject, I just think your husband is really amazing. He's grown up to be the person he is today. Yes, I think so too. Li Ziran smiled approvingly. Sally, I'm going to feed the baby. Okay, go ahead. After Li Ziran went to breastfeed the child, Chen Shaili's expression was somewhat complicated. She was now 100% certain that Lin Chen had lied. She had initially suspected that Lin Chen was related to the Lin family in Beijing, since they both shared the surname Lin. Therefore, it makes sense that Lin Chen is related to Shenzhou yachts. But it turned out that Lin Chen was lying. Chen Shaili couldn't believe that Lin Chen would lie to Li Ziran. However, what puzzled Chen Shaili was why Lin Chen wanted to lie to Ziran. Why would someone claim the Shenzhou yacht as their own? Could it be that Lin Chen wanted to satisfy his vanity in front of everyone? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's perfect image in her mind instantly plummeted by more than half. Indeed, there is no such thing as a perfect man in this world. Chen Shaili shook her head, then went over to play with the children with Wang Kemeng and the others. She did not expose Lin Chen's lie. Because if she told Li Ziran that Lin Chen had lied to her, she would definitely be very sad. As evening approached, time slowly turned into daylight. Wang Kemeng and others spent most of the day at the villa on the Bund. What impressed Lin Chen was that after lunch, the group stayed in the room playing with the babies and chatting. Buzzing. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. Lin Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was Li Yuanhao. Lin Chen, the dinner party starts at 6 o'clock, are you coming? Li Yuanhao asked. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Li Yuanhao had mentioned the junior high school reunion to him that morning. They should be here by now. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. Come over soon. Li Yuanhao urged. Okay, sure. The call then ended. Lin Chen went to the bedroom, spoke to Li Ziran, and then went out. After Lin Chen left, Wang Kameng stretched and said lazily, "Ugh, so boring. Ziren, you've been sitting at home all day, why don't you go out for a walk tonight?" "Sure, where to?" Li Ziren also wanted to go out for a walk. But as soon as she finished speaking, Li Ziren noticed a bunch of keys on the table. "Is this your key?" Li Ziren walked over, picked up the key, and asked the women. "No, that's not it. It's not mine either." The women all shook their heads. The brand new key didn't belong to them either. At this moment, Li Ziren seemed to be deep in thought. The key didn't belong to her, nor to Wang Kameng or the others. That leaves only one possibility. This key belongs to Lin Chen. This looks like the yacht key. Chen Shaili said something that made her wonder, did Lin Chen really buy a yacht? Is this the key to the Shenzhou yacht? Wang Kameng suggested with a smile, "Ziren, why don't you take us to drive your husband's yacht? We happen to have the key." "Yes, Ziren, I also want to experience your husband's diamond yacht. I've never been on a yacht before." Zhou Yuan chimed in. "This," Li Ziren said helplessly, "but I don't know how to drive a yacht, and Lin Chen went to have dinner with his friends. Are we just going to go for a tour?" "Ziren, it's okay, Sally can drive," Wang Kameng said. Li Ziren asked Chen Shaili, "Can you drive a yacht?" "Yes, it will be held." Chen Shaili nodded and said that her family bought a yacht when she was 6 years old, and driving a yacht was a piece of cake for her. "Okay, let's go have some fun then." Li Ziren agreed. She also wanted to experience her husband's newly bought yacht. Afterwards, Li Ziren left the babies in Wu Yanfang's care and drove the three of them out. The Bund. When everyone arrived, they immediately saw the luxury yachts moored on the dock. A group of Lin family guards stood watch around the area, preventing unauthorized personnel from approaching. However, because Li Ziren is Lin Chen's wife, these guards already knew Li Ziren. Therefore, when Li Ziren took the key and led three beautiful women onto the yacht, the guards not only did not stop her, but instead became even more careful and cautious, protecting her from the side. My God, this is so luxurious. After the four of them went aboard, they were stunned by the interior of the Shenzhou yacht. They were worldly people, but the yacht's luxury, both inside and out, exceeded their expectations. Especially Chen Shaili, whose family also owns a yacht worth over 10 million yuan, but compared to Shenzhou yacht, it's like trash, completely incomparable. "Here you are, Sally, the keys are for you." Li Ziren handed the yacht keys to Chen Sally. "No problem, watch me." Chen Shaili took the key and went to the cockpit. Without saying a word, she inserted the key into the ignition hole. Because she desperately wanted to know whether the Shenzhou yacht belonged to Lin Chen. We'll soon find out whether he lied to everyone or whether he was involved with liars. The next second, Chen Shaili frowned slightly, revealing an expression of expectation. The key simply won't turn. Really? This Shenzhou yacht doesn't belong to Lin Chen. Chapter 95. The best student in the class hasn't arrived yet. Sally, what's wrong? Is the key not working? Li Ziren watched Chen Shaili's hand movements and asked a question out of curiosity. Chen Shaili pulled out the key with a helpless expression. "Ziren, this key is useless, it won't light the fire." "Oh no, that can't be." Li Ziren was a little confused and asked in bewilderment, "Could it be that this isn't the yacht's key?" "Hey, no way, after all this time, this isn't the yacht key?" Wang Kameng and Zhou Yuan were disappointed. They had arrived on the yacht, but the key couldn't start it. This was incredibly frustrating. "Ziren, there's something I want to tell you." Chen Shaili hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell what she knew. She wouldn't have said it if Ziran hadn't found out, but the key point was that Li Ziran had seen it now. This yacht does not belong to Lin Chen. He must be lying. Hearing Chen Shaili's words, Li Ziren, Wang Kameng, and Zhou Yuan were all dumbfounded. This yacht doesn't belong to Lin Chen? No way, I heard it clearly this morning. Lin Chen said that the diamond yacht on the Bund belongs to him. Yeah, Sally, what you're saying is ridiculous. Why would Lin Chen need to lie to everyone? Even if he did lie to us, he certainly wouldn't lie to Ziran. Zhou Yuan glanced at Li Ziren's expression and said this. Sally, how could that be? Lin Chen would never lie to me. Li Ziren was a little unhappy, but she didn't show it. Well. Chen Shaili sighed. She knew that if she told the truth, no one, including Ziran, would believe her. But the key point is that I didn't frame Lin Chen. Then let me ask you, if the yacht really belongs to Lin Chen, why can't this key start the yacht? Chen Shaili said helplessly that she didn't really want to believe that Lin Chen had lied to everyone. But the facts are right in front of us. Lin Chen lied. Wang Kameng and Zhou Yuanyuan's expressions froze. Yes, why couldn't the key start the yacht? Sally, let me try. Li Ziren reached out her hand, and Chen Shaili handed her the key. Li Ziren inserted the key directly into the hole. Then, Li Ziren tried to twist it, and found that she couldn't twist it at all. How could this be? Li Ziren frowned. Let me ask Lin Chen. Maybe this isn't the key to the yacht. Yes, let us ask. Maybe they took the wrong key, Zhou Yuanyuan agreed. Li Ziren took the key in her hand, took a picture, and sent it to Lin Chen via WeChat. Honey, is this the yacht key you bought? As soon as the message was sent, Wang Kameng laughed and said, Ziren, just call and ask. Who knows when you'll get a reply after sending a message? Li Ziren nodded, agreeing with what Wang Kameng said. She was about to make a call, but to her surprise, Lin Chen replied quickly, Yes, what's up? Hearing the phone ring, all the women crowded around to check the message. After seeing Lin Chen's reply, Chen Shaili immediately said, See? Lin Chen already said it's the yacht key. But why can't the key start the yacht? Could it be that we got on the wrong yacht? Upon hearing this, Li Ziren frowned slightly, sensing something amiss in Chen Shaili's words. Sally, why don't you trust Lin Chen at all? It's not that I don't trust him, but I know some of the truth, really. Chen Shaili said with a helpless expression, and Li Ziren subconsciously asked, What truth do you know? This yacht actually belongs to the Lin family in Beijing. Ziren, didn't I ask you this morning if Lin Chen grew up alone? Actually, I already had my suspicions at that time. Because I want to know if Lin Chen has any connection with the Lin family in Beijing. Chen Shaili said that upon hearing her words, Li Ziren, Wang Kameng, and Zhou Yuanyuan were once again invigorated. The Lin family of the capital. They don't pay attention to those big families, but almost every Chinese person has heard of the Lin family. Because the Lin family is a prominent family in China, their businesses span the entire country, covering education, healthcare, and all aspects of daily life. Every Chinese person will inevitably encounter the Lin family in their lifetime. That's impossible. My husband grew up in an orphanage and has no connection with the Lin family in Beijing. Li Ziren shook her head. No one knew her husband's background better than she did. Lin Chen is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Even the tuition for 9 years of compulsory education was sponsored by the state. Later, when he was admitted to university, the state stopped sponsoring him, and Lin Chen started working to earn his own tuition. Moreover, even after being married to Lin Chen for so long, she has never met any of Lin Chen's family members. Therefore, Li Ziren believes that her husband has no connection with the Lin family. Although Lin Chen also shares the surname Lin, there are countless people in the world with the same surname. What does this tell us? Sally, you said this yacht belongs to the Lin family in Beijing? Who told you that? Li Ziren asked. Chen Shaili said, I heard it from my dad. He received the news as soon as the Shenzhou yacht docked on the Bund. Sally's father is the mayor of Shanghai, so this news can't be false. Wang Kameng said, So, this yacht really does belong to the Lin family of Beijing. My goodness, let's hurry down there. This is the Lin family's yacht. Zhou Yuanyuan said with a frightened expression, It would be bad if the Lin family found out and misunderstood that we came up here to steal things. The yacht's interior is so luxurious, if anything is missing or damaged, they couldn't afford to pay for it even if they sold everything they owned. Yuanyuan is right, let us go outside and talk, Chen Shaili agreed. Afterwards, the group disembarked from the Shenzhou yacht, somewhat disappointed. The Lin family guards, who were not far away, found this strange. Why did the young mistress come down so quickly? They thought the young mistress had brought her friends to experience the yacht, but they didn't expect them to come down so quickly. They must have just been visiting the yacht, otherwise they wouldn't have come down so quickly. The captain of the guard thought to himself that he had originally wanted to go and say hello, but Li Ziren and the others had already gone far away. Ziren, don't be angry with Lin Chen. Seeing Li Ziren's dejected look, Chen Shaili felt a little regretful, wishing she hadn't pointed it out. Now Li Ziren is unhappy. Yes, Ziren, don't be angry. Since this is the key to the yacht, it means that Lin Chen did indeed buy a yacht, just not this diamond yacht. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Maybe the yacht Lin Chen bought isn't actually moored on the Bund. We'll find out when he gets back. Wang Kameng and Zhou Yuanyuan comforted Li Ziren. Although they weren't married, they understood that the biggest taboo in marriage is deception. They weren't entirely sure whether Lin Chen had lied to them, but the fact remained that the Shenzhou yacht wasn't Lin Chen's. Yes, that's what I think too. I'll ask my husband when he gets back. Li Ziren smiled nonchalantly, and the incident did not affect her mood. Unlike Wang Kemeng, Zhou Yuanyuan, Chen Shaili, and others, Li Ziren was certain that the yacht belonged to Lin Chen. However, she didn't know which part went wrong, causing the car to fail to start even with the key. Meanwhile, at the Jintai Grand Hotel, a group of young people, including men and women, stood at the door, about a dozen in total. "Brother Li, why don't we go in first?" A young man wearing glasses spoke up. Li Yuanhao shook his head. "Don't rush, the best guy in our class hasn't arrived yet." The most successful person? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of energy. "Brother Li, aren't you the most successful among all our old classmates? There are actually people doing better than you? Brother Li, you're the most famous race car driver in China now, worth over 100 million. Is there anyone doing better than you?" The students all chimed in, expressing their curiosity. "Of course there is. Compared to that person, I'm just a little brother, far inferior," Li Yuanhao said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the students' curiosity was completely ignited. "Brother Li, who's doing better than you? Is it someone from our old class? Brother Li, what's his name?" Li Yuanhao smiled mysteriously and said, "He was in the same class as us in junior high school. As for who it is, you'll find out when you see him." Beep beep. Just then, a car horn blared, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce. Looking at the little golden statuette on the front of the car and the two or logos, a young man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the car door opened, and a handsome man stepped out. It's Liu Haobai. My goodness, Liu Haobai has become so successful now, he even drives a Rolls-Royce. Sigh, back in junior high, Liu Haobai's grades were even worse than mine, and he was always getting into trouble. I never imagined that after all these years, he would be driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Liu Haobai parked the Cullinan, took out the car keys, and then got out of the car. He was dressed in a handsome suit and walked towards everyone with an elegant demeanor. "What are you all doing standing here? Go inside." Despite being stared at like that, Liu Haobai was not intimidated at all, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Brother Liu, I have a question. How much does your Cullinan cost?" An old classmate who used to have a good relationship with Liu Haobai couldn't help but ask immediately. Upon hearing this, Liu Haobai smiled and said, "Not much, just over 7 million. More than 7 million. Upon hearing this number, everyone felt it was an unbelievable dream. After all, reality is not a novel. They are all in their early 20s, some are even preparing for graduate school entrance exams, and haven't even officially started working yet. Even those who have started working only earn 7 or 8,000 a month, and the company doesn't provide meals or accommodation. However, Liu Haobai, his old classmate, was already driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan at the same age of 20. More than 7 million. Buying a car for over 7 million yuan only shows that poverty limits their imagination. After all, in the eyes of many of them, a car costing several 100,000 yuan is already quite good. Moreover, what does it mean that someone can afford to spend over 7 million to buy a Cullinan? This suggests that Liu Haobai's net worth is even more outrageous, possibly at least tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Thinking about this, the students felt a great sense of disappointment and felt like failures. Brother Liu is awesome. Brother Liu, after we finish eating, can I touch the steering wheel of your Rolls-Royce? Brother Liu, can I take a picture with your Rolls-Royce? I'd been dreaming of owning one. It seems that the best performing old classmate Li Yuanhao mentioned must be Liu Haobai. Everyone chimed in, showering Liu Haobai with praise. However, at that moment, Lin Chen drove his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang's Audi S6 to the hotel entrance. Chapter 96 Live Streaming E-Commerce Host. Because Lin Chen's G-Wagon was being repaired, Xia Yuli hadn't brought the car over yet. So Lin Chen had no choice but to drive his mother-in-law's Audi S6 over. Because the family currently owns 4 cars, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a Toyota Land Cruiser sports car, my mother-in-law's Audi, and my father-in-law's BMW 5 Series, which he doesn't drive often. In Lin Chen's view, cars are all simple means of transportation, and there is no distinction between high and low. Therefore, he didn't think that driving his mother-in-law's car would lower his social standing. Lin Chen, you finally arrived. Seeing Lin Chen park his car and get out, Li Yuanhao quickly went to greet him. Lin Chen? Upon hearing this name, all the old classmates turned to look at it. Then a handsome guy came into everyone's view. 7 years have passed, and Brother Chen is still so handsome. Some of the boys sighed inwardly. In junior high school, Lin Chen was the most handsome man in the whole class. Back then, girls from the next class would often secretly pass love letters to Lin Chen. Wherever Lin Chen goes, he attracts the attention of girls. It's no exaggeration to say that he was a campus heartthrob. Even older female students would secretly keep an eye on him. Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you for so long, I almost thought you stood me up. Li Yuanhao walked over with a simple smile, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder with one hand. Upon hearing this, some of the old classmates were taken aback. Could it be that Lin Chen is the one Li Yuanhao and the others are waiting for? The old classmate who's doing the best, as he mentioned. But Lin Chen doesn't seem to be the most successful one. Lu Haobai, on the other hand, seems to be the one who's doing the best. After all, Lu Haobai even drives a Rolls-Royce. Lin Chen's car was just an Audi A6. Of course, they meant no sarcasm, nor did they look down on Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen's car is an Audi A6, it's still much better than theirs. After all, most of them don't own a car yet and came by subway. Sorry, it's rush hour and there's been some traffic. We've kept you waiting. Looking at his old classmates, Lin Chen smiled apologetically. It's all right, we just arrived recently. Now that everyone is here, let's go in and eat. Yes, let's eat. I'm getting a little hungry. Afterwards, the group entered the hotel and went to the private room that had been reserved in advance. The beautiful female manager, dressed in black stockings, immediately instructed the waiters to serve the dishes upon seeing the guests arrive. Lin Chen and Li Yuanhao sat in a corner, while the other students also found their seats. As for Lu Haobai, he was undoubtedly the focus of the entire event because he arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Brother Bai, I'm really curious, how did you manage to turn your life around? Brother Bai, if you know any ways to make money in the future, please share them with your old classmates. We all want to work with you. Brother Bai, why do I feel like there's a Douyin influencer who looks a lot like you? Suddenly, a fairly pretty girl looked at Lu Haobai and said. Lu Haobai smiled faintly, surprised that he had been recognized. Is it possible that the internet celebrity is me? Ah. Hearing Lu Haobai's words, the girl was stunned. Was that internet celebrity Lu Haobai? The other students were stunned. Lu Haobai has become a Douyin influencer now? Hey Bai, what's your Douyin nickname? A boy immediately asked, and Lu Haobai didn't hide anything and revealed his Douyin nickname. Then, everyone immediately took out their phones to search, and the results surprised them greatly. More than 10 million fans. My God, Brother Bai, you have so many fans. Awesome. So this is Brother Bai's account. I've seen it before. Holy crap. So Brother Bai is a big internet celebrity now, no wonder he can afford a Rolls-Royce. At this moment, everyone's doubts were completely resolved. In this day and age, the earning power of internet celebrities is undeniable. Even many former A-list celebrities have stopped acting and singing, and have all turned to Douyin TikTok to sell products. The reason is simply that it's too profitable. However, while being an internet celebrity can be lucrative and the barrier to entry is low, it's not easy to become successful. Becoming an internet celebrity requires a great deal of luck. Lu Haobai seized the opportunity and, with a bit of luck, suddenly became a sensation on Douyin. Now, Lu Haobai has become a live-streaming e-commerce host, earning millions of yuan a month. Is over 10 million followers a lot? Actually, it's not that bad. Lu Haobai said modestly, and then added, if anyone wants to make Douyin videos, you can learn from me, and I'll guide you for free. Upon hearing this, some of the old classmates immediately became excited. The gaze directed at Lu Haobai was filled with admiration and respect. Lin Chen remained silently seated in the corner, without uttering a word. He knew that he wasn't the main character today. Besides, it had been so long since I'd seen these junior high classmates that we didn't seem to have much to talk about all at once. Therefore, Lin Chen just wanted to finish his meal quickly and leave. Before long, the waiters brought out plate after plate of dishes. Everyone drank and ate together, chatting about their recent lives, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, someone brought up a topic. By the way, did you guys know that there's a diamond yacht docked on the Bund in Shanghai? Have you all gone to see it? One of the boys spoke up, his expression revealing his excitement. A diamond yacht? The Bund? I saw it this morning, this yacht is amazing. The entire exterior is made of diamonds and crystals, just like the dream castle in Frozen. I wonder how much it would cost to build a diamond yacht like this. If you don't understand, just ask, won't a yacht made of diamonds and crystal break at the slightest touch? Of course not, they don't use ordinary diamonds and crystals, and there are different types of glass, such as tempered glass and bulletproof glass. I saw it on Douyin, it's really luxurious, I wonder which big shot owns it. Brother Bai, the diamond yacht isn't yours, is it? Someone joked. Me? How could that be? I wish it were mine. Lu Haobai smiled awkwardly. He was indeed very rich, with tens of millions in savings. But he knew perfectly well that there were plenty of rich people in Shanghai, and compared to the truly wealthy, he was just a nobody. He also saw the photo of that diamond yacht in the chat group. It can only be said that his imagination was limited by his own abilities. Aha, you guys didn't know? Just then, Li Yuanhao spoke up with a smile, this yacht belongs to the man next to me. What? Instantly, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. Lin Chen, who was eating, almost choked. He never expected that Li Yuanhao would suddenly betray him. It's not mine, don't look at me like that. A chubby boy sitting to Li Yuanhao's left spoke up with an embarrassed look on his face. He's just a couch potato with a salary of 3,500 yuan, and he says he can't take the blame for this. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Li Yuanhao's right, to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, is it true? That diamond yacht is yours? Just to clarify, I've been preparing for exams lately, so updates have been less frequent. But don't worry, dear readers, this book won't be abandoned. As long as there's even one reader following along, I will definitely write a satisfying ending. Chapter 97 Disappointed Old Classmates. Lin Chen, is it true? That diamond yacht is yours? Old classmate Lu Kaifeng asked in shock. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. When Lin Chen readily admitted it, everyone present immediately gasped in shock. They never dreamed that the owner of this luxurious yacht was actually their old classmate. Even right now, sitting face to face next to you. It seems Li Yuanhao was right, Lin Chen is indeed the most successful among our old classmates. Some students thought to themselves, after all, there's a saying that goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. When people become wealthy enough, their luxuries include private jets and luxury yachts. Lu Haobai's Rolls-Royce is indeed impressive. But the appearance of the diamond yacht created the impression that Rolls-Royce was nothing special. At this moment, the person who felt the worst was undoubtedly Lu Haobai. He was a little jealous because he couldn't believe that an old classmate was doing better than him. More importantly, he didn't quite believe that the yacht really belonged to Lin Chen. He also saw the car Lin Chen was driving, it was just an Audi A6. Although the Audi A6 is not a particularly expensive car. But it will cost around 400,000 yuan to land. Even a car worth 400,000 is completely out of line with Lin Chen's net worth. After all, you own a diamond yacht. According to Lu Haobai's estimation, that diamond yacht must be worth at least several billion. You own a yacht worth billions and drive a car worth hundreds of thousands. Lu Haobai would never believe it, not even if you were beaten to death. He didn't believe that rich people would be so frugal. This overturned Lu Haobai's understanding of wealthy people. In Lu Haobai's view, truly wealthy people would never live frugally. Those successful entrepreneurs who are touted online wear cheap shoes or live a simple life. That was just a persona they created. The lives of truly wealthy people are so extravagant that you can't even imagine them. They wouldn't even glance at a car worth less than $1 million. Of course, the above only represents Lu Haobai's viewpoint, that of a successful person. Lin Chen is awesome. You're too modest. If Li Yuanhao hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known that the diamond yacht was yours. Oh dear, you guys are so out of touch. Lin Chen is the CEO of Tianhong Group, what's so surprising about him buying a yacht? That's true. I almost forgot that Lin Chen is the CEO of Tianhong Group. Everyone spoke up, mentioning that Lin Chen was the president of Tianhong Group. This is no secret among classmates and friends. They just didn't expect Lin Chen to make money so quickly. After all, Tianhong Group had only been established for a little over 2 months. Let's eat, everyone, or the food will get cold. Lin Chen spoke up helplessly, not really wanting to say anything more on this topic. And everyone wisely refrained from asking further questions. Yes, let's eat. Lin Chen, come on, let me toast you. If I can't make it in Alibaba anymore, I'll come to you for help. Brother Bai, I'd like to toast you too. Wishing everyone great wealth and prosperity. Half an hour later. Everyone was almost full from the meal. The time came to 7 p.m. Seeing that it was still so early, someone suggested going to a karaoke bar or a bar to relax. What's the point of singing and going to bars? Why don't you, Lin Chen, take us to experience your yacht? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Lin Chen, why don't you take us for a ride on your yacht? I want to go too. Lin Chen, take us to see the world. We've never been on a yacht before. Lin Chen, say something. Can you take us there? All eyes were on Lin Chen, waiting to see how he would respond. Of course you can. Lin Chen wasn't that petty, however, not today, because I forgot to bring the yacht keys. Let's do it next time. The words were spoken. Everyone was immediately disappointed. It's such a pity that Lin Chen didn't bring the yacht key. What a pity. Let's do it next time then. Let's find a time when everyone is free and go experience Lin Chen's yacht together. Yes, since everyone is in Shanghai, there are plenty of opportunities. Should we still go to the bar? Of course, it would be so boring to go back so early. Next, everyone planned to go to a bar. Lin Chen, on the other hand, used the excuse of needing to go back and take care of his child to leave first. After Lin Chen left, among the group of old classmates, there was a very beautiful girl named Pang Xinran. She was still lamenting, oh, if only Lin Chen had brought the yacht key. I dream of experiencing the joy of yachting. Zhang Wei, yeah, but there's nothing we can do about it. We can't blame Lin Chen for this. Lu Kaifeng also said, indeed. After all, it's not a house key, so it's definitely not something you carry around with you. These old classmates all understood Lin Chen, but suddenly, Lu Haobai's voice rang out. You guys don't really think that yacht belongs to Lin Chen, do you? Everyone was taken aback, and Pang Xinran immediately asked, Brother Bai, what do you mean? I didn't mean anything by it, I just simply feel that the yacht doesn't belong to Lin Chen. Ah, why do you say that? Pang Xinran was dumbfounded, and the other classmates were just as shocked. The diamond yacht didn't belong to Lin Chen. How is that possible? Didn't he already admit that the diamond yacht was his? You may not know much about this diamond yacht. Do you know how much it costs to build a yacht like this? I'm telling you, it's at least several billion. And that's several billion from over a decade ago. The students were even more shocked after Lu Haobai finished speaking. My God, it costs billions. That's way too much money. Brother Bai, wait a minute. You're wrong. Lin Chen is the president of Tianhong Group. Logically speaking, he should be able to come up with billions. Yes, Tianhong Group is worth tens of billions, so this amount of money should be nothing to Lin Chen. Although the Tianhong sports car only sells for 1 million, its extremely high cost-performance ratio has led to its explosive sales. It should still allow Lin Chen to make a lot of money. Several billion is indeed a lot for us, but it is nothing for Lin Chen. The students all spoke up, and none of them thought there was anything wrong with Lin Chen's financial ability to buy this yacht. No problem, do you think money grows on trees? Lu Haobai was speechless. These old classmates really had no concept of billions. How many listed companies only make a few hundred million in profit a year? Lin Chen's Tianhong Group is said to have a market value of 10 billion, but anyone who knows a little about finance knows that it's just market value. Lin Chen couldn't possibly have that much money on his own. Besides, how long has Tianhong Group been established? Don't you know that? Upon hearing this, Lu Kaifeng weakly replied, it seems to be more than 2 months. Yes, as you know, it's only been established for a little over 2 months, and Tianhong sports cars sold like hotcakes just 2 months ago. Lu Haobai said speechlessly, to put it simply, Lin Chen has only made money in the last 2 months or so. Even if we take a step back and assume that Lin Chen really made that much money in just over 2 months, how is it possible for him to come up with billions at once? What does that mean? It's only possible if Lin Chen sells the company and cashes out. After Lu Haobai's explanation, all the students frowned, feeling that what Lu Haobai said seemed to make some sense. Could it be that the diamond yacht really doesn't belong to Lin Chen? He lied? Pang Xinran was extremely surprised, and the other classmates were also completely bewildered. That's the only possibility. As for not having the keys or anything like that, I think that's just an excuse. Lu Haobai said calmly. Pang Xinran pursed her lips, puzzled, and said, but I don't understand, Lin Chen is already so successful, why does he still need to brag? That's not hard to understand. Lu Haobai chuckled and said, he just wants to show off in front of us old classmates, to make us all think he's the most successful one. Of course, in fact, he is also the one who is doing the best. But claiming the diamond yacht is your own is so prestigious. After all, that yacht costs billions, and this elevates your status by several levels. Hey, brother Bai, stop talking, let me process this. Pang Xinran frowned. After hearing Lu Haobai's words, Lin Chen's perfect image in her mind crumbled. Lin Chen had always given her a very good impression. At such a young age, he has already achieved such success in his career. And he's handsome. The key point is that he is also very low-key, and his words and actions give people a mature and steady feeling. It's so rare to be so mature and composed at just over 20 years old. But now Pang Xinran realizes that she may have misjudged the situation. She knew that many boys like to show off, and she hated show-offs the most, but she didn't expect that Lin Chen was one of them. Looking at it this way, Lin Chen is not mature at all. Thinking of this, Pang Xinran shook her head, somewhat disappointed in Lin Chen. The other old classmates, though they didn't say anything, were more or less disappointed. At the same time, Lin Chen had already driven home. As soon as she got out of the car, Li Ziren came over and said, "Husband. What's wrong, Bao? Why do you look so aggrieved?" Lin Chen smiled. Li Ziren waved the key in her hand and asked, "Is this really the key to the yacht?" "Yes," Lin Chen said. "But why can't I start the yacht? I just took my friends to a yacht on the Bund and found that the key doesn't work." Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen, feeling extremely confused, and hoped that Lin Chen could explain it to her. Chapter 98 Carelessness. Do you have a key? Still can't start the yacht? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. Honey, I forgot to tell you, because I set up facial recognition, having just the key won't be enough to start the yacht. Facial recognition is required before the key can start the yacht. Oh, facial recognition, is that right? Li Ziren was surprised that the yacht could be equipped with facial recognition. It seemed she was quite ignorant. Yes, would you like to go on a yacht now? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Ziren shook her head, never mind, maybe next time. I still need to breastfeed the babies later. Although Li Ziren really wanted to experience the yacht right now, she couldn't. The baby would wake up and want to drink milk, and if she wasn't home, the baby would cry loudly. Afterwards, Lin Chen and Li Ziren went to the second floor of the villa together. Shortly after the two went upstairs, a deliveryman from Whale Express arrived outside the villa on a tricycle. The deliveryman got off his tricycle, carrying a package, and went to the villa's gate, where he rang the doorbell. They're here. Upon hearing the doorbell, Wu Yanfang, who was sweeping the lobby on the first floor, immediately went out. When she found out it was a deliveryman, Wu Yanfang thought, could it be the pajamas that Ziren bought for her a couple of days ago? Hello, this is your package. Please sign for it. The deliveryman said politely. Okay. Wu Yanfang walked over with a smile, took the package, and then signed her name on the recipient's phone. All right. Thank you. The deliveryman didn't linger and turned to leave. Wu Yanfang then carried the package into the lobby. Try it on first to see if it fits. Wu Yanfang thought happily that if the pajamas didn't fit, she would definitely return them. She tore open the package and found another layer of black packaging inside, which seemed very private. If you don't understand, just ask, are pajamas really this discreet these days? Without thinking twice, Wu Yanfang opened the package again, and when she saw what was inside, she was completely dumbfounded. This package wasn't the pajamas Li Ziren bought for her, but a sexy OL uniform. It's a sexy style, the pantyhose are so thin that they can be easily torn. Oh my god. Instantly, Wu Yanfang's face turned bright red, and she was completely flustered. Her first thought was, did the delivery guy deliver the wrong package? Wu Yanfang quickly picked up the outermost layer of packaging that she had torn off and looked at the recipient's name on the package, Lin Chen. Wu Yanfang was immediately dumbfounded. Lin Chen? This package actually belongs to Lin Chen? In an instant, Wu Yanfang blushed. Who was Lin Chen going to wear this uniform for? The answer was obvious. She had a strange feeling in her heart at that moment. She felt truly old and unable to keep up with the younger generation. Lin Chen and Li Ziren were naturally unaware of what had happened on the first floor. At this moment, on the sofa on the second floor, Li Ziren was breastfeeding Debao Lin Xingyue. "Honey, your birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I have an idea," Li Ziren suddenly said with a smile. Lin Chen asked, "What are your thoughts? How about we celebrate your birthday on a yacht? We can throw you a birthday party there. What do you think? Going on a yacht to celebrate your birthday?" Lin Chen thought the suggestion was quite novel, but not impossible. "Sure, but a simple one will do, there's no need to make it so elaborate." Li Ziren nodded, but she had other plans in mind. Not long after Li Ziren finished feeding Debao quickly fell asleep. At this moment, Lin Chen checked his phone and a notification popped up that his package had been delivered and signed for. "My mother-in-law must have signed for it. The package is probably downstairs now." Although his mother-in-law signed for the package, Lin Chen wasn't worried. They had been together for so long, and Lin Chen often shopped online, especially when he wasn't home. His mother-in-law would always accept the packages on his behalf, and she would never open them. "Honey, our shopping has arrived." Lin Chen smiled, looking rather impatient. "Ha?" Li Ziren didn't immediately recall. "What is it?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's an OL uniform. I bought it a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, Li Ziren glared at Lin Chen, her pretty face slightly flushed. "You arrived so quickly?" "Yes." "Has it been signed for?" Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Yes." "Honey, go downstairs and get it. Mom probably put it on the chair." Lin Chen lay lazily on the sofa, legs crossed, like a grandpa. It's as if everyone knows who holds the highest position in the family. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. "Good grief, he actually wants me to go get it? So you just want to enjoy the relationship?" She gave Lin Chen a reproachful look, said nothing, and obediently went downstairs to get her package. "Mom!" When Li Ziren got downstairs, she called out, but found that her mother didn't seem to be there. Then, she glanced around and saw a package on a chair not far away, so she quickly went over to it. But when Li Ziren picked up the package and took a look, she was completely dumbfounded. The package had been torn open. It had obviously been opened before. Did Mom open it and take a look? There are only 4 people in the house. Dad didn't come back, and Lin Chen and I have been upstairs. So it can only be Mom. Thinking of this, Li Ziren's face instantly burned, and she felt extremely ashamed. "Oh no, Mom saw it. I was so careless." In her mother's eyes, she has always been a good girl, from childhood to adulthood, but now her mother knows that she and Lin Chen have been having such a wild time. What will she think of herself? Chapter 99. Happy birthday to your husband. Li Ziren was extremely annoyed, but what was done, and annoyance was of no use. So Li Ziren carried the package back to the second floor of the villa. "Honey, something terrible has happened." Li Ziren came up to Lin Chen and said, "Mom opened the package. She probably saw what we bought." "No way?" Lin Chen was quite surprised. He hadn't expected his mother-in-law to open his package. "How could my mother-in-law see this? It would be so embarrassing." "Honey, it's okay, so what if you saw it?" Lin Chen said matter-of-factly, "What's wrong with adding a little spice to a marriage?" Afterwards, Lin Chen began to comfort Li Ziren. He could understand Li Ziren's shame. After all, she had always been a well-behaved girl in her mother-in-law's eyes. "Now that things have changed so drastically, I wonder what my mother-in-law will think." Of course, in Lin Chen's opinion, what his mother-in-law thinks is unimportant. After Lin Chen comforted her, Li Ziren felt relieved. Just like Lin Chen thought, if she saw it, she saw it. Soon, night fell. After Li Ziren put on her OL uniform and the two finished their intimate moments, they quickly fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Lin Chen stayed home to take care of the child, while Li Ziren went to the Bund in Shanghai under the pretext of going out to play with Zhou Huimin. Her reason for coming here was simple: she wanted to decorate the yacht, since it was her husband's birthday, and more importantly, it was Lin Chen's first birthday since they got married. Therefore, Li Ziren took it very seriously and even invited Zhou Huimin to come and help with the arrangements. A few hours later, in a room in Shanghai, Wang Fei is a short video blogger who often shares little-known secrets and news on Douyin, which has earned him several million followers on the platform. At this time, Wang Fei set his sights on Shenzhou yachts, wanting to ride the wave of Shenzhou yachts' popularity. Does everyone know who owns this multi-billion-dollar luxury yacht on the Bund in Shanghai? Wang Fei's very first words captivated the audience. As many of you in Shanghai may know, a very luxurious yacht has been moored on the Bund recently. According to experts, this yacht cost at least 3 billion yuan, making it arguably the world's most expensive yacht. Are you curious about who owns such a luxurious yacht? Who on earth is this person who can own such a luxurious yacht? After some investigation, I finally found some clues. I discovered that 10 years ago, the head of the Lin family in Beijing sailed this yacht to the South China Sea. Therefore, without a doubt, this yacht must belong to the Lin family. The one currently in use may not be the head of the Lin family, but it must be a direct descendant of the Lin family. There's another rumor. This morning someone saw two beautiful women decorating a yacht, presumably because the yacht's owner is celebrating his birthday tonight. As soon as Wang Fei posted this video, it immediately attracted the attention of netizens. Soon, it received over 100,000 likes. Many people in Shanghai have seen this video. At the same time, Lu Haobai also came across Wang Fei's video, which he immediately saved and posted in a WeChat group chat. Look everyone! It's confirmed, the yacht doesn't belong to Lin Chen. That guy really did lie. Soon, several members of the group finished watching the video and began to comment. Lu Kaifeng, holy crap! The Lin family from Beijing. Pang Xinran, so, this yacht belongs to the Lin family in Beijing. Lu Haobai, of course. Zhang Wei, Lin Chen really lied. I remember him saying that he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, so he couldn't possibly be a member of the Lin family in Beijing. Upon seeing this, everyone in the group concluded that Lin Chen was lying. Because this video is practically solid evidence. Lu Haobai, it's the yacht owner's birthday tonight, why don't we go to the Bund and join in the fun? Pang Xinran, sure, let's go together. I'm also very curious about what the yacht's owner looks like. Li Kaifeng, sure, anyway, I don't know what to do at home during the holidays. Zhang Wei, I also have time. The people in the group immediately agreed to meet the owner of the yacht that night. At this time, Li Ziran and Zhou Huiman had already decorated the yacht. Knowing that Lin Chen didn't like anything fancy, the two of them only did a simple decoration. Ziran, this yacht is quite extravagant, isn't it? How much did it cost? Vivian Chow asked, looking around. I don't know either. How could you not know? Because I forgot to ask my husband, Li Ziran said, embarrassed. She had originally planned to ask Lin Chen that day, but she forgot. Okay, Vivian Chow said, indicating that she was fine. Afterwards, the two left together. Vivian Chow went home, planning to come back later that evening, while Li Ziran went to the cake shop. Ziran, is today your husband's birthday? Wang Jiawei wore her hair in a bun today, with a pink V-neck sweater and slim-fit jeans that accentuated her rounded hips, making her look elegant and charming. Although she is already 38 years old, time seems to have left no trace on her face. Standing next to Li Ziran, she looks like her older sister. Yes, Aunt Wang. Li Ziran smiled slightly, it's my birthday tonight, so I came to the cake shop to have a cake made. Sure, do you need me to help you? Wang Jiawei asked. Li Ziran smiled and shook her head, no need, I can come by myself. Don't delay your business. This cake is for Lin Chen's birthday. Li Ziran wanted to make it herself. If someone else helped her make it, she felt it wouldn't be enough to express her feelings. Okay, then you do it. Wang Jiawei understood Li Ziran's thoughts and naturally had no objections. Moreover, these days, Li Ziran would come to the cake shop whenever she had free time to learn how to make cakes from her, and she had seen Li Ziran's progress over this period. From a complete novice who knew nothing, to now being able to make cakes independently. Without exaggeration, Li Ziran was the most talented student she had ever seen, because in reality, Li Ziran's study time was not long. She would leave after studying for about half an hour each time. Many of her previous students, who followed her around every day, also spent a long time learning the skills. Even if you learn how to make it, the same cake you make still falls short of Li Ziran's. Perhaps this is the power of skill and ingenuity, or perhaps the power of love. Wang Jiawei thought to herself, watching Li Ziran's busy figure, she was a little lost in thought. It took Li Ziran half an hour to make a Black Forest cake. This cake isn't expensive to buy outside, but it was made by Li Ziran herself, making it one of a kind in the world. Afterwards, Li Ziran used cream to drip the number 23 onto the cake, because it was Lin Chen's 23rd birthday. After doing all this, Li Ziran looked at the Black Forest cake in front of her, a slight smile on her lips, revealing a satisfied expression. Ziran, your cake is so delicious. Wow, this is amazing. Wah, Xiren, your husband is so lucky to have such a smart and capable wife like you. Inside the cake shop, several employees looked at the exquisitely presented Black Forest cake with admiring eyes, showering it with praise. Although they had never met Lin Chen, they envied him greatly because if they were men, they would definitely want to marry a wife like Li Xiren. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also incredibly skillful. This cake is full of details, showing that Li Xiren put a lot of heart into it. Thank you, I'm so embarrassed by your compliments, Li Xiren said with a smile. Xiren, happy birthday to your husband. Wang Jiawei smiled. Thank you, Aunt Wang, for teaching me how to make cakes all this time. You're welcome. Remember to keep in touch. Good. Afterwards, Li Xiren carried the cake out of the store, still feeling a little reluctant to leave. Soon, it was evening. At that time, the Bund in Shanghai was bustling with activity, and the streets were crowded with people, mostly stylish young men and women, and of course, there were quite a few couples. The streets are lined with sports cars, and luxury stores are dazzling. There are elderly ladies walking their dogs, and many shopping mall elites are sitting quietly in coffee shops. Shanghai is the most bourgeois city in all of China. Not far from the Shenzhou yacht, a large group of people were waiting. Most of them had seen Wang Fei's video and knew that the yacht's owner was going to celebrate his birthday on the yacht tonight. Therefore, they all wanted to see what the owner of the yacht looked like and who he was. Chapter 100. Which window did God close? Among the people lying in wait were Lu Haobai, Pang Xinran, Lu Kaifeng, and others. Like the people around them, they were just bored and came to see the owner of the yacht. Lin Chen had just parked his car on the bund when his father-in-law and mother-in-law walked ahead, pushing a stroller. As for Li Xiren and Zhou Weiman, they also walked on either side of the stroller. Xia Yuli was also there. Lin Chen had called her over as well. Those must be the yacht owner's family. They look like such a harmonious and happy family. All three women are so beautiful. Which one is the yacht owner's wife? The yacht owner is so lucky, I'm so envious. Amidst the whispers of passers-by, Li Xiren and her companions arrived at the Bund Pier. The Shenzhou yacht is quietly moored here. Under the moonlight, the Shenzhou yacht resembled a magnificent, golden palace, dazzling and beautiful. Huiman, Yuli, help me carry the baby upstairs first. When everyone arrived at the yacht, Li Xiren immediately said that there were steps to climb to get on the yacht, and strollers couldn't go up, so they would have to carry the babies up one by one. Okay. Upon hearing this, both Vivian Chao and Li Xiren bent down and looked down at the babies in the stroller. Iya. Puff. The babies all seemed very energetic and active, and appeared to be in good spirits. Their bright, dark eyes stared at the starry night sky, as if they found it magical. Erbao, come here, let your big sister give you a hug. Xia Yuli picked up her second child, Lin Kersen, her face full of tender affection and smiles. Erbao didn't resist or struggle at all, and obediently let Xia Yuli hold him. Then, Li Tianhong, Wu Yanfang, and Zhou Weiman, each holding a baby, carried them onto the yacht. As for Li Xiren, she was preparing to lift the stroller up. Just then, a burly man with an imposing presence approached Li Xiren. His name is Wei Yin. He is one of the captains of the Lin family's guard team. The last time Li Xiren brought her friends to visit the yacht, he happened to walk away for a while and didn't have a chance to greet her. Therefore, he felt guilty for several days. But this time we finally seized the opportunity. Wei Yin smiled slightly and greeted her respectfully. Greetings, young madam. Upon hearing this, Li Xiren was slightly taken aback. Young mistress? Did they call the wrong person? Li Xiren subconsciously thought that the other party had called her by the wrong name. After all, Lin Chen was not a young master, so how could she be a young mistress? As for the other party's identity, Li Xiren also assumed that he was a security guard from Tianhong Group. After all, Lin Chen must have called security guards to watch over the yacht after he bought it. Hello? Li Xiren smiled slightly in return. Wei Yin then respectfully said, Young madam, if you need anything, please let me know. I will be watching down here. Okay. Li Xiren nodded. Subsequently, Wei Yin, being very sensible, took the initiative to help Li Xiren lift the stroller onto the yacht. After disembarking from the yacht, Wei Yin and several guards quietly stood watch at the entrance to the yacht's passageway. That's very strict, there are even bodyguards guarding them. Lu Haobai, Pang Xinran, and others watched Wei Yin from a distance and couldn't help but sigh. Lu Kaifeng said, It's normal to have security guards. Such an expensive yacht can't be left unattended. Zhang Wei also said, That's right, this is a yacht that cost billions to build. What if someone damages it? Speaking of which, why hasn't the yacht owner shown up yet? Pang Shinran asked doubtfully, could the yacht belong to one of those three beauties? The owner of the yacht is a woman? Upon hearing this, Lu Haobai said, it shouldn't be a woman, right? Didn't you see there are children? The father of the children should be the owner of the yacht. Just as the four were chatting, a figure slowly walked towards the yacht. Look everyone, isn't that Lin Chen? Suddenly, Lu Kaifeng exclaimed in surprise. Everyone's spirits lifted immediately as they looked at Lin Chen, surprised to see him here. Lu Haobai muttered, what's this guy doing here? Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Pang Shinran called out. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Chen stopped and turned around. When Lin Chen discovered that it was Lu Haobai and his old junior high school classmates, he felt it was quite a coincidence. Lin Chen, are you here to meet the owner of the yacht, just like us? Pang Shinran asked as she stepped forward. Besides this reason, she couldn't think of any other reason why Lin Chen was here. Lin Chen was taken aback. Did he know the owner of the yacht? Do I know myself? Of course not. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't even understand why Pang Shinran would ask him that question. His identity as the owner of the Shenzhou yacht was revealed by Li Yuanhao at the last gathering. Logically speaking, Pang Shinran and the others should have known that the yacht belonged to them, right? Why would someone ask such a strange question? Not here to meet the yacht owner? Pang Shinran was slightly taken aback. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? I'm here to celebrate my birthday. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm going up now. I'll bring you guys to play on the yacht again next time. After saying that, Lin Chen walked directly towards the yacht. Lu Haobai, Lu Kaifeng, and the others exchanged glances, all of them shocked by Lin Chen's words. Did I hear that right? Lin Chen said he's going to celebrate his birthday on a yacht? Lu Haobai sneered, this guy didn't think the yacht was his, did he? Do you think this yacht really belongs to Lin Chen? He doesn't seem to be joking. Zhang Wei couldn't help but speak up. He wasn't brainless, nor did he think Lin Chen was stupid. Pang Shinran's expression changed as she watched Lin Chen walk towards the yacht. She and Zhang Wei had the exact same thought. Is Lin Chen the owner of this yacht? How could that be? Do you believe the security guards will kick him out right now? Lu Haobai still refused to believe it, but in the next second, his expression froze. Wei Yan and his guards bowed to Lin Chen in unison and exclaimed, Young master. Lin Chen nodded, stepped onto the stairs, and boarded the yacht. At that moment, Lu Haobai froze on the spot. Pang Shinran, Lu Kaifeng, Zhang Wei and others were mentally prepared, but they were still dumbfounded. Lin Chen, he really is the owner of the yacht. I didn't lie to them. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lu Haobai couldn't accept this fact. Wasn't the yacht supposed to belong to the Lin family of Beijing? Why was Lin Chen able to go up? And the guards even called Lin Chen young master? Could it be that Lin Chen is? Thinking of this, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on Lu Haobai's forehead. As Lin Chen boarded the yacht, his physique and appearance were exposed to some extent. Those passers-by, or simply casual observers, who were waiting here, were filled with awe and wonder. How come some people are both handsome and rich? Isn't it said that being tall, rich, and handsome is lucky, and having just one of these qualities is considered lucky? How come some people can have them all? Which window did God close for him? As expected, this world is unfair. Amidst many envious glances, Lin Chen's figure quickly disappeared. He then entered the yacht. As soon as I entered, all the lights in the entire cabin suddenly turned on. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw Li Ziren pushing a large cake out of the kitchen. Next to the cake was an exquisite rotating music box containing several small figurines, a man, a woman, and 4 children. A faint smile appeared on Li Ziren's lips as she quietly pressed a button on the music box. Suddenly, a beautiful and melodious song rang out. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. As the music box played, Li Tianhong and his wife, along with Zhou Huimin and Xia Yuli, sang happy birthday and clapped. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Everyone's face was full of smiles, making the atmosphere incredibly warm and cozy. At this moment, Li Ziren had already pushed the Black Forest cake to Lin Chen. She smiled brightly and said sweetly, Happy birthday, honey. Chapter 101 Xia Yuli's birthday gift. Happy birthday, honey. Hearing his wife's birthday wishes, Lin Chen's eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Before this, Lin Chen had never celebrated his birthday. For him, his birthday is just another ordinary day. There were no gifts on this day. There were no surprises. Lin Chen would often forget his birthday because it was no different from any other day. Happy birthday, Xiao Chen. Happy birthday, Xiao Chen. The father-in-law and mother-in-law both spoke up, offering their heartfelt blessings. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuli also spoke up, Happy birthday, President Lin. As she spoke, Xia Yuli stepped forward and handed Lin Chen an exquisite box. This is the birthday gift she prepared for Lin Chen. Thank you, Yuli. Lin Chen smiled slightly and reached out to accept the gift. Happy birthday, Lin Chen. I wish you happiness every day. Vivian Chao also handed a large box to Lin Chen, which was a birthday gift she had prepared for him. Thank you, Huiman. Lin Chen smiled and accepted the gift from Vivian Chao. He wouldn't be polite to this young heiress at all. Following them, Mr. and Mrs. Li Tianhong presented their gifts, and finally, Li Ziren. Li Ziren picked up an exquisite box and handed it to Lin Chen. Husband, I wish you peace and joy. I will always be with you. Thank you, honey. Lin Chen accepted the gift, put his arm around Li Ziren's waist, and kissed her on the cheek in front of everyone. Li Ziren didn't feel shy at all, on the contrary, she felt very sweet inside and smiled happily. Seeing this, Li Tianhong and his wife smiled happily. As for Vivian Chao and Xia Yuli, it felt like they were being force-fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Yeah. At this moment, the babies in the strollers nearby cheered and jumped for joy, looking very happy. What, are you all going to give Dad a gift too? Wu Yanfang made a joke, looking at the babies with a doting expression. Unfortunately, the babies can't speak yet, they can only make some indistinct sounds. Lin Chen, put this on. While Lin Chen wasn't paying attention, Vivian Chao put a birthday hat on Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen pouted, this hat is so ugly. But since it's my birthday, I'll reluctantly wear it. Mr. Lin, make a birthday wish. Xia Yuli looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness. Good. Lin Chen smiled and secretly made a wish in his heart. His wish is simple, for his family and friends to be healthy. I hope my child grows up healthy, I can retire early, and live a carefree and leisurely life with Li Ziren. After making his wish, Lin Chen blew out the candles in one breath. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone clapped and laughed. Time to start cutting the cake. At this moment, Li Ziren began to cut the birthday cake. She cut the biggest piece of cake and gave it to Lin Chen. Honey, here you go. Lin Chen reached out and took it. He noticed that the cake had a very special color and he had never eaten it before. It looks delicious. So Lin Chen took a small bite and tasted it. The cake is delicious. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Lin Chen had eaten many cakes, but this was the first time he had ever tasted such a delicious cake. Isn't it delicious? Let me tell you, this cake wasn't bought from outside, but made by Ziren herself. Vivian Chao said. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. This cake was actually made by his wife herself? When did my wife learn to bake cakes? Could it be that he learned it specifically for himself? Thinking of this, a warm feeling welled up in Lin Chen's heart. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Huiman, Yuli. Li Ziren then divided the 2 slices of cake among them. Next up were Li Tianhong and his wife. As for the babies, they were too young to eat cake, so they could only watch longingly. De Bao, Omega. Bao. 3 treasures. 4 treasures. The 4 babies' expressions seemed to say, what are you eating? It looks so delicious. I want some too. Puff. Hearing the noise from inside the stroller, Wu Yanfang chuckled and said, the babies don't want cake too, do they? How about, we give them some to eat? Feeling sorry for her granddaughter and grandson, Li Tianhong said weakly. Lin Chen said with a wry smile, of course not, the babies are not even 6 months old yet, how can they eat cake? You can't eat cake until you're at least a year old and have grown teeth. Did you hear that, old man? You can only do it after you're 1 year old. Wu Yanfang glared at Li Tianhong. Although she really wanted to give the cake babies some, they were too young to eat. At this moment, Ling Yue, the 4th child, seemed to understand the conversation. Feeling wronged, she burst into tears. Wow! Wow! The sudden crying startled everyone. Why is Sibao crying? Come here, let your godmother give you a hug. Vivian Chow knelt down in front of the stroller and gently picked up the 4 babies with both hands. Sibao, look at this painting, isn't it beautiful? Vivian Chow pointed to Van Gogh's sunflowers hanging on the wall and gently coaxed Sibao. However, Sibao said he didn't understand and continued to cry. At this moment, everyone was a little helpless. The cake wasn't even finished, and Sibao had already started making a fuss. Hey little one, come here and let grandma hold you. Wu Yanfang was confident that she could appease Sibao because Sibao usually liked her very much. But even after Sibao was in her arms, she still cried loudly, and no matter what she tried, she couldn't soothe her. Wu Yanfang looked helpless. What's wrong with Sibao? They're probably hungry. Let me feed the baby. As she spoke, Li Ziren went to wash her hands, which were now covered in cream from cutting the cake. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. His wife had already breastfed their 4th child when they arrived, and now the baby was hungry again? Mom, can I hold Sibao for a moment? Lin Chen said. Good. Wu Yanfang handed this hot potato to Lin Chen without hesitation. Lin Chen, holding Sibao, suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, Don't cry, Sibao, Daddy will take you to go yachting. With that, Lin Chen carried Sibao towards the cockpit. The yacht is still stationary and has not started. After Li Ziren finished washing her hands and came out, she saw Lin Chen carrying Sibao towards the cockpit, so she quickly followed. She wanted to see how Lin Chen started the yacht and learn from him. Drop. Lin Chen pressed a button, and instantly, a red light shone into his eyes. Ding, iris verification successful. Ding, facial recognition successful. After verifying his identity, Lin Chen inserted the key into the keyhole. Starting a yacht is actually very simple, just like driving a car. The main thing is identity verification. If identity verification fails, having a key is useless. Honey, I'll record your ID information later too, so you can use the key to open the door next time, Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziren happily replied, okay. Then, Lin Chen turned the key, and the yacht trembled slightly, which was a normal response from the engine. There was a joystick and a steering wheel on the side. Lin Chen pushed the joystick forward. The yacht then began to move slowly forward. Because the yacht was close to the dock, Lin Chen had to maneuver it again to the middle of the river, which was the normal route for a yacht. Sibao, come here, let Daddy teach you how to drive a yacht. Lin Chen picked up Sibao and let her little hands hold the yacht's steering wheel. Sibao immediately stopped crying and looked at the steering wheel with his big, dark eyes, feeling very curious. But after playing for a while, Sibao lost interest in driving the yacht. That's how kids are no matter what it is, they don't want to play with it anymore after a short time. Her eyes were fixed on Li Ziren beside her, her little mouth opening and closing. Seeing this, Li Ziren said helplessly, she probably wants to drink milk. I'll feed her. Okay, here you go. Lin Chen handed the 4 treasures to Li Ziren, who immediately lifted her shirt, revealing her snow-white, full breasts. While breastfeeding her 4th child, Li Ziren went outside. Lin Chen set the speed and activated the yacht's autopilot function. Then, Lin Chen left the cockpit. Ziren, Lin Chen, uncle and aunt, come outside. It's so cool here. At this moment, Xia Yuli and Zhou Huimin stood at the bow of the yacht, the cool breeze blowing their skirts, and their sweet smiles were captivating. Let's go out and see the scenery, Wu Yanfang said with a smile. The group arrived at the bow of the yacht. A cool breeze, twinkling stars, and dazzling city lights. Being on a yacht brings an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Meanwhile, passers-by on the other side of the river were in an uproar. Look, look! The yacht has started moving. I'm so envious. It's so good to be rich. That's what they call living. We're just surviving at best. I'm curious, do these rich people have any worries? The onlookers were filled with envy. More than an hour later. Lin Chen's birthday party is over. Vivian Xiao and Xia Yuli each returned home. Lin Chen drove his family back to the Bund Villa. After putting the babies to sleep, Li Ziren looked at the 2 boxes on the sofa, a sense of curiosity welling up inside her. These 2 boxes were birthday gifts from Vivian Xiao and Xia Yuli to Lin Chen. Honey, may I open these 2 boxes and take a look? Li Ziren asked with a smile. Not far away, Lin Chen smiled and said, of course. Let's open it and see. I'm curious to know what they sent me. Li Ziren nodded and said, okay. Then, Li Ziren couldn't wait to tear off the packaging of the larger box. Li Ziren remembers that the larger gift box was a gift from Vivian Chow. After tearing off the packaging, the cover clearly shows Nike's English name. Li Ziren found out that Vivian Chow had given Lin Chen a pair of Nike shoes. Opening the shoebox revealed a pair of white Nike shoes. Regular Nike shoes often cost several hundred to several thousand yuan. But the pair of shoes that Vivian Chow gifted cost tens of thousands of dollars because they were a limited edition collaboration. Honey, Huimin gave you a pair of shoes. Let me see. Then, Li Ziren took out the Nike shoes and shook them. Lin Chen's face showed a satisfied expression after seeing the color and style. Not bad, he looks quite handsome. Yes. Li Ziren agreed wholeheartedly, put the shoes back in the box, and then picked up the gift Xia Yuli had given her. Upon opening the packaging, you'll find a delicate box about the size of your palm. Upon seeing the box, Li Ziren felt a sense of familiarity. Filled with curiosity and excitement, Li Ziren opened the box. When you see what's inside. Li Ziren looked bewildered, a complex expression rising on her face. Chapter 102 God-Level Lie Detector. Xia Yuli gave Lin Chen a birthday gift, just like the one she gave him a watch. Because the gift was the same as hers, it made her Richard Mille bag seem less original, so Li Ziren was unhappy. To be precise, I was jealous, and I felt really bad. Why did she have to give her a watch as a gift? Li Ziren really didn't want to be jealous. Xia Yuli was her good friend, and she knew there was no need to be jealous of her, but she still felt very upset. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Chen noticed his wife's unusual behavior and saw that Li Ziren was looking at a watch and not saying anything. It's nothing. I'm going to take a shower now. After saying this, Li Ziren returned to her bedroom, grabbed a set of pajamas, and went into the bathroom. Lin Chen. What happened? A bad feeling welled up in Lin Chen's heart. He knew Li Ziren's personality very well. She was very sensible and would never sulk for no reason. But Li Ziren is clearly angry now. He's not stupid if he can't see that something must have happened. After Li Ziren stormed into the bathroom, she forgot to lock the door and started washing herself by turning on the shower. In the second-floor lobby, Lin Chen went to where Li Ziren had been sitting and stared at the boxes on the sofa. These boxes are all birthday gifts he received tonight. He now knows that the gift Vivian Chow gave him was a pair of Nike shoes. When Li Ziren opened the gift, she didn't seem to be acting strangely at all. This means the problem lies with Xia Yuli's gift. Lin Chen opened the box Xia Yuli had given him and found a Bulgari watch inside. It was very beautiful and looked quite expensive. But wasn't this the watch Xia Yuli showed him last time? At the time, Lin Chen thought Xia Yuli wanted to buy the watch for herself, so she came to ask for his opinion. But to my surprise, it was actually bought as a gift for him. But then another problem arises. Lin Chen didn't notice anything wrong? It's just a watch, what does it really represent? Is it wrong to give a watch as a gift between normal friends? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on another exquisite box on the sofa. This was a birthday gift from Xia Yuli. The box was about the same size as the one Xia Yuli had given him, so Lin Chen didn't think much of it and immediately opened the birthday gift Li Ziren had given him. This. The next second, Lin Chen was dumbfounded, and instantly understood why Li Ziren was sulking. The birthday gift Li Ziren gave him was also a watch. However, it is another famous watch brand, Richard Mille. This watch is incomparable to Bulgari. A few million is common, and it usually costs tens of millions. For example, Wang Sicong wears this brand. No wonder my wife was sulking, it turns out she bumped into someone with the same gift. Lin Chen unconsciously smiled, put down his watch, and walked towards the bathroom. At that moment, Li Ziren was taking a shower in the bathroom when suddenly, with a slight click, the bathroom door was pushed open. Li Ziren was startled, but soon Lin Chen's face came into view. Li Ziren's face instantly turned red, and she stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. What are you doing here? She often forgets to lock the door when she takes a shower, and this time she did too, giving Lin Chen the opportunity to trespass on her. Much later. Li Ziren's mood had improved considerably. It's often said online that such things can help relieve stress, promote sleep, and enhance the relationship between couples. It seems that there is indeed a scientific basis for this. Of course, she was calm now, but Li Ziren still felt a little jealous when she thought of the beautiful Xia Yuli. She asked Lin Chen, pouting, I'm asking you, who's prettier, me or Xia Yuli? Hearing Li Ziren ask this question, Lin Chen smiled and said, "My darling, is there even a need to ask? It's definitely you." "Actually, I don't like Xia Yuli's type," Lin Chen said, though he didn't mean it. Men don't have a fixed type of preference, to be precise. They like anyone who is beautiful and has a good figure. But women love to hear sweet words, so just coax them. However, to be fair, although Lin Chen thought Xia Yuli was also beautiful, she was still very devoted to Li Ziren. "He would never cheat on me in his life, he's a good man." "Really? Really, when have I ever lied to you?" Cut. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, but to be fair, Lin Chen didn't seem to have lied to her at all. At that moment, Li Ziren suddenly remembered something and asked, "Honey, that yacht you bought looks really expensive. How much did it cost?" When Li Ziren asked about the price of the yacht, Lin Chen decided not to hide it. It was time to be honest with his wife. In fact, when Li Ziren first learned that she had an older sister, Lin Chen wanted to tell her about his background. However, that day happened to be his wedding day with Li Ziren, and Lin Chen was not mentally prepared. "Now that we've been married for a few months, it's time to reveal my true parentage. Honey, actually, I didn't buy that yacht myself, it was a gift from my sister." Li Ziren was taken aback when Lin Chen said this. "It was a gift from my sister?" She already knew that Lin Chen had an older sister. At that time, Lin Chen met with his sister in private, which was secretly filmed by his cousin, who then threatened Lin Chen and tried to extort 200 million yuan from him. Lin Chen called the police the next day, and Li Ziren's cousin is still in jail. "Our sister is actually that rich?" Li Ziren asked in surprise. She didn't know anything about Lin Chen's sister and thought she was just an ordinary person. She didn't expect her to be so rich. "They're more than just rich." Lin Chen smiled and said, "You know the Lin family in the capital, right?" "Of course I know them, they're the British Empire's everlasting family. My sister is from the Lin family, and her father is the head of the Lin family." "What?" Li Ziren looked bewildered and was extremely surprised. Her husband's older sister is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. "So, does that mean my husband is?" "Yes, my father, whom I've never met, is also the head of the Lin family." "I am a member of the Lin family," Lin Chen said calmly. This. Li Ziren was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. She never dreamed that her husband would be involved with the Lin family. It was too surreal. The Lin family was the most powerful family in China. They could even be described as being richer than a country. "Honey, let me take you and the kids back to the Lin family home for Chinese New Year this year. We're going to Beijing for the Chinese New Year." While Li Ziren was in a daze, Lin Chen held her hand and said. Li Ziren was secretly delighted. Was she going back to the capital for the New Year? Wouldn't that mean I could meet my in-laws? Thinking of this, Li Ziren suddenly felt very happy, not only because of her parents-in-law, but also because of her husband's other family members. "I can see it myself now." For example, Li Ziren had never met her older sister, Lin Xianer, and she was particularly curious about what she looked like. "Okay." Li Ziren nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Honey, let's do it again." For the next few days, Lin Chen's life was relatively peaceful. "I spend my days at home taking care of the kids, and occasionally go fishing with my father-in-law. I live a laid-back and Buddhist-like life." Before I knew it, my baby was already 6 months old. Although it can't walk yet, it crawls very fast and can already stand up on its own. That day, the 4 children were watching TV on the sofa when Lin Chen put on an animated film for them, Little Chef Fu Gue. I don't know if the kids can understand it, but they all look very serious and are staring intently at the TV. Suddenly, Erbao Lin Kursen made a joyful sound, and Lin Chen picked her up. "Erbao, call me daddy." Lin Chen tried to teach Erbao to speak because he felt that Erbao had the highest comprehension and the most clever mind. Moreover, the second child, Lin Kursen, is already able to walk while holding onto the wall, so it's obvious that she was the first to learn to walk. "Ah bah." The baby is making sounds, and it's starting to sound like he's calling for his father. Lin Chen was extremely excited. Generally speaking, normal babies don't start talking until they are over 1 year old. However, in the case of the second child, it might happen earlier, because every baby's constitution is different, and the second child is one of the exceptional ones. "Second baby, come here and give daddy a kiss, mwah." Lin Chen happily kissed Erbao on the cheek, and Erbao smiled sweetly, a smile that was very healing. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Host has taught Erbao to speak." Reward, high-tech gadget, God-level lie detector. Chapter 103 was first developed by the United States. A God-level lie detector. As the system's voice faded, something appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It looks just like a pen. It was the God-level lie detector that the system rewarded. Then, a surge of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, giving him a certain understanding of this cutting-edge technology. As the name suggests, a so-called God-level lie detector is an instrument that can detect whether someone is lying. The device will instantly become hot when it senses that someone is lying. If the other party is not lying, the instrument will not react. The method is very simple, just hold it in your hand and ask others questions. This reward is awesome. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied expression. If it was really as the system described, then it truly was a piece of cutting-edge technology. Holding the testing device, Lin Chen looked around, wanting to try it out. But just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his assistant, Xia Yuli, calling. Mr. Lin, there's a project contract with Alibaba that needs your personal signature. Do you have time now? Yes, I'm coming right now. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the company. After the call ended, Lin Chen put the lie detector in his pocket and then drove to Tianhong Group, the CEO's office. After signing the project contract, Lin Chen took it and headed to his assistant's office. At this moment, Xia Yuli guessed that Lin Chen had already signed the contract and was preparing to go to his office to pick it up. But when she stood up, Xia Yuli suddenly noticed that there was a tear in her black stockings. It's snagged again. Xia Yuli frowned slightly. The black stockings she wore were very thin, making them particularly prone to snagging. She had to throw away many pairs every month. Xia Yuli sat down and opened the drawer in front of her. Inside the drawer, there were a few spare pairs of black stockings. Xia Yuli picked up a new pair of black stockings, took off her high heels, put one foot on the stool, and prepared to take off the snagged stockings. But just then, Lin Chen appeared at her office door with the contract in hand. Their eyes met, and Xia Yuli's pretty face instantly turned red. She subconsciously put her beautiful legs down. Ah! She hadn't expected Lin Chen to come at this time, which made her incredibly shy, and her heart raced. Lin Chen, standing at the door, was also stunned. He hadn't expected Xia Yuli to be changing into black stockings. Her fair and slender legs were flawless, and her jade feet, as white as if coated with milk, were like the most perfect creation of the goddess manhwa. But Lin Chen glanced at it and then looked away. He was a married man. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Xia Yuli quietly stuffed the black stockings back into the drawer. Just then, Lin Chen appeared in front of her. This is the project contract with Alibaba, and I've already signed it. Lin Chen placed the file on the table and smiled. By the way, did I disturb you? No. No, it's just that my stockings got snagged, and I wanted to change them. Xia Yuli explained, blushing. Lin Chen nodded, his hand reaching for the divine lie detector in his pocket, and his mind immediately stirred. Why don't we try Xia Yuli to see the effect? Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out the pen from his pocket, but Xia Yuli did not notice Lin Chen's action. Lin Chen asked directly, Yuli, how have you been feeling lately? Xia Yuli was surprised by Lin Chen's sudden question, and forced a smile. I'm fine, what's wrong? The words had barely left his mouth. The pen in Lin Chen's hand instantly became scalding hot, though this level of heat was acceptable to most people. It shouldn't be so hot that you have to throw the pen away. It seems Xia Yuli lied. She's actually in a pretty good mood lately. Lin Chen thought to himself. Could it be related to romantic relationships? Otherwise, why would someone be in a bad mood for no reason? Moreover, why force a smile when you're clearly in a bad mood? Lin Chen thought for a moment, then almost subconsciously asked another question. Have you ever been in a relationship? This question caught Xia Yuli completely off guard. She even doubted whether she had heard correctly. Lin Chen actually asked me if I had ever been in a relationship? I didn't. Xia Yuli's answer surprised Lin Chen. In fact, when Lin Chen asked this question, he already had the answer in his heart. In Lin Chen's opinion, Xia Yuli is so beautiful that she must have been in a relationship before. Especially in this open era. A beautiful woman who is over 20 and has never been in a relationship is rarer than a panda. But Xia Yuli actually said she hadn't talked to anyone, and the lie detector didn't detect anything either. This means that Xia Yuli was not lying. She really did not talk about it. Lin Chen simply couldn't believe it. If Xia Yuli had never been in a relationship, didn't that mean she was still? What's wrong? Are you surprised? Xia Yuli asked with a smile. With her looks and figure, finding a boyfriend would be a piece of cake. She has no shortage of suitors and admirers, but she hasn't met someone she likes yet. He finally met someone he liked, but that person already had a wife. This person was Lin Chen. It was quite unexpected. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, "I'm going home. I hope you can be happier in the future." Although he didn't know why Xia Yuli was in a bad mood lately, Lin Chen still offered her some words of comfort since she was his good assistant. Xia Yuli was stunned when she heard this. Looking at Lin Chen's departing figure, she felt very strange. Lin Chen actually started showing concern for my recent life. And she even asked herself if she had ever been in a relationship? Could it be that Lin Chen also has feelings for her? Thinking of this, Xia Yuli's pretty cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt flustered for a moment. Back home, Li Ziren was holding her eldest child while watching TV, while the other 3 children were sleeping in the bedroom. "Honey, come quick, this is big news." "What?" Lin Chen, who had just checked on the baby in the bedroom, couldn't help but become curious after hearing Li Ziren's excited words. "What big news is it?" Lin Chen sat down next to Li Ziren and saw that a technology channel on the TV was broadcasting an emergency news report. According to the latest news from the Global Times, NASA has developed a faster-than-light spacecraft, which is currently in the experimental stage. It is reported that this spaceship can travel at a speed of 600,000 kilometers per second, which is twice the speed of light. It only takes a little over a minute to travel from Earth to Mars on this faster-than-light spaceship. Even leaving the solar system will only take a short 3 hours. The beautiful female host said with a smile. Faster-than-light spaceship? Lin Chen was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had given the design blueprints of a faster-than-light spaceship to academician Li Chang of the China National Aeronautics and Space Administration. So many days have passed, I wonder how the research is going over there. I guess they haven't developed it yet, otherwise I wouldn't have heard nothing from them. To Lin Chen's surprise, the United States had also developed a faster-than-light spaceship, and its performance was the same as his design, with a speed of twice the speed of light. American technology is still amazing. Lin Chen sighed softly. You should know that the reason you were able to develop a faster-than-light spaceship was entirely due to the system. Without a system, he would be a complete novice in science. It would be even more impossible for them to design a spaceship. The United States was able to develop a spacecraft with the same speed entirely due to its own technological strength. This is comparable to him, a man with a system. At this moment, Lin Chen had to admit that the United States was a technologically advanced country. But soon, Lin Chen's admiration was completely shattered. The beautiful host then said, "Next, I'll show you pictures of this faster-than-light spaceship from the United States." The words were spoken. An incredibly cool image of a spaceship appeared on the television screen. Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded after seeing the picture. "Isn't this the very spaceship I designed?" Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, incredulous. It was exactly the same. Even if the speed is twice the speed of light, that's one thing. It's impossible for them to be exactly the same in appearance, right? Lin Chen dares to guarantee that the spaceship developed by the United States was designed by him personally. Every detail is exactly the same. But how come the US developed it first when I only gave the blueprints to Li Chang? Could it be that after Li Chang obtained his blueprints, he handed them over to the United States? So, does that mean he's a traitorous dog? At this moment, Lin Chen was greatly disappointed and regretted designing the faster-than-light spaceship for Li Chang. "Honey, we humans can really leave the solar system now." Li Ziren said, "I will continue to follow this news and see if the United States can find aliens." I hope there are aliens in the universe." Lin Chen replied absent-mindedly. Next, Li Ziren carried the sleeping Debao back to the bedroom. Lin Chen was about to get a drink of water when he suddenly received a phone call on WeChat. When I picked up my phone, I saw that the WeChat call was from Li Chang. Lin Chen went to the balcony and pressed the call button. "Mr. Lin, I have a question for you." Li Chang tried hard to suppress his anger. "What is it?" Lin Chen asked. Li Chang said, "Did you give the blueprints for that spaceship to more than just me? Did you also sell them to the United States?" Lin Chen was completely bewildered when he heard him ask that. "Didn't you sell it to the United States?" Lin Chen said, utterly speechless. He wondered if Li Chang was playing a trick on him, pretending to be the thief. Nonsense, how could I be that kind of person? Li Chang said unhappily, but soon he realized something was wrong. His tone softened. Mr. Lin, do you have time to meet now? I have a feeling something terrible has happened. Chapter 10 for the United States launches a faster-than-light spaceship. Something terrible has happened? Hearing Li Chang's excited words, Lin Chen pursed his lips and said, Deanly, let's do it another time. I don't really want to go out right now. The baby is about to wake up, and Lin Chen wants to stay home to help take care of the child. She doesn't really want to go out and meet Li Chang. Even if something major happens. To put it bluntly, what do these so-called important matters have to do with me? Mr. Lin, are you free tomorrow? Li Chang hadn't expected Lin Chen to say that, so he had to settle for second best. How about this, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow, and we can sit down and have a good talk. Okay, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Soon, it was the morning of the next day. Lin Chen arrived at the hotel that Li Chang had mentioned, as promised. After the two met, they went to sit down in the private room. Li Chang waved his hand, and the pretty waitress in stockings immediately left, leaving only him and Lin Chen in the private room. Mr. Lin, you really didn't give the spaceship blueprints to the United States? Li Chang asked bluntly. He couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Deanly, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lin Chen said speechlessly, if I were sold to the United States, do you think I would still agree to meet with you? Upon hearing this, Li Chang fell silent. Lin Chen is right. Therefore, it cannot be Lin Chen. This was also Li Chang's intention in wanting to meet with Lin Chen, to clear up the misunderstanding first and then solve the problem together. Mr. Lin, to be honest, I was stunned when I saw the news yesterday that the United States had developed the same spacecraft. Li Chang said emotionally, tell me, only the two of us knew about this, how could such an outrageous thing happen? He thought about it all night but still couldn't figure out how the United States developed the same spacecraft. To be precise, the US obtained the blueprints because only by following the materials and procedures outlined in the blueprints could a spacecraft be developed. I'm asking you, who did you show the spaceship blueprints I gave you? Lin Chen asked this question. Li Chang replied, just a few experts from our Aerospace Institute. There's no one else here. Wait a minute. Li Chang's eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Lin, do you mean there's something wrong with these people? Right. Lin Chen said righteously, it's obvious that among those experts you mentioned, there's a mole. There's a mole. These three words sent a shiver down Li Chang's spine. He simply couldn't accept this fact. Mr. Lin, that shouldn't be possible. They are all my colleagues, and I have worked with them for more than 10 years. I know them very well. They are all good scientists who serve the country and the people, and they are well paid. There is no reason for them to become traitors within the United States. Whether it's them or not, you'll find out by testing them. As he spoke, Lin Chen took a pen out of his pocket. This is a God-level lie detector. Mr. Lin, what is this? Li Chang was completely confused as Lin Chen took out a pen. Lin Chen explained, this isn't just a simple pen, it's a lie detector. With this, no lie can hide. Whether one of them sold the design blueprints or not, take this pen back and test it to find out. Upon hearing this, Li Chang was shocked. Could there really be such advanced technology in the world? A lie detector? He'd never even heard of one. Mr. Lin, where did you buy this? Does it really work? Li Chang asked, still somewhat skeptical. As a scientist, he had never heard of such advanced technology. I developed this myself, Lin Chen said calmly. Mr. Lin, I believe you. Li Chang said earnestly that he believed in Lin Chen's abilities, and if he said the lie detector was useful, then it must be. Mr. Lin, it is truly a blessing for China to have a genius like you for hundreds of years. Li Chang groveled. It might be inappropriate to describe it as groveling, because he genuinely admired Lin Chen. Think about it carefully, in the past few hundred years, has China ever had any scientists who are famous all over the world? It's not that there aren't any, but they are really, really rare. Moreover, they are almost all from the older generation, and there hasn't been any fresh blood for a long time. But now, Lin Chen's existence and strength have given Li Chang hope for the rise of Chinese science and technology. Lin Chen was completely immune to such flattery, because he had heard it so many times that he felt nothing at all. After finishing their meal, Lin Chen and Li Chang went their separate ways. As soon as Li Chang returned to the Aviation Institute, he couldn't wait to find the mole. With the help of the God-level lie detector, Li Chang actually managed to find the mole inside the Aerospace Institute. Wang Feng, I never expected it to be you. Li Chang's face was extremely ugly. The person standing in front of him was Wang Feng, the vice president of the Aviation Academy. What are you talking about? Who am I? Wang Feng tried to argue. Stop making excuses. You gave the blueprints for the faster-than-light spaceship to the United States. Do you really think I didn't know? Holding the scalding hot lie detector, Li Chang said with absolute certainty. Wang Feng's expression changed, and he was greatly alarmed. He never expected that Li Chang would find out about such a secret. Who exactly betrayed them? Wang Feng, why? Why did you become a mole within the United States? Li Chang looked completely bewildered. Ha, is that even a question? Don't you know I already have US citizenship? Wang Feng laughed loudly. It's just a spaceship blueprint, it can sell for $2 billion US, why wouldn't I sell it? Wang Feng, I'm very disappointed in you. Li Chang's face was gloomy. Li Chang immediately called the police, and a large group of officers took Wang Feng in for questioning. Wang Feng said he was not flustered at all, and even felt a little amused. Although Li Chang reported him, he did not have any evidence of his crimes. So even if he gets invited for questioning by the police, it's not a big deal. He has destroyed the evidence. Unless the US sells him out, the police will not be able to obtain the evidence and hold him criminally liable. But Wang Feng firmly believed that the United States would never sell him out. Mr. Lin, the mole has been found. Thank you so much for your lie detector. At this moment, Li Chang was sending a message to Lin Chen to express his gratitude. Lin Chen remained calm after seeing the message. It seems my guess was right, there really was an American mole within the Aviation Institute. Honey, come watch the news live with me. Li Ziren's voice rang out from the side. Lin Chen immediately put down his phone and sat down next to Li Ziren. Li Ziren said to herself, the United States faster-than-light spaceship is about to launch. It's supposedly an experiment, I wonder if it will be successful. We will definitely succeed. Lin Chen watched the live news broadcast on TV. At a US aerospace base, a magnificent spaceship was counting down to launch. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen suspiciously, wondering how he could be so sure of success. What she didn't know was that the designer of this faster-than-light spaceship was her husband, Lin Chen. Because it was his own design, Lin Chen knew better than anyone else that as long as the United States followed the blueprints and steps, there would be no shortage of materials and parts. Therefore, the spacecraft is guaranteed to launch successfully, there is no possibility of error. Next, witnessed by Li Ziren and Lin Chen, as well as millions of Chinese netizens. On the TV screen, the countdown had reached 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Then, intense plumes of gas erupted from the bottom of the faster-than-light spaceship, and it slowly rose into the air. Chapter 105. Can you come out for a walk with me? The faster-than-light spaceship from the United States flew away from Earth in the blink of an eye. This also means that the spacecraft was successfully launched. At the same time, a flood of comments appeared on the television screen. Wow, American technology is still amazing. I don't know why, but seeing others so strong makes me feel particularly sad. Me too. The US has even developed a spaceship that travels at the speed of light. That's absolutely terrifying. Indeed, when it comes to technology, we still have to look to the United States. The comments were mostly marveling at the power of American technology. The main problem is that this is indeed a bit too outrageous. A famous scientist once stated that humanity is simply incapable of building a spaceship that can exceed the speed of light. Even after another 500 years, we will still be trapped in the solar system. However, who would have thought that the United States would develop a faster-than-light spacecraft so quickly, taking a giant leap into the universe? Looking at these comments, Li Ziren sighed. Hey, when will our country be able to build a spaceship like this? Li Ziren felt a pang of sadness as she thought about China's current aerospace technology. Citizens of every country desire a strong nation. Li Ziren was no exception. Li Ziren hadn't thought much of it before. After all, she believed that it was only a matter of time before China caught up with other countries. But now, the United States has even developed a faster-than-light spaceship. This made Li Ziren feel somewhat desperate. Undoubtedly, the gap between China and the United States will only widen. Honey, I believe we can do it. Lin Chen laughed and said, China can not only develop spaceships, but the spaceships it develops will be more advanced than those of the United States. I hope so. Li Ziren forced a smile. She knew Lin Chen was trying to comfort her. So I didn't take it to heart. Just then, the baby's cries rang out from the bedroom. Honey, I'm going to check on the kids. Li Ziren rushed to the bedroom and found that it was Sanba crying, so she picked him up. Lin Chen went to an office next to the bedroom and turned on the desktop computer. That's right. Lin Chen wants to redesign a faster-than-light spaceship. It wasn't for the sake of the country. It wasn't for my own sake. It was all just to fulfill my wife's wish. Soon, Lin Chen's hands began to type on the keyboard. A dozen minutes later, a brand new spaceship design appeared on the computer screen. This spaceship is twice as fast as the faster-than-light spaceship launched by the United States. That's 3 times the speed of light. Furthermore, it also features added gun barrels and missile systems. This is equivalent to having a powerful capability for outer space combat. The faster-than-light spaceships launched by the United States are not offensive. Lin Chen didn't take this into account when he designed it, so this can be considered an improvement. Finally, there's the appearance. Lin Chen redesigned the exterior, inspired by bats. Therefore, the spaceship looks just like the Batmobile, incredibly cool and stylish. Let's give you a name. I'll call you the Cloud Bat Spaceship. Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Chen then compiled this information into a document and sent it to Li Chang. At that time, Li Chang was having a headache over the spacecraft issue at the China Academy of Aeronautics. Because the United States had already developed the spacecraft using the blueprints, he was considering whether to give up. If he continued research and development, the spacecraft would eventually be developed and would be exactly the same as the one in the United States. What if the US turns around and accuses the Chinese Academy of Aeronautics of stealing US spacecraft secrets? Although many technologies are shared between countries. However, the patents for the United States faster-than-light spacecraft technology have not been made public. At this critical juncture, if he successfully develops the spaceship and makes it public, it's hard not to cause controversy. It goes without saying that almost every country would believe that China stole the United States' core spacecraft technology. At that time, it won't just affect the Aviation Institute, but it could even affect the entire country of China, leading to widespread condemnation. Sigh, do we really have to give up? Li Chang thought to himself with a sense of desolation. From his perspective, he was naturally extremely unwilling. It's all Wang Feng's fault, that traitorous dog. The thought of Wang Feng filled Li Chang with rage, and he vowed to find evidence of Wang Feng's crimes. Send this guy to jail. Just then, his WeChat rang. He opened it and saw a document sent by Lin Chen. Cloud Bat Spaceship. Upon seeing the file's name, Li Chang was secretly shocked. Below the file was a message sent by Lin Chen. The United States has already developed that spacecraft, so there's no need for us to continue developing it. Let's develop this Cloud Bat Spaceship. Li Chang looked bewildered, his fingers clicking on the file uncontrollably. After reading through the document, Li Chang's face twitched with excitement. First came the faster-than-light spaceship, and now there's an even more powerful Cloud Bat Spaceship. This is absolutely terrifying. Just what kind of monster is this Lin Chen? Wow! Inside the bedroom, De Bao Ling Xinyue burst into tears for some unknown reason. Don't cry, De Bao, mommy will let you play with your toy car. Li Ziren held De Bao impatiently and gently coaxed him. Where did the toy car go? Li Ziren searched the bedroom but couldn't find De Bao's favorite toy car. Is it in the living room? Li Ziren went to the living room again to search, but still couldn't find it. Just then, Lin Chen turned off his computer and came out of the room. Honey, do you know where De Bao's favorite toy car is? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, I don't know. Let me look for it. As he spoke, Lin Chen began searching the living room. Finally, I found the toy car under the sofa. So this is where it was. Lin Chen smiled, squatted down, and picked up the toy car. Ding! Host found a toy car for De Bao. Reward, Master Detective. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. A Master Detective? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting that this could trigger a system reward. Following this, after undergoing a system transformation, Lin Chen became the world's most outstanding detective. There is no case or bizarre event that Lin Chen cannot solve. He is now the savior of the Chinese police. No. He should be the savior of the whole world. This skill is not bad. Lin Chen was fairly satisfied. As the saying goes, a skill is never a burden, and of course, the more skills you have, the better. It might come in handy sometime. After regaining his senses, Lin Chen immediately handed the toy car to Li Ziren, who then used it to coax De Bao. After De Bao got the toy car, he immediately stopped crying, his expression changing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Li Ziren was truly at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Buzzing. At the same time, Lin Chen, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, felt his phone vibrate. I thought it was a WeChat message from Li Chang, but when I opened it, it turned out to be from Xia Yuli. Lin Chen, I'm in a bad mood. Can you come for a walk with me? Chapter 106. Lin Chen takes Li Ziren to play claw machine. I saw this message from Xia Yuli. Lin Chen glanced at Li Ziren subconsciously, afraid that his wife would see it and misunderstand. If he were still single, Lin Chen would be thrilled to receive an invitation from a beautiful woman to go out. But Lin Chen was very clear-headed. He was already married. And he's also the father of 4 adorable babies. Good. Perhaps Xia Yuli's going out for a walk really was just a casual stroll between ordinary friends. But how would Li Ziren feel if she found out? What will they think then? In Lin Chen's view, since they were married, loyalty to their spouse was the bare minimum, and they couldn't afford to have affairs. Therefore, Lin Chen directly rejected Xia Yuli. Excuse me. I can't leave, I have to take care of the children. On the other side, Xia Yuli felt a little disappointed when she saw Lin Chen's reply. Time flies when you're with your child. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, Li Ziren suddenly stepped forward, hugged Lin Chen's arm, and snuggled against him, saying playfully, Honey, we haven't gone shopping in a long time. How about we go out for a walk tonight? Sure. Lin Chen smiled and pinched her cheek. It just so happens that Mom and Dad are both home today, so they can help take care of the babies. Afterwards, Li Ziren quickly dressed up, put on light makeup, and changed her clothes. A short while later, Li Ziren came out of the room wearing a Chanel beige trench coat. A trench coat can really enhance one's style, but it's not something just anyone can pull off. This requires a great body proportion and long legs. As for Li Ziren's lower body, she wore flesh-colored stockings and tall boots, which looked very sexy. Honey, let's go. Li Ziren carried an LV bag on her right shoulder and affectionately linked her left arm with Lin Chen's. The two happily went out. Yuanli Food Street. This is a famous food street on the Bund in Shanghai, with a lot of snacks and basically all kinds of delicious food. Spicy hot pot, barbecue, fried skewers, stinky tofu, milk tea, etc. There were a lot of people, mostly couples, and many college students. It was very lively. Honey, I want to drink milk tea. Then wait for me here. After saying that, Lin Chen walked towards a branded milk tea shop in front of him. Li Ziren stood still, head down, replying to Vivian Chao's WeChat messages. Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of Li Ziren. Hi, miss, can I add you on WeChat? A man wearing Air Jordans said confidently. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren refused without the slightest hesitation, saying, no. AJ was slightly taken aback, not expecting Li Ziren to reject him so decisively. Why? The guy with the AJ jacket asked a question, unwilling to give up. At the same time, I was very depressed. Am I not handsome enough today? I am married. Li Ziren said it casually. Then, her gaze fell on the milk tea shop, and upon seeing Lin Chen's back, she felt instantly at ease. Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. The guy with the AJ looked embarrassed and immediately disappeared from Li Ziren's sight. How was it? How was it? When the guy with the AJ ran across the street, his friends excitedly asked him questions. Damn it, she already has a husband. AJ said resentfully, it's all these guys' fault for encouraging me to add them on WeChat. Luckily, her husband wasn't around, otherwise she might have gotten beaten up. Holy crap, no way? They're already married? Everyone was a little confused. Li Ziren looked very young, like a college student, but they didn't expect her to be married. If you don't understand, just ask, are all the beautiful women getting married so young these days? However, since she already has a husband, and being clear-headed people, they naturally don't have any other thoughts about her. Just as Lin Chen mentioned milk tea, he turned around and saw a man leaving in front of Li Ziren. Lin Chen frowned immediately and quickly walked up to Li Ziren. Honey, who was that guy just now? I don't know her, she just added me on WeChat, Li Ziren said truthfully. Lin Chen asked, did you give them your WeChat ID? Seeing Lin Chen's jealous expression, Li Ziren thought he was very cute. I definitely didn't. Li Ziren snorted, I'm a married woman, okay? That's good. Lin Chen smiled, handed her the milk tea, and then held her hand tightly as they strolled around. The two then unknowingly wandered into the mall, where Li Ziren suggested they try their luck at playing the claw machine. Li Ziren has never played a claw machine before and really wants to try it. So Lin Chen took Li Ziren to the claw machines. There were more than a dozen claw machines, and many people were playing them, mostly couples. Hello, how much does it cost? Lin Chen asked the staff member next to him. The staff member, a young woman, politely said, 100 yuan can be exchanged for 20 gold coins. Each attempt to catch a fish costs 2 gold coins. Okay, then give me 100 yuan. After receiving the gold coins, Lin Chen gave most of them to Li Ziren and kept a few for himself. Honey, let me go first. Li Ziren said impatiently. Okay, you go first. Li Ziren inserted 2 gold coins into the claw machine, activating it. In front of her was a remote control stick, which controlled the direction of the claw. Next to the direction control button is another button, which is the grab button. Which one should we arrest first? Li Ziren glanced around, and finally her gaze settled on an adorable Stitch. Under Li Ziren's control, the mechanical claw slowly descended and grabbed the Stitch doll in one go. Just as Li Ziren was overjoyed, suddenly, the mechanical claw released its grip, and the Stitch doll fell back to its original position. Wow, this is so hard to catch. Li Ziren said, somewhat speechless. Lin Chen joked from the side, of course. If it were that easy to catch them, they wouldn't need to do this business. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, but what she said made perfect sense. I refuse to believe it. Li Ziren put 2 more gold coins in, and then started operating seriously again. 2 minutes later, Li Ziren had tried several times, but had not managed to grab a single doll. Ugh, why is this so hard? Honey, I'm such a terrible cook. Li Ziren sighed and said somewhat discouragedly. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's alright, watch me catch it for you. Tell me which one you want. Lin Chen looked confident. It wasn't that he hadn't played with this thing before. He and his ex-girlfriends had done it many times, and his skills had been honed. I want that one too, and that raccoon one is nice too. Li Ziren pointed at the rag doll inside, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. It was clear she really wanted it. Seeing his wife's silly and cute appearance, Lin Chen was full of fighting spirit and immediately stuffed 2 gold coins into her pocket. Baby, watch carefully and learn well. Lin Chen manipulated the mechanical claw with speed and precision, catching the raccoon doll in one go. Then, the mechanical claw slowly rose, and Lin Chen successfully caught the raccoon. Holy crap, they've already been arrested? Li Ziren was a little confused. Were we really playing the same game? Before she could react, the mechanical claw slowly rose again, this time grabbing 3 rag dolls. Oh my god. The couples around them were stunned. They caught 3 at once. The girls rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. Look at other people's partners, and then look at you can't even catch one. Immediately, a girl wearing a JK uniform complained to her boyfriend. Wow, he's not only handsome, but he's also so good at winning claw machines. Sure enough, other people's boyfriends are just so much better. I'm so envious of his girlfriend. The girls around him looked at Lin Chen with admiration and at Li Ziren with envy. Their boyfriends felt like they had been hit with 1,000 blows in an instant, and were severely shocked. Honey, you're amazing. Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen with the same admiration. She really didn't expect that Lin Chen's claw machine skills were so amazing. This guy is a real hidden talent. Stay calm, this is basic procedure. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. A few minutes later, all the gold coins were used up. The rag dolls in Li Ziren's arms were almost piled up. The owner of the claw machine watched the scene silently from a short distance away, his heart bleeding. This deal was a huge loss. That's right, the cost of one doll is only a few dollars. How could we lose money? Actually, not all dolls are this cheap, some cost 10 or even several tens of yuan. Lin Chen was very cunning. He almost exclusively targeted high-quality dolls made with premium materials. So, he lost money on this deal. He's been running the claw machine for over 3 years, and most of the couples who come to play end up not winning many plush toys. It's fair to say that this industry is very lucrative. Because the claw machine itself has a problem, to put it bluntly, it won't let you grab it so easily. However, This was the first time he had ever encountered a ruthless person like Lin Chen. If Lin Chen hadn't shown no intention of exchanging any more currency, he might have even suspected that Lin Chen was there to cause trouble. "Here, honey, let me get you some." At this moment, Li Ziren was holding so many rag dolls that they were about to fall to the ground, so Lin Chen naturally wanted to help his wife carry them. "Okay, here you go." Li Ziren gave half of the doll in her arms to Lin Chen. Then the two of them, holding the doll, left the mall. The car was parked at the entrance of the mall. Lin Chen and Li Ziren got back into the car and put the baby they were holding down. At this moment, Li Ziren felt very happy. Looking at so many dolls, she could say she had returned home with a full load. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a very familiar figure at the entrance of a high-end hotel next to the mall. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. That person. Isn't it Xia Yuli? Chapter 107, Learn to Think Independently. Honey, isn't that Yuli? At this moment, Li Ziren also saw Xia Yuli at the hotel entrance, and there was a policeman standing next to Xia Yuli. Honey, is something wrong with Yuli? Let's go check on her. Li Ziren said with concern. After all, she and Xia Yuli had a good relationship. Let's go take a look. Looking at the police officer next to Xia Yuli, Lin Chen was also very curious. Had something happened to her? The two then walked towards the hotel entrance. Yuli! Li Ziren called out. Xia Yuli turned her head and saw Li Ziren and Lin Chen, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Yuli, what are you doing here? Li Ziren asked. Only then did Lin Chen notice that some police officers were taking photos in the hotel lobby, seemingly collecting information, which made Lin Chen even more confused. Xia Yuli looked bitter and didn't know how to start. At this moment, the police officer next to Xia Yuli recognized Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, it's you. We meet again. Do you remember me? Gao Tianlian looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Lin Chen naturally had some impression of him. I remember you. A few months ago, after he overcame his immune system, Gao Tianlian brought people to his home to present him with a banner of appreciation. And they also want to take a photo with themselves. Therefore, Lin Chen had some impression of him. Hearing Lin Chen say that he remembered him, Gao Tianlian was somewhat flattered. He started paying attention to Lin Chen after Lin Chen conquered the immune virus. Later I learned that he had won this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. Their adoration for him reached its peak. As a fan of Lin Chen, Gao Tianlian never expected to meet Lin Chen here, so he is very excited. What are you doing? Li Ziren noticed that many police officers were taking pictures and asked curiously. Oh, it's like this, we're investigating a criminal case, Gao Tianlian said. Criminal case. Upon hearing these four words, Lin Chen and Li Ziren showed expressions of surprise. Lin Chen, Ziran, my father has passed away. Xia Yuli looked bitter and said helplessly, my father was murdered in a hotel, so I'm accompanying Officer Gao on the investigation. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren was stunned for a moment, and Lin Chen's expression also changed drastically. Xia Yuli's father was murdered in a hotel? No wonder she's been in a bad mood lately. Lin Chen instantly understood why Xia Yuli was in a bad mood and why she wanted him to accompany her out for a walk to cheer her up. It turns out that such a change had happened in the family. Have the investigation results been released? What happened? Xia Yuli was, after all, his assistant and a good friend. Therefore, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask a question. Gao Tianlian shook his head, not yet. We have been investigating for 7 days, but we have not yet obtained any evidence. Gao Tianliang said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen asked, what exactly happened? Can you tell me? Lin Chen has now acquired the skilled master of crime solving in the system. He became the world's top detective. It's no exaggeration to say that there's no case in this world that Lin Chen can't solve. However, Lin Chen was not at the scene when the incident occurred. Therefore, Lin Chen needs to understand what happened. Gao Tianlian was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Chen to be interested in the case. However, he thought that since Lin Chen and Xia Yuli knew each other, it seemed normal for Lin Chen to care about his friend's affairs. Miss Xia. Gao Tianliang looked at Xia Yuli, his expression seemingly asking, may I say it? As a police officer, he needs to respect the privacy rights of the deceased's family, especially when the family is right in front of him. Never mind. Lin Kenzerin, I'll tell you. Xia Yuli said bitterly. Then, Xia Yuli slowly recounted what had happened. A few minutes later, Lin Chen and Li Ziren understood. The deceased was named Xiaobin, 50 years old, and was the owner of this hotel. He is also Xia Yuli's father. Even if his net worth isn't much, it's still in the tens of millions. At the time of the incident, Xiaobin, his 35-year-old wife, and his 21-year-old son were having dinner at a hotel. Oh, right. It's worth mentioning that Xiaobin's 35-year-old wife is in her second marriage and is not Xia Yuli's biological mother. Her biological mother died of cancer when Xia Yuli was in elementary school. Then, according to Xia Yuli's younger brother Xia Yunhai, the three of them were eating when the murderer suddenly broke in and, for some unknown reason, smashed a bottle on Xiaobin's head. Xiaobin lost too much blood and was crushed to death on the spot. The murderer then fled the scene quickly. Xia Yunhai and his stepmother can testify that they were eyewitnesses. After learning this information, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Then he asked, how was the deceased killed? He lost too much blood to the head, there were broken pieces of glass at the scene, and the forensic examination showed that the wounds matched, so he was indeed killed by the murderer with a bottle, Gao Tianliang said. What about the surveillance footage? Have you checked it? Lin Chen asked. Gao Tianliang shook his head. If there were surveillance cameras, the case wouldn't be so complicated. All the surveillance footage has been destroyed, and all historical records have been erased, making it impossible to recover. It's very likely. At this point, Gao Tianliang hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. You mean the murderer is very likely the surveillance operator? Lin Chen asked. Gao Tianliang said, it's not impossible. Then let me tell you, that's impossible. Lin Chen reasoned calmly, if the murderer's purpose was simply to kill the victim and then escape, the victim could not possibly have been killed by being hit with a bottle that makes no sense at all. Gao Tianliang was taken aback, but according to the forensic examination, the deceased did indeed die from a wine bottle, and there were also broken glass shards at the scene. I know. Lin Chen said calmly, you still don't understand what I mean. What I mean is, if the murderer simply wanted to kill the victim, then he must have been prepared beforehand. The use of a wine bottle to kill someone is more like the murderer witnessing something or facing an unexpected situation before committing the crime. Then, in a moment of fear or panic, the murderer impulsively grabbed a wine bottle from the table and killed the victim. After hearing Lin Chen's reasoning, Gao Tianliang, Xia Yuli, and Li Ziren were all stunned. That makes so much sense. But Gao Tianliang quickly shook his head. Mr. Lin, your assumption is invalid, because according to what Mr. Xia's wife and son said. However, before Gao Tianliang could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted him. Chief Gao, what eyewitnesses say is not always true or correct. No matter what we face, we must learn to think independently with our own minds. Gao Tianliang paused for a moment, then thought independently. He never expected that Lin Chen, who was only in his early 20s, would be able to say such profound things. The key point is that what Lin Chen said really makes a lot of sense. If evidence is not found in a case for a long time, it is very likely that the case was wrong from the beginning. Mr. Lin, I understand. Gao Tianliang said excitedly. Lin Chen said, I'll teach you a method that might be useful. What method? Lin Chen then told Gao Tianliang about his solution. After hearing this, not only Gao Tianliang, but also Li Ziren and Xia Yuli were shocked. Especially Xia Yuli. She absolutely could not accept Lin Chen's guess. Miss Xia, try Mr. Lin's method. Perhaps there is a real chance to solve your father's case, Gao Tianliang said. Xia Yuli didn't reply at this moment, her mind was in complete turmoil. After leaving the hotel, Lin Chen and Li Ziren got into the car. Xia Yuli followed Gao Tianliang back to the police station to begin experimenting with Lin Chen's method. On the bus, Li Ziren said to Lin Chen with admiration, honey, I really didn't expect you could actually deduce things. That's right, I watched over 500 episodes of Detective Conan for nothing. Lin Chen smiled and said. He attributed all the credit to the anime. And such a reason seems reasonable. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren smiled and said, then you're amazing. You can learn deduction from Conan. The two chatted as Lin Chen drove. Before I knew it, I was home. I got home after 7 p.m. Bathing the baby, feeding the baby, putting the baby to sleep, and washing clothes. Soon, it was 11 p.m. Honey, can you wear white stockings? After a passionate kiss, Lin Chen said to Li Ziren. Li Ziren's pretty face flushed slightly. Chapter 108 Her Bao tripped and fell. After Li Ziren finished taking care of Lin Chen, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day arrived. Morning, Shanghai Police Department. In the interrogation room, Gao Tianliang looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him. She was about 35 years old, wearing gray stockings and high boots, with big eyes, an oval face, and stunning beauty. She is Xiaobin's wife, Tang Ying. Xiaobin is 50 years old this year, while Tang Ying is only 35 years old. The two were 15 years apart in age. The key point is that this is Tang Ying's first marriage, and the reason she chose to marry Xiaobin, a 50-year-old man, is certainly not because of love. She's just after his money. Tang Ying had absolutely no genuine feelings for Xiaobin. Although she was only after money, Tang Ying disguised it very well and did not show it. Tang Ying. Gao Tianliang spoke, recalling Lin Chen's words, and added, Xiaobin treated you well when he was alive, didn't he? Upon hearing this, Tang Ying nodded seriously. Although we've only been together for a year, our relationship has always been very good, both before and after marriage. He has always been very good to me. Tang Ying was telling the truth. Xiaobin had indeed treated her very well when he was alive. I buy all kinds of luxury goods and bags. I basically buy whatever I want. Gao Tianliang nodded, but according to my investigation, Xiaobin is also keeping a mistress outside. Are you aware of this? Tang Ying said, Of course I know. But in my opinion, he just made a mistake that all men make, so after I found out he was cheating, I chose to forgive him. What Tang Ying said was true. Only she herself knew that she did not love Xiaobin. As for Xiaobin's infidelity, it was completely unimportant to her. As long as Xiaobin gives her money, that's fine. So it seems you really love him. Gao Tianliang remarked with considerable emotion. Yes. Tang Ying nodded shamelessly. Xiaobin's affair was wrong, but your murder with Xia Yunhai was wrong. Gao Tianliang's words made Tang Ying's expression change. Murder? You're saying Xia Yunhai and I murdered someone? Tang Ying looked terrified. Isn't that so? Gao Tianliang stared sharply at Tang Ying. Xia Yunhai has already confessed, so you should confess too. Tang Ying's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Xia Yunhai actually confessed? How is that possible? She didn't believe it. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Tang Ying forced herself to calm down. Gao Tianliang narrowed his eyes. Xiaobin didn't die a violent death at all, he was killed by you and Xia Yunhai. 1 week ago, you and Xia Yunhai checked into a hotel. Little did you know that Xiaobin had already discovered the trick and had been secretly following you on your way to the hotel. After he arrived at the hotel, he naturally stumbled upon your affair with Xia Yunhai. Xiaobin never dreamed that his wife would have an affair with his son. And neither you nor Xia Yunhai expected that Xiaobin would suddenly appear, which puts the situation out of your control. Then Xia Yunhai killed someone. Am I right, Ms. Tang Ying? Gao Tianliang's tone suddenly became stern. Tang Ying's face also turned pale instantly, because Gao Tianliang's words were absolutely correct. That was the truth. Did Xia Yunhai really confess? Otherwise, why would Gao Tianliang know so much? Tang Ying was completely distraught. Looking at Tang Ying's expression, Gao Tianliang knew that she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. So he continued to coax him, You're only 35 years old this year, the prime of your life. If you were sentenced to death, I believe you wouldn't be able to bear it, would you? Moreover, Xia Yunhai has already sold you out in order to get a reduced sentence. Are you really going to ruin the rest of your life for someone like this? Your best option now is to tell the truth and try to get a reduced sentence. I don't want to say anything more. That's all I have to say. After saying that, Gao Tianliang stood up. Wait. I'll confess. Tang Ying said pitifully. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianliang smiled. He then handed Tang Ying a confession. Without saying a word, Tang Ying described the details of what happened in her confession. He then signed his name at the end. Immediately afterwards, Gao Tianliang took the confession and interrogated Xia Yunhai using the same method. Xia Yunhai initially remained stubborn and refused to admit it no matter what. He believed that as long as he and Tang Ying didn't confess, the police couldn't do anything to them. However, when Xia Yunhai saw that Tang Ying had already confessed, his mind went blank. Finally, Xia Yunhai had no choice but to confess. At this time, Lin Chen was playing with the babies in the courtyard of the villa. Suddenly a phone call came and it was Gao Tianliang. Mr. Lin, I solved the case using the method you taught me. Gao Tianliang's tone was excited. Is it as I thought? Lin Chen asked. Gao Tianliang said, yes, Xiaobin's son, Xia Yunhai, has confessed to his crimes. He and his stepmother harmed Xiaobin together, and I have now placed them both in criminal detention. Mr. Lin, you are truly amazing. Lin Shen said, it's good that the case is solved. If there's nothing else, let's leave it at that for now. Okay. The call has ended. Lin Shen thought of Xia Yuli and shook his head. He knew that Xia Yuli would be devastated after learning the truth. In the days that followed, Lin Shen continued his lazy lifestyle, rarely even leaving his home. Before we knew it, the babies were already over 6 months old. On this sunny day, the mother-in-law was teaching the babies to walk in the villa's courtyard. Suddenly, because of Wu Yanfang's negligence, Erbo Lin Kursen fell directly off the small chair. Wow! Wow! Erbo immediately burst into tears. Her cries were so loud they startled Lin Shen and Li Ziren out. What's wrong? The two men's expressions changed as they saw Wu Yanfang pick up Erbo from the ground. Erbo! The second child cried pitifully, his expression seeming to say, baby, it hurts so much. I'm sorry, I was teaching Sanba to walk just now, and I didn't keep an eye on this little guy. Looking at her second child crying loudly, Wu Yanfang felt extremely guilty and heartbroken. It's okay, Mom. Let me see where the baby fell. Lin Shen knew his mother-in-law didn't mean it, so he didn't say anything. He immediately knelt down in front of Erbo, held Erbo's little hand, and checked the wound. It's alright, luckily the stool is low, it's not serious. Lin Shen smiled. Erbo's little hands were just a little red from being rubbed, but there weren't even any wounds because the floor was very smooth, so there were no abrasions or anything like that. Upon seeing the condition of their second child, Lin Kursen, Wu Yanfang and Li Ziren breathed a sigh of relief. However, relaxation is one thing. Seeing Erbo crying like this, Li Ziren was still heartbroken. She wished she were the one who fell. Come here, let me hug you. Li Ziren said, and then Wu Yanfang handed the second baby to her. Don't cry, our Kursen is the bravest. Li Ziren held Erbo in her arms and gently coaxed him. After soothing him for a few minutes, Erbo must have cried himself to sleep, because he fell into a deep sleep in Li Ziren's arms. Seeing this, Li Ziren carried Erbo into the bedroom to sleep. Then, Li Ziren stayed by Erbo's side for a while and played on her phone. Suddenly, Li Ziren saw a news article. Then, delighted, she went to the living room and said to Lin Shen, Honey, do you know? I just saw a news article online. Our country has developed a cloud bat spaceship, which is even more powerful than the United States faster than light spaceship. Chapter 109 Lin Shen to be punished. Yeah? Lin Shen smiled and said, show me this news. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren handed her phone to Lin Shen. At 8 p.m. Beijing time on November 29, the Yunfu spacecraft, independently developed by the China Academy of Space Technology, was successfully launched. It is reported that this spacecraft is twice as fast as the US faster than light spacecraft and successfully arrived at Mars in just 48 seconds. Moreover, it possesses destructive capabilities that the US faster than light spaceship does not have. The spacecraft has been successfully tested. This great invention is destined to be recorded in history and may even become a miracle in the entire scientific community. Below is a clear video recording of the Cloud Bat spacecraft launch process. Lin Shen's mind stirred, and he silently opened the comments section. Amazing, my country. Holy crap, am I really not dreaming? The Cloud Bat spaceship? The China Academy of Aeronautical Sciences is awesome. Academician Li Chang is awesome. Academician Li Chang truly lives up to his reputation as someone who almost won the Nobel Prize back then he actually designed such an incredible spaceship. He seems even more impressive than Lin Shen, who won the Nobel Prize. Upstairs, why are you putting one down to praise the other? Academician Li Chang is very capable, but Lin Shen is not bad either. Exactly. Stop spreading rumors. Both of them are the pride of China. Seeing that some netizens were comparing themselves to Li Chang in the comments section, Lin Shen felt helpless. Honey, I have a feeling right now. What premonition? I feel like we humans will find aliens very soon. Li Ziren said in a serious tone, it only takes 48 seconds to get to Mars. At such a speed, traveling between star systems is no longer a problem. Lin Shen pinched her cheek. What if there are no aliens in the universe? I don't think that's possible. Li Ziren said seriously, the universe is so vast, how could life have only arisen on Earth? I believe that extraterrestrial life must exist in the universe. But they don't necessarily look like humans. That makes sense. Lin Chen agreed with his wife's point of view if aliens really exist in the universe. Lin Chen was also very curious about what they looked like. Do they have mortgages or car loans? Do they need to give a bride price when they get married? Do they live in dire straits every day? At the same time, the United States NASA National Aeronautics and Space Administration. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed scientists are exchanging ideas. They all look ordinary, but each one is a top expert in the field of aerospace. Suddenly, the laboratory door was pushed open. Something terrible has happened. Has everyone seen the news? A white scientist walked in. What news? What serious incident has occurred? The scientists were all taken aback for a moment, then smiled and spoke. It's China. China has developed a new type of spaceship, even more powerful than our faster-than-light spaceship. That's a remark that's astounding. Instantly, the expressions of all the scientists present changed, and they were incredulous. How is that possible? Has China developed a new type of spacecraft? The key point is that it's even more powerful than a faster-than-light spaceship? Gwen, where did you get this information? An elderly man in his 70s spoke up. His name is Kufensi. He's the head of the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration NASA. He spent $2 billion to buy the design blueprints for the faster-than-light spaceship from Wang Feng. It's on Instagram on microblogging like app abroad. Gwendo. Upon hearing this, Kufens immediately turned on the laboratory's LED screen. After a series of actions, lines of trending news appeared before everyone's eyes. The top news item was about the Cloudbat spacecraft. Oh my god, am I still half asleep? When did China's technology become so advanced? 3 times the speed of light? China? I must be dreaming. Could it be that China is about to rise? Below the news comments are messages from netizens from various countries. Up to hundreds of thousands. Kufans continued scrolling down and found a high-definition video of China launching the Yunfu spacecraft. Silence. After watching this video, the entire research lab fell into a deathly silence. Wow, is this really a spaceship developed by China? It really does look faster than our spaceship. Impossible. How could China possibly have the capability to develop such an advanced spacecraft? Why is it impossible? Kufens' words were like a bucket of cold water poured over this group of arrogant scientists. Don't forget, the blueprints for our faster-than-light spaceship were also bought from the Chinese. Upon hearing Kufens' words, everyone fell silent. Immediately, a terrible thought arose in Kufens' mind. Could Lin Chen also be the designer of this faster-than-light spaceship? When Wang Feng handed him the blueprints, he explained that they were drawn by Lin Chen. Therefore, Kufens knew about Lin Chen long ago. Gwen, go check if the designer of this Cloudbat spaceship is named Lin Chen. Kufens gave the order, said Kufens. Yes. Gwen nodded. At the same time, Lin Chen went out to buy groceries, while Li Ziren went to the office next to the bedroom. There is a computer in the office, which Li Ziren rarely uses, but she needs to log in to edit a document now. Huh? What's this? After Li Ziren turned on her computer, she found a document on the desktop and immediately looked surprised. Cloudbat spaceship design blueprints. Upon seeing the document's name, Li Ziren looked astonished. The Cloudbat spaceship, isn't that the spaceship developed by the China Academy of Aeronautics? Driven by intense curiosity, Li Ziren opened the document. All I could see were densely packed formulas, along with some symbols and graphics that Li Ziren couldn't understand. Could it be that? Li Ziren looked confused. The designer of this spaceship was actually her husband, Lin Chen. Otherwise, how could such a thing be on your own computer? Every step, every detail, every character. Everything is written clearly. This must have been written by Lin Chen, because he's basically the only one who's ever used this computer. Thinking of this, Li Ziren felt incredibly shocked. Her husband was actually the designer of the Cloudbat spaceship? Not long after, Lin Chen returned home carrying 2 large bags of vegetables. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, Li Ziren looked at him curiously and asked, "Honey, are you hiding something from me?" Lin Chen was confused, no. His mind raced, he couldn't be hiding anything from his wife. Still saying you didn't. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. I'm asking you, did you design the Cloud Bat spaceship? Yes. Lin Chen said casually, it was just a random design for fun, I didn't expect it to actually succeed. Why didn't you tell me? I'm angry. Li Ziren was so angry that she punched Lin Chen with her little fist, but it didn't hurt at all. From now on, no matter what it is, even if it's something trivial in your eyes, you have to tell me, okay? Li Ziren spoke in a commanding tone, saying that it was very upsetting that such a big thing as the spaceship had been kept from her. I understand, baby. Lin Chen put his arm around Li Ziren's waist, a smile on his face. Looking at the smile on Lin Chen's face, for some reason, Li Ziren had an urge to punch him. No, that's too easy on you. I'm going to punish you this time. So you won't hide anything from me again. Li Ziren said angrily, many beautiful women are like tigresses when they get angry. But Li Ziren's angry look is not fierce at all, in fact, it's quite adorable. Therefore, Lin Chen really enjoyed bullying her, and did so without any restraint. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. In the past, he was the one who punished Li Ziren, but this time it's the other way around. Then, baby, how do you want to punish me? Lin Chen smiled and asked curiously. Chapter 110, The Olive Branch from the United States. Let me think, what should I punish you for? Li Ziren was held in Lin Chen's arms when suddenly, she thought of something. Sweetie smiled and said, you'll be punished by having to wash socks for me, the baby, and my mom for a week. The clothes at home are usually dyed with plum dye. Although we have a washing machine at home. However, Li Ziren usually doesn't throw her underwear and socks into the washing machine to wash them together. This can easily lead to fungal infections and cross-infection. Therefore, Li Ziren personally hand-washed her underwear and socks. Li Ziren knew that Lin Chen disliked washing socks the most, so she wanted to punish Lin Chen a little. Sure, no problem. Lin Chen thought his wife was going to punish him, but it turned out to be nothing. At that time, a reporter from a leading Beijing daily newspaper is interviewing Li Chang. Hello, academician Li, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to grant us this interview. The beautiful female host smiled and asked, I'd like to know, what prompted and motivated you to develop the Cloud Bat spaceship? It stems from a dream I had when I was a child. Li Chang said, when I was about 12 years old, I was filled with curiosity about the universe and longed to know if there were any aliens in the universe. I'm also very curious about what the environment is like on other planets. So after entering university, I gave up mathematics, which I was good at, and went to study physics. Upon hearing this, the female host nodded. So, you embarked on a scientific research career because of your childhood interests. You could say that, Li Chang said. The female host then asked with a smile, Dean Li, a famous Western scientist, once warned humanity before his death not to try to contact extraterrestrials, otherwise it might bring unimaginable consequences. So, what is your opinion on this statement? I do not agree with that statement. Li Chang said, first of all, I believe that all human beings have had a strong curiosity about the origin of the universe, how human beings were born, and whether there are humans on other planets. So I think that perhaps only by understanding the universe can we get accurate answers to these kinds of questions. Secondly, the Earth's environment is deteriorating, with global warming and the accelerated melting of Arctic glaciers posing challenges to the Earth's lifespan. Perhaps one day in the future, interstellar migration will become an unavoidable choice for everyone, and only through this method can the flame of human civilization be continued. You could say it's about being prepared for unforeseen circumstances even in times of peace. After listening, the female host nodded in deep agreement. She's not just a pretty face, she has basic knowledge, so she wholeheartedly agrees with what she said. Dean Li, there is another issue that everyone is very concerned about. The female host asked, your Cloud Bat spaceship design resembles a bat. Is there any other symbolic meaning behind it? Upon hearing this question, Li Chang fell silent. He then said calmly, actually, I wasn't the designer of the Cloud Bat spaceship. The female host was instantly surprised and instinctively asked, who is that? Would you mind revealing it? Certainly. Li Chang said earnestly, he is Mr. Lin Chen, the winner of this year's Nobel Prize in Physics. The Cloud Bat spaceship was his creation, and our Aviation Institute merely helped him develop it. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, netizens watching the live interview were stunned. Who would have thought that the designer of the Cloud Bat spaceship was Lin Chen? Holy crap! Lin Chen is awesome. He truly deserves to be the first man from China to win the Nobel Prize in Physics. The Cloud Bat spaceship was actually designed by Lin Chen? This is incredible. In an instant, countless comments flooded the screen. The video of this interview was edited and posted online. At the same time, I found it. At NASA in the United States, Gwen walked into the research lab. According to the information from China, the Cloud Bat spaceship is indeed Lin Chen's creation. I knew it. Qufan showed an expression of surprise. This person is absolutely terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely surpass Einstein and Newton and become the greatest scientist in human history. The scariest thing is that he's only in his 20s. It's such a pity that such outstanding talents are serving a country like China. Qufan said with great regret. Qufans, what do you mean? Gwen asked. That's right, I want to recruit this person. It would be great if he could join our NASA. Qufan said so. Gwen smiled and said, how about we extend an olive branch to Lin Chen? I happen to have a friend in China, I can ask him to persuade Lin Chen to join us. But regarding the compensation, Qufan said magnanimously, as long as he can join our NASA, we will meet any conditions. Good. Gwen then immediately contacted her friend and asked him to try and win over Lin Chen. At the same time, Lin Chen was washing socks at home when Li Ziren suddenly walked over. Honey, do you know? You're trending online again. Why? Because the dean of the Aviation Institute revealed your identity, saying that you were the designer of the Cloud Bat spaceship. Lin Chen felt utterly helpless upon hearing this. But considering it wasn't the first time he'd become famous online, he quickly came to terms with it. After washing the socks, Lin Chen received a call from Li Tianhong. Xiao Chen, do you have time now? Come to the company. What's wrong? One of our Tianhong Group's partners wants to meet you, they're a major client. Okay. I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen spoke with Li Ziren for a moment, then drove off. 20 minutes later. Tianhong Group. Inside the office, Lin Chen met the major client that Li Tianhong had mentioned. To Lin Chen's surprise, the other party was actually an American. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. The other person spoke fluent Chinese. His name is Wayne. It's Gwen's friend. Hello, please have a seat. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Wayne then sat down opposite Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, I have admired you for a long time. Meeting you today, I can see that you are indeed a man of great talent. Wayne started with pleasantries. Of course, her respect for Lin Chen was truly heartfelt. Lin Chen sensed something was wrong. Didn't you come here to discuss cooperation with me? Of course. Wayne chuckled and said, but this collaboration is a little different. How? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Wayne with curiosity. Wayne then asked earnestly, Mr. Lin Chen, have you ever considered becoming a U.S. citizen? Chapter 111 Bamboo Dragonfly. Nowadays, countless Chinese people who idolize foreign things dream of becoming American citizens. They would stop at nothing to get a green card in the United States. According to incomplete statistics, hundreds of thousands of Chinese immigrate to the United States every year, even under numerous restrictions. Without stringent restrictions, the number of people immigrating to the United States would be unimaginable. Therefore, for many Chinese people, a U.S. green card is an irresistible temptation. What do you mean? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that with your talent, it's a waste for you to stay in China. Then what? Alright, I'll be frank. NASA has taken a liking to Mr. Lin's talent and sent me to invite him to join the company. Wayne laid his cards on the table and explained his purpose. NASA? Lin Chen's expression shifted. Of course, he knew what NASA represented: the United States Space Agency, which held an extremely high position in the United States. Humanity's current understanding of the universe is primarily derived from NSA. It can be said that NASA has made a tremendous contribution to humanity. Lin Chen hadn't expected NASA to extend an olive branch to him, but he guessed it was very likely related to the Cloud Bat spaceship. Mr. Lin, as long as you are willing to join NASA, we can issue you a lifetime green card and a permanent UN visa. No matter how much money you want, we can give it to you. Or if you have any other requests, you can bring them up, and we'll fulfill them all. These are Gwen's exact words. Now Wayne has spoken for him. In Wayne's eyes, this was simply an irresistible temptation. He only regretted that he didn't have Lin Chen's abilities. If he were Lin Chen, he would definitely agree immediately. "I'm sorry, I refuse," Lin Chen said calmly. "What?" Wayne was taken aback. "I didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse so decisively." "Mr. Lin, would you like to reconsider?" Wayne said unwillingly. "No, I have no interest in joining NASA. That's all." After saying that, Lin Chen stood up from his seat and left. "Why?" Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Wayne sighed and then told Gwen the result. Meanwhile, Gwen quickly received a message from Wayne. "How about it?" "He refused," Gwen said helplessly to Kyufen's. A look of regret also appeared on Ku Fenz's face. Buzz. Just then, Kyufen's phone rang. He glanced at it. The call was from Wang Feng. "Kyufen's, when will the remaining $1 billion you promised me arrive in my account?" Wang Feng sold the blueprints for the faster-than-light spaceship to Ku Fenz's for $2 billion. However, Kyufen's only gave half. He promised to give the remaining half once the spaceship was developed. Now, Wang Feng has come to collect the outstanding debt. Ku Fenz was already in a bad mood, and upon hearing Wang Feng's words, he immediately frowned. "You still want money?" "No way." "Kyufen's, what do you mean?" Wang Feng's face instantly darkened. "Didn't we agree that our word was as good as gold when we started this collaboration? A promise is a promise?" Ku Fenz scoffed. "We don't have that idiom in the United States." "Good, very good." Wang Feng threatened, "Since we've already signed the contract, I'm going to file a lawsuit against you with the US police." "Go ahead, I'll make you pay." The call has ended. Threatened, Ku Fenz went all out and published evidence of his cooperation with Wang Feng online. Immediately, countless media outlets in China reprinted the story, making Wang Feng a trending topic on Weibo. What? The faster-than-light spaceship was also developed by Lin Chen? Wang Feng sold the blueprints to the United States? So, does that mean Wang Feng is a traitorous dog? In an instant, Wang Feng was treated like a rat in the street, and was condemned by countless netizens. At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Beijing, when Wang Feng saw the news online, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly packed his things, preparing to flee back to the United States. But just a few minutes later, a large number of police officers suddenly stormed into Wang Feng's home. "Excuse me, but you are suspected of serious illegal and criminal activities. Please come with us," the police officer said sternly. After saying that, a pair of handcuffs were put on Wang Feng's hands. At that moment, Wang Feng was filled with remorse, regretting that he had done this business with Ku Fenz. At the same time, Lin Chen is at home playing with the babies. "Kurson, come here quickly." At the other end of the sofa, Lin Chen beckoned to his second child, Lin Kurson. That's right, he's teaching his second child to walk. Upon seeing Lin Chen's gesture, Lin Kurson immediately grabbed the sofa and swayed as she stood up. A healing smile appeared on her face as she strode toward Lin Chen with her short legs. However, after walking only halfway, Lin Kurson's body collapsed onto the sofa. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted quickly and rushed over to catch Lin Kurson. Seeing this, Li Ziren, who was mopping the floor nearby, felt quite helpless. "Honey, Kurson is only 6 months old. Isn't it a bit too early to teach her to walk?" Li Ziren said that she had read online that 5-month-old babies can roll around and 6-month-old babies can crawl. They usually start walking around 1-year-old. So she felt it was too early to teach her baby to walk. "It's okay, I just want to teach the babies to walk as soon as possible so I can take these little ones out to play," Lin Chen smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren suddenly felt a strong longing. An image flashed through her mind, a park, a sunset. She held the hand of the third child, Lin Yi, while the fourth child, Lin Yue, sat on Lin Chen's shoulders. The two children, De Bao Lin Xingyue and Air Bo Lin Kurson, skipped and hopped along beside the two of them, looking playful and adorable. Then, the family happily walked towards home. Just imagining this scene makes Li Ziren feel very happy. "That's true, I hope the babies grow up quickly," Li Ziren said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and encouraged her. "Bo, Kurson, you were great just now." After saying that, Lin Chen lifted Lin Kurson high in the air. Lin Kurson stared at her short legs in the air, extremely happy. However, after putting Lin Kurson down, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Host, lift the baby high in the air. Reward, high-tech gadget, bamboo dragonfly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned. Bamboo dragonfly? Isn't this the flying gadget from Doraemon? After Lin Chen reacted, two bamboo dragonflies suddenly appeared in the system space. It looks exactly like the one in Doraemon. Immediately afterwards, a surge of information flooded into Lin Chen's brain, teaching him how to use the bamboo dragonfly. Simply put, the bamboo dragonfly is very easy to use. You can simply wear it on your head. Then, you can control your flight it will through your thoughts, without any external force, and fly wherever you want. This cutting-edge technology is even more amazing than a lie detector. Lin Chen secretly admired it. Then, he suddenly wanted to experience the charm of the bamboo dragonfly. Honey, I'm going out to buy groceries. Can you watch the babies for me? Okay, come back soon. After speaking with Li Ziren, Lin Chen went out. A dozen minutes later. Inside a low-rise, unfinished building. Lin Chen looked around to make sure there were no people or cameras, then took out a bamboo dragonfly from his system space. Then, Lin Chen put the bamboo dragonfly on his head. Instantly, a powerful suction force came and stuck tightly to the top of Lin Chen's head. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen's mind moved, and his body quickly rose into the air. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Above Lin Chen's head, the bamboo dragonfly spun rapidly, like the rotor of a helicopter, but he didn't feel anything while wearing it, and it didn't pull his hair. Soon, Lin Chen flew to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Not far away, two energetic young men wearing loafers were squatting at the entrance of the auto repair shop, smoking. Suddenly, one of the blonde-haired young men saw something and his eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, look! There's someone in the sky. Upon hearing this, another young man in a tight-fitting suit immediately stood up. He looked up at the sky, there's nothing there. That's strange, I clearly saw someone in mid-air just now. The blonde-haired young man scratched his head, looking somewhat bewildered. I told you to masturbate less, now your eyes are playing tricks on you, aren't they? The young man in the tight-fitting clothes joked, how could a person be in mid-air? He must be seeing things. Strange, could it be that I really saw it wrong? Yellow Hair frowned, rubbed his eyes, looked at the azure sky again, and shook his head. Maybe I really did see it wrong. Little did they know that Lin Chen had already landed on the ground. That's great, it'll definitely come in handy in the future. Lin Chen thought to himself with satisfaction, then put the bamboo dragonfly into his system space. At that time. American NASA Center. Kufensi, I've thought of a way. Gwen's excited voice rang out. What method? Kufens asked. The other scientists present also gathered around. Everyone wants to hear what Gwen's solution is. Gwen said, based on my investigation, I found that this Lin Chen is a very strange person. What is so strange? Kufens asked. He is a father of 4 children. His greatest joy is taking care of his children at home. Despite his great abilities, he regards fame and fortune as dirt. Because in his heart, family is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Kufens' expression shifted. What do you mean? Gwen said, since he's unwilling to join us, and unmoved by money. Then we can start with his family, whom he cares about most, and force him to join us. This isn't a good idea. Upon hearing Gwen's suggestion, Kufens felt it was somewhat inappropriate. He's not a brainless person. If we start with the family, what if we anger Lin Chen? He's someone who cares so much about his family. Furthermore, even if Lin Chen were to join NASA using such dirty methods, what difference would it make? He's in Xiao Chao's camp, but his heart is with Han. He's probably unwilling to give his all. This is the only way right now. Gwen said, and as long as we do our best and don't harm his family, it'll be fine. Seeing that Kufens was still hesitating, Gwen continued, Kufens, I believe you wouldn't want to see China's future technology dominate the world, would you? Chapter 112 Lin Chen wants to borrow the Cloud Bat spaceship. Kufens, I'm sure you wouldn't want to see China's future technology dominate the world, would you? Upon hearing this, Kufens' expression immediately changed. As a proud scientist, he looked down on China and could not accept this result. If China's technology truly surpasses that of the United States, it would be even more painful than killing him. Then Kufens said, then let's do it your way. What do you all think? Kufens looked at the other scientists. I have no objection. I agree. If we can get such talent into the NASA, what's wrong with using dirty tricks? I think Nami is right. All the scientists present agreed with Gwen's approach. The next day, Lin Chen stayed home to take care of the child, while Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang went to the vegetable market. Ziren, what kind of vegetables would you like to buy? Let's buy some soybeans and some pork hock. Why do you suddenly crave braised pork knuckle with soybeans? Wu Yanfang asked with a smile. She remembered that Ziren never liked eating braised pork knuckle when she was little because she thought it was too greasy. Li Ziren smiled slightly. It's because Lin Chen likes to eat it. I haven't made it for him in a long time. This answer surprised Wu Yanfang for a moment, then a smile appeared on her lips. She could tell that her daughter truly loved Lin Chen. No matter what she does, Lin Chen is always number one in her heart, and he is the first person she thinks of. Okay, since Xiaochen likes it, let's buy more. Yes, and ribs too, he loves those too. The two strolled around the market for about 20 minutes, their hands full of vegetables. Just as Li Ziren took out her car keys to open the car door. Ziren. A panicked voice came from behind. Li Ziren turned around and her face turned pale instantly. Two foreigners were seen holding Wu Yanfang hostage, one of them covering her mouth so she couldn't make a sound. At that moment, a black minivan drove up and opened its door. The two foreigners immediately pulled Wu Yanfang into the car. Have your husband come to Yangtze to find us? He uttered a sentence to Li Ziren, and the car door immediately closed. All of this happened too fast. By the time Li Ziren caught up, the black minivan had already sped away. Mom! Li Ziren was panicked and completely lost her composure. The kidnapper's words flashed through his mind. Tell Lin Chen to go to Yangtze to find them. Why should Lin Chen go to them? Could it be that the kidnapper's target is Lin Chen? Without a second thought, Li Ziren immediately got into the car and chased after the other party. While driving, Li Ziren called the police, because she remembered the other car's license plate number. Hiss. Suddenly, Li Ziren slammed on the brakes without warning. Holy crap, beautiful lady! How do you drive? Ahead, an old man selling watermelons on a tricycle turned around and said speechlessly to Li Ziren. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Li Ziren apologized hastily in embarrassment. By this time, the kidnapper's car had completely disappeared from sight, and Li Ziren gave up the idea of continuing the chase. Honey, my mom has been kidnapped. Li Ziren dialed Lin Chen's number. At that moment, Lin Chen was drinking tea at home when he heard Li Ziren's words and almost choked. What happened? Li Ziren recounted what had happened. Lin Chen's expression changed after hearing this. What color is the car? What kind of car is it? It was a black 7-seater minivan. Honey, I've already called the police. Please don't go to Yangtze alone. Knowing that the kidnapper's target was Lin Chen, Li Ziren didn't want Lin Chen to go on the risk alone. Okay, come back first. You don't need to worry about this. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? What happened? Li Tianhong walked over carrying Debao and asked curiously. Fine. Lin Chen shook his head. Dad, you stay home and take care of the child. I'm going out for a bit. After leaving the villa, Lin Chen immediately took out the bamboo dragonfly from his system space and put it on his head. 1 meter, 10 meters, 50 meters. Lin Chen's body quickly rose to a height of 50 meters. Pedestrians on the road couldn't see Lin Chen at all, and didn't even notice that someone was flying in the sky. Those below looked up and could only see a rapidly moving black dot. In addition, Lin Chen's body was floating, making him look like a large bird. Yes, this is the effect Lin Chen wanted. The reason he flew so high was that he didn't want passers-by to see him. But to Lin Chen's surprise, he still accidentally exposed himself. On the rooftop of a building, a young photographer is taking pictures of the scenery. Suddenly, a black dot entered his field of view. Holy crap, what's that? The photographer rubbed his eyes, but the next second, the black dot disappeared from his lens. Yangtze. This is a famous mountain in Shanghai. At this moment, a black minivan is driving on the winding mountain road. Inside the car, a lewd-looking American was eyeing Wu Yanfang's figure, who was drugged in the back and almost drooled. I must say, this young woman is really fair-skinned and delicate. A young married woman? She might be old enough to be your mother. That's not important. What's important is that I take good care of myself, and I've never been with a Chinese girl before. James, you'd better watch out. We've been instructed not to harm Mr. Lin's family. Another American offered a reminder. After hearing his words, the American who had originally harbored wicked thoughts managed to suppress his evil desires. Wanhao, why don't you give Lin Chen a call? Who knows when he'll be here? The driver spoke up. However, the words had barely left his mouth. A figure descended from the sky, landing in front of the van and forcing it to stop. It's Lin Chen. After seeing who it was, the three Americans in the car were startled. This guy just fell from the sky? Could he fly? Wow, what kind of high tech is this? The driver stared wide-eyed at the bamboo dragonfly above Lin Chen's head in disbelief. Open the door. Lin Chen didn't want to waste any more words, so he raised his foot and kicked the car door. If you dare kick her again, believe me, I'll kill her. James pulled out a sharp knife and held it against Wu Yanfang's neck, threatening her. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen calmed down a bit. He could also tell that the other party's target was him. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lin Chen asked calmly. At this moment, the three Americans got out of their cars, and Wanhao, who was in the lead, said with a smile. Our goal is simple, come back to the United States with us. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. Did the NSA send you? That's not important. What's important is that you have to come back to the US with us. A smile appeared on Marriott's lips. Lin Chen considered for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go back to the US with you, but you have to release my mother-in-law first. Don't worry, we Americans always keep our word. Wanhao smiled and said, Mr. Lin, although we were told not to harm you, you'll have to suffer a little for now. As soon as he finished speaking, James took out a pair of shackles and was about to put them on Lin Chen. They're not stupid. What if Lin Chen suddenly changes his mind? Therefore, putting shackles on him is the best solution. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, just as Wanhao thought he was about to obediently give in. Lin Chen suddenly kicked out, sending James flying. After all, he was a man who had just begun his martial arts training, and dealing with these three people was more than enough for him. Lin Chen. You. Before Marriott could finish speaking, the next second. Snap. Lin Chen slapped him so hard he flew 4 or 5 meters away, knocking out several of his teeth. At that moment, James, who was standing nearby, tried to launch a sneak attack. Lin Chen's expression shifted, and with a judo throw, he slammed James to the ground, leaving James unable to move. Ah! The three of them screamed in pain as they were beaten, never expecting Lin Chen to be so skilled. Keep in mind, all three of them are veterans of the US Navy SEALs. However, he was easily defeated by Lin Chen, and was completely powerless to fight back. Lin Chen glanced at the three of them, then climbed into the back seat of the van and carried his mother-in-law out. Suddenly, Lin Chen smelled a peculiar scent on Wu Yanfang. It's anesthetic powder. This stuff can induce a short period of sleep, and what reassured Lin Chen was that the anesthetic powder didn't cause much harm to the body. Go back and tell your superiors to wait for me at the NASA center. After saying that, Lin Chen activated the bamboo dragonfly and flew away into the distance with Wu Yanfang in his arms. Sorry, the mission failed. Watching Lin Chen leave, Wanhao helplessly took out his phone and sent a text message to Gwen. Some time later, the Bund villas. At this moment, Wu Yanfang had already woken up. Wu Yanfang vaguely remembered that she seemed to have been kidnapped, and then she had a dream in which she was flying in the sky. When she opened her eyes again, she was back home. Mom, you're finally awake. Li Ziren rushed over excitedly. She was worried to death. Luckily, her mother had woken up and was all right. Li Tianhong, who was standing nearby, was also relieved. Wife, how are you now? Do you feel any discomfort? No. Wu Yanfang shook her head and asked, Have I been kidnapped? Yes, it was Lin Chen who saved you, Lin Chen. Li Ziren turned around and saw that Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, on the first floor of the villa, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Li Chang. Hello? Mr. Lin. Li Chang was overjoyed Lin Chen had actually taken the initiative to call him. It's me. I need your help with something. What's wrong? If it's within my power, I'll definitely help you. I need to borrow the Cloud Bat spaceship for a bit, Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Li Chang was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to want to borrow the Cloud Bat spaceship. He asked instinctively, What do you want to do with the Cloud Bat spaceship? Lin Chen said calmly, Go to the United States. Chapter 113 Lin Chen's Small Counterattack. In Lin Chen's heart, family is an inviolable bottom line. But now that someone has challenged his bottom line, Lin Chen is determined to teach them a lesson. Mr. Lin, of course you can. Li Chang replied without hesitation, the Cloud Bat spaceship was originally your creation. If you want to use it, feel free to take it. Okay, then bring your spaceship over now. I'll be waiting for you on the bund, Lin Chen said. Shanghai is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Beijing, and it would take more than 10 hours to drive there. However, the Cloud Bat spaceship is, after all, 3 times the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, Li Chang appeared in front of Lin Chen in his Cloud Bat spaceship. Mr. Lin Chen, what are you going to the United States for? Would you like me to go with you? Li Chang's heart stirred, and he smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, okay, let's go together then. Lin Chen then boarded the Cloud Bat spaceship and sat in the pilot's seat, while Li Chang sat in the co-pilot's seat. A few seconds later, the Cloud Bat spacecraft appeared over the United States. At this moment, a group of elite American airmen were on patrol, their fighter jets lined up in a straight line, roaring as they cut through the air. Beep beep. Suddenly, all the patrolling fighter jets' radars went off incessantly, issuing alarms. Lord Victor, an unidentified flying object has been detected approaching. A subordinate reported to Victor. Victor's expression immediately turned serious. The next second, a magnificent spaceship that looked just like a bat appeared before everyone's eyes. What? Victor immediately stood up from his seat and stared at the Cloud Bat spaceship in front of him, completely dumbfounded. Cloud Bat spaceship. What are they trying to do? Victor, being the leader of the U.S. Air Force, quickly calmed down. Warn them first, then attack if necessary. Victor pressed a button, and the sound entered the earpieces of every American airman. Immediately afterwards, all the fighter jets in the air issued warning broadcasts. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. All the fighter jets quickly surrounded the Cloud Bat spaceship. At that time, inside the Cloud Bat spaceship, Li Chang broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this display of power. Are these people very strong? Lin Chen asked. Li Chang said with a wry smile, the United States Air Force is probably the strongest in the world right now. It's alright, even if they're stronger, they can't catch up with us. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and the next second the Cloud Bat spaceship vanished into thin air. Before Victor could react, the Cloud Bat spaceship had already vanished. In the vast outer space. It was pitch black here, as if sand and dust were floating around, but you couldn't feel any movement of the air. The next moment, the Cloud Bat spaceship appeared in outer space. How did we end up in outer space? Weren't we supposed to be going to the United States? Li Chang looked around at his surroundings and asked, puzzled. Ahem. Sorry, I didn't control my speed well. Lin Chen gave an awkward smile. The speed of the Cloud Bat spaceship is outrageous. 3 times the speed of light, and this is Lin Chen's first time piloting it. Before you know it, you've flown into outer space. Li Chang. Hey, what are those stars? Satellites? Lin Chen looked up and saw a bizarre scene appear in his field of vision. One by one, these things, like stars, seemed to be connected by something, forming a large net that flew around the Earth in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing this, Li Chang raised an eyebrow. This might be NASA's orbital program. Huh? What is the Star Orbit Project? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Li Chang said, they've been launching satellites into outer space. They plan to launch more than 20,000, and they've already launched more than 2,000. And then? Lin Chen asked. Li Chang said, you should know that all of humanity's orbital satellites combined are only a little over 4,000. And NSA launched half of them, and this is just the beginning. You should know that their ultimate goal is 20,000. It seems this is not good for us at all, Lin Chen sighed. Li Chang said, indeed, there's no benefit to it. Would they do something that would benefit us? I see. What? Before Li Chang could react, Lin Chen pressed a button. Suddenly, a row of cannon barrels appeared at the bottom of the spaceship. Stop. Just then, an angry voice rang out. Immediately, a white probe approached the spaceship, and the sound came from the probe. This looks like a detector. Li Chang said something. Lin Chen instantly understood. It turned out that Ku Fens had already noticed his actions. At this moment, Kufens and Gwen were extremely anxious. The Star Orbit project is the culmination of their hard work over the past few years. Now Lin Chen actually wants to destroy it? Lin Chen, stop. Let's talk this out. We apologize for our previous actions. Ku Fens and the others stood on a virtual screen and transmitted their voices to Lin Chen through a detector. Apologize? Too late. As Lin Chen finished speaking, all the satellites exploded, turning into a blazing sea of fire. It's over. Upon seeing this, Kufens almost fainted. If you mess with me and my family again, it'll be your turn next time. Lin Chen's voice boomed in the ears of Ku Fens and the others. So it turns out they've offended Lin Chen's family. At this moment, Li Chang finally understood why Lin Chen had been so assertive today. It turned out that they had crossed Lin Chen's bottom line. Serves you right. Li Chang thought to himself. A few seconds later, Lin Chen returned to Shanghai in his Cloud Bat spaceship. Thank you, Dean Li, Lin Chen said. He then returned the key to the Cloud Bat spaceship to Li Chang. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Taking the key, Li Chang boarded the Cloud Bat spaceship. Lin Chen, I'm going back now. If anything happens, just send me a message. Good. Lin Chen nodded. At the same time, the news of the destruction of the U.S. Star Orbit project has made headlines in major news outlets around the world. This has brought mixed feelings to many countries. They are happy because the U.S.'s orbital tracking program has been destroyed, which is something they are delighted to see. The worry stems from the sheer power of the Cloud Bat spaceship. This incident has instilled awe and fear in them at the strength of China. At home. As soon as Lin Chen returned, Li Ziren said to him, Honey, do you know what? I just saw a news report that the US's satellite orbit project has been destroyed. I know, Lin Chen said. Seeing Li Ziren's suspicious look, Lin Chen smiled and said, Because I did it. Ah. Li Ziren was startled. I never imagined that it was my own husband who did this. Oh, I see, is it because of my mom? Li Ziren thought of a certain possibility. Yes. Lin Chen said seriously, so this is my little retaliation. She learned that her husband had stood up for her mother. Li Ziren was undoubtedly gratified and happy. But then, Li Ziren asked worriedly, Honey, do you think they might retaliate against us? Chapter 114 Li Ziren got her period. Don't worry, I believe they wouldn't dare. At most, they'll just give a verbal reprimand. Lin Chen said this. This is the source of our technological strength. Furthermore, if the United States really dares to retaliate, Lin Chen wouldn't mind taking the Cloud Bat spaceship to deal with them again. The next day. As expected, U.S. media outlets published condemnations on social media. Madman. Is this an attempt to disrupt world peace? Western netizens also voiced their criticism. Not long after, news of what was happening over there reached back home. It immediately topped the Weibo trending list. TSK, how can the US have the nerve to condemn itself after doing so many bad things? I didn't know until I read the news that the US's orbital tracking project had been destroyed. All I can say is, well done. This is a display of our national power. Does anyone know the inside story? Why did the Cloud Bat spacecraft destroy a satellite launched by the United States? Upstairs, I'm curious too. Countless netizens were puzzled. Because before this, no one had heard any rumors or made any preparations. Thousands of satellites launched by the United States were suddenly destroyed by the Cloud Bat spacecraft. At Dean Li Chang, what exactly happened? At Li Chang. Countless netizens tagged Li Chang on Weibo. After being reminded by a friend, Li Chang quickly learned about the online commotion. Therefore, after obtaining Lin Chen's consent, Li Chang posted a Weibo post in response to the matter. That's right, Mr. Lin Chen and I did this. The incident began when Mr. Lin Chen's family was kidnapped by NSA agents, who wanted to use this to threaten Mr. Lin Chen. Therefore, Mr. Lin Chen gave the other party a small retaliation. That's about it. The post immediately went viral and became the #1 post on Weibo. Netizens immediately understood the cause and effect. So that's how it is. The US's methods are truly dirty. Speechless. All I can say is that the counterattack was brilliant. Lin Chen is awesome. I really want to be Mr. Lin Chen's family. He makes me feel so safe. Mr. Lin Chen is so good to his family. Does he still need family? Why, am I the only one who wants to be Lin Chen's wife? What are you dreaming about upstairs? She's already married. The comments section was full of praise and admiration for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen did not read this Weibo post. At home at the moment, Li Ziren is washing vegetables in the kitchen, preparing to cook dinner. She casually tied her hair into a bun and secured it with a cute hair clip, looking very dignified and elegant. Black pantyhose and a pink knitted skirt accentuated her rounded hips. Suddenly, Lin Chen's body pressed against it. Feeling the heat in a certain area, Li Ziren, washing the vegetables with both hands, said helplessly, "Honey, not today." Lin Chen put his arm around Li Ziren's waist and asked with concern, "Are you on your period?" Li Ziren blushed slightly and nodded, Why didn't you tell me you were on your period earlier?" Lin Chen said speechlessly, "Come on, let me wash you. You go and rest outside." Lin Chen lifted Li Ziren's hand out of the basin, but Li Ziren smiled wryly and said, "Honey, it's okay, I'm not that dramatic. This has nothing to do with being pretentious. Look at you, you're on your period and you're still washing vegetables with cold water." Lin Chen immediately turned off the tap. "Don't you know that girls shouldn't touch cold water when they're on their period?" "Sure, who says you can't? You can touch cold water even when you're on your period. If I say no, then no." Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Li Ziren couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Chen took her hand and walked out of the kitchen. "You know what? The way you're looking at me makes it seem like you're disciplining your daughter," Li Ziren said. Lin Chen joked, "Aren't you my daughter? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up." Li Ziren waved her little fist and threatened. Lin Chen grinned mischievously, "But you really did call me dad." Stop, Li Ziren immediately stopped the topic. Thinking of that embarrassing scene from before, her face instantly became incredibly hot. Li Ziren then looked around and thankfully her parents weren't home. Otherwise, it would be so awkward to hear Lin Chen say that. "Hey, watch your mouth." Li Ziren was speechless and punched Lin Chen lightly, though it didn't hurt. Lin Chen realized he'd gone too far. Okay, I'll be careful. "Honey, you stay in the bedroom and watch the baby. You don't need to do any housework for the next 5 days, leave it all to me. Also, don't touch cold water. Girls really shouldn't touch cold water when they're on their period. This is no joke. Besides," Lin Chen rambled on and on, leaving Li Ziren both amused and exasperated. But for some reason, she also really liked Lin Chen nagging her. Women are such contradictory creatures. All right, go wash the vegetables and cook." Li Ziren sat on the bed, with 4 sleeping babies behind her. Lin Chen pinched Li Ziren's cheek, then went to cook. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried shrimp with peas, mapo tofu, beer braised chicken wings, steamed hairy crab, and pork and white fungus soup. Finally, Lin Chen grabbed a handful of chopped scallions and sprinkled them on the soup. Suddenly, a refreshing and delightful fragrance wafted over. After finishing all this, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was only 6:20. We usually eat dinner around 7 p.m. at home. At this moment, Lin Chen remembered that Li Ziren had gotten her period today. So Lin Chen took out the brown sugar from the cabinet. That's right, Lin Chen is going to make some brown sugar water for Li Ziren. Chapter 115, Making Brown Sugar Water for Li Ziren. Drinking brown sugar water is beneficial for girls when they have their period. Firstly, it can promote smooth menstruation, replenish lost blood, and also relieve menstrual cramps. Furthermore, brown sugar has the effect of nourishing blood, contains various trace elements needed by the human body, and can also replenish energy. Lin Chen first poured some water into the pot, then added some longan and red date slices. After bringing the water to a boil, Lin Chen added brown sugar and goji berries to the pot. Yes, it's actually very simple. Once it boils, stir it well with a spoon. "Honey, dinner's ready." Lin Chen brought out plates of dishes from the kitchen, including the boiled brown sugar water. "Are the babies still sleeping?" "Yes, they woke up briefly just now. After I fed them, I coaxed them back to sleep." Li Ziren sat down at the dining table and saw a cup of brown sugar water in front of her. "Honey, did you make this?" Li Ziren asked in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Yes, aren't you on your period? Drinking some brown sugar water is good for you." "Thank you, my love, I love you." Although Li Ziren was already used to Lin Chen's thoughtfulness, she did not take it for granted. Every time Lin Chen does something for her, even if it's something he's done before, Li Ziren is still very touched. "Eat your food, what are you doing?" Seeing Li Ziren take out her phone, Lin Chen asked her a question. I'm going to post this on my WeChat moments, Li Ziren said with a smile. Lin Chen was helpless. He watched as Li Ziren opened her camera and snapped a picture of the cup of brown sugar water. My silly husband made this heart. After editing the content, Li Ziren tapped her little finger and sent the post to her WeChat moments. Then I put my phone down and started eating. About 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Li Ziren had almost finished eating, and Li Ziren swiped her phone to check WeChat. The post I just made on WeChat moments already has dozens of comments and likes. Because Li Ziren has a lot of WeChat friends, or more accurately, a lot of good friends. Vivian Chow, I just finished eating and then I got to eat another dose of PDA. Luo Yuting, it's my fault for being so impulsive. I shouldn't have opened my WeChat moments. Zhou Shishir, your husband is really all around amazing. He can even make brown sugar water. Unlike my boyfriend, who plays video games all day and can't do anything. Zhang Kaifan, wow, is there anything your husband can't do? Second aunt, Ziren married a good husband. Thumbs up. After reading through the comments, Li Ziren was both amused and exasperated. Every time she posted a picture of her loving relationship on her WeChat moments, the comments were always the same. Wow! Just then, the baby's cries could be heard from inside the bedroom. Lin Chen immediately said, "Wife, go to the bedroom and check on the baby. I'll wash the dishes." Okay. Li Ziren got up and went into the bedroom. After washing the dishes, Lin Chen dried his hands and checked WeChat, only to find that someone had tagged him in the university dormitory group chat. Lin Chen, are you free tomorrow night? Let's get together. Yeah, you've rarely dined with us since you got married. Bai Bing is treating us to dinner tomorrow night at the Peace Hotel in Shanghai. Lin Chen, are you coming? After reading the message, Lin Chen thought for a moment and then replied, "Sure, I have time." Okay, then tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, at the Peace Hotel. Don't stand us up, Bai Bing replied. The next day, on the evening of the following day, arrived. After speaking with Li Ziren, Lin Chen drove to the Peace Hotel. During the Republic of China era, the Peace Hotel was the most famous restaurant in Shanghai. Back then, the people who came here to eat were mostly warlords and big shots. However, just 2 years ago, the Peace Hotel ceased to be privately owned and officially became a state-owned enterprise. Lin Chen, have you arrived yet? At the restaurant entrance, a rather handsome young man dialed Lin Chen's number. I've arrived. You're at the door, right? I see you. After finishing his sentence, Lin Chen hung up the phone, took out his car keys, and walked towards the door. Afterwards, Lin Chen met up with his 4 college roommates, Huang Chang, Bai Bing, Yi Wei, and Wu Xiaolong. Beside Bai Bing, a beautiful woman with a very mature and sophisticated aura was embracing him. She was probably his new girlfriend. Damn, Lin Chen, you seem to have gained a little weight since I last saw you. After glancing at Lin Chen, Huang Chang immediately started teasing him. Does your wife cook delicious meals for you at home every day? Wu Xiaolong asked with a smile. Hey, they say all men gain weight after marriage, looks like you haven't escaped that rule either. Yi Wei patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and laughed. Lin Chen, you must weigh around 150 pounds now, right? You look about the same as me, Bai Bing said with a smile. Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. What the heck? They started discussing my weight the moment we met? To be fair, Lin Chen has indeed gained some weight. He now weighs about 150 pounds. He is 1.8 meters tall and weighed only 140 pounds before he got married. Hey, don't laugh at me. You'll all gain weight after you get married, Lin Chen said helplessly. By the way, Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Sailor Moon. As soon as Bai Bing finished speaking, Shui Bingyue smiled at Lin Chen and said, Hello Lin Chen, I've heard Bai Bing mention you. Hello? Lin Chen responded politely. The group then chatted as they entered a luxurious private room at the Peace Hotel. A meal here costs at least 5,000 yuan, which is too expensive for ordinary people. However, Bai Bing is a rich second generation, so this amount of money is nothing to him. By the way, did you guys see today's trending news? Yi Wei suddenly changed the subject. Huang Chang asked, What news? We have been invaded by aliens in Shanghai. Yi Wei's words were astonishing. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately stunned. Aliens? No way? Wu Xiaolong joked, Are you still half asleep? Yeah, I'm in Shanghai every day, how come I haven't seen any aliens? Bai Bing said. Huang Chang said, aliens invading our Shanghai? How is that possible? Where did you see this news? Really, if you don't believe me, I'll find this video right now. Yi Wei immediately picked up his phone and opened Douyin TikTok. Because Yi Wei liked that video. So he found it very quickly. Look, isn't that an alien? Yi Wei played the video. At that moment, Bai Bing, Huang Chang, and the others immediately went over to take a look. Even Lin Chen found it strange and went over to investigate. Holy crap! It's flying in the sky. It was fine if they hadn't looked, but once they did, everyone was shocked. In the video, it's unclear whether the issue is due to insufficient resolution or the distance being too great. All I could see was a dark shadow. It was impossible to even tell whether it was a human shadow or not. Of course, that's not the point. The key point is that this dark shadow is flying forward, just like Superman. Above the shadow's head, there seems to be a circle that keeps rotating, which at first glance looks a lot like the halo above an angel's head. A few seconds later, the dark shadow disappeared into the clouds. That's roughly what the video is about. After reading it, everyone else looked surprised. Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this me? Isn't this the scene in the video where I used the bamboo dragonfly to save my mother-in-law? I never expected that someone would capture the moment I flew. He was even mistaken for an alien by everyone? That's absolutely outrageous. Holy crap, is this really an alien? Bai Bing rubbed her eyes, looking incredulous. His girlfriend, Sailor Moon, said, I don't know if they're aliens, but they don't look very human. Lin Chen. What makes you look inhuman? Lin Chen blurted it out. His appearance? Humans don't look like this, and he has a circle on the top of his head. Yes, definitely not human, Sailor Moon said. Huang Chang agreed, saying, that makes sense. To put it another way, if it were a human, how could they fly so fast? I saw someone in the comments say that this might be an extraterrestrial species. Extraterrestrial species? That's possible. Didn't our country recently develop the Cloud Bat spaceship? Maybe we really have found aliens. Huang Chang speculated. Seeing his friend's increasingly outrageous claims, Lin Chen couldn't remain calm any longer. Don't let your imaginations run wild, this really isn't an alien. Lin Chen, why are you so sure? Yi Wei looked at him suspiciously. Lin Chen laid his cards on the table, because this dark shadow is me. Chapter 116 Interviewing Eyewitnesses. What? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. But then Bai Bing laughed and looked at Lin Chen. Brother, you're joking, right? I'm not joking, Lin Chen said helplessly. This really is me. Put. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Shui Bingyue laughed immediately. Lin Chen, alright, stop making everyone laugh. If you're an alien, then I'm the Queen Mother of the West. Huang Chang patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Brother, I believe the person in the video is you. Huh? Really? Lin Chen looked at him. Real. Huang Chang said earnestly, so you must be able to fly, right? Can you take me flying? I'd like to experience what it's like to fly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when they heard Huang Chang's words, but not to mock Lin Chen, they took it as a lame joke. Take me with you, Lin Chen, I also want to fly up into the sky for a spin. Bai Bing was about to burst into laughter. Why? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Never mind. Since you think you're joking, then just treat it as a joke. Lin Chen didn't want to prove anything. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even if aliens really did invade Shanghai, it's not something we should worry about, Wu Xiaolong said. Huang Chang agreed, that's right. So what if there are aliens? Even if the world ends, it won't affect my monthly salary of 3,000. Let's just drink and eat. Yes, let's drink and eat. After that, no one mentioned aliens anymore. An hour later. Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and had almost finished eating. After saying goodbye to his good friends, Lin Chen returned home. As soon as Lin Chen got home, he saw Li Tianhong sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Linny, the third child, was standing on Li Tianhong's lap. Linny hopped and skipped, looking very happy to be amused by Li Tianhong. Xiao Chen, you're back. Seeing Lin Chen come in, Li Tianhong said to him, come and have a couple of glasses of bayberry wine with me. Okay. Lin Chen walked over. At that moment, the TV in the living room was on, playing Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, the great battle in the strange world. However, neither San Baolini nor Li Tianhong were watching. Dad, did you make this bayberry wine yourself? Lin Chen asked after sitting down. Yes, I brought it from my place this morning, Li Tianhong said with a smile. Try it and see how it tastes. It's been soaking for half a year. Okay. With that, Lin Chen poured himself a glass. He rarely drank alcohol, he usually only drank with others. Not bad, very fragrant. Lin Chen took a sip and smiled. Just then, a news report was interrupted on television. The following is a news report about the recent alien incident in Shanghai, which has caused a certain degree of panic in the city. Therefore, we at Shanghai Daily contacted eyewitnesses from that day in hopes of reconstructing the true events for everyone. As soon as the beautiful reporter finished speaking, Li Tianhong raised an eyebrow. Alien? Is this for real? An alien species has appeared in Shanghai? Xiao Chen, have you heard about this? Li Tianhong asked Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen was quite surprised. It seemed that this matter had really caused quite a stir, and even the Shanghai Daily had taken notice. I've heard about it, but it's definitely fake. Lin Chen said helplessly. Perhaps no one knew better than him that the so-called alien was himself. I believe it's true. Li Tianhong said seriously, the universe is so vast, how could life have only arisen on Earth? Perhaps this news is true. Let's see what the person involved has to say. Li Tianhong looked at the TV, while San Baolini stopped making a fuss and stared at the TV with his big, dark eyes, seemingly finding it very magical. Lin Chen didn't say anything, and immediately, his gaze also turned to the television. He wanted to see who had filmed him and uploaded the video online. On the television screen appeared a young man wearing glasses, with long hair tied up, who looked like an artist. The female reporter asked him, "Hello, thank you for taking the time to be interviewed. Could you please introduce yourself to everyone?" "Sure." The young man faced the camera. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Lei, and I am a professional photographer." He is also a key eyewitness to the Shanghai alien incident. Mr. Su Lei, as an eyewitness to the aliens, could you first recount the events of that time to everyone? The female reporter held out the microphone and asked with a smile. Su Lei thought for a moment and said, I was taking a series of photos of a rainbow on the roof of the Shirmao Tower when, halfway through the shoot, the silhouette of an alien flying into my frame suddenly appeared. I was completely stunned at the time, and my first instinct was to rule out that the other party was human. The female reporter asked, why were humans ruled out in the first place? Su Lei said, because the other side's flight speed is just too fast. Humans can't fly, and it's impossible for them to fly that fast. There are currently no aircraft in the world with that kind of speed. The female reporter said, so, it really might not be human. But then again, it could also be an animal, like an eagle? Su Lei said speechlessly, it's definitely not an animal. First of all, if an animal is going to fly, it must have wings, but that dark figure didn't have wings, and it had a circle on its head. If you really have to say it's an animal, I really can't imagine what kind of animal it is. Upon hearing this, the female reporter nodded, in that case, it really is strange. Yes. Su Lei added, the only regret is that I didn't get a clear picture of the other person because they were too far away. Oh well, I guess it's my camera's resolution that's not good enough. At this point, Su Lei's face showed some regret. The female reporter nodded. Indeed. It would be great if the picture could be clearer. The dark figure, the circle, and the terrifying speed of flight only exclude humans and animals. Whether they are aliens or not remains to be verified. However, everyone's first impression was that the other party was an alien. After all, no one has ever seen a creature that flies at high speed while wearing a circle, and there is no record of it in biological encyclopedias. Mr. Su, could you tell us how you felt at that time? The female reporter spoke again, it's the feeling of seeing this kind of unknown organism. Su Lei thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I didn't feel much at the time, but when I got home, I broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 117 Lin Chen's Flying Machine. At that moment, I thought, thank goodness the aliens didn't notice me taking pictures, otherwise I might have been dead. At this point, a hint of lingering fear appeared on Su Lei's face. Female reporter, so, to warn everyone that aliens might appear in Shanghai, you later uploaded the video online? Yes. Su Lei nodded. The female reporter smiled and said, okay, thank you, Mr. Su, for accepting our interview. Regarding the alien incident in Shanghai, our Shanghai Daily will continue to follow up and hopes to bring you the truth in the near future. We also hope that everyone will not panic. If you encounter this alien again while you are out and about, be sure to call the police immediately. After the female reporter finished speaking, the scene changed, and the breaking news ended. Xiao Chun, it seems we should try to stay home as much as possible during this period. Li Tianhong said quietly. After all, people in their 40s tend to be cautious. Who knows if this alien is good or bad? What if his intention is like in the novel The Three-Body Problem, to plunder or even conquer Earth? Of course, if Li Tianhong knew that the alien mentioned in the news was actually her son-in-law, he'll definitely be left speechless, both amused and exasperated. Yes, I know. Lin Chen nodded. His expression was one of helplessness. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to clarify things properly. He doesn't want to take the blame for this alien incident. Dad, the baby is asleep. Please carry him upstairs to sleep, Lin Chen said. Li Tianhong then realized that Lin Yi, the 3 babies in her arms, had already fallen asleep. Hey, little guy, you just finished eating and you've already fallen asleep again? Li Tianhong smiled helplessly, her smile full of affection. Then, he gently handed Lin Yi to Lin Chen. Lin Chen gently carried him upstairs. Back on the second floor, Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it and saw it was a WeChat call from his good friend Huang Chang. Huang Chang asked with delight, Lin Chen, shall we go to Yangtzeanling? Lin Chen was puzzled, and Huang Chang immediately explained, have you seen the announcement online? The official reward is 2 million to find aliens. Even if you only provide a little clue, you will get 2 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was immediately taken aback. Holy crap, this is absolutely outrageous. Huang Chang, you guys shouldn't go. You definitely won't find it. Lin Chen offered kind words of advice. Huang Chang laughed and said, it's alright, even if we can't find it, it doesn't matter. We're just going to join in the fun. If I could ever see what aliens look like in this lifetime, it would be worth it. Alright, then you guys go ahead, Lin Chen said. The call then ended. A short while later, Li Ziren walked into the bedroom from outside, carrying several packages in her hands. She had just gone outside to pick up a package. Honey, you know what? I just saw a video on my WeChat moments, and the back of that person looks a lot like you. Li Ziren swiped her phone to find the post on WeChat moments, and then showed the video to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked closely and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this the scene from when he went to rescue his mother-in-law? It's me. What? Li Ziren's face stiffened, and she looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Really? Lin Chen explained, actually, this was when I went to rescue your mother after she was kidnapped, and someone filmed it. I didn't expect the video to be posted online and even go viral. I'm speechless. Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Honey, how can you fly? And so high and so fast? Do you have magic? Of course I don't use magic, Lin Chen explained. I used a flying machine, which I developed myself. Aircraft? Li Ziren was taken aback. Immediately, amidst her shocked gaze, Lin Chen said, wait a minute. After saying that, Lin Chen quickly walked into the room and took out 2 bamboo dragonflies from the system space, just like a magic trick. Of course, Li Ziren couldn't see this, otherwise she would question her life. Look, honey, this is the aircraft I developed. Lin Chen held the bamboo dragonfly in front of Li Ziren. This is a bamboo dragonfly? Li Ziren was taken aback, then her beautiful eyes widened. Isn't this the bamboo copter from Doraemon? Almost. Li Ziren asked excitedly, honey, if we wear this on our heads, will we be able to fly? Would you like to try it? Of course I want to. Flying in the sky was something Li Ziren had never experienced before, but just thinking about it made her feel very excited. Okay, I'll grant your request. Come with me. Then, Lin Chen, holding 2 bamboo dragonflies in one hand and Li Ziren's hand in the other, led her to the rooftop of the villa. Honey, let me help you put the bamboo dragonfly on. Are you just going to wear it on your head like that? Right. As he spoke, Lin Chen placed a bamboo dragonfly on Li Ziren's head. Suddenly, Li Ziren felt a strong suction force coming from her, and the bamboo dragonfly stuck tightly to her head. Of course, this won't pull your hair, not even if you fly. Honey, how do I do this? Li Ziren asked curiously, and while she was asking, Lin Chen had already put the bamboo dragonfly on himself. Give me your hand first, so we don't get separated when we fly. Then I'll hold your arm. Crossing your arms won't work, your bamboo dragonfly will spin on your head and it'll scratch me. Let's hold hands instead. Aha! Immediately, Li Ziren raised her hand, and Lin Chen held it tightly. I'll teach you how to do it. This bamboo dragonfly can be controlled by your thoughts to fly. It doesn't need any external force. You can fly wherever you want. Come on, let's imagine flying together in our minds now. Once you take off, all you need to do is follow me, and I'll take you flying. Lin Chen explained patiently. Good. The words had barely left his mouth. The two figures flew up together. Suddenly, Li Ziren felt a sense of weightlessness, but fortunately Lin Chen held her tightly. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Li Ziren quickly adapted to the feeling of being airborne. 5 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters. The two figures quickly flew to a height of 10 meters. Honey, you're so slow. Can you go faster? Sure. Lin Chen didn't fly that fast when he came up because he was worried that his wife would be scared. After all, many girls are afraid of heights. However, since Li Ziren now wants to fly faster, Lin Chen has no choice but to comply. A thought of acceleration appeared in his mind, and in an instant, the speed of the bamboo dragonfly increased more than 3 times. The two figures flew away into the distance like arrows released from a bow. First, it flew over the Huangpu River. Flying over Thompson Riviera again. Next, we flew over the Oriental Pearl Hotel. The two figures continued to flash past rows of buildings and beautiful scenery, looking down at the tiny earth. Because of the excessive speed of the flight, Li Ziren was quickly overwhelmed. Li Ziren kept shouting in the air, telling Lin Chen to speed up, but unexpectedly the speed kept increasing. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were almost at Yangxian Ridge. Seeing that his wife couldn't take it anymore, Lin Chen immediately slowed down. How are you doing? Are you all right? Lin Chen looked at Li Ziren's slightly pale face and asked her with concern. As soon as the pace slowed down, Li Ziren felt much better, and a smile spread across her face. This is so exciting, honey. It's so much fun. Li Ziren was extremely excited. Around her freshman year of college, Li Ziren went skydiving with her parents once. However, skydiving is no match for this experience, because when you skydive, you are constantly falling downwards, while bamboo dragonfly is different. It can hover or even stay in the air indefinitely, and it can also control its speed and fly upwards continuously. My husband's invention is absolutely amazing. My husband is awesome. Li Ziren couldn't help but shout in her heart. Honey, look, there are rapeseed fields below, that's the artificial fairy lake, and there's also a maple forest. The scenery on the ground flashed by, but the visual feast from above was completely different, and the scenery was very pleasant. Wow! It's so beautiful. Li Ziren's beautiful eyes sparkled, and then she had a sudden thought. She took out her phone from her pocket, wanting to take a few photos. At the same time, on Yangxianling, countless passers-by are searching for something. Among these people were people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as Bai Bing and others. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look everyone, my God!" Instantly, Bai Bing, Shui Bingyue, Huang Chang, and the others all raised their heads. Two figures flew slowly through the air. At that moment, the crowd below was completely stunned. Chapter 118 Lin Xianer's Call. When they first looked up, everyone instinctively thought they were aliens. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't. They were two living, breathing people. Yes, two living people are flying in the sky. Moreover, there was a circle-like object rotating above their heads. It looks exactly like the alien in the video. Holy crap, am I seeing things? It's Lin Chen and his wife. Bai Bing rubbed her eyes, looking incredulous. Honey, look at all these people down there. Li Ziren said weakly. Lin Chen looked down. His eyesight was excellent, and since he wasn't flying very high, he instantly spotted Huang Chang, Bai Bing, and the others. Thinking of Huang Chang's earlier phone call, saying he was coming to Yangxianling to look for aliens, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Sai, I told you guys a long time ago there are no aliens, but you just wouldn't believe me. Seeing Bai Bing looking at him, Lin Chen lowered his figure by a few meters and waved to them. My goodness, it really is Lin Chen. He's waving at us. Huang Chang and Yi Wei looked up, feeling utterly shocked. Lin Chen was actually flying in the sky with his wife? How did he do it? Could it be because of the spinning circles above your head? What kind of aircraft is this? That's fucking awesome. At this time, Sailor Moon was in no better shape. She was completely stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. Wu Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise, the circle on Lin Chen's head is exactly the same as that of an alien. Do you think it's possible that the alien is Lin Chen? At this moment, Huang Chang also realized something. No wonder when I called Lin Chen earlier, he told me it was impossible to find aliens. It turns out that the so-called aliens were himself. Looks like it was all a misunderstanding. Everyone thought it was utterly absurd, and more importantly, hilarious. After searching for a target for a long time, I never expected that the target would be a very familiar friend. This makes them look like idiots. Young men, do you recognize the two people flying up there? Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over and asked Bai Bing and the others. His name is Ming Kai, and he works at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He was curious about Bai Bing and the others' reactions. I know him, he's my friend. What's your friend's name? Ming Kai asked instinctively. You wouldn't know him even if I told you. His name is Lin Chen, Bai Bing said with a smile. Lin Chen? Ming Kai looked stunned. How could he not have heard of the name Lin Chen? This is the man who won the Nobel Prize in Physics this year. China's first ever Nobel Prize in Physics. Moreover, he was the developer of the Cloud Bat spaceship. It can be said that anyone involved in scientific research, down to the ordinary employees, from top to bottom, there is no such thing as someone who hasn't heard of the name Lin Chen. Even countless scholars engaged in scientific research regard Lin Chen as an idol and a goal to be pursued throughout their lives. I never imagined that the so-called alien was actually Lin Chen. Ming Kai muttered to himself, looking up at the rotating circle above Lin Chen's head. Could this be Lin Chen's latest invention? Soon, Lin Chen carried Li Ziren as they flew over Yangtze Ridge. At that time, a huge hot air balloon was floating in the air, and there were many people standing under it. At a glance, they were all girls, but of course, there were also quite a few boys. Look everyone, someone's flying in the sky. A girl suddenly exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen and Li Ziren in the sky. Where is it? Where is it? The people around immediately looked up, and then they were all stunned. Wow! What kind of aircraft is that? It feels amazing. They must be a couple, holding hands and flying together, how romantic. Suddenly, hot air ballooning doesn't seem so appealing anymore. What are those props on their heads? They look so fun. I really want to try them out. Surprised and envious glances were cast at Lin Chen and Li Ziren above. Especially for those girls who are infatuated with girls and love to fantasize, they are captivated. They really want to play this too. Holding hands with your loved one and gliding through the air, just thinking about it is so romantic. Honey, shall we take a picture together? Li Ziren spoke up, pointing the camera at Lin Chen, wanting to take a photo with him. Okay. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Immediately, Li Ziren captured a photo of the two of them in mid-air. Looking at the group photo, Li Ziren couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling very happy. About half an hour later, the two circled almost half of Shanghai in the air, and Li Ziren was getting tired and said she wanted to go back. Before long, two figures landed on the roof of the Bund Villa. Phew honey, this was so much fun. Can you take me again next time? Honey, of course there's no problem. Hee hee, love you, my husband. Mwah. Li Ziren kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, and the two walked downstairs affectionately. As soon as they arrived on the second floor of the villa, the two heard the baby crying. Yue, be good, mommy and daddy will be back soon. Wu Yanfang was seen holding Sibo Lin Yue and gently coaxing her. Not long ago, Sibo woke up and kept crying. She tried to soothe him for 7 or 8 minutes but couldn't, leaving Wu Yanfang feeling helpless. Mom! Just then, Li Ziren's voice rang out. Seeing Li Ziren and Lin Chen walk in, Wu Yanfang was overjoyed. Ziren, Xiaochen, you're finally back. What's wrong? Why is Sibao crying? Come here, Yue, don't cry, let mommy hug you. Li Ziren opened her arms, but Sibao turned her little head away and shrank into Wu Yanfang's arms. It seemed she didn't want Li Ziren to hug her. Li Ziren was slightly taken aback. What was going on with Sibao? Immediately, Li Ziren noticed Sibao's gaze, which was fixed on Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Honey, Sibao probably wants you to hold him. You want me to hug you, right? Lin Chen smiled and opened his arms to Lin Yue. Come here, Yue, let daddy give you a hug. Seeing this, Sibao also opened his arms towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang were both deeply hurt. Especially Li Ziren. Isn't it said that when a baby is young, the family member they rely on the most is always their mother? Why are all 4 of my babies upside down? 1 or 2 people would be fine. The key point is that all 4 babies are closest to Lin Chen. This sometimes gives Li Ziren the illusion that she is superfluous. Yue, don't cry. Come on, daddy will take you to watch cartoons. Lin Chen carried Lin Yue to the sofa, sat down, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. Sibao stopped crying quickly. Her small body nestled in Lin Chen's arms, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. This caused Lin Chen immense heartache. It is often said that children are a man's Achilles heel. In fact, Lin Chen had always felt the same way about this. Then, Lin Chen gently wiped away the tear stains on Lin Yue's face with his fingers. Xiao Chen, someone is looking for you outside. Just then, Li Tianhong came up from downstairs and spoke to Lin Chen. Who is it? He said he was from the Chinese Academy of Sciences in China, Li Tianhong said. People from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Upon hearing this, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang couldn't help but go out onto the balcony to take a look. Sure enough, 2 figures were seen standing at the entrance of the villa, waiting. Then I'll go down and take a look. Lin Chen said helplessly, wife, here, Yue is for you. However, Lin Yue was immediately displeased upon hearing this. She pursed her lips, as if about to cry again. Seeing Lin Yue's expression, Lin Chen immediately comforted her. Yue, don't cry, daddy will take you downstairs. Don't cry, our Yue is the best girl. After Lin Chen gently coaxed her, Lin Yue's tears stopped falling again. She used her magical little hands to grab Lin Chen's clothes, her little head pressed tightly against Lin Chen's embrace. She was afraid that Lin Chen would abandon her. Lin Chen felt his heart melting. Pa. Lin Chen couldn't resist and kissed Lin Yue on the cheek. It's soft and has a milky aroma. Honey, let me put your shoes on for you. Li Ziren picked up Lin Chen's shoes and squatted down in front of him. Because Lin Chen was holding Sibao, he couldn't put on his shoes. So Li Ziren dressed him up. After getting dressed, Li Ziren followed behind, while Lin Chen carried Lin Yue, and the 3 of them went downstairs. At this moment, 2 figures had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the villa. Mr. Lin. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Ming Kai immediately called out excitedly. The person in front of me is my idol. I've admired him for so long, and today I finally met him in person. Beside Ming Kai were his colleagues, both of whom worked at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Is there something you need from me? Lin Chen walked over and asked the question directly. Li Ziren silently opened the iron gate. After Ming Kai came in, he first gave a brief self-introduction. Mr. Lin, I am a director of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I came to see you not because I had anything important to say, but just to verify if the person in this video is you. Ming Kai turned on his phone and played a video. It was the video that Su Lei uploaded online. The original video of the alien incident caused quite a stir. Lin Chen glanced at it and nodded, saying, "It is indeed me." Upon hearing this, Ming Kai and his colleagues all showed expressions of surprise. Ming Kai then asked, "Mr. Lin, I have another question. Was that you flying in the sky just now? I saw a circle above your head." Lin Chen nodded, "That was indeed me. As for the circles you mentioned, that's one of my latest inventions, a kind of flying device." I see, I understand now. Ming Kai said politely, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. These are all my questions." Fine. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Afterwards, Ming Kai asked for a photo with Lin Chen and then went back. Upon returning, the Chinese Academy of Sciences quickly released a notice online. An investigation has revealed that the alien invasion incident in Shanghai was a misunderstanding. The protagonist of this incident is not some alien, but Mr. Lin Chen, the greatest scientist in the history of our country. At the time, Mr. Lin Chen was testing a newly developed flying device when he was unintentionally photographed. The video was uploaded online, sparking heated discussions and causing various misunderstandings. Please refrain from spreading this video in the future, and do not believe or spread rumors. The announcement went viral and became a trending topic in less than half an hour. Numerous netizens left comments under the announcement. Oh no! It was all a misunderstanding. It seems we've all misunderstood Mr. Lin Chen. Flying devices? My god, what kind of incredible invention is this? Lin Chen is awesome. Awesome, it seems like there's nothing he can't develop. The king of inventions in the 21st century is none other than Mr. Lin Chen. At first glance, all the comments were full of praise, leaving all the onlookers stunned. Lin Chen has once again gained a large number of popularity and fans online. Although he himself doesn't care about these things. At that time, in a villa on the Bund, Li Ziren is cleaning and tidying up the basement of the villa. Not long after, Lin Chen carried the 4 babies into the basement. Looking at the spotless surroundings, Lin Chen asked curiously, "Wife, what are you doing?" Li Ziren wiped the table and said, "Don't you love scientific research? You can turn this place into your studio in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. He never expected that Li Ziren understood him so well. I knew he needed a studio. Indeed, he doesn't need it now, but when the babies are a little older, he can often tinker with some inventions for them. How interesting. Honey, you've worked so hard, Lin Chen said sweetly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was a WeChat video call from Lin Xiener. Honey, who called? Li Ziren made a gossipy remark. My sister. Lin Chen told the truth. Ah. Upon hearing this, for some reason, Li Ziren felt her heart race. Chapter 119. What should I give my older sister? It was my husband's sister calling? My husband's older sister is also my own older sister. Li Ziren had always been curious about this woman she had never met. After learning that it was her who made the call, she felt a little nervous and excited for some reason. Sis, what's wrong? As soon as Lin Chen answered the call, a face appeared on his phone screen, a stunningly beautiful face. It's nothing, bro, I was just checking in on you. Lin Xiener said with a smile, my dear little brother, how have you been lately? Have you missed your big sister? Lin Xiener is still as direct and open in her conversations as ever, especially when she's with Lin Chen. Even someone like Lin Chen, who considers himself thick-skinned, was finding it hard to handle. I'm fine, how about you? Lin Chen said somewhat awkwardly. While the two were chatting, Li Ziren was also looking at her phone screen. Because of the angle, she could see Lin Xiener, but Lin Xiener could not see her. Wow! My sister is so beautiful. Among the beauties Li Ziren had ever seen, Vivian Chao was considered a top-tier beauty. However, Lin Xiener was even more beautiful and had a better presence than Vivian Chao. Wow, having such a beautiful older sister is so stressful. Li Ziren silently watched the phone screen from the side, not daring to speak. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Xiener smiled charmingly, like an alluring and exquisite little enchantress. My sister is doing very well too. Brother, where are you? It's pitch black here. And what's your wife doing? Lin Xiener noticed the environment behind Lin Chen and asked in surprise. I'm in the basement, and your sister-in-law is right next to me. Lin Chen smiled and pointed his phone camera to the side, and Li Ziren's face immediately came into Lin Xiener's view. When Li Ziren noticed the camera was pointed at her, she instinctively tried to look away because she was very shy, especially since she was without makeup and her hair was unkempt. But Lin Xiener had already seen her, and her eyes immediately lit up. Hi, sister-in-law. Upon hearing Lin Xiener call her name, Li Ziren responded reflexively, sister. Sister-in-law, do I look fierce? Why do you seem afraid of me? Noticing Li Ziren's awkwardness, Lin Xiener smiled and made a joke. Li Ziren quickly explained, no, it's because my sister is so beautiful, Sister-in-law, you're so good with words. I'm about to feel so flattered. In Lin Xiener's eyes, her younger brother's wife was a stunning beauty, and being praised by such a beauty was a very happy thing. Sis, you called me, there must be something you need, right? Lin Chen asked. Yes, definitely. Lin Xiener asked Li Ziren, sister-in-law, would you like to come and spend the new year with me? After pausing for 2 seconds, Li Ziren quickly replied, of course I want to. Lin Chen told me before that he would be spending the Chinese New Year at your place this year. Yes, then bring your uncle and aunt along too, your whole family can come together. Lin Xiener said, I will send my family's private jet to Shanghai to pick you up on the 19th of next month. If you want to come earlier, that's fine too. You can decide the date, but if you want to come earlier, you have to tell me so I can make preparations. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen said, then let's do it on the 19th of next month. I estimate that the babies will be able to walk around the 19th of next month. You can walk already? So fast. Lin Xianer was surprised. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since she had seen her lovely nieces and nephews. Wah! When the babies come to Beijing, I'll definitely take them out for lots of fun. I must make a good impression on these little cuties. I'm the best aunt in the world. Yes, it's been more than 7 months now, Lin Chen said. Lin Xianer nodded and said, that is indeed fast. My mother told me that I started walking when I was 7 months old. The three then started chatting, as they hadn't talked in a long time and seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Li Ziren also became less reserved, because she discovered that Lin Xianer had a wonderful personality and spoke very pleasantly. As they chatted, their relationship naturally grew closer, just like sisters. A dozen minutes later. Sister-in-law, I have to go now, I need to take care of other things. Okay, big sister, bye-bye. The call ended. Just as Lin Xianer stood up, a pleasant voice rang out behind her. Xianer, who are you talking to on the phone? A graceful woman walked into the bedroom. She was about 40 years old, with a delicate oval face that made her look very young, without even a single wrinkle. At first glance, his facial features bear a resemblance to Lin Chen's. Her name is Jiang Qingqing. It was Lin Chen and Lin Xianer's mother. Mom, there's something I haven't had a chance to tell you because you've been taking Dad abroad for treatment. Lin Xianer said, but now, I think I should tell you. What's wrong? Looking at her daughter's serious face, Jiang Qingqing smiled, feeling very curious. I've found my younger brother, Lin Xianer said. WH? What? Jiang Qingqing's delicate body trembled violently, and the expression on her face froze instantly. Xianer, is what you're saying true? You found Xiao Chen? Jiang Qingqing's emotions suddenly intensified. This son was a pain in her heart forever, and she thought she would never see him again in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, her daughter said that she had been found. This makes her feel like she's dreaming. Yes, and Xiao Chen is already married. He has established himself in Shanghai through his own abilities and is living a very happy life now. He's also the father of 4 children, 4 in one pregnancy. Your daughter-in-law gave birth to quadruplets for him. The words were spoken. Jiang Qingqing felt a sudden boom in her mind. Quadruplets? The daughter-in-law gave birth to quadruplets? Am I a grandmother of 4? Oh my God. Jiang Qingqing's excitement at this moment was beyond words. She pinched her palm hard. Ouch, it hurts. This is not a dream. What does Xiao Chen look like now? Do you have a photo? Let me see it. Jiang Qingqing asked excitedly. Mom, you'll be able to meet him in person next month, along with his current family, Lin Xianer said with a light laugh. Why? Because he'll be coming back to our place for the Chinese New Year. Upon hearing Lin Xianer's words, Jiang Qingqing could no longer contain her joy. This was the best news she had heard in many years. My son is coming home for the Chinese New Year. He was still with his daughter-in-law and 4 babies. Just imagining that scene makes her want to cry. Mom, has Dad's condition improved with the new medication he recently received? Lin Xianer changed the subject and asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqing's initially excellent mood instantly turned into one of sadness. It's still the same as always, Jiang Qingqing said with a somber expression. Lin Xianer patted her mother and comforted her. Mom, it's okay. I've found out about a reclusive doctor in China. Maybe he can help with Dad's condition. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Jiang Qingqing's eyes. At the same time, Lin Chen told Li Tianhong and his wife about his background. What? You know about your past? Li Tianhong was shocked. Could it be that I finally have in-laws? Ziren, is what Xiao Chen said true? The Lin family in Beijing is the most powerful family in our country. Wu Yanfang said excitedly. Dad, Mom, it's true. I just finished a video call with Lin Chen's sister, Li Ziren said with a smile. Lin Chen smiled and said to Li Tianhong and his wife, Mom and Dad, why don't you come back to the Lin family home in Beijing with me next month and spend the new year there? Ah. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong and his wife were taken aback. Seeing their reaction, Lin Chen asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to come to the Lin family home for the new year with me?" "No, no, no. Of course not. Xiao Chen, of course we'd love to. We haven't even met your parents yet." Wu Yanfang spoke up because she had always wanted to meet Lin Chen's family. Li Tianhong thought the same thing. They were even eager to have a few drinks with their in-laws. "That's good." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Then it's settled." It was evening. Right after lunch, Li Ziren said to Lin Chen, "Honey, do you think we should prepare properly?" "What are you preparing?" "Of course, it's a gift." Li Ziren said earnestly, "It's Chinese New Year, we can't go back empty-handed, we definitely have to buy something for your parents." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt it made a lot of sense. Although my family is the Lin family, a family that is never setting in China. My parents should have everything they need, they should have whatever they want. But that doesn't mean you can go back empty-handed. Normally, it would be fine if you went empty-handed. But this is Chinese New Year. Preparing a few gifts to take back and express your regards to your elders is the most basic custom and a sign of respect. Honey, you're right. We should prepare some gifts for my parents, Lin Chen agreed. Li Ziren's eyes lit up. How about we go out to the mall now? We just finished dinner, so let's go for a walk. Can. Before long, Lin Chen and Li Ziren appeared in one of the most upscale shopping malls in Shanghai. The two went straight to the luxury boutique, because only there did they have better products. However, after the two of them walked around for a while, they encountered a very awkward problem. I don't know what to buy. When it comes to gift giving, it's usually about catering to the recipient's preferences. But let's not talk about Li Ziren. Even Lin Chen had never met his parents. I have no idea what they like. Lin Chen said, "How about buying my dad some tea and wine? These are a versatile gift for middle-aged men. If you don't know what to buy, then buy tea and wine. As for my mother, I'm going to buy my mother-in-law a bracelet." Li Ziren spoke up, saying that she had already decided what gift to give her mother-in-law, a bracelet. Sure, women are always 18 anyway, and they generally like jewelry, Lin Chen agreed. Half an hour later. Lin Chen was carrying a bottle of wine and a can of tea. The wine is a 200-year-old Romanicon tea. The tea is a rare and expensive type of Tianxi flower tea. Both are prized possessions of the store, displayed in the counter for years without attracting any attention, because customers usually don't dare to ask about the prices. But now Lin Chen has bought it. The total cost, both together, wasn't much, just over 10 million. As for Li Ziren, she carefully selected a jade bracelet for her future mother-in-law. The bracelet wasn't expensive, just over 8 million. Let's buy these for now, and we can buy the rest later if we think of anything else, Lin Chen said. Wait, we haven't bought Sienna's gift yet, Li Ziren reminded her. After Li Ziren's reminder, Lin Chen finally thought of Lin Sienna. Damn it. I almost forgot about my older sister. Yes, she can't be short of gifts either. But what should I buy? Lin Chen was in a dilemma again. He had no idea what Lin Sienna liked. After all, I haven't had much contact with my older sister. And unlike gifts for elders, there are no universal gifts like tea or wine. What should I give my older sister? At this moment, Li Ziren thought of something and suggested. Honey, when we were video chatting this morning, I noticed that my sister was wearing a JK uniform. How about we get your sister a JK uniform? Chapter 120 Departure. To the capital. JK uniform? That's awesome. Lin Chen nodded, mainly because he really couldn't think of what to give Lin Sienna. She certainly doesn't lack luxury goods herself, so it's better to keep it simple and give her a JK uniform. After making up her mind, Li Ziren pulled Lin Chen to a JK uniform specialty store. Hello, welcome. The shop assistant at the entrance bowed politely. She was very pretty and had a great figure, and she wasn't very old. Because all female employees working in these stores must wear JK uniforms, which can both attract customers' attention and promote sales. There are so many people. When Lin Chen and Li Ziren entered the store, they found many customers, mostly girls around 18 or 19 years old. There were also some boys, but they were all accompanying the girls to buy things, or they might be their boyfriends. Honey, do you know why I brought you to this kind of store to buy JK uniforms? Li Ziren linked arms with Lin Chen and asked with a smile. Why? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Because these kinds of stores usually don't sell counterfeit goods, they only sell genuine products. Li Ziren explained that she got into the JK Japanese schoolgirl uniform community when she was 18, so she knows a lot about it. Is there a difference between counterfeit and authentic JK uniforms? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Of course. In typical knockoffs, the edges of the skirt will rub against your legs, or it will be so thin that it's see-through, and the fabric will peel easily and become wrinkled after washing. Many JK uniforms online costing a few dozen yuan are usually counterfeit, because genuine ones are more expensive. Of course, expensive doesn't necessarily mean genuine. Some unscrupulous merchants make very realistic imitations that look just like the real thing, causing many girls to fall into the trap. However, I will absolutely not fall into any traps. I can tell at a glance whether it's genuine or not. Li Ziren said proudly, looking very cute. Lin Chen pinched her cheek. Okay, then it's up to you which set to choose for this task. Sure, I'll pick out an outfit that suits your sister's style. There are many JK uniforms here, in all kinds of styles. Li Ziren spent most of the day looking around and finally chose 2 sets. Honey, I think both of these outfits are great. Which one do you think looks better? Li Ziren had 2 sets of JK uniforms in her hands. One was blue and white with a black plaid skirt and a delicate bow. This is a classic style worn by Japanese high school girls, but only beautiful girls can pull off that innocent look. The other outfit is in the style of a Mary Sue heroine, a Western-style uniform plaid skirt, somewhat like what a little princess from a noble family would wear, pleasing to the eye. Both of these sets look great, why don't we buy them both? Lin Chen suggested. I think it's a good idea. Li Ziren nodded and said that she and Lin Chen were not short of money anyway, and even if they bought 2 sets together, it would only cost tens of thousands of yuan. A JK uniform costing tens of thousands of yuan is already the ceiling for this type of uniform. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Honey, why don't you buy a few sets too? We're already here anyway, Lin Chen said with a smile, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Glancing at the rascal, Li Ziren refused. I don't want to, we already have a whole cabinet full of them. How about we buy a few pairs of white stockings? Lin Chen asked in confusion, aren't there still plenty of white silk at home? It's all your fault. Humph, you tore it so badly, it's unwearable. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at the guy, utterly speechless. Anyway, she couldn't understand why Lin Chen liked to tear things up so much, leaving her with hardly any clothes to wear. Baby, don't get excited, keep your voice down. Lin Chen subconsciously covered Li Ziren's mouth with so many people around, he felt quite embarrassed. A few minutes later, Li Ziren picked out a few pairs of white stockings, then took 2 sets of uniforms and went to the counter with Lin Chen to pay. This scene was witnessed by a chubby guy wearing glasses, who immediately said to his girlfriend, honey, how about I buy you a few pairs of white stockings too? Why buy white stockings? His girlfriend was short, and upon hearing this, she glared at the chubby boy with a fierce expression. Because I think it looks good, I like it, and I want to buy it for you, hee. The chubby boy grinned sheepishly, like a devoted sycophant. No, my legs are too thick, I don't like wearing them. If you like white stockings, you can wear them yourself. His girlfriend didn't tolerate it either. She glared at him and left. The chubby boy was completely bewildered. Why was he so angry? What did I do wrong? Sigh, other people's partners are always better. Looking at Lin Chen's figure, he was extremely envious and wished he could switch partners with Lin Chen right away. After paying the bill, I left the store. Lin Chen and Li Ziren went straight home because it was already past 9 o'clock, and if they didn't go back soon, the babies would miss them. As expected, the 2 heard Debao crying as soon as they got home. Debao Lin Xingyue rarely cries, she's the most well-behaved one. But now she's crying because she's hungry. She was hungry and wanted to drink breast milk, but Li Ziren wasn't around, so she looked for her mother as soon as she woke up. Don't cry, Xingyue mommy's back. Li Ziren put down the things she bought, then took Lin Xingyue from Wu Yanfang's hands and gently coaxed her in her arms. After comforting her for a while, Lin Xingyue stopped crying, and Li Ziren lifted up her shirt to breastfeed her. Ziren, did you buy all these things when you went out tonight? Wu Yanfang noticed the bags the 2 were carrying and couldn't help but ask a question. Li Ziren explained, yes, these are all gifts bought for Lin Chen's family. Oh right, you reminded me. Wu Yanfang immediately stood up and walked over to Li Tianhong, who was drinking tea not far away. Old man, I want to talk to you about something. What's up? We're going to Xiuchen's place for Chinese New Year next month, shouldn't we prepare some gifts? Wu Yanfang said that although Li Ziren and Lin Chen had already bought gifts, it only represented their goodwill. As elders, we shouldn't go empty-handed. Yes, we need to make some preparations. Li Tianhong nodded and said, after I take a shower, we can discuss what to buy in bed. Devil! Wu Yanfang rolled her eyes at him, I'm talking to you about serious business. Li Tian chuckled and looked at his beautiful wife, what I said was a serious discussion. After feeding De Bao, Li Ziren coaxed her to sleep, then went to the full-length mirror and looked at herself. It's okay if you don't take a picture, but once you do, Li Ziren feels like she's gained weight. Suddenly, Li Ziren was overwhelmed with intense anxiety about her figure. She was going to meet her in-laws next month, and she couldn't afford to be fat. Honey, do you think I've gained weight? Just then, Lin Chen came out of the shower, and Li Ziren quickly pulled him aside to ask him questions. No, where have you gained weight? Lin Chen looked around, and he really couldn't figure it out. Seriously, I really feel like I've gained a lot of weight. My belly has gotten a little chubby, which I never had before. Li Ziren touched her tummy, looking helpless. It's okay, being a little chubby is good, it makes me look more voluptuous, Lin Chen said with a smile. Ugh. I don't want to. Li Ziren had already started planning her weight loss strategy. Since she was going to Beijing next month, she was sure she could lose weight during this time. Thinking about this, Li Ziren felt much better and was no longer anxious. 11 p.m. After taking a shower, Li Ziren lay down next to Lin Chen. As for the babies, they were all asleep in their cribs nearby. Husband. Suddenly, Li Ziren nestled softly into Lin Chen's arms with a coquettish expression. Honey, what are you doing? Humph, you jerk, you've been neglecting me since I got my period. Li Ziren was sulking. In the past, Lin Chen would always hug her before going to bed. But not today, I kept staring at my phone. Baby, don't wrong me. Lin Chen immediately tossed his phone aside, put his arm around Li Ziren, and coaxed her softly, don't be angry, baby. I really didn't neglect you. I'm watching the World Cup. Then you won't feel bad anymore? It's uncomfortable, but you've started your period, so I'll bear with it for a few days. But holding it in is bad for your health. Li Ziren looked distressed, then her delicate and nimble hands. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was time to go to the capital for the Chinese New Year. The babies are now over 8 months old, and with Lin Chen and Li Ziren's patient guidance, they have gradually learned to walk. However, being only 8 months old, he doesn't walk very well yet and often falls down while walking. It always breaks my family's heart, but over time they've gotten used to it. After all, how can you learn to walk without falling down? Before learning to walk, everyone falls down repeatedly as a child, and only gradually learns to walk eventually. January 19, 2022. Today is the day we go to the Lin family's house in Beijing to celebrate the Chinese New Year. The sun shone brightly that day, adding a touch of warmth to this cold winter. As soon as she got up, Li Ziren dressed the babies in cotton-padded clothes and pants. The little ones were all wrapped up like little penguins, looking incredibly cute. There's no way around it, even though the sun is out, we still have to respect winter, and babies are naturally more sensitive to the cold. After breakfast, Li Ziren first applied light makeup in front of the mirror, and then kept adjusting her breathing. Honey, it's just going back to my place, why are you making it sound like you're going to a battlefield? Upon seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but make a joke. Li Ziren said helplessly, but I'm just so nervous. Just in case. What if what? What if my appearance isn't what your parents like? Li Ziren spoke up and told Lin Chen about her inner anxiety. She was really worried that Lin Chen's parents wouldn't like her, because she had heard Vivian Chow talk about how mothers-in-law in big families have very high expectations for their daughters-in-law. They also have high standards, such as being well-matched in terms of social status and family background. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and reassured her, don't worry, honey. You're so beautiful, my parents will definitely like you a lot. And honestly, does it matter whether my parents like it or not? As long as I like it, that's all that matters. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Ziren felt comforted. Thank you, my love, I love you too. Alright, let's pack our things, it's time to go. Lin Chen patted Li Ziren's little head. Lin Xianer had just sent him a message saying that she had taken off on the Lin family's private jet. So they were about to head to the airport to wait. Have you packed everything you needed? Everything's ready. Alright, let's go now. Subsequently, Li Tianhong and his wife, Li Ziren, and the babies came out of the villa one after another. As for Lin Chen, he was the last to come out because he was locking the villa's gate. Hi. How are you, uncles and aunties? At this moment, a black Maybach 7-seater luxury car had been waiting for a long time, and the owner of the car was none other than Vivian Chow. Because the whole family needed to go to the airport and couldn't drive, Lee Ziran asked Joe Huiman to help drive them. "Huiman, good morning. Have you had breakfast?" Wu Yanfang said with a smile. "Auntie, I've already eaten." "Here, Auntie, let me help you carry it." Seeing that Wu Yanfang had a lot of things in her hands, Joe Huiman got out of the driver's seat and offered to help. Then, the items were placed in the trunk, and the whole family got in and fastened their seatbelts. "Babies, we're going to Grandpa and Grandma's house now. Aren't you happy?" Lee Ziran asked with a smile. The 4 babies were sitting in the last row, with her and Lin Chen sitting on either side. As for Li Tianhong and his wife, they were in the front row. Hearing Lee Ziran's words, the babies became very active and happy, unable to sit still and making a lot of noise. Dabo Lin Qingyue, carrot carrot. Erbo Lin Kursen, PWQ. San Bao Lini. Lin Yue, the 4 treasures. "Hey, you two sit down, or Mom will beat you up." Seeing that the babies were all restless, Lee Ziran smiled helplessly. Now that the babies are older and have more mobility, they are naturally more mischievous. Especially the second child, Lin Kursen, was jumping around on her seat, as happy as if she had been injected with chicken blood. There was no other way, so Lee Ziran had to fasten seatbelts on their small bodies as well, and only then did they behave themselves. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach arrived at the airport. At the same time, inside the airport, a luxury plane slowly landed. The side of the plane was marked with a special mark that contrasted sharply with the ordinary planes around it. This is the Lin family's private jet. Chapter 121. Lin Chen saves Lin Hichu. At that time, a regular commercial flight is about to take off at the airport. "Mom, why is that plane different from the one we're on?" A little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, blinked her big, puzzled eyes and asked her mother. The young woman looked out the window and saw a magnificent airplane, just as her daughter had said, different from the one she was on. "Xiaoko, Mom doesn't know either, but it might be a private jet," the beautiful young woman replied to her daughter. "Mom, can our family buy a private jet? Private jets look so cool." "Oh, we can't afford it," the beautiful young woman said helplessly. "Buying a private jet costs at least several hundred million yuan. How could I afford it? This is something only the super rich can afford." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed bigwig exclaimed, "That looks like the Lin family's private jet." "What? The Lin family's private jet?" Upon hearing this, many passengers immediately stood up and pressed their faces against the windows, eager to catch a glimpse of the Lin family's private jet. "Holy crap, is this the private jet of the British Empire? It's so cool. I love it. To buy a private jet like this, I'd have to start working and saving money from the Warring States period. It's so good to be rich. We can travel by private jet, unlike us who have to spend thousands of dollars on tickets. I'm so envious. I hope I can be reborn into the British Empire in my next life." Immediately, all the passengers' faces showed envy and shock. At this time, shortly after the Lin family's private jet landed, a beautiful figure stepped off the plane. With her delicate and pretty face, noble and aloof temperament, and a pair of perfectly straight legs, she could easily outshine any leg model in the world. The high heels made a clicking sound as they touched the ground. Many passing guys were stunned. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Many people even speculated that this might be a popular female celebrity. "Little brother, have you arrived yet? Where are you now?" While talking on the phone with Lin Chen, Lin Xianer took off her sunglasses and glanced around. "Oh, I see. Where are you? Wait a minute, I'll be right there. Just wait for me there." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xianer immediately strode off in a certain direction, followed by 2 Lin family guards who were each 1.9 meters tall. Not long after, "Xiao Chen." A clear and melodious sound rang out. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately said to Li Tianhong and his wife, "It's my sister who's here to pick us up." "Your sister?" Li Tianhong and his wife were immediately stunned, then looked at Lin Xianer with amazement in their eyes. That aura is absolutely amazing. When Li Ziran saw Lin Xianer in person, she was secretly amazed, thinking that she was even more beautiful in person than in the video. "Hello, uncles and aunties." Lin Xianer greeted them very politely, which made Li Tianhong and his wife feel much better about her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had no airs at all. "Ziran, we've finally met. Then Lin Xianer smiled and looked at Li Ziren, who sweetly called out, "Sister Xianer." Lin Xianer's gaze finally fell on the little ones, and she exclaimed, "Wow! The children have grown quite a bit taller since I last saw them." The last time Lin Xianer saw the babies was when Lin Chan and Li Ziren got married. At that time, Lin Xianer arrived uninvited and met the babies. The babies were tiny back then, lying in strollers, but now they can all stand up. Moreover, they've grown quite a bit, with big, bright eyes and chubby cheeks that make Lin Xianer want to kiss them. "Babies, this is your auntie, quickly call her auntie." Li Ziren pointed at Lin Xianer and taught the babies. Dabo Lin Qingyue, Iya. Erbo Lin Kursen, Sanba Lini, Ku. Lin Yue, the four treasures. The babies are only 8 months old and can't speak yet. They can't even say daddy or mommy clearly, let alone auntie. They could only make some indistinct sounds, and it was completely impossible to understand what they were saying. "It's still early. In a few months, she should be calling you aunt," Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xianer nodded and said to the babies with a doting expression, "Come here, let auntie hold you." Lin Xianer squatted down and picked up her second child, Lin Kursen. "It's getting late, let's go board the plane now." "Good." The group then followed Lin Xianer into the airport, while the gifts and other items were carried by 2 bodyguards. A few minutes later, the group boarded the Lin family's private jet. Mr. and Mrs. Li Tianhong were stunned as soon as they boarded the plane. As expected of the Lin family, the interior of the private jet was extremely luxurious and spacious, providing a very comfortable experience. Yaha! The 4 babies kept laughing, perhaps because it was their first time on an airplane. They seemed very happy and active. "You silly goose." Lin Xianer gently tapped the tip of her second child, Lin Kursen's, nose with her delicate fingers. She thought the baby was so cute and wished she could have one too. At that moment, the plane slowly took off. All 4 babies looked out the window, gazing at the white clouds and scenery outside, seemingly filled with curiosity. "Oh, right, tell them to stop at the Southwest Airport. I need to pick up a customer there." Lin Xianer spoke to the bodyguard beside her, who immediately went into the cockpit and relayed Lin Xianer's instructions to the captain. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen asked curiously, "Sis, who are you picking up?" "A reclusive miracle doctor." Lin Xianer didn't hide it. At first, she wanted to keep it from Lin Chen and tell him after her father's illness was cured, but now it was clear that she couldn't hide it anymore. "Xiao Chen, actually, your dad got sick a few years ago. He had a very serious illness." Lin Xianer changed the subject and said this. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and the Li Tianhong couple all changed their expressions. "What illness do you have?" Lin Chen asked almost unconsciously. He was originally going to go back and happily see his father, but he didn't expect him to be sick. "He has leukemia, a rare blood clotting disorder." Lin Xianer said helplessly, "If it's just ordinary leukemia, then with the strength of our Lin family, we can completely cure it. But my dad's leukemia is a bit special. Normal leukemia patients may have clotting abnormalities, but they will not lack clotting factors. But Dad has lost all of his clotting factors. So after he fell ill, he had to be injected with clotting factors almost every day to stay alive. Mom originally wanted to come with me to pick you up, but it's not possible. Dad needs someone to take meticulous care of him right now, because even a slight fall could cause him to bleed heavily or even threaten his life." Hearing what Lin Xianer said, Li Ziren was completely stunned. She hadn't expected her father-in-law's condition to be so serious. Li Tianhong and his wife were completely stunned. Lin Chen frowned deeply. He knew this disease very well, and it could be described in 4 words, incurable. Yes, this condition is completely incurable with current medical methods. Because of a lack of clotting factors. Therefore, they can only maintain their lives by constantly injecting clotting factors, and this continues for their entire lives. However, Lin Chen was not discouraged. With the divine doctor's skills, he had a way to cure this disease. "Sister, don't worry, Dad's illness will definitely be cured," Lin Chen said confidently. Lin Xianer nodded and said, "You're right, I also believe that this reclusive divine doctor has a way to cure him. After all, the other party is a miracle doctor known as the Hua Tua of the West, who can bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bone." Half an hour later, the plane made a brief stop at the Southwest Airport to pick up 2 people. The 2 people, one old and one young, were dressed in white tang suits. The old man was over 70 years old and had completely white hair and beard, giving him a somewhat otherworldly air. The younger one was a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was quite fair-skinned and cute, with pigtails and a very slender figure. She carried a medicine box in her hand, and after sitting down, she remained silent, just like the old man. Time passed, and soon the plane slowly landed on a huge lawn. As everyone disembarked from the plane, they were immediately stunned by what they saw. This was a huge, luxurious manor. Moreover, it seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and there was no way of knowing how big the estate really was. Even the lawn where planes were parked was just the tip of the iceberg. As expected of the British Empire. Mr. and Mrs. Lee Tianhong sighed inwardly. They looked around, and despite their net worth of over 100 million yuan, they seemed completely unsophisticated to have come to such a place. Uncle and Aunt Ziren, our home is quite simple, I hope you won't mind. Lin Xianer suddenly said something. Li Tianhong and his wife. Li Ziren. Is this what you call simple? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word simple? Dr. Sai, please come with me. A voice rang out, and Lin Chen looked over. Wasn't that Elder Mo? After hearing what Master Mo said, Sai Huatua and his granddaughter followed Master Mo. Lin Chen also wanted to go with them because he knew that the two were going to treat his father. But at that moment, Xiao Chen. A beautiful figure ran over, and before Lin Chen could react, a warm embrace tightly hugged him. Upon seeing this, Li Tianhong and his wife, as well as Li Ziren, were all taken aback. Could this person be? Who are you? Lin Chen subconsciously pushed the other person away, and only then did he see what she looked like. She was a very beautiful woman. You can't tell the other person's real age at all at first glance, their facial features even look a bit like your own. Could she be? Xiao Chen, this is Mom, our mom. Lin Xianer quickly introduced. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a buzzing in his brain. He was stunned and didn't know what to say. He had actually prepared himself mentally to meet his parents, but when he actually saw them, Lin Chen had an extremely unreal feeling. Pushed away by Lin Chen, Jiang Qingqing felt a pang of disappointment, but she could understand Lin Chen, since he didn't even know her. Sai, it's all my fault for being such a bad mother. Xiao Chen, it's your mother. Jiang Qingqing smiled wryly. Mom. Li Ziren called out weakly, and Jiang Qingqing was overjoyed. She stared at Li Ziren, thinking that this must be her daughter-in-law. Your name is Ziren, right? I've heard Xianer mention you. Jiang Qingqing glanced at Li Ziren and was very satisfied. Her looks were a perfect match for her son. Li Ziren nodded emphatically, a smile on her face. Yeah. At this moment, the sounds made by the babies attracted Jiang Qingqing's attention. Jiang Qingqing then noticed the four little cuties. My goodness, these are my precious granddaughters and grandsons. They're so cute, especially their big, bright eyes, which looked just like Lin Chen when he was little. Dear-in-laws, may I have a hug? Jiang Qingqing looked at Wu Yanfang and asked. Sure. As she spoke, Wu Yanfang handed the large baby Lin Qingyue, whom she was holding, to Jiang Qingqing. After Lin Qingyue was in Jiang Qingqing's arms, she remained very well behaved, her big, dark eyes meeting Jiang Qingqing's gaze, and then she smiled sweetly. That smile instantly melted Jiang Qingqing's heart. Don't stay here any longer, let's all go inside and chat. Lin Xianer said with a smile. Yes, let's go inside and talk. Everyone, follow me. Then, Jiang Qingqing led the way, taking everyone to a luxurious villa that covered several thousand square meters and was 7 stories high. As soon as he entered the house, old Mo rushed downstairs in a panic, looking extremely anxious. Seeing this, Lin Xianer couldn't help but ask, Old Mo, what's wrong? Why are you running so fast? Miss, the head of the family, What's wrong with him? Tell me quickly. Old Mo said bitterly, he's dying. One sentence caused the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. Lin Xianer took a few steps back. She couldn't believe it. Her father was about to die. How is that possible? This time, I've invited someone even more skilled than Hua Tuo, a legendary Chinese physician. The #1 reclusive divine doctor in China. Is it really impossible to even surpass Hua Tuo, a legendary Chinese physician? Jiang Qingqing almost fainted when she heard this. Mom! Li Ziren quickly supported her from behind. Which floor is my dad on? Lin Chen spoke, his expression the calmest among everyone, simply because he was confident he could cure his father's illness. It's on the 3rd floor, Old Mo said. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Chen ran straight to the third floor, and Lin Xianer, Zhang Qingqing, Li Ziren, and the others quickly followed. At this time, inside on the third floor, a handsome middle-aged man lay on the bed, his face pale, his breath weak, and his chest covered in blood, a truly frightening sight. How could this be? How could this be? Sai Huatua was thrown into a panic. Logically speaking, these few needles should have stopped the bleeding. Grandfather. Beside him, his granddaughter Xiao Yiting spoke weakly, her pretty face filled with fear. Having followed her grandfather in practicing medicine for over a decade, her grandfather was like a god. In her heart she couldn't recall any patient he couldn't cure. But this time, Grandpa panicked. It was the first time she had ever seen him so helpless. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. As soon as Sai Huatua turned his head, a pair of strong hands landed on his shoulders and gently pulled him aside. Kid, you. Just as Sai Huatua was about to speak, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the silver needles in his hand. Let me use your silver needles. Before Sai Huatua could even agree, the silver needles in Sai Huatua's hand were already in Lin Chen's hands. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen moved with lightning speed, and in a series of actions, Lin Hechu's chest was filled with silver needles. So handsome. Xiao Yiting's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She never expected that Lin Chen would not only be handsome, but also have such excellent medical skills. For a moment, she was a little infatuated, but she quickly realized, oh no, he already has 4 kids. Xiao Yiting, what time is it? What are you thinking about? Ah. At this moment, Li Ziren and the others who walked in were startled because Lin Hechu was covered in blood, which was very frightening. Kid, you must be using the Huayang acupuncture technique. That technique is outdated. And it's completely useless against leukemia. Sai Huatua spoke, not because he wanted to discourage Lin Chen, but because he had been practicing medicine since he was 10 years old and knew about all kinds of acupuncture techniques in the world. Indeed, Lin Chen's acupuncture technique was incredibly smooth and skillful. But is being a handsome man useful? This is about saving lives. However, in the very next moment. Cough cough. Lin Hechu woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 122 Sai Huatua's plea, Li Ziren's gift. Looking at Lin Hechu who had woken up, Sai Huatua felt incredulous and immediately looked at Lin Hechu's chest. Suddenly, it was discovered that all the bleeding points on his body had been stopped by silver needles. What happened? Did I misjudge the situation? Isn't this Huayang acupuncture? Lin Hechu had just gone into a brief shock due to massive bleeding, but was awakened by Lin Chen's acupuncture technique, and the bleeding stopped. Cough cough, you, who are you? Lin Hechu looked at the two of them blankly and spoke weakly. His gaze met Lin Chen's, revealing a hint of doubt. Hechu. Zhang Qingqing knelt down beside the bed, holding Lin Hechu's hand, her beautiful face streaked with tears. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Lin Hechu smiled and said with a doting expression. Dad. Lin Xianer also came forward. At this moment, Lin Hechu glanced at Li Ziren and the others and noticed so many unfamiliar faces. Dad, this is Dr. Sai Huatua, the legendary physician. I invited him to treat your illness. As Lin Xianer began her introduction, taking advantage of Lin Hechu's gaze shifting towards Sai Huatua, Lin Chen quickly whispered to his older sister. Don't reveal me, he can't afford to get too emotional right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianer looked astonished. Looking at the dense silver needles covering Lin Hechu's body, she instantly understood Lin Chen's meaning. As for this, Mr. Lin, he is also a miracle doctor I invited. Dad, you just fainted, and it was Dr. Lin who saved you. Oh. Thank you very much, Dr. Lin. Lin Hechu did not doubt Lin Xianer's words, but he felt something was strange. This handsome young man. Why does he look so much like my wife? Especially their facial features, they're so alike. They're practically identical. By the way, Patriarch Lin has just woken up and needs to rest more. He shouldn't be disturbed. You may all leave. Lin Chen turned around and said something to everyone. Li Tianhong and his wife, as well as Li Ziren, immediately understood and left with their babies. The main reason was that Lin Hechu had a lot of blood on him, and Lin Chen didn't want his wife and children to see it, even though the babies were too young to understand anything. Afterwards, Mr. Mo and Xiao Yiting also left, but they did not go downstairs. Instead, they stood at the door waiting. Patriarch Lin, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling any better? Lin Chen looked at his father and asked. I feel much better. Lin Hichu smiled with a hint of helplessness, but I know this is temporary. It will relapse in a few days. I've seen many doctors before, and they all said the same thing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen comforted him. No, Patriarch Lin, please don't be discouraged. I'm confident I can cure your illness. Real? Lin Hichu was delighted. Really, I have no reason to lie to you. Lin Chen said calmly, I will write a prescription later and have someone prepare the medicine. You will be able to recover in no more than 7 days after you receive this medicine. Lin Chen was telling the truth, but it was all thanks to the divine healer skill. It was simply too incredible. That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Lin Hichu said happily, but deep down he was still half believing and half doubting. After all, the doctors he had met before had all been confident that they could cure him. But what was the result? However, it's always good to have hope. One should never give up hope. Yes, Patriarch Lin, I'll remove the needles now. You can rest for a while. Try not to go out these next 2 days, otherwise you'll have a lot of bleeding if you bump into anything. You can go out after my medicine is prepared and you've had 2 injections. Also, never get angry. A good mood helps with recovery. As Lin Chen spoke, he pulled out all the silver needles from Lin Hichu's body. Okay. I will definitely do as you say. Lin Hichu answered honestly. Okay. You should rest now. I'm going out to write your prescription, so I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, Lin Chen turned around, returned the silver needles to Sai Huatua, and then went out. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Lin Hichu thought to himself, if his son were still alive, he would probably be about the same age as him now. Dad, I'm going out too. Okay, go ahead. Immediately afterwards, Sai Huatua and Lin Xianer also left with Lin Chen, since Lin Hichu needed to rest. Hichu, get some rest. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll be downstairs. Okay, you can go and do other things first. Lin Hichu rode. After leaving the room, Jiang Qingqing instructed the Lin family guards at the door, you must protect the patriarch and ensure he is not in any danger. Yes. The Lin family guards all nodded. After leaving the room, Lin Chen headed towards the lobby on the first floor. Wait. Dr. Lin. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, stopping him. What? Lin Chen looked at Sai Huatua and asked. Sai Huatua humbly smiled and said, Divine Physician Lin, I would like to ask, wasn't the Huayang acupuncture technique you just used on Patriarch Lin? No, that's not it. What kind of acupuncture technique is that? BNK's divine needle. That's right, Lin Chen just used the legendary BNK divine needle to save his father. Upon hearing Lin Chen's answer, Sai Huatua was suddenly startled, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. This guy actually knows the BNK divine needle technique, which has been lost for over 1,000 years? Who is BNK? He is one of the 4 great ancient doctors, alongside Huatua, Zhang Zhongjing, and Sun Simiao. Then there's BNK's divine needle, a set of acupuncture techniques created by BNK himself, which is said to have the effect of bringing people back to life. Of course, this is definitely an exaggeration, but it also proves that this acupuncture technique is indeed terrifying. Sai Huatua never expected that Lin Chen would actually know BNK's divine needle technique, especially since he was so young, only in his early 20s. I can't even imagine what level my medical skills would reach if I reached that age. Thump! The next second, Sai Huatua knelt down before Lin Chen. What are you doing? A big question mark popped into Lin Chen's mind. Xiao Yiting quickly tried to help him up, exclaiming, Grandpa! Ha! What's going on? Seeing this, Lin Xianer, who was not far away, was stunned. Why did Sai Huatua suddenly kneel down to his younger brother? Dr. Lin, I have a favor to ask, I hope you can take my granddaughter as your apprentice. Sai Huatua pleaded with a look on his face. You want me to take on apprentices? Lin Chen scratched his head, glanced at Xiao Yiting, and asked, Do you want me to take her as my apprentice? Grandpa, what are you saying? Xiao Yiting's pretty face instantly turned red. In fact, Sai Huatua had often mentioned wanting to find her a master. But he wasn't just any ordinary master, he was the world's #1 divine doctor. Could it be that his grandfather thinks this guy is the world's #1 miracle doctor? But this guy looks way too young, isn't there something a little off about it? This. Lin Chen thought for 2 seconds and politely declined, saying, Let's forget about it. There's absolutely no need for you to become my apprentice. Just ask me if you don't understand anything, and I'll tell you whatever I know. Lin Shen said this, indicating that he indeed had no interest in taking on disciples. Besides, she's a female apprentice. Beauty can be a curse, and she'll definitely bring trouble upon herself in the future. Oh. Dr. Lin. Sai Huatua said unwillingly, I won't let you teach my granddaughter for nothing. How about this, as long as you're willing to take my granddaughter as your apprentice, I. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shen interrupted him, saying, I'm sorry, I really have no interest in taking on disciples. Well, okay. Seeing Lin Shen's firm attitude, Sai Huatua didn't say much, but felt very discouraged. Xiao Yiting was also a little disappointed. She didn't expect Lin Shen to refuse so decisively, without even a moment's hesitation. Am I really that unattractive? But she had many suitors at school, especially some simps who wouldn't leave her no matter how hard she tried. For a moment, Xiao Yiting questioned her own charm and felt sad. Then, Dr. Lin, could my granddaughter add your contact information? She can ask you for help if she encounters any problems in the future. Can. Lin Chen agreed. Afterwards, Xiao Yiting added Lin Chen on WeChat and then left with Sai Huatua. On the way, Xiao Yiting couldn't help but open Lin Chen's WeChat moments. The content turned out to be entirely related to his wife and children. Does that mean his world consists only of his wife and children? No wonder he refused to take me as his apprentice. In the living room on the first floor. Xiren, what are the babies' names? Jiang Qingqing held the three treasures and Linny, asking with a doting expression. Mom, the boy you're holding is named Linny, he's the third child. This is the boss, her name is Lin Qingyue. This is the second child, named Lin Kersen. This is the fourth one, named Lin Yue. By the way, Lin Chen named all the babies. Li Xiren smiled and introduced everything to her mother-in-law one by one. Yes, these are all good names. Jiang Qingqing gently lifted Sanbao's bottom and said with affection in her eyes, if I'm not mistaken, the third one should be the only boy, right? Yes, you noticed that. Li Xiren said with a smile, after all, they are quadruplets, so they all wear similar clothes and look almost the same. It's quite difficult to tell which baby is a boy and which is a girl. Old M.O. At the same time, Lin Chen walked up to Elder M.O. Young master. There's something I need you to do. By the way, do you have any paper and pen here? After Lin Chen finished speaking, Old M.O. nodded and said, of course. Then Old M.O. brought over paper and pen, which Lin Chen took and immediately wrote down the names of many kinds of medicines. Take this prescription and get a liquid medicine made. Make sure it's a liquid medicine, not traditional Chinese medicine. Once it's made, give it to my dad for injection. Give him 2 injections a day, morning and evening, for 7 consecutive days. As for the previous medication, don't give it to my dad anymore. Lin Chen gave the instructions. Yes, young master. With that, old Master M.O. left. Then Lin Chen walked over to the babies, where Jiang Qingqing was entertaining them. The baby seems a little sleepy. Jiang Qingqing noticed that Sanbao Lini kept blinking and seemed a little listless, so she guessed. I'm sleepy. Li Xiren glanced around and asked, Mom, which room will Lin Chen and I sleep in tonight? Let's take Sanbao into the room and let him sleep for a while. Look, he can barely keep his eyes open. Come with me, I've prepared a room for you. With that, Jiang Qingqing carried the 3 babies and headed upstairs. Li Xiren, carrying the clothes, followed Jiang Qingqing. The little one neither cried nor fussed, and was incredibly cute and endearing, making Jiang Qingqing swoon over him. I feel an irresistible urge to put it down. But soon, Sanbao fell asleep in her arms. After arriving at the room, Jiang Qingqing placed the 3 treasures, Linny, on the soft and comfortable bed, a slight smile playing on her lips. I can't believe I'm a grandmother at only 39. Is this what it feels like to have a grandson? It's wonderful. Haha, now I can brag to my friends that I'm a grandma. Many of her friends' sons don't even have kids, let alone partners. But I'm already a grandmother, and I'm only 39 years old. When I turn 60, won't I possibly have great-grandchildren? Xiren, I'll be going now. If you need anything at home, just let me know or tell the servants. Jiang Qingqing gently instructed Li Xiren. Okay, Mom, by the way. Mom, I brought you a gift this time. As she spoke, Li Xiren opened one of her bags and took out an exquisite box. Wow! You even brought me a gift? Jiang Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately, and she felt a sense of surprise. Women, no matter their age, always love surprises. Yes, I picked it out especially for you, but I don't know if you'll like it, Mom. Li Ziren smiled and handed the box to Jiang Qingqing. After receiving the box, Jiang Qingqing was extremely curious and immediately opened it. Inside was a bracelet, a crystal clear jade bracelet with a very bright color. Thank you Ziren, Mom, I like it very much. Jiang Qingqing took out the jade bracelet, gently stroking it with her fingers, her eyes revealing deep affection. Indeed, she had a lot of accessories, including bracelets, necklaces, and earrings, so many that even she couldn't count them all. And many of them are more expensive than this jade bracelet. But from that moment on, this jade bracelet became her favorite bracelet. There is none other than this. Because it was a gift from her daughter-in-law, it represents something unique in the world and has special significance. Chapter 123, I'm giving my older sister a JK uniform, are you going to play games? Holding her daughter-in-law's gift in one hand, Jiang Qingqing left the room contentedly. She was in a great mood, as if she had instantly become several years younger, and she was humming a little tune as she walked. Mom! Suddenly, Lin Xianer appeared in front of Jiang Qingqing, and she immediately noticed what her mother was holding. Wow! What a beautiful bracelet! Mom, where did you get this bracelet? Did Xiaochen give it to you? Lin Xianer looked puzzled. Jiang Qingqing said happily, no, this was given to me by Ziren. They also brought gifts? Lin Xianer's eyes lit up immediately. Since her mother had prepared a gift, she wondered if she would receive one. Afterwards, Lin Xianer quietly went to the room where Lin Chen was. At this moment, Lin Chen glanced at Sanbao sleeping on the bed, and after confirming that Sanbao was sleeping soundly, he planned to get up and leave. Brother! Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw it was his older sister. At this moment, Lin Xianer had a beaming smile on her face, like a lively and playful little fairy. What? Ahem, bro, I saw it. What did you see? Lin Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. A gift? You prepared a gift for Mom, so I should get one too, right? Lin Xianer raised an eyebrow and smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately said, of course. How could I forget to give you a gift, sis? As he spoke, Lin Chen walked toward the backpack beside him. If he remembered correctly, the gift he had prepared for his older sister should be in this bag. Under Lin Xianer's expectant gaze, Lin Chen took out two exquisite boxes. Lin Xianer, having been involved in the JK high school girl fashion scene, knew exactly what was inside the boxes at a glance. JK? Yeah, don't you wear JK uniforms? Lin Chen handed the box to Lin Xianer. Lin Xianer was slightly surprised. She never expected that the gift her younger brother gave her would be a JK uniform. A smile immediately appeared on her lips. Well, bro, I didn't expect you to be that kind of person, actually wanting to see your older sister in a JK uniform? Lin Xianer narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Lin Chen as if trying to see right through him. Tell me, do you have a sister complex? Lin Chen? Lin Chen broke out in a cold sweat. His older sister was really outspoken, she was even showing signs of having a sister complex. And what do you mean I want to see you in a JK uniform? That makes me sound like a pervert. Am I that kind of person? Don't get me wrong, it was my wife who suggested giving you the JK uniform because she saw you wearing one during the video call. Lin Chen explained. Yeah? Lin Xianer opened the box and found that the two JK uniforms were very beautiful, and they were styles that she didn't own. That makes sense. It must have been my sister-in-law who chose it. After all, my brother is a straight man, how could he possibly understand JK fashion? To be honest, you don't want to see your older sister dressed like that? Lin Xianer stared down at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes, a captivating smile playing on her lips. My God! Lin Chen couldn't believe it. His older sister was too good at this. She was a total seductive vixen. I don't want to. You really don't want to? Real. Did you let Ziren wear it for you to see? Lin Chen was speechless. Sis, can you please stop being so gossipy? Seeing Lin Chen's subtle expression, Lin Xianer knew she had guessed correctly. Brother, you seem to be very lucky. But seriously, Ziren's innocent and alluring looks are really perfect for this kind of dress, especially her anime-like legs, I'm so envious. Wa'ada. Lin Xianer sighed, thinking how lucky her younger brother was to have so many women, which made her a little jealous. Lin Shen said helplessly, sis, how about we skip this topic? Meanwhile, in another manner in the capital. Master, according to the news from the head of the family, the eldest young master has returned. A guard came up to a man to report. The man was about 40 years old, with a dignified appearance and a hint of authority between his brows. At first glance, his features resembled those of Lin Hichu. He was Lin Hichu's younger brother, Lin Bieha. He is the third child in the Lin family. The eldest brother is Lin Badian, the second brother is Lin Hichu, and the third brother is Lin Bieha. The three brothers are as close as siblings and have a very good relationship. However, Lin Hichu is now ill, and the entire Lin family is being managed by him and Lin Badian. What? Are you serious? Lin Bieha became excited. He had vaguely heard some time ago that Lin Shen had been found. However, due to being busy, he did not go to his second brother's house to ask if the news was true. Sir, it's absolutely true. Young Master Lin Shen just returned, and he didn't come back alone, he brought his wife and children with him. That's what the guard said. Lin Bieha nodded, okay, you can go now, I understand. Lin Bieha immediately fell into deep thought. A while later, Lin Bieha arrived at the second floor of the villa. Before he could even knock on the door, he heard foul language coming from inside the room. You coward, you don't even dare to go in? Damn, even my ultimate move goes wrong? Vote now, you bunch of noobs, you're a bunch of useless trash. A stylishly dressed young man was playing a game, constantly nagging his teammates. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. However, Lin Juanza ignored him and continued playing the game. Lin Bieha looked helpless. He pushed open the door and, sure enough, saw his son playing video games. What are you doing here? Do you need something? The boy said impatiently. Your older brother is back. Come with me to the Lin family. I'm not going. Go yourself if you want to. Lin Juanza was very impatient and spoke to Lin Bieha in a very aggressive tone. Seeing his son's attitude, Lin Bieha was instantly enraged. Do you believe I'll smash your computer? Go ahead and smash it. If I smash this, I'm not going home. Try smashing it yourself? Lin Juanza was not intimidated at all. He had grown up in a pampered environment and was a typical playboy. He was also the most famous young master in the capital, and many rich second-generation kids were afraid of him. You. Lin Bieha really wanted to slap him, but then he remembered something and managed to suppress his anger. Then, Lin Bieha sighed and left. Wow. Brother Juanza, who were you talking to just now? Were you talking to your dad? At that moment, a sweet, childlike voice came from the computer. Yes. Lin Juanza responded with a smile. Brother Juanza is amazing, he's not even afraid of dad. Yes, that's amazing. If I dared to talk to my dad like that, he'd break my legs. The cute girls who played games with Lin Juanza fawned over him, making him even more arrogant. What's so special about that? You've all experienced my even more amazing stuff, haven't you? Lin Juanza said with a wicked smile. Ugh, how annoying, you bad guy. Brother Juanza, I wore a cute Lolita dress today. You tonight. Inside the Lin family villa. Jiang Qingqing and Li Tianhong were chatting in a very harmonious atmosphere, and everyone was very happy. After a brief contact, both sides gained some understanding of each other. Both Li Tianhong and his wife, as well as Jiang Qingqing, were very satisfied with this in-law relationship. Especially Li Tianhong and his wife. They were initially worried that Lin Shen's parents would be difficult to approach, given that they came from a top-tier wealthy family. They are not in the same social class as Jiang Qingqing and the others. Despite Tianhong Group already having a market value of tens of billions. But compared to the British Empire, they are utterly insignificant. Therefore, they inevitably had some worries, fearing that Lin Shen's parents would look down on them and Ziran. But this interaction proved that their worries were unnecessary. Jiang Qingqing is very down-to-earth, kind, and a really good person. Li Tianhong was overjoyed to hear Jiang Qingqing's heartfelt address to her father-in-law, as was Wu Yanfang. Both women felt extremely fond of Jiang Qingqing. Big brother, what brings you here too? As soon as Lin Bieha got out of the car, he sought his elder brother, Lin Badian. Third brother, what are you doing here? Lin Badian was slightly surprised and asked, could it be that you've also come to see your nephew? Yes. Lin Bieha said, I heard that my second brother's child has returned, so I came here as soon as possible to see him and meet him. Me too. Like Lin Bieha, Lin Batian also received a report from his guards and then rushed here. Brother, let's go in together then. Good. The two entered the villa's lobby without any hindrance, only to be spotted by Lin Xianer as soon as they stepped inside. Uncle, third uncle. Lin Xianer called out sweetly. Xianer, I heard Xiao Chen is back? Is it true? Lin Batian asked with a smile. It's true. I'll go and call him down right now. Uncle, third uncle, please make yourselves at home. After saying that, Lin Xianer went upstairs. Mother-in-law, who are these two? Li Tianhong looked at Lin Batian and the other person, and then asked Zhang Qingqing a question. Oh, they are my husband's older brother and younger brother. As Zhang Qingqing explained, Li Tianhong and his wife suddenly realized that they were one of their own. At this moment, Lin Batian and Lin Bieha walked over and were also stunned when they saw Li Tianhong and his wife. Come, let me introduce you. These two are my in-laws. You should have all received the news that Xiao Chen is back with his wife and child, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Batian and Lin Bieha were slightly taken aback, but then both revealed kind smiles. Oh, so you're in-laws. Hello. In-law. Lin Batian and Lin Bieha were very polite, taking the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianhong and his wife, their faces full of smiles, showing no airs despite their greater power. At this moment, Lin Chen was called down by Lin Xianer. Xiao Chen, come quickly, come and meet your uncle and great-uncle. Zhang Qingqing said to Lin Chen with an excited expression. However, Lin Batian and Lin Bieha were utterly shocked the moment they saw Lin Chen. The two of them almost blurted out two words, "It's you?" Upon hearing this, not only Zhang Qingqing but also Lin Chen were puzzled and asked, "Do you know me?" Of course I know them. Lin Batian laughed and said, "Nephew, your uncle surfs the internet all the time, you know. Aren't you this year's Nobel Prize laureate in physics?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingqing was suddenly shocked. What? My son actually won the Nobel Prize? Wow, my son is just too outstanding. Seeing that he had been recognized, Lin Chen was also helpless. Am I really that famous? At this moment, Lin Bieha also asked in surprise, "Nephew, let me ask you, was the Cloud Bat spaceship also made by you?" Yes. Lin Chen nodded, thinking to himself, so you know about this too? However, considering that these things have been exposed online, and we live in the internet age, it's normal for my uncle and his family to know about them. I don't know, that seems abnormal. Xiao Chen, you're amazing. Uncle admires you. Lin Bieha couldn't help but give Lin Chen a thumbs up. According to the information he had received, Lin Chen's achievements were not limited to developing the Cloud Bat spaceship. Moreover, he destroyed the United States Starlink project by piloting the Cloud Bat spaceship, rendering years of American efforts futile. The key point is that even such a powerful country as the United States couldn't do anything about Lin Chen. This is 100 times better than my good-for-nothing son. Thinking of this, Lin Bieha wished he could stuff Lin Juan's back and start over. How could he, with his lifelong reputation, have given birth to such a spendthrift brat? Xiao Chen, is what your uncle said true? Your scientific research is so amazing. Zhang Qingqing was shocked. She was probably the only one present who didn't know about Lin Chen's achievements. Because she rarely pays attention to news online, especially after Lin Hechu fell ill, her thoughts were almost entirely focused on Lin Hechu. Yeah, but it's nothing special. Lin Chen said modestly. Upon hearing this, both Lin Batian and Lin Bieha showed expressions of approval in their eyes. Such terrifying achievements at such a young age are truly astounding. It's truly rare to find someone with such a calm and low-key personality. With descendants like these, it would be difficult for the Lin family not to continue their glorious legacy. After chatting with Lin Chen for a few minutes, Lin Batian and Lin Bieha went upstairs to see Lin Hechu. Time flies, and a day passes in the blink of an eye. Night. After dinner, Lin Chen went to the room to check on the baby and took a quick look at his phone. As a result, I found a lot of messages, especially from someone with the nickname Crayon Shouting, who sent him several messages. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that this Crayon Shouting seemed to be Xiao Yating, whom he had just added that morning, and who was also the granddaughter of Sai Huatua. Are you there? Why aren't you replying to me? Are you there? Are you there? Where are you? It's quite cute when paired with a pig question mark emoji. Is there something you need? Lin Chen replied. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yating replied quickly, what are you doing? Why are you only replying now? I was eating and didn't check my phone. Lin Chen replied. Oh. Xiao Yiting replied that Lin Chen did not intend to reply after reading it. As a result, Xiao Yiting sent another message. Do you play video games? Chapter 124 Shopping and Drinking Milk Tea, Lin Xianer's two best friends. Playing games? Lin Chen replied, what game? King of Kings, let's get chicken. Are you going to play or not? Xiao Yiting replied immediately, then stared at her phone screen with anticipation. She's been playing these two games every day lately, but unfortunately, she can't rank up or get any chicken dinners, so she's been hoping for a skilled male player to carry her. Sorry, I'm not playing. Lin Chen replied. Just kidding, if my wife saw me with another girl, wouldn't she make me sleep on the sofa tonight? So let's just forget about it. Although Lin Chen can play both King of Glory and PUBG at a professional level. But there's nothing I can do, I'm a married man after all. People say marriage is a constraint, and sometimes when you think about it, there's some truth to that. Oh, you don't even play games? A wave of disappointment washed over Xiao Yiting. She had hoped to use the game to get closer to Lin Chen, but unexpectedly. Oh well, never mind. Xiao Yiting rested her chin on the pillow, pouting, her long, straight legs kicking wildly. After talking with Xiao Yiting, Lin Chen tossed his phone aside and went to take a shower. At this moment, Li Tianhong and his wife, along with Jiang Qingqing, were chatting in the lobby on the first floor. It was unclear what they were talking about, but they laughed from time to time, and seemed to be having a very pleasant conversation. As for the babies, De Bao and San Bao were originally being looked after by Jiang Qingqing, but they fell asleep later, so they were brought up here. Lin Kersen, the second child, was being cared for by Li Ziren, who was comforting her after she tripped and fell while walking. As for Lin Yue, one of the four treasures, she was taken away by Lin Xianer, and no one knows where she was taken to play. Not long after, Lin Chen was lying in bed after taking a shower when Li Ziren came in carrying their baby, Erbao, who was already asleep. Honey, keep an eye on the babies, I'm going to take a shower. Good. Li Ziren then went to take a shower, while Lin Chen sat on the bed scrolling through his phone, finding it very boring. Oh, right. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something and communicated with the system telepathically, asking, System, how many nanny valued do I have now? Host, your current daddy stat is 1006326. The system replied. Over 1 million? That many? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Because the host has not used the baby care value to draw prizes, this much value has been accumulated. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Chen asked, Can I use my daddy points to draw prizes now? Sure. Given that the host's dad support value is over 1 million, shall we activate the 10-pull gacha mode? The system is asking a question. 10 consecutive draws? That sounds interesting. Lin Chen agreed without even thinking. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the World Piano Master skill. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Super Long Jump skill. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Sharingan. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Martial Arts Supreme card. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200,000 points. Congratulations. Lin Chen was dumbfounded as he looked at the various rewards he had won. In particular, they even managed to draw the Sharingan. This is one of the 3 great dojutsu in the anime Naruto. The Sharingan possesses powerful abilities such as perception, copying, and hypnosis, making it another powerful cheat code. Then, a red light flashed in Lin Chen's left eye, which quickly returned to normal. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. Brother! Lin Xianer's voice came from outside. Lin Chen composed himself, walked over and opened the door, where he saw Lin Xianer holding the sleeping Sibo Lin Yue. Little brother, Yue is asleep. Let's put her on the bed to sleep. As she spoke, Lin Xianer entered the room and carried Lin Yue to the bed. Lin Xianer probably didn't even notice that Lin Chen was completely astonished. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Above Lin Xianer's head, he saw a string of virtual information. Name, Lin Xianer. Age, 24. Specialties, Taekwondo, dancing, illustration. Lin Chen was stunned. The Sharingan could see this? That's amazing. Hey bro, is there something on my face? Lin Xianer felt strange when she saw Lin Chen staring at her. It's alright, it's alright. Lin Chen came to his senses and felt somewhat embarrassed. Yeah? Lin Xianer stared at Lin Chen suspiciously, thinking, could it be that my little brother has been attracted by my beauty again? If there's nothing else, I'm going to bed now. Good. After Lin Xianer left, Li Ziren also came out after taking a shower. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a bath towel, her hair was tied in a bun, and her long, fair neck was exposed. Lin Chen's gaze naturally turned to Li Ziren. Name, Li Ziren. Age, 22. Skills, cooking, playing the piano, painting. Honey, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Li Ziren was using a hairdryer to dry her wet hair when she sensed Lin Chen's gaze and asked with a smile. It's okay, honey, I'll give you a blowjob. As he spoke, Lin Chen walked over. The next day. The Lin family is the Lin family after all. Just yesterday, Lin Chen handed over the formula for the medicine to Elder Mo, and Elder Mo said early this morning that the medicine had been developed. Then they began to inject Lin Hichu with the medicine. The effect was immediate, and Lin Hichu's face was glowing. The previously abnormal white blood cell count quickly returned to normal. Lin Chen predicted that with just one more injection in the afternoon, Lin Hichu's clotting factors would be remodeled, and he would no longer be afraid of falling and bleeding, and could start living a normal life again. Upon hearing this good news, Lin Hichu also showed an expression of disbelief. Dr. Lin, thank you so much. Once I recover, I will repay you handsomely. Lin Hichu looked at Lin Chen standing in front of him and said with a joyful expression. You're welcome. This made Lin Chen a little embarrassed, since it was his own father, and saying thank you was too formal. A short while later, Lin Chen came out of his father's room. As for Lin Hichu, he didn't know that Lin Chen was his son. However, Lin Hichu always felt that Lin Chen looked too much like his wife, which puzzled him. Lin Chen, the weather's nice today, how about we go for a walk outside? Lin Xianer appeared in front of Lin Chen and said with a smile. What are you doing outside? Lin Chen asked. Shopping, buying things, and drinking milk tea. Lin Xianer coaxed, anyway, someone will take care of the child, and you don't have anything to do. Besides, you finally come to the capital, don't you want to take your wife out for a walk? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and said, then let's go for a walk outside. That's true. Anyway, there's nothing to do, and it's my first time in Beijing, so it's good to take my wife out for some fresh air. Afterwards, Lin Xianer drove her Ferrari, worth more than 20 million yuan, and took Lin Chen and Li Ziren to a commercial street. Wow, so many people. Looking at the crowded street, Li Ziren couldn't help but sigh, thinking to herself, there are just too many people. Lin Xianer smiled and said, of course, after all, today is New Year's Eve, everyone is on holiday, and people who work in other places have also returned. Let's go, get off the bus. The three of them got out of the car immediately. Lin Chen looked around and found that Beijing and Shanghai were indeed different. The architecture in Beijing is more retro and grand, while Shanghai is more fashionable and prosperous. Brother, Ziren, wait a minute, I have 2 more girlfriends coming over. Lin Xianer said somewhat shyly that she had just received WeChat messages from 2 of her best friends who were near the commercial street and were planning to come and visit her. Lin Chen and Li Ziren didn't say anything, and stood quietly with Lin Xianer, waiting. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a stylish Porsche convertible pulled up in front of Lin Xianer, and 2 elegant beauties got out of the car. Xiao Yanran is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family in the capital. Although the Xiao family is not as powerful as the Lin family, the family still has assets worth hundreds of billions. Yu Yingxin is a popular female celebrity in China. Her recent TV dramas have all been hits, and she has more than 50 million followers on Weibo. Hi. Wah, Sister Fairy, it's been so long since I've seen you. The 2 girls ran towards Lin Xianer, very happy. Yu Yingxin even rushed over and hugged Lin Xianer, after all, they were very good friends. Oh, could this be the younger brother you mentioned before? Suddenly, Xiao Yanran noticed Lin Chen standing to the side, and her eyes lit up immediately. So handsome. That figure, those looks, that charisma. I'm in love. She's totally my ideal type. Yes, this is my younger brother, Lin Xianer introduced. What? Yu Yingxin was also stunned, staring blankly at Lin Chen. My god, her best friend's brother is so handsome? Seeing their reactions, Lin Xianer felt helpless. Her 2 best friends were just like that, they couldn't walk away when they saw a handsome guy and looked like lovesick fools. As for Lin Chen, he was also intimidated by the stares, especially the 2 girls who looked at him with infatuation, as if they wanted to devour him. It's terrifying, are all beautiful women like this nowadays? Ahem, you guys be careful, my sister-in-law is still over there. Lin Xianer weakly reminded. The two women then noticed Li Ziren standing to the side and immediately apologized to her with embarrassed expressions. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. So my younger brother is already married. Luckily, Lin Xianer reminded them, otherwise they would have all wanted to ask Lin Chen for his WeChat, and his wife was standing right there. If they had asked. Fine. Li Ziren responded politely, her face calm. Of course, she was already seething with jealousy. But there was nothing she could do. What could she do when her husband was so handsome? The fact remains, Lin Chen is popular with beautiful women. Li Ziren knows very well that the only thing she can do in this situation is to resist the seduction of those vixens. Anyone who dares to steal my husband will be in for a world of hurt. Then, as if declaring her ownership, Li Ziren took the initiative to link arms with Lin Chen. Looking at Li Ziren's pouty face, Lin Chen thought she was so cute. If it weren't for so many people watching, he really wanted to pin Li Ziren against the wall and kiss her. However, since they were on the street, they had no choice but to go back and kiss. Let's go. I heard there's a new bubble tea shop that just opened in this mall, and it's pretty good. Let's go check it out. Lin Xianer changed the subject, and then everyone followed her into the shopping mall. The mall was bustling with people, especially couples, which made many single people envious. Yu Yingxin was among them. She glanced at Lin Chen furtively, only to find that he didn't even look around. His gaze was fixed on Li Ziren. I'm so envious. Yu Yingxin wondered, when will I meet a boy whose eyes are full of me? This is the milk tea shop. Xiaochen, Ziren, what flavor do you want? After arriving at the milk tea shop, Lin Xianer turned around and asked a question. Li Ziren looked at it and said, taro and boba milk tea, please. Lin Chen said, whatever. In Lin Chen's opinion, all flavors of milk tea are pretty much the same. Xia Yanran, I want mango pomelo sago. Yu Yingxin, I'll have a passion fruit drink. After everyone had made their orders, they went to the lounge to wait. The lounge was very nice, but it was a bit noisy because there were so many people. Just as everyone sat down, a sneaky voice suddenly rang out. Oh my, Miss Lin is here too, what a coincidence. A man dressed in trendy clothes and sporting a perm walked over and greeted Lin Xianer with a smile. Behind him were several blonde-haired men, presumably his lackeys. Upon seeing this person, a hint of disgust flashed in Lin Xianer's eyes. Su Kuan, the eldest son of the Su family in Beijing. He had been pursuing her for more than half a year. Lin Xianer had rejected Su Kuan at the beginning, but he persisted in pursuing her relentlessly. Anyway, Lin Xianer would never agree to a relationship with someone like that, not in this lifetime. Su Kuan is a playboy who has slept with countless women and then dumped them, making him an extreme scumbag. Miss Lin, are you free tonight? Would you like to go to a movie with me? Su Kuan said lecherously that he had liked Lin Xianer for a long time and had once vowed to get her and then play with her as he pleased. Roll. Lin Xianer cursed angrily. The sound immediately attracted everyone present, who all stood up and looked over, their faces showing expressions of amused curiosity. Miss Lin, don't be angry. I, Su Kuan, am not a bad person, so why do you always dislike me so much? Su Kuan was quite shameless, staring at Lin Xianer with a smile, completely baffled. Although the Su family is not as good as the Lin family, my Su family is not bad either. Moreover, I'm 1.88 meters tall, have 9-pack abs, long legs, and am young and rich. Putting aside my family background, how am I, Su Kuan, not good enough for you? I'll say it again, get out of here. Lin Xianer said with extreme disgust. Upon hearing this, Su Kuan also got angry, pointing at Lin Xianer in a fit of rage. Don't push your luck, do you really think I, Su Kuan, am afraid of you? At this moment, Lin Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward. Can't you understand human language? Get lost. Lin Chen spoke calmly. Who the hell are you, kid? You want to die? Su Kuan, completely unaware of Lin Chen's identity, immediately retorted in a very pretentious manner. Snap. Lin Chen slapped Su Kuan, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away and crashing into the wall. The entire room fell silent. Chapter 125. A slap sends De Bao flying. Lin Hichu cleverly coaxes De Bao. When Lin Chen slapped Su Kuan so hard he was knocking his teeth out, Xiao Yanran and Yu Yingxin were instantly stunned. This handsome young man is amazing. Even Lin Xianer was shocked. One slap? It sent Su Kuan flying? What kind of power is this? How brutal. But she likes it. Having a younger brother is great, he can protect you in crucial moments. Who can understand that sense of security? Honey. Are you alright? Lee Ziren approached him with concern, and Lin Chen said, I'm fine. Doesn't your hand hurt? Let me see your hand. Lee Ziren looked distressed and touched Lin Chen's hand, and sure enough, she saw that Lin Chen's hand was a little red. Although he had fused with the martial arts supreme card, Lin Chen was not a cultivator after all, he was still immortal, and he would still have normal reactions. After Lee Ziren reminded him, Lin Chen really did feel a slight numbness in his hand. Maybe Su Koan is just too shameless. Upon hearing Lee Ziren's words, Su Koan nearly vomited blood in anger. Damn it, I almost got slapped to death and you're still worried about whether your husband's hand hurts? Human language? He touched the corner of his mouth and found it was bleeding. His face was also swollen and painful. You wait. If you're so capable, then don't leave. Su Koan's face was contorted with rage. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Young Master Lin, someone hit me. Come quickly and avenge me. Young Master Lin? Upon hearing this address, Lin Xianer immediately had a bad feeling. Although the surname Lin is very common, there are not many people in Beijing who can be called Young Master Lin. Could it be him? Lin Xianer thought of someone, her third uncle's son, Lin Juanza. As expected. Shortly after Su Koan finished his call, a group of people swaggered into the lounge. Holy crap! Lin Juanza? Xiao Yanran couldn't help but speak up. As the most notorious playboy in the capital, she naturally knew Lin Juanza. Moreover, she had met Lin Juanza once when she visited Lin Xianer's home, and knew that Lin Juanza was Lin Xianer's cousin. Goodness? One phone call brought your cousin here? Yu Yingsen was also dumbfounded. Cousin? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Could it be his third uncle's son? This was Lin Chen's first time meeting Lin Juanza. He was quite handsome and had a strong physique, the kind of guy many girls liked. However, Lin Chen knew at a glance that Lin Juanza's strong body had long since collapsed. It's probably related to excessive indulgence. There were quite a few people standing around Lin Juanza, including a beautiful woman in black stockings who was affectionately holding Lin Juanza's arm. What a coincidence! At this moment, Lin Juanza looked at Lin Xianer. He didn't even call her his cousin, he was just very surprised. What? Are you here to avenge this person? Lin Xianer's face was cold. Although Lin Juanza was her cousin, their relationship was only so-so. Because they couldn't get along, Lin Juanza basically spent every day in bars or upscale clubs. Lin Juanza did not reply to her, his gaze fell on Su Koan, who was standing to the side. Seeing Su Koan's head swollen like a pig's head from being beaten, Lin Juanza asked unhappily. Who hit you? That's him. Su Koan pointed at Lin Chen and said fiercely, Young Master Lin, you must avenge me. Juanza. At this moment, a man who looked like a butler standing next to Lin Juanza spoke up. He is the son of the family head, your cousin Lin Chen. Don't be impulsive. The news of Lin Chen's return is now known to everyone in the Lin family, so Lin Juanza doesn't recognize Lin Chen, but he does. What? My cousin? Lin Juanza stared intently at Lin Chen, immediately feeling somewhat bewildered. But soon, a fierce glint returned to his eyes. Why did you hit him? Lin Juanza questioned Lin Chen in a cold voice, confronting him without backing down. What, are you going to seek revenge on me for this person? Lin Chen said calmly. Don't think I won't mess with you just because you're my cousin. When I get angry, I'll hit anyone. Then you can try it yourself, Lin Chen said. Fuck you. Lin Juanza raised his fist and swung it at Lin Chen's face. Holy crap! Seeing this, Su Koan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Xiao actually attacked his own cousin for his own sake? Move. I'm incredibly moved. Looks like I really made the right choice in following Lin Xiao. He's awesome. Smack. Lin Chen was surprised that Lin Juanza would actually dare to attack him, and he was very disappointed. This cousin is hopeless. Lin Chen didn't tolerate him either. Faced with Lin Juanza's attack, Lin Chen still slapped him. Lin Juanza was slammed into a table not far away by the slap, which terrified the girls. Ah! The girls quickly ran away. They had been watching the drama unfold, but they never expected to get caught up in it. Ugh! Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw Lin Juanza groaning on the ground. Good. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. People like him won't learn their lesson if they aren't taught a lesson. Lin Xianer scolded him with exasperation, feeling ashamed that her family had produced such a direct descendant. It's not hard to imagine that if the British Empire were to fall into the hands of someone like this, its decline would only be a matter of time. Wow, this handsome young man is amazing. However, Xiao Yanran and Yu Yingxin had different focuses. They both felt that Lin Chen was really amazing. One slap after another, and with a loud crack, the person flew out. It was just like watching a movie. I wonder if he's just as good in other areas as he is. At this moment, the two female drivers envied Li Ziran again. If Lin Chen were their husband, they could experience it for themselves. Young Master Lin. Juanza. Su Kuan and Chen Jie turned pale with fright because Lin Juanza's face was covered in blood, which was very frightening. Call the police. Call the police quickly. The scene immediately became chaotic. As for Lin Juanza's personal butler, I wanted to say a few words to Lin Chen, that he shouldn't have been so ruthless. After all, he's your cousin. But then I thought about it again, and it seems that Lin Juanza struck first. If anyone should be criticized, it should be Lin Juanza. Sis, let's go back. Lin Chen said something without even glancing at Lin Juanza on the ground, because he was very disappointed. Lin Xianer nodded. Lin Juanza and Su Kuan's antics ruined her good mood, and now she just wanted to go back. Meanwhile, at the Lin family manor, Lin Hichu received a second injection, and now his condition has completely stabilized, and his physical condition has returned to what it was before he got sick. Mr. M.O., may I go for a walk outside? Lin Hichu spoke up, saying that he had just been fully recovered and really wanted to go outside and breathe some fresh air. After all, he spent almost the entire last 2 days lying in his room. Sure. Old M.O. remembered Lin Chen's instructions. After 2 injections of the medicine, Lin Hichu's condition was almost completely cured. The two then left the room together and went to the first floor of the villa. Hichu. Zhang Qingqing was playing with De Bao and Lin Xingyue when she saw Lin Hichu come down, and a smile appeared on her face. How are you feeling right now? Zhang Qingqing asked with concern. To be honest, I feel much better. Dr. Lin's medicine is truly miraculous. I even feel like I'm completely healed. Lin Hichu was overjoyed and asked, I wonder who this divine Dr. Lin is? There is such a divine doctor in China? If only I had met him sooner, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Seeing Lin Hichu's adoring expression towards the so-called divine Dr. Lin, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Whose child is this? So cute. At this moment, Lin Hichu noticed the large baby Lin Xingyue that Zhang Qingqing was holding in her arms, and his eyes immediately lit up. Would you believe me if I said it belonged to our family? Zhang Qingqing smiled. What? Lin Hichu didn't react immediately. Who gave birth to our child? It couldn't be Xiener's, could it? She does look a bit like Xiener when she was little. After all, the babies all look a lot like Lin Chen, and Lin Chen and Lin Xianer are siblings. Therefore, De Bao's big, bright eyes are exactly the same as Lin Xianer's. Of course it's not Xiener's. Xiener doesn't even have a boyfriend yet. Hichu, this is our granddaughter. Zhang Qingqing no longer hid it from Lin Hichu. After all, his condition had almost fully recovered. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Hichu was instantly stunned. What? Granddaughter? Our granddaughter? Lin Hichu was shocked. He wasn't stupid. Recalling everything that had happened in the past 2 days, he quickly realized the problem. Is that Dr. Lin? Xiao Chen? As he spoke, Lin Hichu's eyes trembled, showing just how excited he was. Under Lin Hichu's burning gaze, Zhang Qingqing smiled and nodded solemnly. Yes, he is our son. Our son who was lost 20 years ago. He's back now. And he even brought his wife and quadruplets back with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Hichu felt a buzzing in his brain and his heart raced so fast that he felt like he was going to suffocate. No wonder. No wonder that kid looks so much like you. Lin Hichu, you're a terrible father. You didn't even recognize your own son at first glance. Lin Hichu gave a bitter smile, feeling ashamed at the same time. Because of your illness, you can't have 2 intense emotions. So, Xiao Chen asked us to keep it a secret for now. By the way, don't get so excited, you've just recovered. Before Zhang Qingqing could finish speaking, Lin Hichu excitedly said to her. Quick! Give me the baby. Lin Hichu couldn't wait to reach out and hug Debao, his precious granddaughter. For you. Hold on tighter. Jiang Qingqing reluctantly handed Debao to him. Lin Hichu's hands were trembling with excitement, afraid that he would not be able to hold the child properly. Immediately, the treasure Lin Xingyue came into Lin Hichu's hands. At this moment, Debao's big eyes were also staring at Lin Hichu, and her puzzled little expression seemed to be asking, "Grandpa, who are you?" Looking at Debao's chubby face, Lin Hichu's face was filled with excitement, and his eyes were full of doting affection. Suddenly, for some reason, Debao's mouth twitched and he immediately started crying. Wow! Wow! When Lin Hichu saw that Debao was crying, his smile froze instantly. What was going on? Is he shy? Very likely. Jiang Qingqing said with a wry smile. Don't cry, don't cry. Oh, don't cry. Lin Hichu was very good at coaxing children. He was clearly an experienced parent. His gaze suddenly fell on the blue cat he had bought from abroad for $100,000, and his heart skipped a beat. Look at kitten. Look at this little kitten, isn't it cute? Come on, let's go touch it. Lin Hichu held Debao and Lin Xingyue in his arms, while pointing to the blue cat at the door. Debao stopped crying for a moment, but seemed uninterested in the kitten and started crying again. Or, let me carry you. Seeing this, Jiang Qingqing smiled and said, Debao is probably shy, after all, it's the first time Lin Hichu has held him. She won't cry if she holds her, because she's used to it. However, Lin Hichu was already enamored with it, and upon hearing Jiang Qingqing's words, his expression immediately hardened. No, I haven't had enough of holding it yet. Jiang Qingqing? But she kept crying. Are we just going to let Debao cry all the time? Jiang Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly. Lin Hichu smiled and said, It's alright, I still have ways to coax you. At the same time, a Ferrari drove into the villa's garage. The three people who got out of the car were Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and Lin Xiener. Because the house is just too big. There's still a long distance from the garage to the front door of the house. After being away for so long, I bet the babies are crying again now. Li Ziren said something to herself. Lin Xiener took Li Ziren's hand and smiled, I don't think so. Aren't my mom and uncles and aunts taking care of her? Yes, but the babies are still too young and they are very attached to me and Lin Chen. Li Ziren said that the babies do not resist being taken care of by their maternal grandparents and paternal grandmother. But the baby is only less than 9 months old, not even a year old yet. Therefore, they are still very dependent on their parents. Especially Lin Yue, the fourth child, would cry and want to find her father if she didn't see Lin Chen for a while. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiener said, Then let's hurry back. Before long, the three of them walked into the villa and went to the lobby on the first floor. Yeah. As soon as they entered, the three of them heard the baby's laughter. What's going on? Why is the baby laughing so happily? The three then saw Jiang Qingqing standing at the door of a room, holding up her phone and taking pictures of something inside. Jiang Qingqing also had a deep smile on her face. I even couldn't help but laugh out loud at one point. Mom, what are you filming? Why are you laughing so happily? Lin Xiener jogged over, put her hand on Jiang Qingqing, and looked into the room. Then she saw something that made Lin Xiener's mouth drop open in surprise. What's wrong? Now Lin Chen and Li Ziren were also completely curious. He quickly stepped forward and came to Jiang Qingqing and Lin Xiener's side. What followed was the scene inside the room. Lin Chen and Li Ziren were instantly stunned. Chapter 126. On New Year's Eve, the daughter-in-law cooked herself, and the son hit the jackpot. Inside the room, a large screen hanging on the wall was slowly playing an animated film Peppa Pig. Meanwhile, Debao Lin Xingyue was sitting on the bed, giggling softly. It turns out that Lin Hichu had just come up with a brilliant idea to make Debao happy. He would play the role of a cute little pig. Yes, it's a little pig. Lin Hichu even made grunt sounds from his nostrils, just to make himself look more like a pig. Debao, do you like Grandpa? Lin Hichu asked with a shameless laugh. As he spoke, he kept nudging Debao's belly with his head. Each time, gently nudged Debao's belly. Debao burst out laughing. Debao laughed so hard he almost fell over, he just couldn't stop. He saw that he had successfully pleased his beloved granddaughter. Lin Hichu felt no shame whatsoever, on the contrary, he was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment. Holy crap! Outside the door, all three were dumbfounded. The patriarch of the prestigious British Empire, one of the richest and most powerful people in the entire country. To please his granddaughter, he actually lowered himself to play the role of a pig? Is this true? Lin Sienna rubbed her eyes, feeling utterly incredulous. As the father who knows his daughter best, he is usually very dignified, no matter who he is in front of, and he is very concerned about his image. Sometimes, in order to save face, they often say one thing but mean another. But now, in order to make his granddaughter happy, Dad doesn't care about saving face anymore. Looks like Dad's got a knack for taking care of kids. Lin Shen sighed silently, never expecting his father to come up with such a way to coax a child. He must have a lot of experience taking care of kids. As for Li Ziren, a smile also appeared on her lips. She felt that her father-in-law was like a comedian, and very talented in performing. Dad! Lin Sienna couldn't help but call out, and Lin Hichu immediately turned around, then paused in surprise. When did you get back? Suddenly, Lin Hichu felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many people. But when his gaze swept over Lin Chen, Lin Hichu's emotions instantly turned into excitement. Son! Lin Hichu immediately got out of bed, walked towards Lin Chen, and his eyes immediately reddened. Xiao Chun, I just told your father everything. Jiang Qingqing smiled and explained. Lin Chen nodded. He was wondering how his father had recognized him. It turned out that his mother had told him. You little rascal, you kept such a big thing from me. Lin Hichu looked at Lin Chen with red eyes. Xiao Chen, Dad is sorry for you. You've suffered so much all these years. At the same time, I was filled with emotion, thinking to myself, he truly is my own son. This handsome face looks exactly like mine when I was young. Seeing Lin Chen, Lin Hichu felt as if he were seeing his younger self. Fine. Lin Chen shook his head, then asked with concern, how are you feeling right now? It's almost done. Lin Hichu couldn't contain his excitement. Your potion is amazing. You've saved my life. Then he noticed Li Ziren standing to the side, and Lin Hichu's eyes lit up. This must be his daughter-in-law, right? May I have your name? Lin Hichu asked Li Ziren with a smile. I am Li Ziren. Li Ziren said somewhat embarrassedly. At the same time. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's villa. After Lin Juanzi was slapped by Lin Chen, he was taken home by the guards. Because there is a top-notch medical team in the family. They are all among the most outstanding medical leaders and experts in China. Every year, just maintaining this medical team costs more than 50 million. Dr. Luo, how is Juanzi? At the bedroom door, Lin Bieha calmly asked a doctor a question. The doctor smiled and said, young Master Juanzi is fine. He just has a concussion and his mouth was bleeding from the blow. But we just took emergency measures, and young Master Juanzi is okay for now. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Luo. You're welcome. Then, Lin Bieha walked into the bedroom and saw Lin Juanzi playing on his phone, seemingly unaffected. You, get dressed and come with me to apologize to Lin Chen. Lin Bieha said calmly. What? Lin Juanzi's expression changed instantly, and the resentment in his heart surged up wildly. What did you say? You want me to apologize? Yes. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing his father's reply, Lin Juanzi burst into hysterical laughter. Lin Bieha, I am the victim. I am the one who was beaten. He almost slapped me to death. And you expect me to apologize? Why should I? Just because he's my cousin, do I have to bow down? I refuse to accept this. Lin Juanzi was unconvinced. At this moment, he hated Lin Chen to the core and felt heartbroken. Little did he know, Lin Bieha was even more heartbroken. If you do something wrong, you have to apologize. Uncle Lu has told me the whole story. Don't think I don't know. You started it all. You actually attacked your own people for the sake of an outsider? Do you have any conscience at all? Lin Bieha launched into a scathing rebuke. His son was immature, but he was still reasonable. Although every father has selfish motives towards his son, he would never favor Lin Juanzi in this matter. I'm definitely not going to apologize to him. I'd rather die than go. Lin Juanzi gritted his teeth and said that asking him to apologize to Lin Chen would be worse than killing him. You're not going, huh? Fine. From today onwards, don't even think about spending a single penny of the Lin family's money. For the next 2 weeks, don't even think about leaving the house. Lin Bieha said coldly, and then left. After Lin Bieha left, Lin Juan's face was extremely ugly, and the image of Lin Chen appeared in his mind. "You bastard, I won't let you get away with this." Buzz. Just then, Lin Juan's phone vibrated. It was a message from a good friend. "Lin Juanza, I heard that your cousin beat you up. Do you want to save face?" Lin Chen and the others were naturally unaware of the situation on Lin Bieha's side. But soon after, Lin Bieha called to apologize to Lin Chen. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hichu immediately asked, "Xiao Chun, I heard from Xiener that you two had a falling out with Juanza outside just now?" "Yes, I slapped him," Lin Chen said calmly. "Why?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hichu didn't say anything, but he felt it was a pity. Actually, when he was little, Juanza was quite sensible and his grades were also very good. Lin Hichu suddenly said. Lin Chen asked, "What happened next that changed him?" "His mother died of cancer when he was 12 years old. Then Juanza became a completely different person. He gave up on himself, started fooling around outside, and didn't come home at night. His father couldn't control him at all." Lin Hichu smiled wryly. "It seems that changes in one's family of origin really can change a person," Lin Chen remarked. Lin Hichu nodded. "Yes, that's why I said it's a pity about this child." Just then, Lin Xiener walked over and sweetly called out, "Little brother, Dad. What's wrong? Why are you laughing so happily?" Lin Hichu asked with a smile. "After discussing it with my mom, Xiren, and me, we've decided not to invite the royal chef tonight. We plan to cook our own New Year's Eve dinner," Lin Xiener said happily. Upon hearing this, Lin Hichu asked in surprise, "Did I hear that right? You're making your own New Year's Eve dinner? Are you sure?" He knew his daughter, Lin Hichu, while she was a complete novice in the kitchen and couldn't cook at all. Jiang Qingqing's cooking skills can only be described as average. Although we have a nanny at home, we are concerned about the workload of preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, and since it only happens once a year, it must be eaten in a grand and ceremonial way. Therefore, in previous years, Lin Hichu would ask Master Mo to invite the royal chef to his home to cook on New Year's Eve. The price for hiring a royal chef is 5 million each time. And that doesn't even include the ingredients. In other words, the imperial chefs only came to cook, and the guests had to prepare the ingredients themselves. They would leave once the food was cooked. Then they charged 5 million. Of course, 5 million is just a drop in the bucket for the Lin family, and there's a reason why the royal chef's appearance fee is as high as 5 million. Because the royal chefs came from a family of culinary masters, their ancestors had cooked for the emperors. There is no dish that royal chefs cannot make. The imperial chefs could transform any ordinary dish into something extraordinary, and the taste was always exceptional. Its reputation and strength are the reasons why it is so expensive. "Dad, you heard right, we're serious. Because Xiren can cook. Xiren's mother is also a great cook, so the three of them, along with my mom, cooked the New Year's Eve dinner together. As for me, I helped them out, washing vegetables and stuff." In the end, Lin Xiener was a little embarrassed. "Why, I should have learned to cook. So that in crucial moments, you won't be left with nothing but washing vegetables and feeling completely invisible." Sobbing. Upon hearing this, Lin Hichu's brows immediately relaxed, and he looked at Lin Chen in surprise, asking, "Xiren can cook?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "Yes, she usually does the cooking at home." Although Lin Chen can cook, he certainly doesn't cook as often as Li Xiren. Lin Chen usually only shows off his skills when he's in a very good mood. At the same time, inside the kitchen, Li Xiren was slicing Kobe beef with superb knife skills, making Jiang Qingqing, the mother-in-law, feel ashamed of herself. "Xiren, I really didn't expect you could cook. That's awesome." Jiang Qingqing beamed with praise. She truly hadn't expected that her daughter-in-law would not only be so beautiful and elegant, but also able to cook. You know, these days, most girls don't know how to cook. They'd rather order takeout or eat something simple than cook for themselves. Many of Jiang Qingqing's friends' daughters are like this, they can't cook, let alone do housework. Virtuous. Two words came to Jiang Qingqing's mind. The more she looked at Li Xiren, the more she liked her. She felt like she had discovered a treasure. "Nothing." Li Xiren smiled broadly and said, "It's all thanks to Lin Chen's excellent teaching." Yes, my dear-in-law, you don't know, Xiao Chen's cooking skills are better than mine and Ziran's." Wu Yanfang, who had already witnessed Lin Chen's culinary skills, couldn't help but chime in. Jiang Qingqing was very surprised. Her daughter-in-law's cooking skills were taught by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's cooking skills are even better than her mother-in-law's? Oh my god. She is knowledgeable in medicine and can also cook. My son is truly a hidden talent. It seems I should ask Lin Chen sometime what he's been through in the past 20 years. He seems to know everything. Inside the living room at that time. After Lin Chen finished drinking tea with Lin Hichu, he was teaching Sibo Lin Yue to walk. Currently, Lin Yue, one of the 4 babies, is the one who walks the worst. Even when standing, it sways unsteadily. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. Because the babies are still small. It's been less than 9 months. Being able to take 2 steps is already quite good. Under Lin Chen's guidance, Sibo Lin Yue, holding onto the sofa, walked forward step by step. When your baby is learning to walk, it's best to let her hold onto a chair or sofa. This helps balance the body and also trains hand-foot coordination. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing 10 lessons teaching your babies to walk. You have achieved a certain milestone and unlocked the skill, sports proficiency. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Sports expertise. Just as Lin Chen was in a daze, a surge of information flooded into his brain. This skill allowed Lin Chen to instantly understand everything related to sports. For example, running, swimming, rock climbing, table tennis, diving. Lin Chen even learned fencing, horseback riding, and golf, which are aristocratic sports. And it's not just any ordinary learning experience. The level is world class. If Lin Chen were to participate in the Olympics now, he could easily sweep all the gold medals. This reward is quite good. Lin Chen showed a satisfied expression. Although this skill is not useful for the time being. But Lin Chen believed that he would be able to use it someday. An hour later. The New Year's Eve dinner is finally ready. Brother, Dad. Uncle. Time to eat. Lin Siener was carrying an exquisite plate on which sat a 10-pound king crab. Looking at the table, there was steamed lobster with garlic, steamed hairy crab, braised pork belly with taro, braised pork trotters, stir-fried squid with soy sauce, and stir-fried pigeon slices. Everything that flies in the sky, swims in the water, and walks on the ground is there. There was also mutai, red wine, juice, and other drinks. It was a very generous spread. So many dishes. Looking at the dishes of delicious food on the table, Lin Hichu found it hard to believe that these dishes were mostly made by his daughter-in-law. My son really married a gem. He actually married a wife who was such a good cook. In-law, come quickly, come sit here with me. Lin Hichu beckoned to Li Tianhong, gesturing for him to sit down next to him. My dear in-law, do you drink? Lin Hichu asked with a smile. Certainly. Li Tianhong smiled. When it comes to drinking, he has never been convinced by anyone in his life. Of course, Lin Chen is an exception. Li Tianhong will never forget the first time he drank with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen got him completely drunk. This son-in-law has an incredible capacity for alcohol. For a long time afterward, Li Tianhong was too afraid to drink with Lin Chen, because she had developed a psychological trauma. Son, do you drink alcohol? Lin Hichu then looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen modestly replied, I will drink a little. That's good. At this moment, Jiang Qingqing came out carrying the dishes, and Lin Hichu immediately said to her. Wife, go to the liquor cabinet and get that bottle of mutai that I've been treasuring for 5 years. Are you sure? Jiang Qingqing asked with a smile, you know, that bottle of mutai is Lin Hichu's treasure. Last time Lin Biehe came and wanted to drink it, he couldn't bear to open the bottle. On such a wonderful day, we definitely have to bring it out and drink it. Lin Hichu spoke with boundless enthusiasm. Okay, I'll go get it. Before long, Jiang Qingqing took out the bottle of mutai she had been treasuring. Upon seeing this, a look of shock appeared in Li Tianhong's eyes. My dear in-law, this bottle of your treasured mutai seems to be something special. Chapter 127 Xiao Yating breaks through. What others have, you must have too. My dear in-law, this bottle of your treasured mutai seems to be something special. Li Tianhong spoke up. He was a connoisseur of wine and could tell at a glance that this bottle of mutai was extraordinary. Because the mouth of this bottle of mutai is wrapped with a ring of shimmering gold thread, and the bottle itself is black. It's worth noting that the bottles of mutai are usually white, making them easy to distinguish. My dear in-law, you're right. This bottle of mutai isn't your average mutai. It's called Han Emperor mutai. Lin Hichu explained, it's a vintage mutai liquor, released in the 1990s, and there are only 10 bottles in the world. Only 10 bottles in the whole world? Li Tianhong was taken aback upon hearing this, and blurted out, such precious mutai must be very expensive per bottle, right? It's not expensive. Lin Hichu smiled and said, it's less than 40 million. Li Tianhong. He suddenly fell silent. 40 million for a bottle of wine? Isn't that expensive? A good bottle of mutai usually costs tens of thousands of yuan, while most mutai on the market only costs a few thousand yuan per bottle. All I can say is that poverty has limited my imagination. When Tianhong Group's market value exceeded 10 billion, Li Tianhong felt that he was a rich man. However, upon arriving at the Lin family, he discovered that he was just a younger brother. Xiao Chun, you have to keep your dad company with a few drinks tonight. Lin Hichu said with a smile, while opening a bottle of Han Emperor Maotai. Instantly, a refreshing aroma of wine wafted out. It's truly excellent wine. Definitely, Dad, I'll drink as much as you drink. Lin Chen said earnestly. Lin Hichu felt challenged. You said it yourself, don't get drunk later and miss the fireworks tonight. Our Lin family's fireworks show is spectacular every year. Don't worry, I won't get drunk, Lin Chen said with a smile. Joke. I'm a man who has acquired the skill of not getting drunk. Even if you and my father-in-law take turns pouring drinks at me, I still won't get drunk. Mommy, are you taking pictures? Seeing Jiang Qingqing holding up her phone and filming something, Lin Xianer couldn't help but move closer. Jiang Qingqing laughed and said, that's right, on such a joyous day, the whole family is gathered together, so we definitely have to take pictures to record it. Mom, then give me a pat on the back. Lin Xianer made a peace sign, indicating that she wanted to be in the shot. However, Jiang Qingqing said, get out of my way, you're blocking my shot and making it dirty. Lin Xianer? Why, Mommy, you've changed. You weren't like this to me before. Lin Xianer felt like she had suffered 10,000 points of damage. Since Lin Chen came back, her status in the family plummeted. She felt like she was less than the dog at the door. Jiang Qingqing rolled her eyes and said, how did I treat you before? I used to be your little darling. Am I still your little baby? Lin Xianer blinked her bright, lively eyes and asked expectantly. How dare you say that? Look at your younger brother, he's younger than you, and his child is almost a year old. When are you going to bring a boyfriend home for Mom to meet? Jiang Qingqing said irritably. Lin Xianer was speechless. No way, is it wrong for me to be single? Sobbing. Since that's the case, I'll find a boyfriend after the new year. Let's see if you'll still talk about me now. Xiren, bring the baby onto the table too. That way you can sit down and eat too. Jiang Qingqing looked at Li Xiren. Because the babies were still young, they were usually not allowed to sit at the table during meals. They would have them sit on a small stool or be held in their arms. Then, I fed them one by one. But now, on such a joyous day, the whole family should naturally sit together at the dining table. Good. Li Xiren smiled slightly, carried her second child Lin Kersen to the dining table, and sat down in a seat next to Lin Chen. Seeing Erbao being taken away, Debao, Sanbao, and Sibao, who were playing on the sofa, immediately became unhappy. Each child stretched out their little hands, their big, dark eyes looking at Lin Xianer and then at Wu Yanfang. Their eager little expressions seemed to say, we really want to go to the dining table and eat too. Someone please give us a hug. Seeing this, Lin Xianer stepped forward, come here, Sibao, let Auntie hug you. Lin Xianer picked up Sibo Lin Yue. She really wanted to take all three little ones away, but she could only hold one at a time. Fortunately, Wu Yanfang and Jiang Qingqing each carried one of the three babies, Lin Xingyue the eldest and Lin Yi the third, to the dining table. Iya. Puff. Ha. As soon as they arrived at the dining table, all four little ones lay down on it, looking very excited. Li Xiren, Jiang Qingqing, and the others could only protect the babies while feeding them. What they ate was certainly not the lavish meat and fish served on the dining table. Instead, it's rice cereal, fruit puree, and porridge. After all, she is less than 9 months old and cannot eat solid food yet. Her teeth have not grown in yet, and she can only eat liquid food. Xiao Chen, in-law, let's have a toast. Lin Hichu raised his glass, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Li Tianhong both raised their glasses and clinked them together. All three of them took a small sip and put their cups down. When drinking Baijiu Chinese white liquor, you must savor it slowly, sip by sip. The faster you drink, the faster you get drunk. Moreover, only by tasting it carefully can one appreciate the unique aroma of baijiu. Wow, good wine. Li Tianhong had never tasted such fragrant and mellow liquor in his life. It truly deserves to be called Emperor Maotai of the Han Dynasty. Lin Chen also thought it tasted good, no wonder it costs 40 million a bottle. Wow! Suddenly Sanbao Lini cried. Ha! What's wrong? Lin Hichu looked at his grandson, and the other's expressions also changed slightly. What was going on? Why is Sanbao crying all of a sudden? Originally, Wu Yanfang was feeding him rice cereal, but now Sanbao is not only crying, but also seems to be extremely resistant to the rice cereal. With a flick of her wrist, she almost knocked the soup spoon out of Wu Yanfang's hand. This little guy, could he be thinking of eating king crab? Seeing that Sanbao's gaze was fixed on the 10-pound king crab on the dining table, Wu Yanfang muttered something. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianer immediately asked in a daze, Sanbao, do you want to eat king crab? However, Sanbao proved with his actions that he wanted to eat king crab. With a jerk of his short legs, Sanbao sprawled on the dining table and stretched out his little hands, trying to grab the king crab. Hey! You little rascal! Wu Yanfang quickly brought Sanbao back, and Sanbao's actions made her both laugh and cry. Who eats while lying on the dining table? Seeing this, everyone laughed. It seems that Sanbao is quite mischievous. However, when her grandmother stopped her, Sanbao burst into tears again. How about we give him some king crab? Lin Hichu suggested. He really adored this grandson, his face full of doting affection, wishing he could give him all the best food. When Li Ziren, the mother, saw her son crying, she could only smile helplessly. Honey, could you get some king crab for Sanbao? Li Ziren asked Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen is better at taking care of babies than she is, she knows what the baby can and cannot eat. She always listens to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said, okay. However, they can't eat too much. Let's give them some crab roe instead. King crab is a type of seafood that is prone to causing allergies and is considered a cold-natured seafood. The baby is less than 9 months old, and his digestive system is not yet fully developed. Feeding king crab to babies may cause allergic reactions. Therefore, Lin Chen allowed the baby to eat only a little bit. Okay. Li Ziren nodded. The king crab was steamed and had already been prepared by the royal chef. Therefore, Li Ziren gently lifted the shell of the 10-pound king crab. Once the shell is opened, it's almost entirely filled with crab roe, golden and glistening with broth, making it incredibly tempting. Seeing this, De Bao, Er Bao, and Si Bao also became restless. They waved their arms and legs excitedly, making indistinct noises to show that they really wanted to eat it too. Don't get excited, wait for mom to distribute them one by one. Jiang Qingqing held De Bao, who looked like a hungry wolf, with a look of both laughter and tears on her face. An hour later. The atmosphere was pleasant and harmonious, and everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. Dad, are you drunk? Seeing Lin Hichu's somewhat smug expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Who said I'm drunk? I'm not. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hichu felt a churning in his stomach. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Immediately, Lin Hichu ran towards the bathroom. Dad, are you drunk too? Lin Chen looked at his father-in-law, Li Tianhong. At this moment, Li Tianhong's eyes were unfocused and her face was flushed, clearly indicating that she was already slightly drunk. Me? I'm fine. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Tianhong felt a wave of discomfort and almost vomited on the spot. Excuse me, I'll be leaving for a bit. He then ran towards the restroom. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only ask one question, who else? Is this the kind of power that makes you drink yourself into a stupor? That's it? Brother, how come you can drink so much? Dad and uncle took turns trying to outdrink you. Lin Xianer was completely shocked to see the two people running towards the bathroom. She witnessed almost the entire process of the three of them drinking. Lin Chen was like a god of wine, drinking one cup after another. To be honest, she was even a little gloating. I'm all ready to carry Lin Chen back to his room. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would be so amazing and become the final winner? Hey, Xiaochun, if I remember correctly, this is the second time you've gotten your dad drunk, right? Wu Yanfang said helplessly. Jiang Qingqing sighed, the old man brags all day about how good he is at drinking, but look at him, he can't even outdrink his son. But son, this wine isn't good for you. Drinking too much is bad. You should drink less next time. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Li Ziren, who had long wanted to say something to Lin Chen, immediately chimed in. That's right. Li Ziren said angrily, why did you drink so much? Don't you know you have a bad stomach? Why did you drink so much? Li Ziren was genuinely angry. Lin Chen kept drinking one cup after another, which almost made her furious. However, with so many elders present, she couldn't say anything. But now that her mother-in-law had taken the lead, she couldn't help but say a few words to Lin Chen. Seeing that his wife was angry, Lin Chen chuckled and immediately went over to coax her. Baby, don't be angry. It's Chinese New Year, we were just in a good mood and had a couple of drinks. I promise I'll listen to you next time and won't drink so much. After saying that, Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren on the cheek right in front of everyone. Li Ziren! Instantly, Li Ziren's pretty face turned bright red, and her cheeks became incredibly hot. Ugh! This rascal, not only did he call me baby in front of so many elders, he even kissed himself? Suddenly, Li Ziren was at a loss, making her extremely shy, and she didn't even look at her mother's face. Oh my god! At this moment, Jiang Qingqing and Wu Yanfang could no longer bear to look at it and both avoided the scene, pretending not to have seen it. They never dreamed that at their age, they would still be fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Especially now, in front of so many people, how much more relaxed must one be when no one is around? We're getting old, sigh, we're really getting old. Is it now fashionable for couples to call each other baby? Lin Xianer expressed her confusion. She suddenly imagined a handsome guy calling her baby and patting her head. I got goosebumps. Ugh, I can't take it, I really can't take it. The term baby is so gentle. Suddenly, Lin Xianer felt a surge of anticipation. Will I be someone's baby someday? If you drink this much next time, calling for a baby won't help. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and said softly. Okay, honey. Lin Chen chuckled, patted Li Ziren's waist, and then sat down on the sofa. At this moment, seeing that Erbo Lin Kersen's little hands were a bit dirty, Li Ziren got up to get a wet towel, intending to wipe Erbo's hands. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened WeChat, and found that there were indeed many messages. Most of the messages were from old classmates and friends. For example, wishing someone a happy new year. Afterwards, Lin Chen checked his messages and found that Xiao Yating had also sent him a happy new year message. Let's have fun together. Lin Chen replied to her. Xiao Yating replied to Lin Chen almost instantly, did you receive a red envelope tonight? I'm telling you, I received so many. No. Lin Chen replied, I'm a father now, do you think I'll still get red envelopes for Chinese New Year? That's true. Haha, I'll send you one, do you want it? Xiao Yating said happily. Lin Chen said, if you dare to send it, I dare to take it. A few seconds later, a large red envelope was sent to Lin Chen, which surprised him. Surprisingly, this little girl actually made money. Lin Chen thought she was joking, but since she had already sent it, he had no choice but to accept it. On the other side, Xiao Yating, after sending Lin Chen a red envelope, felt her heart beating a little fast. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Chen's reply right away. She didn't know why she was acting this way, it was so strange. Will he send me a red envelope in return? With that thought in mind, Xiao Yating finally turned on the screen after a minute. The recipient has received your red envelope. And then, that was it. He just accepted the red envelope and didn't say a word. After receiving the red envelope, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he should send a red envelope to his wife, so he opened the chat window with Li Ziren. They simply ignored her. Ugh, you stinky man. You stinky man. I'm so angry. There was a cushion at Xiao Yating's feet, which she kicked hard with her beautiful legs clad in white stockings. Swish. The pillow landed squarely on the head of Sai Huatua, who was passing by the door. Happy New Year, baby. At the same time, Li Ziren's phone rang, and she swiped to open it, only to see a WeChat message from Lin Chen. There's also a big red envelope below. A faint smile appeared on Li Ziren's lips. What? Why did you suddenly send me a red envelope? Lin Chen smiled upon seeing the message and replied, because you should have what others have. Chapter 128. If you won't let me play, I'll cry for you. Oh grandpa, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Xiao Yating was surprised that the pillow had hit her grandfather. She immediately got off the bed and said with concern. Sai Huatua did not blame her, he was simply very curious at that moment. Yating, what's wrong with you these past few days? Did something upset you? Come on, tell Grandpa. Sidhuatua walked towards Xiao Yating. He knew his granddaughter's personality best. She had never acted like this before. However, ever since the Lin family returned, his granddaughter seemed to have something on her mind and often spaced out. Grandpa, I didn't. When her grandfather saw through her secret, Xiao Yating immediately denied it nervously. Let Grandpa guess, do you have someone you like? Sidhuatua chuckled and said, I have to say, he really knows his granddaughter too well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yating asked curiously, Grandpa, what does like mean? She didn't know if she had fallen for Lin Chen, because she had never been in a relationship before and didn't know what it felt like to like someone. Liking someone should be a kind of expectation. Once a person has expectations for someone they like, their mood will fluctuate. Just like you are now. Sidhuatua spoke, explaining his understanding of what it means to like someone. I see. Xiao Yating suddenly realized what was happening and felt a deep sense of empathy. Ever since she added Lin Chen on WeChat, she has been constantly hoping that Lin Chen will take the initiative to send her a message. Sometimes, she would receive a message, only to find out upon opening WeChat that it wasn't from Lin Chen, but from another friend, and she would feel incredibly disappointed. So this is what anticipation is, the feeling of liking someone? Was that person Lin Chen? Sidhuatua stared at Xiao Yating and guessed. Xiao Yating didn't say anything, but blushed slightly and lowered her head, tacitly agreeing. Why? Sidhuatua sighed helplessly. If it were someone else he liked, that would be one thing, but with his granddaughter's charm, who wouldn't be captivated by her? But Lin Chen is different. First of all, he is the young master of the British Empire, and the British Empire is an insurmountable mountain for them. Secondly, and more importantly, Lin Chen is a married man. Even if Lin Chen takes a liking to his granddaughter, does he expect her to be his concubine? No, being a concubine is absolutely out of the question. Sidhuatua declared that he could not accept it. At that time, the Lin family. After vomiting, Lin Hichu and Li Tianhong felt much better. Dad, are you alright? Lin Chen asked a question, and Lin Hichu shook his head, laughing indifferently. Son, don't you know who your old man is? I just had a few drinks, what could possibly happen to me? Okay, shall we have a few more drinks? No. Forget it. Lin Hichu's face was trembling. Thinking of the fear of being dominated by Lin Chen, he dared not drink with Lin Chen anymore. Bang! 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 Just then, an explosion was heard outside. So beautiful. Li Ziren looked up and saw fireworks bursting in the night sky, their vibrant colors almost filling the entire sky, creating a dreamlike and magnificent scene. Any random photo you take can be used as a phone wallpaper. It's breathtakingly beautiful. This is the Lin family's fireworks display. Every year after the New Year's Eve dinner, the Lin family sets off fireworks for more than an hour. Moreover, these fireworks are no ordinary fireworks. They are royal salutes costing 30,000 yuan per shot, which will burn hundreds of millions of yuan in just over an hour. Of course, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. For the Lin family, being happy is the most important thing. Wu Yanfang was also stunned for a moment. She had never seen such a dreamlike scene before, and she couldn't help but stop what she was doing. Ziren, Auntie, how is it? Isn't it beautiful? Lin Xiener asked with a smile. Wu Yanfang exclaimed, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Let's take a group photo of the babies. At this moment, Lin Hichu suddenly remembered something and immediately returned to his room. When he came out again, he was holding 5 black gold cards. Dad, what's going on? Lin Chen looked at the black gold card in Lin Hichu's hand and couldn't help but ask. Lin Hichu smiled and said, today is New Year's Eve, of course I have to give my granddaughters and grandsons red envelopes. As he spoke, Lin Hichu squatted down in front of the babies. Lin Hichu himself wasn't quite sure how much money was in each of the 5 black gold cards. After all, money is just a string of numbers to the Lin family. How could he possibly remember so many details? Xingyue, here, this is for you. Lin Hichu placed a black gold card into Debao Qingyue's small hand. Debao was curious and stared at the dark card in her hand without blinking. In-laws, you're giving the children red envelopes, but they don't know how to use them yet. Li Tianhong smiled helplessly. It was the first time he had ever seen a red envelope given directly as a black gold card. He actually understood Lin Hichu's intention. If he wrapped 100 yuan bills in the bag, the children's small hands wouldn't be able to hold them properly. Therefore, giving a black card is the only convenient option. My dear-in-law, what are you saying? If you don't know how to use it now, do you think you won't know how to use it when you grow up? After Lin Hichu finished speaking, Jiang Qingqing immediately agreed, saying, yes, even if we don't know how to use it now, we can treat it as a secret stash and save it for later. Debao, do you think what Grandma said is right? Jiang Qingqing looked at Debao Lin Qingyue with a doting smile in her eyes. Puff. Debao grinned, but she didn't actually understand what you were saying. Curson, here, this is for you. Sanbao, this is yours. Yu Wei. Lin Hichu handed the black gold cards to the babies one by one. Li Ziren smiled as she looked at the babies and instructed them, babies, quickly say thank you to Grandpa. It's a pity the babies can't talk, they can only laugh and look at Lin Hichu, but that's enough for Lin Hichu. Ziren, here, this is a red envelope for you. Lin Hichu handed the last black gold card in his hand to Li Ziren. Ha! I have one too. Li Ziren was somewhat flattered. If it were when she was a child, she would probably have accepted the black gold card without hesitation. However, now that she is 22 years old and a mother, Li Ziren felt a little embarrassed. Ziren, just accept it. Why are you being so polite with us? Seeing that Li Ziren did not reach out to take it, Jiang Qingqing hurriedly spoke up helplessly. This. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Li Ziren finally reached out and took it, saying, thank you, Dad. We're all family, so don't thank me anymore. Okay, sure. Li Ziren clutched the black gold card and nodded obediently. Snap. Just then, Linny suddenly threw the black gold card in his hand on the ground. What is this? This doesn't look like it can be eaten. Just throw it away. Sanbao Linny looked disgusted and bored. Hiss. Not far away, Butler Mo's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He wasn't actually sure how much money was in a black gold card. But he was certain that it would be no less than 100 million. But how could such a huge sum of money just be thrown away by the young master? It seems that the young master has the potential to become the male protagonist of a super-rich novel. You bastard. Li Ziren was also helpless, while Lin Chen bent down and picked up the black gold card. Honey, you should keep these cards here, otherwise I reckon these little guys will throw them all away later. Lin Chen said helplessly. Good. Subsequently, Li Ziren confiscated all 4 babies' black gold cards. The babies neither cried nor made a fuss, simply because they couldn't yet experience the joy of having money. Hey bro, Ziren, wanna play with fireworks? Lin Xianer lit a few sparklers and held them in her hand. The sparklers made a sizzling sound and were accompanied by dazzling flames, which was very beautiful. Before Lin Chen and Li Ziren could speak, Lin Yue, the little treasure Lin Chen was holding, started to make a fuss. Yeah. Sibao wanted to walk towards Lin Xianer, and Li Ziren supported her from behind. Sibao isn't thinking of playing around, is he? Seeing Sibao's reaction, Li Ziren was helpless. Sibao was the most mischievous of the 3 girls, even more so than the third girl, Linny. She wants everything she sees and wants to play with everything. Li Ziren is really worried that she will not be able to get married when she grows up. Sibao, this is dangerous, you can't play with it. Lin Xianer squatted down and looked at her with a smile. Wow. Upon hearing this, Sibao immediately burst into tears, her pitiful appearance seeming to say, if you won't let me play, I'll cry for you. Lin Chen. Li Tianhong and his wife. Never mind, I'll take her out to play for a bit. Lin Chen spoke up, explaining that he also spoiled Sibao and couldn't bear to see Sibao cry. Sis, can I have a sparkler? Here, take it. Taking the fairy wand from Lin Xianer, Lin Chen immediately handed it to Sibao Lin Xianer. However, Lin Chen held Sibao's little hand tightly, so that Sibao would be safe playing with this and wouldn't get hurt. Ha! Sibao was overjoyed after successfully playing with the fairy wand, and his heartwarming smile instantly infected Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt that as long as his daughter was happy, he would find a way to pluck the stars from the sky. Ding! Host has set off fireworks with the babies. Reward, great healing spell. The system's voice suddenly rang out. A powerful healing spell? What kind of skill is that? Lin Chen immediately communicated with the system through his mind to find out more. Lin Chen was immediately shocked. Because this great healing spell is extremely abnormal. No matter how severe the injury, or even if one is on the verge of death, as long as a powerful healing spell is used, one can slowly recover. It's like having a second life. However, the only drawback is that it can only be used once, and the skill disappears after use. Husband. Suddenly, Li Ziran's sweet voice rang out from behind. What's wrong? Lin Chen turned around and saw Li Ziran holding up her phone and pointing it at him, clearly taking pictures of him and Sibao. Honey, give me a smile. Li Ziran said coquettishly. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and then a photo of him and Sibao holding fairy wands was captured on Li Ziran's phone screen. Xiao Chen, it's getting a bit chilly outside. Bring Sibao in. Good. By this time, Sibao had had her fill of fun, and Lin Chen took her back to the villa's lobby. Next, we started bathing the babies, since it was already past 9 o'clock at night. After bathing and putting the babies to sleep, Lin Chen and Li Ziran had some free time. Don't get it on your skirt again, or I'll beat you up. Okay, honey. After a period of time. I'll beat you up. Humph, I'm ignoring you now. Honey, don't be angry, I promise I won't do it again next time. The next day, at the Xiao family villa. Xiaolong, what about that sports car you mentioned to me on WeChat? Don't rush, come with me. Two figures walked in front, while Lin Juanze walked behind. After walking for a long time, the three arrived at the villa's garage. Arrive. A car was covered by a black cloth, and the next second, Xiaolong lifted the cloth. An incredibly stylish black supercar appeared before Lin Juanze. Holy crap! Lin Juanze was instantly stunned. As the young master of the Lin family, he owned countless sports cars. He's long been tired of Ferraris, Bugattis, Lamborghinis, and the like. They no longer hold any appeal for him. However, this car in front of him was the coolest sports car he had ever seen before. Lin Juanze couldn't resist going over to stroke the lines of the sports car. Young Master Lin, how are you feeling? This sports car is the latest technology from Dr. Black, called the Super Cyclone sports car. It's 10 times more powerful than a Ferrari. If you drive it, you'll definitely be able to crush your cousin. Xiaolong said confidently. Standing next to him was a man in his 30s wearing glasses. It's Dr. Black. He is also the brain of the Xiao family, a strategist-like figure. The Xiao family was originally just a small company engaged in black technology, but it has developed into the top family it is today by relying on Dr. He. Yes, I am very satisfied with this car. Lin Juanze nodded. Xiaolong laughed and said, since young Master Lin is satisfied, from now on this car belongs to you. Well. Lin Juanze scratched his head, looked at Xiaolong and Dr. He, and asked, but I'm curious, why are you helping me? Chapter 129 Dr. Black's plan, devastating news arrives. After hearing Lin Juanze's words, Xiaolong and Dr. He exchanged a glance. Then Xiaolong smiled and said, it's simple, I'm just like you, I don't like your cousin either. Besides, what's a sports car compared to having such a distinguished friend as young Master Lin? Okay, let's go out for drinks sometime, it'll be on me. After being showered with praise, Lin Juanze lost all sense of self-worth and clearly believed the other party's nonsense. Young Master Lin, take care. Okay. Afterwards, Lin Juanze drove away in his Super Cyclone sports car. As soon as he left, Xiaolong couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. That Lin Juanze is such a fool. With such a direct descendant, the British Empire's fate is sealed. Dr. Black laughed and said, don't say that. If it weren't for this kind of incompetent fool, our plan would probably be difficult to implement. Dr. Black, I must say, that was an absolutely brilliant move. Xiaolong chuckled, use Lin Juanze to kill Lin Chen, let the Lin family fight amongst themselves, and our Xiao family can simply sit back and reap the benefits. If the Lin family collapses, our Xiao family will become the newly rising, ever-shining family of China. Ha ha ha. Don't get too excited yet, let's go over and see what's going on. Good. Then, a helicopter slowly arrived, and Xiaolong and Dr. He boarded the helicopter together. Not long after. The Lin family manor. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, a day traditionally a time for relatives to visit each other. Lin Chen had just gotten up when he saw Lin Hichu grabbing his car keys and rushing out the door. Dad, where are you going? Oh, I'll go prepare to pick up your grandma for lunch. Lin Hichu explained. Grandmother? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. So he had a grandmother? He had never heard his parents mention it before, but considering he had only been back for a few days. Dad, why don't you let old Imo go? Why do you have to go yourself? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Lin Hichu smiled wryly, I have to go myself. Sigh, I had old Imogo to pick her up before, but that upset your grandmother. Why are you unhappy? Lin Chen asked. Lin Hichu said helplessly, that's how old people are. If you send an outsider to pick her up, it makes it seem like you don't value her, and she'll feel like you don't care about her, so. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. Immediately, Lin Chen said to Lin Hichu, how about I go and pick up grandma? You've just recovered from your illness, so you should rest at home more. Do you know where your grandma lives? I don't know, but you can tell me. Okay, then go pick up your grandma, it's not far anyway. Afterwards, Lin Hichu told Lin Chen the address and told him to come back as soon as he picked up the person. Then Lin Chen took the car keys and prepared to drive off. Honey, where are you going? Li Ziren had just finished brushing her teeth when she saw Lin Chen about to leave, so she quickly came over. I'm going to pick up grandma for lunch, Lin Chen said, patting her head. Li Ziren's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled, honey, I'll go with you. You should stay home and take care of the child. When the baby wakes up, the first thing he'll look for is us. Lin Chen also wanted to take her, but then decided against it because of the child. All right. Li Ziren pouted she really wanted to go with Lin Chen. Sweetie. Give me a kiss. Lin Chen kissed Li Ziren on the cheek, making her a little shy, because Lin Hichu was watching from not far away. Come back soon and be careful. Li Ziren gave instructions and then smoothed out Lin Chen's folded collar with both hands. Yes. I know. Lin Chen smiled, pinched her cheek, and then went to the garage to drive his car. Watching Lin Chen's departing figure, Li Ziren had a bad feeling for some reason. She suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Why, it was such a strange feeling, as if she would never see Lin Chen again. After leaving home, Lin Chen drove a top-of-the-line Maybach through the streets. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, there weren't many people on the streets, and Lin Chen drove somewhat carelessly. Suddenly, an incredibly cool supercar appeared to the left of the Maybach. Hi, we meet again. The car window rolled down, and there was a familiar face, Lin Juanze. What's up? Lin Chen asked calmly, you didn't come here to get revenge for the slap I gave you last time, did you? I heard you recently beat the world's best race car driver, Kim Min-jun. Racing happens to be one of my strengths, so how about a race? A cold smile crept onto Lin Juanze's lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remained calm and uttered 3 words. Not interested. Lin Chen had no intention of playing childish tricks, and besides, he had important things to do right now. Lin Juanze's eyes narrowed suddenly. Fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. Don't you want to know why you were abandoned by the Lin family at birth? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Chen's hand trembled uncontrollably. This is the answer to the question he cares about most, both in the past and now. But they didn't dare to ask Jiang Qingqing and Lin Hichu directly. Worried that he would hurt his parents' feelings, Lin Chen knew that his parents must have had unspeakable reasons for abandoning him. Of course, Lin Chen didn't intend not to ask. In fact, he had been looking for a suitable opportunity for the past 2 days. Why? Lin Chen asked subconsciously, his heart no longer at peace as he met Lin Juanze's gaze. Have a match with me, and I'll tell you. If you win, I'll tell you why. If you lose, I want you to apologize to me in front of my dad for that. Lin Juanze said with resentment in his eyes that he, the young master of the Lin family, had never dared to hit anyone since he was a child, not even his father, Lin Bia. However, he was beaten by Lin Chen, and there were so many people around at the time. This incident became a thorn in his side forever. Lin Chen must apologize. Can? Lin Chen asked confidently, location? Go straight along this road to the top of Nanshan Mountain, and whoever gets there first wins. The match begins now. That's all. Lin Juanze took the initiative, stepping on the gas pedal to the floor, and the sports car immediately roared to life. Lin Juanze is passionate about sports cars and has a great talent for racing. In terms of skill, he is probably second only to Li Yuanhao, a racing driver in the country. Its already impressive capabilities are further enhanced by the addition of the Super Cyclone sports car. In an instant, as if he had taken Viagra, he left Lin Chen far behind. Is this sports car modified? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Juanze's sports car had been modified. This power is at least 10 times that of a Ferrari, it's like bullying him. However, Lin Chen was not discouraged. Even Kim Min-jun was no match for him, let alone him. Lin Chen floored the accelerator and followed closely behind. Damn it, speeding on the road on the first day of the Lunar New Year? TSK, driving so fast, it's scary. This guy is definitely young, maybe even a spirited young man. What are you talking about? A young, energetic guy driving a sports car? Ah. Suddenly, a girl wearing a pretty dress, who didn't look very old, screamed. Just now, Lin Juanza drove his sports car past the girl, and the strong wind he created lifted the girl's skirt. I am so surprised. The girl patted her flat chest. Luckily, she was wearing sheer tights and leggings underneath, otherwise she would have really been exposed. Immediately afterward, she prepared to cross the street, but Lin Chen arrived again in his Maybach. Ah! The girl's skirt was rolled up again, causing her to instinctively cover her inner thigh. What the hell? The little girl almost broke down. After confirming there were no cars behind her, she opened WeChat and sent a message to her best friend. I have to tell you, I was just speechless. The summit of Nanshan Mountain. At an altitude of 300 meters, it is a famous place in Beijing. Due to its terrain, many racing clubs often hold races in Nanshan. However, since it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, there wasn't a single person in sight on Nanshan Mountain at that moment. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovered quietly in the air, monitoring the situation on the ground. Dr. Black, should we make a move now? Xiao Long said somewhat impatiently. No rush. Dr. Black calmly said, we must find the most opportune moment. Lin Chen must die. But Lin Juanza should live. Only if he lives can he take the blame for us. The doctor is right, then let us wait a bit longer. Xiao Long said with a playful smile. Boom boom. At this moment, the roar of a sports car rang out, and the first thing that caught the eye was Lin Juanza's Super Cyclone sports car. Damn it! How could they catch up so closely? Lin Juanza gritted his teeth. He had tried everything he could, but he still couldn't shake off Lin Chen. To be precise, he didn't significantly widen the gap between himself and Lin Chen. No matter what acceleration techniques or drifting he used, Lin Chen was able to keep up with him. This is something Lin Juanza doesn't want to see, and he's extremely unhappy about it. Crackling sound. With another drift and acceleration, Lin Juanza glanced at the rearview mirror, thinking he had finally left Lin Chen far behind, but unexpectedly he got even closer. WH. What? Lin Juanza exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen remained perfectly calm. With a stylish side drift, he appeared to Lin Juanza's left. He's about to surpass Lin Juanza. However, at that moment, Dr. Black suddenly pressed a controller button. Goodbye, great scientist Lin. A victorious smile appeared on Dr. Black's lips. What's going on? In that instant, Lin Juanza was horrified to discover that he had lost control of the sports car. Whether it's stepping on the brake, turning the steering wheel, or pressing the accelerator. None of it worked. Lin Chen, get out of the way. Lin Juanza roared. Lin Chen turned his head away, only to see Lin Juanza's car hurtling towards him. This scene happened almost in the blink of an eye. Fast. It was so fast. So sudden. Lin Chen had absolutely no chance to react. Bang! With a loud crash, the Maybach was knocked off the cliff. Lin Chen fell down with him. Just as the Super Cyclone sports car was about to plunge off the cliff. But it stopped at the crucial moment. It's over. Lin Juanza's mind went blank, and he slumped into the driver's seat. After a few seconds, Lin Juanza got out of the car, trembling all over, and staggered to the edge of the cliff. Looking down, all I could see was a thick, misty fog, the bottom of which was nowhere in sight. Lin Juanza dug his fingers into his hair, thinking, I'm doomed. I actually caused Lin Chen's death? I killed my own cousin with my own hands? Lin Juanza frantically roared down the cliff, Lin Chen, Lin Chen. Yes, he really resented Lin Chen. But I never intended to kill Lin Chen. His hatred wasn't so great that he wanted Lin Chen dead. At the same time. Ha 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 ha. In the helicopter, Xiao Long burst into uncontrollable laughter. The summit of Nanshan Peak is 300 meters high. If you fall from there, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Lin Chen is dead. The Lin family's only hope is gone. Who can stop the rise of the Xiao family in the future? At this moment, Xiao Long's joy was beyond words. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. Dr. He chuckled and said, Lin Chen is dead. It's only a matter of time before the Xiao family replaces the Lin family and becomes the new everlasting Sun family. Ha, Dr. Black, you did a great job this time. I'm going to reward you properly. Tell me, what do you want? Soon, the tragic news of Nanshan reached the Lin family. The entire Lin family was shaken. Everyone was incredulous, thinking they were dreaming. Upon hearing the news that Lin Chen had driven his car off a cliff, Jiang Qingqing fainted on the spot. Mother! Lin Xianer, supporting Jiang Qingqing, hurriedly said to old Mo, quickly, go and call the doctor. Subsequently, the Lin family's top private medical team rushed over and took emergency measures for Jiang Qingqing. Dull. The atmosphere was incredibly somber. Mr. Mo, are you sure the car that crashed was my Maybach S600? Yes, and the license plate matches too. Lin Hichu couldn't believe it, he simply couldn't accept this fact. Quickly! Get a helicopter ready. I need to go to Nanshan. Li Ziren called Lin Chen repeatedly, dozens of times in a row, but no one answered the phone. In the end, Li Ziren accepted the fact that Lin Chen might be in trouble. How could this be? How could this be? With your excellent driving skills, how could you possibly have an accident? This must be fake. Dad, I'll take some people to Nanshan right now to find my brother, he'll definitely be alright. Lin Xianer burst into tears upon hearing this devastating news. But she refused to believe it was true. She wouldn't believe what others told her, she wanted to see it with her own eyes. I'm going with my sister. Li Ziren almost collapsed, but she and Lin Xianer shared the same hope, that Lin Chen would definitely be alright. In-laws, we want to go too. Maybe Xiao Chen is waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. With tears in their eyes, Li Tianhong and his wife, who had long regarded Lin Chen as their own son, were still calm upon hearing that Lin Chen had an accident. Sir, the helicopter is ready. Just then, old Mo ran up, covered in sweat, and said. Afterwards, apart from Wu Yanfang staying at home to take care of the babies, Lin Xianer, Lin Hichu, Li Tianhong, and Li Ziren all boarded a helicopter and headed to Nanshan. Meanwhile, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, a day of family reunion and joy, an urgent news story also shocked the whole country. According to a reporter from Beijing, at 9:10 a.m. today, a black supercar and a Maybach collided at the summit of Nanshan Mountain. The Maybach fell off the cliff at the summit and the driver was killed. It is understood that the car owner is Mr. Lin Chen, the developer of the Cloud Bat spacecraft and the greatest scientist in the history of China. Chapter 130. As long as you're okay, I'll give you 6 or 7 more babies. This news shocked the entire nation. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Am I still dreaming? Can someone tell me this is fake? It's such a rare opportunity for our country to produce such a brilliant scientist. Wow, I'm so crying. I've been to the summit of Nanshan once. Below is a forest, at least 300 meters above the ground. Falling there would have been extremely dangerous. This is so sudden. I hope he's alright. Please, God. Please, please, I hope for a miracle. Countless netizens were on tenterhooks, silently praying for Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen is only in his early 20s. Such a young and great scientist, if he were to be gone like this. It's not just a loss for China. It is a loss to the entire scientific research community. Less than 10 minutes after Lin Chen's accident, a large number of police officers from Beijing quickly arrived at Nanshan Forest, which is below the summit, and began a thorough search. Finally, in a thicket overgrown with thorns, they found a wrecked Maybach S600. Master Lin, this is the car. Please check the license plate. When Lin Hichu and his group arrived at the scene, a sheriff immediately led them to the wrecked Maybach that had been found. This is it. This is my car. Lin Hichu's voice choked up. Although the Maybach was completely wrecked, the license plate was still legible. Beijing A6666. This license plate number belongs to my own Maybach. Before the incident, Lin Chen was driving this Maybach to pick up his grandmother. Where is everyone? Why is no one inside? Where is my brother? Lin Xianer went over to take a look, but through the broken glass window, she did not see Lin Chen inside the car. Her reminder brought Lin Hichu and the others back to their senses, who were still immersed in grief. The car was empty. Where is my son? Did you call an ambulance to take them away? No. The sheriff said helplessly, when we found the car, there was no one inside. What? One sentence caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Nobody here? The car fell off the mountain peak, but the person inside was not in the car? Didn't you call an ambulance to take them away? Where did that person go? Sheriff, you're not kidding, are you? Li Tianhong's expression immediately turned displeased. No, I really didn't. As police officers, how could we possibly joke about something like this? After receiving the emergency call, we arrived here quickly and found the Maybach immediately. We originally planned to call an ambulance immediately, but when we opened the car door, there was no one inside. We were also surprised, but I absolutely did not lie, and every police officer present at the time can testify to that. The sheriff explained helplessly, not wanting to be wrongly accused by Li Tianhong. Seeing the other person's serious expression, Lin Hichu was certain that the other person was not lying. And there's no need to lie to yourself. So where did my son go? Could it be that when the car fell, my son wasn't seriously injured and opened the car door and left by himself? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Hichu felt a little relieved. If you can leave on your own, it means the injury isn't serious. But the sheriff quickly interrupted his naive daydream. Patriarch Lin. I'll say something you won't like to hear, but how could someone who fell from 300 meters not be seriously injured and still be able to open the car door and leave on their own? The sheriff deduced, it is highly likely that young Master Lin Chen tried to break the car door and leave while falling through the air. During the collision and fall, the car door broke open, and Lin Chen was accidentally thrown out by the impact. Therefore, Lin Chen most likely fell somewhere else in the forest. Look. At this moment, the sheriff looked up and pointed to a place halfway up the mountain. Lin Hichu and the others looked in the direction he pointed. You can see that a large area of soil has been destroyed. The sheriff explained, when it crashed, the car first hit that spot and then rolled all the way down. Therefore, it is most likely that Lin Chen is stuck halfway up the mountain or in some other secluded place. Currently, our police search team, along with 5 search and rescue dogs, has entered the mountains to search for the person. After the sheriff said that, everyone agreed with his statement. After all, there was no other possibility that it had fallen somewhere else in the forest. I'm going to the forest to find Lin Chen too. I want to go too. Suddenly, Lin Xianer and Li Ziren were seen running towards the top of the mountain forest. Li Tianhong didn't hesitate and quickly followed. Lin Hichu then took out his phone and dialed Elder Mo's number first. Quickly, bring all of the Lin family's guards in the capital to Nanshan to search for them. We demand to see him alive or dead. No matter what Lin Chen is like now, Lin Hichu must find him. Yes, sir. After the call ended, old Mo immediately followed Lin Hichu's instructions. Subsequently, a large number of Lin family guards arrived at Nanshan Forest by helicopter. However, Nanshan Forest is one of the 3 largest forests in China. It can be described as vast and boundless. Finding someone in the Nanshan Forest is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. In addition, the area is overgrown with weeds and has lush forests. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of the search. Thousands of people searched the forest for 2 hours, but still found nothing. Ziren, take a rest and have some water. Lin Xianer, panting, handed a bottle of water to Li Ziren. At this moment, Li Ziren was also drenched in sweat, but she did not feel thirsty. Naturally, no one reached out to take the water. Lin Xianer felt sorry for her sister-in-law, but her desire to find Lin Chen was even stronger. So he silently took the water and continued his search with Li Ziren. Finally, we walked together for another 10 minutes or so. Lin Xianer suggested, Ziren, why don't we split up and search separately? That way, we'll have a better chance of finding it. I'll go look there, I'll go over there. Li Ziren thought the suggestion was good, okay. After that, she and Lin Xianer split up and began their search. Li Ziren walked alone onto the other side of the bumpy mountain road. The mountain road was very uneven. The ground was also slippery. The key issue is that there are many weeds that cause obstacles and stumbles. This was Li Ziren's first time in such a place, and she couldn't even tell which way she was going. I don't know where I am. However, Li Ziren was glad that she wasn't wearing a dress today, but rather jeans and a pair of black knee-high boots. This makes it slightly easier to walk on mountain paths, as it doesn't restrict your stride. I don't know how long I walked. Ah! Suddenly, Li Ziren tripped over a vine and fell. A piercing pain immediately shot through my hands and knees. She looked down and saw that her palm was scraped and there was sand stuck in the wound. Li Ziren is, after all, a girl, and girls are generally afraid of pain, so naturally she was too. In the past, she would have felt a little wronged. However, right now, Li Ziren has only one belief in her heart: to find Lin Chen as soon as possible. She immediately got up from the ground. They ignored the wound. Move on. Lin Chen, Lin Chen. Every few steps, Li Ziren would shout Lin Chen's name loudly. She hoped Lin Chen could hear her. I hope Lin Chen knows I'm here. She hoped that Lin Chen would respond to her. Suddenly, Li Ziren noticed something at her feet, and a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. There was a cell phone at my feet. Even though the screen was shattered. But Li Ziren could still tell at a glance that it was Lin Chen's phone. Li Ziren immediately picked up the phone and excitedly pressed the power button on the side of the phone. Surprisingly, the screen lit up. Li Ziren couldn't hold back her tears. Because the lock screen wallpaper is a selfie of hers. Suddenly, many scenes uncontrollably surfaced in Li Ziren's mind. The first time I held hands with Lin Chen. The first hug. First kiss. This is my first time watching a movie. My first time visiting an amusement park. Meeting my parents for the first time. First. So many firsts were given to Lin Chen. Her life was made better by Lin Chen's presence. In the 6 months since their marriage, she had long since grown accustomed to Lin Chen's presence every day. If Lin Chen died, Li Ziren wouldn't know what meaning life would have, and she wouldn't be able to go on living. Honey, where are you? Li Ziren burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, Li Ziren realized something. Since Lin Chen's phone was lost here, doesn't that mean that someone else is also very likely nearby? Thinking of this, Li Ziren regained her confidence, wiped away her tears, and continued searching around. Lin Chen. Lin. Not long after they left, Li Ziren's shouts abruptly stopped, and the expression on her face froze instantly. Because the person lying in front of them was Lin Chen. In an instant, Li Ziren's eyes seemed to light up. Lin Chen. Li Ziren immediately ran over, picked up Lin Chen who was lying on the ground, and kept softly calling, Lin Chen, are you alright, Lin Chen? However, Lin Chen is currently unconscious and unable to respond to him. Li Ziren touched Lin Chen's nostril with her finger and felt a slight warmth. This faint scent instantly filled her heart with hope. Lin Chen is not dead. My husband is still alive, thank goodness. Water, water. Lin Chen's lips were pale as he gently started to utter a single word repeatedly. He wants to drink water. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren looked around at her surroundings, but there was no water anywhere. Water. Lin Chen was weak and managed to utter just one more word. At this moment, Li Ziren felt a pang of regret. She should have accepted the water when Lin Xiener gave it to her earlier. It's not like Lin Chen is now unable to get a drink of water. What to do, what to do, what to do? Li Ziren immediately became anxious. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Li Ziren's mind. Although she was a little shy, she couldn't care less about anything else at that moment. Li Ziren lifted her shirt. The babies are now over 8 months old and can occasionally eat some rice cereal and fruit puree. Therefore, the demand for breast milk is decreasing. This resulted in Li Ziren having a consistently abundant milk supply. A few minutes later. Ah! Suddenly, Li Ziren noticed something strange and exclaimed in surprise. The wounds on Lin Chen's face were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Ziren rubbed her eyes, looking incredulous. Breast milk has this function? Finally, Li Ziren dialed Lin Xiener's number, and Lin Chen was successfully rescued. In fact, even if they didn't come to rescue him, Lin Chen could be fully revived after 24 hours. Because the moment the Maybach crashed off the cliff, Lin Chen used a great healing spell on himself. Lin Chen even considered breaking the car window and using the bamboo dragonfly to fly away. However, this decision failed because the speed of the fall was too fast and the loss of gravity caused Lin Chen, who had broken the car window, to fall halfway down the mountain. Lin Family Manor. In a luxurious hospital room, equipped with all kinds of medical instruments, Lin Chen lay quietly on the bed. Around him were nurses, doctors, and Lin Hichu and Li Ziren, among others. Dr. Huang, how is my son? Jiang Qingqing asked with a worried expression. Strange, very strange. Huang Hongtian seemed to exclaim in amazement, in my 30 years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a miraculous situation. Madam, Master, I can tell you definitively that the young master is fine. All indicators are normal, it's only a matter of time before he wakes up. Upon hearing this, Lin Hichu was overjoyed, that's wonderful. It seems that Xiao Chen is truly blessed by heaven. Thank God, thank God. Jiang Qingqing was overjoyed. However, Huang Hongtian said, Master, Madam, it's not that the young master is lucky, but that there is a strange energy in the young master's body that is constantly repairing and healing him. Strange energy? For a moment, everyone was slightly taken aback. Huang Hongtian asked, Master, did the young master take any miraculous medicines before he was sent back? No. Lin Hichu shook his head. They hadn't given Lin Chen any miraculous medicine. Besides, what kind of miracle drug could have such an effect? Li Ziren's expression turned strange. Could it be that her breast milk really saved Lin Chen? Hey Li Ziren! What are you thinking about? How could breast milk have that effect? There must be another reason. That's strange. Huang Hongtian scratched his head, feeling extremely puzzled. He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. In any case, as long as the young master was alright, that was all that mattered to everyone. Half a day passed like this. Cough cough. At one point, Lin Chen suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. Turning her head slightly, she saw Li Ziren leaning against the bedside, seemingly still asleep. Yes, it feels so good to be alive. Staring at his wife's adorable profile, Lin Chen couldn't resist giving her a kiss on the cheek. This kiss woke Li Ziren up. Ah, honey, you're awake. Wa'ada. I thought you were going to leave me forever. I'm so glad you're okay. Li Ziren lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck, her face filled with surprise and excitement. Honey, we haven't even had a fifth child yet, how could anything happen to me? Lin Chen pinched Li Ziren's cheek and smiled. If it were in the past, Li Ziren would have rolled her eyes and punched her chest with her little fists when she heard this. But now, Li Ziren feels only joy and emotion. As long as you're doing well, I'll give you 6 or 7 more children.